Once, having clawed through a lifetime in the depths of a post-apocalyptic world, Wang Yu ultimately fell prey to the jaws of a beast. However, he was reborn. He initially believed that he would be endowed with a divine system that would lead him to the pinnacle of life, only to discover that he had instead awakened a post-apocalyptic shop system, starting with a mere store. As a merchant who prioritizes profit above all, there are neither eternal friends nor eternal foes. In his new life, it seemed reasonable to acquire a beast king as a guard. Regardless of your faction, even if Jesus himself came, one must still pay to purchase goods. It hurts. It hurts. A young man abruptly awoke from a metal bed, yet the excruciating pain had vanished. He gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat rolling down his brow, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. Is this hell? Have I truly died? Suddenly, an angry voice erupted from nearby. Wang Yu, why are you making such a racket in the middle of the night? You just woke me up. Wang Yu was taken aback by the voice. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he finally recognized his surroundings. This was his university dormitory. In a flurry, he grabbed his phone, which displayed the date, September 5th, 2040. He had been reborn. It was the day before the outbreak of the zombie virus. In disbelief, Wang Yu slapped himself across the face. Yes, it hurt. This was no dream. An overwhelming wave of excitement washed over him as he trembled and climbed out of bed, attempting to speak in a calm voice. I need to step outside. The other person did not respond. As he walked through the desolate university town in the early hours of the morning, around 3 o'clock, the dimly lit streets were devoid of people. He sat on a stone bench, gazing at the familiar yet strange campus, a pang of nostalgia hitting him. On September 6th of his previous life, an unknown virus swept across the globe, infecting 90% of humanity and transforming them into zombies. However, the virus also awakened certain individuals with extraordinary abilities. Most creatures on Blue Star underwent mutations. In an instant, zombies and aberrant beasts ran rampant. As the apocalypse progressed, some advanced zombies and aberrant beasts even developed intelligence, beginning to think like humans. On the human side, as resources dwindled and official control faltered, social order gradually collapsed. Morality and legal constraints vanished, leading to a society where the weak were devoured by the strong. The mightier one's powers or fists, the more justified they became. In his past life, Wang Yu had awakened an ability, albeit the most commonly deemed useless, spatial powers, rendering him merely a mobile backpack within his team. Despite the adage that rarity increases value, spatial powers were both scarce and ineffective, with scarcely any spatial ability user exceeding a B grade in level. Thus, spatial ability users were often regarded as burdens, receiving scant cores and disdain from others. Ultimately, due to the small size of Wang Yu's camp, they were dismantled by several C-grade aberrant beasts, and he himself became a feast for them. Reflecting on this, Wang Yu shook his head in resignation. Wait a moment, isn't rebirth often accompanied by a system? Could it be that Wang Yu glanced around, ensuring no one was present. Then, with tentative anticipation, he called out, "System?" Seconds later, a cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on activating the post-apocalyptic shop system. Please choose whether to bind." As expected. However, is this voice activated? If I were to remain silent, would I be overlooked? Without further thought, Wang Yu declared bind. Whatever the system may be, it was best to bind it first. Have you ever encountered a system that betrays its host? After speaking, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Wait, a post-apocalyptic shop? What on earth? Binding successful. With those words, a virtual panel appeared before Wang Yu. Owner, Wang Yu stamina, 30 strength, 30 speed, 30 ability, space ability level, mid-level D grade. Seeing this, Wang Yu was momentarily stunned, as it mirrored the ability level from his previous life. Abilities, zombies, and aberrant beasts all had hierarchical classifications, ranging from S to F, each with high, mid, and low subdivisions. The stronger the level, the more potent the ability and the greater the strength. The sole method to elevate one's level was to absorb a crystal-like substance known as a core. Every creature mutated by the virus produced a core, which served as the source of all power and the essence of the mutated being's life. In his previous life, Wang Yu had toiled for much of his existence to reach mid-level D grade. This was largely due to the inadequacy of spatial powers, which lacked offensive capability, compounded by the difficulty of leveling up. To advance a single stage, one needed to absorb 4 or 5 cores of the same level or a significant number of lower-grade cores. Moreover, the higher the level, the less effective lower-grade cores became. Consequently, most ability users opted to band together to level up. Wang Yu sensed the 100M space within him, realizing that his spatial powers had indeed accompanied his rebirth. Yet, he felt no surge of joy. Such a defensive ability failed to pique his interest. Moreover, with the apocalypse looming tomorrow, there was no time to hoard supplies. At that moment, a soft, endearing voice chimed in. "Hello, host. I am your exclusive system. You may call me Jin Tiao." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but scoff. Even the systems had become cutesy and were named after a gold bar. Truly befitting of a shop system, even its name was so mercantile. Jin Tiao added with a hint of melancholy. "I can sense the host's disdain." Wang Yu cleared his throat awkwardly, quickly diverting the conversation. "By the way, Jin Tiao, where's my shop? Do I have to build it myself?" Jin Tiao replied, "The establishment of the shop is the system's responsibility. Please choose a location for your shop." Instantly, a large map of Nanjiang City materialized before him. The marked locations on the map are available for selection. Wang Yu nodded and began to search the map with his finger. Logically, shops are usually situated in densely populated areas. However, the apocalypse was different. The denser the population, the more zombies there were, who would risk their lives just to purchase a few items. Yet, Nanjiang City, one of the megacities of Xia country, boasted a population of 20 to 30 million. After searching for a considerable time, Wang Yu could not find a location he fancied. Thus, he decided to settle on a lakeside park far from the university town. Confirming his choice, moments later, Jin Tiao announced, "Shop construction is complete. Please activate it at your store." Wang Yu pondered for a moment. Since he had a shop system, he need not worry about resource shortages. He then walked toward the campus exit. As he walked, he reviewed the panel. Noticing the balance of crystal coins displayed, he inquired, "I understand that crystals are the primary currency of the apocalypse, but what are crystal coins?" Jin Tiao explained, "Crystal coins are the decomposed currency of crystals. They are akin to the relationship between a $50 bill and $51 bills, established for the convenience of customer purchases. Furthermore, crystals serve as the universal currency in the system shop, usable to procure supplies, elevate the host's ability level, or upgrade the store." With this clarification, Wang Yu suddenly understood. "So, how much is one crystal worth in crystal coins? And how much can I purchase with them?" Jin Tiao provided an exchange table. F-grade crystal, 50 crystal coins E-grade crystal, 100 crystal coins A-grade crystal, 1,600 crystal coins S-grade crystal, 3,200 crystal coins. Jin Tiao added, "Hee, as for the prices in the store, that is for the host to decide." As they spoke, they arrived at the campus gate. Taking advantage of the security guards' inattention, Wang Yu swiftly exited Nanjiang University. On the streets, wide roads occasionally saw passing cars, and the nearby nightclubs were brightly lit, with groups of drunken youths gathered, despite the hour being around 4 in the morning. The prosperity of Nanjiang City was evident. Wang Yu shook his head, aware that after the apocalypse, this vibrant world would dissolve into mere illusions. A sudden scream interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see a group of flamboyantly dressed youths surrounding a weak black dog in the street, holding its limbs. Despite its desperate attempts to escape, it was no match for the strength of several adults. At a glance, one could hardly discern the scene. Chapter 2. Entering the store, a young man with bleached hair and a flushed complexion clutched a can of beer, exclaiming, "Dog brother is in for a treat. Let us indulge you with some drinks. Wei Zi, hurry up. I can hardly contain myself. Let's see how many cans Black Dog can handle. Can his capacity rival ours?" Ha. With a playful grin, the young man cracked open the can, urging, "Quick, hold his head down." At that moment, a large hand suddenly grasped his shoulder. Turning around, he found a clean-faced individual clad in sportswear standing behind him. Wang Yu spoke with an expressionless demeanor. "Have you nothing better to do than engage in such unscrupulous antics?" Irritated, the young man retorted, "Mind your own business. I advise you not to meddle." Attempting to swat away the hand on his shoulder, he found Wang Yu's grip to be as unyielding as a vice. Observing this, the other 3 companions hesitated, closing in, while Black Dog seized the opportunity to swiftly vanish into the night. "Come now, let me see what this is all about. What are you trying to prove? Release me." As Wang Yu noticed Black Dog's departure, he relinquished his hold on the young man's shoulder and calmly stated, "All is well. I shall take my leave." However, after taking a few steps, they obstructed Wang Yu's path. "Are you really going to leave after putting on such a show? Don't you think that's rather presumptuous?" The young man wore a mocking expression, adding, "Look at what you've done. You've let Black Dog escape, spoiling our fun." "Indeed, we've lost our enthusiasm," chimed in one of his friends. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, "And what of it? Thus, you shall consume the several cans of beer we intended for the dog. We cannot let it go to waste." The young man gestured toward the cans on the ground, his expression brimming with mischief. This was clearly an attempt to belittle Wang Yu. The group erupted in laughter. In response, Wang Yu simply uttered a dismissive roll as their expressions darkened. "You little brat. How dare you refuse a drink? Today, you will drink, whether you like it or not. You've ruined my mood. Why waste words?" Just force it down him. A pockmarked youth, unable to tolerate Wang Yu's defiance, rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach him a lesson. Yet, as their eyes met, Wang Yu's indifferent gaze felt as cold as death. The overwhelming aura of menace rendered the youth frozen in place. At that moment, a reckless companion added fuel to the fire. What's the matter, Xiaoyang? Are you afraid of a pretty boy? You've really gone downhill. Back in the day, you were the one who could take on the South Mountain kindergarten and kick down the North City nursing home. Faced with the ridicule, the youth steeled himself and lunged at Wang Yu, teeth clenched. Observing this, Wang Yu displayed a hint of disdain and swiftly delivered a kick. It landed precisely in the young man's abdomen, propelling him backward by a meter. Following a pained scream, he crumpled to the ground in agony. Let it not be forgotten. He was a D-class ability user. His speed and strength were not to be trifled with. The others, momentarily taken aback, then converged upon Wang Yu. Damn it. Let us all go at him. Attack. 1 minute later, they all lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Fortunately, Wang Yu exercised restraint in his actions, preventing any fatality. The individual merely lost consciousness. Rubbing his sore arm, he gazed at the onlookers and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, the bliss of youth." Falling asleep at the drop of a hat, he then turned and departed. Having navigated the apocalypse for several decades, Wang Yu had honed his skills in combat and effortlessly dealt with a few sheltered young men. In the dimness of night, a shadow silently trailed behind Wang Yu. The early morning park was rather desolate, illuminated by the faint glow of streetlights. Wang Yu quickly spotted the sole prominent structure within the park. The store, nestled against a bamboo grove, sprawled across a substantial area, featuring 2 stories and a facade not unlike that of a typical convenience store. Its walls were adorned in hues of white and blue, topped with a luminous sign. Inscribed in round letters, "Apocalyptic Store." At the entrance stood a small courtyard enclosed by a wooden fence, with a layer of turf laid out, complemented by an elegant wooden table, 4 wooden chairs, and a sunshade. Wang Yu was taken aback, having expected a structure of some peculiar metal. Such a brick building would have posed no issue before the apocalypse, but in a world overrun by monstrous entities, it seemed inadequate for protection. What is this about gold bars? He pondered. Opening a store during the apocalypse was already impractical, and constructing such a fragile building was even more perplexing. Surely, on the very first day of the apocalypse, the storefront would be dismantled by zombies. At that moment, the voice of the gold bar chimed in, "Host, I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. Firstly, this store is protected by the system, capable of withstanding any attack unharmed. Secondly, the store manager is invincible within the premises." Wang Yu's mouth fell open in disbelief. It all seemed fantastical. He cautiously pushed open the low wooden gate of the courtyard. As he stepped into the small yard of the store, his pupils constricted, as if he had entered a realm of his own. Every gentle breeze that caressed the lawn, every corner, he could sense with remarkable clarity. Ding! Host has successfully activated the apocalyptic store, commencing the main quest, become an S-class store manager. Side quest, to be determined, to be activated post-apocalypse. Gently pushing open the glass door, he entered the store, and instantly, all the lights within illuminated simultaneously. His eyes widened in astonishment at the pristine interior. The floor was crafted from marble tiles, and a dazzling array of goods was neatly arranged on the shelves. An assortment of supplies filled the store, yet the products bore no labels, merely marked with the words "no brand." Wang Yu twitched his lips, realizing that these were all unbranded products. He then surveyed his surroundings: snack area, beverage section, rest zone, fruit corner, book nook, weaponry zone, and the delicatessen area. The delicatessen area. Wang Yu hurried over, drawn by the enticing aroma before even laying eyes on the offerings. Neatly stacked on the shelves were numerous lunchboxes, accompanied by steamed buns and similar delicacies. Unable to resist, he picked up a box of chicken leg rice, his heart racing in surprise. It was still warm. At this moment, the gold bar interjected with an explanation. In the store, all unopened products have time frozen, akin to the items within your spatial realm. Wang Yu nodded in appreciation, quite impressed. Without further ado, he opened the lunchbox, took the wooden chopsticks provided, and indulged in a hearty meal. Golden bar, my goodness. I am moved to tears. It is utterly delightful. I haven't savored such decent food in over a decade. Compared to this, what difference is there between me and someone who has consumed excrement for the past 10 years in this apocalyptic world? It was only when there was not a single grain of rice or a hint of oil left in the lunchbox that Wang Yu finally paused. Satisfied, he let out a burp and tossed the disposable utensils into the nearby trash bin. Moments later, to his astonishment, the waste was automatically decomposed. Yet, the chicken leg rice he had taken from the shelf was not replenished. Confused, Wang Yu inquired, "Is there a limit to the supplies?" Golden Bar replied, The host's replenishment channel is the system store, which requires points for purchases. The items available now are part of the system's activated benefits. Wang Yu nodded and opened the system panel to access the store. Golden bar continued to elucidate. The items within are replenished according to the host's desires. A cursory glance revealed an astonishing array of products in the system store, all remarkably affordable. Just that box of chicken leg rice cost a mere 4 crystal coins. Fortunately, the system had generously provided him with 500 crystal coins at the start. Instead of adding new items, Wang Yu opted for a one-click replenishment, automatically deducting 4 coins. He then perused the other offerings in the system store and discovered a weapons section. Indeed, he had noticed a weapons area earlier. Chapter 3. The Advent of the Apocalypse. Curious, Wang Yu approached and was taken aback by the display of various daggers, including ancient Tang swords. There were several Type 92 pistols, Type 95 assault rifles, and neatly stacked ammunition boxes, magazines, silencers, night vision goggles, grenades, and more. His experiences in the apocalypse told him that these were no mere toys or replicas. Thankfully, it was still the early hours of the morning. Otherwise, anyone passing by could easily gaze through the glass and see. To be safe, Wang Yu draped a cloth over the weapons. For it was not yet the end of the world, and being seen could lead to complications. He glanced at the weapon categories in the system store, noting that it had everything one could desire. With prices surprisingly low, the most expensive items did not exceed 50 crystal coins. After all, firearms would only hold relevance in the early stages of the apocalypse. Later on, those monstrous creatures, zombies, and supernatural beings would render guns nearly useless, barely more effective than a firewood stick. Having completed his exploration of the first floor, Wang Yu arrived at the staircase and asked, "System, is the second floor also a store?" Golden Bar responded, "Not at all. The second floor is the manager's living quarters." Wang Yu nodded and ascended to the second floor. The entire room exuded a minimalist and clean aesthetic, spacious and equipped with all necessary amenities. A bathroom, kitchen, bedroom, and more, complete with furniture, appliances, and bedding essentials. Gazing out at the slightly brightening sky, he contemplated for a moment before deciding to settle in immediately. He had no intention of returning to the school dormitory. Aside from his phone, he possessed no valuable items, and anything else could easily be purchased from the system store. As for his former roommates, without exception, they had all received their boxed meals in the previous life. After all, he was not their guardian and had no obligation to concern himself with their fates. Having grown up in an orphanage, he felt unburdened in this world. One person's satisfaction meant the whole family would not go hungry. So be it. He closed the shop door and prepared for a well-deserved rest. Upon returning to the ground floor, Wang Yu gazed through the glass to observe a black dog with a severed tail, pausing at the entrance of the small courtyard. Filled with curiosity, he stepped out of the shop, wondering if this dog had come to express gratitude. After a brief hesitation, the dog, clutching something in its mouth, sprinted towards Wang Yu and dropped the object at his feet. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a dead rat. "I've just opened my shop, and you bring me a dead rat? What does this mean? Are you trying to ruin my business?" Just as he was about to scold the creature, he paused, noticing the gaunt appearance of the black dog, which was wagging its half-tail fervently. The dog's simple mind likely believed the rat to be a prized offering, prompting Wang Yu to think, "You're a good dog after all." With this in mind, he returned to the shop and retrieved a few sausages for the dog. "Consider yourself lucky, encountering my grand opening and receiving free sausages. And after you're done, dispose of that rat, will you?" After feeding the dog, he yawned, locked the door, and ascended the stairs to sleep. The black dog, seeming to comprehend Wang Yu's words, glanced back at the shop, picked up the dead rat, and turned to leave. In a dormitory building at Nanjiang University, a man abruptly opened his eyes. After confirming the time and surroundings, he erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha, I, Yi Tian, have been reborn. Just wait, I will make you all pay dearly." "What? The apocalypse devouring system? Excellent. I am truly the chosen one." Although he had only one day, it was ample time for preparation. "Yi Tian, you're being overly dramatic," he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, stretching luxuriously on the soft bed. "Ah, what a delight. It has been ages since I enjoyed such a peaceful slumber." In the apocalypse, even the slightest noise would rouse him from sleep. One had to remain vigilant to survive. However, it must be said that the soundproofing of this house was exceptional. Not a sound penetrated the bustling city outside. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Host, you have finally awakened. The apocalypse has begun. Side quest, complete your first business transaction. Reward, a household robot." Wang Yu was taken aback, glancing at his phone to see it was 1:15 a.m. on September 6th. He had unwittingly slept until the early hours of the next day. Hastily, he pulled open the curtains of the second-floor window, revealing chaos outside. The park was in disarray, with abandoned vehicles strewn across the streets and police cars flashing red and blue lights. People were running in all directions, bloodied and frantic. Anyone caught by a horde of zombies would swiftly be reduced to mere bones. Above, a helicopter illuminated the night sky, with one person wielding a camera and another a microphone, seemingly reporting on this sudden catastrophe. In an instant, however, the helicopter was struck down by a swift shadow, crashing into the park and igniting a fiery explosion. It must have been attacked by a monstrous creature. Having experienced an apocalypse before, Wang Yu remained largely unfazed. He leisurely rose from bed, took a hot shower, and descended to open the shop. It was then that the distant wails of sirens and the cries of zombies permeated the air, with some undead drawn to the explosion of the helicopter at the entrance. However, they seemed oblivious to Wang Yu, who stood in the small courtyard. Observing this, Wang Yu could not help but feel a surge of excitement. It appeared that the system had not deceived him. As the apocalypse had just begun, resources were still relatively abundant, and naturally, no one would be foolish enough to venture outside. With nothing to occupy his time, Wang Yu settled himself at the cash register of the store, casually retrieving a pack of cigarettes from behind and lighting one. Gold bars. I recall that in the apocalypse, the concept of crystal coins did not exist. How, then, would customers make their payments? The gold bar clarified. The store employed a card payment system, and every customer shopping at the store would be issued a payment card. As long as the customer inserted the crystal core they possessed into the exchange machine before him, the card slot would dispense a payment card corresponding to the amount. The crystal cores exchanged would automatically convert into crystal coins and be deposited into the host system wallet. While Wang Yu fiddled with the exchange machine, a cunning smile crept across his face. Splendid. In this case, should a customer meet their demise midway, the crystal cores they deposited on the payment card would still belong to us, even if they had not purchased any goods. The gold bar was quite clever. It was no wonder it was part of the store's system. The gold bar remarked, "This is merely to facilitate customer purchases. I had not considered this aspect." At that moment, Wang Yu's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw a message from the group chat. "Linny, everyone, many people have gone mad, acting like zombies. Is everyone okay? Su Yao, Wah, has the zombie virus outbreak occurred? It's terrifying. We don't dare to go outside. Bai Che, I was awakened and am not in a good mood. Linny, everyone should stay in their dorms and not venture out. Wait for official rescue. Zhang Yingjing, help. Someone save me. Someone in the dorm has turned into a zombie. My roommates are gone, and I'm hiding in the bathroom. Bai Che, good luck. I feel very weak right now. Linny, me too. I have a bit of a fever. Fortunately, my roommate has gone out to have fun and is sleeping. Zhang Yingjing, smiling, Su Yao, ha ha ha, why don't you negotiate with the zombies and ask them to spare you? Upon seeing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, their weakness and fevers were likely not mere excuses. They were likely in a period of vulnerability as they awakened their supernatural abilities. This phase is said to be when a person is most fragile, and it is rumored that the stronger the supernatural power, the longer the period of weakness lasts. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, despite his own spatial abilities being quite feeble, he had experienced an entire day of high fever. Typically, one would fully awaken within a few hours. Chapter 4. Information release. In a convenience store at the entrance of Nanjing University, Yi Tian lay unconscious on the floor, clad in a staff uniform. The store was shrouded in darkness, with glass doors and windows completely obscured by towering shelves, rendering him unnoticed by the wandering zombies outside. Just before the impending apocalypse, Yi Tian had intentionally sought a job at the convenience store outside the campus, meticulously sealing the transparent glass. After several hours, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling the supernatural power within him. As in his previous life, he possessed fire-based abilities, which were merely of medium strength among the numerous supernatural powers. However, this was of little concern. System. How many supernatural abilities can I now absorb? System. 2. Yi Tian nodded slightly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Recognizing the inadequacy of his own abilities, he resolved to seize the powers of others. Peering through a narrow gap, he observed the few wandering zombies outside, their numbers scant. It seemed prudent that he had not awakened his powers in the university town. He retrieved the fire axe he had prepared in advance, tested its heft, and then made his way towards the back door. It was time to elevate his abilities. Inside the shop, Wang Yu was idly immersed in a video game. Even in the face of an apocalypse, many found solace in fleeting pleasures. Suddenly, a faint sound piqued his curiosity. He turned his head towards the glass, noticing a dark mass accumulating at the gate of the small courtyard. Squinting, he discerned it to be cow dung. But the dim light of the early morning park obscured his vision. As he approached, he was taken aback to find it was the black dog he had seen yesterday. now curled up and panting heavily, its tail a mere stub. Wang Yu recognized this as a sign of its weakened state before mutation. Spotting the distant zombies, he decided to bring the dog inside. He held no disdain for dogs. In this world, they offered loyalty that often surpassed that of humans. As dawn broke, no customers had graced the shop. Given the nascent state of the apocalypse, even if patrons did arrive, they would lack the means to pay with crystal cores. Additionally, the populace remained oblivious to the nature of these cores. Information would not emerge from official sources until half a month into the calamity. This ignorance had placed humanity at a perpetual disadvantage in the survival war against mutated beasts and zombies, which were devoid of ethics, driven solely by their primal hunger for crystal cores and flesh. The creatures had thus seized the initiative, outpacing humans still clinging to the remnants of civilization. Wang Yu shook his head. Did he intend to wait indefinitely? At that moment, Jin Tiao suggested, "It is advisable for the host to disseminate information regarding crystal cores in advance." Taken aback, Wang Yu turned to his phone, his eyes lighting up with realization. Indeed, while the internet was still functional, he could broadcast information online. This would undoubtedly draw attention to himself, but he reasoned that as long as he remained within the safety of the shop, he would be secure. Meanwhile, the chat groups were abuzz with excitement, though only a few were actively messaging. Zhang Yingjing exclaimed, "Holy cow, I have superpowers. I just woke up and discovered my strength is terrifying. I broke the bathroom doorknob with a single tug." Zhang Yingjing continued, "But the noise attracted the zombies, and now they're banging on my door." Smile Linny chimed in. "Me too. I just sneezed and breathed fire. It scared me to death." Su Yao lamented, "My roommate, Xiao Xue, has superpowers now, why don't I?" Bai Che added, "My roommate is experiencing delayed mutation. I've been forced to hide in the bathroom." Smile, Linny remarked, "Fortunately, my roommates went to the nightclub last night." Zhao Li commented, "With the apocalypse upon us, isn't it normal to have some superpowers?" Yao Yao, "You don't have powers, but Li Gu will protect you." Su Yao retorted, "No, I have little sister Xiao Xue." Wang Yu meticulously crafted his message and sent it to all the chat groups associated with the university, subsequently sharing it across various social media platforms. Moments later, as expected, a deluge of inquiries inundated him, each questioning his identity and the source of his knowledge. Indifferent to the barrage, Wang Yu merely obstructed the incessant flow of information. Suddenly, the previously lethargic black dog, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a vibrant creature, wagging its tail at Wang Yu's feet. Upon glancing down, he noticed the dog's once emaciated figure had now become robust, though its demeanor remained rather foolish. Analyzing the 5 black dogs, a voice intoned, as a virtual panel materialized beside him, revealing the dog's analytical data. Species name, 5 black dog level, F-class low-tier stamina, 100 strength, 70 speed, 200 defense, 60 though this beast possessed no extraordinary abilities. Its attributes far exceeded those of a human, and it could undergo beastification, dramatically enlarging its form. The astonishing statistics left Wang Yu wide-eyed. Its foundational speed alone was 200, while his own D-class ability only granted him a speed of 30, and it was merely an F-class creature. Wang Yu stroked his chin, recalling that no F-class beast had exhibited such prowess in his memory. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he gazed incredulously at the tilting-headed black dog. Could it be the Beast King? An entity of A-class status was deemed a Beast King, and in his previous life, one had terrorized the city of Nanjing. It was said to be entirely black, with astonishing speed, traversing vast distances in an instant, operating under the cover of night like a phantom. It was dubbed Dark Arrow. Those who fell victim to its ambush often never even glimpsed its shadow before succumbing to its lethal bite. However, eventually, it garnered the attention of the Jiangnan province's main base, which dispatched numerous A-class warriors at great cost to eliminate it. With this recollection, Wang Yu excitedly retrieved several sausages from a shelf and squatted in front of the black dog, resembling a child snatcher luring in a victim. Upon sighting the sausages, the dog's eyes widened, and its tail wagged so vigorously it seemed to blur. Wang Yu waved the food enticingly, oblivious to whether the dog understood, chattering to himself, "Come along with your uncle, no, your brother, and you shall feast daily." The black dog's dark eyes displayed a flicker of hesitation, yet it ultimately succumbed to temptation. Resting a paw on Wang Yu's arm and wagging its tail fervently, "Then I shall take that as your agreement." Wang Yu tore open the packaging, placing the treats on the ground. Noticing the dog's tongue was black, he decided to name it Heisey. The black dog, engrossed in its meal, suddenly leapt up in protest at the name. Woof! It was a joyous occasion to name it Heisey. At that moment, Etion, panting heavily with an axe in hand and a backpack brimming with collected crystal cores, confronted a zombie lunging at him. With a swift swing, he dispatched the creature, But the ensuing noise attracted more zombies. Cursing under his breath, he lamented his greed, wishing he had returned sooner. With the horde blocking his path back, he had no choice but to flee into the distance. As he battled the approaching horde of zombies, he remained calm, pondering that running into the house would only lead to his entrapment. With a swift motion, Yi Tian severed the head of a lunging zombie with his axe. And a spark of inspiration struck him. The park. It was spacious and interconnected, with relatively fewer zombies. Yet, the massive horde continued to relentlessly pursue him. Among them, one zombie wandered aimlessly, unlike the others that were frantically chasing him. It wore awkward, gold-rimmed glasses, its bloodshot eyes flashing with a hint of sanity amidst its madness. This peculiar creature scavenged the crystal cores from the slain zombies as Yi Tian fled, consuming their energy voraciously. Chapter 5. The first customer. The pack of zombies behind him persisted in their chilling pursuit, their eerie shrieks growing ever louder, while Yi Tian felt his strength waning. Human endurance is finite, yet the zombies showed no signs of fatigue. Suddenly, an elegantly styled shop came into view ahead, its lights still aglow. Did parks in the past possess such establishments? With the sounds of the undead drawing ever closer, Yi Tian had no time to deliberate and dashed towards the conspicuous building. He exerted every ounce of energy to burst through the shop's entrance. Ding! Welcome! The sensor at the door activated with a chime. Wang Yu, who had been playing with a dog, abruptly looked up, surprised by the swift arrival of a customer. He Zi, on the other hand, regarded Yi Tian with cautious eyes. Upon entering, Yi Tian quickly closed the glass door and attempted to move a shelf to block it, but no matter how hard he tried, the seemingly light shelf would not budge an inch. Excuse me, what do you intend to do? Wang Yu inquired, as Yi Tian hastily pointed towards the door, indicating the zombies outside. However, when he glanced back, he found himself at a loss for words. The previously frenzied mob had quieted, now aimlessly wandering, completely oblivious to his presence. Noticing the astonished expression on Yi Tian's face, Wang Yu calmly remarked, "This establishment prioritizes the safety and rights of consumers." Yi Tian, drawing upon his experiences from 2 lifetimes, quickly regained his composure and scrutinized the man before him. His instincts told him that this individual was no ordinary person. It was his first encounter with someone audacious enough to operate a business in such a blatant manner during an apocalypse. Though the end of the world had merely begun, one would expect a rational person facing a zombie outbreak to be preoccupied with survival. Such a character could either be a fool or remarkably shrewd. He was evidently the latter. "System, analyze him for me," Yi Tian commanded. Moments later, the system responded. Analysis failed. Furrowing his brow, Yi Tian was taken aback. Even the system was powerless? He fixed his gaze intently on the man, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, while the man remained composed, quietly observing him. Overwhelmed by pressure, Yi Tian recalled a phrase: "When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes back into you." In truth, Wang Yu's attention had been fixated on the backpack slung over Yi Tian's shoulder. "I can sense it. It is undoubtedly brimming with crystal cores. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and make a purchase. Watch how I can take advantage of you. Aren't you going to buy something handsome? Our store offers exceptional value, ensuring fair dealings for all customers with a guarantee of tenfold compensation for any deceit." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, let me take a look." Standing there in a daze was not an option. He thought it prudent to purchase something and make his escape, having just been reborn. He certainly could not meet his demise in the novice village. After wandering aimlessly for a couple of rounds, Yi Tian's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. In the weaponry section, this is truly real. Upon picking up a handgun, he couldn't help but gasp, casting a discreet glance at Wang Yu. He increasingly sensed that Wang Yu was extraordinary. However, the sound of gunfire would undoubtedly attract a horde. Moreover, there were silencers. Zombies, as a species, cannot be completely vanquished unless their brains are destroyed. Consequently, subduing a single zombie demands immense effort, compounded by his body still acclimatizing to the rigors of the apocalypse. Prolonged hunting would necessitate the arduous extraction of crystal cores, easily leading to physical exhaustion. Yet, if he possessed a firearm, these dilemmas would be effortlessly resolved. He held absolute confidence in his marksmanship. A single shot to the head was nothing more than a mere flick of his wrist. Today, it could be said, was a blessing in disguise. Just as Yi Tian joyously selected a firearm, the analysis of him was completed by the system. Report to the host. A system holder has been detected. Name: Yi Tian. Ability: Fire attribute. Level: F rank high tier. Stamina: 10. Speed: 10. Defense: 10. System: Devouring system, capable of absorbing the abilities of other ability users. What? He possesses a system? And such an extraordinary one at that. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Moreover, this was merely the first day of the apocalypse, and Yi Tian had already attained a high-tier F level, while he himself had only just begun to cultivate his abilities. Undoubtedly, he too was a reincarnator, and his combat prowess was formidable. Did that mean he was aware of my system? Wang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. The system confidently stated, "No, do not forget. The host can operate within your special domain. Outside the store, it is uncertain, but here, it cannot analyze your data. Furthermore, typical systems respond in a procedural manner to their hosts, unlike me, who possess such intelligence." Wang Yu nodded, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. However, with such an extraordinary mechanism, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future. Perhaps he should eliminate him in the cradle. He chuckled to himself, thinking he could conveniently collect the crystal cores from Yi Tian's belongings, achieving two objectives at once. The system had no retort, seemingly recognizing that this last point was indeed the host's true intention. Firstly, the host cannot acquire crystal cores beyond trade profits within the store. If discovered, I shall confiscate them. Additionally, I do not recommend eliminating this ability user. If the host wishes to continue engaging in human transactions, at the very least, do not obstruct humanity's progress. Upon hearing that he could not collect the crystal cores dropped by Yi Tian, Wang Yu lost interest, curling his lip in disdain. This boxed meal looks quite good, and it's still warm. Meanwhile, Yi Tian remained oblivious to the fact that he had just narrowly escaped death. Clutching a substantial haul, he approached the checkout counter. Wang Yu cast a glance, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. 3 boxes of beef rice, a Type 95 rifle, a Type 92 handgun, 5 boxes of 58mm ammunition, 2 silencers, and a dagger. The new store was indeed thriving. But how would these be paid for money? Wang Yu pointed to the crystal coin exchange chart beside the cash register and said, "You must recharge the crystal cores onto your card for them to be automatically converted into crystal coins for payment. Once you recharge the crystal cores, they are non-refundable." Yi Tian gazed at the exchange chart, contemplating for a moment, before generously producing a considerable number of crystal cores from his backpack. This store offered weaponry for sale, and he anticipated frequent visits for restocking, although the absence of price tags left him uncertain about the costs. After a series of operations, Wang Yu deposited the crystal cores into the exchange machine one by one, which subsequently ejected a golden card. He then swiped it at the card reader. The payment card was recharged with 700 crystal coins, and the current expenditure amounted to 505 crystal coins, leaving a balance of 195 crystal coins. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt no remorse. After all, having purchased such an abundance of supplies, the prices were quite reasonable from his perspective. "May I know how to address you?" he inquired. "Just call me the store manager," Wang Yu replied. "Ding. We look forward to your next visit," declared the censor at the entrance once more. The notification read, "Recharge of 700 crystal coins successful." Wang Yu, glancing at his balance of 1197 crystal coins, felt elated, and judging by Yi Tian's expression, it seemed his pricing was indeed fair. The total cost of these items from the system store was merely 85 crystal coins, leaving him with 1,112 crystal coins after replenishing stock. The notification continued, "Successfully completed side quest. Reward, household robot. It has been automatically placed in your system backpack. Please check." Without hesitation, Wang Yu deployed it. Before him appeared a character resembling a two-dimensional figure, with long pink hair, green eyes, and dressed in peculiar attire, bearing little resemblance to a robot. Wang Yu's pupils constricted. "Is this Freya?" Chapter 6, The True Spatial Abilities. "Isn't this the protagonist of some motivational anime?" he pondered. Ahem. I, Wang Yu, am a serious individual. He questioned whether the robot would be functional or prone to electrical malfunctions. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked. The notification chuckled. "This design is tailored to the host's preferences." "Ha ha, you rascal." As Yi Tian exited the store, he noticed that the immense horde of zombies had dwindled to but a few. He approached the wooden table in the courtyard, filled the magazine of his rifle, and attached a silencer. At that moment, Hei Zi, basking in the sun on a wooden chair, lazily lifted his eyelids, seemingly indifferent. However, upon inadvertently catching sight of Hei Zi's severed tail, Yi Tian's expression shifted drastically. Having once worked for the official organization, he was well aware of the creature that struck terror into the hearts of all ability users. The Dark Arrow, entirely black and often lurking in the shadows of night. Its speed was akin to that of an arrow released from a bow, thus earning its name. Yi Tian distinctly recalled a particular characteristic noted in the official intelligence, a black dog with a severed tail. It was the Beast King of Nanjing City, the only creature to attain the high level A rank among extraordinary beasts. At that time, multiple A-ranked ability users had been dispatched from the Jiangnan base, spending over a month to hunt it down. The subsequent official report claimed success in its extermination, yet many harbored skepticism, for the Dark Arrow's speed was astonishing, making it difficult to believe it was truly dead. System, analyze the data. Analysis successful, the system responded. After reviewing Hazy's data, Yitian found the foundational values alarmingly high. It was undoubtedly the Dark Arrow. However, the most astonishing revelation was that the shadowy figure was, in fact, the store manager's pet dog. Yitian cast a complex glance at Wang Yu before turning to depart. Both the individual and the shop were exceedingly peculiar, shrouded in an enigmatic air that defied explanation, yet it was fortunate that he was merely a seeker of wealth, not a harbinger of death. Such a formidable presence, even with one's own advantages, was not to be trifled with. In the ensuing days, aside from Yitian occasionally procuring some ammunition or boxed meals, no other patrons graced the establishment. Wang Yu reopened his social media, only to discover that his account had been regrettably banned by the authorities for disseminating inappropriate remarks, whether on Douyin, Weibo, or even WeChat. It was evident that the officials had either failed to recognize the gravity of the situation or sought to prolong the disarray within society, preserving the dwindling human spirit. Yet, after several days of turmoil and the vast expanse of the internet, terms such as superhuman, crystal core, and apocalypse had become household phrases. Wang Yu was compelled to create a new account, which, in hindsight, was rather advantageous as it spared him from the incessant bombardment of information. The first video that scrolled across his Douyin feed was an official public announcement. A female host, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, urged residents to remain indoors, patiently awaiting official rescue, and to refrain from crossing the legal boundaries. Those who had awakened their abilities were instructed to dial a hotline to access the comment section. What implications did this bear? Were the superhumans to receive aid while the plight of ordinary individuals was disregarded? We are not to be saved, my friend. I have been confined within my home for 3 days, nearly starving, yet you are slow to respond. Woe is me. I have just turned 18 and wish to live. Is there a superhuman brother who might rescue me? Family, who understands? I have already attained a high D level. I have gone 2 days without sustenance, and everything now appears to be food. Someone upstairs wishes to learn from Uncle Ba. I can only say that elegance never goes out of style. Is there a superhuman team looking for members? Please message me privately. Wang Yu could not help but chuckle at the absurdity, continuing to scroll through videos that were predominantly pessimistic in nature. At that moment, the black dog approached with its paws, eliciting a wave of disdain from Wang Yu. It appeared to be chewing on something, its paws smeared with dirt mixed with blood, leaving a trail of prints on the clean floor. Ding! Dirt detected. The housekeeping robot, Freya, swiftly arrived with a mop. After cleaning the floor, she seized the black dog's scruff and headed towards the bathroom. Despite the black dog's vigorous resistance, it proved futile. Minutes later, the freshly washed and dried black dog leaped onto Wang Yu's lap, seeking assistance in grooming its fur. Wang Yu noted with astonishment that the dog's level had risen to high D grade, a testament to its prowess. Truly, it was a remarkable creature. Blackie, you must strive harder. Once we leave the store, we shall depend on your capabilities, he mused. The ever-present gold bar interjected, I understand that a dog may rely on its master, but I have never witnessed a human relying on a dog. Host, what a lofty expectation to transform a dog into a dragon. As Wang Yu groomed the dog, he retorted, it is easy to speak from a position of comfort. Do you think I desire this? I find safety within the store, yet I cannot remain here forever. Perhaps the host should focus on enhancing his own abilities. Relying on a dog is less prudent than relying on oneself. Wang Yu shook his head upon hearing this, lamenting that his spatial abilities offered no defensive capabilities whatsoever. Jin Tiao remarked, in my understanding, spatial abilities rank among the most superior powers in existence, with vast potential, yet also a low starting threshold. Isn't spatial ability commonly regarded as a feudal power? Wang Yu retorted, how has it become the pinnacle in your perspective? The host and the entire realm of ability wielders have only grasped a rudimentary understanding of spatial abilities, merely scratching the surface with basic spatial storage, which is merely the tip of the iceberg. In truth, spatial abilities can unlock unique skills, yet the requirements for advancement are stringent. One must reach at least B level to begin exploring these potentials. Can spatial abilities indeed develop skills? Surely, they are merely defensive techniques, capable of absorbing projectiles into a spatial realm, he mused. Skills are cultivated by ability wielders based on their innate powers. Generally, those with stronger abilities possess a greater array of techniques. The entrenched perception of spatial abilities as ineffectual, coupled with their inherent weakness in the early stages, has deterred most from dedicating time to elevate them to B level, let alone developing skills. Consequently, people are blinded by a narrow perspective, failing to see the broader horizon. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this observation. What specific skills does spatial ability encompass? At that moment, a book detached itself from the shelf and floated before him, prominently inscribed with Guide to Learning Spatial Abilities. There were indeed various textbooks on abilities on the shelf, leaving Wang Yu to ponder whether the host had truly explored his own collection thoroughly. Taking the book, he chuckled sheepishly. I thought those texts were merely for passing the time. Upon opening it and glancing through its contents, he could not help but exclaim in awe. The explanations regarding spatial abilities were comprehensive and meticulously detailed, yet conveyed in an accessible manner. Truly commendable. Tiaozi. Skills included: 1. Spatial reflection. Absorb projectiles into the spatial realm and release them towards a target, generating an equivalent force upon impact. Minimum requirement. Sea level. 2. Spatial severance. Focus intently on a specific part of an object before absorbing it into the spatial realm, severing the connection and inflicting damage. Minimum requirement. B level. 3. Spatial perception. With concentrated focus and breath held, sense objects within a certain radius, absorb them into the spatial realm, and retrieve items through barriers. Minimum requirement. A level. 4. Spatial teleportation. Wherever the eye can see, wherever the mind can perceive, thought manifests as reality. Minimum requirement. S level. Chapter 7. New products. Upon reading this, Wang Yu was utterly astounded. He could scarcely believe that spatial abilities could intertwine with both offense and defense, thus enabling one to strike decisively against an adversary. Such formidable powers had been overlooked for so long. Should anyone elevate spatial abilities to S level, they would undoubtedly become an unparalleled force. In gaming terms, it would equate to immunity, explosive power, teleportation, and even the ability to see through barriers like an advanced being. Silently, he made his way to the farthest corner of the store's book section, collecting all the texts related to spatial abilities. Other elemental abilities mattered little, but for such a formidable power as spatial abilities, the fewer people who comprehended them, the better. Otherwise, the significance of his own advantage would dissipate. Wang Yu glanced at his information panel. Manager, Wang Yu store level, F grade, 01000. Ability, spatial attribute ability level, D grade, 700800. To upgrade to B grade, 1,000 crystal coins are required to unlock spatial counterattack. Recently, after deducting the cost of restocking, I have 1,100 crystal coins left. Should I upgrade my ability or enhance the store? Gold bar. Upgrading the store will unlock new products, and a higher level will expand the store's area. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu decided to upgrade the store. Ding. 1,000 crystal coins have been deducted. Upgrade successful. New product unlocked. Skill scrolls. Please check the system store. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu accessed the system store, and indeed, a new category appeared: Skill Scrolls. Skill Scrolls can unleash abilities of various attributes. Cost price: 10 crystal coins. Usage: face the target and open the scroll range. 200 meters. Type: one-time item. Wang Yu promptly spent all his savings to purchase 10 scrolls with different attributes for attack and defense, placing them in the display case beneath the checkout counter. Such miraculous items could prove life-saving in critical moments. The prices were determined by the strength of the abilities. As evening fell, the entire city plunged into a somber silence, as no one would be foolish enough to turn on lights and attract the attention of zombies. However, the audacious light in the park caught the attention of surrounding survivors. On the first day, people believed the individual responsible was surely a fool, destined not to survive the first night. Yet, as days passed, the light remained unwavering. This was, of course, Wang Yu's intention, as he sought to draw attention. After all, the system did not charge him for utilities. In a cafeteria at Nanjiang University, the windows were sealed tightly with wooden boards. Nearly 100 individuals congregated here, all appearing grimy and haggard, their faces pale and etched with worry. Some wept softly, others choked back tears, and many wore expressions of despair. The air was thick with a palpable sense of sorrow. Most had lost contact with their families, and it was evident that tragedy had befallen them. Lenny, is that Wang Yu from your class here? Lenny glanced at the student council president before shaking his head. He must have left the school long ago. Wearing black-rimmed glasses, Liang Shu sighed lightly. If only he were here. The first awakened ability user must be formidable, and there would be no disputes in managing so many people. They all believed that Wang Yu, who had disseminated such crucial information, possessed unparalleled strength. At that moment, a scrawny individual dashed into the hall, imperiously announcing, "Hey, Rue Ge wants all ability users to come to the kitchen." Liang Shu and Lin Yi exchanged glances before complying. Yuan Rue, originally a sports student, had been favored by fate, awakening a powerful ability, and had thus become their nominal leader. He often flaunted his strength, domineering over others, and anyone who defied him would be cast out to face the zombies. They could only harbor their resentment silently. After all, might makes right in this world. Nearly half the people in the hall gradually made their way into the kitchen. In a spacious room, a dozen robust individuals, all athletes, were present, including Yuan Rui, who had attained an E-grade status among the higher ranks of F-grade. Seated upon a sofa, he cradled a woman of exquisite beauty in his arms. Her attire was disheveled, and her gaze vacant, permeated by an atmosphere of debauchery. It was Teacher Zhang. Observing this, Liang Shu and his companions clenched their fists, voices of discontent rising as one exclaimed, "Yuan Rui, are you not afraid of the authorities pursuing you for this illegal act?" In response, Yuan Rui laughed derisively, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. "The authorities? They are too preoccupied with their own struggles to concern themselves with us. What a joke! Have I not witnessed the apocalypse?" He then stood and jested, "Ladies and gentlemen, our provisions have been exhausted. It is time for us to venture out in search of sustenance." Liang Shu frowned as he glanced at the remnants of food scattered across the table. "Yuan Rui, the supplies we brought back last time should have sufficed for an extended period." "Oh, my dear chairman, are you suggesting that we have indulged excessively?" Yuan Rui smirked provocatively at Liang Shu. "Do you not comprehend that with greater strength comes a greater appetite? Our abilities are formidable. What is wrong with consuming more?" Zhang Yingjing from the crowd retorted, "You always take the most crystals. How are we to elevate our levels?" At this, Yuan Rui exchanged glances with a few sycophants who seemed to understand his unspoken command and prepared to confront the impudent youth. "Do you harbor any objections? It seems last time, I did not manage to convince you," Yuan Rui taunted. Zhang Yingjing, known for his fiery temperament, rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in a brawl, yet he found no allies to stand beside him. Seeing this, Lin Yi rushed to restrain Zhang Yingjing. "Let it go, let it go. We shall heed your words." Fortunately, Yuan Rui merely scoffed and dismissed the matter, clapping his hands together, aside from a few densely populated zombie spots. "The school's salvageable resources are nearly depleted. Thus, we must search outside. After all, the school gate is not far. And we might also check if there is an official survivor camp in the park." With no objections raised, he commanded, "Prepare yourselves. We shall depart at once." "Wait. If all the ability users leave, what will happen to the others if zombies attack?" Liang Shu interjected. Yuan Rui sneered. "Those useless individuals do nothing but consume and lounge about. Do you expect us to care for them?" Liang Shu furrowed his brow, unable to counter this argument. For in this new world, those people were indeed a burden. At that moment, Zhao Li whispered urgently, "Brother Rui, take Su Yao with you. That girl could entertain us for half a year." Yuan Rui grinned lecherously and slapped the woman's ample rear. "Indeed, and Teacher Zhang as well. I am not yet bored of her." A few minutes later, the group of 60 to 70 individuals stealthily exited through the back door. Meanwhile, Wang Yu sat at the cash register, sipping on a chilled cola while engrossed in a series. Compared to the struggles of those outside braving the sweltering summer heat, his leisure was unparalleled. Outside the shop, the incessant growls of zombies could be heard, marking a week since the world had descended into chaos. Nanjing City, situated in the southern region, is a place where the common populace typically does not stockpile provisions at home. As resources dwindle and the emergence of extraordinary abilities begins to take shape, it is only natural for the citizens to take action. Ding. Welcome. Etienne, burdened with a mountaineering backpack and weary from his travels, stepped inside, instantly invigorated by the refreshing air conditioning of the shop. "Store manager, a pack of cigarettes, please." The convenience store had a limited selection of cigarettes, and with no opportunity to restock, they had long been depleted. After several days of observation, Etienne discerned that Wang Yu seemed devoid of malicious intent, allowing him to lower his guard, though he remained cautious. Wang Yu tapped the card reader. 50 crystal coins. A glance at Etienne's information panel revealed he had already reached D rank. Evidently, he had not been idle. "Not bad, you're catching up to our hazy." Beep. Insufficient balance. The previous recharge of 700 crystal coins had dwindled significantly. Etienne opened his bloodstained backpack and retrieved 20 F-rank crystal cores. Wang Yu received them with a calm demeanor, appearing as though he had seen it all. Beep. Recharge card with 1,000 crystal coins. Gold bar ding. 1,000 crystal coins credited. The sound was melodious and gratifying. Chapter 8. Etienne's trap. He then purchased some prepared food and beverages, settling into a comfortable sofa in the resting area. Although his own convenience store was well stocked, he still preferred the ready-to-eat meals available here. Despite having adapted to the rigors of a post-apocalyptic existence, the transition from frugality to indulgence is effortless, while the reverse is challenging. The store's ambience was pleasant, quiet, and primarily safe, free from the constant dread of danger. A small team of 60 to 70 extraordinary individuals, formidable in any context, had effortlessly dispatched a few zombies and arrived at the convenience store. Liang Shu commanded, "Everyone stay alert. I'll take a look." Upon hearing this, Yuan Rui, the leader, felt a twinge of displeasure. It seemed Liang was overstepping his bounds. The glass of the convenience store was meticulously covered and remarkably clean, with faint outlines of products visible on the shelves. My goodness, there's enough supplies here to last us several days. Indeed, they were fortunate this time. Hurry. I'm nearly starving. However, Liang Shu halted them, insisting, "Wait, take a good look around. The number of zombies nearby is fewer than on our way here. And it's evident that someone is living inside. And so what? Don't you think they can outnumber us?" Yuan Rui interrupted decisively. The others echoed his sentiments. "Exactly. Why let such a feast slip away? What are we afraid of? We could always just take it. With so many of us, all being extraordinary individuals, we can assert our dominance anywhere." Yuan Rui's assertions swayed the group entirely. Seeing this, Liang Shu reluctantly stepped aside, though unease lingered in his heart. Surely, they were not the only ones seeking supplies. Why, then, had no one else arrived at such an obvious convenience store? Pleased, Yuan Rui nodded and approached the store, his hand transforming into a heavy iron hammer that he brought crashing down onto the glass. He possessed a defensive ability, allowing him to ironize specific parts of his body. As his power level increased, he could easily ironize his entire form. Moments later, a broad entrance was forcefully breached, revealing a dazzling array of goods within. Just as they stepped inside, an alarm blared unexpectedly, its shrill sound echoing throughout the desolate street. They were momentarily perplexed. Had the convenience store's alarm system mutated? A few seconds later, Liang Shu was the first to react, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "This is a trap. We must leave immediately." The others looked at him in confusion. It was merely an alarm. What was the fuss about? At that moment, a subtle tremor shook the ground, followed by a cacophony of deafening roars. A horde of zombies was approaching. "We're doomed." Yuan Rui and his companions rushed outside only to witness a relentless tide of zombies surging from all directions, akin to locusts swarming across a field, with some particularly formidable ones sending chills down their spines. Liang Shu decisively shouted, "Run back! Run back!" Many were paralyzed with fear at the sight of the massive horde, rooted to the spot, only to be engulfed by the advancing undead, reduced to mere remnants in an instant. Oh, the cries reached the end-time store, where Yi Tian wore a cold smirk. This was the destruction trap he had devised. He had already scouted a new location, ensuring that even if this temporary base was obliterated, his enemies would find nothing salvable. He carried all essential supplies with him, and with the store at his disposal, coupled with his own strength, he had no cause for concern regarding resources. They fled in a frenzy. But the relentless roars behind them attracted zombies from the nearby residential area and college town. The entrance was blocked by the undead. What now? We're finished. We're all going to die? There's more ahead. Run for the park. Liang Shu could only hope that there were official personnel stationed there, as it might offer a glimmer of hope. "I can't run anymore. Help me. Get lost. If I die, you won't live either." Some had already revealed their basest instincts, shoving one another in a desperate scramble for survival. There's a large store ahead. Upon hearing this, hope ignited in the eyes of the crowd. At the store's entrance, a vigilant figure noticed the approaching horde and swiftly charged out, tasked with clearing the surrounding zombies as instructed by the master. The group saw only a fleeting shadow before hearing the gruesome sound of flesh being torn apart. "What's all that noise?" At that moment, Wang Yu, preparing to eat, furrowed his brow, contemplating a check outside. Suddenly, figures burst into the store. "Welcome. Please come in. Quick, shut the door." Yuan Rui shouted loudly. "Wait for us." Chen Shui pulled the panting Su Yao, the last to enter. The others stood in a daze, their eyes fixed on the scene behind them, rendered speechless. Outside, the zombies seemed to have lost their target, growing quiet and disoriented, yet not a single one crossed the threshold of the front yard. Only the swift shadow continued to weave through the horde, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. For a moment, the group held their breath, the silence in the store palpable. Gold bar. Activate side quest. Complete 10 transactions. Reward. Security robot. The sound of the gold bar snapped Wang Yu back to reality, and he gazed at the 20 or so individuals before him. This was Yuan Rui's squad, and he recalled that in his past life, he had been one of them. However, due to the inadequacy of his abilities, he had little presence. He smiled to break the silence, addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, what would you like to purchase? Our shop has everything you could desire." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the man before them. "Wang Yu, is that you?" Lenny exclaimed, looking utterly bewildered. Wang Yu also spotted several classmates and waved cheerfully, acknowledging them. To make a long story short, a few days ago, a book titled College Student Employment Guidance enlightened me, coinciding with the onset of the apocalypse, prompting a sudden inspiration to open a store and embark on a business venture. The crowd was left speechless. His casual demeanor felt like a serious dismissal of their situation. Liang Shu, with a look of horror, pointed at the zombies wandering outside and inquired, "What is happening here?" "Our establishment prioritizes the consumer's right to safe transactions," Wang Yu replied with a smile. Once assured of their safety, the others began to survey the spacious shop. The interior was vast enough to accommodate over 20 people without feeling cramped. It was clean and tidy, with pop music playing, creating a stark contrast to their disheveled appearances and the overall grimness of the apocalypse. This was truly a place where life thrived. The shelves were stocked with an array of enticing products, causing many to swallow hard. Wow, there are even prepared meals. This boxed lunch smells incredible. With such abundant supplies, it seemed they could feast for several days. The air conditioning is so comfortable, I suddenly don't want to leave. Let me perish here. At that moment, Zhang Yingjing, holding a boxed meal, excitedly approached the cashier and asked, "Wang Yu, how do I pay?" "With crystal nuclei," Wang Yu replied. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yingjing reluctantly produced the crystal nuclei he had just collected. Beep. Payment card recharged with 50 crystal coins. Wang Yu took out a card, swiped it on the card machine, and handed it to Zhang Yingjing. Beep. 15 crystal coins, payment successful. Is it done? Wang Yu nodded and gestured for him to proceed. Chapter 9. The peculiar Wang Yu. Zhang Yingjing eagerly tore open his chopsticks and unwrapped the boxed meal, indulging in the feast. Instantly, the aroma wafted through the air, enticing the others to inhale deeply. As one person began, the rest followed suit, retrieving their meager savings. After all, how could they muster the energy to level up without a full stomach? How much is this in crystal coins? And what about this bun? Jinggu, lend me some money. I'll pay you back next time. Who has any extra crystal nuclei? Why aren't the prices marked? It was then that Wang Yu remembered. After days of gaming, he had forgotten to price the goods. But perhaps it was for the best. How else could he profit from them? As he watched them form a long queue to pay, Yuan Rui's eyes glinted with cunning, and he quickly summoned his lackeys. "What's the matter, Ruigu? I'm nearly starving here. Look at that long line. Do you really think of yourselves as law-abiding citizens? Get over here." Thanks to their athleticism, they managed to evade the horde of zombies, with a dozen individuals escaping the perilous chase. The crowd evaded Wang Yu's gaze, quietly conspiring amongst themselves. Yuan Rui smirked cunningly and whispered, "When the time comes, we will feign settling the bill, then rush forward and strike decisively. This store will be ours." Zhao Li expressed his concerns, but he is Wang Yu. Without him, how would we even know about crystal nuclei? His strength surely surpasses ours. Yuan Rui playfully slapped Zhao Li on the head. "Why are you so narrow-minded? No matter how strong he is but one person, and we will be launching a surprise attack. He won't have time to react." An ability user with perception powers remarked, "I sense potential success. He feels just like an ordinary person to me." The depths of the internet are murky. Who's to say that the information he shares isn't plagiarized? I suspect he has merely read too much and is fabricating stories. If he were truly that formidable, why not go out and slay zombies instead of running a shop? Indeed, our abilities are certainly stronger than the average person's, another chimed in. "I trust Brother Rui's judgment. With all the supplies here, we could sustain ourselves for months. Let's take the plunge." Just then, Wang Yu, who was tending to the cash register, revealed a cold smirk. The entire store was under his control. As long as one was within the premises, he could discern even the color of their undergarments, let alone their whispered conversations that reverberated in his ears. At the checkout, Su Yao felt a chill run down her spine. "Wang Yu, we are classmates. Could you give me a friendly price?" As an ordinary person, she had no crystal nuclei of her own and was using her friend Chen Shui's payment card. Wang Yu replied with a plastic smile, "It's a small business. I cannot accommodate that." "Please," Su Yao implored, her doe-like eyes fixed on Wang Yu, her demeanor exuding an air of vulnerability that could melt anyone's heart. Yet, Wang Yu, having lived 2 lives, was no naive boy, and he did not appreciate repetition. His tone was apathetic, no? At that moment, Yuan Rui and his group seized their opportunity. Forming a line at the cash register, the attention of others shifted towards them, fully aware that Yuan Rui was about to make his move. "It's them. They surely harbor ill intentions. I suspect they want to claim this place for themselves. I wonder if we can get a share." Encountering Yuan Rui was certainly a stroke of bad luck for Wang Yu. Seeing this, Linny frowned, intending to intervene. However, Liang Shu shook his head. "We cannot involve ourselves in this matter. You know their strength. If anyone is to blame, it is Wang Yu for being so foolish." To be so ostentatious in a post-apocalyptic world is akin to inviting disaster. Seated in the rest area, Yi Tian observed the scene with keen interest, showing no inclination to assist, instead curious to see if the store manager was merely posturing in the absence of his hidden ace. Yuan Rui presented several crystal nuclei. Wang Yu, please help me recharge this card. Wang Yu nodded, his expression unchanged as he reached out to take them. Just then, a loud shout rang out. Wang Yu, watch out. Yuan Rui momentarily froze, then shouted angrily, damn it, attack. A dozen ability users sprang into action, unleashing their powers. Fireball, Ice Spike, Steel Harden, Mental Assault, Void Slash. Before Wang Yu, who was but a stone's throw away, they felt an unwavering confidence in their ability to eliminate him. He appeared to have no avenue of escape, yet there was no need for him to flee. At that moment, Wang Yu's expression mirrored the stillness of an ancient well, with a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. In the blink of an eye, however, nothing transpired. The onlookers maintained their stances, poised to unleash their powers. Yet no abilities manifested. They resembled a group of overly dramatic youths. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. What was happening? Why did my toes tighten? I expected something impressive, only to find it was merely a farce. It was quite challenging to assess, akin to a song without accompaniment, rather unfortunate. Uffed, in such a serious setting. Should I not be laughing? Yet I find it difficult to restrain myself. What are they doing? Acting silly? Yuan Rui and his companions wore expressions of utter bewilderment. What was going on? Where were my powers? Was it the manner of activation that was amiss? Had I known, I wouldn't have shouted. Yuan Rui shouted again, commanding action. Upon hearing this, they exerted themselves once more to invoke their abilities. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Attack. Why is everyone rendered mute? The atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre, as their astonished expressions did not seem feigned. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed. Yuan Rui, suddenly aware, gazed in horror at the smiling Wang Yu. His voice trembling involuntarily. It's you, isn't it? You're the one pulling the strings. Wang Yu chuckled, correct, and as a reward, you may converse with my great-grandmother. No sooner had he spoken, than Yuan Rui's eyes widened in fury, his complexion turning crimson, as though someone had gripped his throat, forcing him to kneel involuntarily. I was wrong, I beg you. Yet Wang Yu remained unmoved, still gazing at him with a smile. This continued for nearly 3 to 4 minutes, until Yuan Rui finally fell silent, blood oozing from his orifices. Moments later, his accomplices finally reacted. A ghost. Run. But the shop door had already closed, impervious to their tugging, kicking, and hammering. Damn it, it won't budge. We're doomed. Wang Yu's expression turned indifferent as he regarded those deluded individuals attempting to flee, and with a mere thought, a muffled sound erupted from within their bodies, and they collapsed in unison. A family should remain united. In that instant, the air seemed to solidify, and the others dared not breathe, silently observing Wang Yu. A dozen or so ability users stood before him, utterly defenseless, unable to activate their powers. More terrifying still was Wang Yu's unchanging demeanor, as he had just taken lives, as if it were the most ordinary of tasks. Chapter 10. The shocked crowd. Wang Yu displayed a look of satisfaction. Is this the power of a domain? Complete control over the store. To kill someone is astonishingly effortless. He manipulated the airflow within the shop, leading to suffocation, or altered the air pressure, crushing a person's organs. Those who shared a class with Wang Yu looked at him with unfamiliar gazes. Is this truly the inconspicuous Wang Yu? He seemed like an entirely different person, and exceedingly powerful at that. Especially after venting her frustrations to Wang Yu, Su Yao suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. Fortunately, he did not hold it against her. Yuan Rui's small group had one member left, formerly a classmate, Zhao Li. He had positioned himself at the back and ceased his powers immediately after realizing they were ineffective. However, Wang Yu seemed unwilling to let him off the hook. All right, how do you wish to meet your demise? With his cold gaze locked onto Zhao Li, who thought he had narrowly escaped, a tightness gripped his heart. Trembling, he stammered, Wang Yu, I didn't act out. Perhaps we could let this slide? I'm not familiar with them. Before he could finish, Wang Yu interrupted, but you were involved. This is undeniable. At these words, Zhao Li fell to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. I know I was wrong. I was led astray by them. Wang Yu shook his head, gently reassuring him, it's all right. It will be over soon. Your friends are waiting for you. At that moment, Linny stepped forward, suggesting, how about we just let it go, Wang Yu? We're all classmates after all. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, knowing that the old soft-hearted person would inevitably speak up. Yet, the other classmates were not swayed by Lin Yi's plea. What nonsense are you spouting, class monitor? Hasn't Zhao Li always bullied us with his power? One student retorted. If you ask me, Zhao Li deserves whatever is coming to him. Another chimed in, just moments ago, when they were about to strike, where was your talk of camaraderie? Zhao Li was known for his arrogance and pretentiousness. Exactly. These indignant remarks undoubtedly sentenced Zhao Li to despair, and he lowered his head hopelessly. However, in the next instant, he lunged at Wang Yu, declaring, even if it costs me my life, I will take a piece of you with me. But just then, a dark figure suddenly dashed in from the doorway, tackling Zhao Li to the ground. When the crowd finally comprehended the scene, they saw Zhao Li's head mangled. Blood and viscera splattered everywhere, revealing the crystal core within. Oh my god! Su Yao gagged, relieved that she hadn't yet eaten the bun she had just purchased. Otherwise, she would have surely vomited. The dark figure, Hey Z, kicked aside Zhao Li's crystal core with disdain, remarking, the higher the level, the less significant these low-grade cores become. An F-grade crystal core is hardly worth a dog's attention. Wang Yu, bemused by the bloodied Hey Z, who arrived too late for the rescue, admonished, you've eliminated the zombies outside, yet you leave their bodies at the entrance. How am I to conduct business? Hurry up and clean this mess. Hey Z, crestfallen, had expected praise from his master and thought it challenging to please him. He sulked away to dispose of the corpses. Hearing Wang Yu's words, the onlookers turned their gaze outside, where heaps of corpses lay piled up, rendering them speechless. The horde of zombies that nearly claimed their lives had been entirely vanquished by a mere dog. This is a beast. Liang Shu adjusted his glasses, astonished. It's my first time witnessing such a sight since the apocalypse. Wang Yu shrugged nonchalantly, replying, it's merely a dog of mine. Its strength is quite average. The crowd fell silent, acknowledging that for him, that was indeed the case. Yi Tian stared at Hey Z, lost in thought, his fists clenched tightly, feeling a significant blow to his confidence. Is this to be the future Beast King? It seems I have a long way to go. Freya, please tidy up the ground. Certainly, Master. The characters from this alternate dimension left everyone in awe. It was indeed a revelation. The remaining few settled onto the sofas in the lounge, and suddenly, Zhang Yingjing exclaimed, isn't that Yi Tian? Wow, I didn't notice before. You're alive after all. Yi Tian maintained an indifferent expression, offering a polite nod, but choosing not to elaborate. His mood was already rather grim, and his previous acquaintance with Zhang Yingjing was merely superficial. He then slowly rose, discreetly clearing the trash from the table before heading to the weapons area to gather some grenades and ammunition, preparing to depart. In the weapons area, Zhang Yingjing nudged Lin Yi with his elbow, saying, look, the weapons area. And just now, Yi Tian emerged with a pile of grenades. Could there be an arms deal? With that, he stood to investigate. Lin Yi set down his lunch, frowning slightly. That seems unlikely. Firearms are strictly prohibited in Huagua. Su Yao, biting into a large bun, mumbled, if this were the past, I wouldn't believe it either, but with the apocalypse upon us, what is impossible? Is that you, Xiaoxue? Moments later, Zhang Yingjing's excited voice rang out, wow, these are real guns. Come quick. Let me see what is going on. The quality was indeed authentic, reminiscent of my previous visits to the shooting range. However, they must be costly. We don't have many crystal cores left, especially after giving them to Yuan Rui, who is now with Wang Yu. Shu, do you want to die? Wang Yu, who could hear everything, chuckled silently, realizing that making an example of someone would indeed save a lot of trouble. At that moment, Yi Tian approached the cashier with a pile of grenades and bullets and happened to notice a new item in the display case, a skill scroll. Wang Yu smirked slightly. Ah, our esteemed customer has finally taken notice. He proceeded to explain the item with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a splendid item. It could unleash special abilities even without a corresponding attribute. A defensive skill, indeed, was precisely what he needed. Please wrap these few items for me. Certainly. Your total is 400 crystal coins. Please swipe your card. Ding. We look forward to your next visit. Freya had also cleaned the floor to perfection, even collecting the crystal cores dropped by Yuan Rui and the others with thoughtful care. Wang Yu gazed at the pile of crystal cores on the counter, pondering deeply. That was quite a sum of crystal coins. However, the gold bar had stated that any murder or theft within the store's area would result in the confiscation of the acquired crystal cores. Given that, it would be more prudent to sell a favor instead. Coincidentally, Lin Yi and his group were preparing to leave at that moment. Thus, he first transferred the crystal cores onto a payment card, totaling 800 crystal coins, entering them into his personal treasury. The gold bar's mournful voice chimed in. It's somewhat audacious of the host to act against the wind. Rest assured, I, Wang, am not one to flout the law. I merely wish to indulge in a bit of benevolence. Chapter 11. The warm-hearted Liang Shu gathered his belongings and called out, it's time to leave. Everyone get ready. As the group assembled, he counted the numbers and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Initially, they had set out with 60 or 70 people. But now only 10 remained, and among the fallen were their strongest members. The probability of survival in this post-apocalyptic world now seemed even grimmer. How many crystal nuclei do we have left? Lenny shook his head. Not a single one. We've exchanged them all for supplies. Upon saying this, a dejected expression crossed his face. Moreover, the supplies they had acquired were scant. He truly wondered how they would face the 50-odd hungry souls in the cafeteria. Su Yao patted Lin Yi's shoulder in a comforting manner. It's all Yuan Rui and his ilk's fault, but fortunately, they've been dealt with by Wang Yu. Indeed, Lin Yi replied, their absence might not be a bad thing. At least we will be more united than ever. We can tighten our belts and take down more zombies. With this shop at our disposal, we will surely survive. Zhang Yingjing's face was full of fervor. Once we gather enough crystal nuclei, I must acquire that Type 95 rifle. It's just so cool. Let's work hard. If we forego food and drink for a year, we should be able to save enough. He laughed heartily. We should head to the convenience store again. Perhaps the zombies have dispersed, suggested the store manager, Ghana. Wait, Wang Yu suddenly called out to them. At these words, a wave of tension washed over the group. They wondered if they were being stopped from leaving. Had they purchased too much, or had they inadvertently offended someone? Turning to Wang Yu, they felt a mix of confusion, panic, and despair. Faced with such a formidable presence, thoughts of resistance were far from their minds. Wang Yu slowly raised his hand and tossed them a card. Upon seeing this, they scattered in panic, the scene almost comical. Here, this is the crystal nuclei from Yuan Rui and his group. I've transferred a total of 800 crystal coins to your payment card. The group stood in stunned silence. Is this for us? Why? Damn it, I don't want it either, but if it weren't for this, the gold bars would have been confiscated, and I would gain nothing. At least now I can still make a profit. Yet, Wang Yu maintained a righteous demeanor, proclaiming, a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through proper means. I have always regarded ill-gotten gains with disdain. Upon hearing this, the group was first taken aback. Then gratitude flooded their expressions. Sir, your righteousness is commendable. This truly is a timely gift. From now on, you shall be like a brother to me. Thank you so much. I previously underestimated your character. Your actions will be remembered in history, they exclaimed, their admiration evident. Wang Yu wore a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze, but inwardly he cunningly mused, how about it? This gold bar, is it not against the rules? The gold bar remained silent, caught in the clever ruse, leaving them momentarily bewildered. You can return the crystal nuclei, but specifically loaded onto your own store's payment card. Does this not imply that you must spend it here? Truly absurd, they thought. This is something that cannot be found on Baidu, but surely Sogu has it. The situation has indeed provided you with an opportunity. Your host is quite remarkable. Liang Shu cautiously inquired of Wang Yu. Shall we purchase additional items? Feel free. Wang Yu replied. I wish to acquire firearms immediately. Let us select some decent weapons. We should stock up on supplies. Bai Che, why on earth did you buy a book? Do you have a penchant for consuming book covers? Zhang Yingjing remarked as he set down the rifle he had just acquired. Snatching the book for inspection. This is a guide to learning supernatural abilities focused on mental attributes, a mere compilation. Buying such a book is far less worthwhile than investing in a collection of glamorous photographs of actresses. Jin Tiao quickly turned to Wang Yu. Brother Yu, is it still possible to return this? The book cost 50 crystal coins, equivalent to a whole crystal core, a significant expense for them. Return? This is purchased with my own saved crystal cores. It's none of your concern, came the retort. That's simply one do, you extravagant spendthrift. Wang Yu shook his head, offering no further explanation. This is a small business, and all sales are final. He then scrutinized the rather unremarkable, brooding youth. There is indeed an eye for quality, especially for a book on mental attributes. During this period of limited knowledge regarding supernatural abilities, the value of books that elucidate such powers is undeniable. A textbook that fully comprehends supernatural abilities and teaches skill development is akin to having a cheat code. Once everyone had procured their supplies and departed with cheerful hearts, Wang Yu took a moment to indulge in some prepared food while accessing the system store. He had sold quite a number of items today. After clicking the restock button, he was pleasantly surprised to find a balance of 768 crystal cores remaining. Although the crystal coins they had recharged had not yet been exhausted, there was not much left. Restocking would not deplete many crystal coins. Today had proven to be quite profitable. The new skill scrolls were impressive. Even Liang Shu, known for his frugality, could not resist purchasing one at such a premium price. After finishing his meal, Wang Yu suddenly recalled the matter of pricing. Jin Tiao, with so many products in the store, do I need to label each one individually? Jin Tiao clarified. It's not that complicated. Simply open the store information interface and input the product prices. Once entered, the corresponding price panel will appear beneath the item. along with product details. Wang Yu nodded, appreciating the ever-intelligent system. After Liang Shu and his companions exited the park, despite their considerable haul, it still fell short of sustaining the over 50 individuals in the cafeteria. Consequently, they contemplated returning to the earlier convenience store in hopes of discovering some discarded items. If only they had a sufficient amount of supplies. Otherwise, their ability to care for so many lives was limited. Fortunately, there were hardly any zombies nearby. Likely all dealt with by Wang Yu's formidable black dog. Shall we return first? We can hardly carry all these supplies. Indeed, a cart would be quite beneficial. However, with nightfall approaching, making a round trip was too time-consuming and perilous. Liang Shu shook his head, retrieving the scroll he had just purchased from his backpack. Not to worry. I had the foresight to prepare. Bring forth the items you possess. At this, the group gathered around eagerly. Liang Shu opened the skill scroll and directed it towards his enormous backpack, only to witness it vanish into thin air in the blink of an eye. What in the world? Is this the effect of the scroll? He wondered aloud, recalling how Wang Yu had sold it for a mere 100 crystal coins. Shaking the scroll, Liang Shu explained with a smile, this is a space attribute skill scroll, capable of holding 100 square meters of space, but it is a one-time use only, with a duration of just 1 day. Chapter 12. Humanity. Su Yao sighed softly. If you had such a marvelous item, why didn't you use it sooner? My shoulders are aching from carrying this load. I thought you were just as wasteful as Bai Che, spending on things that are of no use. But it appears you have something valuable. Lin Yi marveled at the incredible nature of the item. Wang Yu is truly extraordinary. Liang Shu nodded, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. Let us not linger. We need to gather our belongings and return before nightfall. As they turned the corner towards the convenience store that had nearly brought about their demise, they were taken aback to find a small delivery truck parked outside, with numerous individuals bustling in and out, transporting goods. Those stationed at the entrance quickly noticed Liang Shu and his companions and hurried inside to report. Upon glancing inside, Liang Shu observed at least 20 individuals, both men and women. He spoke in a grave tone. This is not good. We must leave. Zhang Yingjing protested. Why should we? We arrived first. Su Yao chimed in, scrunching her nose in agreement. Exactly. We nearly faced annihilation for this. If it weren't for us, those who triggered the alarm would have perished. Before they could further explain, 3 figures swiftly encircled them from behind, blocking their path. They moved with astonishing speed, clearly. They were speed-type ability users, and at least E rank. Halt! Who are you? One of them demanded. Damn it, they must be from the Black Snake Gang, attempting to intercept our supplies. We cannot allow them to escape. With Sister Lan here, they will not return. Hearing this, Liang Shu's eyes lit up, and he quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace. No, we are students from Nanjing University. The rest of the group, armed and hurriedly approaching, surrounded them completely. Zhang Yingjing caught sight of several dark gun barrels aimed directly at them, feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon. It became evident that they were not without weapons themselves. It was only reasonable, considering a police station was nearby. Students from Nanjing University? A melodious voice cut through the tension, prompting silence among the others. A striking woman emerged from the crowd, tall and alluring, with lustrous black hair and fair skin, cradling an orange cat in her arms. You claim to be students from Nanjing University? She inquired. Yes, we are, they responded eagerly. The woman, noticing their youthful faces and sensing their honesty, smiled warmly at Liang Shu and the others. What a coincidence. My name is Chu Lan, and I am also an alumna of Nanjing University. Consider me your senior. With that, she waved her hand, signaling the others to lower their weapons. Liang Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Su Yao exclaimed excitedly, so you are a senior. It truly is a case of not recognizing one's own kin. Chen Shui gazed at her in admiration, thinking how remarkable it was to see such an independent and charismatic woman. Chu Lan gently caressed the orange cat and inquired, are you all endowed with special abilities? Liang Shu was about to respond when Su Yao interjected, everyone except me possesses such abilities, though they are all at a rather low level, merely F rank. Liang Shu displayed a look of exasperation, marveling at the candor with which she laid bare their circumstances. Chu Lan chuckled lightly, urging the others to hasten their efforts in moving the goods and to share how they came to be here. Liang Shu quickly intervened, silencing the outspoken Su Yao, and provided Chu Lan with a concise account of their experiences. Upon hearing this, Chu Lan appeared contemplative, realizing that such a remarkable store existed. She resolved to visit it someday. However, her expression shifted to one of concern as she stated, yet, we have quite a number of brethren, and these supplies are but a drop in the bucket. Liang Shu, ever perceptive, quickly waved his hand, eager to avoid incurring Chu Lan's displeasure. It's all right. We have procured a fair amount of food. If everyone tightens their belts, It should suffice for a day or two. Chu Lan regarded Liang Shu and his companions, advising, "Take my counsel. Your abilities are insufficient to sustain over 50 individuals. It would be wiser to join your senior sister's party." Many in the group were visibly moved by her words. Yet, Lin Yi resolutely refused, asserting, "We must remain united. We will find a way. Those people are our classmates. We cannot abandon them so easily." The group turned to Liang Shu, clearly looking to him for guidance. However, he remained silent. With a slight sigh, Chu Lan did not press the matter, but instead patted Liang Shu on the shoulder. "If you decide to seek us, our base is located in Building 9 of the Fulu community nearby." Liang Shu nodded in gratitude, feeling a profound inner conflict. He was acutely aware of the burden of carrying such weight. Yet, as the president of the student council, he felt a lingering sense of responsibility. After bidding farewell to Chu Lan, they returned to the school. Fortunately, most of the zombies near the entrance had been lured away by the earlier commotion, allowing them to traverse the path unhindered. Upon reaching the cafeteria, they entered through the back door. At the sound of their arrival, the despondent and famished crowd in the hall rose in hope, eagerly anticipating their return. However, the absence of Yuan Rue and the others, coupled with Liang Shu's empty hands, extinguished the flicker of hope that had ignited. Disappointment echoed in the air as someone asked, "Where are Yuan Rue and the others? Did they fail to find supplies?" Zhang Engjing chuckled darkly. "Those pretentious fools of Yuan Rue met their end, and I hereby declare that exploitation shall cease in this place." Yet, the crowd's concern was not for Yuan Rue, but for the food. Liang Shu produced the scroll, gesturing for everyone to line up to receive their ration of bread. "Wonderful. I was on the verge of starvation. Me first. I want my share. Don't push, form a line. Is this all there is? It's utterly insufficient." After distributing the food, Liang Shu and his group made their way to the kitchen that had once belonged to Yuan Rue, laying out the remaining provisions on the table. Sighs of despair filled the room. "This is far from enough. We will likely need to venture out daily. Or else there won't be enough food for all these people. If only there weren't so many of us." Observing the mood, the well-meaning Lin Yi attempted to offer some words of encouragement. Just then, the door was suddenly flung open. A throng of individuals had gathered at the entrance, their eyes fixated on the array of food upon the table. In that moment, Liang Shu and his companions felt the piercing gaze of anger, jealousy, and greed intertwining around them. "Liang Shu, you possess such an abundance of food, yet you offer us merely a loaf of bread, as if to appease beggars?" One voice cried out. "Indeed, is there truly any difference between your actions and those of Yuan Rue and his ilk?" Another added, "I wondered why you were not consuming anything earlier. It appears you were hoarding it for yourselves. I was foolishly led to believe you were benevolent. Yet you selfishly indulge in such a bounty. Share a bit more with us, will you? Is your life as an ability user more valuable than ours?" In the face of Yuan Rue's iron-fisted policies, they had dared not resist, but now, confronting Liang Shu and his principled companions, the ugliness of human nature revealed itself. For a moment, Liang Shu and the others stood there, stunned and speechless, overwhelmed by the slings and arrows of the crowd's accusations. "We have toiled tirelessly, risking everything to procure this food, and yet instead of gratitude, we are met with suspicion and insults. How disheartening it is to extend a hand to those who would rather bite it." Lin Yi, taken aback, hastily interjected, "No. We are merely strategizing the distribution of food for the days ahead, so we can sustain ourselves for a longer period. Do you truly expect anyone to believe that?" Lin Yi, surely such planning could be done openly instead of behind closed doors, which only betrays your unease, a voice retorted. "You possess abilities. Why not venture out to gather supplies daily? If I had such powers, I too would do so. We demand food. Let us seize the provisions upon the table." The crowd surged forward, eager to claim their share. At that moment, Zhang Engjing bellowed, "I dare anyone to advance." The throng hesitated momentarily, but their resolve quickly returned. "There are only 10 of us. Let us charge together. Damn it, let us fight. We are already doomed." They were akin to a farmer confronting a serpent. This group no more than leeches. Liang Shu and his companions felt a profound sense of disillusionment. As the crowd pressed inward, Lin Yi still clung to a sliver of hope, stepping forward to plead, "Please, let us unite." Yet, before he could finish, he was felled by a punch. Curse it! Seeing one of their own being struck, Zhang Engjing, already seething with pent-up frustration, retaliated with a mighty blow to the assailant at the forefront. The force sent the man flying, crashing into others behind him, his life extinguished in an instant. With the first blow struck, the other ability users followed suit, unleashing their wrath upon the crowd, unable to quell the rage within. After several had fallen, the remaining individuals gradually regained their composure. Realizing the vast chasm between ordinary people and those gifted with abilities, and they scattered in panic. Good heavens! They've begun to kill. Run for your lives. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the kitchen. By heavens, a pack of ingrates, devoid of gratitude. Humanity's resilience falters under pressure. One among them questioned, Lin, do you have anything left to say? Lin Yi shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Zhang Yingjing inquired solemnly, let us not dwell on them for now. What shall we do moving forward? With a heavy sigh, Liang Shu replied, what else can we do? One cannot simply eliminate them all. The only recourse is to seek refuge with Sister Lan. This should have been the course of action long ago. I concur. I too shall choose Sister Lan. For she is the one whom the masses desire. Liang Shu pondered for a moment before stating, let us take a brief respite and depart tomorrow. The dimming light of evening raised concerns about potential dangers lurking outside. Damn it. I feel nauseated just being in their presence for another moment. Tonight, we shall take turns on watch, starting with me. As the skies darkened, Wang Yu finally completed pricing all the items in the apocalyptic shop. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Wait, I have fulfilled my mission regarding the gold bars. Why has the reward not been issued yet? The notification regarding the gold bars arrived belatedly. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been automatically deposited into the system backpack. Could you please be more conscientious and refrain from making me prompt you every time? At that moment, the sensor at the entrance chimed. Ding. Welcome. Wang Yu looked up to see a ragged mother and daughter cautiously entering. Upon seeing the room brimming with food, they were momentarily stunned. The daughter was practically salivating, incessantly tugging at her mother's arm. Wang Yu discreetly assessed the situation. The young mother possessed an alluring figure and maintained a youthful glow, her skin fair and well cared for. She could undoubtedly be considered a beauty, despite her somewhat soiled attire. What can I assist you with, esteemed guests? Wang Yu inquired, prompting them to regain their composure. The young mother, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, we wish to purchase some items. I have money. Wang Yu patiently explained, our store operates using crystal coins, which are derived from crystal cores. The young mother paused, having heard of crystal cores, which were apparently dropped by zombies. However, as ordinary individuals, they possessed none. Can we not use cash? Wang Yu shook his head. Currently, money is merely worthless paper. I wouldn't even use it for wiping. Could you perhaps spare a little for us? Just a small amount would suffice. I'm sorry, but this is a shop, not a charity. Mom, I'm hungry. The daughter pouted, gazing at her mother with longing eyes. The young mother glanced at Wang Yu's resolute face and seemed to arrive at a difficult decision. This is certainly better than the wretched Black Snake gang. Gritting her teeth, she hesitantly proposed, if you would take us in, I am willing to do anything. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu maintained his composure. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I sell goods, not myself. Women of your allure are abundant in this wasteland, and the going rate for a full service is merely the price of a loaf of bread. I have encountered many such situations before. You're not going to secure yourself a long-term arrangement here. The young mother was momentarily taken aback. It sounded as though he was implying she would be at a loss. I am a woman of stature. I have never been treated with such indignity. What man wouldn't steal a glance at me? If you are not here to make a purchase, I kindly ask you to leave. Seeing no fruitful outcome, the young mother nudged her daughter's arm. The girl, understanding the cue, stepped forward, gazing at Wang Yu with wide eyes, and sweetly pleaded, Brother, Meng Meng is so hungry, please give us something to eat. The girl's delicate features, akin to a porcelain doll, instinctively evoked a sense of protectiveness. Wang Yu, with a smile, replied, if Meng Meng is so hungry, perhaps she should try eating some dirt. Mud is unappetizing. Yet I shall permit you to pluck a handful of grass from my lawn. It shall enhance the flavor of your meal. Truly, do not inquire how I know this. The girl interjected, I apologize, but Sigma men never fall into the traps laid by women. The mature woman, seeing that Wang Yu remained impervious to her charms, began to throw a tantrum, dragging the girl onto the floor beside her. No, you must provide for us. Otherwise, we shall not depart. And you may as well kill us, letting our blood stain the ground. But in the next moment, a force hurled them away, their backs colliding with the park's tiled surface. An ability user. The woman grimaced in pain, casting a resentful glance at the shop before leading the girl away. Persisting in their demands, in this world where human life is as disposable as grass, Wang Yu might indeed resort to murder. Mom, I want something to eat. Fear not. Meng Meng, sustenance shall be ours shortly. Having vanished for a day, Haizi strode back in, filthy and wagging its tail at Wang Yu. You little rascal, you remembered to return. Wang Yu glanced at its information panel, astonished to find it had achieved C-rank high-tier status, mere steps away from B rank. He affectionately patted its head, commending, well done, well done. In light of your diligent leveling, I shall reward you with a chicken leg shortly. Woof. As a C-rank beast, Haizi understood perfectly, bounding with excitement. Compared to meat and dog food, Crystal cores were akin to refuse. No, refuse had more appeal than crystal cores. Naturally, Heisey could not escape a thorough cleaning by Freya. During this interval, Wang Yu opened his system backpack to retrieve the security robot. Before him materialized a robot clad in a security uniform, appearing somewhat ordinary when compared to the anime character Freya. I had anticipated someone akin to Master Yi. However, within the shop, he was indeed invincible. The security robot seemed somewhat superfluous, especially when considering Heisey's potential as a beast king. Can gold bars be sold as merchandise? Gold bars, yes, with a slight program adjustment, but upon exiting the shop's domain, its power will significantly diminish. Wang Yu nodded, relieved that it wouldn't overshadow him. He examined the specific data, assessing the weakened state. Moments later, the robot's data panel was presented. Name, solar-powered security robot strength, 200 speed, 200 defense, 200. Wang Yu compared this with Heisey's statistics. The strength and defense were comparable, yet the speed fell short. Nevertheless, Heisey was not an ordinary beast. Possessing strength and defense akin to the robot was commendable, likely on par with a C-rank high-tier beast, which should be valued at around 2,000 crystal coins. Thus, he positioned the robot next to the cash register. Chapter 14. Seeking refuge in the Fulu community. Atop a building, the windows were securely boarded, shrouding the room in dim light, illuminated only by a few flickering candles. The woman and her daughter ravenously devoured the food laid before them, surrounded by a group of menacing figures whose eyes brazenly roamed over the woman's alluring form. A middle-aged man, seated in a position of authority, donned a tank top that accentuated his robust physique, despite the pockmarked complexion that marred his face. With a smile directed towards the young woman, he remarked, "Jiang Yuan, if only you had recognized the situation sooner, you could have avoided hunger. After a stroll, you still feel that brother she treats you well, don't you? Indeed, you should know that we, your friends, have abstained from indulgences for several days on your behalf. You vanished without a word and nearly frightened us to death. If you had turned into a zombie, how could we have managed?" Laughter erupted among the group, filling the air with a light-heartedness that belied the grim reality outside. Jiang Yuan lowered her gaze, lapsing into silence. Once they had satisfied their appetites, she gently stroked her daughter's head and whispered, "Ming Ming, go out and play. Mama has some matters to attend to." "All right," the child replied. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the entirety of Nanjing City was plunged into darkness and silence, severing ordinary citizens from any official information or means of communication, save for those fortunate enough to possess satellite phones. Previously, people refrained from utilizing air conditioning or lights, fearing the attention of the zombies drawn by sound and light. Now, such luxuries were entirely unattainable. As dawn broke, Wang Yu was roused by the voice of Heisey. He opened the curtains, turned off the air conditioning that had run all night, and commenced his daily morning exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and more, all aimed at enhancing his physical prowess. He even invested in a treadmill using crystal coins, for the innate physicality of ability users paled in comparison to that of zombies and mutant beasts, unless one was a physically oriented ability user. Without abilities, an S-rank ability user could effortlessly shatter a D-rank mutant beast. In contrast, an ordinary F-rank ability user's metrics for strength, defense, speed, and stamina started at a mere 10, increasing by only 10 points with each level up. Those who regularly exercised before awakening their abilities might begin with slightly higher values. However, an F-rank zombie or beast might boast initial metrics of 40 or 50, were it not for their low intelligence, which compelled them to charge blindly forward. Humanity would undoubtedly face extinction. Fortunately, the potential for ability users to enhance their attributes through diligent training was significant. After his workout, Wang Yu took a refreshing shower and joined the breakfast table, where Freya had prepared everything. Heisey was already impatiently pacing beneath the table, though it dared not act out of turn, well aware of its master's formidable strength. Wang Yu retrieved a generous bowl of dog food from his storage and filled Heisey's bowl to the brim. As he enjoyed his breakfast while watching a show, he noted that although Nanjing City had lost internet connectivity, the shop's Wi-Fi remained unaffected, as if the external world had no bearing on the establishment. Life felt remarkably pleasant in that moment, to the point where Wang Yu nearly forgot he resided in a post-apocalyptic world. After a leisurely breakfast, he donned his pajamas and slipped into red slippers, descending the stairs to open the shop's door, while Heisey embarked on its daily exploration. Despite several attempts to tug at Wang Yu's pant leg, urging him to accompany it outside, he declined firmly out of caution. First, the heat outside was unbearable compared to the comfort of air conditioning, and second, once outside the shop, Wang Yu would inevitably feel apprehensive and fearful due to his insufficient strength. He firmly believed in a maxim: the world is a captivating place. Without strength, Do not flaunt your face, a principle that had allowed him to survive for over 30 years in his previous life. Moreover, there are always greater beings beyond oneself. And the world is vast. Should another system holder emerge, I would be at a disadvantage. Currently, my prowess is not at its zenith, and I have prematurely disseminated information about my abilities. Although it has propelled the shop's progress, the resultant butterfly effect remains uncertain. As for venturing outside, that can be deliberated later. After all, the shop is exceedingly comfortable. Freya, fetch me a bottle of cola. Wang Yu reclined in the gaming chair behind the cash register, sipping on a chilled beverage while perusing his personal information. Store manager, Wang Yu stamina, 100 strength, 80 speed, 50 store level, intermediate F class, 01000, crystal currency balance, 1760 ability, space ability level, intermediate D class, 600800. There is no rush to upgrade my ability. First, I shall elevate the shop's level and see if I can unlock some useful products to enhance its appeal. Initiate the store upgrade. Moments later, the chime of success echoed as the upgrade completed, unlocking products, various daily necessities. Wang Yu, Liang Shu, and his companions hastily departed the university town at dawn. As they dispatched the zombies lurking by the roadside and collected crystal cores, they proceeded towards the Falu community where Chulan resided. Damn it. Having a silenced gun makes things easier, albeit costly. Zhang Yingjing remarked. You possess abilities yet still rely on firearms. Upon reaching the community's entrance, the group was taken aback by the sight before them. The area was swarming with zombies. If they recklessly entered, they would be offering a hearty breakfast to the undead. It seems there are no living souls left here. Could it be that Sister Lan deceived us? Liang Shu furrowed his brow, contemplating the possibility. After all, who would divulge their home address to someone they had just met? Just as the group found themselves at an impasse, a window of the nearby apartment building was gently pushed open. A figure emerged, cautiously surveying the surroundings before stealthily climbing over the wall. Witnessing this, the group hurriedly raised their weapons, holding their breath in a state of heightened alertness. This newcomer was unfamiliar, and they appeared anything but benign. They were likely the Black Snake gang mentioned by Sister Lan the previous day. Realizing this, Liang Shu tightened his grip on his weapon, noting that they were facing no fewer than 20 individuals, all of whom exuded the aura of ability users. If a confrontation were to ensue, they would be utterly outmatched. The members of the Black Snake gang also noticed them, startled and nearly cursing. Hey, could you at least make some noise? A sudden appearance of strangers is quite alarming. We thought you were zombies. Damn it, you scared the life out of me. What is this? One man, adorned with a bushy beard, observed the anxious faces of Liang Shu and his group, shaking his head. Our primary mission is to seek supplies. If we attract too much attention, we risk drawing zombies. Indeed, another added. They look as if they're barely scraping by. It's hardly worth our effort. Such bad luck. As the members of the Black Snake gang gradually receded into the distance, Liang Shu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and murmured, Fortunately, all our supplies are secured within the spatial scroll. Otherwise, we would have been doomed today. Zhang Yingjing and the others remained silent, clenching their fists. Acutely aware of their own frailty, their lives hanging by a thread in the hands of others, a stark reminder of the law of the jungle. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before suggesting, Sister Lan must have emerged in a similar manner. Perhaps their apartment building is situated at the edge of the community. Let us circle around the periphery. Chapter 15. The astonishment from veteran Jiang Quan. We found it. The 9th building is indeed at the edge, Su Yao exclaimed, her finger pointing excitedly at the towering structure before them. The group moved stealthily, scaling the wall, yet found themselves at an impasse before the sealed windows. Just then, the window creaked open from within, revealing a charming face. It was Chulan. Our people have been watching you from above for quite some time. Thinking you were yet another crew from the Black Snake gang coming to cause trouble, she remarked. Upon hearing this, Su Yao quickly waved her hands. No. We are here to seek refuge with you, Sister Lan. Chulan chuckled lightly and leaped out of the window, turning to Liang Shu and asking, Have you come to a realization? Liang Shu nodded gently and recounted their experiences at the cafeteria. Damn it, they truly are despicable. If it were me, those people would never see the light of day again. Yet, you still find it hard to take action. Liang Shu sighed softly. Chulan, cradling a ginger cat, smiled at the group and said, Welcome to the team. At her words, Liang Shu and the others could not help but express their gratitude. As resources in the vicinity had dwindled, they now planned to venture to the so-called apocalypse store mentioned by the group. No problem. Along the way, Chulan introduced everyone, saying, With your addition, our team now comprises 56 ability users and 4 ordinary individuals. Liang Shu raised an eyebrow. You also have ordinary people? Chulan replied with a smile. Of course. But they are not mere layabouts who only eat and sleep. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's gaze fell. Why am I not an ability user? Consequently, Chu Lan pulled her into an embrace and playfully tousled her hair. Sister Su Yao, you are so adorable. Being a mascot isn't so bad. Amidst the light-hearted banter, someone broached a sensitive topic regarding the distribution of crystal cores. Chu Lan responded earnestly, for the sake of efficiency. Any crystal cores obtained from slaying high-level zombies must be surrendered to assist the highest-ranking ability user in the team to level up. This way, higher-ranking ability users can easily deal with lower-level zombies, acquire crystal cores, and aid those of lesser rank in their advancement. As for lower-tier F-grade cores, we can divide them evenly. Liang Shu nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in such efficiency. His gaze lingered on Chu Lan, acknowledging her as the indisputable strongest member of the team. Sensing his thoughts, Chu Lan smiled and clarified, the highest ranking in our team is a low-tier D grade. But it is not me, it is Little Orange. She then raised the sleeping ginger cat in her hands. Liang Shu glanced at the seemingly harmless feline, taking her words as a jest. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed, and Wang Yu turned to see a rugged off-road vehicle halting at the entrance, from which emerged a burly, dark-skinned man with a stern visage. He was clad in a green training suit, camouflage trousers, and military boots, wielding a hunting rifle as he scrutinized Wang Yu through the glass. Noticing that Wang Yu showed no intention of expelling him, the middle-aged man limped inside. Ding! Welcome, announced the store. Feeling the cool air from the air conditioning, he was instantly relieved of his fatigue and exclaimed in astonishment, "There's air conditioning." It was known that the entire Nanjing city was experiencing a power outage, yet this place was brilliantly lit and extravagantly equipped with air conditioning. Initially suspecting the presence of a few batteries, he was taken aback to realize there were at least several generators at work. Wang Yu glanced at the middle-aged man's analytical data, surprised to find him an ordinary person, yet his physical attributes were astonishingly high, far exceeding that of an average individual. No wonder he dared to venture out alone. "Sir, our store accepts crystal coins exchanged for crystal cores as payment," Wang Yu mentioned, gesturing toward the exchange table at the counter. The middle-aged man snapped back to reality, quickly nodding and pointing to the off-road vehicle outside. "Is it the stuff from the zombies' heads? I have it, it's in the car." As he surveyed the plethora of goods in the store, he swallowed hard and politely inquired, "Shopkeeper, may I take a look?" Feel free," came the affirmative response. Upon receiving the go-ahead, the man was akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, his astonishment spilling forth in exclamations. Supermarkets and convenience stores outside had long been stripped bare, and it was his first encounter with such an abundance of supplies after the apocalypse. The key aspect was that this treasure trove of goods, in such a pristine shop, was seemingly unguarded. The only explanation was that the shopkeeper must possess extraordinary abilities. With a sigh, he lamented his ill fortune of not awakening any powers. Grabbing a shopping basket, he hastened toward the food section, where a delightful aroma enveloped him, cooked delicacies. However, he abruptly halted as his twitching nose caught a familiar scent, even more enticing than the food before him, the faint smell of gun oil wafting through the air. His gaze shifted to the sign indicating the weapons section, and his steps quickened, his excitement bubbling within him. After more than a decade, he was certain of it. As the weapons section revealed itself, the middle-aged man trembled yet deftly grasped the Type 95 assault rifle, his joy evident. As a retired soldier, he was absolutely certain of its authenticity, complete with all parts and a silencer. To his astonishment, the shelves also boasted squad machine guns, Type 79 submachine guns, grenades, and even an 88 sniper rifle. Unable to contain a gasp, he marveled at this old friend, shocked for the umpteenth time. Simultaneously, he pondered the enigma of why this seemingly ordinary store was selling firearms, especially considering that gun ownership was prohibited in Huagua. Shaking his head, Jiang Quan dismissed the notion, realizing that overthinking was futile, and continued to peruse the shelves for more heavy-duty items. Unconsciously murmuring to himself, names of weapons floated through Jiang Quan's mind: Desert Eagle, Barrett sniper rifle, M16, Uzi, MP5 water gun, air gun. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Not bad, my friend. You certainly have everything here. But isn't it a bit presumptuous to leave the water gun on display?" It truly felt like a nod to the ancient Greek deity presiding over firearms. Despite the somewhat steep prices, a glance at the exchange table reassured him that acquiring several firearms and boxes of ammunition would pose no challenge. He glanced at his old hunting rifle, contemplating that with a reliable weapon, confronting zombies would be considerably easier. He envisioned accumulating more crystal cores, and with the supplies from this store, survival would at least be manageable. A few minutes later, Jiang Quan emerged, each hand grasping a shopping basket, one brimming with food. the other filled with firearms and ammunition. Carefully, he placed his acquisitions on the counter before returning to his vehicle to retrieve a military backpack. He emptied the entire contents of the backpack, revealing no less than 30 F-grade crystal cores, which made Wang Yu's eyes gleam with excitement. Beep. Recharged 1,600 crystal coins. Heavenly music. Beep. This transaction costs 1050 crystal coins. Payment card balance, 550. At this, Jiang Quan couldn't help but nod. It was even cheaper than he had anticipated. Simultaneously, he stole a couple of furtive glances at Wang Yu, who appeared unfazed, his nonchalant demeanor bringing Jiang Quan a sense of relief. These items would fetch a fortune outside. In a world where food dwindled with each bite, it was refreshing to find fair prices. The store owner's intentions surely stemmed from a desire to bring warmth to others, a rare breath of fresh air in the apocalypse. Chapter 16. Promotion. Jiang Quan methodically packed the goods from the counter into his backpack when he inadvertently noticed a nearby security robot, priced at an astonishing 2,000 crystal coins. His eyes widened in disbelief. Store manager, what is the reasoning behind the cost of this security uniform? Why is it so expensive? Security uniform? We don't sell security uniforms here, Wang Yu replied, suddenly recalling something, his expression turning to one of bemusement. Could you please read the product description properly? Only then did Jiang Quan notice the details beneath the price, leading to an epiphany. It turned out that the figure clad in the uniform was not a human model. Embarrassed, he scratched his closely cropped hair and chuckled awkwardly. I didn't see that, my apologies. It's just that your store's items are so extraordinary. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, explaining, you might not believe it, but this robot is the treasure of our shop. If I weren't short on funds lately, I wouldn't dream of selling it. At this revelation, Jiang Quan's curiosity was piqued. What is the story? Wang Yu smirked, his voice rich with enthusiasm as he recounted. Oh, it's quite a tale. This contraption has saved my life more than once. And these skill scrolls? They are essential for survival, at a crucial moment. They can be life-saving. With these, you'd be practically half an ability user. Under Wang Yu's vivid portrayal, Jiang Quan found himself captivated, reassessing the store with newfound interest. Had it been in the past, such supernatural items would have been met with skepticism by the staunch materialist Jiang Quan. However, now that the apocalypse has indeed arrived, what is there that cannot occur? Very well, I shall procure a few more scrolls. As for the robots, would you be so kind, dear store manager, as to reserve some for me? I assure you, I will make the purchase within 7 days. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu displayed a troubled expression, and only after persistent persuasion from Jiang Quan did he reluctantly agree. Yet, inwardly, he was elated. Rest assured, others are hardly able to afford such luxuries. This bait is meant only for a fish of your caliber. Jiang Quan also acquired several aggressive skill scrolls, contemplating the need to eliminate zombies swiftly and to capture the terrifying robots described by Wang Yu. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly noticed a neat row of cigarette boxes arranged behind Wang Yu. His expression froze in disbelief. Cigarettes for sale here? In this apocalypse? This is one of the most irreplaceable resources. Without a moment's hesitation, he stammered, Store manager, I'd like a pack of Huazi. Wang Yu chuckled, retrieving a pack of red-wrapped cigarettes. We don't have Huazi, but would you settle for a strip? A mere letter-s difference. They should be quite similar. The middle-aged man replied, a strip, please. Ding. We welcome your next visit. The gold bar remarked, the host's persuasive skills are truly impeccable. Such an expensive item genuinely has a buyer. Wang Yu shrugged, explaining, it's merely a sales tactic. To sell a product, one must understand what the customer desires to ignite their inner longing. Individuals like Jiang Quan, who have yet to awaken their abilities and are somewhat crippled, regardless of their physical prowess, are akin to a candle in the wind or a lamp in the rain during this terrifying apocalyptic tide. One misstep, and they could perish. Thus, to survive, they must rely on external assistance, and fortunately, I have what they need. One must consider, however, what if he hastily seeks success and meets his end at the hands of a high-level zombie? At this thought, a flicker of indifference crossed Wang Yu's eyes. That would be of no concern to me. Our clientele extends beyond him, and others will come to purchase in due time. At that moment, a group of newcomers entered the store, most of whom were unfamiliar faces. Chu Lan and her companions gazed at the shop's decor, their expressions filled with astonishment. Zhang Yingjing waved at Wang Yu. Brother Yu, we have come to stock up. Following Wang Yu's previous act of kindness, Liang Shu and the others felt nothing but gratitude and admiration for him. Wang Yu politely nodded, observing the backpacks of Chu Lan's group and sensing the aura of crystal cores. Since you're here, what gifts have you brought? Zhang Yingjing and the others, familiar with the routine, picked up a box of cooked food to check out before settling down on the sofas in the lounge to indulge in their feast. In no time, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, tempting the members of Chu Lan's team. Yet, none made a move. They all looked towards Chu Lan, as did the orange cat in her arms. Upon receiving her affirmative nod, they sprang into action. Boss, please issue me a card. Me too. What about the crystal cores? Bring out my share. One box of food consumes a third of my crystal core. This is absolutely delightful. I want to eat. Let us put upgrading on hold for now. The boss requested a pack of cigarettes, regardless of the brand, as long as it sufficed. Quickly, Chu Lan surveyed the store, brimming with merchandise, and pondered over Wang Yu. However, she could not resist purchasing 2 boxes of rice. At that moment, Wang Yu was engrossed in operating the card machine, reveling in what was yet another profitable day. Once he finished his tasks and prepared to indulge in a drama on his phone, Chu Lan, cradling a cat, approached the counter and softly inquired, "What should I call you?" Wang Yu glanced at Chu Lan's delicate visage and replied with a smile, "Just call me the store manager." "Is there something you need?" Chu Lan, straightforwardly, asked. "Could you share with us where you procure your goods, manager?" Wang Yu promptly declined, stating, "I cannot." Taken aback by the abrupt refusal, Chu Lan momentarily hesitated, realizing the nature of such confidential information could hardly be divulged to a stranger. Having casually browsed the shop, she noted that the items Liang Shu had mentioned were indeed present, with ample supplies available. Furthermore, there was a reliable power source. As the captain of her team, she found it difficult to suppress thoughts of plundering, for this was a post-apocalyptic world where the strong preyed upon the weak. Yet, the exaggerated tales spun by Liang Shu and the others, about the manager being a ruthless killer, a master of abilities, and the deity governing powers, made her doubt the veracity of their claims. Was this man truly as formidable as they suggested? To her, it felt like the overblown tales of inexperienced youth. Surely, he must have some peculiar ability, and every ability user had their weaknesses. Moreover, he was merely contending with a few E-level ability users. Her own little orange cat was a D-level, easily capable of handling them. Unbeknownst to Wang Yu, the stunning woman before him was lost in thought, her silence perplexing him. Just then, a black dog sauntered in, resembling a triumphant warrior returning from battle. Chapter 17. The silent authority of Heizi cast a disdainful glance at the orange cat before striding over to Wang Yu, seeking praise. The mere sight sent the orange cat trembling, hiding in Chu Lan's embrace, overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from a superior being. The disparity between ability levels was as vast as a chasm, let alone a 2-level gap. Wang Yu recognized that Heizi had already attained B-level status among beasts, its speed in battling creatures unmatched. Tonight, he planned to reward it with extra chicken legs. Heizi lay at Wang Yu's feet, playfully seeking attention, appearing utterly adorable. However, to onlookers, the scene was far from innocent. Perhaps due to its recent diet or the effects of the apocalypse virus, Heizi had grown to over a meter tall, with long, muscular limbs and a cold, lethal gaze. From the moment Heizi entered, a palpable aura of danger and ferocity enveloped the room. Chu Lan felt this keenly. It was indeed a beast. Judging by the orange cat's reaction, it was evident that this black dog far surpassed it in rank, at least sea-level. They had yet to encounter sea-level beasts. Could this be the very foundation upon which the man before them stood? She cradled the trembling orange cat in her arms, her eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. How could there be such a stark distinction among creatures of the same kind? At the same time, she felt a flicker of relief. Had she acted impulsively, her entire team would have been no match for it. Will the store relocate in the future? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu pondered for a moment before replying. There are currently no such plans. It should remain here. Thank you. Chu Lan turned to leave, a thought beginning to form in her mind. Upon seeing Sister Lan return, the members of the team looked up at her, only to see Chu Lan shake her head. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of her mouth. The little orange cat was simply not on the same level. Hearing this, the others felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. The prowess of the little orange cat was evident to all. It was incredibly fast, often defeating opponents in a single strike, leaving them no time to react. Within their small community, it had always been an unmatched force. Otherwise, they would not have entrusted a precious crystal core to a creature. This D-grade core had been painstakingly accumulated by everyone, one step at a time. They had thought that, in this area, they could navigate freely, only to be thoroughly outmatched by a black dog, leaving them too frightened to show their faces. Who could remain untroubled by such a situation? Liang Shu, who was in the midst of eating a boxed meal, seemed to catch on to something, furrowing his brow. Why are you all so eager to court disaster, just as we join you? Angering Wang Yu would inevitably have repercussions for those of them leading the way. Before their arrival, he had repeatedly instructed them to adhere to the rules. Now, Chu Lan waved her hand. Let's eat, drink, and shop, and cultivate a good relationship with the store manager. Since we cannot achieve a permanent resolution, engaging in trade would not be a bad idea. The items in the store can indeed be purchased with crystal cores, and the prices are relatively reasonable. She then turned to Liang Shu, saying, remember to buy several of those scrolls for carrying items. How many crystal cores should we allocate as team funds? Though puzzled, Liang Shu complied. Once the group had gathered their supplies, they discovered that the time was still early. The blazing sun made it difficult for anyone to step outside. Someone suggested, Sister Lawn, why don't we leave a bit later? Yes, it's so hot outside. Venturing out rashly could be fatal, another added. Every time we search for supplies, it takes us half a day. Today is no exception. However, the usually understanding Chu Lan unexpectedly reprimanded them. It was just as hot when we arrived. Why didn't I hear any complaints then? This time, we are using crystal cores to make purchases. She posed a question to them. Do you still have any crystal cores in your pockets? Are you not concerned about leveling up? Had they not noticed that the zombies outside were becoming increasingly difficult to kill? Their levels were rising while they remained stagnant. Sooner or later, they would transition from hunters to prey. Wang Yu could not help but regard the young girl with newfound respect. Having joined countless teams in his past life, he understood that this was a motivational speech from the captain. Clearly, the pressure from the black dog had instilled a sense of urgency in her. If the team did not enhance its strength, they would ultimately be engulfed by the tides of this apocalypse. Upon hearing her words, everyone felt a profound sense of shame. The devoted fan, Su Yao, was the first to step forward in support, making her way outside. Sister Lawn is indeed correct. In this apocalyptic era, those endowed with supernatural abilities must navigate against the current. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. There will always be individuals forging ahead. Why should it not be us? Liang Shu cast a sidelong glance at Su Yao, internally scoffing at her overt flattery. You're not even an ability user. Why the fervent rhetoric? Yet, the others readily concurred, shouldering their respective backpacks. The group gradually departed under the scorching sun, leaving the shop eerily quiet, with only one person, a dog, and a system remaining. Wang Yu gleefully accessed the system shop, replenishing supplies with a single click. After restocking, her crystal coin balance stood at 2,560. It appeared they had accumulated a substantial amount. Excluding the coins spent on replenishment, a net gain of 2,300 seemed plausible. The payment card mechanism ensured that customers' deposits were immediately transferred to her treasury. However, the drawback was the inability to ascertain the exact earnings, as deductions would be made gradually based on the items purchased by customers. Upon returning to the Falu community, Chu Lan allocated rooms for the new members, subsequently gathering everyone for a meeting. To facilitate our future supply acquisitions, I have decided to relocate the base. At this announcement, a wave of disbelief swept through the crowd. Sister Lan, there are countless zombies outside. Where can we possibly go? Chu Lan's tone was resolute. The park. Liang Shu nodded in agreement. Recognizing its proximity to the shop, the relative scarcity of zombies and mutated beasts, and the open terrain, which would be ideal for constructing a camp. He then shifted his tone. However, setting aside the engineering challenges, what about the construction materials? Where can we procure them in this apocalypse? Chu Lan chuckled, explaining, we have 3 earth-based ability users in our team who can manipulate soil and rock, and one of them has a background in engineering. That resolves the issue. Liang Shu smacked his forehead, realizing how he had overlooked the potential of their abilities, his thoughts still tethered to the pre-apocalyptic world. As night fell, within a dimly lit room of the welfare community, 4 naked men gathered around a card game. On a nearby disheveled bed lay a woman, her body marred with bruises and bite marks, her gaze vacant and numb. No one knew what she had endured. At that moment, Biao Gu, who had ventured out in search of supplies, nervously entered the room. He glanced at a middle-aged man and timidly spoke, I'm sorry, brother Shi. I couldn't find any supplies today. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room seemed to thicken, falling into a heavy silence. The middle-aged man, his face dotted with scars, responded coldly, if you found nothing, then why have you returned? Biao Gu hastily defended himself, brother Shi. I checked all the nearby supermarkets and stores. The supplies have been completely cleared out. I had no other options. I did not inquire about your reasons. I asked why you came back. Chapter 18. Selling secrets. At this juncture, the others quickly intervened. Brother Shi, the nearby supplies truly are depleted. Lao Wu had no alternatives either. Indeed, we must search further afield, but the zombie presence there is significant, and today, Biao's manpower is certainly insufficient. Su Biao quickly added, we didn't find food, but the brothers managed to slay numerous zombies and returned with a considerable amount of crystal cores. Shida contemplated the situation. Other locations were infested with zombies, including some formidable high-level ones. Even he, a mid-tier D-class ability user, would find such encounters quite challenging. The group began to brainstorm, hoping to devise a solution. For a moment, an uneasy silence enveloped them. Just as despair settled in, the woman on the bed, Jiang Yuan, suddenly spoke up in a hoarse voice. I know where supplies can be found. Everyone turned to her expectantly. However, you must ensure that my daughter and I receive our share. Upon hearing this, Shida responded with a hint of intrigue. Of course, do share. Jiang Yuan, gritting her teeth against the pain, slowly sat up, her eyes filled with unquenchable resentment. If it weren't for that shopkeeper, if he had taken us in, I would not have suffered at the hands of those goblins. If I am to endure this fate, so too shall he. A shop run by an ability user. Shida murmured, perplexed as to why someone would open a store in such perilous times of scarcity and danger. Su Biao promptly volunteered, eager to redeem himself. Brother Shi, allow me to go. I will ensure that all supplies are retrieved. Shida nodded, his expression steely. Remember to take plenty of manpower. If that person proves obstinate, eliminate him and bring back the crystals. I want to go too. Xiaoyuan, why would you go? Will you even be able to rise from your bed tomorrow? The mere thought of mud and rock shelters seemed inadequate. Their durability would falter over time. From a long-term perspective, it was insufficient, as the zombies and mutated beasts would only grow stronger. Chu Lan proposed, isn't Liang Shu's ability to control steel? Perhaps we could construct something from reinforced concrete. She glanced at Liang Shu and a graduate student named Du Feng. Du Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's worth a try. However, Liang Shu shook his head. Setting aside whether we have enough materials, my ability only allows for basic control over steel. I have yet to master the art of condensing large amounts or manipulating it into complex forms. There's a steel market nearby. Perhaps we can find some ready-made materials. Du Feng suggested, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. At that moment, Bai Che spoke up. I suggest Liang Shu purchase a book on this subject. The instructional content is quite comprehensive. He showcased the book he held. The others gathered around eagerly. A guide on learning abilities? Ha! Zhang Yingjing scoffed. Xiao Che? I've told you before, such books are no different from those 5 yuan martial arts manuals sold on the streets during our childhood. Utter nonsense. Don't ask me how I know. I've been through it. As he spoke, a shadow crossed his eyes, recalling the days he had bought a dozen manuals from a swindler, nearly setting off to explore the world of martial arts. He later discovered that the individual was a charlatan, promising extraordinary talents and skills that never materialized. This one is truly useful. My abilities were developed from insights gleaned from this book, Bai Che countered. Liang Shu regarded him with skepticism. Bai Che, where did you acquire this dubious tome? From a store in the apocalypse, along with other books on various abilities. The group fell silent, taken aback. Chu Lan looked at the book and read the author's name, Jin Tiao. Who is this success guru? However, as it was merchandise from the store, Chu Lan still took a moment to peruse it. She discovered that the language within exuded a sense of scientific rigor and was remarkably detailed, even including methods for practicing supernatural abilities. This revelation sparked a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. She turned to Bai Che and eagerly inquired, tell me about your mental attribute supernatural skill. My supernatural skill is mental disorientation, Bai Che replied, found on page 15 of the book. It can momentarily stun a person, and I'll find a guinea pig to test it. With that, Bai Che playfully patted Zhang Yingjing, who had been lost in thought. The instant Zhang Yingjing looked up, he suddenly froze, his expression vacant and his gaze hollow. This state persisted for nearly 5 seconds before he regained his senses. Who am I? Where am I? Liang Shu quickly asked, what did that feel like? Ugh, it felt like my mind was completely blank, as if my brain had been unloaded, Zhang Yingjing replied, bewildered. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, astonished. Indeed, it was as if an elderly lady had revealed her hidden talents. This supernatural skill was terrifying. Even such a brief moment of disorientation could prove lethal. Zhang Yingjing, pale-faced, turned to Bai Che and said, Little Che, oh no, Che Gu Yao God. I admit I may have spoken too loudly. Please do not use illusion techniques on me again. Chu Lan found it hard to believe that Wang Yu had such a book for sale. If he were merely an ordinary student before the apocalypse, she would never have believed it. Could it be that he hailed from the future? Or perhaps he had foreseen the end times? This store held too many astonishing aspects, and the implications were chilling upon further reflection. Realizing the significance of the book, the others gathered around to share in its contents. Oh my, does that mean there's also a textbook for my supernatural ability? Reading this book could save me a decade's worth of detours. Are there similar books elsewhere? This must be some kind of cheat. The store manager truly was a remarkable individual. Bai Che, you rascal. Why didn't you mention that you had such treasures in the store? I thought you were just fixated on that book, but it turns out you were in competition. Liang Shu adjusted his glasses, his tone filled with excitement. In that case, let us search for books on our supernatural abilities tomorrow. The establishment of the camp should be no problem. Seeing the confidence and enthusiasm radiating from the group, Chu Lan smiled warmly. The following day, Wang Yu opened the store as usual, but Hazy did not venture out as he typically would. Instead, he lay on the ground, appearing quite content. Wang Yu reclined comfortably in his chair, sipping a cup of hot coffee while squinting at Hazy at his feet, imparting a sage-like lesson. Hazy, one is born from hardship and perishes in comfort. At your age, I had never enjoyed a single day of ease. Do not think that just because you've recently attained B grade, you can afford to slack off. There are always stronger beings beyond your own. Upon hearing this, Hazy rolled his eyes in a distinctly canine manner, shaking his head as he lounged on the floor, seemingly impervious to persuasion. Wang Yu felt perplexed, as Hazy had previously been quite diligent. Could it be that his rapid ascension in rank had diminished the utility of lower-level crystal cores for him? After all, a B-grade supernatural beast, even in the late stages of the apocalypse, would possess the ability to dominate a territory. Not to mention that it was only the 9th day of the apocalypse. Chapter 19. Instant kill before long. The roar of automobiles echoed through the air. Wang Yu turned his head, only to see a large cargo truck parked not far away, closely followed by several zombies drawn by the sound. Subsequently, the truck's rear compartment opened, and a dozen men jumped out, swiftly dispatching the few F-grade zombies. Another group of visitors. A lean young man remarked excitedly as he gazed at the store, addressing the bearded man beside him. Biao, there really is a shop, and look at all the supplies. Who would be foolish enough to open a store here? Surely, he can't be thinking of doing business with us, ha ha ha. Perhaps it's because there are fewer zombies in this area. He still believes he is living in the world before the apocalypse. Su Biao, though appearing rugged, was astutely observant. He stroked his beard and murmured, I fear there may be traps, or he possesses an absolute confidence in his own strength. What if there are traps? We have 16 brothers with us, 16 to 1. I truly can't fathom how we could lose. Su Biao shook his head, unexpectedly cautious. Having disappointed Shigu once before, he could not allow any unforeseen circumstances to arise, lest his position within the group be jeopardized. He then commanded the lean young man, Mosquito, go test the waters. What? Upon hearing this, Mosquito gulped nervously. He was merely a loudmouth, always at the front with his bravado, yet lagging behind when real danger approached. However, under the pressure of his identity, he reluctantly stepped forward. Cautiously, Mosquito entered the shop, instantly invigorated as the cool air dispelled the summer heat. Being welcome, the sound of the sensor startled him, and after a few seconds, he was relieved that nothing happened. Damn, my life feels like walking on thin ice, Wang Yu muttered, bewildered. What do the esteemed guests require? Mosquito did not respond. He scanned the surroundings. Aside from the astonishing amount of supplies, there was nothing unusual, just a person and a dog. With newfound excitement, he shouted outside, Biao. It's just one person and one dog. Let's take it. Upon hearing this, the group of men rushed inside together. We struck gold. So many supplies, brothers. We are fortunate. Good grief, there's even cigarettes. With this much, we can finally enjoy some leisure. And electricity too. This air conditioning is pure bliss. The fragrant aroma of food wafted through the air, and their intentions to rob were laid bare, as if success was a foregone conclusion. Seeing this, Hazy stood up, vigilant, his gaze icy, causing unease among the intruders as if they were prey under the watchful eye of a hunter. Wang Yu sighed softly. The floor was bound to get dirty again. Mosquito, emboldened, pointed at Hazy. What are you staring at, beast? Believe me, I could have you served on the dinner table tomorrow. Dog meat hot pot. A splendid idea. Hazy's fur bristled. He crouched low, emitting a low growl. Yet without Wang Yu's command, he refrained from acting rashly. At that moment, Jiang Yuan staggered in, each step sending waves of pain through her lower body. With an air of arrogance, she looked at Wang Yu and said, Do you remember me, boss? Wang Yu examined the bite marks and bruises on Jiang Yuan's skin, sensing the troubling implications regarding her health, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. You recognize me, yet I recall never having visited a chicken coop. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's face turned ashen, intensifying her resentment towards Wang Yu. Previously, I sought refuge for myself and my daughter, yet you cast us out. Were it not for you, how could I have been driven to such disgraceful means? Wang Yu, now recalling the past, calmly inquired, So, you have returned for vengeance. Do you regret it? Regret is futile now. Today, both you and your shabby establishment shall meet your demise. If you kneel and plead for mercy, I might grant you a swifter end. Otherwise, I shall ensure your torment is prolonged. It is solely because I extended no helping hand. Wang Yu's expression remained unchanged. Jiang Yuan, recalling her past humiliations, suddenly erupted into a frenzied scream. You have only yourself to blame for lacking compassion. It is your fault. Indeed, a woman's heart can be exceedingly cruel. Enough, Jiang Yuan. Spare us your incessant chatter. My brothers are starving. Su Biao remarked, observing Wang Yu's unwavering demeanor, which filled him with an unsettling apprehension. After a moment's contemplation, he gravely addressed Wang Yu. We seek only wealth, not bloodshed. Depart now, and we shall grant you a chance at survival. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's composure shattered, yet Su Biao harshly interrupted, reprimanding her. You have no say here. Do you truly consider yourself significant? If this individual lacked strength, how could he dare to open a shop in such a perilous world? They say it is unwise to pursue a cornered foe. He did not wish to drive Wang Yu to desperation, for then he might retaliate fiercely. Wang Yu shook his head and replied bluntly, You think you can dictate terms here? This is my establishment. If anyone is to leave, it shall be you. At these words, the already discontented crowd grew restless. How audacious! Biao Gu has already shown you great mercy by allowing you to depart. One among them seethed. I can no longer tolerate this. This brat is becoming increasingly arrogant. Do you truly believe you can defeat 10 of us? Su Biao's expression darkened as he approached the cash register, confronting Wang Yu. Do you think we dare not act against you? Wang Yu merely smiled, remaining silent. He had hoped to avoid conflict, yet Wang Yu stood his ground, indifferent to the prospect of acquiring another crystal core. As they had claimed, he did not trust that Wang Yu could contend against them, knowing they were all at the E level. After a tense standoff, Su Biao unleashed his abilities, transforming his arm into a lethal blade, aimed directly at Wang Yu. However, Wang Yu showed no intention of evading the strike. A faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips. Just as Su Biao believed victory was within his grasp, Wang Yu leisurely stated, Kill them all. With that, the poised Black Sea sprang into action, swiftly tackling Su Biao. By the time the others managed to comprehend the situation, only a fleeting shadow remained, alongside Su Biao's lifeless expression. The world around them darkened, consciousness fading, until they reopened their eyes to find Tainai beaming with joy. In mere seconds, the group had been severed from their bodies. After a moment of shock, Jiang Yuan regained her senses, only to find a severed head rolling to her feet. Black Sea gazed at Wang Yu, as if inquiring what should be done about this woman. Jiang Yuan fell to her knees, crawling all the way to Wang Yu's feet, desperately clutching his pant leg as she pleaded, I was wrong. Please spare me. I did nothing. They forced me into this. I have a daughter I need to care for. I beg you, do not kill me. Her earlier arrogance had vanished entirely. Chapter 20. Justifiable Defense. Wang Yu smiled and nodded. Very well, I shall grant you a reprieve. Really? The woman stared blankly at Wang Yu, gratitude welling up within her, more precious than pearls. However, as the words left his lips, a fruit knife had silently pierced her skull. Consider this a warning. In your next life, should we cross paths again, I might spare you. Her eyes widened, shifting from shock to terror, then to malice, before ultimately losing all light. Wang Yu leaned down, withdrew the knife, and wiped the blood off on Jiang Yuan's clothing, murmuring, this knife should still fetch a price. He intended to return it to its place on the shelf. Yet, upon turning, he encountered Chu Lan and her companions, all of whom were rendered speechless. An unsettling silence enveloped the air. Wang Yu cleared his throat awkwardly, chuckling, haha. I was merely jesting. How could a knife stained with blood be sold? I was just about to dispose of it. However, the crowd's focus was not on his words, but rather on the crimson liquid slowly pooling on the ground. The sight of lifeless bodies, each head bearing expressions of shock and horror, filled the air with the metallic scent of blood, infiltrating their nostrils. A wave of nausea struck the onlookers, prompting many to rush to the flower beds to vomit. Only Wang Yu and Haizi remained, bewildered. Wang Yu kicked at the head on the ground, exclaiming, damn it. Even in death, you still cause trouble. And you, Haizi, what are you laughing at? This gruesome display has scared away the customers. You'll have to pay for the chicken legs. Haizi, upon hearing this, could no longer contain himself, anxiously circling Wang Yu, nearly speaking in coherent words. Master, do you still expect a dog to engage in refined and tasteful pursuits? Besides, do you think we are merely gathering for poetry? Must we make their deaths seem dignified? He continued. Freya, come and clean up this mess. Beep, detecting stains. However, Freya took an unconventional route, seizing Haizi, who was covered in meat scraps, and sprinting toward the restroom, heedless of the shouts to stop. At that moment, Chu Lan and her group returned to the entrance, their faces pale as they once again beheld the horrific scene, prompting another round of retching. Wang Yu explained to the onlookers, these are merely troublemakers, seeking to usurp what is not theirs. I acted in justifiable defense. At this juncture, a singular thought echoed in the minds of the crowd. Do not provoke Wang Yu. The seemingly jovial man could transform in the blink of an eye. In a mournful tone, Chu Lan remarked, covering her nose, Manager, if we do not clean this place, we cannot even enter. Wang Yu surveyed the corpses strewn across the ground and the grim expressions of the gathered crowd, grinning. Whoever cleans up the bodies shall be rewarded with the crystal core in their brain. Heh, manager, please don't jest. We have managed to hold back our nausea. And now you want us to move corpses? Indeed, perhaps it would be best if you personally oversee this. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, at the very least. These individuals are E-rank supernatural beings. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Under the allure of substantial rewards, brave souls would inevitably arise. Zhang Yingjing gritted his teeth and lunged forward, seizing a corpse from the ground to drag it away, only to be halted by Wang Yu. A spherical object was thrust into his embrace, accompanied by Wang Yu's cunning voice. How could one forget such a crucial component? Damn! Zhang Yingjing clenched his mouth tightly, suppressing the rising bile, and hurled the corpse into the nearby lake. Just as he was about to excise the crystal nucleus, he could no longer contain himself. Previously, when extracting nuclei from zombies, he had regarded them merely as animals, but this was his first encounter with a human's nucleus, and it was entirely natural to feel a psychological burden. Once one person initiated the act, the others were reluctant to lag behind, for an E-rank nucleus held significant benefits for them. The park was expansive, and the group collectively tossed the corpses into the lake. Blood slowly diffused into the water. Chu Lan regarded Wang Yu with a peculiar gaze. He appeared unfazed, directing the proceedings with calm assurance. His eyes were deep, displaying a maturity and composure distinct from his peers, and he executed his lethal actions without hesitation. However, the grotesque state of the corpses indicated that a formidable beast had been responsible, delivering a swift death. This was the work of Su Biao, a member of the Black Snake Gang. Chu Lan recognized Su Biao and murmured, "Do you know him?" Wang Yu turned his attention to Chu Lan, who was cradling an orange cat. "He is also from the Fulu community, the most powerful force in our neighborhood. Then you ought to express your gratitude to me for diminishing their power." Chu Lan shook her head, deeming it inconsequential, as their team would soon vacate the community. "You have slain their members. They certainly will not let this slide." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu reclined casually in his chair, unperturbed, inviting them to come at him. Chu Lan furrowed her brow slightly, offering a kind warning. The Black Snake Gang is notorious for their ruthless deeds. You should exercise caution and ensure your beast does not stray too far. She had suffered before. Had it not been for the considerable distance between their respective buildings and the multitude of zombies within the community, the Black Snake Gang would have undoubtedly struck. Wang Yu, disinclined to elaborate further, simply smiled and nodded. Once the group had completed their tasks and Freya had tidied the bloodstains from the ground, Chu Lan and her companions spared no expense in purchasing a dozen books. At the checkout, Lin Yi looked sorrowfully at the books in his hands and cautiously inquired, "If I practice according to this book, I won't fall into madness, will I?" Wang Yu, who was basking in the fruits of his labor, answered with a broad grin. "Absolutely not. With this manual, you essentially gain a mentor like old Yao, ensuring your future ascension through the ranks. Attaining at least B-rank strength will be no problem, and your life will flourish like the midday sun." The group fell silent. Those who made such guarantees were often charlatans. "And if I fail to reach B rank in the future, can I seek your compensation?" "I'll give you a kick in the pants," Wang Yu replied with irritation. "This book costs you 60 crystal coins, not 6,000. Do you really think it can all be done in one go?" After everyone had departed, Wang Yu checked his balance and found he had 2,980 crystal coins. It seemed the time had come for an upgrade. "Gold bar, come forth. I wish to upgrade the shop." The gold bar responded, "This upgrade will expand the shop's area. Please confirm if you wish to proceed." Wang Yu recalled having spent 1,000 crystal coins on merely unlocking a piece of furniture before, which filled him with frustration. He wondered if this time he would receive something of little value. This time, the merchandise is guaranteed to be essential for everyone. Hearing this, Wang Yu felt somewhat reassured and decisively clicked yes. Instantly, the walls of the shop visibly expanded outward, and the environment inside became somewhat more spacious, yet the overall style remained unchanged. The shop was successfully upgraded to level E, deducting 1,000 crystal coins, unlocking clothing, and establishing a clothing section. Wang Yu mused, it truly is an essential item for everyone. The soft and adorable voice of the gold bar chimed in. "Master, would you like to examine the details of the merchandise?" With that, a virtual panel unfolded before him. What is so appealing about clothing? I'm not illiterate. Upon reading the product descriptions, Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chapter 21. The emergence of Earthen Walls clothing provides certain attribute bonuses to the wearer. Non-stacking, night suit, offers an additional 50 concealment in darkness, while reducing visibility impact on others by 80 and increases speed by 10. Endurance training gear increases efficiency by 20 during physical training. Strength pants provides an additional 20 speed while moving. Strength gloves grants an additional 10 strength. Finally, a conscientious system has delivered something truly practical. As dusk began to settle, Shida sat gloomily on the sofa. At that moment, a greasy, portly man entered, shaking his head and stating, "The fifth one hasn't returned yet." Upon hearing this, Shida remained silent. The third and fourth members began to murmur among themselves. Could something have happened? Even if the fifth one couldn't find supplies, it's unlikely they wouldn't return by nightfall. Indeed, we have never ventured into that park area, so there could be hidden dangers. Suddenly, the portly man remarked, "I heard someone saw Chu Lan and the others returning from the park. Could they be up to something? It's quite possible. Let us not forget. We stole their supplies last time. Damn it, that troublesome woman. One day, I'll deal with her. We didn't initiate the conflict, yet they provoked us. Such foolishness." Shida, who had been silent, shot a cold glance and commanded, "Find someone to monitor them. Once they leave the community, we'll settle the score." "I'll make arrangements immediately." The following morning, as Chu Lan and the others left the community, they found a car at a secluded spot. Chu Lan handed a spatial scroll to Liang Shu and the others, instructing, "We haven bin to the steel market. Be cautious and bring back as much steel as possible while ensuring safety." The quirky Su Yao peeked out from behind Chu Lan. "Hee, without any powers. I want to be going. Xiao Shui, remember not to die. Who will help me scratch my back if you're gone?" Chen Shui raised her thumb and remarked, "Having a friend like you is truly a blessing." Once they departed, Chu Lan addressed the remaining individuals, stating, "Today's mission is to eliminate more zombies. We are still too impoverished. Establishing a camp and procuring supplies will incur substantial expenses, not to mention we cannot afford to fall behind in our levels, lest we find ourselves incapable of defending the camp." At that moment, a sharp and caustic voice interjected, "Do not worry. You will not have that opportunity." Suddenly, more than 30 individuals emerged abruptly from around the corner. The four at the forefront bore menacing expressions and fierce gazes. Chu Lan furrowed her brow, while the orange cat in her arms tensed, and the other 13 members of her team grew increasingly anxious, readying themselves for combat. Shida observed them mockingly, as if regarding a colony of ants. 30-some individuals against 13, and in terms of ability levels, the members of the Black Snake Gang were at least E-ranked. Even the most ordinary E-rank from the Black Snake Gang would be considered formidable within Chu Lan's team. "Is this a buy one, get one free offer? Two beauties. How delightful," laughed a tall middle-aged man, his eyes roving between Chu Lan and Su Yao. Chu Lan replied with disdain, "To spy on us is utterly revolting." Shida sneered, "This is all you're doing. When the tiger does not roar, you treat it as a mere kitten. Had you not killed Lao Wu, we would not have gone to such lengths. To provoke us is akin to an ant shaking a tree, a display of utter hubris. Today, we shall settle the score regarding a Biao. Do not harbor any illusions of escape. Simply await your demise to spare yourselves further agony. Indeed, my brothers are gentle souls. As long as you two beauties serve us well, we may spare your lives," he cackled. Upon hearing this, someone from Chu Lan's team hastily exclaimed, "No, it wasn't us who killed him. It was that shopkeeper. We had nothing to do with it." Chu Lan frowned at the individual. "It's true. We merely went there to purchase items. We did nothing wrong." Shida and his companions exchanged skeptical glances. "Are you suggesting that one man dispatched 16 members of the Black Snake Gang? That excuse is rather flimsy. We are not deceiving you. He possesses a formidable beast. It was that creature that did the killing. We were merely bystanders." The portly man, who had been observing the situation, noticed they no longer appeared to be lying and whispered a few words into Shida's ear. Shortly after, Shida grinned, "We understand." The man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "Then unfortunately, you still must die. My brothers cannot have come here for nothing. It is only reasonable to gather some crystal cores to take back." The portly man chuckled amiably. Chu Lan cast a disappointed glance at the one who had accused Wang Yu. Shida wasted no time, signaling to his men with a wave of his hand, coldly commanding, "Leave the women, kill the men, and seize their crystal cores." Upon hearing this, the group surged forward, intent on surrounding Chu Lan and her companions. At that moment, Chu Lan retrieved a long object from somewhere and aimed it at them. Boom. In an instant, a towering earthen wall materialized out of thin air, completely occupying the street and firmly obstructing the members of the Black Snake Gang. Upon witnessing this, Chu Lan was momentarily taken aback, and before he could fully process his astonishment, he shouted, "Quickly, move." Meanwhile, the members of the Black Snake Gang stood in bewilderment, with several speed-oriented ability users unable to halt their momentum, crashing headfirst into the wall, rendered unconscious. Seda, acting decisively, raised his hand and unleashed a spike of earth, shattering the wall. "Concentrate your efforts," he commanded. The others followed suit, launching their powers in an attempt to demolish the barrier. However, despite their combined might, They found themselves utterly incapable of penetrating the earthen wall. "Stop wasting your strength. They've long since slipped away," one remarked, gazing at the wall in confusion. "What on earth? Why is this wall so resilient? Is this an earth-type ability? It certainly differs from my modest earthen barriers." Just as they were about to retreat, the wall suddenly vanished, revealing a broad street. The plump member murmured, "Strange, exceedingly strange. This doesn't seem like any ability. It feels more like a one-time item. Where could they have procured such a thing? It's rather uncanny." Frustrated by their failure, Seda, his mood darkened, suggested, "Let us check that shop in the park." Ding. "Welcome." Wang Yu looked up to see the familiar figure of the gluttonous Yi Tian, whom he hadn't seen for 2 days. Yi Tian, feeling the cool air of the store, couldn't help but exhale in relief before nodding in acknowledgement to Wang Yu. Why does it seem that the space of the shop has expanded? As his gaze swept over the black-clad figure napping on the floor, he gasped, his expression turning incredulous. B-level. Yi Tian thought in shock. He had just reached the mid-D level. Would he forever be out of reach of such power? Yet, he had consumed a significant number of abilities, requiring vast amounts of crystal cores for each upgrade, which explained the widening gap in levels. Level does not equate to everything. Although he had not encountered many sea-level zombies, he was confident in his ability to contend with them and even to slay them despite the disparity. Given time, the advantage of his numerous abilities would only become more pronounced. In the future, Yi Tian would undoubtedly stand among the elite few at the pinnacle of power. He reassured himself. Yet, Yi Tian was also perplexed as to why the apocalyptic scenario differed from his past life. It seemed that humanity's progression had quickened, with everyone seemingly aware of the information regarding ability users and crystal cores from the onset of the apocalypse. The informational advantage he had accumulated in his previous life had vanished. Otherwise, he would have far surpassed the average ability user. Could this be the butterfly effect of his reincarnation? In truth, it was because Yi Tian had not touched a mobile phone since the apocalypse began, rendering him oblivious to the information circulating online. Wang Yu cleared his throat, kindly reminding him, "Customer, we have new products in the store." Yi Tian paused, surveying his surroundings until he noticed a sign indicating the clothing section nearby. "I thought it was something substantial. It seems the manager has expanded the business." However, clothing was plentiful in the abandoned supermarkets outside. Spending crystal cores on clothing felt rather wasteful. "Although I possess only a single set of clothing, I typically dry it effortlessly with my abilities after washing." Just as Yi Tian was about to decline, a thought crossed his mind. Could this be a subtle hint from the shopkeeper? He glanced up at Wang Yu, who was beaming with a smile. Indeed, in a post-apocalyptic world, clothing is of little concern to anyone. Survival has become the primary issue, leaving little room for vanity. Thus, it seemed the shopkeeper was merely suggesting that he lend his support to prevent any items from going unsold. Consequently, Yi Tian took a moment to inspect his worn-out garments and remarked, "It is indeed time for a new piece. Wearing the same outfit daily is hardly ideal, especially as I lack suitable winter attire." With that, he made his way to the clothing section. This store could very well become his long-term source of supplies. Spending a few crystal coins to enhance the shopkeeper's goodwill seemed a worthy investment. As Yi Tian surveyed the neatly stacked array of eccentric clothing, he couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder that no one was purchasing these items. Who in their right mind would buy such juvenile apparel? He slowly picked up a top and examined the label, which bore a surprisingly serious name, Physical Training Suit. To his astonishment, it was exorbitantly priced. Yi Tian nearly exclaimed in disbelief. 200 crystal coins for a single article of clothing? The fabric felt peculiar as well. He flipped the label to inspect the material, only to find a brief yet enticing description. Instantly, his eyes widened in astonishment. What a treasure! Truly remarkable. The value is undeniable. Reading the description, he felt no doubt about its authenticity, and a wave of gratitude surged within him. The shopkeeper had promptly informed him, fearing he might miss out on such a gem. In 2 lifetimes, this shopkeeper, whom he barely knew, had illuminated the faint light at the end of a dark tunnel for him. Yi Tian meticulously reviewed the descriptions of each garment, selecting several that would prove beneficial, and also purchased a few skill scrolls that had never failed him. He then proceeded to the checkout counter. Ding! The payment card was charged 800 crystal coins. Wang Yu cast a satisfied glance at Yi Tian, but soon noticed something unusual in his demeanor. There appeared to be a gentle warmth radiating from his eyes, causing Wang Yu to tense up in alarm, internally exclaiming, "Analyze this kid. Is he gay?" Quickly, Wang Yu retrieved a plastic bag to pack the items, placing it before Yi Tian while attempting to minimize any physical contact. Yi Tian was left bewildered, wondering if he had committed some social faux pas. "Brother, there truly is a shop nearby, and the delivery truck from Old Wu is there as well. Chu Lan and the others did not deceive us," Old 3 pointed out, gesturing towards a prominent building in the distance. Shida nodded solemnly, leading the group forward. The absence of people near the vehicle was telling. Those from the Black Snake Gang were not to be trifled with. However, he was intercepted by Old Two, the chubby man. If what Shu Lan and the others say is true, then the strength of that beast cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, they would have already acted to eliminate the threat. To rush in blindly might lead to disaster. Old Three regarded his cautious older brother with a hint of dissatisfaction, pondering why their leader would appoint someone so timid as the second-in-command of the Black Snake Gang. Though one possesses a more formidable ability, it is merely a matter of being a bit more astute. In the face of absolute strength, what significance does cleverness hold? Thus, he retorted, brother, we have over 30 extraordinary individuals among us. How can we possibly be intimidated by a mere beast? If word of this spreads, how can our Black Snake Gang hope to expand its influence? Besides, the fifth brother's prowess is only at the bottom tier among us, and he hardly commands a large following. It is only natural that he would be outmatched. However, we now have over 30 of us, and retrieving that beast's crystal core will be as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. Right, fourth brother? What do you think? With that, he nudged the burly fourth brother beside him. The fourth brother, having listened to the third brother's lengthy discourse, seemed to have absorbed little, and after a moment of contemplation, he could only stare with his bell-like eyes and respond, I feel the same. Upon hearing this, Shida hesitated, clearly finding merit in the third brother's words. Observing this, the third brother eagerly volunteered, asserting that even without the assistance of his two elder brothers, he, along with the fourth brother and their comrades, would be sufficient to handle the situation, urging them to simply watch. The third brother mused that this was a chance for him to earn merit. At that moment, the stout man leaned in to whisper a few words to Shida, who frowned while glancing at the third brother. Shida ultimately acquiesced, saying, very well. We should follow behind you. If you find yourselves at a disadvantage, we shall intervene. The third brother's face brightened with joy as he confidently patted his chest and assured them, there will be no need for either of you to take action. He then turned to the crowd, calling out, brothers, follow me to avenge our brother Biao. Let us get energized. The group proceeded directly toward the shop. Ding. Welcome. Wang Yu, engrossed in a drama, looked up to see a throng of individuals storming into the store, encircling the cash register without hesitation. In an instant, Wang Yu felt a myriad of emotions, anger, contempt, cruelty, and coldness converging upon him. He noticed that Heizi, too, had become alert, scanning the crowd warily. Wang Yu remained seated, his legs crossed, his gaze still fixed on the screen of his phone, and languidly inquired, ladies and gentlemen, how may I assist you? The third brother shifted his stance and calmly queried, it was this dog that killed our fifth brother. Fifth brother? The one with the gorilla-like features? It seems Heizi was responsible for that. Wang Yu responded, lifting a porcelain cup to sip his tea slowly. Clearing his throat, he added, alas, there was no choice. That fellow, with his hideous appearance, thought quite highly of himself, demanding that I vacate my own store to make room for him. His audacity rivals that of a bulletproof vest. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with rage, wishing nothing more than to tear Wang Yu to shreds. Yet, the third brother reacted with laughter instead of anger, saying, good, good. I have never encountered someone more arrogant than myself. But fret not, you will soon meet your demise. Chapter 23. The malicious Chu Lan. Wang Yu rubbed his temples, his tone as tranquil as still water. If you all wisely choose to leave now, you might yet live. No sooner had he spoken than the crowd erupted in raucous laughter. Ha ha, how absurd. Why pretend to be something you are not? Are you still unaware of your predicament? Or do you believe you and your black dog can encircle over 30 of us? We can still live. Do you wish to spare our lives? Ha ha. What a ridiculous situation, akin to an elderly lady snuggling under her covers, bringing me amusement. Lao San wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes and clapped his hands, saying, all right, he seems quite eager to depart. Everyone, let us act swiftly. Meanwhile, Ergu, the plump one, who had been observing from a distance, inadvertently spotted a familiar item, the peculiar artifact that Chu Lan had just retrieved. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon him, and he jolted awake, yet it was too late. The group ahead had already taken action, their sights set on the unperturbed Wang Yu. Heizi moved faster than everyone else, and in an instant, the circle of individuals at the forefront was drenched in blood, including Lao San and Lao Si, who had been shouting just a moment ago. Cursed. Activate your abilities. We must eliminate the dog first. Wait, why hasn't my ability triggered? Petrify. Mine too. My powers have vanished. Do not approach me. Big brother, second brother. Quickly save me, please. Powerless ability users were akin to tigers with their fangs removed. Mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Within a minute, all were devoid of breath. Shida and the plump one gazed at the corpses strewn about, utterly astonished. These 30-odd ability users were the backbone of the Black Snake gang, yet they had proven so feeble. Even if the two had intervened, it would have merely resulted in 2 additional corpses. Fortunately, the plump one had previously suggested that Lao San and Lao Si, the 2 foolish ones, test the waters. Otherwise, they would have been the ones who perished. Heezy's dark, penetrating gaze fixed upon Shida and the plump one, the crimson splatter on his fangs appearing particularly chilling. Instantly, the 2 were frightened into turning away, feigning indifference, though their legs trembled involuntarily. Hey, Lao Air, how about this chewing gum? 99%, a rare find. Wang Yu, with a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile, inquired meaningfully, do you know them? Would you like to avenge them? Upon hearing this, the 2 shook their heads vigorously, hastily waving their hands. No, I don't know any of them. It was a mere chance encounter. I had no idea they were such individuals. What bad luck. The plump one couldn't help but glance at Shida, silently giving a thumbs up in agreement. Completely unfamiliar. But well done. These people are clearly societal tumors, truly deserving of their fate. Wang Yu nodded with a smile. He was not a monster. Since the 2 recognized the situation, there was no need to further stain the ground with blood. Thus, he glanced at the corpses and said, remove the bodies. Their crystals will be your reward. As soon as these words left his mouth, Shida and the plump one, 2 cunning foxes, immediately displayed their delight, rolling up their sleeves to get to work. Such a fortunate opportunity. Big brother, you should have mentioned it earlier. We could have brought more people. However, their crystals can only be used to purchase items from my shop. Upon hearing this, the unyielding Shida attempted to negotiate further, for such a multitude of crystals could significantly enhance their strength. Yet, he was stopped by the plump one, who silently shook his head in disapproval. The 2 dragged the bodies away from the shop, preparing to dispose of them in the lake of the park. Why are you stopping me, Lauer? So many crystal cores, yet they hardly glance our way. We ought to at least make an effort. However, the stout fellow shook his head, stating that they have their own principles, and we should not take advantage of the situation. This may not be entirely a bad thing, after all. Pray tell, strategist. First, let us not even mention the abundance of resources. The wares sold in this shop are anything but ordinary. I previously witnessed the very item that left us utterly helpless in the hands of Chu Lan, and it was procured from this very establishment. If we acquire several of those items, would we not render ourselves invincible, my friend? Second, you have also observed the prowess of that peculiar beast. Although the individual did not engage, I can sense that their strength is certainly on par with the black dog, if not surpassing it. If we cultivate a good relationship with them, even if they cannot offer us assistance in the future, at the very least, they will not become our adversary. Shida suddenly grasped the situation, nodding in agreement, as his thoughts aligned with mine. After they had transported the body, they even voluntarily assisted a 2-dimensional robot in cleaning up the area. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction, handing them a payment card with a cheerful expression, saying, I've already topped it up for you. No need to thank me. The total came to 400 crystal coins, another unexpected windfall. Very well, thank you, noble shopkeeper. For your generosity, the 2 responded promptly, bowing slightly, not daring to show any negligence. The stout fellow cautiously inquired, may we purchase some items? Wang Yu waved his hand grandly, of course. On their way back, the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the 2 middle-aged men, evoking a sense of melancholy. Shida patted his round belly, a satisfied expression crossing his face. His steps lightened, for it had been a long time since he had indulged in such delectable fare. Only in front of the second-in-command did he let go of the airs of a gang leader. His position was secured not only by strength, but also by the second-in-command's formidable management skills. The stout fellow, however, wore a grave expression. Brother, although we've gained much, we must still seek vengeance. Shida looked taken aback. Have you lost your mind? You wish to take revenge on the shopkeeper? Certainly not. A figure like the shopkeeper exists on an entirely different plane than us. I am referring to Chu Lan. With that, he retrieved a skill scroll from a plastic bag, narrowing his eyes and speaking in a low tone. Brother, have you considered why Chu Lan possesses such a life-saving item, yet chose to engage us in so much dialogue before utilizing it at the last moment? What do you mean? She did so intentionally. She must have been aware of the shopkeeper's terrifying strength, which is why she revealed the shop's secrets to us, intending to use the shopkeeper's power to eliminate us. Realization dawned on Shida, and his expression turned cold. That treacherous woman. Damn her. He sighed softly, his tone tinged with reluctance. But now the tables have turned. Our Black Snake gang is left with only a few weak and ailing members. What can we use to contend with them? A glint of determination flickered in the stout fellow's eyes as he declared fiercely, if they can use a blade to kill, why can we not do the same? Chapter 24. An unforeseen attack. As dusk approached, Liang Shu and his companions finally returned to the apartment building, each appearing disheveled and dusty. Chu Lan hurried over to inquire, how did it go? Although the process was perilous, fortunately, the numerous scrolls they carried had frightened off the beasts that had taken residence there, and they managed to bring back a substantial amount of steel. Liang Shuxin, trembling with trepidation, remarked that the strength of the otherworldly beasts should not be underestimated. A moment's inattention could lead to fatal consequences. Aside from those endowed with extraordinary abilities, the others remained too fragile. Everyone has worked hard. These crystal cores are to be distributed among the team, 5 F-grade cores each. Let us hasten to upgrade, proclaimed Chu Lan as she handed a large bag to the group. Upon hearing this, the members eagerly approached to collect their rewards. Having had no time to claim any crystal cores from the zombies they had slain, most among them were merely a step away from reaching E-grade. And with these 5 cores, ascending to E-grade would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Eagerly, they began to absorb the energy from the cores. Before long, Zhang Yingjing swung his fist with force, creating a whooshing sound as it sliced through the air. Is this what it feels like to be E-grade? The enhancement is indeed substantial. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted overhead, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. The rooftop was engulfed in a swirling storm of dust and fire, illuminating the night sky in an instant. Even those on the lower floors, including Chu Lan and her companions, felt the searing heat of the air. What is happening? At that moment, a frantic figure burst into the room, calling out anxiously, "It seems the upper floor has come under attack. A fire has broken out, and Wang Tao and the others are trapped." Another woman rushed in with alarming news. "It's worse. Zombies are charging at the building in droves. My brother and the others can hardly hold them off." Clearly, the deafening roar had drawn the attention of the surrounding zombies, who were now converging wildly towards their location. The situation atop the building was dire, with flames roaring and illuminating the surroundings, undoubtedly attracting more zombies to encircle the structure. Without hesitation, Chu Lan instructed her orange cat to assist in barricading the zombies on the lower levels. "All water-based ability users, follow me to extinguish the fire and rescue those trapped, preventing the flames from spreading. Liang Shu, you and the others provide support, ensuring that all remaining ability users firmly guard the stairway. They must not be allowed to ascend." Understood. Chu Lan led 3 water-based ability users to the rooftop. The scene before them was chaotic, with flames leaping high and thick smoke enveloping the area. The force of the blaze had shattered the walls, creating a massive crack. Peering down, they were greeted by a horrifying sight, a throng of zombies. Irresistibly drawn by the light, the 3 water users immediately activated their abilities, unleashing torrents of water that met the flames, generating plumes of steam. "Wang Tao, Xiahao, are you still alive? Why is your response so slow? This fire is no ordinary blaze. It is exceedingly difficult to extinguish." From the depths of the sky, colossal moths emerged, relentlessly battering the rooftop and sending debris flying. Chu Lan could not afford to relax for a moment. Seizing the opportunity amidst the moth's assault, she unleashed her abilities, sending a blade of wind to strike their wings, preventing further impact against the building. As dawn approached, the complex fell into a profound silence. The members of Chu Lan's team were gathered in a single room, each bearing the weight of exhaustion. Li Cheng's sister, Li Jing, huddled in a corner, her eyes vacant as she sobbed softly, "My only brother, he's gone." Zhang Yingjing struck the wall with his fist, a visage of fury etched upon his face. "Who is responsible for this? Who could be responsible for this? Who seeks to bring us to our demise? The fiery assault we endured last night was evidently orchestrated by an ability user. Could it possibly be those vile members of the Black Snake Gang? I find that unlikely, as they too inhabit this community, now surrounded by zombies, and they would not fare any better than us." Liang Shu approached Chu Lan, exhaling deeply, and remarked, "We are left with only 17 souls, and it is thanks to Li Cheng and the others who bravely blew up the staircase." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Su Yao softly comforted Li Jing, yet unexpectedly, Li Jing lost control of her emotions and forcefully shoved Su Yao aside. She cried out in a fit of despair, "Why weren't you the one to perish, you useless wretch? Why? My brother was so strong. How could he have died?" Su Yao, feeling the weight of her words, lowered her head, uncertain of how to respond. Observing this, her close friend Chen Shui hurriedly pulled Su Yao away. "Enough. Li Jing, you must calm yourself," Chu Lan interjected. Cradling her orange cat, she approached the window and gazed down. The horde of zombies below had fallen eerily silent, aimlessly wandering, their numbers overwhelming and dense. In this vast community, there seemed to be scarcely a place to stand. With the staircase severed and the skill scrolls depleted, The multitude of zombies below left Liang Shu despondently pondering the prospects of survival. Once our food runs out, we will simply await our fate, he lamented, adjusting his glasses. Chu Lan remained uncharacteristically quiet. As noon approached, the group found themselves at a loss. Suddenly, a tremendous shriek pierced the air, followed by the sound of shuffling feet. The drowsy individuals were instantly roused, their expressions tense, fearing another onslaught of zombies. Yet, through the window, they witnessed the throngs of zombies departing the community in an orderly fashion, scattering as if commanded. The group exchanged puzzled glances, confusion etched on their faces. Liang Shu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Moments later, the zombies outside returned to their previous numbers, as if the earlier commotion had never occurred. Gather your belongings. We must leave at once. Chu Lan commanded without hesitation. They could no longer remain in this community, should they endure another attack tonight. It was certain that none of the remaining souls would see the light of day. The rooftop assault had been too peculiar, likely the work of a formidable ability user. The advantage lay with the enemy, and the situation was exceedingly precarious for them. After quietly dispatching a few remaining zombies in the stairwell, the group safely exited the community, their hearts gradually easing. However, another question soon arose. Sister Lan, where shall we go now? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Lan responded, let us head to the park. It is relatively safer there. The others readily agreed, recalling that they had never encountered a zombie in the park. Just then, someone exclaimed, look, is that a skill scroll? The group's gaze fell upon an object on the ground, one they recognized all too well. It was indeed a skill scroll from the Doomsday Shop. Chu Lan picked up the discarded scroll, murmuring, fire attribute attack. This is not something our team has used. Liang Shu furrowed her brow, while the others exchanged glances. Chu Lan gazed into the distance towards the park and remarked, who could be responsible for this? Perhaps only the shopkeeper knows. Chapter 25. The arrogant Shida in the shop's lounge area. Shida and the portly man reclined on the plush sofas, each holding a can of beer, savoring a moment of tranquility. With over 3,000 crystal coins in their accounts, they had no immediate worries about food and drink. You're still the better one, said Shida. I reckon Chu Lan and the others won't be coming out anytime soon. Did you see that horde of zombies last night? If I were her, I would have had to change my diapers several times throughout the night. The portly man took a sip of his chilled beer, deliberately raising his voice. In my opinion, the shopkeeper's goods are the best, affordable and exquisite treasures that leave one in awe. Shida rubbed his forehead, somewhat speechless. Your flattery is overwhelming. It's not just the shopkeeper. Even I find it a bit unexpected. Wang Yu could hear their conversation, but paid it no mind. After all, what did it matter who the scroll was meant for? As long as he could profit from the crystal cores, that was all that mattered. Mercy does not command troops, and righteousness does not engage in business. A merchant's only friend is profit. With nothing else to do, Wang Yu opened his information panel to check his precious crystal coins. Shopkeeper, Wang Yu stamina, 110 strength, 90 speed, 60 ability, space level, mid-level D, 600 to 800, shop level, low level E, 0 to 1,500, crystal coin balance, 4890 with such an abundance of crystal coins. He loathed the idea of them diminishing due to the spending of those two old customers. He entertained thoughts of finding a reason to eliminate them. After all, the coins had already been replenished. The two men, currently enjoying their drinks, suddenly felt a chill at the back of their necks. Was it the shop's air conditioning? At that moment, the golden bar spoke up in a mournful tone. If the master keeps encountering bugs, I may have to take action. Cough, cough, I was just joking. If I were to harm a customer, how would I continue running this shop? Who would dare approach to purchase goods in the future? I know how to weigh the important against the trivial. Suddenly inspired, Wang Yu decided he wanted to enhance his ability. It would be a waste to leave such a fine power untapped. Bar, I want to upgrade my ability. Take me straight to level C. He declared extravagantly. Upgrade successful. 1,000 crystal coins deducted. Unlocking ability technique, space counter. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu immediately pulled out the well-worn textbook, carefully reviewing the usage of space counter, his eagerness palpable. Only at level C did the space ability gain a semblance of offensive capability, albeit passive. Before long, the entrance sensor chimed, and a throng of people entered. The moment Chu Lan stepped through the door, she noticed Shida and his companion in the lounge, instantly understanding the situation. However, Li Jing snatched the used scroll and hurriedly approached, inquiring, Shopkeeper, who exactly came to purchase this item? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, shaking his head with a smile. We are a legitimate shop and cannot disclose customer information. My brother met his untimely demise due to the perpetrator, who nearly endangered us all. Please, tell me. I seek vengeance for my brother. The overly kind-hearted Lin Yi also interjected, Indeed, Wang Yu, the assailant's methods are cruel, and evidently meant to bring about our demise. Just reveal to us who is responsible. Yet, Wang Yu remained silent, shaking his head. Observing this, Shida and the fatty beside him exhaled in relief. It seemed the manager was not one to meddle unnecessarily. This behavior evoked a measure of respect for Wang Yu from them. However, Li Jing was relentless, and Wang Yu was beginning to show signs of impatience. The perceptive Chu Lan quickly intervened. That's enough, Li Jing. It must undoubtedly be the work of the Black Snake Gang. Yet, Li Jing, consumed by hatred, turned her ire towards Wang Yu upon witnessing his unyielding demeanor. Your merchandise is what led to my brother's death. You cannot absolve yourself from this. You must take responsibility, she accused, jabbing a finger at Wang Yu's nose. Indeed, it is you who indirectly caused my brother's demise. You are also a murderer. Why did you sell to the culprit? Why? Wang Yu's gaze turned frigid as he regarded Li Jing, who attempted to approach him. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick. Ugh! Li Jing had no time to evade, and was sent flying 3 meters, colliding violently with a nearby shelf. A distinct sound of a rib fracturing echoed through the air. Chu Lan was taken aback, having not witnessed the swiftness and force of Wang Yu's strike before. She had previously assumed he relied solely on the otherworldly beast for his standing. Now, she was convinced of his formidable prowess. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Jing's mouth as she valiantly stifled her pain and raised her hand to unleash her ability. No, Chu Lan urged. But a wooden spike had already shot forth, hurtling toward Wang Yu. At that moment, a slight smile graced Wang Yu's lips. Black Z was absent from the shop. He refrained from immediately retaliating, aiming instead to test the potency of her ability. The onlookers watched as the wooden spike, racing through the air, abruptly vanished from sight. Chu Lan and the others, unfamiliar with Wang Yu's capabilities, were left bewildered. In the next instant, the spike reappeared, but this time, its trajectory was altered, and it targeted Li Jing herself. Thud! The wooden spike pierced through Li Jing's neck, the sound of flesh tearing resonating ominously. She opened her mouth in shock. But no words emerged as her head tilted, her expression of disbelief forever frozen on her face. Witnessing this, Chu Lan's pupils constricted as she contemplated. Could this be the manager's ability to manipulate another's powers? If so, then even the mightiest of abilities would be rendered insignificant before him. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their gazes toward Wang Yu now tinged with fear. Despite the manager's usual amiable demeanor, one would find that if provoked, his temperament could shift more swiftly than the turning of a page. Wang Yu calmly seated himself, dismissing their fallen ally with ease. What a fool, exclaimed one. To dare speak disrespectfully to the manager. Such recklessness is tantamount to courting death. Indeed, how pathetic, chimed in another. To take out frustrations on the manager for one's own inadequacies in the face of tragedy. Their voices dripped with deliberate mockery. The crowd's eyes narrowed in anger. Chu Lan turned her head and spoke through gritted teeth. It was you, wasn't it? Second brother, what is she saying? She feigned ignorance. I don't understand, Samida. Laughter erupted among them. Liang Shu, with a somber expression, leaned closer to Chu Lan and whispered, there are only the two of them. Let us wait until they leave the store to act. They can't hide here forever. Upon hearing this, Chu Lan nodded, allowing them a moment more of arrogance. However, to everyone's surprise, Shida and his companion swaggered over to the counter, speaking respectfully, Store manager, we would like to purchase a few more skill scrolls for self-defense. They selected a pile of scrolls and proceeded to the checkout. Beep. Payment card deducted 1,090 crystal coins, remaining balance 2,480. At this, the onlookers felt as though they had swallowed a fly, their expressions darkening. The power of the scrolls was well known, and such a substantial quantity instilled fear in Chu Lan and her companions. They had not anticipated the duo's extravagant wealth. Chapter 26. Yi Tian's archenemy, Shida cast a provocative glance at them before returning to the lounge area. It was sweltering outside, and the store's free air conditioning was too enticing to resist. Chu Lan sighed softly, lamenting that they had revealed the store's location to them. Let us all report our payment card balances. We should procure some supplies. What about Li Jing's crystal core? What can we do? It must be confiscated. One must reap what they sow. A few minutes later, they purchased some supplies and then, while seated on the lounge's sofa, had lunch. However, the presence of the two unwelcome figures nearby cast a pall over their mood. Sister Lan, the space scroll is nearing its time limit, and it contains dozens of tons of steel. Chu Lan nodded. We'll leave once we finish eating. Without housing, constructing a camp becomes imperative. Fortunately, there were two Earth-type abilities within their ranks, along with Du Feng and Liang Shu, who could manipulate steel. Building should not pose significant challenges, though there was concern that Shida might interfere, especially given the deadly potential of the scrolls in their possession. At that moment, Bai Che approached with a jacket-like garment. Zhang Yingjing rolled his eyes. Why buy such useless things? Wouldn't it be better to purchase more food? And besides, that outfit does not suit you at all. Bai Che, uninterested in explanations, handed the product description to the group. Additional 10 defense points. After reading, they exchanged glances, then rushed towards the clothing section, leaving Shida and his companion perplexed. What is so peculiar about clothing? Today's youth are just so vain. Zhang Yingjing stared incredulously at Bai Che. Seriously, are you a plant for the store manager? Why is it that every time there is something good, you're the one to bring it up? Wow, how amazing. Isn't this purely gaming gear? But it's so expensive. I've always had unwavering faith in the manager's items. I would sell everything to buy them. Then can I be as formidable as you ability users? Xiaoxua, are we not the best of friends? Lacking sufficient ability. It seemed that spending money was indeed a worthy alternative. Having acquired their desired gear and provisions, they prepared to depart. As the scene unfolded, Yi Tian sauntered in leisurely. Zhang Yingjing greeted him, but Yi Tian paid no heed, his gaze fixed intently on Shida in the rest area, an expression bordering on frenzied excitement illuminating his features. At last, I have found you, Shida. Were it not for you in my previous life, how could I have perished amidst a horde of zombies? And how would I have been afforded the chance to be reborn? The atmosphere thickened with a palpable aura of malevolence, causing onlookers to halt, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Did he just utter Shida's name? Could there be a story entwined within? Shida, who had been sipping his drink, seemed to sense something amiss and turned to investigate. Suddenly, a figure darted towards him with alarming speed. Good heavens! Shida was taken aback, unable to evade in time. Bang! Yi Tian collided with an invisible barrier, his contorted visage a testament to his impact. Wang Yu cleared his throat, remarking, "Have you sprouted a few extra powers, kid?" The formidable resistance allowed Yi Tian to gradually regain his composure, and he swiftly turned to Wang Yu, offering an apology. Shida, having narrowly escaped a grisly fate, was drenched in cold sweat, pondering why another rogue sought to harm him. The portly fellow beside him wore a bewildered expression, contemplating the numerous grievances his brother had accumulated over the years. "My good sir, have we crossed paths before?" "Why, upon our first meeting. Do you wish to do me harm?" Yi Tian's expression transformed into one of calm, his heart steady as he replied, "My apologies, I mistook you for someone else. I shall be more cautious next time." However, Shida's face was etched with bitterness. "Your mere misidentification nearly cost me my life. And you speak of a next time? How many chances does one have in life? Who is this fellow so fearsome?" "This is my friend Yi Tian. I have known him for ages." Impressive, isn't it? The bravado was unnecessary. Liang Shu adjusted his glasses, a thought emerging as he glanced inquiringly at Chu Lan. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Lan nodded. "The enemy of my enemy is my ally." The earlier spectacle had not gone unnoticed. Yi Tian's prowess was undeniable. Had this transpired outside, Shida would have been conversing with the heavens by now. Following a brief discussion among the group, consensus was reached. An additional strong ally would undoubtedly mitigate the dangers of their endeavors. Only Lin Yi, the compassionate soul, voiced his concerns, stating, "Yet he nearly took a life in a moment of impulsiveness. One who regards life so lightly is too cold-hearted, and his bloodlust is palpable." The others rolled their eyes, retorting, "Are you appendicitis, so fond of inflaming issues?" Chu Lan shook his head in resignation. The majority rules. He then approached Yi Tian to express their intentions, only to be met with a firm refusal. Armed with the lessons of his past life, Yi Tian was keen to avoid any semblance of teamwork, confidently asserting, "For him, I alone am sufficient. He is mine to vanquish. Anyone who dares to strike first shall meet their demise." After departing the shop, Chu Lan and the others hastily scouted for a campsite near the park. The dwindling manpower compelled them to hasten their pace. The park sprawled widely, featuring a vast lake at its center, spanned by a stone bridge that connected to the opposite side of the park. For the sake of safety, they were not prepared to stray too far from the shop, ensuring they remained sufficiently concealed. Du Feng convened a meeting, assigning appropriate tasks, and the group sprang into action. Even with the advantage of supernatural abilities, constructing a robust base with both above-ground and underground structures was no simple feat. As dusk approached, He Zishan returned to the park, casting a curious glance at the dense grass nearby before heading back to the shop. Just in time, he encountered Shida and the fatty, who were preparing to leave. Dogmaster is back. I apologize for obstructing your path." The Dogmaster's imposing presence commanded respect from the young ones. The two lingered at the shop's entrance for a considerable time, ensuring the surroundings were clear before cautiously stepping outside, their fingers tightly gripping their life or death skill scrolls. "Damn it. It's definitely safer inside the shop. I really don't want to leave. Indeed, if we could spend the night there, I would gladly sleep on the floor. As they passed along a narrow path, a gentle breeze brushed against them, and a figure suddenly appeared. Being D-class supernatural beings, they instinctively sensed the danger and swiftly leaped aside. Upon closer inspection, it was the young man who had previously misidentified them. Shida and the fatty displayed little surprise. They understood that mistaken identity was merely a convenient excuse. Yi Tian's expression was cold, his eyes glinting with malice as he charged towards them with astonishing speed. A speed-type supernatural being. Shida and the fatty hurriedly unfurled their scrolls, unleashing a massive fireball and a bolt of lightning that surged towards Yi Tian. Reacting swiftly, Yi Tian also released 2 scrolls in response. Upon realizing their adversary also possessed scrolls and that he was closing in rapidly, Shida shouted, "Old 2. Continue with the scrolls." He quickly activated his abilities, raising a solid earthen wall to firmly block their path. Speed-type supernatural beings were not particularly destructive, so he assumed it would take some time for Yi Tian to breach their defenses. However, just as Shida prepared to catch his breath, the earthen wall crumbled instantly, sand and debris flying into their faces. In the midst of the chaos, a glinting dagger was suddenly upon them. Shida's pupils constricted in alarm, and before he could react, the dagger pierced his neck. In that moment, Shida felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation and excruciating pain, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last of his strength to grasp Yi Tian's forearm tightly. Just as Yi Tian pondered the situation, the fatty bellowed, "Die?" He then unfurled his scroll, unleashing hundreds of icy spikes that surged towards the now-closed Yi Tian. Shida's eyes burned with madness as he seemed to roar, "You must die too." Yet, an unusual smirk crept onto Yi Tian's lips. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted from his mouth, instantly melting the icy spikes before them. Witnessing this, despair enveloped Shida as he succumbed to his fate. The fatty, in disbelief, stammered, "How many abilities do you possess? Why do you have so many powers?" Yi Tian offered no explanation. There was no need to flaunt his prowess to a dying man. The fatty attempted to resist, hastily retrieving a scroll from his pocket. But Yi Tian was evidently unwilling to waste time. With a surge of speed, he pierced through the fatty's skull. The scroll slipped from the fat man's grasp and fell to the ground, his face etched with reluctance. On one side of the park, Lin Yi and Bai Che were patrolling the vicinity, ensuring that no zombies or monstrous beasts lurked near their camp. The magnitude of their undertaking was vast, and a single day was far from sufficient. Yet, without shelter, they had nowhere to retreat as night approached. Thus, they resolved to utilize their earth-based abilities to construct a few rudimentary earthen dwellings for the night. Consequently, safety became paramount. As dusk began to settle, just as they prepared to return, a sudden sound of a child's wailing pierced the air. Lin Yi abruptly lifted his head, glancing toward the source of the noise, and turned to Bai Che, saying, "There's a child. We must investigate." However, Bai Che restrained him, asserting, "Our mission is to patrol for dangers. We should refrain from meddling. Moreover, isn't it peculiar that a child could still be alive in this vicinity?" Lin Yi, filled with concern, countered, "What if it truly is a survivor? The night is nearly upon us. The cries will undoubtedly attract zombies. We cannot stand idly by." Observing Bai Che's indecision, Lin Yi declared, "Then I shall go alone," and he hastened toward the sound. With a resigned sigh, Bai Che had no choice but to follow. Following the cries, Lin Yi arrived at a grassy knoll and beheld a small child sobbing not far off, filthy and appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old. The child was crouched beside the grass, burying a small face in his knees, his frail shoulders trembling slightly. Moved by compassion, Lin Yi rushed over. Bai Che, panting behind, called out, "Wait for me, class leader." Lin Yi knelt and gently patted the child's quivering shoulder, anxiously inquiring, "Little one, where are your family? Are you hurt?" Upon hearing this, the child's cries abruptly ceased. He slowly lifted his head, revealing eyes devoid of pupils, bloodshot and haunting. Staring at Lin Yi, he stiffly grinned, exposing sharp teeth still stained with flesh, emitting a chilling laughter. Hee. Lin Yi stood frozen in shock as Bai Che shouted, "Run." The child, now a zombie, lunged at Lin Yi, sinking its teeth into his shoulder and tearing away a large chunk of flesh to chew on. At that moment, Lin Yi noticed Bai Che drawing his weapon, and with a sudden burst of speed, the zombie child lunged toward Bai Che like an arrow loosed from its bow. Bai Che swiftly activated his powers, launching a mental assault that momentarily stunned the child zombie. With practiced ease, Bai Che raised his silenced pistol and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A single shot ended the creature's life. Rushing to Lin Yi's side, Bai Che found him trembling violently. The sound of cracking bones resonated as blood began to seep from Lin Yi's eyes. This was a harbinger of mutation. Lin bit down on his tongue to stave off the encroaching madness, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, "Quickly, in my life. I do not wish to become a zombie and harm you. Please, kill me." Bai Che understood that Lin Yi was beyond salvation at this moment. He slowly brought the gun to Lin Yi's temple, yet hesitated to pull the trigger. "Hurry, hurry!" Lin Yi screamed in madness, tears streaming from his eyes. He did not wish to die, he yearned to live on. Yet, he could not comprehend why, despite his repeated hopes for this despairing world. He found himself in such dire straits. Why did his kindness lead to his own demise? Why did virtuous intentions yield malevolent consequences? With a soft thud, Lin Yi closed his eyes, large tears tracing the sun-kissed contours of his face, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Bai Che's expression was one of complexity and sorrow. He longed to denounce this heartless world, yet he refrained, knowing that sound would attract the surrounding zombies. "It is not your fault, squad leader. In this hellish apocalypse, only demons survive, angels are deemed outcasts." Bai Che silently lifted Lin Yi's lifeless body and departed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The apocalypse had endured for over half a month, and more awakened individuals emerged from their homes. However, the store was situated in a remote location. In such times, who among the sane would take leisurely strolls in the park? Consequently, the customer base remained limited. Business showed little improvement. With few patrons and many perishing swiftly, Wang Yu could not help but feel anxious. Gold bar. How many crystal coins do I need to elevate my ability to be rank in one go? You will require 5,000 crystal coins. But your current balance is only 4,080. Wang Yu nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation. Once he reached B rank and unlocked space slicing, coupled with spatial defense, he would be an embodiment of both offense and defense. He could finally stretch his legs and behold the outside world, after spending half a month in the store. No matter how comfortable it was, he felt as though he might soon grow moldy. Although he now had He Zi with him, venturing outside was still a risk, as He Zi had grown wild and might not prioritize his meager owner in times of danger. It was wiser to bide his time until he reached B rank. Speaking of crystal coins, Wang Yu suddenly recalled something. It had been quite a while since he last heard from Jiang Quan. Could he have fallen prey to the zombies? His security robot was still waiting for him in the space. Chapter 28. Chu Lan's subtle schemes ding. Welcome. Chu Lan and her companions staggered into the store. Looking weary and disheveled, resembling laborers from a construction site, it seemed the task of establishing the camp had exhausted them. The store was a refreshing respite. Outside, his sweat glands had not had a moment's reprieve. It was September, after all, hot and tiring, with a multitude of tasks to complete daily. Su Yao could not help but voice her discomfort. "I haven't bathed in days. I feel so unpleasant. Once we resolve the water supply issue today, the camp will be nearly complete. Let us all endure a little longer. The water supply is secured, but we lack electricity. We should search for a generator on our next outing." Zhang Yingjing approached, casually patting Wang Yu on the shoulder. "Brother Yu, how about we visit once our camp is finished? Staying here day in and day out can be quite dull." Upon hearing this, the others voiced no objections. If it had been anyone else, they might have been cautious, but with someone of Wang Yu's stature, there was no need for wariness. He likely wouldn't even care to join them. Chu Lan fixed her gaze intently upon Wang Yu's face, seeking any hint of discomposure. The sheer magnitude of Wang Yu's power was terrifying, especially in these apocalyptic times. What justified his effortless dominance over others? His peculiar behavior of running a store during the end of the world, coupled with his unwavering presence within its confines, led Chu Lan to ponder whether the store was the source of his might. Were he to leave its threshold, would he revert to being an ordinary person? Yet, how could the cunning old fox, Wang Yu, allow them to perceive any such vulnerability? Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he shook his head, remarking that the outside heat was unbearable in comparison to the comfort of the store, suggesting they could discuss matters further when the weather turned cooler. Indeed, Zhang Yingjing scratched his head in agreement, noting that the store, with its air conditioning, water, and electricity, was a far cry from their makeshift camp, which resembled a refugee settlement. Observing this, Chu Lan, ever astute, fixed her eyes on Wang Yu, smilingly insisting that he must visit their camp for a proper reception in gratitude for his assistance. Wang Yu nodded with a smile, yet inwardly he cursed, thinking, "This young girl still wishes to spar with me. Once I accumulate enough crystal coins to enhance my abilities, I shall reveal my true self." Meanwhile, Su Yao, noticing the exchange between the two, quietly inquired of Zhang Yingjing, "Do you think Sister Lan harbors feelings for the shopkeeper?" Zhang Yingjing, with a knowing smile, nodded in agreement, replying, "Isn't that quite normal? If I were a woman, I too would be drawn to someone as formidable as Brother Yu." Indeed, Chu Lan, with both hands pinching Su Yao's cheeks, retorted, "Who do I have feelings for?" Just then, A bloodied off-road vehicle came to a halt at the entrance, and a robust middle-aged man strode in with a steady gait. "Is that Jiang Quan?" Wang Yu's eyes brightened. Could it be that he had completed his mission? However, Jiang Quan merely nodded at Wang Yu before proceeding directly to the weapons section and then to the food area, selecting various supplies and bottled water. It appeared he was merely restocking. Wang Yu's interest waned immediately. As Jiang Quan approached the checkout, Wang Yu deliberately broached the topic, "Brother Jiang, with only 2 days left until the transaction date, how is everything progressing?" Jiang Quan scratched his head, his tone somber, "Not very smoothly. There are too many zombies. Last time, I was almost surrounded and lost my life." He then turned serious, assuring, "But rest assured, shopkeeper, I will do my utmost to complete the task within the time frame, so you need not worry." For an ability user, 2,000 crystal coins was no trifling sum, let alone for an ordinary person like Jiang Quan, who had a limp. Observing Jiang Quan's diligence, Wang Yu kindly gestured towards the clothing section, saying, "You should check out what's inside. These items will be most beneficial for you." Jiang Quan turned to look, a puzzled expression on his face. But he proceeded towards the clothing area, trusting the shopkeeper's judgment. A minute later, a thunderous sound erupted from the clothing section. "Is this for real, shopkeeper?" The enhancement was akin to bestowing someone with an entire system of abilities. The commotion attracted the attention of everyone present, who turned to gaze at the unfamiliar middle-aged man. Wang Yu responded nonchalantly, "No deception here." Due to the high prices, Jiang Quan selected only a single pair of acceleration pants. As Wang Yu prepared to depart, he intentionally applied pressure, urging Jiang Quan to exert more effort, for this robot was under the watchful gaze of others. In the midst of their conversation, he casually glanced at Chu Lan and the others in the resting area. Jiang Quan immediately understood, responding with confidence, "I assure you I will complete the task." Without a moment's hesitation, he drove off in the off-road vehicle. Zhang Yingjing turned his gaze to the departing middle-aged man, admiration etched on his face. "He embodied the essence of a rugged hero in my mind, strong, solitary, and undeniably handsome." With that thought, he struck a pose he believed to be impressive, only to be met with the collective eye roll of those around him. Indeed, the man exuded an extraordinary aura. Liang Shu adjusted his glasses and looked towards Chu Lan. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded, considering that they could foster a connection upon their next encounter, as their team had dwindled significantly of late, necessitating an infusion of fresh blood. The following day unfolded with dismal business, as Wang Yu's crystal currency balance continued to dwindle. He stroked his chin, pondering how to promote his shop. "Gold Bar, what do you think?" The host could opt to distribute flyers, drawing the attention of distant ability users to this place. "What a splendid idea. Why didn't you mention you could create flyers earlier?" Gold Bar chuckled. "There's a service fee, 1 crystal coin for 100 flyers." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu fell into a contemplative silence. "You rascal. Host, consider this. Advertising is surely more effective than remaining idle here. Besides, is 1 crystal coin for 100 flyers truly exorbitant? You spent over 10 crystal coins on a meal yesterday. 1 crystal coin is already the base price. Are we to quibble over minuscule amounts?" After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Wang Yu relented, proposing 1 crystal coin for 150 flyers. "If not, we shall simply continue to stare blankly." Gold Bar, at a loss for words, responded helplessly. "Deal." Wang Yu thought for a moment, fearful of the system deducting more crystal coins than necessary, and declared, "Let us start with 1,050 flyers, totaling 7 crystal coins." Ding! 7 crystal coins have been deducted. Current balance, 4,050 crystal coins. Flyers have been automatically placed in the system backpack. Please check. Wang Yu gently rubbed his chin. The flyers were secured, but who would distribute them? His gaze gradually settled on Heisey, who was dozing on the floor, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then retrieved a stack of flyers from his system backpack. With a loud thud, he dropped them beside Heisey, startling the slumbering creature awake, confusion evident in his eyes as he glanced around. "Heisey, it's been a while since you exercised. It's time to head outside for a stroll." Thus, he animatedly instructed Heisey to toss the flyers about. However, Heisey surveyed the blazing sun outside, shaking his head in reluctance. Chapter 29. A gathering of forces. Seeing this, Wang Yu feigned distress, lamenting, "This poses a challenge. Without customers, I cannot earn crystal coins. Without crystal coins, there are no chicken legs. In that case, I would have to accompany you to the public restroom in the park." At this, Heisey transformed, his body expanding to 3 meters in length, towering over Wang Yu. He swiftly grabbed a stack of flyers from the ground and bolted out the door. This was Wang Yu's first encounter with Heisey's beastly form, leaving him in awe as he called out, "Remember to run far." As Heisey departed from the park, he swiftly found himself on the bustling street, leaping onto the towering buildings. He soared between structures, oblivious to the creatures below, be they zombies, humans, or otherworldly beasts, indiscriminately scattering his presence. The beings beneath merely felt a chilling breeze sweep past, followed by a cascade of red flyers drifting down. By the time Heisey returned, panting and eager for respite, Wang Yu promptly produced yet another hefty stack of flyers, encouragingly proclaiming, "Think of the chicken legs. Go for it." Heisey resumed his task, his remarkable speed enabling him to traverse the entire city in mere minutes. The only dilemma lay in Wang Yu's relentless supply of flyers. Each return was met with the same assurance that it would be the last round. By day's end, Heisey was utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Yu's expression radiated satisfaction, stating, "Well done, tonight you shall feast on chicken legs." 1,000 flyers may not suffice to cover the entire city, yet they were sufficient to capture the attention of a significant number of people. Survivors eagerly picked up the scattered flyers, their faces etched with disbelief. The red flyers detailed various products and their prices, leading to astonishment. Is this real? Such extraordinary items exist? However, the distance to Nanjing University loomed large. If genuine, a visit was undoubtedly warranted, though a lingering fear of deceit lingered. What if the Apocalypse store was a ruse? Prices were shockingly lower than those at Sun's supermarket. Yet the cost of certain scrolls seemed exorbitant. Weapons and equipment were also on offer, and the existence of such an outrageous scroll raised eyebrows. Was this for real? Materialists found themselves perplexed. Even in the apocalypse, the materialist ethos persisted. The notion of clothing-enhancing attributes was entirely new. Curiosity piqued for a future visit. The small shop audaciously claimed freshness in food and abundant supplies, oblivious to the number of people in their base. The following day, Wang Yu opened the store as usual, eagerly awaiting the fruits of his advertising efforts. "Gold bars, if business remains stagnant. May I have my 7 crystal coins refunded?" Gold bars retorted, "You must be truly hungry. Is 7 crystal coins really necessary?" Before long, a large truck turned into the park, its passenger controlling the ground rocks to clear a path for passage. What kind of desolate place is this, where even trucks cannot enter? Who has a park so inaccessible? The Apocalypse store had been found. A thunderous roar of the truck echoed as Wang Yu turned to see a blood-stained vehicle parked nearby, its front and wheels marked by the remnants of zombies. His eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a veritable prize. 5 young individuals disembarked from the truck, but only 2 possessed abilities, continually surveying the shop. Then, more vehicles of varying sizes rolled into the park, all drawn by the allure of the flyers. "TCH, this store is rather small. I expected something grander." A voice exclaimed, "Oh, aren't those the people from Xiang Base?" Even such oddities have captured the attention of a major faction. Xiang Base was the largest survivor faction in Nanjing City, open to anyone capable of labor, and it was said that resources were distributed according to work done, as long as one toils daily. Even if one is merely an ordinary individual, survival is not a concern, if not life itself. In a post-apocalyptic world that is exceedingly unkind to the average person, mere survival is a luxury for many. Thus, this place has become a sanctuary for all common folk, yet the base is already overcrowded. Is it not claimed that the Thunderfire base is the strongest gathering of superhumans? Yet here we are. Thunderfire base is well known among the various factions present. Rather than being renowned, it is more accurately infamous. They accept only those with extraordinary abilities and laborers, the latter being mere captives forced into servitude, hardly deserving of being called human. The food provided to these laborers consists solely of a black, gelatinous substance, reminiscent of a medicinal delicacy. It is said that when a laborer dies from exhaustion or starvation, their bodies are callously disposed of. The inhabitants of this place are ruthless, with a clear hierarchy. Rumors suggest they even breed zombies and exotic beasts, conducting inhumane experiments. When the 2 major bases meet, tensions flare, and mutual disdain is palpable. Despite the Purple Sun base having only 2 D-level superhumans, they refuse to show weakness. The other factions are merely spectators, awaiting the unfolding drama. However, a middle-aged man with a stubbly beard from Thunderfire base coughed twice, abruptly calming the situation. He quietly addressed the crowd, suggesting that the few ants from Purple Sun were not worth alarming, and they had more pressing matters to attend to. After casting a knowing glance at the other factions, he led his group toward the apocalyptic shop. In response, 5 young men emerged from the crowd, hastily following the Thunderfire base crew. A few members of the Purple Sun base exchanged glances and quickly made their way toward the shop, with other minor factions hesitantly trailing behind. After all, these 2 formidable powers were not to be trifled with. Even a taste of their bounty would be a boon. Ding! Welcome to the shop. The entrance sensor continually chimed. Wang Yu, engrossed in the unfolding spectacle, suddenly looked up, surprised that they had finally decided to enter after lingering at the door for so long. Gradually, 50 to 60 individuals entered, surveying their surroundings in awe. The refreshing air conditioning, the fragrant aroma of food, the neatly arranged goods, the spotless floor, and the gentle lighting created a remarkably comfortable ambience, almost making one forget the grim reality of the apocalypse. Feeling unkempt, one worried about soiling the immaculate floor. This environment was far superior to the Sun family's Tinghue supermarket. This was truly a place for humans. The middle-aged man with the stubbly beard appeared equally astonished, casting his gaze toward Wang Yu, who stood behind the cash register, radiating charm and confidence. Though not heavily muscled, he exuded an aesthetic appeal. Whether he possessed supernatural abilities was uncertain, but he certainly appeared to be a trained individual. The onlookers were captivated by the duo of man and dog. Wang Yu, aware of the many eyes upon him, maintained his composure and smiled, inviting everyone to browse for any items of interest, albeit reminding them that only after payment could they unseal their purchases. One of the Purple Sun base members inquired, "What do we call you, handsome?" "You may simply refer to me as the shopkeeper," he replied. "Is what is stated on the flyer true, shopkeeper?" Wang Yu wore a solemn expression, declaring that if there were a single falsehood in the product description, they might as well demolish his store. Chapter 30. A lesson to be learned upon hearing this. The crowd dispersed, casting furtive glances around. Yet, each faction remained closely aligned, a testament to the vigilance demanded by the apocalypse. With such an arsenal at their disposal, equipping the ordinary inhabitants of their base could indeed prove to be a formidable advantage. If only they could purchase in bulk. Goodness, the aroma of this food is irresistible. My apologies, gentlemen, I can no longer restrain myself. They contemplated acquiring a few extra items to bring back. After all, they were well prepared with their crystal cores. Let me check the exchange list. Shopkeeper, bring forth some ability scrolls. Despite the seemingly orderly behavior of the various factions, an undercurrent of tension simmered beneath the surface. There were neither guards nor surveillance in sight, and with so many valuable items available, one had to question the nature of their testing of the cadres. Which cadre could withstand such scrutiny? Some ventured toward the food section, others to the clothing area, while a few lingered in the shadows, eyeing Wang Yu. The members of the Thunderfire base were unmistakably greedy. They had committed their fair share of nefarious deeds. If the opponent had been Tinghue supermarket, they might have exercised caution. But what was there to fear from a mere pretty boy? Captain Peng, the brothers can hardly contain themselves. The scruffy man, Peng Jianghai, waved his hand dismissively and quietly commanded, "Hold on for a moment. Hu Ming, you go and probe the situation." Hu Ming nodded obsequiously, gathering for subordinates as they approached the counter. They were affiliated with the Thunderfire base, existing merely as pawns, essentially cannon fodder. The five of them swaggered up to Wang Yu, exuding an air of arrogance. Witnessing this, the members of other factions cast wary glances. Many factions hesitated to act rashly due to their uncertainty regarding the shopkeeper's capabilities. Thus they found themselves in urgent need of a scapegoat to gauge the situation. What power did he possess to be so audacious as to open his doors, displaying such a wealth of goods? It was evident that many were coveting his wares. Wang Yu, fully aware of the unfolding drama, was amused by the notion of making an example of these petty thieves, subtly warning the ability users to be cautious with their hands. He could sense that several items were being surreptitiously pocketed. Hu Ming brazenly commanded, "Bring me a pack of cigarettes." Wang Yu, maintaining his composure, calmly handed over a pack. 50 crystal coins, please swipe your card. Upon hearing this, Hu Ming disregarded the request, tearing open the packaging instead, taking a deep whiff with his prominent nose. He feigned disgust, saying, "What the hell? It smells moldy. What kind of trash are these? And they claim to be genuine. Where do they get their counterfeit goods?" Sensing their malice, Hazy stood tall, his gaze unyieldingly fixed upon them. It was evident that these individuals were seeking trouble in the apocalypse. Having something to smoke was a luxury, regardless of the brand. Wang Yu, donning a professional smile, patiently explained, "All items in our store are exclusive products. And I assure you, the quality is beyond reproach." Seeing that Wang Yu displayed not a trace of anger, Hu Ming and his companions assumed he was an easy target and began to press further. "Just because you say there's no problem doesn't mean there isn't. My brothers want to sample a few before making a decision. It's a risk we're willing to take for the greater good." The last remark was delivered insincerely, aimed at the other factions present. Wang Yu once again nudged the card machine. While selflessness is commendable, one must first settle the payment. Otherwise, one must bear the consequences. A softly uttered warning was met with disdainful laughter from Hu Ming, who proceeded to distribute cigarettes among a few of his subordinates. "You? Hardly impressive. Eliminate him." Wang Yu's demeanor shifted abruptly, His expression turned cold as he calmly responded. No sooner had he spoken than a dark shadow flitted among the group, followed by a spray of crimson. 5 E-grade ability users fell lifelessly, their bodies severed. The atmosphere seemed to suspend in time. Not only the onlookers, but even Hu Meng and his companions failed to react before heads rolled to the ground. The incident concluded in mere moments. The beast had struck with lethal swiftness. As the crowd gazed in astonishment at the figure, now returned to the counter, a wave of disbelief washed over them. In the early days of the apocalypse, the power of these creatures indeed surpassed that of their E-grade counterparts, owing to their formidable physical prowess, rendering ordinary ability users feeble in comparison. Yet, the speed of this beast astonished all present, even those adept in speed abilities. The store manager resumed his amiable demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the brutal spectacle, a scene he had grown accustomed to. Freya, come and clean this up. Witnessing such savagery, the crowd fell silent, and several pickpockets, trembling, returned the merchandise to its rightful place. However, those from the Thunderfire base remained unperturbed. After all, they considered the deaths of a few E-grade cannon fodder to be a mere triviality. Peng Zhonghai squinted his eyes and tapped a nearby perception-type ability user, inquiring, "What do you make of it?" After a moment's contemplation, the individual replied, "That beast is formidable, possibly C-grade, yet the store manager appears entirely ordinary, devoid of any noticeable ability fluctuations. A C-grade beast posed a significant challenge, and given its incredible speed, it seemed only their leader could handle it." Some began to reconsider their involvement. "What are you afraid of? Are we not all elites here? I believe it's worth the risk. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. If we succeed, we could amass substantial points, enough to indulge at the club for several days. Old Wu, isn't your son at the base? Wouldn't you want him to enjoy better?" With a thoughtful stroke of his stubble, Peng Zhonghai mused, "We do have a chance. A dozen D-grade users should be capable of subduing a single C-grade, especially since it is a domesticated creature rather than a wild beast. If we can capture the store manager, I doubt it would dare to harm us. Moreover, with the element of surprise on our side. But what if someone intervenes? Eliminate them. After robbing the store, it's inevitable that they would want to partake. Exchanging their crystal cores for points would be a wise choice, even with the Xiang base." Peng Zhonghai approached the counter and smiled at Wang Yu, saying, "Are all the store's goods inside? We wish to conduct a substantial transaction, but the inventory here is insufficient." He sought to extract information about Wang Yu's supply source. Feigning surprise, Wang Yu exclaimed with feigned excitement, "Really? I possess an abundance of items, all within my spatial realm. I have as much as one could desire." Peng Zhonghai's eyes lit up. "You are a spatial ability user." Wang Yu nodded earnestly, fearing disbelief. He deliberately stored a chair within his space. Observing this, Peng Zhonghai's expression brightened. "That simplifies matters. Spatial abilities are notoriously underappreciated." He gestured with his hand, indicating the demand at our base. The individuals behind him immediately understood. Shortly thereafter, raucous voices erupted from the back. "What are you looking at? Do you look down upon us from the Thunderfire? Do you think we are easy prey? Do you wish to test your skills against our crystal cores? You few dare to provoke us. 10 of you against our dozen. You possess quite a bit of audacity." "Huh, but we haven't done anything." "I don't care. You must provide an explanation today." Chapter 31. A warning to others. Wang Yu furrowed his brow slightly, his view obstructed by towering shelves. Yet he understood that this commotion was merely a self-scripted performance by the Thunderfire. Nevertheless, he cooperatively shouted, "No disturbances in the store, otherwise you will bear the consequences." The quarrel, however, showed no signs of abating. Peng Zhonghai fixed his gaze on Wang Yu, eager to observe his response. A glint of slyness flickered in Wang Yu's eyes as he lowered his head and commanded, "Haizi, intimidate them. Anyone who continues to cause trouble shall be eliminated." Upon hearing this, Haizi wasted no time and swiftly departed from the counter. A smirk crept across Peng Zhonghai's stubbled lips. Success. He swiftly positioned himself behind Wang Yu. Gripping him tightly, a dagger pressed against Wang Yu's throat. The returning Haizi emitted a low growl upon witnessing this. "Keep your black dog still. Otherwise, you are as good as dead," Peng Zhonghai bellowed. The crowd's attention refocused. Murmurs of speculation arose. "Damn it, it seems we won't be able to take anything we fancy. I knew Thunderfire would bring trouble. It's a shame. We came here only to be thwarted by this group from Thunderfire. With insufficient strength, they dare to run a shop. How disheartening. Indeed, if this store were in East City, it would be cleaned out in a day. There are plenty of formidable ability users there. I say we should make a swift exit. It would be troublesome if this mad dog from Thunderfire starts biting indiscriminately." The members from the Xiang base wore expressions of disappointment. Having allowed Thunderfire to claim their flesh, they would undoubtedly not relent. A woman muttered, "I thought we had stumbled upon a good shop. The manager is utterly unreliable. Had I known, I would have brought more people, so we wouldn't leave empty-handed. Wang Yu yawned leisurely and commanded, Heizi, eliminate them all. At this, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Heizi slowly turned to face the group of 10 or so individuals. At that moment, Peng Zhanghai grew anxious and hastily interjected, Are you seeking death? Keep your beast still. Yet Heizi paid no heed to his words. He obeyed only his master's command. In an instant, Heizi transformed into a shadow, charging toward the crowd. Damn it, fight back. Don't underestimate D-rank. Ah, you beast, die. Peng Zhanghai watched as his team members fell one by one, cursing furiously. Damn it, then go meet your end. The dagger in hand was swiftly thrust forward. However, in the next moment, he felt a void in his grip as the dagger mysteriously vanished. It was a space-related ability. Thus, Peng Zhanghai hastily activated his powers. Witnessing a fist hurtling towards him, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Yet, mere centimeters away from Wang Yu, the fist abruptly halted. A look of astonishment crossed Peng Zhanghai's face. His complexion flushed as he instinctively clutched his throat. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation rendered him powerless, causing him to collapse onto the counter. Why? We are from the Thunderfire base. Peng Zhanghai gasped. Wang Yu shrugged nonchalantly, stating, The Thunderfire base is of no consequence. Even if Jesus himself were to visit my establishment, he must adhere to the rules. In his hand, the dagger reappeared, plunging directly into Peng Zhanghai's back. As he lost consciousness from oxygen deprivation, Peng Zhanghai was jolted awake by a piercing pain, his body trembling violently. Wang Yu moved with mechanical precision, repeatedly plunging and withdrawing the blade. For nearly 2 minutes, Peng Zhanghai endured this torment until silence enveloped the surroundings. The atmosphere was so still that one could hear a pin drop. A D-class ability user, utterly defenseless, had been tortured to death, while more than a dozen other D-class users could not even withstand a mere black dog. The strength of the shopkeeper was unfathomable, and the black dog was equally formidable. No wonder they boldly distributed flyers around the city, eager for others to know of this establishment. Observing the multitude of corpses scattered across the floor, Wang Yu continued to issue bounties, requesting assistance in clearing the bodies in exchange for their crystal cores, which had to be deposited onto a payment card. Firstly, he could not utilize the cores for anything other than business within the store, and secondly, the black dog had no interest in lower-tier cores. Moreover, depositing them onto the payment card was profitable for himself. What should have been a tremendous opportunity left the crowd exchanging glances, hesitant to approach. Only a few from the Xiang base were overjoyed, eagerly attending to the bodies. After all, these were the crystal cores of the Thunderfire base individuals. Who would dare to act without sufficient strength? Everyone was struggling to survive and wished to avoid drawing danger upon themselves. Once the members of the Xiang base had cleared all the bodies, Wang Yu honored his promise and handed them a substantial payment card worth 3,000 crystal coins. He was elated. A D-class crystal core was worth 200 crystal coins. When had D-class ability users become so commonplace? Shopkeeper, my name is Hong Tao, from the Xiang base. Our base wishes to discuss a business collaboration with your store. As he spoke, Hong Tao casually tucked his satellite phone into his pocket, evidently having already contacted his superiors. Wang Yu nodded calmly, inviting him to elaborate. Hong Tao respectfully explained, We cannot articulate the specifics, but our commander has invited you to our Xiang base for a meeting. We hope you might find it convenient. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. With sufficient crystal coins, he felt it was time to venture outside and witness the state of the world in this apocalyptic era. Let us do it tomorrow. Please provide me with an address. Hong Tao, filled with delight, quickly produced a sheet of white paper, scribbling down the address before handing it over alongside a metal pass. This is our base's address, and this is a pass that grants you free access to the base. After procuring additional supplies, Hong Tao and his companions hastily departed. As the individuals from other factions settled their accounts, they gradually departed, yet many lingered on the sofas in the lounge, relishing the cool air conditioning. Wang Yu had no intention of hastening their exit. After all, their presence posed no detriment to him, as long as the matter of the crystal coins remained unaddressed. He remained amiable and approachable. Before long, a middle-aged man rushed in, backpack in tow. Shopkeeper, why are there so many vehicles outside? Am I late? Wang Yu glanced up to see Jiang Quan, the bearer of 2,000 crystal coins. No, not at all. I've saved it for you. Wang Yu replied with a warm smile, retrieving a 2-meter-tall security robot from his space. Upon sight of it, Jiang Quan's excitement was palpable as he hastily removed his backpack, extracting numerous crystal cores from within. Wang Yu regarded him with paternal pride, patting Jiang Quan on the shoulder. It's already yours, he declared, instructing the robot to activate. Moments later, The security robot illuminated, turning its gaze toward Jiang Quan. In a mechanical voice, it announced, "Hello, Master. Please input my name." Jiang Quan looked at Wang Yu, puzzled. "Do I need to modify any programs?" he inquired. Wang Yu shook his head, beaming with pride. "I've already inputted your information. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me." "Shopkeeper," Jiang Quan said, visibly moved, extending his large hand to clasp Wang Yu's tightly, unwilling to let go. This left Wang Yu feeling somewhat awkward, internally lamenting, "Oh no, am I surrounded by admirers?" "Let us call you Terminator," Jiang Quan chuckled, giving the robot steel plating a friendly pat. Wang Yu barely managed to suppress his laughter, thinking to himself how endearingly simple Jiang Quan was, calling a security uniformed robot Terminator for the first time. Subsequently, Jiang Quan purchased an array of instant noodles and canned goods before bidding farewell and departing with the robot. However, his actions did not go unnoticed by a few observant individuals. "Boss, did you see that? That guy is quite affluent. He just splurged on 20 or 30 crystal cores." One remarked. "What is the purpose of that robot? It seems rather costly. It appears to be the only one in the store. Do you think it's safe for him to keep such a valuable asset alone? We have numbers on our side. It would be wiser for us to safeguard it." Another suggested. "Let us follow him and see." They agreed, swiftly exiting the store. Though they were wary of the shopkeeper's formidable strength, they felt emboldened by the notion of confronting an ordinary ability user. Once outside the shop, the goods would belong to everyone. Wang Yu chose not to meddle further. Once he stepped outside, everything ceased to be his concern. Moreover, they had deposited a substantial amount of crystal coins onto their payment cards, with life preserved, yet no means to utilize it. This situation was advantageous for Wang Yu. As the more chaotic the outside world became, the more he profited. Jiang Quan loaded the robot into an all-terrain vehicle and stood nearby, smoking a cigarette while contemplating where to test the capabilities of the Terminator. At that moment, 7 or 8 individuals approached them. Noticing this, Jiang Quan discarded his half-finished cigarette, extinguishing it under his boot, and cautiously unslung the rifle from his back. His instincts warned him that these newcomers were not merely seeking a light. A man observed Jiang Quan brandishing a rifle and could not help but scoff. Who even uses guns nowadays? They are utterly useless. With a cold expression, Jiang Quan retorted, "Do you have a matter to discuss? What could it be? We merely noticed that you appeared rather isolated and, being the warm-hearted folks we are, wish to offer our assistance. Moreover, what exquisite item did you purchase in the store? Allow us to admire it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Quan immediately understood they were indeed after his Terminator. Not far away, Chu Lan and her companions were approaching the shop, now accompanied by several unfamiliar faces. "What is going on today? There are quite a few vehicles on the road," one remarked. "Did you not see the flyers scattered on the ground? They are likely all headed to the apocalypse shop. The shopkeeper's wares are so extraordinary that business must be booming." Liang Shu sighed slightly. The shop's location had become public, and he feared the influx of visitors to the park, especially with their camp situated so close to the store. He worried that they might become targets for envy. Furthermore, if the items within the shop became widely known, everyone would eventually possess such formidable equipment. Over time, the disparity among the ability users would grow, allowing the stronger teams to eliminate more zombies, acquire more crystal cores, and purchase even more powerful items. "Look over there. Isn't that the tough guy from yesterday?" Zhang Yingjing exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the group lifted their eyes to see Jiang Quan encircled by a gang of fierce-looking men. Zhang Yingjing quickly called out to Chu Lan. "A team is bullying an ability user. How shameless. Let us go help him." He started to move, but was halted by Chu Lan, who said in a low voice, "Wait a moment. What are we waiting for? Aren't we trying to recruit him?" Chu Lan remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene. She wanted to ascertain the true strength of Jiang Quan. Why waste words with him? Just take him down. After all, it's only one person. Indeed, I hold the utmost disdain for these brutes. What good is their strength in the apocalypse? It is abilities that truly reign supreme. A cold smile curled at the corner of Jiang Quan's lips. It was the perfect opportunity to test the capabilities of the security robot. "Terminator, eliminate them." Seconds passed, yet the robot remained seated in the vehicle, unresponsive. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the silence. Jiang Quan swallowed hard and shouted again, "Terminator, kill these 8 individuals." Still, the air was thick with silence. Had he rendered the machine speechless? Was he merely shouting into the void? A man clapped his hands and said, "We don't have time to play games with you. Hand over the robot and get lost. The off-road vehicle looks rather impressive. Why not leave it with us as well?" A young man with a sharp face chimed in. "That makes sense. Just scram. And we won't have to resort to violence." Hearing this, Jiang Quan furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Without the off-road vehicle, all his gear and crystal cores would be lost. There was no way they would allow him to take them. Would he then find himself back at square one? Moreover, without the vehicle, his safe return home would be in jeopardy. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiang Quan suddenly sprang into action. He swiftly raised his firearm and unleashed a barrage of shots, retreating back to the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle with a fluidity that spoke to his military training. However, his adversaries were a group of superhumans, their reflexes far superior to those of ordinary individuals. A geomancer immediately raised a wall of earth to shield against the incoming bullets. Meanwhile, a speedster boldly advanced through the hail of gunfire, rapidly closing the distance to Jiang Quan. Just as the assailant's hand was about to make contact with him, the robot beside him moved without warning. In a manner akin to teleportation, it suddenly lunged in front of the speedster and seized his arm with an iron grip. Beep! The robot sensed its master was under threat. The assailant barely had time to react before a sharp crack echoed through the air. His arm was crushed with ease. Ah! It hurts. So much pain. Jiang Quan could only offer a wry smile at the scene. At last, you've awakened. Following this, the robot delivered a powerful punch. And with a resounding thud, the speedster's head exploded, spilling a gruesome mixture of red and white onto the ground. Moments later, his companions finally realized the dire situation, scrambling to escape in a panic. Good heavens! Run for your lives. Split up. Observing them flee, the robot remained stationary, unperturbed. Jiang Quan, unwilling to let them slip away so easily, commanded, "What are you waiting for? Eliminate them all." A mechanical voice emanated from within the robot. "My primary function is to protect my master at all times." Realizing this, Jiang Quan understood that it was a security robot, not a relentless terminator. No wonder it had ignored his earlier command. It was simply beyond its programming. While he could not compel it to attack proactively, having such a formidable bodyguard was more than adequate. At least he would no longer have to tread carefully. The store manager truly was a conscientious individual. Chapter 33. Spatial segmentation. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Lan and the others were left in sheer astonishment. The tide of battle had shifted so rapidly. How could that individual be dispatched so swiftly? Liang Shu, did you see how that thing struck? No. Chu Lan stepped forward, and the group immediately understood, hastening to follow. Jiang Quan was about to leave when he noticed a throng of people approaching, and his expression hardened. Was this relentless? Yet, his demeanor betrayed a newfound confidence. Armed with the security robot, his life was unlikely to be threatened. The leader of the group, a youthful woman, stepped forward and candidly smiled. "Hello, sir. Would you be interested in joining our camp?" Taken aback, Jiang Quan replied coolly, "I am not a superhuman." Each time he encountered invitations from other factions, merely stating his identity as an ordinary person had always deterred them, often eliciting disdainful looks and harsh words. On such occasions, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. In this apocalyptic world, ordinary people were deemed inferior to superhumans. However, Chu Lan teased, "Sir, that is not quite an answer to my question. I wasn't asking about that." Jiang Quan, puzzled, responded, "Not a superhuman. And yet you dare to wander alone. How intriguing." Zhang Yingjing transformed into an ardent admirer, gazing at Jiang Quan with eyes full of reverence. "Indeed, it is formidable. If I lacked supernatural abilities, I would hardly dare to venture outside alone. Not to worry, our team comprises ordinary individuals, including those who merely bide their time. Isn't that right, Xiaoxue?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Quan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. There are still good people amidst the apocalypse. After pondering for a moment, he acquiesced to Chu Lan's request. In these dire times, banding together offers a semblance of safety, especially since these individuals are young and relatively naive, allowing for better mutual support in case of emergencies. As night approached, the last batch of patrons hurriedly departed. The city of Nanjing, shrouded in darkness, was fraught with peril, and even the most confident of supernatural beings would hesitate to venture out at night. Wang Yu was acutely aware of this, so he closed the shop early and reclined comfortably on the large sofa on the second floor. With a broad smile, he gazed at his balance of 9,480 crystal coins, a testament to the efficacy of his promotions. Gold bars. Raise my supernatural level directly to be great. With a beep, 5,000 crystal coins were automatically deducted, and the upgrade was successful, unlocking the skill, space cutting. Wang Yu opened his information panel to verify. Store manager, Wang Yu stamina, 130 strength, 110 speed, 95 supernatural ability, space level, low tier B, 02000, store level, low tier E, 01500, crystal coin balance, 4480. He then rose to stretch, his gaze fixed on the creature at his feet, Haizi. The creature seemed to sense something, lifting its head to gaze at Wang Yu, as though it could feel its master's aura strengthening. Wang Yu's beaming countenance filled Haizi with an inkling of foreboding. Suddenly, Wang Yu's expression sharpened, and he unleashed his supernatural ability. Haizi felt an unexpected chill on its skin and turned to discover a perfectly rectangular patch of its glossy black fur had vanished without warning. As if sliced away by a knife, Haizi was momentarily stunned, tilting its head in confusion. Wang Yu chuckled and commanded, "Try to evade my previous attack." Haizi nodded, its demeanor sharpening as it focused intently on Wang Yu, attempting to anticipate his assault. Yet, in the next instant, Haizi lost another tuft of fur. It is well known that animals possess keen senses, and supernatural beasts are even more attuned. Yet, this B-grade creature was unable to detect Wang Yu's space cutting. Once more. Just move slightly. A woof. Gradually increase your speed, but don't rush. Half an hour later, Haizi curled up in a corner, looking disheartened. Its body was now devoid of numerous patches of black fur, and the areas where it had been cut bore faint traces of blood due to Wang Yu's lack of control. After this extensive practice, Wang Yu gained a clearer understanding of space cutting. Firstly, it was instantaneous. As long as his eyes moved swiftly enough, there was no object he couldn't slice. Secondly, the precision was akin to cutting through butter, though he was uncertain whether it could ignore defenses, as he did not dare to fully test it on Haizi. However, the minuscule wounds on the creature suggested that breaching a B-grade beast's defense was indeed feasible. Contemplating this, Wang Yu approached the floor-to-ceiling window, opened it, and fixed his gaze upon a gnarled tree in the distance. In the next moment, the robust trunk was neatly severed and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. As far as the eye could see, the area of spatial division unfolded, revealing its most terrifying aspect, the ability to silently extinguish a life from a distance. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction, turning to glance at the sulking Haizi. He jestingly scolded, "Stop pretending. With your healing abilities, you'll be back in no time. Hurry and eat. I might even add a few extra drumsticks for you." Upon hearing this, Haizi scampered over joyfully. "What are you discussing?" In a modified steel factory, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion slammed his palm on the table, his eyes filled with disbelief. The few trembling individuals before him stammered, "What we said is true. Several of the ability users from your base have tragically perished, and their crystal cores have been taken by some from the Xiang base." The man's expression darkened, his gaze fierce. The people from Xiang base would inevitably face extermination, but what was happening with the situation at the shop? The individuals taken by Peng Jianhai were among the few elite of the base, possessing formidable strength. How could they have offered no resistance? Moreover, that beast was even more terrifying, effortlessly dispatching a dozen D-class ability users. Even if it were himself and the leader, they would likely not fare any better. At this moment, one of the ability users who had reported Wang Yu spoke up, "Vice Officer Cheng, we informed you of the situation immediately. Is there any kind of reward for us?" Hearing this, Cheng Yuan smiled broadly, his demeanor amiable. "Of course." He then gestured to his elegant female assistant, Xiao Ming. "Take them away and treat these esteemed guests well." In the spirit of hospitality, the assistant understood immediately and led them away. The ability users, oblivious to the danger looming over them, cast lecherous glances at the assistant. "Please follow me." A few minutes later, the assistant returned, wiping blood from her hands, a skill scroll in her possession. She presented it to Cheng Yuan. "This is a product purchased from the shop." Cheng Yuan examined it for a moment before returning it to her. "Take it to the lab for the doctor to inspect. Also, make time to probe that shop. This is a critical period, and we cannot afford to make enemies. If they are indifferent, let us maintain our distance. If they are relentless, then we shall go to any lengths to eliminate them." Cheng Ming eagerly responded, and Cheng Yuan looked at his daughter, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Well, we are out of options. We cannot fight back. There is nothing we can do." Chapter 34. Departure the next morning. After completing his workout and breakfast, Wang Yu took the iron medal that Hong Tao had given him the previous day and prepared to leave. He pulled along the reluctant Haizi, locking the store door behind them, and hung the prepared notice board on the door. Wang Yu crouched down, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Haizi. "Once we step out of this door, you must protect me, and remember not to stray too far." In response, Haizi nodded, rolling his eyes. "Master, you are so powerful. Do you really need my protection? It seems to me you could hardly be bothered to lift a finger. You must understand, should any misfortune befall me, you may never again savor chicken legs, beef, or even dog food." Upon hearing this, Haizi immediately adopted a vigilant demeanor, his eyes sharp and scanning the surroundings with keen intensity. "Surely, this must be a test from my master. How could one suggest that my master is idle?" Observing this, Wang Yu rubbed his forehead, realizing that apparently, "I am of lesser importance than food, you ingrate." With that, he stepped out of the small courtyard. For the first time since the apocalypse, Wang Yu wandered aimlessly through the desolate streets, inhaling the fresh air outside. Although the atmosphere was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood, it still invigorated his spirit. After being cooped up in an air-conditioned room for half a month, one would feel the same. As October approached in Nanjing City, the heat remained oppressive, devoid of any chill. Abandoned vehicles lined the streets, while bloodstains marred the walls of buildings, some with shattered windows and others with decayed doors. The ground was littered with bleached bones, rotting corpses of zombies, and drained crystal cores. Enormous crows circled overhead, occasionally landing to feast upon the bodies at the roadside. Even for one like Wang Yu, who had long grown accustomed to such sights in his previous life, the experience of the apocalypse evoked a sense of melancholy. Upon noticing Wang Yu and Haizi, the colossal crows did not attack. Instead, they paused their feeding and lowered their heads slightly, as if paying their respects. Haizi merely cast a glance their way, choosing to ignore them with an air of pride. Wang Yu understood well. This was a testament to Haizi's dominance as the Beast King. Once they had moved on, the crows lifted their heads, exchanging puzzled glances. Why has the leader's plumage become sparse? Wang Yu and Haizi sought refuge in the shadows near the buildings, evading the harsh sun. This naturally drew the attention of other survivors, who regarded them with curiosity. Those familiar with Wang Yu were taken aback. The store manager had ventured outside into the sweltering heat, forsaking the comfort of air conditioning. As they continued, the number of zombies in their line of sight gradually increased. Mindless, low-level zombies, driven solely by their hunger for crystal cores and flesh, disregarded the formidable aura emanating from Wang Yu and Haizi, howling as they charged towards them. Wang Yu pressed down on Haizi's head, signaling him to refrain from attacking, instructing him to simply protect him and ensure they did not get too close. With that, his gaze shifted to the rapidly approaching horde of zombies. He needed to familiarize himself with his newly developed abilities. Suddenly, a cacophony of flesh being sliced echoed through the air, as the first few zombies running ahead lost their heads and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. While the space-cutting ability activated swiftly and efficiently, it could only be employed on a single target at a time, rendering it less advantageous against large-scale assaults. After dispatching the nearby zombies, a hint of fatigue crept across Wang Yu's face. He turned to Haizi and, with a weary tone, instructed, "Haizi, please retrieve the crystal cores from the zombies for me." Wang. Haizi, somewhat perplexed, complied and began to search for the cores. What use are these worthless crystal cores? Generally speaking, these inferior crystal cores hold no value for B-grade ability users. However, Wang Yu possesses a unique mechanism for exchanging crystal cores for currency. The enhancement of shops and abilities relies on this currency, allowing even the most rudimentary crystal cores to be converted. For someone as frugal and meticulous as Wang Yu, even the legs of a mosquito are a form of sustenance. Why let it go to waste? After all, not every zombie can produce a crystal core, on average. It takes 3 zombies to yield just one. While Wang Yu leaned against the wall for a brief respite, several figures gradually emerged from around the corner. It was an 8-member team of ability users, each brandishing flyers from their shop. They stared in astonishment at the corpses strewn across the ground, each having been dispatched with a single blow, and couldn't help but gaze at the striking man leaning against the wall. Could it be that he single-handedly orchestrated this carnage? The leader of the group, a woman of striking beauty, immediately brightened at the sight and stepped forward. However, a companion named Haizi swiftly positioned himself in front of the group. The woman quickly clarified, "We mean no harm." Haizi, undeterred, continued his quest for crystal cores. Wang Yu glanced at the data of the newcomers, finding them to pose no threat whatsoever. When the woman noticed Wang Yu speaking, she assumed he was inclined to join their team, and with a cheerful demeanor, she inquired, "Handsome, do you have a team? Would you like to join us?" In response, Wang Yu merely shook his head with indifference. "Are you truly not interested? Although your power surpasses ours, teaming up could expedite your ascension in levels. More hands make light work." Despite her earnest entreaties, Wang Yu remained unyielding, projecting an air of aloof superiority. "Let it go, Captain. Our esteemed friend has no need for us. We would only become a burden," another member chimed in. Just then, a young girl of around 10 years old appeared in the distance, sprinting while glancing back in terror. She was being relentlessly pursued by several zombies. The girl moved with remarkable speed, indicating that she had awakened her own abilities. Spotting Wang Yu, she rushed toward him with desperation, crying, "Help me. Please, help me." Haizi glanced up briefly and returned to his search for crystal cores, dismissively thinking they were mere trifles, fit only for the master to toy with. Wang Yu remained unfazed, still leaning against the wall, observing coldly. The girl, panic-stricken, stumbled and fell to the ground. Her face contorted in pain as she seemed to have twisted her ankle. "Ouch, it hurts. Big brother, please save me." She lay prone, one hand clutching her ankle, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed up at Wang Yu, embodying a pitiful sight. As the zombies drew ever closer, the onlookers anticipated that Wang Yu might finally take action. However, he continued to exhibit an air of indifference, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The girl, bewildered, could not comprehend his demeanor. Am I in a life-or-death situation, or is this some sort of comedy? Unable to remain passive, the woman from the group surged forward, dashing to rescue the girl just before the zombies could pounce. She activated her abilities, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that swiftly dispatched the attackers. Little sister, are you badly hurt? Shaolin, come here and help her. I think I twisted my ankle. It hurts so much, sob sob. The girl rushed into the woman's embrace, unable to contain her tears, evoking sympathy from those around. The leading woman frowned at Wang Yu and exclaimed, how can you be so heartless? She is just a child. Chapter 35. Wang Yu takes action. Wang Yu nonchalantly replied, I didn't see anything. The woman's face darkened with anger, yet Wang Yu's casual dismissal made her feel as though she was striking at air, her strength rendered useless. She could only huff in frustration. The others in the group exchanged disapproving glances at Wang Yu, whispering amongst themselves, he is truly cold-blooded. Thankfully, he didn't join us. Not even a proper excuse, just a flimsy excuse of not seeing anything. How pathetic. To have strength, yet refuse to act. Such individuals are a menace. Wang Yu yawned leisurely, seemingly indifferent. The young esper named Shaolin treated the girl, pinching her cheek gently, and asked, where did you come from? Did you get lost from your family? Upon hearing this, the girl lowered her head, revealing a sorrowful expression. I got separated from my mom and dad. Where are your parents? We can help take you to them. Really? Thank you, sister. The girl exclaimed excitedly. Who is your captain? Shaolin pointed to the woman who had just saved her, that beautiful sister who rescued you. Her name is Ren Yan. The girl's eyes sparkled with recognition as she approached Ren Yan and whispered something. Ren Yan couldn't hear her clearly at first and squatted down to listen. The girl grinned innocently and leaned closer to Ren Yan's ear, saying, you're all going to be doomed. Startled, Ren Yan momentarily froze, feeling a chill around her neck and a sharp pain. To her shock, the girl had produced a small knife from somewhere, pressing it firmly against Ren Yan's throat, the blade already indenting her skin as if it could pierce at any moment. Witnessing this scene, everyone except Wang Yu was momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Shaolin was the first to react, quickly asking, have you encountered any danger? You can tell us anything. Yes. Were you threatened by bad people? I can help you. Just put down the knife, it's too dangerous. As they moved forward, the girl glared darkly, shouting, don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. As she spoke, the knife pressed deeper, and a trickle of blood began to seep from Ren Yan's neck. At that moment, Ren Yan's expression was complex. Her fair skin glistened with beads of sweat, and she dared not make a sudden move. The blade was in direct contact with her skin. Even if her assailant was just a 10-year-old child, taking her life would be effortless. Meanwhile, Wang Yu seemed to enjoy the spectacle, sitting casually on the hood of an abandoned vehicle, clearly intrigued. Why? We saved you, he remarked. The girl let out a cold laugh. Can't you see? I did this on purpose, just to get close to you. Ren Yan's face filled with regret. She shouldn't have relaxed her guard simply because her opponent was a child. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, there were only hunters and prey. At this moment, Heisey seemed to sense something, raising his head with vigilance. Soon, a middle-aged couple, wielding iron tools, appeared not far away, approaching slowly. The woman came to the girl's side, gently stroking her head, and smiled with admiration, saying, my Xiao Xiao is truly capable. She has completed her task once again. It was evident that they were not strangers to exploiting the sympathy of others. The girl beamed sweetly, proudly lifting her chin, basking in her perceived glory. The man, brandishing a hammer, surveyed the backpacks of those present and commanded, if you wish for your leader to survive, hand over all your food. Upon hearing this, the crowd, though reluctant, had no choice but to comply and remove their backpacks. Hurry, throw it over. Do not even think of playing tricks. And that so-called crystal core, which is said to enhance abilities, hand it over as well. Ren Yan, who had been taken captive, clenched her teeth and cast a pleading glance at the onlooker. Wang Yu, he was so strong, surely he could devise a way out. Wang Yu met her gaze briefly, then turned his attention to the blazing sun outside, murmuring, the weather has changed, I must hurry home to collect the laundry. A heart that had been suspended in anxiety finally sank in despair. Wang Yu collected the crystal cores that Heisey had gathered into his space and prepared to leave. The middle-aged woman, noticing Wang Yu's intent to escape, scolded. Where do you think you are going? Did I permit you to leave? Heisey immediately shot her a warning glare, emitting a low growl and caution, causing the woman to hurriedly hide behind the man. Stop. You do not wish for her to live, do you? Wang Yu shrugged indifferently. We are not on the same side. The man regarded Haizi with surprise, realizing that he indeed had a pet. One must understand that in the apocalypse, ordinary pets either mutated or ended up on the dinner table. After all, when survival was at stake, few had the luxury to care for animals. Contemplating this, the man swallowed hard, his gaze growing greedy. Dog meat was a rare delicacy, and with a creature this size, it could sustain them for several days. Furthermore, given how protective Haizi was of his master, it was clear he was no feral beast. At this moment, the girl added fuel to the fire, speaking venomously. It's all his fault for not saving me. I nearly became a meal for the zombies. The man's expression darkened as he turned to the group of ability users, commanding, "You all, go kill him." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu halted, a murderous intent surfacing. The others exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily frozen. What are you waiting for? Move. You 7 ability users fear just one of him? Don't you want your leader to survive? The group hesitated, acutely aware of Wang Yu's formidable strength. They knew that charging at him would likely lead to their own demise. However, their captain was in jeopardy. And if they did not comply, their own lives could be at stake. Ren Yin understood this predicament all too well, although she desired to survive. She was also the leader of a team. After struggling internally for a moment, she steeled herself and shouted to the others, "Don't mind me. Kill them all and avenge me." This cry seemed to drain her of all remaining strength. The man beside her, enraged, struck Ren Yin across the face, exclaiming, "Did I permit you to speak, you filthy wretch?" However, his words were abruptly cut off. The man suddenly widened his eyes, standing motionless in place. Observing this, his wife shook his arm, exclaiming, "Why are you not speaking, dear husband?" With that shake, his head detached and tumbled to the ground. Rolling several times before coming to a halt, the neck severed with surgical precision. It mirrored the demise of the numerous zombies sprawled about. Prompting the onlookers to cast glances at the seemingly unperturbed Wang Yu, their hearts lifted. He had intervened. The girl stood in a daze, struggling to comprehend the scene. Just a moment ago, her father had been vibrant and full of life, and now he lay headless. As the pain in her neck subsided, Ren Yin seized the opportunity while the girl was momentarily stunned, swiftly activating her powers. This time, Ren Yin acted without hesitation, unleashing a blade of wind straight for the girl's neck. With a sickening sound, the girl clutched her neck in shock, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 36. Entering the Xiang base, the middle-aged woman, witnessing her husband's murder, immediately abandoned her daughter and fled in a panic. However, Wang Yu was not one to grant her such an opportunity. He executed her with a swift spatial cut. The attack appeared without warning, leaving the crowd in bewilderment. What kind of ability was this, so elusive and ghostly? As Wang Yu prepared to depart, the crowd quickly followed, expressing their gratitude. Wang Yu, indifferent and unapologetic, remarked, "This has nothing to do with you all. Had he not threatened me, I would have left long ago." With that, he turned and departed with Haizi. The onlookers gazed after Wang Yu, struck by his nonchalant demeanor. Ren Yin's expression was complex. She contemplated apologizing for earlier, but feared inciting animosity. It became clear that he was aware of the trap all along, revealing their own folly. Thankfully, the powerful figure did not hold their missteps against them. Otherwise, even 10 lives would not suffice. That young girl resembled a porcelain doll, yet harbored a dark heart. This apocalyptic world was truly a nightmare. A modified truck sped down the road, ruthlessly plowing through any abandoned vehicles or zombies that obstructed its path. Alas, that so-called apocalypse shop didn't open. What a wasted trip. One lamented. No choice. Our luck just isn't favorable. Another sighed. The management up there never clarifies when they open or close. I've heard the shopkeeper possesses immense strength and is unafraid of thunderfire dogs. What do you think? Damn it. I can't even see the person. How can I form an opinion? At that moment, a man in the driver's seat suddenly pointed ahead at a person and a dog. Look, is that a normal human? As the truck was modified, the container was connected to the driver's cabin, prompting everyone to lean in closer. The individual walking did not appear to be a zombie. But why were they alone on the road? Perhaps they were an ability user. It was uncertain which faction they belonged to. Should we ask if they want to join our Xiang base? We've been lacking ability users lately. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed agreement. However, a young man in the passenger seat shook his head, his expression grave as he admonished, "Outside, it is not like the base. What is more fearsome than beasts or zombies is the human heart, especially in the case of such a lone wolf, devoid of concerns and with no retreat. One cannot predict what reckless actions he might undertake. Allowing him to enter the vehicle is undoubtedly akin to inviting a wolf into one's home, particularly given the confined space within." Upon hearing the captain's words, the others suddenly came to a realization, filled with trepidation. They had encountered many deranged individuals in the past. In their struggle for survival, they would resort to any means, even dragging others down with them in death. Drive faster and ignore it, Wang Yu instructed. He glanced at the address in his hand, furrowing his brow slightly. It was quite far in the East City. With no vehicle of his own, walking was hardly an option. Perhaps I could ride on a dog, he mused, casting a sidelong glance at Hazy, thinking it would surely be uncomfortable. At that moment, a truck sped past, prompting Wang Yu to turn his head for a brief look. If only they would come looking for trouble. As the truck passed by, the captain, Fangin, inadvertently caught sight of him from the passenger seat. Suddenly, he sat up straight, exclaiming, "Stop! Pull over! I know him." The others were momentarily at a loss. Had it not been said that lone wolves acted without regard for consequences? How could knowing him bring about any semblance of calm? As Wang Yu observed the truck come to a sudden halt and then slowly reverse, a smile crept across his lips. The truck's window rolled down, revealing a somewhat familiar face. "Wang Yu, is that you?" the person exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. "Who are you?" "I am Fangin, your high school classmate." Upon Fangin's reminder, a look of recognition crossed Wang Yu's face. "Oh, it's you, Fangin. What a coincidence. How have you been lately? Is your child and sister-in-law doing well?" Fangin was momentarily taken aback. "I'm in the same grade as you. Where would I have a child?" "I knew you would struggle to remember," Wang Yu replied, scratching his face awkwardly and chuckling. "I'm currently working at the Xiang base, as you know. The apocalypse is perilous. One must find a strong ally." He gestured to his purple uniform. Upon learning that he was associated with the Xiang base, Wang Yu's eyes lit up. "Is that the Xiang base in East City?" "Indeed, I am the captain of a team of ability users there." Fangin spoke with a hint of pride, pleased that Wang Yu recognized the well-known Xiang base. Wang Yu smiled warmly and asked, "Could you give us a ride to the Xiang base? As you know, transportation is scarce in this apocalypse. You want to join our base? That is wonderful. What type of ability do you possess?" Fangin inquired with surprise. "Space," Wang Yu replied without hesitation, unwilling to elaborate on his reasons for going to the Xiang base. "Space," Fangin echoed, slightly taken aback. They had a user of that attribute in their base, although their strength left much to be desired. "Then let us get in the car," Fangin added. "Oh, by the way, Shui Linchong is also in our base, and he holds a significant position." Shui Linchong. Despite having lived 2 lives, Wang Yu still remembered this rather abstract individual, wealthy and rather arrogant. He recalled his own past weakness, often forced to assist Shui Linchong with assignments and to cheat on exams. However, many years had passed, and he had long since let go of those grievances. As long as Shui Linchong did not seek him out, he had no desire to create trouble. In this apocalypse, who still keeps a dog? And that one is nearly bald. Doesn't it seem to have a skin disease? Upon hearing this, Hazy shot a glare at Fang and Wang Yu smiled, reflecting on the current state of affairs where raising dogs seemed preferable to nurturing humans. Outside, in the base, society mirrored the orderliness of the world before the apocalypse, with everyone adhering to the law. After a journey of over half an hour, a massive circular fortress came into view, its location previously an industrial park, now transformed. The outer perimeter boasted walls nearly 5 meters high, topped with barbed wire, while towering watchtowers equipped with flares punctuated the interior. Surrounding the base, a mountain of zombie corpses lay piled up, with numerous ordinary citizens, masked for protection, diligently clearing the remains under the watchful eye of those with supernatural abilities. In the sweltering heat, decay and the proliferation of bacteria and viruses posed a significant threat. Wang Yu was somewhat astonished. The scale of this official base seemed comparable to that of his previous life. The truck navigated the designated path and, after passing through a thorough inspection, entered the base. Inside, a dense cluster of large tents dominated the surroundings, nearly encompassing the entire perimeter of the base. Countless individuals moved about, mostly ordinary people, each performing their designated tasks in an orderly manner, evoking a sense of civilization still prevailing amidst the chaos. Despite the considerable number of inhabitants, which posed challenges in terms of sustenance, it was undeniable that this also represented a vast pool of labor. In just under a month, such an extensive project had been accomplished, made possible not only by supernatural powers, but significantly due to the abundant workforce available. The truck came to a gradual halt in the designated area. Fangin turned to Wang Yu and said, "We shall disembark here and proceed on foot." Given that the base's ground level featured 2 lines of defense, they still needed to pass through another gate to truly access the interior. Chapter 37. Old classmates. The entire base was expansive, yet Wang Yu understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The majority of the base's structure lay beneath the surface. The inner area resembled a colossal fortress, capped and reinforced with an additional layer of metal sheeting beyond the outer walls, and construction was still underway. Numerous superhumans worked diligently nearby, affixing abundant materials to the towering walls. As the group traversed the meticulously organized tents, they reached the entryway, where several armed law enforcement officers stood guard. Upon noticing Fong An's uniform, they simultaneously clenched their right fists and struck their chests in salute. Fong An presented their pass for inspection while explaining, "This is our base's unique form of greeting." Subsequently, he briefly outlined Wang Yu's situation to the law enforcement officers. Just as they were about to enter, one of the officers halted them, his gaze peculiar as he pointed to Hazy, the pet dog. Surely, pets are not permitted inside. To be honest, this was a situation they had not encountered before, and they were uncertain how to address it, considering that a rational person would hardly keep a dog in the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Hazy displayed a look of distress. Fong An furrowed his brow slightly, stating, "The base regulations do not mention anything about this. It should be fine." However, the officer shook his head, explaining, "You know how strict the inner area is. If any issues arise, we would be held accountable. Especially since he is not yet a member of the base." He scrutinized Wang Yu's casual attire. Wang Yu glanced at Fong An, sensing his discomfort, and proactively suggested, "It's fine. Let him wait outside. I will enter alone." He casually instructed Hazy to wait at the entrance. The contrast between the inner and outer areas was stark. Not only was there a reliable power supply, but the atmosphere was also refreshingly cool. "Come on, Wang Yu, let me take you to register," Fong An said, gesturing towards a notice board. At that moment, a woman hurriedly approached Fong and Captain Fong. "The higher-ups are asking you to report immediately." "Wait, let me take my friend first," Wang Yu interjected, stepping forward. "You go ahead. It would be unwise to delay the mission. The registration office is quite close. I can manage on my own." After all, he wasn't there to register. He merely sought a convenient ride. Fong An offered an apologetic glance and quickly departed with his team. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yu intended to explore the Xiang base. Intrigued by the changes that had unfolded since the early days of the apocalypse, compared to his past life, everything had shifted, albeit subtly. Though these alterations bore little significance for him, he relished the novelty of venturing far from home. The inner area resembled a service center, hosting a task center, management center, construction center, cleaning center, security center, and a rather euphemistically named physiological needs resolution center. Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. He ambled towards a nearby elevator, eager to investigate the underground levels of the base. The elevator buttons numbered around 50 or 60, most labeled as dormitory levels, while a handful remained unmarked, an intentional concealment to protect sensitive information from outsiders. However, such tactics were not particularly welcoming to someone like him, who was brazenly pursuing business discussions. "Where's the office of the base commander?" he inquired casually as he stepped onto the first floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he found himself in what appeared to be an office area. Numerous employees turned to stare at him, clearly perplexed by his incongruous attire. "Where's the office of the base commander? I have business with him." At this, the employees fell silent, glancing at Wang Yu's casual clothing, seemingly bewildered. "Is he a spy? Is there really such an arrogant spy? Who are you? This is not a place for someone like you. Where did this wild brat come from?" "Security. Where are the guards?" "Wang Yu." Just as he was about to leave, Wang Yu turned at the sound of his name. A well-dressed young man approached him, accompanied by a heavily made-up female secretary. Wang Yu recognized him as the once overbearing Shui Linchong. Pretending not to notice him, Wang Yu turned to return to the elevator. "Stop. Are you deaf? Someone is talking to you," Shui Linchong said, visibly displeased. Feigning surprise, Wang Yu replied, "Oh, is there something you need?" Shui Linchong's expression darkened. "It's only been a few years, and you've grown wings, have you? How dare you disregard me? Fong An just informed me that you are the new ability user, supposedly the most useless spatial ability. He asked me to look after you. If you continue like this, it will be quite troublesome for me," he added, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The female secretary beside him echoed, "Indeed, do you think you are speaking to whom?" "Brother Chong is the deputy minister of the management department. A single word from him could send a useless ability user like you packing." Wang Yu gazed at the two of them and suddenly inquired, "You must be siblings, right? Does your father have the surname Wang?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yu's unexpected remark. Both Shui Linchong and the female secretary were momentarily stunned. "My father definitely has the surname Shui." "No, my father has the surname Zhu." Wang Yu shook his head and replied earnestly, "No, your father's surname is Wang. You are the 8th in the family. And one day, 2 eggs rolled out from beneath the turtle's rear, and thus you were born." The two were slightly taken aback, somewhat bewildered. However, an employee nearby couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, aren't those turtle eggs?" Upon hearing this, the two finally reacted, instantly becoming furious. Shui Linchong's forehead bulged with veins as he was about to teach this useless person a lesson. He strode directly to Wang Yu, locking eyes with him, gritting his teeth as he said, "Kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes clean, and I shall spare your life." At that moment, an elderly janitor, clad in cleaning attire, kindly advised, "Young man, do not be reckless. Quickly admit your mistake. You are still young. Yes, do not overestimate yourself. Our deputy minister will forgive you. Everyone has their moments of foolishness. It is truly not worth losing one's life for the sake of vanity." Wang Yu, however, paid no heed to these well-meaning admonitions. With an unchanging expression, he remained entirely unafraid, calmly uttering a single word, "Scram." Before his words had fully dissipated, Xue Linchong roared, "You're seeking death." He unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Wang Yu's face, its force unmistakably lethal. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively sighed. It was no longer a civilized society, and the death of a superfluous ability user was of little consequence. Even in the strictly regulated Xiang base, things could not entirely resemble the pre-apocalyptic era. A blood-curdling scream erupted. The crowd froze in astonishment, for the cry came from the normally irritable deputy minister. At that moment, Xuelini was clutching his severed arm tightly, beads of cold sweat dripping down his face. The onlookers stared at the gruesomely severed limb on the ground, momentarily at a loss. The point of severance was remarkably smooth, showcasing exquisite blade work. Bewildered expressions adorned their faces as they glanced around, unsure who had executed this gratifying act. It certainly could not have been Wang Yu, that useless individual. There must be a skilled person involved. Ultimately, their gaze fell upon the elderly janitor, who was closest in proximity. "Could it possibly be you? I knew you weren't simple. Concealed talents, I see. How could an old man clean the restroom so swiftly? There must be something more to you." Indeed, last time, when the toilet was clogged, he had swiftly resolved it with just a flick of his hand. Playing the fool to eat the tiger, this old man is remarkable. As the situation grew tense, the old man was already drenched in sweat, hastily denying, "What are you all doing? I didn't do anything. Is this how you play with flattery? If you flatter me, I might just be killed. No. Are you trying to put a tall hat on me or dump a chamber pot on my head? Is cleaning a toilet the same as committing murder?" Young individuals often stray from the right path, and yet they impose pressure upon me. Encountering the old man nearly caused me to lose control, as he did not appear to be lying. The crowd then shifted their focus. Could it be that he, Xue Linchong, was equally bewildered? It was only upon discerning the mocking smile on Wang Yu's face that realization dawned upon him. "It was you, wasn't it?" Wang Yu chuckled. "Why not take a guess?" Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, the female secretary seized the opportunity amidst the distraction of the crowd and hurriedly fled. Xue Linchong, now thoroughly flustered, remained skeptical. Could a seemingly useless ability wielder truly be responsible for this? Gritting his teeth, he swung his other arm with force toward Wang Yu once more. The familiar sequence played out, and the ground bore witness to yet another severed limb. The onlookers were unable to discern how Wang Yu executed his strike. Cold sweat streamed down Xue Linchong's face as he nearly fainted from the pain, staring at his two severed arms in disbelief. Why is this happening? Moments later, he suddenly lifted his gaze to Wang Yu, his expression one of sheer horror. "It must be you. You are a dual attribute ability wielder." He then turned to the onlookers, shouting imperiously, "What are you waiting for? Kill this perpetrator." At his words, the crowd fell silent, unwilling to intervene. Firstly, Wang Yu's abilities were too strange. One misstep could lead to Xue Linchong's fate befalling them as well. It was known that an ability wielder without their arms was rendered as useless as a common man. Secondly, Xue Linchong's volatile temperament and propensity for violence had earned him no loyalty among his subordinates. Some even hoped for Wang Yu to swiftly eliminate such a menace. Realizing he had no allies, despair filled Xue Linchong as he gazed into Wang Yu's eyes, which seemed to regard him as one would a lifeless corpse. "You cannot kill me. My father is the minister here. If you slay me, your life will be short-lived. And should you commit murder here, the base commander will not let you go. He is a formidable sea-level ability wielder. Spare my life, I beg you. I was wrong before, and I am wrong now. Please do not kill me." The elderly janitor interjected, "Young man, you must cease this. Taking his life carries consequences, no matter how powerful you are. You cannot contend with the entire base. I understand youthful arrogance, but consider your future. There is a long road ahead, and acting on impulse will only lead to your own ruin." Wang Yu nodded in agreement, his expression earnest. "You speak the truth. Indeed, I, Old Wu, was once a somewhat renowned life coach. Numerous young individuals have turned their lives around under my guidance." Suddenly, a sickening sound of flesh being cleaved echoed through the air as Xue Linchong's head fell with a thud to the ground. The scene fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. "However, today, I am determined to end his life." The old man stood in shock for a few seconds before retrieving his cleaning tools and turning to leave for the elevator. The crowd quickly regained their senses. Good heavens! This old fellow wishes to distance himself from this incident. Remaining at the scene would undoubtedly invite inquiries from superiors. Consequently, the onlookers hastily followed suit, eager to escape the scene. Just then, the elevator doors swung open, revealing a throng of ability wielders clad in distinctive uniforms. Led by a middle-aged man accompanied by Shui Linchong's female secretary. The two groups exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. The elderly man was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming urgently, "A murder has occurred. Minister Shui, a murder." As he spoke, he made haste to report the incident. The onlookers silently admired his courage, mentally applauding his bravery. Shui Jian wore a grim expression, offering no response. He forcefully pushed aside those blocking the elevator door and strode inside, flanked by his armed escort. Just moments before, his female secretary had approached him in distress, informing him that her son was in peril. Without hesitation, he abandoned all his current tasks to rush over. Having lost his wife, his son was his sole remaining family, and he cherished him dearly. He could not allow any harm to befall the boy. Upon entering, however, he was met with the unsettling sight of Wang Yu clutching a bloodied crystal core, while a lifeless body lay on the ground, its familiar head nearby. At the sight, Shui Jian's pupils constricted sharply, his mind momentarily paralyzed in shock. The few superhuman guards he had brought quickly surrounded Wang Yu. "Who are you?" they demanded. But before Wang Yu could explain, Shui Jian erupted in a frenzied roar. "Kill him!" At his command, they hesitated for a fleeting moment, then unleashed their abilities in unison. From all directions, projectiles descended upon Wang Yu. Fireballs, rocks, steel spikes, electric shocks, and a wave of psychic energy. While the trajectory of psychic attacks often eluded the naked eye, Wang Yu was fortunate to receive prompts from his system. The incoming assaults were merely rudimentary displays of supernatural power, as ordinary individuals lacked the means to truly harness such abilities. Wang Yu, unyielding, absorbed all the projectiles in his line of sight, including the psychic assault, into his space. However, without unlocking spatial perception, he could not collect those projectiles that approached from his blind spots. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and swiftly cast a special Earth-type scroll, erecting a towering earthen wall in an instant. The incoming attacks collided with the wall, which appeared fragile yet remained unyielding, merely shedding a layer of dust. In truth, even if those projectiles had struck him directly, he would not perish. After all, as the king of survival, Wang Yu was clad in garments boasting high defensive attributes. The onlookers, bewildered by the vanishing of their assaults and the sudden emergence of the earthen barrier, found themselves at a loss. Shui Jian, unversed in supernatural powers, was equally befuddled, but the grief of potential loss consumed his thoughts. "What are you all doing? Hurry and kill him. You're all worthless." The group of superhumans, undeterred by the strange occurrences, launched another wave of attacks. Those isolated by the earthen wall maneuvered around to confront Wang Yu directly, thereby exposing all their attacks for Wang Yu to see. Observing the rapidly approaching projectiles, a smirk crept across Wang Yu's lips. He was in no rush to eliminate them, as he desired to collect more projectiles for future contingencies. After several rounds of assaults, Wang Yu remained unscathed, casting doubt upon the attackers' resolve. Their efforts seemed to vanish into an abyss, akin to stones sinking into the sea, leaving them wearied. At that moment, the female secretary seemed to recall something and suddenly exclaimed, "He is a spatial type ability user. Projectiles are ineffective against him." Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in utter bewilderment. "Could you have mentioned that sooner? We have been prancing about like fools." Unfortunately, none among them possessed a physical type ability. Damn it. Let us confront him barehanded. At this juncture, Shui Jian was driven to the brink of madness by this group of imbeciles. It dawned on everyone that with their numbers, they need not fear a mere spatial ability user. Let us charge at him. Experience the wrath of my descending dragon. The crowd surged forward. But Wang Yu unexpectedly produced a rifle from seemingly nowhere, causing them to hesitate, as if their feet had been rooted to the ground. While their abilities might shield them from bullets, their flesh could not withstand such force. To approach him unarmed would be tantamount to suicide. The crowd stood frozen, exchanging glances, as the atmosphere grew tense. Observing this, Wang Yu feigned weakness, appearing fatigued and drained. "Look, he single-handedly blocks our assault. He must be exhausting considerable energy. I estimate he is nearing his limit. Let us intensify our efforts. He cannot withstand us all." The crowd found this reasoning sound, and, gritting their teeth, launched another attack. As yet another wave of gifts approached, a fleeting, unnoticed smirk crossed Wang Yu's expression. Indeed, this world is never devoid of prodigies. Minutes later, every one of them was breathless, their abilities completely drained. Yet Wang Yu still maintained his facade of weakness. Observing this, he abruptly revealed his true colors. His expression chillingly cold. Well, you have outlived your usefulness. It is time for you to perish. Upon hearing this, the ability users gazed at the now revitalized Wang Yu, nearly vomiting blood, yet they were too exhausted to retaliate, even to flee. Shuejian, watching from the sidelines, could not help but gasp in astonishment. For these ability users were elite defenders of the inner circle. The fact that they could do nothing against this man was astounding. Gradually regaining his composure, Shuejian contemplated a stealthy escape upon witnessing Wang Yu's extraordinary prowess. However, Wang Yu swiftly hurled an ice spike, catching Shuejian off guard and piercing his thigh. Ah, my leg. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, revealing a tall, strikingly beautiful young woman with an air of icy elegance. Upon seeing her, Shuejian scrambled towards her as if she were a lifeline. Lieutenant Ling, there has been a murder. Someone has killed my son. Ling Shuelian disregarded him entirely. Walking past Shuejian, she glanced at the lifeless body of Xue Linchong, her expression remaining unchanged. Approaching Wang Yu, she smiled and inquired, "Hello, I am Ling Shuelian, the deputy commander of the Xiang base. May I ask what has transpired here?" Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, regarding the low-level C-class ability user before him, and replied with a playful tone, "Such courtesy, yet why not directly hold me accountable?" "Oh no, Mr. Wang. You are a distinguished guest of our base. It is indeed our oversight not to greet you promptly. How could we dare to assign blame? Moreover, I believe Mr. Wang is certainly not one to indulge in wanton killing. There must be a rationale behind your actions." Witnessing the usually indifferent and heartless aide displaying such courtesy, everyone present was left utterly astonished. The esteemed guest recalled his previous aggression towards Wang Yu, and an involuntary sense of dread washed over him. Observing Ling Shuelian's amiable demeanor, Wang Yu chuckled lightly and recounted the events that had transpired. "In truth, I had journeyed a considerable distance to engage in business with you. Yet that scoundrel Xue Linchong not only hurled insults, but also attempted to take my life. With no other choice, I was compelled to defend myself." Upon hearing this, while Ling Shuelian maintained her cheerful disposition, the others exchanged bewildered glances. Was this truly a case of justifiable defense in this apocalyptic world? Just moments ago, our lives hung in the balance, and now it seemed you were the victim. After barely escaping Xue Linchong's clutches, another wave of adversaries arrived, accompanied by a band of ruthless thugs. Before I even had the chance to defend myself, you appeared. As he spoke, Wang Yu cast a meaningful glance at Ling Shuelian, who seemed momentarily hesitant. Shuejian, dragging a crippled leg, approached, nearly spewing blood upon hearing Wang Yu's words. "Ling, swiftly eliminate this intruder, avenge my son, and restore justice for our base." He spat, his eyes filled with venomous intent, wishing to see Wang Yu bound and tortured to death. Ling Shuelian sighed softly. Addressing the onlookers, "A few of you, take him away and feed him to the zombies." When several individuals hesitated, she continued, "His abilities." But her voice trailed off as she pointed a finger at Shuejian himself. Shuejian was taken aback, bewildered by the accusation. Why? He was the one who attempted murder. Ling Shuelian's gaze turned icy. "Your son attempted murder and deserves his fate, while you have shown disrespect to our esteemed guest." Wang Yu, with a gleam of amusement, observed the female assistant cowering in the corner, along with the woman who had nearly struck him down. "Throw them all out," he proclaimed. At his words, the crowd hastily advanced, fearing they might be next. No, I was wrong. I don't want to go. I don't want to be eaten. Why? My contributions to the base are worth more than his. You all deserve to die? I'd rather be a ghost than meet my end like this." The old cleaner swiftly intervened, shoving a toilet brush into Shuejian's mouth to silence him. Ling Shuelian wore an expression of resignation. "The shopkeeper is not someone we can provoke, especially when we are to engage in business. If blame must be assigned, it lies with you for choosing the wrong target." As this farce concluded, Ling Shuelian gestured for Wang Yu to follow her, saying with a smile, "Sir, please come with me. Our commander has been awaiting your arrival." Wang Yu returned her smile and stepped toward the elevator. Under Ling Shuelian's guidance, he ascended to the penultimate floor and entered an office. There, seated behind a desk, was a slender middle-aged man with a resolute countenance and deep-set eyes. Upon seeing Wang Yu, he merely stood to express his respect, his gaze as calm as a tranquil well. Wang Yu approached the chair before him with an air of indifference. At this stage, even the most formidable of individuals were but C-level ability users. No matter how profound their schemes, what was there to fear? Chapter 40. A grand business deal. Ling Shuelian positioned herself beside the middle-aged man. As the middle-aged man observed Wang Yu taking his seat, he gradually settled down himself, producing a hoarse voice. "Greetings, I am Jiang Zheng, the commander of the Xiang base. May I inquire your name? Just call me the shopkeeper, Wang Yu replied succinctly. Very well, Mr. Shopkeeper. My apologies for the earlier rudeness exhibited by my subordinates. As the base commander, it is my responsibility to manage my personnel effectively. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, signaling that there was no need for concern. He then retrieved a price list and a currency exchange table from his spatial storage, tossing them before Jiang Zhang with unambiguous intent. What do you require? In what quantity? Bulk purchases do not come with discounts. Both men were slightly taken aback by Wang Yu's directness. Jiang Zhang picked up the 2 sheets of paper, meticulously examining the detailed pricing and product descriptions. Ling Xuelian, standing beside him, leaned in with keen interest. Wang Yu, unfazed, took out a cigarette and began to smoke leisurely. After a considerable discussion, Jiang Zhang's expression turned serious. I apologize for the wait. I would like to inquire about the availability of your stock. Previously, Hong Tao and others returned with numerous products, all confirming their impeccable quality. However, I have heard that the scale of your store is modest, and I am uncertain if it can meet our demands. Quantity is not an issue. We can supply as much as you need, Wang Yu replied without hesitation. As long as there are crystal cores, we can procure whatever goods are necessary from the system store. Jiang Zhang nodded in agreement, observing Wang Yu's resolute demeanor. We wish to order 100 Type 95 rifles and 600 boxes of 58mm ammunition, totaling 30,000 rounds, which amounts to 18,000 crystal coins. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's mind raced. The procurement price for a Type 95 rifle in the system store was 30 crystal coins, while a box of ammunition cost 25. The total cost for all ammunition would be 4,500 crystal coins, allowing him a net profit of 13,500 crystal coins. Suppressing his inner delight, he replied nonchalantly, agreed. You may collect the goods at the store tomorrow, payment upon delivery. Having provided a meal for Hazy yesterday, his current balance of crystal coins stood at 4,460. Despite having gathered a considerable number of crystal cores during his journey, he could not directly convert them into crystal coins since the exchange machine was located within the store. Ling Xuelian's joy was palpable, and even the seasoned Jiang Zhang's eyes sparkled with surprise at the rapidity of the transaction. Xiaoling, draft a contract. There's no need. Contracts have no legal efficacy now. A verbal agreement will suffice, Wang Yu stated, confident they would not renege unless they intended to offer the crystal cores of all the base's ability users as payment. Although his words were benign, the intensity in Wang Yu's gaze sent a chill down their spines. Jiang Zhang pondered briefly. Mr. Shopkeeper, I have an ungracious request. Go ahead, Wang Yu prompted, neither accepting nor declining. With a slight sigh, Jiang Zhang continued. Given the volume of goods, we are concerned that there may be those who would covet them during transport, and our manpower is insufficient. Jiang Zhang's concerns were not unfounded, for the East City was rife with factions, and the intricate streets made it easy for ambushes to occur. However, this matter seemed irrelevant to Wang Yu. He was about to decline, but Jiang Zhang quickly raised a finger, offering an additional 1,000 crystal coins. Then there is no problem, Wang Yu replied with a smile, thinking that at worst, he could send Hazy on a trip tomorrow to buy a few more chicken legs with that money. After reaching a final agreement, Wang Yu prepared to depart. Although Jiang Zhang wished to keep him for a meal before he left, Wang Yu had no interest in plain fare and declined without hesitation. Jiang Zhang did not insist. Knowing that Wang Yu had come a long way hitching a ride, he instructed Ling Xuelian to drive Wang Yu back. Officer Ling, there is something I have always been puzzled about, Wang Yu inquired with keen interest. Ling Xuelian smiled. Speak, and I shall answer without reservation. Wang Yu asked. With so many people to support at Xiang base, food must be a significant issue. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuelian hesitated slightly, as it involved the base's secrets. After a moment, she began to explain. In fact, our base has a secret cultivation chamber where most individuals are sustained by the rice grown there. Wang Yu was somewhat skeptical. Can a single layer of rice sustain so many people? It is a mutated variety of rice, exceptionally resilient and maturing at an astonishing rate, ripening every 2 hours at most. However, we must regularly add crystal cores or fertilizers to the water to maintain its nutritional value. Otherwise, the maturation speed will slow down. While plain rice may not offer a lavish lifestyle, it at least ensures survival. This rice is the foundation of our base. After listening, Wang Yu was taken aback. I had thought it was akin to the protein blocks made from corpses in previous worlds. It seems that some mutated organisms are evolving beneficially for humanity. However, with such a rapidly and infinitely producible staple food, once exposed, it would undoubtedly attract fierce competition from various factions. Even if your faction is powerful, it will still be the case. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid I might leak this information? That would not serve your interests. And I believe the manager is not that kind of person. At the entrance of the inner gate, Hazy lay obediently on the ground. Just then, 3 children under 10 approached. Taigu, look, there's still a dog, and it's quite large, exclaimed one. Wow, my dad said there are none left, said another. Let's go take a look. The guards, witnessing the scene, did not chase them away. After all, it was just a dog, and one could never tell when it might end up on the dining table. Furthermore, the commander was known to be quite protective of these vulnerable groups. Taigu, look at that dog. It's so ugly. All its fur is gone. Is it sick? Mom says to stay away from such dogs. Hazy stood up and shot them a warning glare, letting out a low growl. Yet, the 3 children, fearless as young calves, moved closer. One child slapped Hazy on the head. Though the harm was minimal, the insult was profound. Another grabbed at the few remaining tufts of fur on Hazy. What are you looking at? Don't stare. Bad dog. Hazy bared his teeth, but seeing his owner's earlier demeanor, he sensed no hostility in this place and dared not act excessively. Thus, it swiftly turned and knocked down the 3 children, imparting a lesson. Ah, mommy. The children cried out in pain, fleeing in distress. Shortly thereafter, several middle-aged men and women arrived, accompanying 3 unruly children, their faces flushed with anger, wielding iron implements. Mom, it's that one. It bit me. Hurry, kill it. We nearly perished, they wailed. Chapter 41. Manager Wang Yu. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged individuals fixed their fervent gazes upon the black dog, swallowing hard. It had been a long time since they had tasted flesh. These outsiders rarely reaped any rewards. To earn a living, they engaged only in menial tasks, yielding scant profit. The base provided only the most basic sustenance, with precious little grease, let alone meat. Although this existence was far superior to the trepidation of the outside world, where survival was precarious, human nature is an insatiable abyss, no matter how much one invests. It is never satisfied. One man glanced at the guards nearby, seeking clarification. However, the guards were equally at a loss, merely dismissing him with a curt remark, "It's not our concern." At this, the eyes of the middle-aged individuals brightened. The 3 children, seemingly in collusion, chorused, "Let us eat dog meat." They exchanged glances, then fixated their attention on the black dog on the ground. Capture it. Though the dog glared fiercely, it dared not act rashly, quickly disappearing from sight. Where did it go? That's our meat. Don't let it escape. Yet, bound by Wang Yu's orders, the black dog hesitated to stray far from the entrance, constantly shifting its position. Alas, being a dog is truly arduous. In an instant, the entrance erupted into chaos. As onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle, a number of middle-aged individuals and 3 children, covered in dirt, pursued a black dog. Kill it. A cold, expressionless voice whispered to the dog. Fueled by pent-up rage, it suddenly turned to face the panting pursuers, an aura of ferocity enveloping it, causing the men to falter, their hearts racing with fear. Only their children, oblivious to the peril, rushed forward. You can't run anymore. Await your demise. In the next moment, the boldest of the children was tackled to the ground by the black dog, leading to a gruesome scene. The 2 other children, having never witnessed such horror, froze in terror, paralyzed and unable to respond, despite their parents' frantic cries echoing around them. The black dog had no intention of sparing them, swiftly dispatching them with a bite, sending them to meet their ancestors. Kill it, you beast. I'll end you. The 3 middle-aged men charged forward, seemingly driven mad. While the black dog met their aggression without hesitation, a hush fell over the gathered crowd of over 100, while 3 middle-aged women stood frozen in fear, their expressions a mixture of dread and despair. Their children were gone, and the pillars of their households had crumbled. At this moment, the guards at the entrance finally reacted, preparing to intervene. Stop this at once. Ling Shuilian suddenly appeared at the scene, her expression one of profound exasperation, accompanied by a smiling young man. Upon seeing the base's deputy officer, 3 desperate women scrambled over, pleading earnestly. Deputy Ling, please kill it. It has slain my son and husband. Moreover, we were the ones who discovered this dog first. Its death should count as ours. Indeed, indeed. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuilian's face remained impassive. Your husbands and children brought their fates upon themselves. This has nothing to do with the dog. The 3 women were momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? It killed our men and children. How is that our fault? Your base has failed to fulfill its duty of protection, and yet you blame us. If the food distributed by the base weren't so scarce each day, would we even contemplate eating dog meat? As their tone shifted to one of entitlement, Ling Shuilian's expression grew increasingly frigid. Do you truly consider us your servants? Throw them out to feed the zombies. At her command, the 2 guards behind her exchanged glances and stepped forward, each grasping one of the women. In full view of the onlookers, they slowly dragged the women towards the entrance, completely disregarding their hysterical screams. What are you doing, Ling Shuilian? I want to see the commander. By what right do you expel us? You will meet a terrible fate. Everyone, look. We are worth less than a dog. No. I refuse to go outside. I refuse to die. Help me. Ling Shuilian surveyed the surrounding crowd, her tone grave. Please remember, it is not our obligation to shelter ordinary people. If you cannot abide by the rules here, the door is right there. You can leave whenever you wish. There are plenty who wish to reside here, and we do not need you. Next time there is a disturbance, you shall meet the same fate as them. With that, she turned and forced a smile at Wang Yu. I apologize. It seems our base has lost its sense of order. Wang Yu, stroking the head of a black dog, waved his hand dismissively. As they made their way to the parking lot, Fang'an had been waiting for some time and saluted Ling Shuilian. Upon noticing Wang Yu beside her, he looked surprised. Wang Yu, why are you out again? Have you registered? Wang Yu chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Registration? It's not worth it. This place is far less comfortable than my own. At this, Fang'an's expression turned regretful, pondering that it must be the case that the base does not accept spatial ability users. Had he known, he would have accompanied Wang Yu. As the squad leader, he could have exercised some authority to keep one person. However, with Deputy Ling present, he dared not voice his thoughts. Thus, he gently patted Wang Yu on the shoulder. Let me escort you back. We are headed in the same direction. Then, he turned to Ling Shuilian. Deputy Ling, when will the esteemed shopkeeper arrive? It would be good to become acquainted, so we can retrieve the goods tomorrow. He has already arrived. He has already arrived. Fang'an was momentarily stunned, scanning the surroundings before his gaze flitted to Wang Yu, ultimately resting on the black dog with an expression of disbelief. Could it be you are the shopkeeper? My apologies for any offense earlier. Wang Yu's face darkened with frustration. It seems that it may be more likely than me. Ling Shuilian stifled a laugh, delivering a kick to Fang'an's side. Have you lost your mind? It is certainly the one before you. At her words, Fang'an's expression turned even more incredulous. What the hell? Wang Yu, it truly is you. Are you pretending to be a fool while hiding your true strength? Fang'an was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Wang Yu would possess such formidable connections. To be honest, he had brought him to the Xiang base with a hint of pride, hoping to showcase his own success to former classmates. Little did he realize, this was an utter embarrassment. As for that black dog, it must be a creature capable of effortlessly annihilating numerous ability users. The mere thought of Fang'an's previous arrogance sent a shiver down his spine. Ling Shuilian, noticing that the day was drawing to a close, urged, we should leave now. All right, cousin, came the reply. As dusk approached, a modified car made its way to Lakeside Park. Wang Yu and Heisey finally returned to the shop, where the wooden gate of the courtyard was ajar, and the lawn bore clear signs of recent trampling, indicating that many had visited. However, upon seeing the out-of-service sign, they had left in disappointment. After all, those who had successfully purchased their desired items the previous day had undoubtedly transformed into a source of promotion, drawing even more attention to this place. It seemed wise to venture out less in the future. Chapter 42. Fierce Beasts After Dinner. Wang Yu approached the cashier's desk and placed the crystal cores he had acquired that day into the exchange machine. 10 F-grade cores and 5 E-grade cores, totaling 900 crystal coins. He glanced at his balance of 360 crystal coins. Opening the system store, he purchased supplies for the Xiang base, spending 500 crystal coins, and then stored them in his space. After a refreshing shower, he settled into the large sofa on the second floor to binge-watch shows until sleepiness overcame him, at which point he retired to bed. Such was the simplicity of life. The next morning, a torrential downpour lashed against the second-floor windows, yet the raindrops made no sound. Wang Yu and Heisey, having breakfast, descended to the first floor. Through the glass, they observed the courtyard below, teeming with people, some holding umbrellas, others braving the rain, all gazing longingly inside. Upon spotting Wang Yu, a stir arose within the crowd, as he noted the mud and grime on their shoes. A feeling of disdain washed over him. Were these people refugees? He suddenly felt reluctant to let them in for fear of dirtying the floor. Thus, Wang Yu summoned the robot Freya, who leisurely opened the glass door. Instantly, a series of black, blood-streaked footprints marred the pristine floor. The atmosphere within the shop grew increasingly chaotic. Boss, there are no surveillance cameras here, and the blind spots are out of sight. I think we can. Have you lost your mind? If you wish to die, don't drag me down with you. Don't be fooled by that shopkeeper's constant smile. He is a cunning tiger in disguise. His strength is formidable, and killing is as easy for him as slaughtering a chicken. I suspect he is a C-grade ability user. And that black dog, do you think it's just a pet? It's a vicious beast. If it catches a whiff of you pilfering something, you might as well wait for your grandmother to rescue you. Goodness, how terrifying. Is that for real? Seriously, what benefit do we gain from deceiving you? Sitting behind the cashier's desk, Wang Yu observed everything, nodding to himself in satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Beasts were truly terrifying. They could obliterate low-level ability users in an instant. The beasts within the city were somewhat tame. The wild ones were the real predators, charging at the sight of flesh. Unbeknownst to you, just a few days ago, the official military entered the city, with rumors suggesting they will be stationed nearby. What does that concern us? What can the military do to us with a few outdated firearms? How foolish. The authorities have remained silent and reclusive for over a month. And their strength is undoubtedly formidable, having attracted numerous extraordinary individuals. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The military's arrival in the city was compelled by the ferocity of the wild beasts in the outskirts, which proved too powerful for them to contend with. They retreated while engaging in combat, and many of these beasts have infiltrated the urban area. Damn it, what a calamity. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. According to his memories from a previous life, regardless of how other factions might grow in strength, the official authorities will always remain the most formidable presence among them. The threat posed by the authorities lies not only in the prowess of their extraordinary individuals, but also in the devastating firepower they command. No matter how potent your abilities may be, you are still merely a mortal, a single missile strike, and as long as you are a carbon-based life form, you shall meet your demise. Though he possesses a unique system, the prospect of facing artillery and other large-scale weaponry presents a significant threat should he venture outside. He is uncertain whether his spatial defenses can intercept a missile, having never tested it, and Wang Yu is not willing to gamble with his life. In any case, it is imperative to elevate his extraordinary ability to its maximum potential and unlock spatial teleportation. With the 4 great spatial techniques at his disposal, only a handful of factors in this world could pose a threat to him. To expedite the accumulation of crystal coins, he must also ensure the shop's level does not lag behind. Unlocking a greater array of products will enhance the shop's allure. As for the wild beasts, with Hazy around, there is no need for him to take action. Wang Yu opened his information panel. Shop owner, Wang Yu extraordinary ability, space ability level, low level B, 02000, shop level, low level E, 01500, crystal coin balance, 860. How many crystal coins are required to elevate my ability to a level? 10,000 crystal coins. And for S level? 30,000 crystal coins. Wang Yu nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, a group of individuals, surveying their surroundings, entered the shop. The leading woman, upon spotting Wang Yu behind the counter, gasped in surprise. It's you. You own the shop. Wang Yu snapped back to reality, gazing at the woman before him, struggling to recall who she was. Ren Yin's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. We met last time on Recovery Street. Wang Yu shrugged, still unable to remember. Observing this, Ren Yin felt an inexplicable sense of relief that he did not recall their previous encounter. Having mistakenly left a negative impression last time, perhaps this occasion could allow for a fresh start. Boss, it seems that the esteemed are often forgetful. Our team leader is the one who scolded you for being cold-hearted and then proceeded to take a little girl hostage, a teammate interjected eagerly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's expression shifted to one of realization, and he regarded Ren Yin with a meaningful gaze. So it's you. If a fissure in the earth were to appear at that moment, Ren Yin would undoubtedly dive into it without hesitation. She could only muster the courage to apologize to Wang Yu. Fortunately, Wang Yu's demeanor was markedly different from before. His face radiant with a smile that felt like a breath of spring air. No worries, no worries. Guests are always welcome. The crowd felt a wave of unfamiliarity. Ren Yin couldn't help but blush. Did he just smile at me? Does he have feelings for me? Captain, shall we first procure some food? The aroma here is simply irresistible. Indeed, let us indulge in our cravings before discussing other matters. Shortly thereafter, a muddy truck splashed through the water and came to a gradual halt at the entrance. The truck's container bore a massive gash, as if it had been sliced open by some sharp instrument. A familiar face emerged from the vehicle. It was 18,000 crystal coins for the goods, plus an additional 1,000 crystal coins for escort fees. And that fellow, what was his name again? At this moment, Fong had entered the store with several subordinates. His face still pale with shock. Wang Yu rubbed his hands together, casually remarking, "Well, the supplies are ready. We are merely awaiting your payment." Fong was momentarily taken aback. "I am Fong. Haha." Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence, as both parties exchanged glances without uttering a word. Unable to withstand the tension, Fong tentatively inquired, "Aren't you curious about what transpired?" Wang Yu, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, replied, "I only care about my money." "Oh, then let me enlighten you. Due to the heavy rain and thick fog today, we intentionally chose a safer route. However, as we neared the outskirts, we unexpectedly spotted someone waving at us. As the vehicle approached, we realized it was a brown bear mimicking human gestures. Suddenly, as we passed by, it grew to a height of 5 or 6 meters and lunged at us, piercing through the truck with a single swipe. Thankfully, we had welded the accelerator, allowing us to escape with our lives. Chapter 43. The emergence of Yi Tian's influence. Wang Yu responded with a disinterested murmur, his expression indifferent. He then proceeded to retrieve several military supply boxes and place them before the group. Count them. Yet, Fang Yin's mind was elsewhere. With a serious expression, he stated, I've heard that many of these ferocious beasts have entered the city. We will need to traverse that road on our return. Aren't you concerned? Lieutenant Ling mentioned you were responsible for escorting the goods to the base. Wang Yu appeared puzzled. Who said I was escorting you? Upon hearing this, Fang Yin was momentarily stunned, suspecting he had not paid, and immediately signaled a subordinate with spatial abilities to step forward and retrieve over 100 crystal cores. Upon seeing the cores, Wang Yu's mood brightened. As he stored the cores, he patiently explained, It is indeed necessary to ensure the safe arrival of the goods at Xiang base, but that does not mean I will be the one to escort them. What do you mean? Who else is there? The group looked at one another, bewildered. Then they saw a black figure, previously at Wang Yu's feet, slowly rise, stretch, and then proudly approach them. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Yu made a decision. Jin Tiao, elevate my ability level to low-tier A class and upgrade the store level to mid-tier E class. As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Yu felt a newfound lightness in his body, and he could distinctly sense every movement around him. Previously, such awareness was confined to the store, but now, centered around Wang Yu, he could perceive everything within a 200-meter radius. The upgrade was successful, and 10,000 crystal coins were automatically deducted, unlocking the ability, spatial perception. The upgrade was successful, and 1,500 crystal coins were automatically deducted to unlock the product, the psychic weapon. The current balance stands at 7,860 crystal coins. Wang Yu closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the surroundings both inside and outside the store. In the next moment, a precisely cut bamboo strip suddenly materialized in his hand. A knowing smile crept onto Wang Yu's face. Previously, he could only cut objects that were visible. Now, as long as they were within a 200-meter radius, he could effortlessly draw them into his space or cut them, even with his eyes closed and several walls between them. It seemed that retrieving missiles into his space was not merely a fanciful notion. Rubbing his chin, Wang Yu recalled the product he had unlocked and decided to open the system store to review the details. Psychic weapon. A wielder can infuse a portion of their psychic energy into the weapon, thereby endowing it with the attributes of that psychic ability. The more energy infused, the higher the weapon's attributes, hardness, resilience, durability, and other values, until reaching the cap. Once energy is infused, it cannot be withdrawn or replaced. And higher-tier weapons have a higher cap. Category: non-disposable item. Purchase price: in crystal coins, S-grade weapon 200, A-grade weapon 100, B-grade weapon 80, C-grade weapon 60, D-grade weapon 40. As Wang Yu perused the product information, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. He stepped away from the counter and walked to the weapons section. Thankfully, with the store's expansion, the space was quite ample, allowing for several additional shelves without issue. After a flurry of activity, Wang Yu deliberately made a considerable noise. The crowd's attention shifted towards him as he finished, standing up the product tag, psychic weapon. He then purchased a batch of psychic weapons for 2,000 crystal coins, displayed them on the shelves, and calmly turned to leave. New products have arrived? Many couldn't resist approaching to take a look, and amidst the chatter, there were exclamations of surprise. The crowd marveled at both the pricing of the items and their remarkable qualities. This is the weapon we psychics ought to use. My watermelon knife is nearly worn out. Could it be that the store manager noticed the entry of beastly creatures into the city and specially released new items for us? Manager, you are like a father to us. Yet, the pricing leaves much to be desired. 999 crystal coins. Where will I find that? Buying a single weapon should ensure longevity. As long as one possesses psychic energy, the weapon won't easily degrade. In terms of long-term value, A-grade weapons offer better cost-effectiveness. Ordinary weapons indeed struggle to harm the beasts. But one wonders if these psychic weapons will fare any better. Perhaps someone should take a leap of faith to test it. A slight smile played on Wang Yu's lips. The initial effect seemed promising. Although only a few could afford them, interest had certainly been piqued among many. At that moment, the long-absent rotund figure of Yi Tian entered, no longer alone, but followed by a diverse group of psychics. Leading the way, Yi Tian's familiarity with the others was evident. The group, under his guidance, was visiting the store for the first time, and their discussions about the unusual establishment were animated. However, a mere glance from Yi Tian silenced them instantly. He then approached Wang Yu, offering a slight apology before stating his intention. Manager, I wish to purchase a batch of scrolls and equipment. Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized the timing was perfect. He signaled to Yi Tian that there were new goods available. Instantly, Yi Tian understood the implication and followed Wang Yu's gaze, murmuring to himself about the extraordinary weaponry. His expression brightened, wondering if the store manager ever had anything subpar. He hurried over with enthusiasm. A few of his subordinates looked bewildered, having never seen their leaders so animated before. Before long, Yi Tian returned to the counter, aware that he had lost his composure earlier in front of his subordinates. He feigned calmness and inquired, "May I ask how many of those extraordinary weapons are still available? How many would you like?" Yi Tian promptly revised his request, offering a substantial sum to Wang Yu for several A-grade weapons, in addition to ordering a batch of vegetables, meats, and daily necessities. Clearly, he was establishing his own influence. Ding. A deduction of 520 crystal coins has been made. Boss, who is that person? You're so formidable. Is it necessary to be so deferential? One of the subordinates asked. Yi Tian returned to his usual aloof demeanor and coldly warned everyone, from now on, show respect in front of the store manager. Do not even think about causing trouble in the store, or you shall face dire consequences. At his words, the group nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grain, fully aware of their leader's iron-fisted management style. One individual raised a concern, "But boss, if he is that powerful and on our turf, could he become a threat and hinder the development of the base?" Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating before responding. "I doubt it. The store manager gives off the impression of a businessman. He is unlikely to invite unnecessary conflict." Although the store manager had offered him several reminders, they were all mutually beneficial and did not constitute significant favors. The painful experiences from his past life instilled a sense of caution in him towards everyone. It was certain that, at least for now, our Tianhe base must rely on the strength of the store, which would be inseparable from their future. Yi Tian casually inquired, "What is the progress on the integration of nearby forces? There can only be one master in this territory." It was evident that the boss would have to take matters into his own hands. Otherwise, the leaders of certain factions would continue to harbor an inflated sense of self-importance. Chapter 44. Fear on a battered truck. Heisey gazed at the gaping hole in the cargo area, raindrops drizzling onto his face, causing him to grimace in distaste. "Captain, is this going to work?" A team member voiced his concerns. Fong shrugged, uncertain. "It should be fine. I've heard from Hong Tao and the others that this dog has strength surpassing that of the commander of Leihua." This clearly seemed to be a biased statement. Furthermore, the beasts in the city are not nearly as formidable as those in the wilderness. Given the small stature of the black dog, I find it highly doubtful. To my mind, the store manager seems to be treating this escort mission lightly. After all, we paid 1,000 crystal coins for this service. Upon hearing this, Heisey ignored him. "Are you suggesting that if the dog bites you, you should bite it back?" The truck sped along, occasionally dodging a few wandering zombies by the roadside. For the lower-level zombies obstructing their path, they simply offered them a taste of the truck's front end. For the more formidable ones, the team activated their extraordinary abilities to safeguard the truck and ensure a safe passage. Gradually, more and more zombies began to gather, leaving the team somewhat weary in their efforts to cope. However, Heisey remained indifferent, continuing to rest with his eyes closed. The onlookers were somewhat displeased, feeling as though they were mere guards. They had paid handsomely for what seemed like a divine intervention in their battle. Fortunately, Captain Fong had anticipated this situation. He produced a scroll, unrolled it, and flung it vigorously out of the window. The unfurling scroll soared far into the air, emitting a captivating golden light. In an instant, all the zombies abruptly halted, their vacant eyes fixated on the radiant glow as if it were the most delectable flesh on earth. With a cacophony of growls, the zombies frantically surged towards the scroll, clearing the path before them. The crowd was left bewildered. Fong explained with a smile, "This is a mental-type scroll that induces hallucinations in ordinary zombies. It's a product from the apocalyptic shop, and we may soon purchase them in bulk for our base." "Wow, how remarkable." Before the group could fully marvel at this revelation, one individual exclaimed, "Look, there's still one zombie in pursuit." At this, everyone turned to the rearview mirror, spotting a lanky zombie relentlessly chasing after them, emitting a piercing roar. Hearing this, a portion of the zombies abandoned the scroll and followed the elongated creature towards the truck, rapidly closing the gap. The driver, alarmed, immediately floored the accelerator. But the slender zombie was remarkably swift. Fong pupils constricted. This zombie was undoubtedly of a higher caliber, and if it managed to halt the truck, their situation would become perilous. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the others hastily activated their abilities in an attempt to impede its speed. But the creature deftly evaded every effort. The zombie was now upon them, poised to leap onto the truck's roof. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it came to an abrupt halt, followed by the other zombies, who stood frozen in fear, staring blankly at the retreating vehicle. The lanky zombie, observing the truck depart, displayed a flicker of human-like trepidation, letting out a couple of growls before leading the horde away. The occupants of the truck were drenched in sweat, as if they had emerged from a deluge. With the zombies inexplicably ceasing their chase, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, their hearts racing. Fong, stroking his chin, appeared deep in thought. So, our meal was snatched away just like that. Damn it, we were almost killed. Could you not be of more assistance? After a harrowing near-death experience, a young team member, his expression a mix of emotions, trembled uncontrollably and reproached Heisey. Heisey, with his cold gaze, silently glared at the young man. The palpable aura of menace made the youth feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, causing him to collapse into his seat. The others, too intimidated to voice their anger, fell silent, thickening the atmosphere within the vehicle. Before long, the truck entered a wooded path, the surrounding silence eerily profound, broken only by the sound of raindrops pattering against the vehicle. Suddenly, a wild wolf howl erupted in their ears, causing their momentarily relaxed nerves to tighten once more. From the towering foliage emerged a dozen robust gray wolves, swiftly encircling the truck. Before anyone could react, a violent collision jolted the vehicle, causing it to teeter precariously as the tires screeched against the ground. One collision after another ensued, as the truck teetered on the brink of losing balance and crashing through the guardrail. With a grim determination, the driver slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. The passengers, in utter despair, had no choice but to jump out and confront the pack of wolves. Fong surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed as he noted the predatory stares of the gray wolves encircling them. A palpable sense of dread permeated the air, the oppressive atmosphere leaving everyone gasping for breath. Most of the beasts present were D-class, with even 2 C-class among them. A perceptive Esper-S expression turned desolate as he muttered under his breath. Others gasped in horror, for their base boasted only 2 C-class Espers, 1 commanding officer and 1 deputy. Even if they were present, survival was far from guaranteed. What do we do, Captain Fong? I don't want to die, not yet. Wails of despair echoed through the ranks, tears streaming down some faces. Even the usually stoic and composed Fong was momentarily flustered, at a loss for what to do. Faced with such overwhelming odds, even Wang Yu's loyal hound would be of no assistance. It was no wonder that the recent horde of zombies had retreated. It was not out of compassion, but out of fear of something far more terrifying. The pack of gray wolves showed no concern for the humans, the alpha wolf perched high and disdainful, as if regarding them as a mere lunch delivered to its doorstep. It then issued a chilling howl, signaling an impending attack. Inside the truck, Hazy gradually opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. The gray wolves sprang into action at the sound, charging toward the group with the swiftness of arrows released from a bow, leaving them little time to react. All they could do was prepare to greet the inevitable. However, at that moment, the pack abruptly halted. Some wolves even chose to collapse rather than advance another step. A flicker of fear glinted in their previously indifferent eyes as they warily regarded the truck. Since their mutation, their abilities had enhanced, including their sensory perception. Seeing the gray wolves falter, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Slowly, Hazy emerged from the gaping hole at the back of the truck, baring his teeth. The formidable aura of a B-class beast permeated the air. In the distance, the 2 C-class gray wolves sensed something amiss and swiftly moved to position themselves behind the pack, fixating their gaze on Hazy. Despite his overwhelming presence, the pack remained unyielding in the face of an intruder in their territory. A tense standoff ensued, with battle imminent, leaving Fong and the others caught in a harrowing limbo, unable to advance or retreat. Captain, I want to go home. Shoo, quiet. Let us back away slowly. The alpha wolf sounded the charge, and the pack surged forward, disregarding the insignificant humans in their path. Chapter 45, Thunder and Fire. More arrivals. Hazy, undaunted, unleashed his beastly transformation, his form swelling with power. Though his size increased, his speed remained unimpeded. In a single bound, he morphed into a shadow, plunging into the pack. The wolves were equally swift, their movements dizzying to the onlookers, yet here and there, a gray wolf would fall, its main artery severed, blood gushing as it was flung aside. The mutated gray wolves were renowned for their speed, yet they were utterly powerless before Hazy. The pack attempted to encircle him, launching a collective assault, but he always managed to weave through their ranks or carve a path through them. In a matter of roughly 30 seconds, the wolf pack was nearly annihilated, leaving the ground strewn with blood-soaked corpses. Witnessing this, 2 C-grade gray wolves, their bodies battered and bruised, attempted to flee. However, Hazy seemed unwilling to let the 2 C-grade cores escape. Pouncing upon the trembling creatures, and pinning them to the ground. With a ferocious howl, it began to extract the cores. The onlookers, astonished and incredulous, could hardly believe the ease with which 2 C-grade and numerous D-grade beasts had met their gruesome end in mere moments. No wonder Z had remained indifferent in the face of the zombies. They simply did not warrant its effort. The individual who had reprimanded Z moments earlier felt a twinge of shame, overshadowed by a sense of trepidation. They had narrowly escaped a brush with death. After Z had absorbed the 2 C-grade cores, it returned silently to the truck, disregarding the precious D-grade cores scattered about. "Captain, those are D-grade cores. It simply doesn't value them," Fongan remarked, scratching his nose. He immediately instructed, "Collect all the Grey Wolf cores. We find them valuable. And Shaolin, use your space ability to pack the wolf meat. We must not let it go to waste." The group, undeterred by the pouring rain, busily set to work until the area was completely cleared. The remaining journey was largely uneventful, and within the truck, everyone intentionally lowered their voices, wary of inciting Z's displeasure. As the vehicle slowly approached the base's entrance, the tension began to dissipate, for they bore a substantial weight of 18,000 crystal coins. Upon disembarking, they discovered that the storekeeper's black dog had quietly departed. Inside the shop, Wang Yu sat on a sofa in the lounge, discussing business with representatives from various factions. The group had ordered a considerable amount of food, scrolls, equipment, clothing, and more. Wang Yu provided immediate stock, and with a current balance of 11,300 crystal coins, their resources were still ample. As the shopkeeper presented such a wealth of goods, the patrons refrained from prying questions, recognizing that such secrets were reserved for the deceased. Once they had packed their purchases and swiped their cards, Wang Yu's balance rose to 16,600. At that moment, a contingent gradually entered Wang Yu's perceptive range. "Ding. Welcome," he announced. Cheng Ming and others from the Thunderfire base entered the shop cautiously, surveying Wang Yu before taking in the store's surroundings, engaging in hushed whispers. "What an enticing aroma. So much food. Is this a trial? A test for the cadres?" They speculated. The crowd outside had claimed this shop was beyond the apocalypse, and it was indeed living up to its reputation. "Hey, Mingjia, that formidable black dog is absent. Do you think we might have a chance?" Cheng Ming, her gaze indifferent, focused on Wang Yu, whose aura was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, and shook her head. "Everyone, suppress your usual habits. Those who dare cause trouble will find themselves on the dinner table." The last scroll was so enigmatic that even the doctor could not decipher its structure, which clearly indicates that this man before us is no mere lamb awaiting slaughter. A skilled hunter often presents themselves in the guise of prey. With a smile, Cheng Ming approached Wang Yu. "You must be the shopkeeper. I am Cheng Ming from Thunderfire Base." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu cast a glance at her, recalling the troublesome group from before, and nodded indifferently. "Is there something you need? If you're here to make a purchase, I welcome you. If you're here to cause trouble, I advise you to leave swiftly." Cheng Ming felt a twinge of displeasure but maintained a cheerful demeanor as she replied, "Last time, we failed to manage our subordinates properly, so we specifically came to offer our apologies." With that, she gestured towards her companions, who reluctantly produced crystals and placed them on the counter. Wang Yu took a quick look. There were a total of 1,000 crystal coins. His expression brightened, and his movements slowed slightly as he exchanged all the crystals for coins. Internally, he pondered, "These coins are a product of social dealings. Surely they aren't against the rules." The voice of the system chimed in, reiterating its usual warning. In the shop area, the host cannot acquire any income beyond business transactions. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's mood shifted dramatically. He tossed his payment card to Cheng Ming, his expression detached, as he declared with righteous conviction, "I only engage in matters within my purview and earn what is rightfully mine. I have prepared 1,000 crystal coins for you. Feel free to use them as you wish." The onlookers stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. These crystals represented no small sum. Even a month of diligent labor would not yield such a wage. How could he so casually dismiss them? Instead of admiring Wang Yu's virtuous stance, they inwardly derided him as foolish, thinking, with such a saintly attitude, why not turn the shop into a welfare institution? Cheng Ming was momentarily taken aback. Wang Yu's insistence on only engaging in his own affairs suggested he would not pursue the previous disturbances caused by her faction. However, the opportunity presented to her was unexpected. Though she remained perplexed, she smiled and nodded in response, lavishing praise upon Wang Yu, while also recalling the second task assigned by Cheng Yuan. With the crystals from her payment card, she intended to purchase some of the shop's peculiar items to serve as experimental samples for their research. After completing her tasks, she departed hastily. "Sister Ming, this store is truly tantalizing. When shall we take it over?" Cheng Ming's expression remained cold. She would not be swayed by Wang Yu's generosity. "Soon," she replied. Once the 47th experimental report from the doctor is released, there will only be one power in all of Nanjing City, and that will be us, Thunderfire. Therefore, we must not alarm the grass. Let us maintain a low profile for a while. The following morning, Yi Tian, accompanied by several subordinates, made his way to the negotiation site, an abandoned elementary school, a location not claimed by any faction. As he stepped through the entrance, he was met with scrutinizing gazes from all directions, some filled with disdain, others with anger, and some with mockery. Soon, he arrived at the playground, where he spotted the remaining leaders of the 4 major factions in South City. Yi Tian, one of them, began. You rely on your greater power to swallow everything in sight. Is that not a bit arrogant? Although we are not part of the same faction, if we were to unite, this bone is one you cannot chew through. You are merely a degradability user. Why should we all heed your command? Chapter 46. 4 types of extraordinary abilities. Yi Tian's expression remained indifferent, for he possessed strength surpassing that of all present. After all, a mountain can only accommodate one tiger. The crowd gazed at Yi Tian's audacious proclamation, a chorus of derisive laughter echoing around him. A middle-aged man, the leader of the group, raised his voice in a well-intentioned warning. Young man, do not let your pride cloud your judgment. The forces in South City are numerous and diverse. You cannot possibly manage them all. Dreaming of unifying the world is better left for the night. Ha ha ha. Relying solely on your fists, you cannot subdue the masses, especially when your fists lack sufficient might. Yi Tian shook his head, eschewing any pleasantries. He pointed directly at the 4 leaders and declared, you will either become vassals of our base or face death. The choice is yours. Upon hearing this, the 4 leaders exhibited visible displeasure. How dare he be so brazen? One of them, a burly bald man, was particularly incensed. He twisted his thick neck, his gaze fierce, and stepped forward to meet Yi Tian's stare. You will pay a price for such words. Yi Tian, with a provocative demeanor, retorted, return to your place. You alone are insufficient to contend with me. Bring the others along. The middle-aged man's veins bulged, his muscles seemingly ready to burst through his clothing. That is Li Mingwen, a former professional boxer. Combined with his current strength and dual abilities of offense and defense, he is virtually unmatched. Very well, let us teach this arrogant young man a lesson, so he may understand why flowers bloom so vividly, he thought, as Li Mingwen assumed a boxing stance. Yet, Yi Tian remained unfazed. A glint of ruthlessness appeared in Li Mingwen's eyes as he unleashed a punch that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian merely tilted his head, evading the blow, but the rush of wind from the punch grazed his cheek, leaving a narrow cut that trickled blood. Another punch followed swiftly, prompting Yi Tian to activate his speed ability, creating distance between himself and Li Mingwen. Touching the wound on his face, Yi Tian's expression grew serious. This opponent was indeed formidable. Li Mingwen smirked, recognizing Yi Tian as a speed-type extraordinary ability user. He reasoned that the impact from a speed-type user's attack would not be significant, especially with his defensive ability. He was confident that even if he stood still and allowed Yi Tian to strike, he would sustain little harm. Thus, he beckoned for Yi Tian to come forth. Yi Tian charged forward in a swift motion, delivering a punch with remarkable speed, while Li Mingwen tightened his muscles to activate his defensive ability. Too lazy to even raise his hands, he dismissed Yi Tian's seemingly feeble blow with contempt. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Tian's seemingly light punch carried immense power, sending Li Mingwen hurtling backward to the ground. A vibrant red bloom erupted in the air. From a distance, Li Mingwen clutched his chest, struggling to rise. Disbelief etched across his face. How can you also be a strength-type extraordinary ability user? These two abilities are contradictory. How can they coexist within a single individual? Even through rigorous training, such strength is unattainable. Yi Tian offered no reply. Instead, he mimicked Li Mingwen's earlier gesture, beckoning him forth. Li Mingwen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, realizing his earlier complacency. He swiftly charged again, employing both of his abilities in a harmonious blend of offense and defense. Yi Tian showed no intention of evasion, standing his ground as he exchanged blows with his opponent. In his previous life, he had acquired quite a repertoire of lethal combat techniques. After several exchanges, Li Mingwen bore the marks of the confrontation, his face bruised and his eyes reflecting a flicker of panic. In stark contrast, Yi Tian remained composed and adept, effortlessly countering his adversary's attacks. In truth, it was a one-sided affair, as Li Mingwen's punches failed to land even once on Yi Tian. Possessing extraordinary speed and strength, Yi Tian was both agile in dodging and formidable in striking. Within a mere 3 minutes, Li Mingwen was utterly spent, his attire in tatters, blood and sweat mingling as they dripped down his body. Yet, he stubbornly refused to concede. convinced that Yi Tian, being a speed and strength type ability user, must lack defensive prowess. He believed that if he could endure long enough to find an opening, he could deliver a fatal blow. Alas, after such an extended struggle, Yi Tian's abilities appeared inexhaustible, his speed and force only intensifying. Li Mingwen found himself disoriented, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Observing this, his subordinates quickly called for a halt, acknowledging defeat. Yi Tian, not one to press the issue, graciously withdrew, allowing matters to rest. Li Mingwen, while relatively competent among the average populace, might prove to be a significant asset in the future. I can still fight. Let go of me, he bellowed. Yet, despite his bravado, his body betrayed him, collapsing into the arms of his subordinates who carried him away. Yi Tian turned his attention to the leaders of the other three factions, boldly declaring, "You are all too slow. I am pressed for time, so let us engage together. Should I falter, we shall depart from South City. Should you fall, you will become a part of our Tianhe base." Upon hearing this, the three leaders exchanged glances and nodded in unison. They had labored tirelessly to establish their factions and were unwilling to relinquish their hard-won power. All had risen in this apocalyptic world, aspiring to achieve greatness, and none would willingly remain subservient. Moreover, even if Yi Tian were formidable, the notion of facing three opponents simultaneously bordered on the absurd. Li Mingwen, applying ointment nearby, scoffed, "Is your ability so superior that you believe yourself invincible?" The three adversaries initiated their assault, encircling Yi Tian while maintaining distance. Among them, the sole female strategist calmly assessed the situation, instructing, "Anticipate his evasive maneuvers. Do not allow him to close the gap. It is best to employ broad-range abilities without hesitation and keep it tight." With a unified effort, they unleashed a barrage of projectiles. Dozens of flame-like arrows, serpentine bolts of electricity, and clods of earth converged upon Yi Tian, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes. It was uncertain whether Yi Tian was rendered speechless by fear or resigned to his fate, as he showed no inclination to evade. As the onslaught rained down like a tempest, it stirred up clouds of dust and debris, shaking the very ground beneath them. This commotion attracted the attention of numerous low-level zombies, who began to converge on the scene, only to be effortlessly dispatched by the guards stationed at the entrance. When the dust settled, Yi Tian stood encased within an unscathed earthen wall, a veritable fortress that repelled all their attacks. 3 types of abilities. He possesses 3 distinct powers. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, the earthen wall suddenly erupted, sending clods of dirt hurtling towards the 3 individuals. Faced with this feeble counterattack, the 3 leaders regarded it with disdain and effortlessly shattered the projectiles. However, to their astonishment, a jet of water erupted from the fragmented earth, and one of them was caught off guard, succumbing to the impact and losing consciousness. For distinct abilities, could this still be human? The crowd gasped in disbelief. It is well known that individuals wielding 2 abilities are already exceptional, while those with 3 are exceedingly rare. None had ever witnessed someone with 4. Chapter 47. C-rank mutant beast. The remaining 2 leaders were equally bewildered. For the greater the number of abilities, the more crystal cores were required for advancement. Yet, Yi Tian not only matched their level but also exhibited 4 distinct powers, each formidable in its own right, wielded with agility and a solid foundation. They could not help but jest. Did your abilities undergo upgrades right from the womb? Yi Tian's onslaught continued, with concealed weapons hidden among the dirt clods raining down swiftly. The 2 leaders hastily dodged, unwilling to confront the unknown contents of the projectiles directly. The burden of possessing 4 abilities is immense. We can engage in a war of attrition to exhaust him. We shall adapt to the situation. He attacks while you create distractions. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Yi Tian dashed towards the nearest woman. One of the leaders instinctively chose to attack from behind, but Yi Tian was already prepared, erecting an insurmountable earthen wall to momentarily detain the individual behind. Eliminating the woman in front was a matter of an instant. Boom. Just then, the ground trembled slightly, the earthen wall crumbled, and 2 elongated antennae emerged from the soil. Following closely were a pair of blood-red eyes and a long, armor-like body. It was a mutated centipede. It extended at least 10 meters in length, its venomous fangs dripping with a viscous, ominous liquid. Its level was unknown, yet it emanated an aura that sent chills down one's spine. In the brief seconds that the crowd stood frozen, the centipede's 40 long legs began to scuttle across the ground with astonishing speed, rapidly closing in on its prey, unleashing a whirlwind of destruction. "Ah, no, don't eat me. Boss, save me. Everyone, remain calm. Use your abilities to slay it. It hurts, it hurts." In mere seconds, some were bitten in half, while others succumbed to the venom, collapsing and frothing at the mouth. Some became ensnared by the barbs on the centipede's legs, dragged along with it. Several perished. The leaders of various factions quickly rallied their members to launch an assault on the mutant beast, uniting in their efforts. A torrential barrage of attacks struck against the centipede's dark armor, proving ineffective, leaving no trace of damage whatsoever. Li Mingwen, brimming with courage, charged forth, engaging the centipede in close combat. The other leaders also rushed to the forefront, leading by example. Yi Tian observed the system's analysis of the centipede before him, his brow furrowing in concern. Name: red-headed centipede level, low C-rank stamina, 800 strength, 500 speed, 900 defense, 1290 as expected, after a flurry of activity. The majority of attacks missed, and even those that connected had no discernible effect. The casualty count continues to rise, yet fortunately, the centipede possesses a unique disposition, relishing fresh prey and indulging in its meals as they are freshly slain. It remains utterly indifferent to the feeble attempts of the crowd to scratch its defenses. However, misfortune compounds as the commotion has drawn the attention of numerous zombies, their roars echoing from the outside. This is dire. The undead have surrounded the school, forcing the guards to retreat to the teaching area. Zombies. In the distance, clusters of the undead are gradually appearing, hastening towards their location. Under such circumstances, even with nearly 60 ability users present, the situation grows increasingly precarious, especially with the centipede feasting recklessly. We shall handle the aberrant beasts. You must impede the zombies, ensuring they do not approach and blocking crucial passages, commanded Yi Tian, who produced a tang blade from an unknown source, issuing orders without hesitation. His four subordinates displayed no fear, eagerly brandishing their peculiar weapons. The crowd hesitated, but the urgency of the situation left little room for contemplation. They understood the principle of mutual reliance. Moreover, from the recent skirmish, it was evident that Yi Tian was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Li Mingwen nodded and said, "You all must hold them off as best as you can. We will come to your aid once we have dealt with the intruding zombies." The four leaders rallied their comrades to eliminate the encroaching undead. First, take down those beasts near the playground. Do not let them distract us. Earth-type ability users, come with me. Are there any swift warriors who can slip outside and divert some of the zombies? Otherwise, we will only face an increasing horde here. Healing-type ability users moved around, providing timely medical assistance. Yi Tian and his companions, armed with the weapons purchased the previous day, felt a surge of enthusiasm. They had tested them last night, finding the disparity in power compared to ordinary weapons to be monumental. Furthermore, after infusing their abilities, they wielded them with remarkable ease, as if they had become extensions of their very being. Holding the tang blade, Yi Tian gazed with excitement at the C-grade aberrant beast before him. Ensure your energy is fully charged. These weapons are our sole reliance. With that, he infused multiple attributes into his unadorned tang blade. As the energy gauge exceeded 1/3, the blade began to emanate a soft, colorful glow. Yi Tian ceased charging, recognizing that 1/3 was the minimum requirement for the weapon's use. Were it not for the solidity of his abilities, he would have been incapable of wielding such an A-grade weapon. To unleash its full potential, he would need to reach a higher level, and overcharging could lead to exhaustion during subsequent battles. Melee weapons, advance with me. Ranged weapons, provide us cover, he declared, lifting his blade and stepping forward. At that moment, the centipede, absorbed in its feast, seemed to sense a looming threat and instinctively raised its head in caution. 3 figures charged directly towards it, prompting the centipede to attempt to pivot its massive body. However, a swift green energy projectile struck it before it could evade, hitting its head directly. This was soon followed by a barrage of relentless attacks. While these assaults lacked significant penetration, they bore considerable impact, and some struck with such speed that evasion became nearly impossible. Observing the centipede's movement hindered, Yi Tian resolutely amplified his speed ability to its utmost limit. In an instant, he arrived before the centipede's leg, swiftly transitioning to his strength ability, and brought his blade down with tremendous force. Before the sharp edge of the knife and Yi Tian's formidable strength, a leg as long and sturdy as a steel bar was cleaved asunder. Subsequently, the centipede, feeling the agony, disregarded the distant assaults, turned its gaze towards Yi Tian, and charged straight at him. In response, Yi Tian did not retreat but advanced, darting beneath the centipede's massive body. The 2 venomous fangs, thicker than bullhorns, struck the ground instead of their target. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was not idle. He swiftly moved to the other side to continue severing the centipede's legs. First, he aimed to incapacitate the centipede's movement by amputating its legs. Caution was paramount. Hearing this, The two who rushed over seized the opportunity while the centipede withdrew its fangs to join in the endeavor of leg severing. Although both possessed their own abilities and weapons, their arsenal paled in comparison to Yi Tian's, and they lacked the strength to sever a leg in one decisive strike. The persistent pain radiating from its legs rendered the centipede somewhat disoriented. Whenever it focused on one side, the other was simultaneously assailed. At that moment, the distant attacks suddenly ceased, as the two providing cover had exhausted their last vestige of ability. Chapter 48. Tonghui Supermarket. With distractions eliminated, the centipede's speed surged, rapidly retreating towards the excavation from whence it came. However, with only 20 or 30 legs remaining, its crawling became noticeably unbalanced, and its speed was significantly affected. Yi Tian had no intention of letting go of the sea-level crystal core within reach. He leapt onto the centipede's back and sprinted towards its head. Aiming the tip of his blade at the hardened shell beneath, he thrust it down fiercely. Yet, the blade penetrated only slightly, unable to delve deeper, indicating the formidable thickness and resilience of the head's armor. However, he was confident that by channeling the remaining energy into his tang knife, he could slay this sea-level beast. At that moment, Yi Tian hesitated. Expending all his abilities at once would leave him defenseless, like a toothless tiger. Could he safeguard this tantalizing sea-level crystal core thereafter? Haunted by the sanguine lessons of his past life, he could not place his entire trust in a few subordinates. As he pondered, the centipede's head began to burrow into the ground. Realizing this, Yi Tian was compelled to withdraw his tang knife and silently leap down, while the centipede swiftly vanished, leaving no trace behind. His subordinates hurriedly approached. "Boss, did we really let it escape? That sea-level crystal core might have elevated you to sea level directly. What a pity." Yi Tian sighed softly, shaking his head in silence. At that moment, those dispatched to clear the zombies began returning to the playground. The four leaders surveyed the chaos strewn across the ground, yet the absence of the centipede was immediately apparent. They comprehended the situation. They gazed at Yi Tian and the others in astonishment. Before they could voice their inquiries, Yi Tian spoke, his tone tinged with regret. "I was careless. I let it slip away. If only I had acted with more decisiveness." The others interjected. "Do you even realize what you're saying? That was a sea-level beast. To us, over 60 individuals would seem like mere snacks in its eyes. In less than half an hour, the 5 of you managed to drive away a sea-level beast." The 4 leaders stared, incredulous, yet the ground strewn with centipede legs compelled their belief. Observing this, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Our second half is not concluded. Shall we continue?" The 4 were momentarily speechless. "Continue? What nonsense. We want in, we want in." They collectively expressed their resignation. After an intense battle, the elite forces of various factions suffered significant injuries, and numerous beasts had infiltrated the city. Such occurrences might become frequent. It appeared that banding together was the wisest choice. Fortunately, Yi Tian and his companions possessed means to counter the beasts. Had it not been for their presence, everyone would have faced dire consequences. Consequently, Yi Tian's standing sword among the crowd. Who wouldn't wish to cling to a formidable ally? Even if they did not join Yi Tian's Tiana base, their subordinates would remain loyal, yet divided in their hearts. Within a heavily fortified large shopping mall, Sun Chong furrowed his brow at the leader of a faction before him. "What? You two wish to cancel your order?" Lately, several previously agreed contracts had been rescinded. He believed only their Tonghui Supermarket could sustain the survivors of Nanjing. Thus no contracts had been signed. Moreover, the influx of customers had dwindled, primarily comprising regulars from nearby supermarkets, prompting Sun Chong's suspicion. The individual sighed lightly and patiently explained. "It is unavoidable. The recent surge in powerful beasts has resulted in a high demand for crystal cores. But do you not require sustenance? Your faction consists of 40 to 50 individuals," Sun Chong hastily reminded him. "Ah, you are unaware? A post-apocalyptic shop has opened in the southern city, offering not only affordable prices, but also an astonishing stock of goods. They also feature some wondrous trinkets that greatly benefit our smaller factions, and everyone has been drawn there." "Wondrous trinkets?" The man found it difficult to elaborate and instead produced a crumpled flyer from his pocket, presenting it to Sun Chong. Upon seeing it, Sun Chong felt a sense of familiarity. A subordinate had shown it to him previously, yet he had dismissed it at the time. As he examined the flyer, his astonishment grew. Fresh vegetables, fruits, tobacco, alcohol, and ready-to-eat meals, everything one could desire. Since the onset of the apocalypse, these items had ceased production for so long. Perishables like vegetables and fruits would have long rotted. How could they still dare to advertise them as fresh? Furthermore, when he converted the prices into crystal coins and compared them with his supermarket's offerings, he was utterly taken aback. How can they sell at such low prices? This is deliberate price warfare. It cannot be done this way, he mused. These goods are consumed rapidly. Selling them so cheaply yields no profit. Or is it that this so-called post-apocalyptic shop has stockpiles far exceeding my supermarket? There were also skill scrolls, weapons, and specially crafted clothing, leading him to regard the flyer with skepticism. Yet the man's expression was earnest, affirming the truth of his words. Sun Chong remained unconvinced, suspecting the man was merely fabricating excuses to placate him. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a refined middle-aged man entered. Upon seeing him, Sun Chong promptly rose to his feet and respectfully inquired, "Uncle, what brings you here?" Another individual, upon recognizing Sun Hui, immediately felt a sense of unease. Sun Hui, the owner of Tonghui Supermarket, was notorious for his ruthless demeanor, willing to resort to unscrupulous means for profit. Realizing he had come to return an order, he cursed inwardly, wishing he had left sooner to avoid this encounter with the formidable Sun Hui. Sun Hui, already aware of the situation outside, cast a fleeting glance at the man and coolly remarked, "If there is nothing further, we shall not see you out." Relieved, the man hastily departed. Once he was gone, Sun Hui slowly settled onto the sofa and stated gravely, "Not a word of what is written on the flyer is false. The folks at the Thunderfire base have already informed me. Moreover, it is said that the goods there are perpetually fresh, even fresher than those just harvested from the fields." Sun Chong found himself momentarily speechless. "No wonder we cannot compete with them. This cannot continue. Inform your brother to take emergency measures." Sun Hui's tone was stern. At these words, Sun Chong's expression turned serious, and he stood to leave, saying, "I will arrange it immediately." "Wait," Sun Hui cautioned. "Tell him to be careful. I've heard the opposing force is at least Class C. Also, ascertain the source of their goods before taking action." Sun Chong nodded and made his way down the corridor to the elevator, descending to the basement of the supermarket. The basement was noticeably cooler, lined with refrigeration units that housed the majority of Tonghui Supermarket's stock. At the onset of the apocalypse, owner Sun Hui had gleaned information regarding supernatural abilities and the impending crisis from the internet, which alerted him to a lucrative opportunity. Capitalizing on his vast reserves of supplies, he recruited a group of supernatural beings to establish a power base, seizing the initiative while others were still engulfed in despair and fear. Once the situation began to stabilize, he ventured into commerce. In this new world, control over resources equated to control over everything, granting dominance in the apocalypse. Consequently, everyone flocked to him, allowing him to amass considerable wealth, and with the aid of these crystal cores, he nurtured a formidable armed force. Chapter 49. The mission within the myriad unofficial factions of Nanjiang City. Tonghui Supermarket stood as a towering entity in terms of strength. After all, how else could it suppress those with covetous intentions? Although Sun Hui himself was not a supernatural being, he was blessed with a fine son endowed with 3 distinct abilities. While others might struggle to advance even with such gifts, the Sun family, having thrived in the apocalypse, possessed an abundance of crystal cores. This allowed them to elevate his powers directly to high-tier Class C. Entering a room akin to a private booth, he encountered a gathering of a dozen young individuals lounging on the sofas, each engaged in lively camaraderie. "Brother, what brings you here? Is there a mission?" One graceful youth immediately stood up upon seeing Sun Chong, his voice tinged with delight. Before Sun Chong could speak, an abilities user beside him, emboldened by alcohol, could not help but jest, "Surely, it must be so. Our brother, he has not had the chance to stretch his limbs for days. He must be quite pent up." No sooner had the words left his lips than a brilliant flash illuminated the room, followed by a resounding bang. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld the speaker's head, shattered like a fallen watermelon, blood splattering onto those nearby. Each onlooker gazed at Sun E with a mixture of horror and trepidation, rendered speechless. This method is far more effective than any hangover remedy. Sun E, his expression impassive, lowered his hand and uttered, "Did I invite your interruption?" Sun Chong clicked his tongue, recounting the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that someone had threatened their business, Sun Yi's fury ignited, a palpable murderous intent weighing heavily upon the gathered crowd. "I must eliminate him. To encroach upon our business is an affront to my family." Sun Chong, with a hint of exasperation in his eyes, cautioned, "Remember what your uncle said. We must consider our long-term interests." His younger brother was remarkable in many ways, yet he possessed an unsettling penchant for violence. The last time he had been sent to deliver goods to a rival faction, he had returned with the entire faction's cores, including those from their very heads, simply because they had failed to offer him a meal. Goodness, even the king of hell, upon awakening, found himself demoted, he mused. "It's best to inquire before resorting to slaughter. I wonder if he can survive the blow from our grandfather." Meanwhile, at the end of the world shop, a towering stack of books adorned the counter, and the bored Wang Yu was perusing a tome detailing a specific ability. Though he had dabbled in the study of various abilities in his previous life, none were as systematically published or meticulously detailed as these texts. Since the discovery of the peculiarities in the books section, patrons flocked daily to acquire literature. After all, the significance of the books was immense, containing knowledge coveted by all abilities users in this apocalyptic world. Wang Yu, far from hoarding these valuable resources, seized the opportunity to elevate prices and profited handsomely. He understood that the power of spatial abilities was overwhelmingly superior. Typical abilities were no match. Additionally, the absence of any texts on spatial abilities on the shelves meant he could exploit this information gap, bolstered by his invulnerable tortoiseshell shop and the security of his associate, Hazy. Thus, he felt secure in his endeavors. Rather than hoard the knowledge, he sought to enhance humanity's strength, amassing more cores to further his own ambitions. However, as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will not be imperiled in 100 battles. Since he had little else to occupy his time, he resolved to delve into various books on abilities, both to pass the time and to eliminate information disparities, making it easier to confront diverse abilities users in the future. At that moment, the long-awaited voice of the gold bar echoed in his ears. Activate side quest. Destroy the competitor, Tinghui Supermarket. Reward. Unlock electronic products. Taken aback, Wang Yu pondered the nature of this task, particularly the destruction aspect. He was well aware that Tinghui Supermarket was the largest chain in Nanjing City. A supermarket's competition cannot possibly rival ours, and they lack supply channels. Is it necessary to exert such effort? He mused, reclining lazily in his chair, reluctant to venture outside. The Tinghui Supermarket boasts a considerable influence and a reasonably ample stock of goods. Its prolonged neglect has undeniably impacted the nearby survivors. Moreover, the rewards this time, does the host not desire them? A plethora of electronic devices awaits. Surely the host yearns for a grand LCD television, perhaps a massage chair, a gaming console, and a whirlpool bath. Sounds delightful. Wang Yu, intrigued, stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had visited Tinghui Supermarket before the apocalypse, yet he was uncertain of its current state. At that moment, snippets of conversation from patrons in the resting area drifted into his ears. Wow, boss. We made the right choice. The prices here are indeed lower than at Tinghui. Absolutely. And I hear the weapons and gear here are top-notch. Should we consider relocating our camp? Let us see if we have enough crystal cores. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over the group as they turned to see the store manager, who had inexplicably appeared among them, casually draping an arm over one individual with a beaming smile. Their confusion morphed into trepidation. The manager's reputation as a smiling tiger was well known. Beneath that grin lay a dangerous edge, and one misstep could lead to their collective demise. The manager's smile increasingly resembled that of an insidious matriarch. The boss swallowed hard and stammered. Who among you has disregarded the manager's rules? Step forward and spare the group from repercussions. Before Wang Yu could interject, a man suddenly knelt before him, tears and snot mingling as he implored, I'm sorry, manager. It was I who accidentally spilled oil on the table, but I truly couldn't clean it up. Wang Yu was speechless. Was he truly that intimidating? He considered himself quite amiable. I'm not here to hold anyone accountable. I merely wish to learn more about Tinghui Supermarket. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, and the kneeling man felt an immense sense of fortune. Through inquiries, Wang Yu gleaned the specifics of Tinghui Supermarket's location and security. It was rumored that they harbored a cadre of formidable ability users, specifically tasked with executing brutal operations against rival factions, led by a particularly fierce individual who claimed to be the most powerful ability user in Nanjing City. Indeed, having a well-connected father must yield a wealth of crystal cores. Wang Yu mused, nodding in acknowledgement and patting the leader on the shoulder in gratitude. It's nothing, really. It's the least I could do. Then I would appreciate it if you could drive me tomorrow, Wang Yu said without hesitation. The group was taken aback. It was their first encounter, and this request seemed rather presumptuous. I want to be a burden. Realizing this was an opportunity to forge connections, the leader quickly waved his hands. No. It's a trivial matter. Besides, I'll be coming by tomorrow as well. It's on the way. Wang Yu smiled and turned to the middle-aged man before him, inquiring, May I ask your name? The man hastily nodded, saying, You can call me Xiao Song. The following morning, Wang Yu packed his belongings and affixed a notice of departure to the door handle of the glass entrance. He then awaited Xiao Song's designated vehicle in the courtyard alongside Hazy. A gentle breeze caressed his cheek as November approached, ushering in a hint of chill in the air. The temperate climate prompted Hazy to frolic joyfully in the park. Wang Yu inadvertently cast his gaze across the lake and noticed a number of trucks parked on the distant shore, with a glimpse of one or two figures. Another faction is about to establish itself here, he mused quietly, though he paid little mind, assuming they were drawn by his shop. Shortly thereafter, A dilapidated van slowly approached the storefront, its front bumper a mangled wreck and its body and windows smeared with blood. Song Jiang opened the creaking door, inadvertently meeting Wang Yu's disdainful gaze, and sheepishly scratched his head. I haven't had the time to clean it up, but don't let its appearance fool you. It runs quite fast. Noticing Wang Yu rising, Song Jiang promptly opened the door for him. As the vehicle began to move, Wang Yu observed a collection of used skill scrolls scattered across the floor. A glance at Song Jiang's slightly trembling arm led him to surmise that the latter had endured a harrowing escape. My teammates didn't come. Song Jiang shook his head. I've been busy moving in lately, so I couldn't find the time. Wang Yu nodded in silence. The number of zombies on the road increased steadily until the path ahead was entirely obstructed by the horde. Song Jiang looked to Wang Yu for assistance, the shopkeeper. Wang Yu calmly rolled down the car window, allowing He Zi to leap out and clear the zombies surrounding the vehicle. He then turned to Song Jiang. Just keep driving. Song Jiang hesitated as he regarded He Zi, then drove straight into the horde. The engine's roar immediately attracted the attention of a throng of zombies, who surged toward the van like a tidal wave, intent on engulfing it whole. Faced with this, Song Jiang had no choice but to press on. And as the front of the van was about to make contact with the zombies, a colossal shadow flashed by, sending several zombies flying. It then carved a passage through the sea of corpses like a bulldozer. Witnessing this, Song Jiang was left astounded. Was it possible to do so? At that moment, a slender female zombie stood atop a building, resembling a lord as she surveyed everything below with an air of superiority. With a grotesque sneer, she bellowed, "You shall perish." To everyone's astonishment, she spoke human words before suddenly vanishing, leaving only an afterimage in her wake. Moments later, He Zi, who had been preoccupied with chasing a chicken leg, seemed to sense a shift, hurling a zombie aside and lifting its gaze slightly. It then bared its teeth disdainfully at the approaching shadow. The female zombie, oblivious to her precarious situation, believed herself to be extraordinarily swift. Just as her claws were about to pierce He Zi's artery, the latter struck back with a paw larger than her head, slamming it across her face and distorting her features grotesquely. With a resounding bang, the tremendous force sent her spiraling uncontrollably into a nearby building, where she lay motionless. Song Jiang, seated in the vehicle, wore a complex expression as he glanced at the rearview mirror, hesitating to speak. Wang Yu naturally noticed this and, initially inclined to ignore it, felt compelled to inquire, given the risk Song Jiang was taking as the driver. "Is something the matter?" he asked. Song Jiang shook his head, a hint of bitterness playing at the corners of his mouth. "It's nothing, just reflecting on things." Wang Yu, seeing his reluctance to elaborate, chose not to press further. Why not join a larger faction? He suddenly interjected, reasoning that someone like Song Jiang, whose abilities were not particularly formidable, would benefit from collective strength. Upon hearing this, Song Jiang could only manage a wry smile. With a wife and child to care for, many factions no longer accepted ordinary individuals. Yet, he mused, life was not so bad. At least survival was not an issue. Wang Yu fell silent, struck by the realization that Song Jiang's demeanor reflected the plight of the majority in this apocalyptic world. It reminded him of his past self, a mere footnote in the tide of calamity, toiling at the bottom, struggling day by day merely for a morsel of sustenance. One could only imagine the burden that Song Jiang bore with his family in tow. Wang Yu let out a soft sigh, offering Song Jiang a cigarette. "You are indeed a man." Meanwhile, at the apocalyptic shop, Chu Lan gazed at the notice board announcing the owner's absence with astonishment. "What? The owner is out?" "No. My beef rice. I have been longing for it for days, and last night it even visited me in a dream, urging me to come." Zhang Yingjing lamented, kneeling in despair. "Didn't I give you a beef-flavored compressed biscuit yesterday? I heard the protein content is several hundred times that of beef," someone chimed in. "It's time to work," another added. "Who said that? The narrator of Beiye's videos?" 6. "Do you really think that as the same?" Liang Shu adjusted his glasses, exasperated. "Let us leave for now. We can buy winter clothes tomorrow." Reluctantly, Chu Lan and the others turned to depart, only to encounter another group. Given the shop's location, such encounters had become commonplace, and they paid little heed. However, as they brushed past, the newcomers suddenly called out to them. "Wait, which faction do you belong to? I've never seen you before," a young man with a freckled face questioned. In response, Zhang Yingjing retorted rather rudely, "Who are you? Why does it matter if you've seen us? Hey, do you even know who you're talking to?" The young man shot back, his arrogance palpable. "Now, even the most insignificant think of themselves as important?" Liang Shu promptly restrained the hot-headed Zhang Yingjing and turned to the newcomers with an apologetic demeanor. "We are merely a small faction. Is there something we can assist you with?" Upon hearing this, the young man tilted his head, exuding an air of superiority. "Are you aware of the Tiana base?" All factions in South City must align themselves with the Tiana base. Chu Lan and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads. They were entirely capable of self-sufficiency and had no need to rely on others. We are just a small faction. Losing one or gaining one makes no difference. So we will not be joining, Liang Shu stated humbly. Dream on. In South City, every faction must join Tianhe, or you can leave, the young man replied with disdain. The group furrowed their brows at this declaration. Did you build South City? They retorted. What if we insist on staying? The young man scoffed, waving his hand at a dozen subordinates. That is not up to you. This time, Chu Lan's group had only brought 7 members, placing them at a numerical disadvantage. However, for those who had thoroughly studied their abilities, this was not necessarily a lost cause. Chulan's gaze was icy as he set down the orange cat in his arms, while others readied themselves for action. Observing their audacity to retaliate, the young man wore a look of contempt. They were merely insignificant insects from a minor faction, foolishly wishing to engage us. Very well, we shall accept your low-grade crystal cores. Even the legs of a mosquito are meat. The female will be spared to relieve the brothers' frustrations, while the rest shall be eliminated. Chapter 51. My friend plays mind games in response. Chu Lan and Liang Shu, along with the long-range attackers, immediately distanced themselves. Zhang Yingjing and his companions instinctively positioned themselves in front of them. As the approaching figures prepared to breach their formation, the group remained unmoved, seemingly awaiting a signal. Meanwhile, Bai Che completed his preparations and unleashed several simultaneous mental assaults, shouting, 3 seconds. At that instant, the front line, which had been charging forward, froze in place, disrupting the speed of those behind them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yingjing and the others surged forward like arrows. The individuals at the rear activated their abilities for long-range interference. In stark contrast to Chulan's team, the group led by the freckled youth exhibited no coordination or strategy. What the hell are you stopping for? Don't block the way. What are you squeezing for? Look at the sky. The crowd gazed upward, where the sky was filled with a multitude of flying objects, fireballs, ice shards, dirt clods, and wind blades, descending upon them like a hail of arrows. How could their attacks be so scattered? How is this possible? They too were D-class abilities. As they contemplated launching their powers for defense, the ground suddenly cracked beneath them, causing them to lose their footing. Zhang Yingjing and his companions had already pierced through to the front, swiftly dispatching the few adversaries ahead. Panic ensued as they were unsure whether to defend against the onslaught or to address Zhang Yingjing's advance, leaving them momentarily flustered. However, Zhang Yingjing was not inclined to linger. He retreated just before the storm of ability projectiles descended. The remaining individuals were left in disarray, subjected to the deluge of abilities. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, the sky was filled with falling projectiles. Although the damage was not severe, the overwhelming barrage was impossible to withstand. Many ability users lay dead or unconscious, while Chu Lan and his companions observed the chaos with ease. 3 or 4 defensive ability users attempted to flee, but the watchful orange cat, ever vigilant of the battlefield, seized the moment. It transformed and swiftly positioned itself in their path. The freckled youth was now in a state of utter panic. He hastily pushed 2 subordinates forward, urging, "Quick, kill it. I'll cover you." The 2 subordinates, seeing no other option, fought desperately, carving a bloody path to flank the beastly orange cat. "Boss, hurry." As the freckled youth dashed around the orange cat, he turned and fled without a trace of hesitation, leaving his stunned companions behind. "Bro, we share a bond. You play mind games with me." Inevitably, the 2 defensive ability users found themselves pinned to the ground by the orange cat, helplessly awaiting their demise. The fleeing youth, not being a speed-type ability user, was ultimately caught and dragged back. At this moment, he had shed his earlier arrogance, reduced to a pitiful figure, pleading for mercy amidst tears and snot. He could never have imagined that he would be reduced to a state of utter humiliation by a few insignificant individuals. Yesterday, when Yi Tian consolidated all the forces in South City, he had not heard mention of these particular characters. "Dear grandparents, it seems I have been blind, failing to recognize the formidable presence before me, and have acted with reckless audacity. Please, treat me as inconsequential and let me go." The young man, teary-eyed, looked up only to see Zhang Yingjing, grinning and rubbing his fists, approaching with a smile. Nothing lost, not painful. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted. 3 minutes later, the young man lay on the ground, unrecognizable and unconscious. Zhang Yingjing shook his hand and muttered, "Damn, my hand hurts. This guy has a thick skin. Had I known, I would have used my abilities." At this moment, the 2 defensive ability users pinned down by the orange cat exchanged glances and inquired, "May we have a turn?" Zhang Yingjing gave them a peculiar look, nodded, and said, Let Xiao Ju release them. After all, they won't escape. The two ability users expressed their gratitude politely and then approached the fallen speckled youth, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Damn it. What the hell was the cover for? I let you cover, and you dogs. You can't kill me. Liang Shu adjusted his glasses and pondered for a moment. If what he said was true, the entire power structure of South City, aside from their own, had been consolidated, putting their situation in jeopardy. Chu Lan furrowed her brow. If that so-called Tianhe base learned of this, they would not let them off easily. No matter how proficient their abilities, they were no match for the entirety of South City. Someone in the group suggested, dead men tell no tales. Chu Lan and Liang Shu exchanged glances and nodded. Upon hearing this, the speckled youth, pretending to be dead, sprang up, exclaiming, "No, you can't kill me. I'm from Tianhe base. If you kill me." Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with another brutal beating from the two defensive ability users. One of them remarked that they could assist in disposing of the body, hoping to join Chu Lan's team. Given their actions, returning to Tianhe base was now impossible. Chu Lan understood their predicament and readily agreed. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, several pairs of eyes silently observed the scene. In a dilapidated building, two extraordinary zombies stood, both astonishingly classified as sea level. One was a grotesquely large titan, towering at least 3 meters tall, clad in a pair of shorts that seemed on the verge of bursting. The other was a small, frail figure resembling a severely afflicted dwarf, yet sporting ears larger than its head. At that moment, a slender female zombie limped in, dragging her injured body. Seeing her, the titan zombie couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! Mei, weren't you running fast? How did you end up like this?" Mei wore a frustrated expression. She too was a beast, but that creature was even faster. Thankfully, it hadn't pursued her. Reduced to this state by such a beast, she felt utterly useless, and the titan laughed heartily. The shadow cast a disdainful glance, scoffing, "You refuse to accept your own foolishness? With the emergence of supernatural abilities, what distinguishes humans from the aberrant beasts? Do not dare to call me foolish. Do you wish to engage in a brawl? I genuinely fear that I might inadvertently end your existence. Presently, I could lead you around like a dog, and that would suffice. You seek your own demise." As the tension escalated between the two, a diminutive zombie hurriedly shifted the topic. Who knows when the king will return? Recently, human activities have become increasingly audacious. The titan zombie plopped down onto the ground, bewildered as to why the king ventured into the outskirts for crystal cores when humans are evidently far weaker than the aberrant beasts. The shadow retorted, "Do you believe all humans share your dullness? When united, they can be quite formidable." You, the small zombie, rarely taking sides, chimed in, "Indeed. Especially since most humans now band together. If we were to engage in a large-scale assault against them, our strength would undoubtedly diminish. If the zombie hordes from surrounding cities were to seize the opportunity, it would spell trouble. To eradicate the humans, the thorn in our side, we must consider the current strength of the king." Chapter 52. Allies. What brings the shopkeeper to Tinghue supermarket? Merely a casual stroll, as they are indeed competitors. The van gradually halted before a grand edifice, atop which loomed a massive sign reading Tinghue. It was evident that the exterior of the building was once a bustling commercial street, now seamlessly integrated with towering concrete walls. Remarkably, this area was devoid of any traces of zombies. Wang Yu tossed the remaining half-pack of cigarettes to Song Jiang, stating, "Wait for me for 2 hours," before opening the car door and stepping out, leaving Song Jiang with a wry smile. He hadn't mentioned a return ticket upon arrival. However, with cigarettes on hand, it was not entirely unacceptable. With that thought, Song Jiang eagerly lit one up. Wang Yu had not brought Hazy along, allowing it to roam nearby instead, partly to protect his driver, and partly because bringing Hazy would attract too much attention. This operation required a more discreet approach for safety. The vast building had a narrow entrance for guests, guarded by a dozen or so capable supernatural beings. Their expressions were grave, eyes sharp, continuously surveying the surroundings. Tinghue Supermarket had a well-established reputation, drawing numerous patrons daily. Due to the guard's requirement to register supernatural beings, a lengthy queue formed at the cramped entrance. Wang Yu could only join the line to enter. A middle-aged man in front, noticing Wang Yu's casual home attire, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Are you here on vacation?" "Just browsing," Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. The middle-aged man seemed to recall something, revealing a knowing expression. "You're here to fulfill certain needs, aren't you?" Wang Yu, puzzled, responded, "What do you mean?" The man, grinning broadly, clapped Wang Yu on the shoulder. "Why the embarrassment? We are kindred spirits." Wang Yu. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together, wearing a lascivious grin. "I heard from my buddy that Tinghue has taken in another batch of homeless women. The prices should have dropped this time, right?" Wang Yu suddenly realized what this young man was insinuating. However, he was not particularly surprised. Such fleshly businesses were commonplace among various factions in his previous life. Noticing a slight change in Wang Yu's expression, the middle-aged man assumed he had acquiesced and grinned broadly. Recently, acquiring crystal cores has become quite a challenge. I wonder if you'd be interested in pooling resources. Wang Yu displayed a peculiar expression. You must be truly hungry. I advise you to make your purchases and leave swiftly, or else you may find yourself in peril. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. Peril? What sort of peril could there be? This is Tonghui Supermarket, heavily guarded. Have you not seen the sentinels at the entrance? Each one is a high-ranking D-class ability user. The guards inside are even more formidable. Let me put it this way. Even if a mutant beast or zombie were to arrive here, they would have to queue to pay before leaving. Whether to pool resources or not is up to you. There's no need for your sarcastic remarks, retorted a scruffy-looking middle-aged man ahead of them, evidently a companion of the first. Wang Yu sighed and shook his head, realizing that reasoning with a stubborn fool was futile. At the entrance, the registrar furrowed his brow. Wang Yu spoke calmly. Is there a problem? The man's eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. Nothing much. Just a warning about a reckless space ability user who attempted to steal from our supermarket and ended up getting beaten to death. Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and stepped inside. As he entered, the man turned to signal a guard behind him with a glance. Within the walled compound lay a parking lot filled with numerous trucks. It would take a short while to reach the interior of the supermarket. The structure resembled that of most bases. Upon entering the supermarket, a faint scent of decay wafted through the air. Wang Yu surveyed his surroundings. The supermarket was vast, with shelves densely packed to facilitate surveillance. However, the obvious drawback was that the crowded aisles obscured visibility, despite the numerous patrolling guards. The throngs of customers often congregated, inevitably leading to moments of inattention. Wang Yu stroked his chin, noting that the number of patrons visiting this supermarket daily was at least several times that of his own shop. No wonder the gold bars had issued such tasks. It was clear that Tonghui Supermarket was indeed a formidable competitor. The most effective method to dismantle such a structure would undoubtedly be through internal detonation. Wang Yu activated his ability, employing spatial perception, which instantly clarified the movements of everyone around him in his mind. This allowed him to seize any minor openings and swiftly retrieve the specially crafted remote-controlled explosives prepared by his system. He then tossed one to the ground and, with remarkable speed, kicked the square bomb across the smooth tiles, sending it sliding beneath the shelves. The fluidity of his actions astonished even him, as it was his first time executing such a maneuver. This was the advantage of spatial perception, an acute awareness of the attributes of everything in his surroundings, enabling him to respond accordingly. In this manner, Wang Yu thoroughly explored the expansive first floor, methodically placing several explosives discreetly beneath the shelves. As Wang Yu believed that a significant event had come to fruition, he inadvertently noticed an elevator. Boldly inscribed above it were the words, "Restricted area, unauthorized personnel prohibited." This served as a reminder to Wang Yu that the foundation upon which Tonghui Supermarket stood was an abundance of resources in this apocalyptic era, rather than merely the structure itself. If their foundation remained intact, Tonghui could certainly rise again. However, upon observing the 4 guards stationed before the elevator, he found himself in a quandary. A direct assault would be imprudent, while a stealthy approach seemed unrealistic. Any noise would undoubtedly draw the guards' immediate attention. Wang Yu could only reconnoiter the first floor once more, hoping to uncover a flaw in their defenses. After a thorough search, he still found no alternative entrances. He could not help but mutter in frustration about the lack of a safety exit. What would happen in the event of a fire? Suddenly, his expression turned frosty as he sensed someone tracking him, having circled him twice. Upon discerning the work badge on the individual's chest, which bore no photograph, Wang Yu pondered for a few seconds before a slight smile graced his lips. He abruptly made his way toward the parking lot. Observing this, the young man shadowing Wang Yu, intent on preventing any spatial theft, felt compelled to follow, filled with confusion. Why would this fellow enter the supermarket without purchasing anything? There must be something amiss. He maintained a cautious distance, trailing Wang Yu into a cluster of delivery trucks. As Wang Yu vanished around a corner, the young man hastily followed, his suspicions only deepening. Just then, he encountered Wang Yu, who was smiling brightly at him. "Young man, when you get a second chance at life, remember to be more vigilant," Wang Yu remarked. Not long after, Wang Yu emerged from the truck cluster, donning a guard's work badge. He glanced at the pristine crystal core in his hand, marveling at the convenience of acquiring objects from afar without bloodshed. He then re-entered the supermarket. At that moment, a delivery truck halted at the entrance of the apocalyptic store. Subsequently, a group of ability users disembarked from the back of the truck. One person entered the courtyard first, and, upon seeing the notice hanging on the glass door, turned to say, "Brother E, it seems that person is not here." Hearing this, Sun Yi furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled gaze at the shop. Did this store truly dare to operate outside? The others scoffed at the brick-like structure of the shop. This flimsy building couldn't withstand an attack from someone of my stature, they jeered. Are the folks from South City all fools? Had this been our territory, it would have been demolished for free. With such a wealth of resources available behind a mere pane of glass, what difference was there from a giveaway? I had expected this mission to be arduous, yet it proved far easier than the previous ones. Sun Yi, unperturbed, settled into a wooden chair in the courtyard, propping his feet up on the table. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand at his subordinates. Smash the store and haul everything away. Let us see how they compete with us for business. His subordinates, already eager, scampered toward the glass, ready to act. At that moment, one individual interjected among the crowd, whispering, "This level of intervention is unnecessary, esteemed brothers. I fear your formidable abilities might inadvertently damage the goods." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, reaping the benefits of this flattering remark. A glimmer of cunning flickered in the man's eyes as he thought, "What a bunch of fools. I shall seize this opportunity to showcase my prowess." He activated his supernatural ability, causing his body to swell rapidly, his skin hardening into a rocky texture, transforming him into a figure resembling earth and clay. Raising his sharply contoured fist, he struck the gleaming glass with tremendous force. Boom! A resounding crash echoed in the ears of the onlookers. The stone-like figure's head spun momentarily, as if he had just struck an impenetrable steel plate. When the crowd looked up, they were astonished to find that the seemingly fragile glass remained unscathed, as though nothing had transpired. Not even a speck of dust adhered to it. In stark contrast, the rocky fist that had struck the glass was marred with cracks, and a layer of dust was shaken loose. The stone man's expression darkened. He had intended to display his might, only to find himself thwarted. Undeterred, he swung his fist again, alternating between left and right, landing blow after blow upon the glass. 10 minutes later, he sat weakly on the ground, his fists bloodied and raw, with glimpses of bone visible beneath the skin. Observing this, the remaining supernatural beings exchanged perplexed glances, then unleashed their abilities upon the glass. A cacophony of powerful techniques erupted, yet they amounted to little more than grandiosity. As the dust settled, the glass stood pristine, unmarred by even the slightest scratch. Behind them, Sun Yi, growing impatient, erupted in anger, cursing the ineptitude of his companions before violently kicking aside those obstructing his path. "What use is it to have you lot around? You can't even break a piece of glass. You're less than useless." With that, Sun Yi concentrated his thoughts and summoned a massive iron cone with his powers. Channeling all his strength, he struck the base of the cone with fervor. The cone shot towards the glass at an astonishing speed, hissing as it sliced through the air. Thud! Upon contact with the glass, the iron cone ricocheted violently, embedding itself into the distant tiles, the sheer force shattering the surrounding flooring. The spectators stood in stunned silence, their gazes shifting awkwardly towards the now embarrassed Sun Yi. Why not just try the wall instead? Wang Yu swaggered toward the elevator doors, displaying his work identification with nonchalance, stating in a bland tone that the security personnel had urgent matters to report. Indeed, the guards, not daring to delay, hurriedly opened the door for him. At this moment, one individual scrutinized Wang Yu with suspicion, recognizing that he seemed unfamiliar, despite having seen the guards before. Wang Yu remained unfazed, wearing an expression of mild exasperation. "Ah? I had a haircut yesterday, you know how it is." Upon hearing this, the man suddenly understood, and it made sense. They smoothly entered the elevator, clearly seeing the label on the floor buttons indicating the food refrigeration area. It seemed that Teng Hui had great confidence in their security measures. Wang Yu did not hesitate and rushed directly towards the basement level 10. However, fate had it that the elevator halted at basement level 1. Its doors abruptly swinging open to reveal two impeccably dressed gentlemen engaged in conversation as they stepped inside. Wang Yu cast a fleeting glance and instantly recognized the identity of the middle-aged man with a rather unremarkable demeanor. He was Sun Hui, the owner of Teng Hui Supermarket, whom he had previously encountered in a video. This unexpected proximity left him rather astonished. Sun Chong pressed the button for the next floor, but noticed another button illuminating, causing his brow to furrow in contemplation. Sun Hui, standing beside him, also took note of this observation. The two exchanged glances before turning their attention to Wang Yu, their expressions darkening. However, Wang Yu, being a seasoned fox, maintained his composure and inquired, "Mr. Sun, may I ask what brings you here?" Sun Hui's penetrating gaze fixed on Wang Yu as he intoned, "You wear a security badge. Why are you heading to the refrigerated food section?" Before Wang Yu could respond, the self-proclaimed clever Sun Chong interjected, "In truth, you do not belong to our supermarket. I am a perceptive ability user and can sense that you possess spatial abilities. Your sole purpose in the cold storage area is to pilfer supplies. Moreover, I am well acquainted with the faces of all supermarket employees. And you have stolen the work ID of someone named Jean Hua to sneak in, am I correct? As he spoke, a smirk crept onto his lips, as if he held all the cards. Sun Hui, too, exhibited a sense of pride, murmuring, "Indeed, he is my son." At that moment, however, both men suddenly froze, collapsing to the ground, as the elevator's surveillance was simultaneously severed. They could never have anticipated that Wang Yu, a spatial ability user, could enact death without a trace. Since Sun Hui was not an ability user, only a crystal core appeared in Wang Yu's hand. I truly do not understand these two imbeciles. Is living not preferable? Wang Yu muttered discontentedly, chattering away. Indeed, your analysis is correct, so I reward you with a chat with the old lady. Upon reaching the lowest level, the sight that greeted him was the cold storage rooms flanking either side, and through the glass, he beheld mountains of supplies. Strangely, in the vast expanse of the ground floor, not a single guard was present, though there were numerous rooms meant for habitation. Wang Yu, disinterested in further contemplation, began placing explosives in the corners. Chapter 54. The collapse of Tenghui. Let us depart, Wang Yu said, pulling open the door of the van and affectionately patting the head of the black dog. Song Jiang, bewildered, glanced at Wang Yu, silently contemplating. You truly are just here for a stroll, buying nothing at all. He then started the vehicle. Shortly after pulling away, a series of thunderous explosions erupted from behind, startling Song Jiang. He quickly checked the rearview mirror to witness Tenghui Supermarket's building suddenly tilting and crumbling, followed by a deafening roar that sent debris flying and shook the very ground beneath them. Yet, in the rearview mirror, Wang Yu remained unfazed, his eyes closed in tranquil repose. In the blink of an eye, the once thriving Tenghui Supermarket was annihilated. Song Jiang could not help but swallow hard, hastily averting his gaze, internally reciting, "How terrifying! I shall never provoke the store manager." Surviving the collapse of the entire building was no small feat, let alone the attention it would draw from the undead and other beasts. The store manager leaves no room for maneuver, yet fortunately, their influence is soon to be relocated, resulting in minimal impact. The journey is unobstructed, with fewer zombies hindering the way, thanks to the bulldozer-like efforts of Hazy. The undead seem to have sensed that formidable individuals are present within. At this moment, they pass by a truck, both parties giving little thought to the encounter, as it is commonplace for factions to cross paths without stopping for pleasantries. The individuals in the truck bear expressions of exhaustion, having labored for hours without leaving a trace on the store's walls, forced to return empty-handed. It truly is a case of waving one's sleeves without carrying a cloud. In the passenger seat, Sun Yi wears a grim expression, feeling more frustrated than ever in a multitude of missions. At this moment, a pent-up frustration simmers within him, waiting for an opportunity to unleash his ire. However, everyone has learned to be wise, and no one dares to speak, nor even breathe too loudly. Suddenly, the young man in the driver's seat receives a slap and turns with a mournful expression, saying, "Boss, I did nothing wrong." Sun Yi retorts, "Your ugliness affects my mood." With that, he delivers another slap. Observing this, the individuals in the rear compartment secretly breathe a sigh of relief, reflecting on the adage that accompanying a ruler is akin to being with a tiger. The truck gradually halts beside a desolate ruin. Sun Yi's expression turns icy as he questions, "What do you mean? Are you courting death by slapping me?" The others gaze at the ruins, equally perplexed. The man, taken aback, hurriedly explains, "I wouldn't take a wrong turn. This is our base." The others pause, scanning the area, though largely covered in rubble. Familiar structures shrouded in a layer of stone dust come into view. The scene is one of desolation and silence, with the occasional crow alighting on the ruins, scavenging for corpses among the debris. Numerous zombies roam aimlessly nearby. Among the rubble, a half-buried billboard reveals the words Tenghui. The group swallows hard, their expressions becoming increasingly unnatural as their gazes slowly shift to Sun Yi. He remains unervingly calm, staring at the scene before him in stunned silence. Suddenly, he strikes with lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch to the man in the driver's seat. With a resounding thud, the force of the blow obliterates the man's head, splattering blood and gore everywhere. The others fall silent, their faces splattered with blood, utterly unaware of the chaos around them. "It must be a mistake. It cannot be. Our Tenghui Supermarket is too strong for this," Sun Yi mutters, then leaps from the vehicle, frantically racing toward the ruins, waving to disperse the crows and slaughtering the surrounding zombies. "Search. Find out which faction is responsible. I will have their remains scattered to the winds." His frantic voice resonates, prompting his subordinates to spring into action, fearing the same fate as the driver. The van arrives at the apocalyptic store, and Wang Yu tosses a golden payment card to Song Jiang. Upon receiving it, Song Jiang's eyes light up, his hands eagerly caressing the card's luxurious material. However, he maintained a courteous demeanor and declared with righteous conviction, "This is all that I ought to do. How could I possibly accept the manager's money? I simply cannot." Wang Yu was rendered speechless, thinking to himself, "Could you not make such declarations with drool still dribbling from your mouth? Rest assured, there isn't a single penny inside." "Then I shall comply with your wishes." Song Jiang appeared utterly bewildered. Wang Yu explained at a leisurely pace. "Using this gold card to purchase goods grants you a discount of 9.5, but it is limited to your own faction. As long as the card remains intact, you may utilize it for payment. A lifetime of free crystal cores is out of the question, yet a 9.5 discount is certainly feasible. This way, one incurs no loss while simultaneously enhancing consumer power." Upon hearing this, Song Jiang was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the inherent value. "Is this not a privilege granted to me, Song? Though 9.5 seem modest, over time, my faction could save a considerable amount of crystal cores. The crucial aspect is that this gold card remains perpetually valid." A wave of gratitude welled up within him, prompting Song Jiang to hastily exit the vehicle and open the door for Wang Yu, repeatedly expressing his thanks and offering his services for any future endeavors of a similar nature. Upon returning to the store, Wang Yu glanced at the dust on the lawn of the courtyard before opening the unscathed glass door. He was aware of the attempts by some to forcibly enter the store, yet he felt no concern. The store's absolute defense lies beyond the laws of supernatural abilities in this world. As the door swung open, Freya rushed out, swiftly clearing the dust from the courtyard while gently announcing, "Master, dinner is ready and can be served at any time." Blacksea, eager to dash into the kitchen, could not escape Freya's keen eyes, which quickly caught sight of the bloodstains covering him, leading to him being seized by the nape of his neck. Ding, dirt detected. Consequently, he was dragged into the restroom. Wang Yu chuckled softly as he made his way to the kitchen on the second floor, where he was greeted by an array of delectable dishes adorning the dining table: stir-fried beef with celery, seasonal vegetables, braised pork, rib soup, and fish head with chopped chili. The convenience of having a domestic robot is unparalleled. Wang Yu simply input the commands for the meals he wished to consume throughout the week, and Freya would prepare them punctually. Moreover, the flavor is hardly inferior to that of any restaurant, perhaps even surpassing it. As for the ingredients, they would be sourced from the store's current stock, which Wang Yu would replenish later. Without further ado, he set about his meal. "Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Destroy the rival Tenghui supermarket. Electronic products have been unlocked. Please check." Wang Yu, holding a bowl of northeast rice and savoring the rich flavors, opened the system store. Unlocking electronic products after such a daunting task, fraught with peril. How could there be nothing given as a reward? I protest. It was a near-death experience. You truly dare to say that? The voice of the gold bar conveyed a sense of resignation. Since that is the case, let us offer the host a little benefit. At this, Wang Yu smiled. One must seize the opportunity when it arises. Looking once more at the system store, he noticed a red mark labeled 95 suddenly appear in the upper right corner of the product price tags. At that moment, the gold bar mimicked Wang Yu's voice, announcing, "All electronic products are available at a 9.5 discount, but only for today." Wang Yu, Chapter 55, Song Jiang enters the fray in an instant. The news of Tenghui Supermarket's catastrophic collapse spread throughout the city. "Have you heard? Tenghui Supermarket has been blown up. Except for those who were out, everyone else perished, buried alongside the supplies beneath the rubble." I was puzzled by the sound of that immense explosion. Who would dare? The security at Tenghui is notoriously strict. Goodness, who could be so reckless? With the supplies gone, how are we supposed to survive? I've heard there's a place in the South City called the Doomsday Store. It may be a bit far, but the prices are said to be lower than Tenghui's. I wonder if there's a chance to scavenge some supplies. The resources at Tenghui must be buried deep. It's a shame they're all lost. The following day, a sleepless Sun E sat despondently atop the ruins, staring blankly at the two corpses before him. His subordinates, who had tirelessly scoured the area throughout the night, wore expressions of exhaustion. A number of ability users who had narrowly escaped disaster also gathered around. "Brother E, I've heard news that a van lingered near our supermarket for quite some time. There's definitely something suspicious about it. Our usual customers are primarily from the surrounding forces, and it's rare for outsiders to drive in. Even those who come to transport goods enter through the back exit." Sun E replied, his gaze chilling, filled with murderous intent. "Which faction is responsible?" "A lesser-known faction. I believe their leader is named Song Jiang, residing near Mintian Market," came the response. Meanwhile, at the Tianhe base, Yi Tian convened a meeting to discuss matters concerning the official military presence in South City. Suddenly, a figure entered and whispered a few words into Yi Tian's ear. Yi Tian furrowed his brow and murmured, "Are there still factions that haven't reported in? Are you certain they belong to South City?" "Indeed. Witnesses have seen them engage in coordinated efforts against a larger force. Their strength cannot be underestimated, and their base is likely situated around the park." Yi Tian stroked his chin, seemingly recalling a faction, and stated solemnly, "Then I know who it is. Boss, the families of those individuals are awaiting an explanation." "I understand. Let them wait. I will pay them a visit personally." Yi Tian's expression remained impassive. Even if they were once classmates, taking lives comes at a cost. In a spacious vegetable market, a myriad of small factions gathered, their strength not comparable to that of Xiang or Leihua. For various reasons, they were unwilling to become subservient, preferring instead to rely on mutual assistance among factions to survive in this apocalyptic tide. They harbored no ambitions or lofty aspirations. They merely sought a place to settle in this perilous world. At that moment, beside the market, Song Jiang was directing his 20 or so followers to load supplies onto a truck. "Everyone, hurry up. We're pressed for time." Song Jiang glanced at his deputy. Confirming once more, "Have we finalized the location? We're heading straight there. Absolutely no issues. We've had people scouting the area for several days, and the road conditions are quite satisfactory." Upon hearing this, Song Jiang nodded. Although their departure was initially planned for the afternoon, he had learned that Teng Hui's remnants were actively seeking information. A sense of unease enveloped him, for he was the one who had brought the harbinger of death to Teng Hui's supermarket. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, it was imperative to depart swiftly. Just as everything was set in motion, an uninvited group intruded, blocking the exit. "Don't move. No one is allowed to leave, or I will kill him on the spot. The vehicle is included." One individual, emboldened by his companions, bellowed. Upon hearing this, the people in the market halted their activities, casting wary glances. Song Jiang's pupils constricted in alarm. This was dire news. With several individuals obstructing the exit, the departure of their truck would undoubtedly raise suspicion. 4 speed-oriented superhumans. Catching up with the truck was a trivial task. Attempting to flee now would be tantamount to courting death and would endanger their families. "Song Jiang, I know you are hiding here. Come out immediately." At this moment, a middle-aged man, his hair streaked with gray, slowly emerged, followed by a burly young man. The middle-aged man, visibly displeased, inquired, "Who are you? This is not a place for your ruckus. We are from Teng Hui Supermarket and currently suspect Song Jiang of being an accomplice in the bombing of the supermarket. Hand him over at once." Upon hearing the name Teng Hui Supermarket, the crowd's expressions shifted slightly. This was a force they could not provoke. What astonished them further was that Song Jiang led a mere faction of 20 individuals. How could he possibly be implicated in the destruction of Teng Hui Supermarket? The middle-aged man's demeanor softened noticeably as he hastily replied, "Surely there has been a mistake. I know Song Jiang. Even if you lent him 100 lives, he would not dare to commit such an act." At this juncture, Sun Yi, growing impatient, stepped forward and coldly declared, "Surrender Song Jiang, or you shall all perish." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man remained silent, while the young man scoffed disdainfully, "Huh, merely a pack of stray dogs, and you dare to speak so boldly? Do you truly believe you can contend with over 100 individuals present here?" In the bustling Min Tian market, the young man's abilities were undoubtedly the mightiest. The middle-aged man frowned at the youth, signaling him to refrain from further provocation, and then turned to Sun Yi, saying, "As the administrator here, I cannot hand over an individual without concrete evidence." Suddenly, a blinding flash cut through the air, and when the crowd turned their gaze once more, 2 charred corpses lay lifeless on the ground. Instantaneous annihilation. Not even the opportunity to resist or scream was afforded. The scene fell into a deafening silence. The onlookers were struck with fear. Even the strays of Teng Hui were not adversaries they could challenge. "Either hand over Song Jiang, or you shall meet your demise." Sun Yi's emotionless voice resonated throughout the vast market once more. At this moment, the crowd was consumed with a singular thought: survival. "Where is Song Jiang? Let us find him together. Please, come out quickly. I don't want to die. Damn it. He created this mess alone. Why must we all face the grave? Drag him out." Minutes passed, yet there was still no sign of him. It was as if he had vanished. Sun Yi's patience wore thin once more. "If I slay you all, finding Song Jiang will be an assured task." Upon uttering his command, he instructed his subordinates to take action. At that moment, a cargo truck suddenly roared to life and surged forward, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Someone hastily shouted, "It's Song Jiang. They said they were relocating today." Hearing this, Sun Yi contemplated pursuing him. However, a van followed closely behind, halting at a distance with its window rolled down. A middle-aged man's face emerged, contemptuously lifting his chin and raising a clenched fist, with his middle finger defiantly extended, a clear provocation. He then galloped away from the market, heading in a direction entirely opposite to that of the cargo truck. Chapter 56. Lighting a cigarette. Witnessing this, Sun Yi's veins bulged with rage as he bellowed, "Are you all blind? Chase after them." With a swift motion, he darted ahead, moving with such speed that the ground beneath his feet cracked upon impact. His subordinates followed suit without uttering a word. Song Jiang pressed the accelerator to the floor, careening forward, heedless of the increasingly dense horde of zombies surrounding him. His face bore a look of panic, yet his eyes shone with determination. He was acutely aware of his predicament. It was his duty, both personally and professionally, to ensure the safety of his team and family. With the Tonghui supermarket destroyed, the only places left for procuring survival supplies would be the apocalyptic shops. To betray the store manager now in a desperate bid for survival would undoubtedly seal the fate of his family and team's future. In the rearview mirror, he saw Sun Yi and his men relentlessly pursuing him. Although the van had been modified for speed, the few behind were closing in with remarkable swiftness. Sun Yi, though not a speed-type ability user, harnessed his control over strength, leaping at least 5 to 6 meters with each bound. Such velocity rivaled that of some speed-oriented powers, leaving Song Jiang astounded. Had Newton's principles been defied? Yet, the horde of zombies provided considerable resistance, and he too was heading towards a dead end. Ahead, the throng of zombies obstructed the path. Song Jiang continued to ram through, as one zombie after another lunged at the vehicle, obscuring his vision. Eventually, the van struck an obstacle and could advance no further. Gazing at the countless bloodied and muddy arms incessantly battering against the reinforced glass, Song Jiang quietly retrieved a cigarette. His trembling hands, however, could not ignite it, revealing that his inner turmoil belied the calm facade he attempted to present, tinged with regret for his impulsive actions. At that moment, the surrounding zombies suddenly abandoned their pursuit of Song Jiang and turned towards the approaching dozen or so ability users, shifting their focus. Just when Song Jiang thought he could escape, a speed-type ability user swiftly appeared beside the vehicle. With a forceful punch against the bulletproof glass, he found his strength insufficient. Leaving the glass unyielding, Song Jiang let out a hearty laugh, preparing to attempt to start the vehicle and flee. This was bulletproof glass. Before he could finish his thought, the car door was gently pulled open. Song Jiang's smile abruptly froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Damn it, I forgot to lock the car door. A few minutes later, Song Jiang was dragged to a desolate location, where the furious Sun Yi, with bloodshot eyes, seized his hair and bellowed, "Who blew up the supermarket? Speak. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." With a heart as cold as ashes, Song Jiang gazed into the distance, lost in silence. By now, they must have left East City, right? You're full of nonsense. With your insignificance, you lack the audacity to challenge me. At these words, Song Jiang smirked, remarking that Tonghui supermarket was merely a larger insect in the eyes of others. This statement struck a nerve, painfully reminding Sun Yi of the destruction of Tonghui. A sudden, excruciating pain shot through his fingers, causing him to cry out involuntarily. Sun Yi, gripping Song Jiang's broken finger, coldly fixed his gaze upon him. Seeing that he showed no intention to confess, he began to snap each finger one by one. With every finger broken, Song Jiang was drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Stop. I'll talk. Quick, tell me." Song Jiang gasped, his face contorted in agony. "It hurts too much. It's unbearable to think." Sun Yi remained expressionless. "What do you want?" "I have cigarettes in my pocket. I'd like to smoke one to ease the pain." One of Sun Yi's subordinates, unable to contain himself, cursed, "You want to smoke? Should I bring you some essential oil for your back?" Song Jiang feigned difficulty. "I am the only one who knows the killer." "Damn it, I really did it," he added. The subordinate rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge, but was stopped by Sun Yi, who understood that this man responded better to gentleness than force. Sun Yi retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracting the last remaining one and personally lighting it for him. Song Jiang burst into laughter, placing the cigarette between his lips and inhaling deeply. "Don't waste my time." Sun Yi gritted his teeth, vowing to kill him next time. Yet, Song Jiang leisurely enjoyed the most pleasurable smoke of his life. Leaning closer to Sun Yi, he whispered, "Actually, the mastermind is still your grandfather. His surname is Song." With that, he erupted into laughter, as if mocking the imperious Sun Yi. Sun Yi's expression darkened immediately, and he delivered a punch that shattered Song Jiang's skull, blood and brains splattering everywhere. This act did not suffice to sate his fury. He continued to rain blows upon the lifeless body until only a puddle of flesh remained. Sun Yi glanced back at his subordinates, his fierce gaze sending chills down their spines. "Find them. locate his family and subordinates. Meanwhile, a truck sped into South City, its interior steeped in sorrow. Co-driver Old Deng, behind the wheel, stole a glance at the woman in the passenger seat and sighed deeply. The woman, haggard in appearance, cradled a baby in one arm while tightly clutching a golden card with the other, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Inside the apocalyptic shop, Wang Yu reclined in a massage chair, wearing an expression of utter enjoyment, occasionally emitting sounds of comfort, while a 32-inch LCD television nearby played a drama series. Chu Lan and others wore expressions of peculiar astonishment, their hearts filled with reflections on the contrasting fates of individuals. Some were born into privilege, while others were destined for servitude. Jiang Quan, too, gazed enviously, contemplating the acquisition of a massage chair in the future. All right, everyone, let us hasten to select some winter apparel. Before long, a group of individuals streamed in, led by Yi Tian, who had received word of the situation. Upon entering, he first offered a slight nod to Wang Yu, then, with a stern countenance, made a beeline for Chu Lan and her companions. The latter were perplexed by his abrupt demeanor. Zhang Yingjing mistakenly assumed he was there to greet him and quickly approached, exclaiming, "Yi Tian, you've really made a name for yourself." However, Yi Tian bypassed him entirely. Advancing straight to Chu Lan, Zhang Yingjing awkwardly touched his nose, only to notice the hostility emanating from Yi Tian's entourage, directed squarely at them. Understanding that Chu Lan was the leader of the group, Yi Tian wasted no time and stated bluntly, "You killed my people from the Tianhe base yesterday." Chu Lan and Liang Shu exchanged startled glances, while Zhang Yingjing wore an expression of disbelief. Liang Shu could not help but inquire, "Your people? You're the head of the Tianhe base and have unified the forces of the entire South City?" Yi Tian nodded but offered no further explanation, instead coldly interrogating, "What do you intend to do about the murders?" At this moment, Zhang Yingjing hastily interjected, "It was your people who initiated the attack. We had no choice." Yet, he was interrupted by the Tianhe personnel. "A life has been lost. Your arguments mean little now. It matters not who struck first. A life taken demands retribution. None of you shall escape today. Indeed, our leader has only just unified the factions, and now this incident arises. If we cannot secure an explanation today, how shall we establish our authority in the future?" Liang Shu furrowed his brow. Although he had yet to cross swords with Yi Tian, it was evident that a leader capable of uniting the entire South City must possess considerable prowess. Moreover, with only their 6 ability users, along with Jiang Quan and the security robot and the orange cat absent, they were clearly outmatched. Chapter 57, Might equals Right. Jiang Quan, who was also privy to the situation, stepped forward. "Comrades, we must adhere to reason. If your people seek to kill us, we cannot simply stand by and allow it." However, the Tianhe faction was evidently unconvinced. The act of killing their members in South City was undeniably provocative. Reason? They scoffed. "Let me clarify, in all of South City, our leader embodies reason. It's easy to speak from a position of safety. It is not your people who have perished," came the retort. "What do you imply? If we had not resisted yesterday, it would have been us lying dead. That is your dilemma. If you have not allied with Tianhe, do not wander freely in our territory." A heated exchange ensued, with neither side willing to make the first move, for they understood that this was the end times store. Chu Lan raised her hand to silence the bickering and turned her gaze to the taciturn Yi Tian, directly asking, "How do you wish to handle this matter?" Yi Tian pondered for a moment before coldly responding, "I offer you 2 choices. Either relocate your base and leave South City, or face death." Upon hearing this, one of his subordinates grumbled quietly, "That's too lenient." Yi Tian cast a fleeting glance at the dissenting individual, prompting him to hurriedly apologize. Yi Tian's decision was, in fact, an act of deference towards Wang Yu. Given that Chu Lan and his companions were regular patrons of the shop, he feared that directly eliminating them would incite Wang Yu's displeasure. Thus, he opted for a compromise, mandating that they relocate their base from the South City and explicitly forbidding them from shopping in the park. Moreover, the relocation of a faction to a different locale poses significant challenges if not meticulously planned. Should they fall prey to the assaults of rival forces or perish at the hands of zombies and mutated beasts, it would no longer concern his faction. Yi Tian was acutely aware that a larger forest harbors all kinds of birds, yet he was simply disinclined to manage the affairs of those beneath him. His presence here was solely to bolster his own authority and to exercise better control over subordinate factions, especially since he had just consolidated his power in the South City, where numerous eyes were upon him. Upon hearing this, Chu Lan furrowed his brow, realizing that their base was not like those of other factions. It was a meticulously constructed underground facility that had taken several days to complete. Relocating would require them to abandon all their hard work and, furthermore, Moving away from the shop to an unfamiliar place would undoubtedly bring them considerable hardship. Is there no room for negotiation? We promise not to stir up trouble. That is out of the question, Yi Tian decisively refuted, believing he had already made a concession. Zhang Yingjing stepped forward, frowning as he said, Yi Tian, we were all classmates once. Is this truly necessary? Yi Tian remained silent, presenting an unyielding demeanor. Before we leave this place, you must come to a decision. Otherwise, I shall assume you have chosen to forfeit your lives. With that, he turned and led his group to procure supplies, particularly enhanced weaponry, as the recent effectiveness against the beasts had drawn many factions to seek it eagerly. This is outrageous. How dare he drive us away? He built South City, after all. Indeed, this was never our issue. He has become too arrogant in his role as leader. Today, we shall not leave. Let us see what they intend to do. With so many factions in South City, we may not be able to match them directly, but we are not to be trifled with either. Even in death, we shall ensure he pays a price. The majority of those present were vigorous youths, naturally resistant to Yi Tian's condescending attitude. Even the usually composed Chu Lan could not suppress an expletive. Liang Shu, playing the strategist, bowed his head in contemplation. Their abilities were predominantly at the D rank, while the mutated beast, Little Orange, was of a higher D rank, accompanied by a robot of uncertain strength. The abilities they had dealt with recently were all at the D rank as well. Thus, it was evident that Yi Tian and his companions possessed strength exceeding the D rank, and their numbers were advantageous, with Yi Tian himself potentially nearing the B rank. To break the deadlock, they would undoubtedly need external assistance. Come, everyone, gather round and bring forth your crystal cores and payment cards. We must tally them, for we need to acquire more equipment. Wang Yu at the counter perked up at this, envisioning yet another opportunity for war profits. At that moment, the gold bar suddenly interjected. Host, even at this juncture, you are still thinking about making money? Is there a problem? Gold bar, based on my analysis, given their strength, they are certainly not a match for Yi Tian and his group. Even the most formidable of their security robots pales in comparison to the multifaceted abilities of Yi Tian. If they were to be eliminated, it would result in a significant loss of consumers for the host. In the long run, I believe it is prudent to preserve their lives. However, Wang Yu shook his head, asserting that Yi Tian could not contend with the security robots. Jin Tiao promptly countered, declaring it impossible. The comparative metrics clearly indicated superiority. Evidently, he possessed unwavering confidence in his own capabilities. Wang Yu remained resolute, maintaining his stance. Let my Terminator handle it. Jiang Quan suddenly asserted with newfound confidence. The others regarded him with incredulous expressions. Chu Lan sighed, noting it would not be so simple. Yi Tian's level was at least mid-tier C-grade. Their only chance lay in having Xiao Ju use speed to distract him. Once we dealt with the others, we could confront him, hoping he was not a speed-type ability user. Otherwise, while the strength of the Terminator had been witnessed once, facing Yi Tian alone would be mere folly. Jiang Quan explained, when I made my purchase, the store manager claimed that the robot had saved his life. He relayed the store manager's words to the group. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. Was this not a blatant exaggeration, a deception aimed at the naive? How could it be said to have saved Wang Yu's life? What strength did Wang Yu possess that anyone encountering him would require saving from him? Moreover, your Terminator operates passively. It can only be effective if Yi Tian is actively pursuing you. The last time the robot swiftly dispatched someone, that prowess is now insufficient, and it cannot be upgraded. Forget it, Brother Jiang. Perhaps it is best to keep your Terminator for your own protection. Battles among ability users are fraught with peril. Jiang Quan glanced at the security robot that shadowed him closely, scratching his head and murmuring, that does seem reasonable, but how could the store manager, a paragon of integrity, deceive me? Liang Shu pondered for a moment and spoke solemnly. Now that South City has just been consolidated, if we are fortunate enough to defeat Yi Tian and his group, South City could once again become a fragmented entity, alleviating our concerns about confronting the entirety of South City. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and his companions, having noticed their preparations, could not help but scoff. Such audacity to resist was amusing. They had long harbored disdain for them. Did they truly believe that purchasing numerous pieces of equipment would prove beneficial? In the face of their leader's absolute strength, all efforts would be in vain. It would be wise for them to prepare for relocation, otherwise. Chapter 58. Understanding. Yi Tian cast a casual glance, shaking his head in disappointment, likening their efforts to an ant shaking a tree. His system laid bare the ability data of Chu Lan and the others, revealing their weaknesses, except for the security robot clad in a uniform, which the system failed to analyze. However, based on its aura and appearance, it seemed akin to the two-dimensional cleaning robot from the store, offering no threat. Thus, he approached the counter to gauge the store manager's disposition. Wang Yu yawned nonchalantly, remarking, "Feel free to create whatever commotion you wish. I am merely here to run my shop." Now, Tinghui has been entirely dismantled by him. In the future, patrons will undoubtedly come in droves. And they certainly do not lack for the likes of Chulan and his companions. Moreover, it is uncertain whether Chulan and the others will indeed meet their demise. Hearing this, Yi Tian's lips curled into a cold smile, indicating that he would no longer hold back. Beep. The payment card was charged 6,000 crystal coins. Beep. The payment card deducted 4,300 crystal coins, leaving a current balance of 1,700 crystal coins. Beep. The payment card was charged 4,000 crystal coins. Beep. The payment card deducted 3,980 crystal coins, leaving a current balance of 20 crystal coins. Yi Tian and his companions purchased an array of supernatural weapons and confronted Chulan and his group, who similarly acquired a plethora of equipment, at the counter. Yi Tian's gaze was indifferent, as if he were surveying a group of corpses. "We shall wait for you outside," he stated before turning and exiting the store. Zhang Yingjing took the lead, his expression resolute, prepared for a fierce confrontation, yet he was halted by Liang Shu. "What are you doing? It's too late to have second thoughts now," Zhang Yingjing questioned. "In the face of two opposing forces, morale is of utmost importance. Look at them, brimming with enthusiasm." "This is detrimental to us," Liang Shu replied with a cunning smile. "Let us wait a moment, let them stew. As long as we do not venture out, they are powerless. Besides, we are still waiting for someone." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Even Wang Yu couldn't help but cast a lingering glance, acknowledging the talent in gathering favorable elements. However, it could also lead to accumulating frustration. Indeed, it would be wise to familiarize ourselves with our supernatural weapons while we can. "Shall we grab a bite to eat? I am feeling a bit hungry. It would be best to catch a quick nap afterward." "No rush. I believe staying here until the afternoon closing time isn't a bad idea," he chuckled. "Where's the satellite phone? Call Dufeng and the others," instructing them to arrive a bit later. Outside, the autumn winds of November rustled, as Yi Tian and his companions stood idly in an open space, waiting for Chulan and his group, who were yet to arrive. Occasionally, passers-by regarded them with puzzled expressions. Only a few recognized Yi Tian, the leader from South City. The errand runner returned, reporting, "They are all lounging on the sofas in the store, showing no signs of coming out. They've asked me to convey a message to the boss, stating they wish to take a nap and to have us wait." Upon hearing this, the group immediately erupted in curses and exclamations, wishing to drag them out and give them a sound beating. Yi Tian's gaze turned icy, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. They could not evade their fate. Thus, they waited in the open for nearly 3 hours until exhaustion set in, and finally, a dozen supernatural beings arrived. Only then did Chulan and his group emerge, fully armed, and join the others as they approached Yi Tian and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Yi Tian and his group felt a surge of fierce energy, ready to enact vengeance upon the 20 or so individuals before them. "Very well. We have endured this cold wind for far too long. Even if the king himself were to arrive, he could not save you now. Oh, I wondered why you were hiding in your shell. Turns out you were just waiting for reinforcements. How amusing. Even with additional numbers, it will not alter your inevitable demise. Perfect timing to capture you all at once. It will save us a great deal of trouble. Damn fools, a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. Wouldn't it be better if you met your end sooner?" As they encircled their opponents, Chu Lan and his companions assumed their customary formation, with those possessing defensive abilities positioned at the forefront and the attackers within. Each individual bore skill scrolls to varying degrees. Despite being outnumbered, Yi Tian and his group surrounded Chu Lan's team like a pack of hunting wolves. They brandished their supernatural weapons, each poised for action. Observing the unfolding scene, Wang Yu paused the television, intrigued by the spectacle. "Kill them." Upon Yi Tian's command, the group sprang into action with remarkable precision, clearly demonstrating that they were elite members of the Tiana base. A speed-type ability user took the initiative, brandishing a dagger, aiming to penetrate before the defensive abilities could be activated. However, he was swiftly tackled to the ground by an orange figure. The spectators witnessed several members on the periphery of Chu Lan's team simultaneously unfurl their skill scrolls. Suddenly, towering walls emerged, obstructing their assault, followed by a barrage of flying abilities descending upon them like a hailstorm of arrows. Reacting swiftly, the group initiated their abilities to counter the incoming projectiles. A geo-ability user promptly enacted a fissure, causing the walls to crumble in an attempt to carve out a path for attack. Yet before the walls could fully collapse, new ones rose in their stead, engage in a war of attrition. At this moment, Zhang Yingjing discarded an empty skill scroll, while the outermost ability users remained intensely focused. Once the walls fell, They would fortify the breach with newly acquired defensive scrolls. Meanwhile, those within the inner circle continued to expend large area-type skill scrolls, striving to deplete their opponent's abilities to the fullest extent. As the Tianhe base members endeavored to dismantle the walls, they also had to contend with the aerial assaults, finding themselves in a precarious position. Their underestimation of Chu Lan's group had left them without skill scrolls for widespread destruction. Their weapons were ineffective at close range, and they could hardly even see their foes, rendering them as useless as scrap metal. Damn it! Do they dare to come out and face us? They only hurl skills from within. Do not relent. Continue to dismantle the walls. They cannot possess an endless supply of scrolls. The descending projectiles, though not devastating, could not be sustained indefinitely. A strength-type ability user roared, disregarding the overhead attacks, wielding a supernatural hammer, charging straight towards the walls with reckless abandon. Boom. A breach was created, and he eagerly surged forward, eager to wreak havoc. Yet, upon entry, he found himself surrounded by several burly men. He quickly turned for help, but the gap he had created was swiftly sealed. Damn it, what a waste. Let us negotiate. In an instant, the Tianhe base members found themselves at a disadvantage, with two ability users even losing their lives. Wang Yu could not help but nod in admiration. This exemplified the advantage of smaller factions, with fewer members. Everyone was acutely aware of their circumstances. In contrast, the larger Tianhe faction suffered from unfamiliarity among teammates, forcing them to fight individually without any semblance of coordination. The harmonious collaboration among Chu Lan's abilities compelled the previously aloof Yi Tian to join the fray. He drew forth the Tang Dao, imbuing his entire being with the essence of strength and defensive prowess. With resolute strides, he charged towards the towering wall. Chapter 59, Confronting Yi Tian. Boom. A massive fissure erupted as Yi Tian surged forward, akin to a blade aimed at the vital point. Upon recognizing him, the onlookers hastily distanced themselves. Little Orange. Chu Lan called out. The orange cat, having just consumed a crystal core, felt a surge in speed and, responding to the call, swiftly advanced towards Yi Tian in a beastly form. Yi Tian smirked, the Tang Dao in his hand radiating a faint glow, showing no intent to evade. As the orange cat approached, he swung the blade, but to his surprise, the agile feline deftly dodged the strike, refusing to engage directly. Soon, Yi Tian discerned their intentions and redirected his assault towards Chu Lan and the others. At this, Chu Lan and the others immediately set aside their tasks, bracing themselves. The defenders among them prepared to obstruct Yi Tian. Seeing that Yi Tian was ignoring it, the orange cat launched a surprise attack. Both were high-ranking D-level entities. Yet Yi Tian, possessing a multitude of abilities, was slightly outpaced by the orange cat. Before long, the orange cat caught up, but Yi Tian remained undeterred. Focusing solely on breaching the defenses before him, the orange cat unsheathed its claws, aiming for Yi Tian's seemingly unguarded back. However, when the razor-sharp claws made contact, they merely grazed his clothing, thanks to his defensive-enhanced attire. Yi Tian remained unfazed, cleaving through the steel wall ahead and dismantling the final barrier. In the next instant, the orange cat struck again, this time breaching the clothing's defense, yet it could not penetrate Yi Tian's skin. Defensive abilities. Yi Tian had now reached the forefront, observing those who still sought to unleash their powers. With a swift and decisive horizontal slash, he struck. The frontline defenders, caught off guard, were directly hit, the tremendous force sending them reeling backward into their comrades. This strike thoroughly disrupted their formation, prompting Chu Lan, Du Feng, and others responsible for offense to unleash their respective abilities. Yet, one by one, Yi Tian countered them with various methods, leaving no room for astonishment at his versatility. As they remained vigilant, use the scrolls. The scrolls have been exhausted. Damn it, we're up against an overwhelming foe. How can we fight this? At that moment, the remaining forces of the Tianhe base joined the fray, merging into the chaotic battle. Yi Tian, wielding his blade once more, was destined to cause casualties. Suddenly, he halted as if time had been suspended. It was Bai Che, who had been observing for a long time, finally seizing the opportunity. A mental disorientation attack struck Yi Tian directly. Seizing the moment of his daze, the orange cat pounced, aiming to bite down. However, Bai Che's ability was only low-tier D level, while Yi Tian was of a higher rank. Hence, the duration of the mental attack was fleeting. With the augmentation of his defensive powers and battle attire, although the orange cat's sharp teeth clamped onto Yi Tian's shoulder, they merely pierced the skin without inflicting any substantial damage. A slight prick of pain jolted Yi Tian awake. He swiftly tossed the orange cat aside and unleashed a bolt of lightning that rendered the feline unconscious. His gaze then locked onto Bai Che, burning with intensity as he licked his lips, The mental powers he wielded seemed rather impressive. He charged towards Bai Che. At that moment, Bai Che, witnessing the failure of his beheading maneuver, felt a surge of despair. Furthermore, the mental abilities could not be employed continuously, as the ensuing strain could rupture his nervous system. As Yi Tian barreled towards him, Bai Che gritted his teeth and launched another mental assault. Yet, with 2 lifetimes of experience and countless battles under his belt, Yi Tian would not stumble in the same place twice. Evading the ethereal mental attack with agility, he surged towards Bai Che once more, determined to see how many attempts he could muster. Just as Yi Tian was about to reach Bai Che, Zhang Yingjing emerged from the shadows, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Yi Tian. Do not harm him. Even someone as formidable as Yi Tian dared not absorb such a full-force blow. He sidestepped deftly, countering with a swift slice of his blade. Although Zhang Yingjing had anticipated the attack, his body could not keep pace with the rapid strike. With a sickening sound, an arm was severed and fell limply to the ground. A cry of anguish escaped Zhang Yingjing as he was sent flying by the force imbued in the Tang Dao. Yi Tian wasted no time. He swiftly incapacitated Bai Che to prevent any resistance, then grasped his head while silently commanding, "System, abandon the fire abilities and consume." Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets suddenly rained down, striking Yi Tian's head. For someone with defensive abilities, the damage was minimal, yet the insult was palpable. Jiang Quan, crouched and aiming his rifle, attempted to divert Yi Tian's attention. Upon realizing Jiang was merely an ordinary human, contempt surged within Yi Tian, and he raised his hand to unleash a straightforward, yet devastating bolt of high-voltage lightning. Without a glance back, he turned away, certain of his target's demise. Unexpectedly, another volley of bullets flew toward him. When Yi Tian turned to assess the situation, he saw a security robot, its arm transformed into a massive shield, standing protectively before Jiang Quan. Yi Tian furrowed his brow and summoned a more potent lightning strike. The robot raised its shield once more. When the electric light dissipated, the shield remained unscathed. Setting down the unconscious Bai Che, Yi Tian regarded the robot with a serious expression, pondering the peculiar nature of this machine. Indeed, the shopkeeper's possessions were not to be trifled with. Observing the scene, Jiang Quan patted the robot on the shoulder, saying, "Terminator, I'm counting on you." Yi Tian moved with silent swiftness, appearing and disappearing like a specter, closing the gap in mere seconds, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the robot. However, the robot stood unmoving, seemingly unperturbed by the formidable presence of Yi Tian. Yi Tian frowned again and swiftly struck at the robot's head with his blade. Within the robot's programming, alongside its imperative to protect its master, lay the instinct for self-preservation. Just as the blade was about to make contact with the robot's exterior, it rapidly raised its shield to block, while its other metallic hand transformed into a sharp spike, lunging toward Yi Tian's chest. From Jiang Quan's perspective, the speed of the robot's strikes was utterly imperceptible. However, Yi Tian, ever vigilant, deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a powerful punch, only to be sent flying by a swift kick from the robot. Undeterred, Yi Tian charged once more, relentlessly unleashing his Tang Dao abilities, engaging in fierce combat with the robot. Yet, time and again, he found himself repelled by its formidable strikes. After several exchanges, the robot bore some minor dents, eliciting disbelief among the onlookers, as this seemingly fragile automaton proved to be a worthy adversary to Yi Tian. From a distance, Yi Tian gasped for breath, his narrowed eyes fixed on the robot. He recognized that its defenses and speed were on par with his own. Yet, it appeared to only engage in passive offense and defense. Was this a deliberate tactic to lull him into complacency? Chapter 60. Pharmaceuticals. Yi Tian scrutinized the robot, his mind racing with suspicions. Could this be the reliance that emboldened them? Given his current state, he understood that to completely neutralize the robot, he would need to exhaust his remaining powers. However, if he allowed the robot to remain unchecked while addressing other threats, it might launch a surprise attack on him. A glance at his remaining subordinates revealed them engaged in a fierce battle against Chu Lan and her allies, utilizing their ability-infused weapons effectively, even managing to eliminate several supernatural beings. Yet, he was acutely aware that fatigue was setting in, and while their weapons were potent, they also drained energy rapidly. Meanwhile, the orange cat nearby began to stir, shaking off its slumber. With a grave expression, Yi Tian deliberated before decisively commanding, "We retreat." At this, his comrades paused, perplexed. "What's wrong, boss? We can still fight. I can take on 10. Indeed, it's clear they're running on fumes. The boss hasn't even exerted his full strength. That robot is no match for him." Yi Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed on Chu Lan and her group as he coldly warned, "I advise you to leave South City promptly." Should we return, the outcome will not be the same. With that, he turned to depart. Though his companions were bewildered, they reluctantly followed suit. Once they had vacated the area, Liang Shu sank wearily to the floor, exhaling deeply, relieved that it was finally over. The others erupted in victorious cheers. I thought he was formidable. Is this all he can do? Was it Jiang Quan's Terminator that defeated Yi Tian? Impressive. Thank goodness for the Terminator. Otherwise, we would have been finished. My apologies, Brother Jiang. We were blind to your prowess. Fleeing with their tails between their legs, they boasted. Next time you come, the result will be the same. Jiang Quan felt a surge of excitement, gratefully looking towards the store. The manager had indeed not deceived him. Inside the store, Wang Yu calmly withdrew his gaze, as if all of this had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. At that moment, Jin Tiao inquired. Why did Yi Tian, who clearly had the ability to eradicate the threat, choose to leave it lingering? Wang Yu smiled knowingly, because he was afraid. That's impossible. The security robot has also sustained damage. Its condition is no better than Yi Tian's. He is undoubtedly not afraid of any robots, but rather the uncertainties of this world and the capricious nature of human hearts. He fears the depletion of his extraordinary abilities, should someone or a supernatural beast emerge unexpectedly. What could he rely on? Those seemingly obedient subordinates? In a world where everyone is on edge, how many loyal and dedicated followers can one truly have? Most are merely striving for survival. After hearing this, Jin Tiao suddenly realized and couldn't help but exclaim. Incorporating the subjective factors of the analysis object is something I had not considered. Truly, the host possesses a meticulous mind, rivaling that of an experienced strategist. Wang Yu accepted the hot tea brewed by Freya, took a sip, and gazed through the glass into the distance. Like Yi Tian, as a reincarnator, Wang Yu was acutely aware of their reluctance to squander this hard-won opportunity. Thus, the ambitious Yi Tian was exceptionally cautious, unwilling to take risks, and even more unwilling to expose his back to others. After all, who knows if one would be reborn after death, or if one might encounter a system. This rare moment of savoring a meal of dumplings certainly calls for slow, deliberate enjoyment. Wang Yu replenished the store's inventory and then opened the system panel. Store Manager, Wang Yu Ability, Space Ability Level, High A Class, 08000. Ability Skills, Space Reflection, Space Cutting. Space Perception Store Level, Mid E Class, 02000. Crystal Coin Balance, 248001. You noticed that the store's level lagged significantly behind his abilities, although the current goods were generally sufficient. Accumulating 30,000 crystal coins would unlock space teleportation, but he had no immediate plans to venture out. He decided to explore what additional items could be unlocked and to expand the store's space. Directly elevate my store's level to D class, he commanded. Upgrade successful. 5,000 crystal coins have been automatically deducted, elevating the store to low D class, unlocking products, pharmaceuticals, ability potions, current crystal coin balance, 19800. No sooner had he spoken than the store's area expanded once again, reminiscent of the last time. Fortunately, he was the only one in the shop. Looking around, the space felt more expansive, the resting area enlarged, with 3 additional sofas and 3 tables added. The store now spanned approximately 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, rivaling that of some small supermarkets, and had even developed a dedicated pharmaceutical section. Wang Yu opened the product descriptions, and the pharmaceuticals were rather standard, comprising medical supplies such as penicillin, cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, iodine solution, and alcohol. However, for the average person, these medicines were exceedingly precious, remaining a valued but scarce commodity in the post-apocalyptic world. With the medical standards having plummeted to zero, minor injuries and ailments that went untreated could easily lead to death. Even for those extraordinary individuals with abilities far surpassing the average person, the pervasive bacteria and viruses could infiltrate the body through wounds. While there are healers among the ability users, such powers are exceedingly rare, often appearing only once in thousands. Furthermore, due to their lack of combat capabilities, they are often vulnerable and must rely on other ability users for protection. Another unlocked item is rather intriguing. The ability potion, when consumed, grants a temporary enhancement followed by a corresponding period of debilitation once the effects wear off. Category: single use, can be stacked, procurement price, 20 crystal coins. Upon examining the specific item, Wang Yu discovered it contained both enhancers and reducers, applicable to both enemies and oneself. Moreover, various ability potions were available. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a valuable commodity, ripe for profit. He proceeded to stock each type of potion, filling the shelves in the medicine section. To draw attention, he even erected a sign at the entrance, announcing the newly available products. At this moment, Yi Tian returned to the Tianhe base, his expression clouded. Accompanied by the remaining ability users, From afar, he observed a few individuals gathered at the base's iron gate, engaged in conversation with the guards. I've already stated that our base no longer accepts ordinary people. Only ability users can join. Come on, give us a break. Let us become your affiliated force, implored Deng Quan, Song Zhang's aide, with a sycophantic demeanor towards the guards, though internally he felt quite helpless. When they decided to come to South City, they had not been informed that the forces had unified. Suddenly, the Tianhe base emerged, and without the possibility of joining or becoming an affiliated force, they could not remain in South City. The guards cast a disdainful glance at them. You call yourselves a force with just these 5 or 6 ability users, along with 7 ordinary people, including women and children? With no alternative, Deng Quan approached the guards, producing several E-grade crystal cores. Bro, we're in a desperate situation. Just let us in. Upon seeing the crystal cores, the guards' expressions momentarily shifted, and they exchanged knowing glances. This can be arranged. The guard began to extend his hand to accept the bribe, but his attention was drawn to Yi Tian and his entourage. Thinking quickly, he swatted the crystal cores from Deng Quan's hand, rebuking him. What do you mean by this? No means no. Attempting to bribe me is an insult to a man of principle. Faced with this, Deng Quan and his companions could only suppress their anger. The Tianhe base held absolute power in South City, far beyond the reach of their frail faction. As Yi Tian approached the iron gate, he cast a glance at Deng Quan and the others. The guard quickly clarified, they've come from East City, hoping to join us. Half of them are ordinary people, and the dormitories for ordinary residents are already full. Yi Tian nodded mildly. At that moment, he had no inclination to involve himself in their plight. Sensing Yi Tian's distinguished status, Deng Quan and his companions beseeched him for mercy, with Song Zhang's wife, Li Hui, even kneeling to implore them to take in her child. However, Yi Tian did not spare them another glance as he entered the base. The guard sighed slightly. You really came at the wrong time. Now, even if we wanted to accept a bribe, we couldn't. Moreover, hasten to depart from South City. Should our people discover your unwillingness to leave, it could result in dire consequences. Heeding the guard's warning, the group reluctantly collected the crystal cores and departed in disappointment. Old Deng, what shall we do now? Let us remain here for the time being. Tomorrow, we shall procure some sustenance before we leave. Deng Quan gazed at Li Hui, who had recently lost her husband, her face etched with sorrow, and heaved a deep sigh. There was no returning to East City, and South City was no longer an option. It seemed they could only venture to other places in search of fortune. If fate were unkind and they encountered a beast, they might perish on the road. The next day, as Wang Yu drew back the curtains, he beheld several trucks parked before the shop, with many individuals gazing longingly at the glass storefront. His spatial awareness informed him that numerous unfamiliar faces were present. They likely hailed from East City or even the entirety of South Jiang City, for with Tinghui destroyed, his shop had become the only one in South Jiang with a substantial stock of goods. Naturally, this made the store a coveted destination for various factions. A group gathered around the notice board at the shop's entrance, engaging in lively discussion. Inflammatory medicine? I haven't seen such a thing since the apocalypse. Is it genuine? I wonder if there's anything for vitality, one remarked. Other medicines are also rare, and the exchange rates aren't exorbitant, another added. What on earth is this ability potion? Is it for real? They wouldn't dare write that otherwise. Are you new here, mate? The items in this store are as described. They are absolutely authentic. Goodness. Won't that attract zero-cost purchases? Unless you're looking to provoke trouble in the restroom, no one would dare disturb the store manager. Even Jesus couldn't save you. Are you referring to Yi Tian, the one unifying the forces of South City? It is said he possesses 5 or 6 abilities and is a high-ranking D-class or even C-class ability user. Goodness, I have 2 abilities and am still at E-class. He must be quite the character to ascend so rapidly with so many abilities. The crucial point is that even the formidable Yi Tian must adhere to decorum when visiting this shop. Do you not grasp that? I've heard the manager's strength is at least B-class, if not A-class. As the conversation continued, Wang Yu had finished his breakfast and leisurely opened the shop door, allowing the eager customers to enter. He then settled comfortably at the counter, speaking languidly. Those wishing to wholesale may come and discuss, but there are no discounts. Customers gradually filtered in, gazing about with curiosity at the product displays. At that moment, Chu Lan rushed in with several ability users. Manager, do you still have anti-inflammatory medicine for sale? Wang Yu smiled and nodded, plenty. Hearing this, Chu Lan purchased a considerable amount of anti-inflammatory medicine, bandages, and alcohol, casting a grateful glance at Wang Yu before hastily departing. Due to the skirmish the previous day, many of their team members had sustained injuries, particularly Zhang Yingjing, who had suffered the severing of an arm. Lacking medical supplies and the services of a healing ability user, inflammation was inevitable, and by this morning, Many team members were suffering from persistent fevers, on the brink of life-threatening conditions. Thus, before dawn, Chu Lan had already scoured numerous pharmacies and clinics, but without exception, the precious medicines had been swiftly snatched away. This situation has left her in a state of despair. In a moment of desperation, she suddenly recalled the existence of the Apocalypse store, and thus, with a glimmer of hope, she came to see for herself. To her astonishment, there were indeed medicines available for sale, which had been absent just the day prior. It was at that moment that she comprehended the profound respect Liang Shu and the others held for Wang Yu. At this juncture, Wang Yu was busily attending to customers at the counter, the sound of the card machine ringing like the most melodious music on earth. Just then, a middle-aged man at the checkout presented a familiar golden card and cautiously inquired, "May I use this?" Wang Yu glanced up and, upon realizing he was not Song Jiang, furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you? Where did you get this card?" The middle-aged man quickly explained, "I am Deng Quan, and this card was given to us by our leader, Song Jiang. Is it not usable? If not, then so be it." Wang Yu responded with a brief acknowledgement, proceeding to recharge the golden card for them. It was indeed usable and granted a 5 discount, albeit only for their faction. Upon hearing this, Deng Quan's face lit up with joy. "What about the driver?" Deng Quan hesitated, knowing he referred to Song Jiang, and cautiously replied, "He encountered a bit of an accident." The woman behind him, cradling a baby, wore a forlorn expression as she glanced at Wang Yu behind the counter. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, questioning her meaning. Deng Quan's demeanor grew somber, adding years to his already aged visage as he recounted the entire sequence of events. Wang Yu's brow furrowed in silence. He was taken aback to discover that his actions had inadvertently drawn the ire of the remnants of Tenghui supermarket towards Song Jiang. What troubled him even more was that the individual named Sun Yi had yet to make an appearance, which could only lead to one conclusion. Song Jiang had not betrayed him even in death. Wang Yu found himself at a loss for words, torn between labeling Song Jiang as foolish or deeply loyal. He looked up at the weary-faced woman holding the infant, who was quietly gazing back at him, as if questioning the same. In an instant, Wang Yu grasped the significance of Song Jiang's actions. Noticing Wang Yu's troubled expression, Deng Quan hastily waved his hands, saying, "We harbor no intentions of placing blame. The fault lies solely with fate." He feared incurring the displeasure of the inscrutable Wang Yu, but could not find a suitable justification. After all, if it were not for Wang Yu appointing Song Jiang as the driver, how could their small faction have attracted the attention of Tenghui's people? Chapter 62. Sun Yi comes knocking. Is there a place to stay in South City? Wang Yu pondered for a moment before asking. Deng Quan could only smile wryly and shake his head. The Tianhe base looks down upon us. We can only venture to West City. Who knows if there are any channels for procuring supplies over there? Otherwise, surviving will be more challenging than climbing to the heavens. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu picked up a leftover flyer from the store and wrote the words store manager on it, handing it to Deng Quan. "Take this to find Yi Tian. He will arrange a place for you." Deng Quan eagerly accepted it, expressing his gratitude and then joyfully stating, "Could it be that the store manager has a connection with Yi Tian?" Seeing the hopeful expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Yu chuckled, "Not at all. We've barely exchanged a few words." As Deng Quan and the others exited the store, one of them couldn't help but ask, "Brother Quan, are we really going to see Yi Tian? Setting aside whether this piece of paper is of any use, will we even be able to meet him?" "Indeed. Just yesterday they urged us to hastily depart from South City, and now they seek us out. Does this not constitute a perilous folly? Old Deng, you are aware of our urgency. Should we fail to secure accommodations in West City before nightfall, the consequences are too dreadful to contemplate. The mere acquaintance between the shopkeeper and Yi Tian, which has led to our inclusion, seems rather far-fetched. I suspect he is merely boasting." Deng Quan, filled with hesitation, turned to Li Hui, relinquishing the decision-making to her. Within the apocalyptic store, Wang Yu was engaged in business with several portly middle-aged men, seated comfortably in a massage chair while they stood before the counter. Meanwhile, Haizi had seldom ventured out, the purpose of his departure unknown. "Dear shopkeeper, considering our substantial order, might we receive a discount? We are well aware that your establishment boasts the most comprehensive inventory in the city, and thus our base is contemplating relocation, which entails considerable expenditure of manpower and resources. We find ourselves somewhat financially constrained. Our base is also not affluent. However, once we move here, we shall certainly engage in regular collaboration." The old foxes, eager for a modicum of profit, expended great effort in persuasion, yet Wang Yu remained shrewd and unyielding, promptly rejecting their overtures. Then, assuming an air of authority, he embarked upon a persuasive discourse. "The pricing is simply non-negotiable. Regardless of the volume you purchase, it remains unchanged. You must understand that in these dire times, the stability of supply is precarious. To amass such a quantity of goods is akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. It is no trivial endeavor. You know as well as I that these resources, when left outside, are often without market value, and eventually, the supplies will dwindle. What shall I do then, when I cannot even gather a pension? Upon hearing this, the men displayed expressions of discomfort, yet they were unwilling to relinquish their meager gains. Welcome, chimed the shopkeeper as a group entered the store. Wow, it smells delightful in here. I'm hungry again. Goodness, the floor is cleaner than my face. The walls are sturdy too. Last time we tried for ages and couldn't break through. This place is perfect for our base. Sun Yi surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction, and then fixed his gaze upon Wang Yu and the middle-aged men behind the counter. Ah, is that not Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhao? How swiftly you have found new clients. At the sound, the group turned, puzzled, gazing at them. Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhao trembled slightly, astonished by the presence of Sun Yi and his companions. How are you still alive? Do you wish for my demise? Is it possible that the destruction of Tenghui is linked to you? Sun Yi remarked, his smile devoid of warmth. The two men hurriedly shook their heads in denial, their foreheads glistening with beads of sweat. This was no trifling accusation, but a matter of life and death. Having previously collaborated, they were well aware of Sun Yi's ruthless reputation. Wang Yu, through the system's analysis, recognized Sun Yi and his expression turned icy. The long-term driver I had just secured was abruptly taken from me, rendering my gold card worthless. Suddenly, an individual from the West City stood up, unaware that he was facing Sun Yi, and furrowed his brow, saying, "If there's nothing wrong, we still have business to discuss." Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Yi erupted in a fit of rage, swiftly raising his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning, the brilliance of which blinded those present. Yet, that was all there was to it. A few seconds later, nothing had transpired, leaving the man paralyzed with fear, cold sweat cascading down his brow. The other patrons in the shop turned to observe, their expressions reflecting an eagerness for the spectacle. Seeing his extraordinary ability dissipate without effect, Sun Yi frowned and attempted to unleash another strike. A cry of despair escaped the man's lips, but when the light faded, the outcome remained unchanged. Sun Yi, undeterred by this anomaly, continued to unleash his powers. After several minutes, the result was consistently the same. The man, now hoarse from pleading, cried out, "I was wrong, brother. If you wish to kill me, do so, but stop toying with me." Sun Yi's brow furrowed tightly as he glanced at Wang Yu behind the counter, who leisurely sipped tea and calmly stated, "Our shop prioritizes the safety and interests of our customers." At that moment, several formidable bolts of lightning appeared within Wang Yu's domain. The inexplicable disappearance of Sun Yi's abilities instilled a sense of trepidation within him, for he realized that this individual was no ordinary foe. Could it be true what others had said, that the store manager was at least a B-level entity? "Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhao, we are old friends, are we not?" Sun Yi inquired, maintaining his vigilance toward Wang Yu. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow at the question, refraining from immediate violence, curious about Sun Yi's intentions. "Mr." Wang recalled how the earlier man had nearly succumbed to fear, swallowing hard as he stammered, "What do you intend to do? Please, don't act recklessly. Why not join forces?" Sun Yi, though bloodthirsty, was not foolish. From Wang Yu's earlier display of peculiar powers, he realized that confronting him alone would be a daunting task. He required a cadre of expendable allies, to be discarded once their purpose was fulfilled. Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhao exchanged glances, hastily declining. "Have you lost your mind? We aren't that familiar." A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Sun Yi's eyes. Having inherited a portion of a merchant's cunning, he tempted them. "The goods in the store are not cheap in bulk, are they? Join me, Sun Yi, in taking him down, and we can extract the source of the goods, splitting the spoils evenly." Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhao fell silent, for Sun Yi had articulated their deepest desires. Other middle-aged individuals in the vicinity also reacted upon realizing he was Sun Yi, the second son of Sun Hui, a C-level ability wielder with 3 powers. Wang Yu did not rush to violence, but instead observed them with keen interest. The crowd of onlookers began to thin, many of whom had previously patronized the establishment and were aware of Wang Yu's capabilities. Understanding that a massacre was inevitable, they departed early, hoping to avoid any collateral damage. Alas, yet another assembly of foolish, overconfident individuals. It was inevitable. With a multitude of visitors, all sorts of birds would emerge. Chapter 63. The truth: I am a high-tier C-level ability wielder, a result of my father's unwavering dedication. Does this shop possess the scale of Tenghui? I dare assert that throughout the entire southern city, and even among the various factions within Nanjiang City, no one possesses a supernatural ability that surpasses mine. He is merely peculiar in his abilities, posturing and blustering to deceive you all. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd could not help but nod in agreement. Sun Yi, with the backing of the largest supermarket in Nanjiang City, has only attained a C-level ability. Meanwhile, Wang Yu's apocalyptic shop has only recently emerged in the public eye, lacking the abundance of crystal cores needed for upgrading powers. Is this the power of monetary investment? At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, intending to decline Sun Yi's invitation to collaborate, only to be met with a piercing glare from Sun Yi. Consider this carefully. If we succeed in this venture, anyone present who is not allied with me, Sun Yi, can forget about procuring supplies from the shop in the future. This statement caused many who had planned to remain neutral to hesitate, as it forced them to choose sides. Choosing correctly could be advantageous, but choosing poorly might solidify enmity and potentially jeopardize their very lives. Several individuals hastily exited the shop, fearing the repercussions. Yet all were left with Sun Yi's parting words, "I shall remember you." He then continued to entice them. Conversely, those who allied with me, Sun Yi, would not only receive a share of supplies, but also enjoy discounts on future purchases. Upon hearing this, even Wang Yu could not suppress a look of admiration. Such words were indeed difficult to refuse. However, fortune often favors the bold, yet can also lead to peril. Ultimately, under Sun Yi's coercive persuasion, numerous individuals chose to partake in the venture, led by the cunning figures of General Wang and General Zhao. People from the Sky Blue base gather. Individuals from the Red Sun base assemble. At this juncture, some remained indecisive, wary of Wang Yu's inscrutable strength, and cautiously addressed him. "Manager, if you wish for us to withdraw, you need only offer a discount of 20% on our ordered goods. Indeed, with so many of us, it is not so simple to deal with. Provide us with a clear answer, and we shall refrain from interfering in this matter." Yet, to their astonishment, Wang Yu obstinately shook his head in refusal, reiterating that he had no intention of negotiating further. The price remained fixed. Those words undoubtedly quelled the hesitations of some. "Damn it, count us in, and us as well." At this moment, the majority of the leaders expressed their stances, driven by the allure of profit. Those who had been amiably discussing business mere moments ago now displayed a stark change of heart. Wang Yu calmly sipped his hot tea, contemplating that it was not too late to seek survival. In this apocalyptic world, customers were scarce, and those seeking death were abundant, prompting a soft sigh from Wang Yu. In response, Sun Yi scoffed. "Oh, manager, even with death looming, you still choose to put on airs." General Wang concurred, adding, "Such empty rhetoric only reveals your insecurity. If you possessed true strength, you would have acted long ago." A glint of cunning flashed in Sun Yi's eyes as he commanded, "Everyone, together, subdue him." Sun Yi intended to uncover the true nature of Wang Yu's enigmatic abilities, using this group, eager to claim his goods, as mere cannon fodder. General Zhao let out a roar, hiding behind his team, shouting, "Capture him alive. The base leader will surely reward you." Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated, acutely aware of Wang Yu's formidable prowess. None of them wished to take the lead and attract unwanted attention. Observing their reluctance, Manager Wang exclaimed, "Hurry up. Do you wish to see your wages docked?" The group exchanged glances, and in a rare moment of unity, they activated their abilities, albeit relying on ranged skills. A foolish bunch, they thought. If they were to eliminate him, how would they extract information about the goods? In an instant, a barrage of attacks was launched. Wang Yu merely smiled, effortlessly absorbing their abilities into his spatial realm. Such courtesy. Witnessing the disappearance of their strikes left the crowd in disarray. From a distance, Manager Zhao was beside himself, barking orders in frustration. "Get together and take him down." Just as his words left his lips, Zhao's expression turned vacant, his body stiffened, and he collapsed, unconscious. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding chaos, Manager Wang met a similar fate, suddenly collapsing without a sound. One by one, the leaders supporting Sun Yi fell lifeless to the ground. Sun Yi's pupils constricted, sensing danger. He immediately dashed out of the store, realizing that it was this establishment that was behind the sinister turn of events. "Get out quickly," he urged. The other ability users stood aimlessly, bereft of direction, but fortunately, Wang Yu did not pursue them, recognizing that they were merely following their leader's commands. Outside the store, Sun Yi scrutinized the building with a furrowed brow. What manner of establishment was this? The walls were harder than the exoskeletons of monstrous beasts, capable of killing from the shadows. If only he could lure it out. At that moment, Wang Yu strolled to the entrance and addressed Sun Yi. "Let me share a little secret with you. It was I who detonated the Tonghui supermarket." The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Sun Yi's expression froze before he scoffed. "Impossible. You're merely attempting to deceive me into entering the store, hoping to use its mysterious powers to eliminate me." Wang Yu did not respond, continuing his monologue. "When I infiltrated Tonghui, I encountered two imbeciles in the elevator. Names like Sun Hui and Sun Chong, I believe. They speculated on my identity right in front of me. I assumed they possessed significant capabilities to act so brazenly, only to discover they were mere petty fools. I swiftly dispatched them to meet their end. Sun Yi erupted in fury, his eyes ablaze as he glared at Wang Yu, recalling the moment he discovered the remains of his family in that very elevator. However, he quickly grasped Wang Yu's intent behind revealing this truth. Ah, I see. You share this to provoke me into recklessness, to entice me into the store. But I shall not grant you that satisfaction. If you possess the ability, remain hidden forever. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise, no? I will make your existence a living hell. Turning to those inside the store, he warned, you best stay put. For from this moment forward, anyone associated with this establishment shall perish. This was Sun Yi's method of vengeance. Even if he could not directly confront Wang Yu, he would not allow him to find solace. Upon hearing this, those within the store were left bewildered. You seek revenge? We hold no grievance against you. Why must we suffer? If there is someone to blame, it should be the store manager. What do you think, manager? I am outside, and there is nothing you can do about it. Ha. Sun Yi let out a maniacal laugh, believing himself to be quite clever, as he swaggered about with exaggerated gestures. In an instant, the laughter ceased abruptly. Sun Yi's body stiffened, as he felt an inexplicable force draining him of strength, leading to his complete loss of consciousness. Even in death, he could not comprehend the nature of that strange power. Chapter 64. The death of Sun Yi. Upon witnessing the scene, several of Sun Yi's subordinates were momentarily taken aback and hurried forward to check on him, only to discover that Sun Yi's eyes were wide open, yet he had ceased to breathe. The once boastful Sun Yi had, in a mere moment, slipped away into silence, leaving everyone with their hair standing on end. After a few seconds of silence, one of them exclaimed, "My goodness, let's run." Without their leader, the group scattered in panic. But no matter how swiftly they fled, they could not cover the distance in an instant. Naturally, Wang Yu would not let this opportunity to seize the crystal cores slip away. Within a 200-meter radius, he utilized his spatial perception to retrieve the items from afar. Not far into their escape, one by one, they collapsed without warning, as if all their strength had been extracted. Wang Yu gathered their crystal cores into his spatial storage. Since this did not fall within the store's jurisdiction, these cores could be directly utilized without the need for conversion into his own currency through purchasing goods. This was precisely why Wang Yu had refrained from killing Sun Yi immediately. Without spatial perception, maximizing his benefits would have proven quite challenging. Meanwhile, the other factions within the store, upon witnessing Wang Yu's swift elimination of Sun Yi and his men, were rendered speechless, standing frozen in place, too afraid to make any rash moves. After all, Sun Yi was a sea-level ability user with 3 different powers, widely regarded as the strongest among the civilian forces in Nanjing. The fact that he had perished so silently, without even the chance to resist or perceive the danger, was staggering. Wang Yu paid no heed to the rigidly standing individuals nearby. Instead, he leisurely returned to the counter and deposited the crystal cores of Sun Yi and his associates into his vault. He then retrieved the crystal cores of the various team leaders he had just dealt with in the store and loaded them onto several payment cards. Placing them on the counter, Wang Yu turned his gaze towards the awaiting crowd. I do not require these D-level crystal cores from your leaders. I have loaded them onto the payment cards for you. Those whose leaders have perished can come up to collect them. Furthermore, inform the higher-ups of your factions to send a more astute leader next time. Though he spoke thus, Wang Yu inwardly cursed the rules set by the system. Upon hearing his words, the crowd could hardly believe their ears. These were 4 D-level crystal cores, and he simply dismissed them. Given the strength of the manager, no one dared to protest. Even if their faction's leader were present, they would applaud his actions. Moreover, they had initially harbored ill intentions towards the store, so it was entirely reasonable for the manager to claim these crystal cores. Yet, not only did the manager return the cores, but he also bore no grudges, allowing them to come back for future supplies. Such magnanimity. In that moment, Wang Yu felt the weight of gratitude and admiration directed towards him, prompting him to impatiently bark. Hurry up and take this damned card. Ah, thank you, store manager. Deng Quan and his companions, filled with apprehension, approached the gates of the Tianhe base once more. A guard immediately recognized them and approached with an angry reprimand. Weren't you told to leave South City at once? What do you mean by this? Are you seeking death? Deng Quan hastily produced the flyer given to him by Wang Yu and handed it to the guard, stating, "The store manager sent us. We need to speak with your boss." The guard, wearing a perplexed expression, took the flyer, glanced at it briefly, and tossed it aside. "What store manager? It's just a piece of paper. Be gone." With that, he raised his rifle, roughly pressing the barrel against Deng Quan's back. "There are flyers scattered everywhere. Don't try to fool me. Leave at once." Upon hearing this, a sense of despair washed over them. Wait, what is going on? A beautiful woman stepped forward. She was the duty captain for the day. The guard immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor, explaining, just a few troublemakers, Captain Ren. We will handle it promptly. Ren Yen, newly joined to the Tiana faction, glanced at them and picked up the flyer from the ground. Although it was slightly soiled, the bright red flyer appeared quite new. Upon opening it, she discovered the words store manager inscribed within. Seeing someone of higher rank, Deng Quan quickly clarified, the store manager sent us to find Yi Tian. He said he would arrange a good place for us. In South City, there was only one person who could be called a store manager. After pondering for a moment, Ren Yin turned to Deng Quan and the others, saying, please follow me. But Captain Run, this is the boss. If something goes wrong, I take responsibility, he protested. Ren Yin replied coldly. Given the pristine condition of the flyer, it was impossible that it had been picked up casually, and with their frail and weak presence, they surely wouldn't dare to deceive the powerful Tiana base flourishing in South City. Navigating through 2 layers of checkpoints, Ren Yin led them to the tables and chairs in the hall, instructing them to wait while she went to make a report. Old Deng, I never expected this piece of paper to be so useful, he exclaimed. Ah, you scared me. I thought we were going to return empty-handed. Deng Quan also wore a satisfied smile, crow's feet appearing at the corners of his eyes. It's not just a piece of paper that is useful. It's the store manager. Perhaps this is what the boss hoped to see. Indeed, they were fortunate not to have left South City. In an office, Yi Tian murmured to himself while seated behind his desk, Sun Yi. Indeed, he was a mid-level C-class ability user with 3 distinct powers, hailing from the Tunghui supermarket in East City, which had recently been destroyed. Yi Tian nodded, his expression turning grave. No wonder his upgrade speed was so rapid. He was indeed a formidable opponent. What could be his sudden purpose in South City? The individual reporting shook his head, suggesting that he might be seeking the culprit behind the destruction of Tunghui or attempting to establish a new power. Yi Tian furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. Then I must confront him, he thought. The caliber of a C-class ability user with 3 powers was self-evident. While Yi Tian could certainly contend with an ordinary C-class, if the opponent possessed multiple abilities, the outcome would be entirely different. Even the strongest couldn't triumph against those who had pay-to-win advantages. At that moment, Yi Tian's satellite phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he received a shocking piece of news. Sun Yi has been killed by the store manager. Moreover, it was a swift execution. A formidable figure had been dispatched with such ease by the store manager. The strength of the store manager remains an enigma. A sudden knock resounded at the door. Come in. Ren Yin swiftly entered, recounting the matters concerning Deng Quan and others, presenting a flyer to Yi Tian. Upon receiving it, Yi Tian noticed the prominent inscription of store manager and mused, could this be the price for the manager's assistance in alleviating my troubles? To confirm, he quickly dialed a satellite phone, and after receiving validation, instructed Ren Yin, go, immediately arrange accommodations and meals for them, adhering to the standards for D-class ability users. Chapter 65. The formidable Black Bear, a substantial and tightly knit convoy, entered the city, each vehicle clad in military green, with a light tank safeguarding the front and rear. In the midst were more than a dozen robust transport vehicles, but instead of soldiers or ability users, they bore ragged, ordinary citizens, all fervently praying. As they penetrated the city, the number of zombies surged, yet fortunately, they were not the first to arrive. The majority of the undead along the route had already been eradicated. In the first transport vehicle, a middle-aged man in military attire was at the wheel, while another middle-aged companion vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Come on, Oldly, there's no need to act like a sheepdog. We're already in the city, which is far safer than the outskirts. Hearing this, Li Bing recognized his excessive tension and eased his stiff neck, though his gaze still involuntarily drifted towards the window. After spending so much time in the wild, facing those beasts, one remains on edge every day. Besides, the mission is not yet complete. We cannot afford to relax. We must evacuate the populace before the next beast tide. Zhao Xing, while steadily driving, remarked, once we reach the city base, our primary adversary will be the zombies. They are manageable in small numbers, yet the base area has an unusually low zombie presence. My concern lies with the disparate factions of ability users there. Will they cause us trouble like those rural villagers in the mountains? Trouble? Let them come. The higher-ups have instituted policies for special circumstances. We will be unshackled in our efforts. Indeed, what prowess could a group of ability users nurtured in a sheltered environment possess, merely capable of slaying a few zombies? The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, heavy clouds gathered ominously, heralding an impending storm. At that moment, an observer from the tank, through his binoculars, spotted a dark object piled beside the road ahead. Initially assuming it to be a mere rock, he refrained from reporting it. However, as the rumbling tank approached, the supposed stone suddenly moved. It rapidly expanded in size, rolling forward and colliding with the tank. In an instant, it felt as though the tank had crashed into a hill, immobilized completely. Zhao Xing, taken by surprise, slammed on the brakes, but due to insufficient distance from the tank, he collided directly. Before them loomed a figure taller than the tank itself, a black bear. Before anyone could react, the bear let out a deafening roar and lunged onto the tank, its several tons of weight causing the turret to dent considerably. However, rather than opting for a violent demolition, it chose to observe from above, seeking a favorable point of entry to avoid transforming its prey into a mere puddle of flesh. Confronted with the formidable black bear, a creature of immense defense and lethal capability, the few supernatural beings they had brought along were insufficient. Without the support of heavy artillery, dealing with it proved to be exceedingly challenging. Zhao Xing swallowed hard and picked up the radio. Quickly bring the tank over, he urged. Li Bing, the battalion commander, snatched the radio from him and issued a stern command. The tank must advance, but under no circumstances may it fire without my orders. All supernatural beings, step forward and instruct the transport vehicle carrying civilians to retreat 200 meters. In an instant, the entire convoy sprang into action, save for the tank crew under the black bear, who dared not act recklessly. Li Bing and his companion cautiously exited their vehicle. Fortunate that the black bear's poor eyesight and intense focus meant it was oblivious to the changes around it. Half a minute later, a dozen fully armed supernatural beings had positioned themselves within 20 meters of the black bear. How did it notice us? Li Bing pondered, his brow furrowed. Yet he could conceive of no better strategy under the circumstances. If they were to engage directly without heavy weaponry, the casualties would be significant, and he could not bear the thought of losing any of his men. For now, they could only await reinforcements from the base and hope that the bear's intelligence was not overly high. The black bear, having made no progress after some time, grew increasingly impatient and began to gnaw at the top of the artillery platform. At that moment, something snagged on its teeth, and with a powerful yank, it tore down a circular steel plate. Goodness! The tank crew inside, reacting swiftly to the breach, unleashed their abilities upon the colossal beast. However, the attacks proved ineffective, inadvertently drawing the bear's attention to the opening. It then proceeded to forcibly dismantle the entire turret of the tank, clutching it in its grasp and shaking it in an attempt to dislodge the occupants within. Realizing that waiting any longer was not an option, Li Bing immediately devised an emergency strategy. Chongzi, you're swift. I have a task for you. Time was of the essence, and the others sprang into action. The supernatural being known as Chongzi darted toward the black bear, launching a close-range wind blade aimed at its rear. This seemingly trivial strike compelled the bear to turn its head in curiosity. Seizing the moment, Chongzi quickly distanced himself and shouted, "Beast, come chase me." To his surprise, the black bear merely snorted dismissively, continuing its actions while rubbing its rear against the tank's base. Just then, one of the tank crew members slid out, tumbling to the ground. Noticing this, Li Bing furrowed his brow and shouted in anger as he rushed forward. Attack! A dozen supernatural beings simultaneously unleashed their powers, some from a distance while others charged directly alongside Li Bing towards the beast. Li Bing and Zhao Xing, both Class C superhumans, approached the formidable black bear. They exchanged a glance and produced a sturdy steel chain, each grasping one end, intending to restrain the bear's massive form. As anticipated, despite its colossal size, the black bear moved sluggishly, and both men, being strength-type superhumans, capitalized on this. With a resounding thud, the bear lost its balance and crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Seizing the moment while the bear was momentarily dazed, Li Bing and Zhao Xing unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the bear's head, provoking a series of low growls from the creature. Although Class C superhumans may lack the defensive capabilities of beast kind, their offensive potential is formidable enough to rival creatures of the same tier. However, the black bear soon realized it still possessed its powerful paws, and with a swift motion, it began to flail. The sheer force of its strikes compelled the two men to evade. In an instant, the bear shattered the chains restraining it and shook its dazed head, locking its gaze onto Li Bing and Zhao Xing. The sight sent a chill down their spines. The bear's strength and resilience were beyond that of an ordinary Class C beast. Despite their relentless attacks, they had failed to penetrate its defenses. Suffering from the absence of effective weaponry, common daggers and bullets were inadequate to inflict significant harm upon the bear. Chapter 66. Blackie and the Black Bear. With a thunderous roar, the black bear charged forward, its massive limbs pounding against the ground. Scatter! The crowd shouted, hastily retreating. Yet Li Bing and Zhao Xing stood their ground, bracing themselves for the oncoming giant paw. Gritting his teeth, Li Bing launched a powerful punch, colliding with the bear's paw, producing a tremendous shockwave that stirred the air. However, the disparity in size and strength soon became evident. Moments later, Li Bing was sent flying, crashing into a distant building. Zhao Xing's pupils constricted, his expression one of disbelief. The beast before him was clearly a mid-tier class sea creature, superior to them by a whole rank. Coupled with the inherent differences between beasts and superhumans, they were utterly outmatched. The black bear soon set its sights on Zhao Xing, its paw descending swiftly. Having learned from Li Bing's misstep, Zhao Xing concentrated his abilities and retreated. Those strength-type superhumans can launch themselves with remarkable speed upon contact with the ground. Yet, this method has its drawbacks. During the leap, their velocity diminishes, and concentrating power in the legs leaves little room for effective counterattacks. Thus, Zhao Xing found himself darting around the bear, aware that retreating was not an option. The path was narrow, and behind him lay the populace. The bear grew increasingly vexed by the agile adversary. "Instructor!" A sudden shout reached Zhao Xing's ears, and he understood immediately. He leaped away, distancing himself from the bear. Meanwhile, a tank, having observed the unfolding scene, seized its opportunity. A high-velocity, armor-piercing round erupted from its cannon, striking the massive black bear with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The crowd watched as the bear was propelled by the projectile, crashing violently into a nearby skyscraper. In an instant, the towering building shattered into fragments, piles of earthen bricks crashing down and engulfing the black bear, raising a cloud of dust. The power of an armor-piercing round was unmistakable, and the air gradually returned to a state of calm. "Hurry! Drive away quickly. One armor-piercing bullet won't kill it." Li Bing, clutching his fractured right arm, hurriedly approached. Before he could finish his words, the ruins suddenly erupted, and the black bear shook off the dust from its fur, letting out a furious roar. The sound reverberated painfully in the ears of the onlookers, and the intensity of the bear's wrath could be felt from afar. Li Bing's eyes were filled with determination as he decisively commanded, "You all take the crowd and find another route. We will hold it off." "No way, Captain," someone protested. "I am ordering you. Get them to the base. If even one of them is lost, I will have you executed." Just then, the radio crackled with ominous news. "Captain, it's bad. A swarm of zombies has gathered behind us, surrounding the vehicles." As misfortune compounded, the group turned to see the street teeming with zombies, some of them already shrieking as they charged toward them. The crowd looked back at Li Bing, but this time, even the battle-hardened Li Bing felt a tinge of despair. "Where's the reinforcements from the base?" The black bear, like a zombie, charged forward with a terrifying roar. In response, several empowered individuals with ranged abilities unleashed their powers in an attempt to impede the bear's advance. However, the enraged black bear barreled forward, an unstoppable force embodying the might of a top-tier beast. The atmosphere grew heavy with despair, suffocating the crowd. As C-class empowered individuals, Li Bing and Zhao Xing resolutely positioned themselves in front of the group, for their organization had provided them resources with the expectation that they would face the front lines. The colossal form of the black bear loomed larger in their vision, and suddenly, a shadowy figure dashed forth, slicing through the bear's body. Roar! The black bear immediately felt an unprecedented pain and could not suppress its anguished roar. On its once impenetrable back, a ghastly wound had appeared. A skin that could withstand armor-piercing rounds was now breached. Stunned, the crowd turned to see a towering black dog standing opposite the bear, its gaze cold and piercing, fixated on the unwelcome intruder. Another beast. Moreover, its strength seemed to rival that of the black bear, if not exceed it. The black bear sensed a hint of danger and turned its gaze toward the black dog, emitting a low growl as a warning. In contrast, the black dog remained unperturbed, its cold stare exuding an air of formidable authority. Li Bing seemed to grasp the situation and swiftly directed the group to deal with the attracted zombies. While tending to his own wounds, he observed the impending clash between these two formidable beasts. The battle was imminent, with the black bear charging forward, its heavy body barreling toward the black dog. Unfazed, the black dog remained still until the bear was nearly upon it, at which point it vanished without a trace, eluding Li Bing's eyes that could not track its incredible speed. In the next moment, the black dog reappeared elsewhere, leaving the black bear to pounce on nothing but air, its expression one of utter confusion as it frantically searched the surroundings. As the black bear shifted its focus to its rear, it charged forward once more, undeterred by previous failures. However, with a swift teleportation, the agile figure evaded the bear's assault, revealing a playful expression. The bear lunged several times, yet each attempt ended in futility, as the figure vanished just as the bear seemed poised to succeed. Li Bing, observing the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback, casting an appraising gaze upon the elusive entity. After a series of fruitless attempts, the bear, now panting heavily, chose to rest on the ground, casting a defiant glance at its opponent, as if to say, "If I cannot catch you, I shall wait for you to come to me." Yet, the bear overlooked a crucial detail. Despite their proximity, it was unable to ensnare the elusive figure who had grown weary of the game. In a decisive moment, the figure crouched low and sprang forward. In the blink of an eye, the bear felt the sting of a new wound, followed by a guttural roar. Struck by pain yet unable to perceive its assailant, the bear flailed its limbs aimlessly. The figure deftly darted past the bear, leaving behind a series of slender gashes. Though shallow, the wounds soon soaked the bear's fur with blood. Sensing the gravity of its predicament, the bear attempted to flee. But the figure would not permit such an escape, for the bear was an intruder in its domain. At that moment, the onlookers had successfully dispatched hundreds of low-level zombies and were taken aback by the sight of the fleeing bear, rendered speechless by disbelief. The slow-moving bear stood no chance against the figure's speed. It found itself flanked, and before it could react, its world plunged into darkness, accompanied by excruciating pain. Even the most formidable of beasts possess vulnerabilities, and the eyes are often the Achilles heel of many defensive creatures. Blinded, the bear stumbled aimlessly, its keen sense of smell rendered ineffective in the unfamiliar surroundings. Ultimately, under relentless assault from the figure, the severely injured bear collapsed in a pool of its own blood. Its life extinguished. Chapter 67. The official summons. The figure leapt onto the bear's carcass, intent on extracting its crystal core. After all, a mid-level C-class crystal core would prove beneficial for its own rank. The onlookers, witnessing the bear's swift downfall, stood in stunned silence, incredulous at the sight of the rapid and lethal black dog. Li Bing, slow to comprehend the situation, seized the opportunity while the figure was preoccupied with the bear's heart. He hastily signaled for everyone to board the vehicle and depart. However, an unsettling chill crept over his neck, and turning around, he found the figure's emotionless black eyes fixed intently upon him and his companions, slowly advancing. The overwhelming aura of intimidation froze everyone in place, paralyzing them with fear. Faced with such a terrifying presence, the thought of fleeing never even crossed their minds. Li Bing could only manage a wry smile, realizing that what he had thought to be salvation was merely a transition into another perilous situation. The C-class crystal cores were a great boon for the beasts, especially two of them. He could only hope that the black dog would show mercy towards his lower-ranked subordinates. Heisey strode up to their side, the crowd drenched in sweat, yet too fearful to utter a sound. As Heisey approached a young man, he suddenly halted and sniffed at him. This startled the youth, who trembled and dripped with perspiration, his countenance reflecting a mournful expression as if he had encountered a specter. Unbeknownst to him, Heisey merely reached into the young man's pocket, extracting a bag of chicken legs and carrying it in his mouth before turning to leave. The onlookers stared at Heisey's receding figure, lost in bewilderment. "Oldly, what is going on? Our 2 C-grade crystal cores are worth less than a bag of chicken legs." Li Bing remained silent for a long while, pondering the notion that existence itself is justifiable. By day's end, he had completed 6 transactions, netting a profit of 5,070 crystal coins. However, this could not be regarded as an average daily income, as various factions typically purchase supplies for several days at a time. After all, no one wishes to travel such a distance for supplies every few days. The factions of those who had perished previously subsequently sent representatives to apologize, while Wang Yu issued a warning, hoping to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. As dusk approached, Heisey returned to the shop, his fur disheveled and stained with blood, reminiscent of his early days of leveling up. Upon seeing this, Wang Yu speculated that it might be related to some exotic beasts entering the city. Given their strong territorial instincts, should an outsider intrude upon the domain of a beast lord, they would either submit or perish. Ding. Stains detected. After dinner, Wang Yu reclined on the large sofa on the second floor, opening his information panel to find his crystal coin balance had reached 27,070. Once it hit 30,000, he planned to elevate his supernatural ability to S rank. The thought filled him with anticipation. S rank, the pinnacle of supernatural powers, was a lifelong aspiration for many. Typically, supernatural beings toil unceasingly, living on the edge, never attaining such heights. Yet here he was, in a post-apocalyptic world, enjoying a life of ease for a month. Akin to a holiday, poised to reach a level that others spend their entire lives striving for. With a sigh, Wang Yu reflected on how life had lost its drive. Yet it felt remarkably pleasant. He then rose to indulge in a comfortable hot shower. The next day, after breakfast, Wang Yu opened the shop as usual and inadvertently noticed a large base being constructed by an unknown faction across the lake. Military green vehicles were continuously entering and exiting, and he could faintly discern heavy weaponry. Wang Yu immediately grasped the situation. It was an official base, surprisingly close to his own. However, since the authorities had yet to take any action, he paid it little heed. Days passed, and the number of patrols on the opposite bank increased. The scale of the operation expanding significantly, almost encompassing the entirety of the park, and that was merely the surface area. At some point, armed soldiers began to occupy the stone bridge spanning the park's lake, effectively sealing it off. The revenue from these days of operation had elevated Wang Yu's crystal core count to 31,891. On this day, he sipped hot tea while eavesdropping on the casual conversations of several customers. The South River base across the way is impressively vast and imbued with a profound sense of security. It is, after all, an official establishment. Rumor has it that they are accepting individuals, whether ordinary citizens or those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Indeed, I must confer with the leader upon my return. Given the recent turmoil in South River, plagued by beasts and zombies, it is prudent to ally with a formidable force. With the official presence now established, various factions have notably tempered their actions. Even the Thunderfire base has exhibited a degree of restraint, such as the power of bloodline suppression. In the past, when the mountain harbored no tigers, the monkeys reigned supreme, but the situation has markedly changed. No matter how high one's level or how great one's influence, a single missile could ensure that the underworld's lord surpasses his monthly quota. As I spoke, Wang Yu felt his phone vibrate, which puzzled him, prompting a hasty check. To his surprise, he discovered that others could still access the network. It was an official notification. Greetings, survivors of South City. This is the South River City official base. We hereby issue a notice for all leaders of factions in South City to gather at the base entrance north of Lakeside Park at 1 p.m. on October 20th. Due to communication barriers, we kindly ask all survivors who receive this message to spread the word. Thank you. Simultaneously, leaders of other factions receive the same information. Some via satellite phone, others through radios, and still others by word of mouth. The official summons was set for October 20th, which is tomorrow. Wang Yu stroked his chin, pondering whether the authorities intended to intervene in the various factions or even consolidate the powers within South River City. After a moment of reflection, he realized that he must attend tomorrow's gathering to discern the officials' intentions and attitudes, perhaps even engage in potential business dealings. Jin Tiao, elevate my ability level to S-class. Upgrade successful. 30,000 crystal cores have been automatically deducted. Current crystal core balance, 1,891. Ability unlocked, spatial teleportation. Barely had he finished speaking when a surge of energy coursed through him, his muscles swelling with newfound strength. He swung his arms, feeling both light and powerful. His spatial perception range expanded by nearly 200 meters. This was the pinnacle of S-class abilities. Wang Yu took a moment to compose himself, then with a mere thought, he vanished from his spot. He silently reappeared beside the bamboo grove outside the shop and, in the next heartbeat, returned to the counter, leaving no trace of his passage. Through the glass, he gazed across the way at the official base. In an instant, he found himself standing behind a burly sentry. The sentry suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck and turned around, but found nothing amiss. Is there something foul? Returning to the counter, a smile crept onto Wang Yu's lips, akin to one who had tasted honeyed ambrosia. With the 3 supreme techniques of spatial abilities now in his possession, there were few individuals in this world who could pose a threat to him. All that remained was to calmly elevate his S-class abilities to higher tiers, thereby expanding his perception range and increasing his energy reserves. After all, the farther one could cut through space and teleport, the more energy would be consumed. Chapter 68. South River Base. The following morning, an official team had arrived, and leaders of several factions began to make their way to the meeting. Without a moment's hesitation, they dared not squander time, for this was the authority of the official realm. Even in a world where order had disintegrated and ethical standards were non-existent, no one would dare to challenge the supremacy of the official institution. The information released yesterday further convinced the masses that the officials still possessed operational satellites, capable of launching missiles from afar with pinpoint accuracy. The threat of these missiles loomed like a sharp sword, ever suspended over the heads of numerous factions. As the appointed hour had yet to arrive, they gathered in the apocalyptic shop, a place where even members of opposing factions let down their guard, all due to the man behind the counter. As time elapsed, the leaders of all factions in the southern city converged, not at the entrance of the Southern River base, but within the confines of the apocalyptic shop. Among them were representatives from the Thunderfire base, the Xiang base, and the Tiana base. Beside Chengming of Thunderfire stood a youth, a low-level C-class ability user, presumably the leader of Thunderfire. However, this individual, with his fair complexion and gentle smile, seemed at odds with the ruthless reputation of Thunderfire. Since his entrance, he had been scrutinizing the shop and Wang Yu. From Xiang Base came Jiang Zheng and Ling Xuelian, the two commanding officers of the base. Meanwhile, Yi Tian from Tianhe Base continued to exhibit a palpable tension alongside Chu Lan and Liang Shu. Though they were accompanied by Jiang Quan and security robots, the crowd buzzed with speculation regarding the official summons. A mixture of concern permeating the air as they feared possible repercussions for their actions during the apocalypse. Yet, the notoriously infamous leader of Thunderfire curiously examined the merchandise, exuding an air of unyielding confidence. As the clock approached 1 o'clock, they exited the shop, traversing the stone bridge towards the southern river base. Wang Yu, the last to leave after everyone else, followed behind the group. This time, he did not bring along Heisei, nor did he feel the need to. An S-class ability user such as himself had no requirement for a mere B-class beast for protection. Primarily, it was because Heisei had gone off to indulge in his own escapades again. "Shopkeeper, you should come too." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned in astonishment to gaze at Wang Yu, who lingered at the back. Even a pinnacle-level powerhouse like the shopkeeper harbored some trepidation towards the officials. In that moment, a wave of relief washed over the crowd. Wang Yu nodded nonchalantly, uninterested in further elaboration. Despite the officials' threats of missile retaliation, he, endowed with 3 formidable spatial abilities, felt no fear. Unless the officials resorted to deploying a nuclear weapon of immense destructive power against him, the likelihood of such an event was virtually non-existent. The group reached the stone bridge, and upon informing the guards of their purpose, they were granted passage. Crossing the checkpoint and arriving at the opposite shore, they were immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of foreboding. They beheld the base's perimeter, where several tanks stood in orderly formation, accompanied by heavy artillery and anti-aircraft guns poised for action above. The environment mirrored that of other bases, with towering stone walls and watchtowers, yet its scale was unmatched by any other faction's stronghold. Numerous patrolling soldiers were present, some adorned with red armbands inscribed with the words law enforcement. The crowd approached the entrance of the base, where a stocky middle-aged man swiftly approached them. His gaze was indifferent as he scrutinized the individuals before him, then gestured for them to follow. Upon reaching the guard station at the entrance, the man turned and said, "Please place your weapons and equipment at the guard station. You may retrieve them upon your departure." At this, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered across the faces of the group, but they resignedly complied. Noticing that Wang Yu wore only casual attire and carried nothing, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "Where is your weaponry?" he inquired. "I did not bring any," Wang Yu replied. The man frowned slightly, but refrained from pressing further. They were then led to a conference room to await further instructions. Half an hour later, a grizzled middle-aged man entered with measured steps. He seated himself next to the main seat and cast a sharp gaze over the assembly. When his eyes fell upon Wang Yu, he paused momentarily. The others exude varying degrees of power. Yet this young man possesses no discernible abilities, merely appearing as an ordinary individual clad in casual wear. He must be a secretary of some faction. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. "Let us begin with introductions. I am Chen Gang, the political commissar of the Mixed Brigade of Nanjing City. As both the brigade commander and deputy commander are absent, I will preside over this meeting." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian immediately began to analyze the man's data using the system. Abilities: body defense, mental system, ability level, C-class mid-tier, physical strength, 360, speed, 150, power, 150, defense, 950. Yi Tian was taken aback by the impressive physical attributes. Chen Gang's strength and stamina were far superior to those of an ordinary C-class mid-tier ability user. This exemplified the advantages of the awakened abilities of soldiers. Chen Gang then addressed the assembly directly, swiftly easing their apprehensions. "The purpose of gathering you all here today is to discuss various matters regarding the military's entry into the city. We hope for mutual assistance between the military and civilians to jointly combat the beasts and zombies. We are not here to settle past grievances. Whatever transpired before, we shall not concern ourselves with. However," he continued, his tone turning icy, "should anyone dare to engage in underhanded actions beneath our watch, severe consequences will ensue. In serious cases, we may be compelled to take necessary measures. The current apocalyptic circumstances are well known to all. The strength of the beasts and zombies must not be underestimated." Before long, Zhao Gang concluded his remarks and casually asked, "Is there anyone with objections or questions?" At that moment, a man raised his hand and asked with ulterior motives, "May I inquire if the authorities possess heavy firepower to combat the beasts? Perhaps missiles, or the like?" Upon hearing this, the leaders perked up their ears. Chen Gang smiled slightly. "This is not something you need to be privy to. However, I advise you personally, during these extraordinary times that concern the fate of all humanity, do not act foolishly. The crowd swallowed hard at his words. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the youth from Thunderfire Base furrowed his brow, deep in thought. As the meeting concluded, everyone departed, except for Wang Yu, who remained seated. Chun Gang narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Wang Yu, and asked, "Is there a question you wish to raise?" Wang Yu slowly rose to his feet and walked over to Chun Gang, pulling a red flyer from his pocket and handing it to him. He then rubbed his hands together and said, "Commander Chun, I am a businessman seeking to engage with the military. I wonder if there is any interest." Upon hearing this, Chun Gang's expression shifted slightly as he looked at Wang Yu with surprise. Indeed, in this post-apocalyptic world, numerous merchants had seized resources for profit, most of which were illicitly acquired during the initial chaos. It was audacious for anyone to openly approach the military for business dealings, hoping to obtain their precious energy cores. "You have ventured into the realm of the underworld," Chun Gang mused. However, he had previously stated that he would not hold anyone accountable for past actions. So he waved his hand and declined, saying, "There is no such interest." This was the truth. The military had its own unique channels for resource acquisition. Once Wang Yu departed, Chun Gang casually glanced at the flyer, only to find himself at a loss for words. What on earth was this? Claims of enhanced attire and elixirs, weapons capable of granting abilities. This was as absurd as a cow in labor, a complete fabrication. Thus, he tossed it into the trash bin. Upon returning to the apocalyptic shop, Wang Yu discovered that most factions had not vacated the southern city, but were instead gathered outside the shop, awaiting his return to open the doors. Some factions sought a place to discuss official matters, while others were there to place orders. Wang Yu made no effort to rush anyone. As long as they adhered to the rules, all was well. "Chenghua, this time the officials are strictly enforcing orders. You must be cautious with the clandestine dealings at your base. One slip, and the information could leak," Jiang Zheng warned, casting a glance at Chenghua, the leader of the Lei Hua faction and Cheng Ming's brother. The implication was clear: do not let him discover anything, or it would be reported to the authorities at once. To Jiang Zheng's surprise, Chenghua, with a mischievous glint in his eye, replied meaningfully, "You have no idea about the true clandestine operations." Jiang Zheng furrowed his brow. Although he was aware of the deranged experiments being conducted by the Lei Hua, he was far from certain of their specifics. "Ping, welcome." Three unfamiliar faces suddenly entered the shop, their expressions filled with disbelief as they surveyed the surroundings. "My goodness, what an impressive place. They even have soft music playing. This is the city district. After all, even in the apocalypse, it surpassed our own by leaps and bounds. Wow, so many resources. I could nearly salivate at the thought of taking them all back to exchange for merits." The trio, clad in matching uniforms adorned with armbands bearing the word enforcement, were evidently from the South Jiang base across the river, representing the authorities. The youth at the forefront glanced at the patrons in the rest area, noting their curious stares, and spoke in a tone befitting a superior. "What are you all staring at, like country bumpkins? Have you never seen the enforcement team before?" The onlookers could only simmer in silence, except for the hot-tempered Zhang Yingjing, who retorted, "What? Are we not allowed to look at a fresh young lady? Are you shy?" Upon hearing this, Liang Shu, standing nearby, sensed trouble brewing. The youth's expression darkened as he stepped toward the outspoken Zhang Yingjing. "Ah, what do you mean? Are you attempting to provoke the enforcement team? How foolish and reckless you are to speak to me, Hong, in such a manner. Do you wish for your demise? Do you not believe that a mere word from me could summon the military to bring you to justice?" The young man named Shi Hong approached Zhang Yingjing, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. "Repeat that." Zhang Yingjing was ready to rise defiantly, yet was abruptly restrained by Liang Shu, who hastily interjected, "I sincerely apologize, everyone. He was merely having a moment of madness and was not addressing you." Zhang Yingjing was about to retort vehemently, but Liang Shu leaned in, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. "This is a store owned by Wang Yu. If the military were to discover that members of the enforcement team were assaulting someone here, would Wang Yu still be able to conduct business? Wang Yu has aided us immensely in this apocalypse, providing supplies for everyone. If you, Zhang Yingjing, wish to act on a fleeting impulse and repay kindness with malice, then let it be as if I never spoke." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yingjing regained his composure, feeling a pang of shame as he lowered his gaze. Indeed, he had overlooked this crucial point. The store owner had been exceedingly kind to them. Had it not been for the store owner's security robots, they might have already perished at Yi Tian's hands. Hong, observing Zhang Yingjing deflate like a punctured balloon, assumed his status had intimidated him. He bent down, patting Zhang Yingjing's right cheek with disdain, saying, "If you're ill, purchase more medicine and refrain from causing harm. Otherwise, lives may be lost." Zhang Yingjing kept his head bowed. grinding his teeth in frustration. Hong then turned his attention to the other factions present, delivering a condescending admonition. I hope you all understand. Never challenge the authority of the official powers, or you shall bear the consequences. Do not be misled by the notion that your influence is formidable. In the face of official firepower, you are but paper tigers, utterly vulnerable. Noticing no dissent among the crowd, Hong arrogantly deemed himself magnanimous for sparing them. He then approached the counter with his two henchmen, only to find Wang Yu completely unfazed, engrossed in the liquid crystal television, choosing to ignore the posturing enforcement team. This blatant disregard incited displeasure among the trio, prompting one enforcement team member, with a sharp, monkey-like face, to pound the counter forcefully. Hey, are you blind? Can't you see us standing here? Wang Yu feigned surprise, smiling as he inquired. Is there something you need? My store's inventory is quite ample. With a stern expression, Hong demanded, who granted you permission to operate this store? Do you have our approval? Upon hearing this, Cheng-Hor appeared eager to observe how the store owner would respond. The others, however, wore expressions of concern, recognizing that the store owner, despite being an ability user, was not invulnerable and would fear the military's missile threats. The trepidation lingered that the military's intervention might disrupt their precious supply chain, as this store was their sole source of goods. Without a store brimming with extraordinary items, survival in this apocalypse would undoubtedly grow more arduous. Wang Yu, noting that the trio had no intent to purchase, adopted a dismissive tone. When I opened this store, you were not even here. I have not heard of requiring anyone's approval. This dialogue seems somewhat peculiar. Brother Hong gestured towards the badge and stated matter-of-factly. Now you've heard, right? Establishing a shop near our official vicinity will undoubtedly receive our protection, but of course, this comes at a cost. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and directly inquired. So what do you intend to do? Brother Hong cleared his throat and pointed at the shop. We won't charge you any fees. We only require that the resources here be divided in a 3-to-7 ratio in our favor. Don't think we're leaving you without a way out. With all these resources, even a third will sustain you for quite some time. Wang Yu retorted bluntly. You may be ugly, but your expectations are unrealistic. You actually think you can demand a 3-to-7 split? Your audacity rivals that of a bulletproof vest. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by his words. Brother Hong's expression darkened instantly, his eyes glimmering with malice. With so many of them, it was one thing. But with a shop that had no security, how dare he speak so brazenly? Are you courting disaster by opposing the authorities? Brother Hong's tone turned frigid, delivering a final warning. You must not possess a mirror, nor are you aware of your own reflection. What a pitiful sight you are. Yet you dare to represent the officials, truly deluding yourself. Before he could finish his sentence, Brother Hong's veins bulged as a powerful hand shot towards Wang Yu, aiming to seize his throat. As the captain of the law enforcement team in Nanjing City, he was indeed a D-class mid-level ability user, possessing considerable strength. Chapter 70. Close encounter. Just as Brother Hong's large hand was about to make contact with Wang Yu, his arm suddenly went limp. To everyone's astonishment, his arm was severed completely, landing on the counter. The crowd was left in shock. Moments later, a howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the room. The intense pain caused Brother Hong to collapse to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Even in such agony, he commanded his two subordinates, kill him. The two, regaining their senses, exchanged fearful glances. However, considering Brother Hong's status, they knew that if anything happened to him, they would also face dire consequences, so they reluctantly steeled themselves to unleash their abilities. Damn it! Together, before they could finish their sentence, both fell to the ground without warning, utterly motionless. Brother Hong was stunned for a few seconds before bellowing, "What the hell are you doing? Attack him!" After a few moments, there was still no response from the two, their eyes vacant, their expressions frozen. Realization dawned on Brother Hong, and he looked at Wang Yu in terror. Who on earth are you? Don't you understand yet, child? I am merely a law-abiding, honest merchant. Wang Yu replied with a smile that sent chills down Brother Hong's spine, akin to the visage of death. You cannot kill me. I am the captain of the law enforcement team in Nanjing Base. If you do, the military will not spare you. Their missiles will obliterate this place, and you will be finished. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu merely scoffed, unimpressed. Moreover, my brother is. Brother Hong attempted to invoke his identity once more, but he found himself utterly voiceless, a wave of helplessness washing over him. With an expression of unwillingness, Hong fell to the ground, lifeless, his demise mirroring that of his two subordinates. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the air as the onlookers stared blankly at the three fallen enforcers. Cheng-Hor gazed at Wang Yu, his eyes filled with apprehension, pondering whether the store manager was foolish or simply brazen. The astonishment stemmed not only from the manager's ability to kill without leaving a trace, but also from his decisive ruthlessness. These were official personnel. The captain of the enforcement team, who, faced with humiliation, could only swallow their rage in silence, while the manager acted with unerring efficiency. It was particularly critical that a warning had just been issued by the military that very morning, and the manager had been present, yet mere moments later, there were deaths. Furthermore, the military base was merely a lake away, and killing under the very noses of the military was undoubtedly a provocation. Detecting contamination. Freya, clean the area thoroughly. Dispose of the bodies in the lake, and wipe down the counter as well. The onlookers gasped, realizing that the military's base lay just across the lake. It became clear that the manager's attendance at the meeting was not out of fear, but rather a calculated opportunity to demonstrate power to the military. Afterward, Wang Yu continued to watch television as if nothing had occurred. Ahem, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, said Yao. Me too, nature calls. Another chimed in. The winds of change had arrived, and the base still had laundry hanging out to dry. The leaders of various factions hastily departed the scene. Wary of being caught in the crossfire, whether the manager was reckless or emboldened, they all knew they could not provoke the authorities. Jiang Zheng approached the counter, hesitating to speak before ultimately choosing silence and departing. The Nanjing base could not afford to harbor such a significant threat. Although Wang Yu was formidable, facing the military, armed with long-range heavy weaponry, alone was a folly. Of course, nearly every faction hoped for the stability of the apocalyptic store, but survival was paramount. Minutes later, only Chu Lan and her companions remained in the store. Zhang Yingjing stepped forward, thumping his chest. Brother Yu, these people deserve their fate. If the officials come calling, we have our justification. At his words, Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing further. Chu Lan cast a deep glance at Wang Yu. Aware that he was not a man of impulse, whatever course he chose, he surely had the means to manage it. After all, the wonders of this store were myriad. And if the apocalypse were a game, the manager would be akin to an NPC. By evening, Heisey returned to the store, dragging his weary body. His fur disheveled and sparse in places, as if pecked by birds. Observing this, Wang Yu frowned slightly. Was there still anything capable of injuring Heisey? Logically, in his previous life, Heisey was unmatched in Nanjing. Had his domestication confined Heisey to this area? Most likely, as in his past life, Heisey was a nomad. Wild and free, hunting to procure crystal cores. Previously, this was manageable, but now, with the aberrant beasts encroaching into the city, Heisey's dominance would undoubtedly be challenged. Those creatures from the outskirts, without Heisey's suppression, might have already crowned a new beast king, one of formidable strength. Wang Yu gently patted the dog's head belonging to Heisey, casting his gaze into the distance, contemplating when he might assist Heisey in eliminating the new beast king. As an S-rank spatial ability user, dealing with an A-rank or B-rank beast should pose no challenge. In the subsequent days, few customers graced his establishment, but Wang Yu paid little mind to this. After all, his was the only large-scale store in the city. Without supplies, even those wishing to avoid suspicion would have to come to procure goods. In an office within the Nanjiang base, a tense atmosphere prevailed. What? Shi Hong and 2 law enforcement officers have gone missing? Li Bing exclaimed, his voice booming with irritation. Who allowed them to leave the base on their own? The individual before him wiped the perspiration from his brow and explained, it was his command that led to this. His identity is somewhat special, so our personnel will not follow suit. He must write a 1,000-word reflection, and we will dispatch people to search the entire city. If they are alive, they must be found. If they are deceased, their bodies must be recovered. Li Bing sighed softly. Although it was Shi Hong's fault, he bore an undeniable responsibility for what transpired on his watch. At that moment, Zhao Xing offered consolation. This morning, the political commissar provided a warning to all factions. Surely, no one would dare to harm our people. Let us hope that is indeed the case, Li Bing replied. In recent days, news of officials dying in the apocalyptic store had spread like wildfire. Many speculated that the store would inevitably face official sanctions and began fervently currying favor with the authorities. The ad hoc investigation team assembled by the government swiftly acquired this information, prompting an immediate report to Captain Li Bing. Initially incredulous, he found it hard to believe that anyone would dare commit murder right under the officials' noses. However, another discovery pointed directly to the apocalyptic store. The bodies of 3 law enforcement officers surfaced in the lake. Captain, shall I take my men to apprehend that scoundrel? One of the company commanders, incensed at the affront to their authority, volunteered eagerly. Yet, Li Bing shook his head in refusal. In a world where strength reigned supreme, many matters necessitated direct involvement from their upper echelons. One must understand that those bold enough to openly challenge the authorities possessed formidable power. Sending lower-ranking subordinates would likely result in their demise. Each ability user's rank was painstakingly earned, and losing even one was a significant loss. Furthermore, Lu Hong's identity was particularly sensitive. He had to personally investigate the store manager's intentions and execute justice on the spot, if necessary. Old Zhao, when will the deputy regiment leader return? Uncertain, but judging by the number of people relocating, it should be soon. The sky was overcast, and soon a light rain began to fall. Inside the apocalyptic store, Wang Yu reclined in a massage chair, sipping hot tea while perusing books on abilities. Business had been dismal in recent days, and even when customers did appear, they lingered for little time. Heisey, rare for him, lay napping on the sofa in the rest area, a privilege granted only when the area was unoccupied. At that moment, the rumble of approaching vehicles broke the silence. Wang Yu turned to see a military green transport truck come to a halt at the entrance of the store. A cold smile crept across his face. Finally, they had arrived. Thanks to the authorities' interference, his business had suffered greatly these past few days, and he was determined to exact a hefty price from them. A few figures clad in black raincoats disembarked from the transport vehicle, brandishing oddly shaped firearms as they arranged themselves in formation before the store. Wang Yu discerned at a glance that the weapons they wielded were extraordinary, likely specialized armaments designed for combating aberrant beasts or individuals with supernatural abilities. In his previous life, he had encountered such weapons. The foremost figure, a tall man, surveyed the apocalyptic shop before fixing his gaze on Wang Yu, who stood behind the counter, and approached with measured steps. Ding. Welcome. Li Bing led his companions into the store, removing the hood of his raincoat, his piercing gaze fixed upon Wang Yu, who was leisurely indulging in a massage. Yet, the seemingly unremarkable youth displayed no signs of alarm. Instead, he provocatively inquired, "Are you here to procure goods? Feel free to browse." Li Bing did not respond, but, with a cold voice, interrogated, "A few days ago, 3 members of the enforcement team visited this place. Did you eliminate them?" Wang Yu lifted a porcelain cup, savoring a sip of tea, his tone casual. "You mean those 3 fools with armbands?" "Indeed, I did." At his words, the others immediately donned expressions of fury, their murderous intent directed squarely at Wang Yu. Li Bing's face darkened, and he commanded icily, "Very well, very well." However, his sentence abruptly halted as he caught a glimpse of a black dog approaching. Upon recognizing the creature, his pupils contracted, and his mind went blank. The dog, with its head tilted, regarded Li Bing with a hint of mockery. The subordinates, poised to act, hesitated as they noticed their leader's sudden silence. One could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Commander, should we not apprehend this individual?" "Silence. Do not move." Li Bing bellowed in panic, eyes wide with fear as he stared at the black dog, swallowing hard. This was the aberrant beast that had indirectly saved his life days prior. Though the dog had not undergone beastification, Li Bing still vividly remembered it. This creature, with its astonishing speed and lethal prowess, had toyed with a formidable black bear as if it were a mere plaything. He was certain that the black dog's strength rivaled that of their captain, if not surpassing it. How could such a powerful beast be present here? Li Bing's gaze shifted to Wang Yu, who remained composed, and a realization dawned upon him. The beast was a pet of this young man. To command the allegiance of such a formidable aberrant beast, there could be but one explanation. The young man's power must exceed that of the black dog. This individual was certainly not someone they could provoke. No one could. Moreover, in their moment of peril, the black dog had unexpectedly appeared to rescue them without expectation of recompense, perhaps demanding only a mere pack of chicken legs. Wang Yu noted Li Bing's dazed expression as he stared at the black dog, his own features morphing into an expression of bemusement. Could this man possess some peculiar inclination? Although the black dog was female, did he truly find himself enamored? Li Bing turned his head, a flicker of respect in his eyes as his tone softened. "May I inquire as to how I should address you, sir?" Wang Yu sighed, further cementing his resolve. The store manager. The store manager. "I came here to ask," not aloud. Before Li Bing could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Wang Yu, leaving him startled. Wang Yu, with unwavering resolve, declared, "I oppose this marriage. You should abandon all hope." The moment those words escaped his lips, Li Bing was left utterly bewildered. "What marriage? All I wished to inquire was why you directed your ire towards our people. Have they committed some egregious act?" Wang Yu's inscrutable power surely could not crush a few insignificant ants without reason. It must be due to those 3 individuals incurring the manager's displeasure. Seeing the sudden shift in the captain's demeanor, the subordinates were filled with confusion. "Captain, even if they erred, such actions cannot be, however, contrary to expectations." Li Bing turned around and bellowed, "Silence. Anyone who speaks further will face 100 days of confinement." At these words, the crowd fell into an immediate hush. "Pleased. Wang Yu nodded and succinctly recounted the events. Those three fools came to me, seeking to divide my resources 70-30. Yet they possessed the audacity to expect me to give them the larger share. I have never encountered such brazen individuals. Li Bing, attentively listening, quickly learned that Lu Hong and the others had violated discipline and offended someone. He promptly bowed in apology to Wang Yu, vowing that such incidents would never recur. Ahem. Mr. Manager, if there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. Wait. Just as Li Bing was about to flee, he trembled, fearing he had displeased the manager. Because I killed 3 miscreants, the entire city believes my store should be bombed by your officials, leading to a complete loss of business for me. Upon hearing this, a strong desire for survival ignited in Li Bing's mind, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he tentatively proposed, then, may I represent the officials in ordering some goods? Wang Yu regarded him with approval. Very well, but do take care to examine the product descriptions thoroughly. Seeing that he was no longer involved, Heisey turned and returned to the resting area. Li Bing silently exhaled, relieved to have preserved his life. Thus, he instructed several subordinates to remain in place while he leisurely explored the entirety of the shop. As Li Bing surveyed the surroundings, he discerned the shop's uniqueness. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he approached the weapons section. Here, firearms are for sale. Li Bing picked up a rifle, confirming it was not a mere replica. However, he soon shook his head. The utility of such firearms had diminished significantly. Wait, what are these extraordinary weapons? Li Bing's gaze fell upon the towering shelves nearby, which displayed numerous cold weapons imbued with a sense of advanced technology. He cautiously lifted a long axe, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, and could not resist caressing the blade. Though he could not discern the material from which it was crafted, the axe blade was remarkably sharp. Even a slight touch could easily break the skin. While marveling at its craftsmanship, Li Bing recalled the manager's words and hurriedly sought out its product description for further examination. Name: Mountain Cleaving Axe Grade. B. Description: when wielded by a power-type Esper and infused with their abilities, it gains an additional 20 points of lethality. Other Espers receive an additional 10 points of lethality. Type: non-disposable item. Price: 1,200 crystal coins. Li Bing's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the item before him. A sentiment echoed by the other extraordinary weapons on display. Each introduction seemed fantastical, as if plucked from the realm of gaming. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the axe and ambled towards the nearby shopping cart area, casually selecting one before gently placing the axe inside. In any other store, he would have dismissed such implausible items outright. However, the enigmatic nature of the store's proprietor left him hesitant to reach any definitive conclusions. It was prudent to purchase the item and present it to the weapon research department at the base. If genuine, it could herald a transformative shift in the military's arsenal. Thus, Li Bing meticulously examined each product, even scrutinizing the safety umbrella for any hint of legitimacy. Over the course of an hour, his shopping cart brimmed with a plethora of absurd items. He arrived at the final destination, the book section. The array of tomes astonished him once more, as they contained a comprehensive wealth of knowledge regarding extraordinary abilities, with detailed explanations. Some concepts mirrored those found in the official manuals, while others ventured into uncharted territory. It was essential to note that countless investigative teams had tirelessly researched these phenomena since the onset of the apocalypse, striving to draw conclusions amidst chaos. As Li Bing perused the author's name, he pondered deeply. Could this individual have been the first to disseminate information about the apocalypse during its early days? He recalled the rampant spread of information regarding extraordinary abilities, zombies, and mutated beasts online during the initial upheaval. However, the official authorities, overwhelmed by the sudden crisis, lacked the bandwidth to trace the origins of such information. How had the storekeeper acquired these books? What was the source of these goods? The implications of such questions sent a chill down Li Bing's spine. Upholding the principle that practice is the sole criterion for truth, he selected several books from the shelves, intending to validate their authenticity upon his return. Should they prove true, the official entities could navigate the darkness with far less uncertainty. Having meticulously organized his selections and ensuring no peculiar items were overlooked, he approached the counter. He explained to Wang Yu, "Manager, we wish to purchase a portion of these items for trial. If the results are favorable, we will undoubtedly place a substantial order." In response, Wang Yu smiled and nodded. Li Bing exhaled with relief at this acknowledgement, then tentatively inquired, "I have a question, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to ask." Wang Yu, shaking his head, replied coolly, "Do not inquire, and do not ponder. If thoughts arise, refrain from voicing them." Understanding the finality of this response, Li Bing nodded vigorously, recognizing it was best not to press further. After completing the transaction with the crystal coins, he requested Wang Yu's contact number for future orders before departing with his companions. Once in the vehicle, the squad leader at the wheel could not suppress his curiosity. "Commander, what is the situation precisely? He has killed Lu Hong and 3 others, yet we remain so subservient, not daring to utter a word. My brothers are on the brink of suffocation, and how shall we explain this to the deputy commander?" Li Bing, instead of expressing anger, offered a bitter smile and explained, "Lu Hong and his companions have indeed erred, and it is the organization that must address this. However, the strength of the store manager is unknown, yet it is certain that he is not someone we can provoke." He turned his gaze towards the supplies just acquired. "Furthermore, if these items are as mystifying as they seem, we will need to engage in serious negotiations with the apocalyptic store in the future." Upon hearing this, the man was somewhat incredulous. No matter how powerful he is still a carbon-based life form. I refuse to believe that our military's missiles cannot obliterate him. Li Bing, with a deep and contemplative gaze, shook his head and analyzed. Given the current circumstances, heavy weaponry such as missiles can no longer be produced, meaning each one used diminishes our arsenal. Presently, the entire nation is in dire need of heavy firepower. Such precious resources must not be utilized unless absolutely necessary, and only if the local military is confronted with an insurmountable beast. Our human living space is rapidly diminishing, and these weapons represent our final line of defense. Do you truly believe it appropriate to employ them against an individual who may benefit the military? The man was rendered speechless by this inquiry. Shifting the tone, Li Bing's expression grew solemn as he warned, "Xiaopeng, I understand you have some acquaintance with Lu Hong, but at this juncture, no one can jeopardize the interests of the entire base or, indeed, the entire military district for personal grievances. As for the deputy commander, I shall provide an explanation to him." The young commander named Xiaopeng fell silent thereafter. In the outskirts, at a sprawling yet ravaged military base, the final convoy successfully departed. 2 figures clad in military attire stood atop a high vantage point, gazing into the distant mountains. One, a middle-aged man with graying hair, revealed a hint of concern in his profound gaze. "Xiao Shi, if we leave voluntarily, will they follow us into the city?" The youth beside him offered reassurance. "It is highly unlikely. Their last assault on our base was primarily due to us encroaching upon their territory. Our regiment moving into the city will only result in a handful of beasts being transported, most of which are those that refuse to heed the Beast King's authority. They are merely a minority." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, yet remained silent. Regardless of the outcome, relocating to the urban area is preferable to remaining beneath the watchful eyes of numerous beasts. Furthermore, the zombies within the city can exert a certain control over the beasts. "You return with the transport team to the South River base. I must report to the military district." "Understood." Chapter 73. The military must set an example upon the return of the transport vehicle to the South River base. Li Bing hurriedly took the goods to the research laboratory, filled with curiosity about these items. At that moment, a duty soldier spotted Commander Peng and quickly approached, inquiring, "Commander, has the culprit been dealt with on the spot?" The young man named Xiao Peng shook his head, responding, "No, the captain has forbidden us from taking action against him." Upon hearing this, the soldiers became visibly anxious. Whispering to Xiao Peng, "I heard that the deputy regiment commander has returned. If he inquires about us, how shall we explain?" However, Xiao Peng appeared rather composed. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I shall report to the deputy commander." With that, he turned and departed. Half an hour later, within the subterranean laboratory of the Nanjiang base, an elderly man with thinning hair and over 60 years of age sat behind a desk. He was intently examining a skill scroll through a magnifying glass. After a short while, he lifted his gaze towards Li Bing and shook his head. "In all my years, I have never encountered such a peculiar object. Take this scroll, for instance. It resembles nothing more than a mere scrap of paper, yet it seems to possess an enchantment of sorts. As a staunch materialist, I find myself compelled to entertain notions of theology." Li Bing, taken aback by this revelation, hastily gestured toward the nearby psychic weapons and potion equipment, inquiring, "What about these items? Is there any possibility of replication?" The old man again shook his head apologetically. "I regret to admit my limitations. The materials involved are exceptionally unique, and I cannot comprehend them, let alone reproduce them." However, a spark of fervor ignited in the old man's eyes. "One thing is certain, these items will not have adverse effects on the human body, at least not lasting ones. If we were to equip the military with these weapons, garments, and potions, we would not find ourselves in such dire predicaments when confronting psychics and zombies." Li Bing nodded in agreement, pondering for a moment before turning to leave. As he reached the periphery, he intended to smoke a cigarette and reflect, but noticed that many of the tanks and heavy artillery that had previously occupied the area were now conspicuously absent. He inquired with the station soldier about the situation. The soldier saluted respectfully and responded, It seems the deputy commander returned for a brief moment, then hurriedly departed, taking several tanks and heavy artillery with him. Before the soldier could finish, Li Bing's realization struck him, and he cursed under his breath. What a mess. Meanwhile, at the end of the world shop, Wang Yu was indulging in a massage chair while playing a single-player video game. Suddenly, a series of loud rumblings echoed from outside, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts. Wang Yu immediately activated his spatial perception, and everything around him materialized in his mind's eye. 3 light tanks, several transport vehicles, and a throng of about 100 people were present. He discerned that on an open space 300 to 400 meters away, 5 small-caliber artillery pieces were positioned. Observing this, Wang Yu smirked, realizing that others were coming to test the waters, indicative of Li Bing's inadequate preparations. His spatial perception indicated that among the crowd was a C-class mid-tier psychic, likely a military officer of higher rank than Li Bing. There were also numerous onlookers drawn by the commotion, pointing and whispering. Such a display of force was evidently aimed at the end of the world shop. There was no escaping the reality that the shopkeeper had overstepped, provoking the authorities. This time, the foundation itself might be at risk of being shattered. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of official power, yet it sufficed to challenge the end of the world shop. Oh no, Wang Yu thought, with so many resources inside. It would be a shame to see them all destroyed. Perhaps it would be wiser to first subdue the shopkeeper, then seize what we need before any violent actions ensue. A young man, whose countenance was as cold as steel, descended from the transport vehicle, his gaze fixed on the apocalyptic store in the distance, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Beside him, Xiao Peng found it increasingly difficult to catch his breath under the weight of such palpable malice and intimidation. To commit murder right under the official's nose while not only being allowed to go unchecked, but also being compelled to cooperate with the very perpetrator. Was Li Bing's mind so utterly befuddled? I entrusted my cousin to him, and he couldn't even keep one person under control. What utter incompetence! The youth chastised vehemently. Having just learned of this troubling situation, Li Bing actually contemplated conducting business with the man who had slain his own cousin. Although his relationship with that cousin from the mountain village had been lukewarm at best, he was certainly no mere stray to be dispatched so easily. Yet, one could not lay all the blame at the feet of our commander. Silence. I will settle accounts with Li Bing later. With that, he turned his attention towards the seemingly brick structure of the apocalyptic store, letting out a derisive snort. I'll be damned if I let you operate this store. He then seized the walkie-talkie, intent on obliterating this fragile edifice. This time, he refrained from taking direct action, purposefully escalating the confrontation, primarily for the benefit of other factions observing the scene. This act served as a warning, a demonstration to deter any future fools who might attempt to overreach their bounds. Fire. Reduce it to rubble. Meanwhile, the artillery unit had already trained their cannons on the target. Upon receiving the command, the well-drilled crew swiftly loaded the shells. Moments later, 5 projectiles surged forth, tracing a parabolic arc through the sky. The 3 tanks, not to be outdone, each fired an armor-piercing round, determined to annihilate the store completely. The earth trembled with a cacophony of explosions, reverberating through the air as a powerful shockwave surged forth, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. The young man confidently lifted his gaze, certain that the dilapidated structure had been reduced to mere fragments. Yet, to his astonishment, the apocalyptic store stood resolute, unscathed. Not even a single pane of glass had shattered. Surrounding the store, craters pocked the ground, littered with fragmented shrapnel, but upon reaching the vicinity of the store, the explosive force seemed to dissipate as if rendered utterly ineffective. The onlookers, a gathering of diverse abilities, were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief at the store's intact facade. Had one been to tally the explosions, they would note that although 8 shells were launched, only 7 detonations echoed in the air. Inside, the environment remained unchanged. When the projectiles struck the building, Wang Yu felt not a tremor. Incredible. Wang Yu appeared elated. Not merely due to the store's immunity to destruction, but rather because, at the moment the shells nearly made contact, he had deftly seized one projectile amidst the chaos of the explosion's dust, silently storing it away in his spatial pocket. Damn it, hit your marks and keep firing. The young man bellowed in indignation, convinced that the shells had merely missed their target. Subsequently, a relentless barrage of artillery continued to rain upon the designated point. However, as the smoke cleared, the outcome remained unchanged. While the sheer volume of ordnance had eroded the earth beside the store by several centimeters, the store itself remained pristine and untouched. In that moment, the astonished Xiao Peng recalled the words of the camp commander and turned to the young man, saying, "Commander Yang, our camp leader mentioned that this individual's strength is unfathomable. Should we perhaps?" Chapter 74. Strength without a voice. The young man named Yang Jun, however, was unperturbed. With narrowed eyes, he scrutinized the shop, mistaking it for some high-tech protective shield or an unusual supernatural ability. He let out a cold laugh and boldly strode forward, dismissing the situation as merely a turtle shell, unworthy of fear. You all remain on standby. I shall confront him. Originally an ordinary soldier, Yang Jun had awakened 2 extraordinary abilities due to the apocalyptic virus, and his rate of advancement surpassed that of ordinary individuals, marking him as exceptionally gifted. Through commendable achievements and the unique circumstances of the apocalypse, he had ascended to the position of deputy commander, and it was impossible for him to lack arrogance. The opponent before him was merely a sheltered ability user, incapable of rivaling the ferocity of the external beast horde. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, he immediately spotted Wang Yu seated at the counter, his feet propped up, casually engrossed in his phone. Yang Jun's expression darkened as he stepped inside. Ding. Welcome. Yang Jun scanned the area, noting the absence of anyone else, no traps, and no defenses, and scoffed. Are you anticipating your own demise, hence making no preparations? Wang Yu regarded him with an indifferent glance, his tone betraying no emotion as he cautioned. I welcome purchases, but if you seek trouble, you shall meet your end. Though framed as a warning, Wang Yu intended to provoke him, aiming to eliminate him and acquire a rare C-grade mid-tier crystal core, which would serve as a delightful treat for Heisei. In response, Yang Jun laughed rather than fuming, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. I am curious to see how you will bring about my death. At that tense moment, a frantic voice suddenly called out, Shopkeeper, spare him. Li Bing dashed in, breathless, positioning himself between the two. Still catching his breath, he hurriedly explained to Wang Yu, I apologize, shopkeeper. It was my failure to properly announce this. Please, do not be angry. Grant him mercy. Before he could finish, Yang Jun's furious shout interrupted, Li Bing, what nonsense are you spouting? Get out of my way. Although Li Bing was subordinate, his age granted him a certain authority. He turned to Yang Jun, his expression grave, and urged, Commander Yang, trust me. We are no match for the shopkeeper. Do not seek your own demise. Come back with me at once. Yang Jun, however, merely scoffed, not a match? What a joke. In Nanjing, aside from the commander, who can surpass me? It seems your time in logistics has dulled your courage. A few words have frightened you. Step aside, for I have yet to hold you accountable for any issues that occurred under your management. Do you dare defy me on the battlefield? Yet. Li Bing stood resolutely between them. Yang Jun's prowess and potential were undoubtedly exceptional, and he did not wish to see the military lose a valuable talent in vain. He then turned to Wang Yu, saying, He is merely youthful and impetuous. Please do not take it to heart. I beseech you to spare him. Wang Yu took a sip of tea and calmly replied, That depends on whether he recognizes the gravity of his situation and whether he seeks death. All right. Upon hearing those words, the typically proud Yang Jun was instantly consumed by rage and erupted violently. Li Bing gritted his teeth, intending to intervene. But Yang Jun was already prepared, swiftly delivering a punch that sent Li Bing flying. It is crucial to understand that the higher the level, the more pronounced the disparities between each tier. By the time one reaches the C rank, the differences are staggering. Subsequently, one of Yang Jun's arms transformed into a steel spear, channeling all his strength towards Wang Yu's neck. This attack was executed with unrestrained ferocity, exuding the lethal decisiveness of an apocalyptic soldier. The sound of slicing air echoed ominously, just as the steel spear was about to make contact with Wang Yu. It was suddenly grasped firmly by Wang Yu, unable to advance even a fraction. Such a seemingly unstoppable assault was effortlessly captured. Yang Jun frowned, preparing to unleash his abilities to break free, only to discover that Wang Yu's hand clamped down on him like a vice. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, the battle-hardened Yang Jun quickly reacted, extending his other hand to counterattack, appearing to aim for Wang Yu's upper body. This diversion was intended to draw attention, but unbeknownst to Wang Yu, a blade had silently pierced through his military boot, revealing its tip. He had fortified his foot. However, situated within the realm of the shop, Wang Yu was not oblivious to Yang Jun's subtle maneuver. With a swift motion, Wang Yu flung Yang Jun away, seemingly showcasing immense strength, yet in truth, he was utilizing the shop's domain abilities. In the face of this overwhelming force, Yang Jun collided heavily with the shelf. Curiously, the shelf remained completely undisturbed, along with the merchandise adorning it. Fortunately, Yang Jun managed to harden his back at the last moment, absorbing much of the impact, though he still felt a lingering pain. The strength-based ability user Wang Yu slowly rose, languidly remarking, It becomes rather tiresome to end each encounter with a single blow. It is time to stretch my legs. Yang Jun snorted contemptuously, unperturbed, and charged once more. In an instant, he was upon Wang Yu, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Yu vanished. This is bad. Yang Jun's pupils constricted. Once again, he was faced with a speed-type ability user, one whose swiftness rivaled that of the team leader. Wang Yu reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch. This time, he did not rely on the shop's abilities, but rather unleashed the raw strength of an S-rank ability user. Coupled with the rigorous training of recent days, the terrifying force struck Yang Jun's occiput, sending him sprawling to the ground. Enduring the excruciating pain, Yang Jun turned to retaliate. But once more, Wang Yu had vanished. Realizing the urgency, he activated his hardening ability to safeguard his back. However, its coverage was limited, leaving him able to protect only half his body. Resolutely, Yang Jun chose to harden his upper body. Yet Wang Yu swiftly planted a foot on the back of his knee, forcing him to kneel. Yang Jun cursed under his breath and hastily hardened his lower body. Yet predictably, his upper half was left vulnerable to attack. After half a minute, Yang Jun was on the verge of losing consciousness, muttering, "Why? This is impossible." It seemed as though Wang Yu possessed a form of foresight, as each strike found its mark on the unprotected areas of Yang Jun's body. What was even more incredulous to him was that as a distinguished mid-tier C-rank ability user, he was a paragon within the military district, yet against Wang Yu, he found himself utterly powerless. It is worth noting that even when facing a leader possessing similar speed abilities, he would not be left in such a desperate state. No matter how swift his reactions may be, he cannot touch Wang Yu, nor can he even catch a glimpse of his figure, leaving him to endure passive strikes. The crucial factor is that the punches from that lad carry considerable weight. Observing the incapacitated Yang Jun, Wang Yu let out a faint sigh. He had intended to move about, yet he had not even broken a sweat. I had thought he could endure quite a bit. But it turns out his voice is mightier than his strength, rendering him a useless waste. Upon hearing this, the once arrogant Yang Jun was immediately consumed by rage, violently spitting out blood before losing consciousness. It is time to conclude this. Wang Yu activated his spatial perception, preparing to retrieve the crystal core from afar. However, at that moment, a resounding voice interrupted, "Wait." Wang Yu furrowed his brow. There was another expert present. Chapter 75. Business Matters. Wang Yu turned to see a middle-aged man with a rugged, dark complexion entering the shop, followed closely by Li Bing. "Shopkeeper, could you do me a favor and spare his life?" At that moment, Li Bing hastily explained, "This is our leader, Zhu Yi. He was once a commander of an army, but has been assigned here due to the peculiar circumstances of the apocalypse." In the face of someone from the upper echelons of the military, Wang Yu remained entirely indifferent, his expression still apathetic. "You people, clinging to your iron rice bowls. If you do not diligently exterminate the zombies and mutant beasts, you will end up pointing your guns at defenseless civilians like us. If you cannot manage your own people, I shall take it upon myself to do so. Do not think that just because you are a military commander, even the King of Heaven would have to. However, this may affect our business relationship," the middle-aged man interjected. Wang Yu paused, signaling for him to continue. The man, displaying no airs, earnestly said, "Li Bing has told me about the goods in your store in detail, and I believe the entire military would find them quite intriguing. If we were to incur displeasure from above because of such an inconsequential individual, our business relationship might become strained." Li Bing chimed in, Indeed. You see, your store has not suffered any losses today, and once we return, we will ensure he corrects his mistakes and personally apologizes to you." Wang Yu hesitated for a few seconds. Considering their earnestness and the potential benefits, he exhaled deeply. Very well. I hope you will keep your word. Should there be a next time, I shall directly send him to meet the old man." Upon hearing that Wang Yu was not intentionally making things difficult, the two men secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Wang Yu's tone shifted, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said meaningfully, "Teaching a person may require several attempts. Teaching a matter may succeed with just one." At these words, the two men were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a series of piercing cries echoed. "Ah!" In a state of near unconsciousness, Yang Jun abruptly awoke in agony, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. He was seen gripping his arm tightly. That seemingly unscathed limb, in reality, had suffered complete bone disintegration. The bones of his entire arm had been shattered into fragments by the spatial cut, and even the most skilled healing abilities would only shake their heads in disbelief. Upon witnessing the scene, the middle-aged man's expression subtly shifted as he cast a deep glance at Wang Yu. Despite possessing the ability of extraordinary speed, he found it utterly impossible to discern how this individual had struck. It appears that this so-called manager is indeed formidable. "Ah, my hand. What have you done? Captain, swiftly eliminate this terrorist." To his surprise, the usually gentle and cultured middle-aged man, who often mingled amicably with the soldiers, rarely raised his voice in anger against himself. "Compared to others, you resemble a terrorist more closely. You've brought out artillery and tanks. Was the authority granted to you by the organization meant for you to flaunt your power over the masses? Yang Jun, enduring immense pain, attempted to justify himself. He attacked first. Silence. Do you think I am unaware of everything? Apologize to the manager now, and then return to write me a 5,000-word reflection. Yang Jun's face turned ashen as he reluctantly turned his head away. What? Are my words ineffective? Perhaps I should offer you my position instead. With no alternative, Yang Jun recognized that the captain was resolute in his commands. Thus he struggled to rise, casting a cold, fierce glare at Wang Yu. It was my wrongdoing. I apologize to you. Wang Yu, however, showed no immediate reaction. After a moment, he remarked, what a persistent mosquito buzzing around. Damn it. Yang Jun seethed in fury, his body trembling with anger. Yet under the pressure from his superior, he gritted his teeth and repeated his apology loudly. Only then did Wang Yu nonchalantly nod, waving his hand dismissively as if to convey that it was of little concern. He then provocatively muttered, with such a loud buzz, has the mosquito transformed? Yang Jun's vision darkened, and he fainted from the humiliation of being toyed with for so long, having his arm broken, and then being subjected to mockery while forced to apologize. Who wouldn't he feel distressed in such a situation? Zhu Yi cast a disappointed glance at him, instructing Li Bing to take him away. Wang Yu gestured for him to sit on the sofa in the lounge, stating that it was time to discuss serious matters. However, Zhu Yi chuckled, indicating that it was not yet the appropriate moment. Before he could finish his words, he felt an overwhelming aura of killing intent directed at him, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back and rendering his breathing somewhat labored. Startled, he hastily clarified, Manager, I need to consult with the military district to facilitate large-scale procurement of goods. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly, and Wang Yu adopted a professional smile. Manager, you know I cannot arbitrarily decide on such a substantial amount of public funds. I must await guidance from above. However, I am confident that your store's merchandise will pique their interest. Wang Yu pondered for a moment, contemplating the possibility of this old fellow merely leading him on. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. You see, I tend to have a hyperactive disposition, necessitating physical activity at intervals. Coincidentally, your base is situated nearby, so. Zhu Yi naturally understood the underlying threat and nodded earnestly. Furthermore, the road adjacent to the shop has been damaged. Ensure it is repaired for me. I will arrange it immediately. Upon returning to the Nanjiang base, the political commissar Chen Gang, who had just received the news, hurriedly approached. Noticing Yang Jun being carried away on a stretcher, and promptly inquired. Li Bing succinctly recounted the series of events. What? Upon hearing the news, Chen Gang wore an expression of disbelief. To think that a legendary dragon resided beside the base. Was the merchandise from that apocalyptic store truly so extraordinary? It was indeed authentic. And the captain had already hastened towards the military district. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Gang, prompting him to dash back to the previous conference room, rummaging through the trash can filled with paper scraps. Fortunately, no one had emptied the trash in the past few days, and soon enough, he uncovered the red flyer. He meticulously studied it, not overlooking a single word. After a full hour of intense scrutiny, he was left in sheer astonishment, which swiftly transformed into elation. This represented a pivotal opportunity for humanity's resurgence. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, a healer with supernatural abilities regarded Yang Jun with a sigh. The bones in his arm had been utterly shattered, leaving no hope for healing. Upon hearing the grim prognosis, Yang Jun's expression froze, and in a fit of rage, he struck the wall with a powerful punch, creating a gaping hole. I will kill you. On the other side of the wall, coincidentally, was a restroom, where a young man suffering from hemorrhoids, covered in dust, stared blankly at Yang Jun. Is that polite? After venting his fury, Yang Jun's demeanor turned icy. Since it had come to this, neither of them would have an easy time. Chapter 76. The Awakening Agent. As most factions in Nanjing City had relocated to the southern district, numerous witnesses had observed the events in the park. Have you heard? Today, the authorities deployed several tanks and dozens of artillery pieces to unleash nearly an hour of firepower on the apocalyptic store. Wow, that's ruthless. Is this the consequence of provoking the authorities? The store must have been reduced to rubble. No, the apocalyptic store remained unscathed. Not a speck of dust settled upon it. Seriously? Is that true? How is that possible? Brother, I was on site. I believe it's due to the owner's enigmatic abilities. I told you. The owner is so formidable that even a nuclear bomb wouldn't phase him. You should have said that yesterday. So what was the outcome? I heard several senior officers arrive to negotiate, each one of higher rank than the last, including a general. Yes, I saw them repairing the destroyed park before sheepishly returning to their base. Indeed, those officers were the ones personally fixing the tiles. Truly impressive, even the military, wielding heavy firepower, must tread cautiously around the owner. As word spread, the tale evolved with each retelling. Some rejoiced, while others were dismayed. Some regarded the owner's power with trepidation, while others were relieved that the apocalyptic store still stood. The following morning, in the communications room of a colossal underground city, an elderly man with a head full of white hair sat in an office chair, studying a situational map with a furrowed brow. The living space had shrunk yet again. This could not continue, or else the organization would surely send someone to replace him. At that moment, the landline beside him rang. "Hello, is this Commander Huang? This is Yang Jun from the Mixed Regiment of Nanjing City. We've met before." The old man, slightly puzzled, responded, "Yes, it's me. What is the matter?" Due to the peculiar circumstances, to facilitate communication and management, China's 5 military districts have been fragmented into smaller subdivisions, with nearly every province hosting one. However, the city of Nanjing, where Yang Jun resides, does not fall under their jurisdiction. "Commander Huang, in our Nanjing city, there exists a formidable B-level beast that we cannot contend with, even when Captain Zhu and I joined forces. We were severely injured in the attempt. Thus, I implore your military district to launch a missile to eradicate it." At this, the elderly man was taken aback. A high-ranking B-level beast. One must understand that such creatures are exceedingly rare across the nation. Why not allow your military district's commander-in-chief to handle it? The elder asked sternly. On the other hand, Yang Jun had already prepared his justification. He sighed and replied, "Due to the leadership of the B-level beast, the entire military district is currently overwhelmed with tasks. Heavy artillery is in high demand everywhere, and our resources are rather stretched. Deputy Commander Yang, you know that missiles are limited and should not be deployed lightly. Furthermore, your military district has not stated, Commander Huang, we cannot afford to wait. Dozens of soldiers are perishing every second. Can you bear that responsibility?" Yang Jun continued, "I have already pinpointed the dwelling of that B-level beast. One missile, and it will undoubtedly be destroyed. In such a case, you would be hailed as the principal hero for slaying the beast, and the organization would certainly not overlook your contributions." Under Yang Jun's persuasive guidance, the elder, who wished to preserve his safety in the apocalypse, found himself tempted. Is the coordinate precise? This is a missile. If it goes awry, we could face dire consequences, and both of us would end up in a military tribunal. Yang Jun smiled confidently and assured him, of course. He then relayed the coordinates of the apocalyptic shop, urging that they act swiftly. Half an hour later, a windstorm intercontinental missile launched from the Jiangbei military district, slicing through the sky. At that moment, Wang Yu was busily attending to customers behind the counter, the pleasant sounds of the card machine ringing out continuously. The shop had returned to a bustling state, and after several orders, his little treasury now held 580 crystal coins. Gold bar, upgrade the shop to the intermediate level. As Wang Yu's supernatural abilities had all been unlocked, the elevation in shop level had become less significant. The shop level upgrade was successful, automatically deducting 5,000 crystal coins, leaving a current balance of 3,580 coins, and unlocking the item, Ability Awakening Agent. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's eyes lit up with understanding, and he immediately accessed the system shop to review the item description. The icon depicted a syringe filled with a light red liquid. Ability Awakening Agent. Upon injection, non-ability users have a 30 chance of activating an ability. For those with one ability, there is a 20 chance of activating a second ability. For those with two abilities, there is a 15 chance of activating a third ability. Type, one-time use. Purchase price, 60 crystal coins. The potential to awaken multiple abilities. Although the odds were somewhat low, Wang Yu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The implications of such a product for ordinary individuals were immense, and it would greatly benefit common ability users as well. With this item, typical ability users could compensate for their inherent shortcomings with crystal cores, allowing them to stand shoulder to shoulder with those possessing multiple abilities. As for ordinary people, the advantages were even more pronounced. Wang Yu suddenly sensed a surge of business opportunities and abruptly rose to his feet, clearing his throat twice. The crowd, alerted by the sound, turned their gazes toward him, falling silent in anticipation of his words. Given Wang Yu's formidable reputation, even the authorities held him in awe, and they dared not show any disregard. Wang Yu promptly utilized his remaining crystal coins to purchase a substantial quantity of Ability Awakening Agents. Holding one aloft, he elucidated its properties to the assembled crowd, concluding with, the current price is 600 crystal coins per vial, and only 50 are available on a first-come, first-served basis. The crowd was momentarily struck dumb. This substance indeed possessed a genuine chance of awakening new abilities. Upon seeing Wang Yu affirm, they eagerly gathered around to inspect the items. For an ordinary person, can 4 vials guarantee a successful awakening? Someone inquired. Wang Yu chuckled. It all depends on luck. Some may succeed with just one vial, while others might require a dozen without success. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated. 600 crystal coins was no trifling sum, and if fortune were to frown upon them, their investments might vanish entirely. At that moment, several individuals stepped forward, placing their payment cards on the counter. "We'll take 4 vials, please." The crowd recognized their uniforms instantly. They were from the Xiang base, well known throughout the city for housing the largest number of ordinary citizens. Should they all awaken abilities, Xiang base would undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable force in Nanjing City, second only to the authorities. The significance of the ability awakening agents to them was palpable. Transaction complete. 2,400 crystal coins deducted, current balance 6,800. The group decisively swiped their cards, clearly acting upon the directive of their base commander. The leader of the group accepted the syringes and directly approached a visibly anxious team member who had evidently failed to awaken abilities under the influence of the post-apocalyptic virus. The team member took the syringe and, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, steeled himself and injected it into his skin. Half a minute passed, yet he showed no signs of reaction, eliciting expressions of disappointment from the onlookers. The team leader remained composed, offering reassurance. "It's all right, try again." The individual nodded and took another injection. After the substance was administered, he suddenly felt unwell and collapsed. A teammate rushed to catch him. At that moment, Wang Yu's voice rang out. "Congratulations, this is the period of weakness associated with awakening abilities. Once this phase passes, he will become an ability user." The awakening success rate was remarkably high. The crowd exchanged elated glances, and excitement surged as they rushed forward to secure their own vials. "I'll take 2 to try. Give me 3. I want 5. In no time, the 50 vials of awakening agents dwindled to a mere few. It was not due to lack of enthusiasm, but rather the insufficient crystal cores each person had brought. With varying fortunes among them, some rejoiced while others lamented, yet this was of little concern to Wang Yu, who merely focused on counting the crystal cores. "Grandpa, your grandson is calling you." At that moment, Wang Yu's phone rang unexpectedly. To his surprise, it was Li Bing. Assuming it was regarding the procurement of supplies, he promptly answered. Before he could speak, an urgent voice came through the line. "Shopkeeper, you must leave the store immediately. There are missiles." Wang Yu was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Jun informed the military district to launch missiles towards your current coordinates. "The missiles have been launched for quite some time. You must leave immediately." Wang Yu pondered for a moment before activating his spatial perception. Upon confirming that there were no missiles within his sensing range, he inquired about Yang Jun's whereabouts from Li Bing. "There's no time to explain, store manager. You must evacuate. Otherwise, once the missiles strike, the park near you will be reduced to ruins." However, Wang Yu appeared remarkably composed, calmly questioning, "You assured me that Yang Jun would not cause any trouble." Li Bing was nearly frantic. Upon receiving the news, he had immediately notified Wang Yu, desperate to prevent the apocalyptic store from being obliterated. Yet, Wang Yu's focus did not seem to be on this peril. After all, they were dealing with missiles, even with a lake separating them. The blast wave would reach their southern river base, not to mention the apocalyptic store, situated at the heart of the explosion. "This is my issue. You must leave the store quickly, or it will be too late." Unexpectedly, Wang Yu remained silent, his tone icy as he declared, "Bring Yang Jun to me before tonight." Otherwise, he then hung up the phone. At that moment, Li Bing could only pray that the store manager would manage to escape. He certainly did not wish for a significant business partner of the military to meet with disaster. In the future, they would rely on the store's goods to secure a living space for humanity across the nation. "Report to the camp commander. The deputy commander has escaped the base." Li Bing cursed vehemently. Even if Yang Jun had lost an arm, he was still no match for him. "Issue a warrant for his capture, and have the communications officer contact the regiment commander to inform him of the situation." At this moment, the apocalyptic store was devoid of any presence. Wang Yu reclined languidly on a wooden chair in the small courtyard, his gaze fixed intently on the sky. As the courtyard was part of the store, it was an impenetrable zone. Before long, the silhouette of a missile appeared diagonally, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed, soon entering the realm of his spatial perception. Wang Yu's pupils constricted as he swiftly activated his abilities. In the next instant, the missile abruptly vanished, leaving behind a long trail of smoke in the sky. "It worked. I can indeed counter missiles." Wang Yu grinned, now possessing a stationary missile within his vast domain. To express his gratitude to Yang Jun for such a grand gift, he decided to reward him with a conversation to share some sentiments. After a considerable time, there was still no significant movement in Nanjing City. Concealed in the shadows, Yang Jun felt a wave of suspicion wash over him. Where are the missiles? Why is it taking so long? Not only he, but Li Bing, who was observing from across the river, shared the same perplexity. They had begun preparing defensive measures early. Yet there had been no signs of activity until now. As dusk fell, Yang Jun, unable to contain his curiosity, rushed to the park to investigate, only to find no traces of bombing whatsoever. The apocalyptic stores stood firm like an immovable mountain. Where are the missiles? Wasn't it said that they had already taken off? Is that old fool playing me? Yang Jun's brow furrowed tightly, and he could not help but curse under his breath. Yang Jun, do you know what you were doing? A deep voice suddenly resonated beside him, causing Yang Jun to instinctively leap back, widening the distance. With vigilant eyes fixed upon the gray-haired, middle-aged man before him, Yang Jun let out a cold snort and remarked, "Of course I am aware. That store manager is clearly a dangerous individual. My actions are for the sake of the base." "Enough of your nonsense," retorted Zhu Yi with a deep sigh. "You are driven by your own arrogance. Even if you harbor resentment, such a method of vengeance is unjustifiable. As it stands, I cannot protect you any longer. You should willingly accompany me to the military tribunal." At that moment, 3 battalion commanders, including Li Bing, arrived slowly on the scene. "Stand down, Yang Jun." Yet, Yang Jun appeared unwilling to surrender, laughing heartily as he declared, "As a soldier, the very notion of surrender is foreign to me. I approached this mission with the resolve to meet my demise. It was my miscalculation. I did not anticipate that the military had such swift missile interceptors concealed." Zhu Yi, however, gravely interjected, "No, it was not our interception system. Someone witnessed the missile streaking across the sky, vanishing at the moment it neared its target." At these words, Yang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is impossible." In the next instant, a large hand silently grasped Yang Jun's shoulder. He attempted to break free, but an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. "This is internal," Zhu Yi hurriedly interrupted, hoping to save this once promising genius who had strayed due to his hubris. But it was too late. Yang Jun, stripped of his core, collapsed wearily to the ground. In his final moments, he cast a venomous glance at Wang Yu. Unwilling to accept reality, a mid-tier C-class powerhouse had fallen, his demise silent and unnoticed. Witnessing this, the others stood in stunned silence, a chill creeping into their hearts as they cast fearful glances at Wang Yu, terrified that they might be the next to meet such a fate. They were not afraid of death, but rather of an unknown demise. Wang Yu, with an indifferent gaze, surveyed the scene and declared, "I shall claim his core. Consider it your compensation." Without awaiting a response, he turned and departed. The others dared not voice their objections. Zhu Yi swallowed hard and hurried after him, whispering, "Manager, my request is of great importance to the higher-ups. However, we must first allow our base to conduct some tests. Representatives will come to assess the results. Our base intends to place an order for a batch of goods." Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. "When it comes to business, negotiations are much easier." Seeing this, Zhu Yi cautiously added, "About that manager, regarding our missile." Wang Yu's demeanor shifted instantly, his expression turning cold as he retorted, "I am not privy to such matters. Whatever nonsense about missiles, stay away if you're not discussing business. Nothing to worry about." Zhu Yi chuckled awkwardly. Chapter 78, The Awakening of Haizi Old Li. Who is that person? He spoke to our commander with no hint of politeness. Furthermore, how did he manage to kill Deputy Commander Yang Jun? I cannot comprehend it at all. The other 2 battalion commanders, having recently arrived at the South River base, were unfamiliar with Wang Yu and thus were bewildered. Li Bing replied with a serious expression, "I cannot provide clarity on this matter. Just know that we must never become adversaries of the store manager." The 2 men gazed at Yang Jun's lifeless body, his face forever frozen in a visage of struggle and unwillingness. They nodded in unison, and it was undeniable that who would wish to oppose someone capable of instantaneously eliminating a C-level ability user? Li Bing glanced towards the store and leaned closer to the 2 men. According to the townsfolk, the store manager possessed a rather peculiar ability, enabling him to render attacking projectiles invisible, much like how he had silently collected Yang Jun's crystal core moments ago. Thus, we suspect that the suddenly vanished missile is connected to the store manager. Upon hearing this, both men were left in astonishment. The ability to absorb a high-speed missile was indeed terrifying. If he were to act on a whim, our base lies alarmingly close. The trio fell into a collective silence. For who would wish to wake up the next morning to find themselves face-to-face with the elderly matriarch? Ahem, old foam, I feel somewhat out of sorts lately. Perhaps Nanjing City is not quite suitable for me. What a coincidence. How does one write a transfer request as mandated from above? Within the Thunderfire base, a youth with a sharp visage struggled to carry an egg larger than his own body. Chunghua raised an eyebrow at the sight and inquired, "Where did you acquire that?" The youth grinned, "We found it at the foot of Beishan. It likely rolled down from the mountain. But at this size, it is undoubtedly an egg of an extraordinary beast." Cheng Huan nodded and commanded, "Take it to the laboratory. If we can obtain more in the coming days, we shall." Shortly after, Political Commissar Chun Gang arrived, clutching a red flyer along with an accounting book and a calculator. The two then settled on the sofa in the break area to discuss matters. When they learned of the existence of ability awakening agents, both were taken aback, yet they harbored no doubts regarding it. After much contemplation, they made some modifications to the original order. Meanwhile, Wang Yu sat idly behind the counter, passing the time by watching the LCD television overhead. Nearly an hour later, Chun Gang and Zhu Yi presented the finalized order to Wang Yu. Chun Gang tentatively asked, "Mr. Store Manager, considering our substantial order, could we not receive a discount?" Wang Yu decisively shook his head and glanced at the order in his hands, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The order contained numerous ability-enhancing weapons, attribute-boosting garments, and electronic devices, many of which were not one-time use items. Although the total amount reached 40,000 crystal coins, it fell short of Wang Yu's expectations. He had anticipated that the official would be a veritable cash cow. Seeing this, Zhu Yi immediately explained, "Store Manager, you know that everyone is rather strapped for cash these days. Even the officials are not affluent. These products are indeed top-notch. But we cannot neglect our own strength. An over-reliance on external resources could lead to an imbalance. Furthermore, the organization's funding is limited." Sensing a hint of helplessness in Zhu Yi's tone, Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. 40,000 crystal coins is not an insignificant sum. It would inevitably draw the attention of the military district, and only then would the real business commence. "Come tomorrow morning, and we shall exchange goods for payment." Both men were incredulous at their ears. Such a substantial amount of goods could indeed be received by tomorrow, and they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. In gratitude for their companionship, Wang Yu sincerely and warmly invited the two to stay for dinner before departing, of course, with the expectation of payment in crystal coins. On the journey back to the base, Chun Gang felt a pang of anxiety. With Yang Jun deceased and the missile lost, what would happen if the higher-ups sought answers? Zhu Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "You should report that Yang Jun fled in fear of punishment and was subsequently shot on the spot." Thankfully, there were no civilians at the missile's impact site. Chun Gang nodded, resigned to this course of action. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he indulged in a meal that resembled something substantial. In the evening, Hazy ambled back to the shop, predictably appearing quite filthy, only to be dragged into the restroom for a thorough cleaning. Shortly thereafter, a freshly washed Hazy returned, clutching its dog bowl and gazing longingly at Wang Yu. Wang Yu, contemplating the awakening agent for abilities in his hand, glanced at Hazy and was suddenly struck by a bold idea. What if this beast could awaken human-like powers? He retrieved a generous bowl of dog food from his spatial storage and filled it for Hazy. "Jin Tiao, do you think there's potential in awakening Hazy's abilities?" He called out to the long-silent Jin Tiao. Jin Tiao responded, "It's not impossible, but due to genetic differences, the probability of awakening abilities is exceedingly slim." "Then there is a chance," Wang Yu mused, patiently observing Hazy as it finished its meal. Hazy seemed to sense something amiss, occasionally glancing at Wang Yu with an uneasy feeling. Suddenly, Wang Yu produced 4 syringes and approached with a smile. "Hazy, I have a few rabies vaccines that require your signature." Having come from a background as a stray dog, Hazy was unaccustomed to such grandiosity and quickly attempted to evade. However, Wang Yu was swift, grasping the scruff of Hazy's neck and pinning it firmly against his leg, disregarding its frantic whimpers. Due to the resilient nature of the beast's skin, Wang Yu resorted to spatial slicing, creating a small opening in Hazy's skin before methodically injecting the 4 vials of awakening agent. As anticipated, Hazy merely rolled its eyes, showing no immediate reaction. Wang Yu, not overly optimistic about his luck, opted to continue with the injections. Considering the wholesale price was merely 60 crystal coins, he hoped to avoid any minimum guarantees. He began preparing the cargo for the Nanjiang base for the following day and placed it into his spatial storage. With determination, Wang Yu continued to extract and inject vial after vial of the awakening agent. Soon, an impressive pile of empty syringes accumulated nearby. Fortunately, Hazy's robust constitution showed no adverse effects. Yet, Hazy wore a look of resigned despair, while the pain was minimal. Having a grown man repeatedly inject substances into one's body would unnerve anyone. As time passed and the number of empty syringes grew, Wang Yu felt a sense of loss. But given the circumstances, halting now would mean wasting countless crystal cores. Finally, upon the injection of the 147th vial, Hazy's body temperature suddenly surged, and it began to emit anguished howls. At long last, the moment had arrived. Observing the situation, Wang Yu was consumed by anxiety, unable to afford a moment's delay. He hastily scooped up the frail Hazy and dashed toward the restroom, unceremoniously plunging it into a bucket of water for a soak. Subsequently, Wang Yu hurriedly released water from his reservoir, exclaiming in frustration, "I'm suffocating." Who understands the torment of obsessive-compulsive disorder? Chapter 79, The Eve of the Beast Tide Report. Team Leader. The scouts have relayed news of unusual activity among the aberrant beasts in the North Mountain, with nearby creatures gravitating towards them, potentially heralding a beast tide. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yi furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, "The North Mountain is so distant, it should not be targeting the urban area directly. Continue the reconnaissance and report any developments immediately." Understood. The following morning, Wang Yu was awakened by Haizi's affectionate licks. He first tossed Haizi onto the ground, then scrutinized it closely. Moments later, Haizi's data materialized before him. Name, 5 Blackhound stamina, 900 strength, 800 speed, 1500 defense, 900 level. B-class intermediate ability, body system defense ability level. E-class low tier. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the statistics. Although the strength of the defensive ability was merely average, Haizi was originally a speed-oriented beast, and its defense was not particularly strong among its kind. The emergence of a defensive ability perfectly compensated for this shortcoming. After breakfast, Wang Yu shooed Haizi outside, declaring, "Elevate your ability level to C-class, otherwise, dinner will be resolved in the park's restroom." At that moment, a flock of crows suddenly swooped down from the sky, lingering overhead. Perceiving this, Haizi immediately understood and followed the crows out of the park. Along the way, Haizi occasionally dispatched a few zombies, indulging in small snacks. It instinctively sensed the ability bestowed upon it by its master. In this era of survival of the fittest, coupled with aberrant beasts occasionally invading the urban areas, Haizi recognized that ascending in rank was of the utmost urgency. Higher-level zombies, upon witnessing this, were no longer perturbed and swiftly distanced themselves, knowing that as long as they did not provoke the fearsome aberrant beast, it would not covet their crystal cores. Haizi arrived at a shopping mall, where it was surrounded by a multitude of creatures, all aberrant beasts. Upon spotting Haizi, they all bowed their heads in deference. From the throng emerged 3 aberrant beasts, each a lord from various urban sectors. Despite Haizi's formidable strength, it had remained reclusive, seldom venturing beyond the confines of South City. The 3 aberrant beasts approached Haizi, lowering their heads in submission. This extraordinary scene heralded a significant event on the horizon. At that moment, the apocalyptic shop was already cluttered with towering stacks of boxes, surpassing human height. Shortly thereafter, 2 military transport vehicles came to a halt at the entrance. Li Bing appeared in a flurry, directly handing over a spatial scroll containing crystal cores to Wang Yu, exchanging only a brief greeting before tirelessly commanding the soldiers to load the goods. In less than 10 minutes, the cargo was loaded and the vehicles departed in haste. Although Wang Yu was filled with questions, he refrained from meddling. Before long, more and more ability users began to enter the shop, each a leader from various factions, reminiscent of the earlier days of bravado. They were all solemn, fidgeting restlessly. Particularly the pale-faced Chunghua, who seemed as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Could it be that the authorities are convening again? Why wasn't Ti summoned? What are they up to this time, gathering us all here? You're unaware, my friend. A significant wave of exotic beasts is about to invade the city outskirts. Goodness gracious, could it be true? With the officials present, surely the situation should be manageable. Well, it's hard to say, otherwise. Why would the authorities go through such trouble to come into the city from the suburbs? It seems to be some kind of beast tide, reportedly massive, with at least 100 exotic creatures involved. My word, 100. Wouldn't our fragile little team be utterly crushed? I've heard they're heading toward the eastern city, but one can't forget the interdependence of fate. After a while, they left in groups, crossing the bridge into the South River base. They returned to the familiar conference room, where they were greeted by 2 individuals, Zhu Yi and Chen Gang. Once seated, Zhu Yi began with a self-introduction, then spoke gravely. I trust you are all aware that South City is about to face an assault from the beast tide. The reasons remain unclear. It could be for territorial expansion or foraging for food. He paused for emphasis and then solemnly declared, "This beast tide is significant, with approximately 250 exotic creatures participating." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock, even the well-versed Yi Tian furrowing his brow. However, I must emphasize, dear friends, in the tumultuous waves of this apocalyptic era, amidst the ruthless struggle for survival, no human can remain untouched. We must unite, both military and civilian, to safeguard the scant remnants of human habitation. Now, is there anyone cowardly enough to hide behind? The eyes of the crowd were resolute. Fists were clenched in determination. We, the Ziyang faction, have no objections. To hell with it. How can we allow a few beasts to intimidate us? There's nowhere to hide. we shall march forth, leaving no grass unturned. Let us do this. Victory begets crystal cores. Defeat means a fresh start in the next life. Seeing no one flinch, Zhu Yi nodded in satisfaction and slowly rose, saluting the crowd. It is now my duty to outline our tactics. Activate side quest, assist in resolving the beast tide crisis, minimize human casualties, and protect the customer base of the stores. Reward, all physical attributes increased by 150. The sound of gold bars echoed suddenly. Wang Yu, who had been receiving a massage, looked momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with reluctance. Yet, the customer base is certainly not to be overlooked, and the allure of a 150 attribute boost is tempting. After all, despite his prolonged training, his physical attributes barely reached 200. Indeed, taking a stroll outside wouldn't be so bad. If he happened to encounter a black beast along the way, he could capture it for labor. Addressing the beast tide would require the prowess of a former beast king. The leaders of the earlier factions returned to the store, their faces devoid of fear, each radiating righteousness and indignation. But that is not the crux of the matter. The critical point is that they have completely emptied their payment cards. They ordered a vast array of weapons and equipment, presumably in preparation for the impending beast tide. Of course, there were also those who chose to indulge in fleeting pleasures. Zhang Yingjing, with enough money for a beef rice bowl, would be better off acquiring more skill scrolls. Grease-stained and fervent, he raised the lunchbox in his hand and declared with great enthusiasm, "Let us finish this meal, and we shall meet at the Martyrs' Cemetery." At that moment, Ling Shulian, who was at the checkout, suddenly inquired of Wang Yu, "Might I ask, esteemed manager, will you intervene concerning the beast tide invasion?" Upon hearing this, all eyes were drawn to Wang Yu. Should the formidable Wang Yu choose to act, the crowd's confidence in victory would undoubtedly soar. After all, in Nanjing City, who could deny that the manager is the strongest individual? To this day, the extent of his power remains shrouded in mystery. Wang Yu replied with a smile, "Perhaps, if necessary." With this affirmative response, a sigh of relief swept through the crowd. As the lunch hour was limited and they needed to rush to the defensive location, they hastily stored their newly acquired weapons and equipment into their spatial scrolls before departing in a flurry. Roar! A D-class zombie gestured at a diminutive yet large-eared zombie. It nodded and spoke in human language, instructing the zombies in the East City area to retreat to the territories of the Phantom and Titan, while also summoning them for assistance. Let them fight. Ideally, they will both suffer losses, allowing us to reap the benefits. Shortly thereafter, commotion arose at the Nanjing base across the river, as personnel carriers, heavy artillery transports, and tanks departed in droves. At that juncture, a middle-aged man in military attire approached the shop. "Comrade manager, what is your perspective on the beast tide?" Chen Gang inquired tentatively. Wang Yu glanced over and replied nonchalantly, "East City is too far. I cannot see it." "That is no issue. I shall personally drive you there to take a look," Chen Gang offered. Wang Yu then asked, "Where is Zhu Yi?" Chen Gang sighed slightly. "Time is of the essence. After the meeting, he has gone to the front lines, which is why I have come in his stead." Wang Yu set aside the ability book in his hand, adopting a sage-like demeanor. "Young Chen, let me say this. There is no need for me to intervene. The beast horde cannot breach the city." "How can you say that?" Chen Gang leaned in, curious, seemingly unfazed by being addressed as young Chen by a youth. It is known that they had tactically retreated to the city precisely because they were struggling to contend with the beast tide. Moreover, this beast tide is larger in scale compared to previous ones, compounded by the fact that the formidable vice-captain is preoccupied. The military district can at most deploy 3 bombers and, if necessary, support with a missile. However, striking accurately against the numerous and agile beast horde proves to be a formidable challenge. Unless a broad saturation strike can be executed, it is evidently an unrealistic endeavor given the current ammunition reserves. A nuclear strike is even more impractical. Aside from the implications for the residents of Nanjing and the base's infrastructure, the post-disaster reconstruction would present a monumental challenge. After all, no one knows how long this calamity may last, and no region has yet resorted to nuclear weaponry in the face of those formidable high-level beasts in the outskirts. Although you may appear outnumbered and cornered, there are indeed allies lurking in the shadows. Allies, apart from the incessant busyness behind the scenes, the beleaguered military districts, and the entire array of supernatural beings in Nanjiang City. Who else could pose a threat? The local exotic beasts of Nanjiang City, although somewhat docile, only react when their territory is encroached upon. They have rarely caused any trouble, and some even have caretakers. Should foreign exotic beasts attempt to invade their domain, one would be remiss to underestimate these creatures, for they possess intelligence now. The true menace you should be wary of is the zombies in Nanjiang City. When the clamoring of the clam and the snipe ensues, the fisherman reaps the benefits. Upon hearing this, Chun Gang could not help but express his skepticism, inquiring about the zombies. Though numerous, they have yet to present any formidable ranks, and their physicality pales in comparison to that of the exotic beasts. Wang Yu, with a derisive snort, bluntly retorted, I can only say that your official investigations in this regard are rather mediocre. Chun Gang, though somewhat dubious, nodded and declared, very well. I shall head to the front lines immediately to inform them and relay your thoughts to the commander. With that, he hastily departed. Meanwhile, in the East City, within a makeshift command post, a report was made. Commander, the beast horde is now less than 50 kilometers from the defensive line and is expected to arrive in approximately an hour. Zhu Yi gazed into the distant mountains and solemnly instructed, notify the artillery unit to wait until the horde is fully within range before opening fire. We shall expend all our shells and minimize the threat of the exotic beasts. He then turned to the communications officer and inquired, when will the military's bombers arrive? They will be ready to strike in no more than 10 minutes, was the reply. Zhu Yi nodded and turned to Chun Gang to discuss Wang Yu's warnings. In the fields beyond the command post, 15 tanks were lined up in formation, each equipped with armor-piercing ammunition. Behind them, nearly 400 supernatural beings sat upon the ground, engaged in conversation. A common adversary compelled them to temporarily set aside their biases against one another. This group comprised all the combat-ready supernatural beings from the civilian factions of Nanjiang City, along with some non-combatants attending to various tasks. They were organized into 40 small teams to combat the exotic beasts. Before long, military supernatural beings began to arrive in succession, totaling over 200, who formed neatly into groups of 10 to engage the beasts. As time ticked away, Zhu Yi intently observed the somewhat overcast sky, his brow furrowing slightly. He turned and queried, where are the military bombers? Why is there no sign of them yet? Shortly thereafter, the communications officer delivered disheartening news. We are unable to establish contact with bombers 1, 2, and 3. Continue trying. Zhu Yi looked skyward, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Suddenly, several dark figures appeared in the distance, drawing closer and growing larger. They were 3 massive eagles, each measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, hurtling downwards towards the gathered crowd. Zhu Yi's heart sank as he seized the radio and shouted, exotic beasts in the air. Take cover. Anti-aircraft guns, fire. Upon receiving the command, everyone turned their attention to the descending beasts, scrambling for shelter, while some teams chose to confront them head-on. Damn it! Bring those beasts down. Feel the fiery wrath of my strike. The degree of psychic assault inflicted upon the 3 advancing beasts cannot be deemed entirely inconsequential. Rather, it can only be described as a mere trifling effort. The 3 creatures surged forth, plunging into the crowd, fortuitously met by the thunderous fire of several nearby anti-aircraft guns. The dense barrage of 23mm rounds struck the aberrations, finally eliciting some response, as pain compelled them to ascend. However, the half-meter-long talons and razor-sharp beaks of the hawks pierced the chests of numerous unfortunate souls. As they took to the skies, the soldiers who had opened fire shed their reservations and unleashed a frenzied barrage. 2 of the eagles, their wings shredded, plummeted to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The remaining 1 fled in a panic, leaving behind a trail of feathers and several lifeless bodies. Report to the commander, merely 3 D-class beasts, stated a perceptive psychic from the command center. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yi and Chun Gang exchanged glances, sharing a resigned sigh. The 3 D-class flying beasts had swiftly claimed the lives of 7 or 8 psychic operatives. Chun Gang, brow furrowed, analyzed. Our air force must also be under assault from these creatures. It's futile. Conventional aircraft struggle to eliminate them, and without air superiority, we are at a disadvantage. Even with our abilities against higher-tier avians, we are akin to mere ground fowl. As this conversation unfolded, distant cannon fire erupted, signaling that the artillery unit stationed at Mongshan had commenced its barrage. This indicated that the beast tide was now less than 10 kilometers away. Chapter 81. The beast cannon fodder. The retreating eagle soared into a massive cave atop a cliff on North Mountain. Shortly thereafter, a piercing shriek echoed through the skies, followed by a gray figure darting out of the cave, seemingly traversing miles in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhu Yi promptly issued a readiness command, then exited the command center alongside Chun Gang to oversee operations personally. The psychic operatives had no time to lament the recent losses. Instead, they tightened their grips around their weapons, nerves taut, fixating intently on the distant camphor forest. After an elongated silence, the sounds of cannon fire gradually subsided, giving way to the primal roars of beasts. Report to the commander. We have successfully eradicated the majority of the beast horde. Only about 1/3 remain. The radio crackled with jubilant news. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yi paused momentarily, then exclaimed with delight, "Well done," as the towering camphor trees ahead stirred. A portion of the beasts ahead began to reveal their substantial forms. Among them, mutated ants, beetles, wild boars, hedgehogs, and leopard cats. Some were missing limbs. Others were bloodied and mangled, yet they charged toward the group, oblivious to their pain. They swiftly entered the open space between the tanks and the horde. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted. A dozen concealed anti-tank mines detonated, sending plumes of earth skyward and further wounding the beast swarm. After the barrage, a significant number of beasts still survived, charging toward the assembly. The tank crews, witnessing the dwindling number of beasts, launched powerful assaults, unleashing a torrent of armor-piercing rounds. Against the remnants of the beast horde, they became agents of death, reaping lives mercilessly. Kill! The psychic operatives surged forward in unison, eager to claim their share of glory in battle. Soon, the remaining peculiar beasts were eradicated with efficiency. After analyzing the data on these creatures, Yi Tian murmured in perplexity. With such a minor beast tied, and none exceeding grade C, is it truly necessary to summon the entire city? The military could easily handle this. Others shared his confusion. Yet more felt relief. After all, who would willingly seek a confrontation with such beasts? Is this it? I expected something far more formidable. Beasts are, after all, mere beasts, lacking any semblance of intelligence, mindlessly charging forward. All I can say is, if you're inexperienced, practice more. I survived, we triumphed. Long live humanity. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, some even collecting crystal cores from the battlefield. Amidst the carnage of beast carcasses, Zhu Yi and Chun Gang exchanged glances, both laden with uncertainty. Could it be that the beasts near the urban area were fundamentally weak? Suddenly, the radio crackled to life again with the voice of the artillery commander, this time devoid of joy, replaced by urgency and fear. Report to the commander. Another wave of beasts has emerged from the distance. Their numbers are several times greater than before, and we are out of ammunition. As he continued, his voice trembled with dread. Damn it! Zhu Yi realized with clarity that he had tricked a few beasts into revealing their vulnerabilities, prompting an irate outburst. He bellowed to the crowd, "Brace yourselves. A massive beast tide is upon us." No sooner had he spoken than a piercing screech shattered the silence, followed by a cacophony of roars in the distance, accompanied by the trembling earth beneath their feet. The crowd froze momentarily, only to realize that their celebratory champagne was premature. With no artillery to impede them, a surging horde of beasts surged forward, dismantling everything in their path. They witnessed towering camphor trees topple one after another. Even the beasts had begun to employ cunning strategies. Zhu Yi's expression turned grave as he raised the radio, instructing, "Have the tank platoon fire their remaining shells to weaken the beast horde. That's our ammunition for the post-battle defense against zombies," came the reply. Yet Zhu Yi vehemently rejected this notion. Without first addressing the immediate threat, there would be no post-battle. Besides, surviving to see that day was itself uncertain. A bitter smile tugged at Zhu Yi's lips. As the true nature of the beast tide became apparent, the first to emerge were the flying creatures circling ominously overhead, casting a shadow over the crowd. Following this, towering beasts appeared in the distance. Mutated black bears, South China tigers, pythons, and gorillas. The thunderous roars sent shivers down their spines. The sight of such formidable beasts left the onlookers pale and shaken. The aura emanating from the horde signified that these creatures were vastly different from the earlier scraps. Shells suddenly erupted from tank cannons, striking the foremost of the powerful gorillas. The immense impact toppled them, yet it inflicted little actual harm, only serving to provoke their fury as they charged recklessly. Witnessing this, the crowd felt a wave of trepidation. But Zhu Yi and Chun Gang, undeterred, led the charge directly into the frenzied horde. A line of soldiers in military garb followed closely behind. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the commanding officer rallied the troops, urging them to charge forward with the finest equipment the regiment had to offer to achieve glorious victories. Soldiers, undeterred by the peril, surged ahead, some even carrying rocket launchers into the fray. The awakened abilities of others stirred with a sense of shame, compelling them to join the advance. Meanwhile, over at Mongshan, the enemy had begun their assault, their negligence towards us revealing the folly of humanity. A peculiar occurrence caught my attention. It seemed as if all the beasts of the city were converging towards a single point. The grotesque ear of a dwarf zombie twitched, as if it had sensed something amiss. At that moment, a shadowy figure remarked, "Indeed, it is a concerted effort with the beasts outside the city, aiming to eradicate humanity in one fell swoop." The colossal titan zombie grinned with childlike glee, relishing the prospect of feasting on beastly flesh after being accustomed to human flesh. The dwarf zombie pondered cautiously, expressing concern that should the beasts overpower humanity, we would become the prime targets in this realm, particularly in the absence of a king, leaving us in a precarious position. Let us investigate, suggested one of the three. They swiftly ascended to a high vantage point, surveying the scene below. There, they witnessed a fierce clash between the beasts and the awakened, while another wave of beasts from Nanjing approached, preparing to encircle humanity, ensuring their inevitable annihilation. Look over there. Is that a person seated? The shadowy figure suddenly pointed out. The other two zombies turned to see a young man casually sitting in front of a desolate cafe, seemingly unfazed by the cacophony of warfare surrounding him. The keen-eyed dwarf zombie was taken aback. Impossible. I didn't detect his presence. The Titan zombie, licking his lips in satisfaction, chuckled. Humans are indeed amusing. He must have sensed my boredom and brought me a little treat. In Chapter 82, titled The Merchant of the Apocalypse, the 3-level sea zombies leapt down, swiftly arriving before the young man. He sat there, legs crossed, sipping his tea with an air of tranquility, turning a page in his book while ignoring their presence entirely. The Titan zombie, perplexed by the young man's indifference, remarked, "Do we appear particularly amiable? Why does he not even glance our way?" Without hesitation, the shadowy figure bluntly replied, "You are quite unattractive." The dwarf zombie furrowed his brow, sensing an absence of any discernible ability from the young man, yet something about him radiated danger, reminiscent of the king's aura. This realization caused the shadowy figure to tread cautiously. The Titan zombie, slightly dismissive, retorted, "What are you saying? No ability and yet dangerous? That is contradictory. In my view, he is merely a plastic bag, full of nothing. Watch me reduce him to his true form. I loathe those who appear more handsome than I." As he prepared to confront the young man, a shadow suddenly darted forth, positioning itself between the youth and the approaching zombies. The three zombies were suddenly engulfed by a palpable sense of murderous intent. There stood the beastly figure of Heisey, glaring at them with a fierce and piercing gaze. The shadowy figure, with its grayish-white pupils, abruptly narrowed and exclaimed, "It's that lordly beast from South City, the one I mentioned to you earlier." The dwarf zombie recoiled several steps, trembling as it murmured, "At least B grade. It's formidable." The Titan zombie's expression stiffened, its outstretched foot hanging motionlessly in midair. They had all heard of that beast from South City, known for its incredible speed and lethal prowess. Soon, a multitude of other beasts gathered, surrounding the three zombies with no escape in sight. It was over. They were doomed. The three zombies stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear and unable to utter a word. With all the zombies from East City having relocated, the prospect of these three confronting the entirety of the South City beasts seemed futile. They would likely be torn to shreds in no time. Cough, cough. Wang Yu, seated comfortably in a chair, was the first to shatter the silence. Upon hearing his voice, Heisey's expression softened, and it turned around, wagging its tail, scampering over to Wang Yu and obediently sitting down, a stark contrast to its earlier ferocity. "You have matters to attend to. Go deal with the beasts in the suburbs. These three little things pose no threat to me," Wang Yu said, patting Heisey affectionately with a smile. The three zombies, recognizing the undeniable strength of the young man capable of taming a B-grade beast, dared not to argue or protest. Heisey barked once, cast a glance at the three zombies, and swiftly departed. The vast herd of beasts gradually dispersed as well. The three zombies exhaled in relief, their gazes timidly shifting towards the young man before them. Big brother, it seems our gas canister is leaking. We must." Wang Yu, eyeing the 3 C-grade crystal nuclei, was ignited by a bold idea. "Wait." The three zombies trembled involuntarily, their hearts racing. With a sweeping gesture, Wang Yu produced a red flyer that floated before them, which the sharp-eyed dwarf zombie quickly caught with both hands. "This is my establishment. Do visit when you have the chance." Upon hearing this, the three zombies were left bewildered, their expressions turning peculiar. "Isn't it a bit absurd, my friend, to conduct business upon the heads of zombies? You must be truly hungry." Under the pressure, they nodded submissively. Wang Yu sipped his hot tea and then raised the supernatural tome in his hand. "You three should leave quickly. Your appearance is too distracting while I read." The three zombies felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and hastily made their exit. At that moment, Jin Tiao curiously inquired, "Why let 3 C-grade crystal nuclei come to you freely when you intend to engage in the zombie business?" Wang Yu shook his head, explaining with a deeper meaning. "In this apocalypse, the 3 factions of humanity, zombies, and beasts exist in a delicate balance. If I were to eliminate these 3, the strength of the zombies in South City would inevitably weaken. At that point, with the goods I sell, the South City base could execute a cleansing plan against all the zombies, leading to their annihilation." Jin Tiao, perplexed, questioned, Is that not a bad thing? Without zombies, the beasts remain under Heizi's control. A stable South City would undoubtedly attract more survivors, thus providing you with a larger customer base. The gaze extends far, yet not sufficiently so. Our largest client at present is the military, primarily procuring weaponry and equipment. In terms of food and daily necessities, they possess their own channels. If Nanjing City were to stabilize, would the authorities still place large-scale orders for armaments? Should humanity find peace and the apocalypse come to an end, would the items in my store still hold value? Would I still be able to earn crystal cores? Once warfare concludes, the utility of weapons, aside from deterrence, diminishes to naught. This is precisely why certain nations go to great lengths to instigate conflict. As it stands, I am akin to the foremost arms dealer in this apocalyptic era. The fiercer the battles rage outside, the greater the consumption of weaponry, and the more profusely I prosper. Therefore, until I have elevated my shop to its utmost level and unlocked a greater array of useful goods, I do not wish for war to cease. Wang Yu's tone was flat, too flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Moreover, who says my clientele must consist solely of humans? Hearing this, Jin Tiao remained silent for a considerable time before asking, in the end, which side will the host stand upon? I am human, Wang Yu replied, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, thick smoke swirling before him, obscuring his features. Yet, until my shop reaches full capacity and my objectives are fulfilled, as a merchant, my interests must take precedence. By the heavens, everything here looks splendid. It makes me hungry, the Titan zombie remarked, its eyes glued to a red flyer, drool uncontrollably escaping its mouth. The gnome zombie, having already perused the flyer, pondered for a moment. I have witnessed humans utilize the items depicted. Their power is terrifying. Should all humanity be equipped with such, it would surely yield a tremendous enhancement. Maying snatched the flyer and analyzed. That individual earlier invited us to visit. Does this imply we could exchange for crystal cores? But he is human. How could he assist us? Humans should be intent on exterminating us. That may not be the case. If he intended to kill, he would have acted earlier. Why spare us, and even extend an invitation? Let us defer all matters until the king convenes. With the commotion here, he must have taken notice. On the battlefield against the aberrant beasts, sea-level advanced psychic Zhu Yi and mid-level Chun Gang charged forth, disrupting the formation of the beasts. However, the assault from the psychics proved less ferocious than that of the aberrant creatures, forcing them to rely on their agility to evade the crushing impacts of the heavier beasts. While this mitigated casualties, it exerted a significant toll on their stamina and psychic energy. Among them were numerous speed-oriented aberrant beasts, ever ready to strike unexpectedly. Chapter 83. The mutating situation. As time ticked away, the formidable physical prowess of the aberrant beasts made them difficult to eradicate completely, necessitating considerable time and effort. Yet more and more of these creatures gathered. At this juncture, the psychics found themselves somewhat overwhelmed, with casualties among their ranks increasing as they sustained injuries from the aberrant beasts. The scene was rife with a cacophony of roars and wails, intermingling in a haunting symphony. It must be said that possessing psychic weaponry and carrying numerous skill scrolls, the Special Task Force exhibited formidable strength, repeatedly inflicting severe blows upon the horde of aberrant beasts on the battlefield. At this moment, several extraordinary military personnel were being restrained by the monstrous beasts, and the pressure from the surrounding creatures visibly intensified. On the battlefield, they finally comprehended the true strength of the military, not only the missiles that loomed over everyone's minds, nor the astonishing quantity of munitions, but also the formidable and deadly supernatural abilities wielded by the soldiers who were undaunted in the face of death. This power was absolutely unmatched by any civilian force. Even a coalition of the entire South Jiang City's factions would pale in comparison. Exhausted and disheveled, Zhang Yingjing, having depleted his abilities, sat down despondently on the ground, panting heavily with one arm propped up as he gazed at the ever-increasing number of beasts. The expression of the Chulan squad was also grim. At this rate, they saw no glimmer of victory. It was not just them. A sense of despair began to permeate among the supernatural beings, overwhelmed by their limitations. Nearby, Yi Tian, who was engaged in battle, understood that if things continued this way, death was inevitable, and he was already contemplating an escape from South Jiang City. As a reincarnated individual, he had no intention of surrendering his life here. The other supernatural beings displayed faces marked by hopelessness. It hurt so much. Where are the healers? Have they all hidden away? My abilities are spent. Those with energy left. Step up. Where's the manager? Isn't he going to intervene? Indeed, where's the manager? We can't have been deceived, can we? Even if the manager arrives, will it be too late? Damn it, to perish at the hands of mere beasts is truly unbearable. On another front, Chun Gang shouted to Commander Zhu Yi. We need the military to send missile reinforcements quickly. We cannot win this battle. After repelling a beast with a powerful punch and rescuing the injured Li Bing, he implored Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi, having incapacitated one beast with a mental stun, replied solemnly, we have already missed the optimal opportunity for a strike. Faced with the scattering horde of beasts, a single missile would be futile, and given our current situation, we will not last until the missiles arrive. He initially intended to assess the situation of the beasts before deciding whether to request missile support from the military district. However, it was becoming evident that he had underestimated the might of the beast tide, and, even more so, their intelligence. Who would have thought that the beasts would feign an attack, and by the time they reacted, the true wave of beasts had already reached them. Moreover, even now, Wang Yu was nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. Now we cannot retreat. Is there truly no way out? Zhu Yi murmured as he surveyed the severely injured and fallen comrades. Due to the urgency of the situation, he had not organized the evacuation of the populace from South Jiang. If the beasts breached the city, it would undoubtedly result in a bloody carnage. Suddenly, a powerful howl resonated, drowning out the surrounding clamor and sending a tremor through everyone's hearts. They beheld a shadow streaking past, akin to an arrow released from a bow, piercing straight into the beast horde. Upon witnessing this, Li Bing could not contain his excitement and shouted, It's the manager's dog. There is hope for us. Zhu Yi and Chun Gang's eyes gleamed with joy. The appearance of the manager's dog suggested that the manager himself was also present. Thus, while they fended off the beasts, they frantically turned their heads to search for Wang Yu, yet he remained elusive. At that moment, the walkie-talkie on Zhu Yi's chest crackled to life. Commander, we have encountered a massive wave of beasts behind us, seemingly from the city. What should we do? Upon hearing the words, the two exchanged a glance and suddenly recalled the manager's earlier remarks. Thus, Zhu Yi commanded, they are allies. Do not engage. Allow them to pass. And let all the supernatural beings withdraw from the battlefield. When Zhu Yi turned back, he was taken aback by the scene before him. He beheld a shadowy figure darting swiftly among the ferocious beasts, moving as if unimpeded by any obstacles. Each flicker of its form was accompanied by a spurt of blood, a severed head, or a dismembered limb. No matter whether it was the formidable black bear, the swift gray wolf, or the lethal tiger, none could escape the shadow's wrath. Furthermore, no beast could react to such a breathtaking speed. They could only passively endure the onslaught, awaiting their demise. Chun Gang, equally astonished, mused that the manager's dog was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder that the beasts could not enter the city. It seemed they could hardly retreat at all. Before long, the beasts within the city arrived, clashing violently with the tide of creatures. The air was rife with the cacophony of wild animal roars, the conflict between the beasts promising to be bloody. Though the number of beasts in the urban area was significantly fewer than those in the tide, and they were somewhat inferior in size and strength, under the leadership of the shadowy figure, they advanced with unstoppable momentum, driving the tide of beasts back along their path. Observers hiding at a distance could not help but discuss the spectacle. Where did so many ferocious beasts come from in Nanjing City? And they are so fierce, especially that black one. I still cannot discern its breed. I have seen numerous beasts, but they all seem to avoid humans. I have never heard of them harming anyone. What you do not know is that the leading shadow is our Lord's dog, the reigning beast king of Nanjing City. Had it not been for its presence, the beasts of Nanjing would have long since revolted. Such terrifying power, yet it does not harm humans? You think it's just the manager's dog? That makes sense. As the beast horde appeared to be retreating, the crowd was on the verge of erupting in cheers when suddenly the sky darkened. A massive flock of birds surged from above, a vast, ominous cloud. They began to attack the beasts on the ground, including the black figure, most of which were terrestrial creatures and lacked any means to counter aerial threats, quickly falling into a passive state. Recognizing the dire situation, Zhu Yi decisively commanded everyone to target the airborne predators. Several anti-aircraft guns were reloaded and activated, unleashing volleys of fire at the dense flock. However, the birds moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the hail of bullets unscathed. Other supernatural beings' attacks met with similar futility. It's a peregrine falcon, Chun Gang muttered, his brow furrowed. The peregrine falcon is renowned for its speed, dubbed the assassin of the skies. One could only imagine its enhanced velocity in this form. Yi Tian's keen gaze seemed to uncover something, causing his pupils to constrict, a high-tier B-class beast. Seizing the opportunity as one of the falcons swooped in for a rapid strike, the black figure lunged and crushed its neck in a single bite. At that moment, it appeared to sense something, casting its gaze toward the distant camphor grove. Chapter 84 concludes there. Atop the camphor tree stood a colossal peregrine falcon, its sharp gaze fixated intently on the black figure. Their gazes locked. The two beast kings had found their respective prey. The black creature emitted a low growl and suddenly sprang into action, dashing toward the camphor grove with remarkable speed. Despite its rank being a tier lower than that of the peregrine falcon, the black creature showed no signs of hesitation. The falcon, with its immense wings, took flight and began to circle above the black creature, poised to strike at the opportune moment for a decisive blow. The black creature's eyes were fixed on the falcon, awaiting the moment to eliminate the avian predator. Knowing that the only way to do so was to capitalize on its descent toward the ground and deliver a lethal strike with unmatched speed. This confrontation drew the attention of onlookers. What was happening? Why were they at an impasse? Could it truly be a fair match? Surely not. Even the formidable dogmaster was still just a ground-bound creature, while its opponent soared above. And look at that falcon, clearly a cut above the rest, exuding an extraordinary presence. Hey, you lot, hurry over and lend a hand. After a while, the falcon in the sky moved without warning, its form flickering before vanishing from sight. The black creature, recognizing that the falcon's speed rivaled its own, quickly evaded. The falcon's beak struck empty air, and the momentum caused it to flap its wings, attempting to regain altitude. The black creature, however, would not let this fleeting moment slip away. It propelled itself forward with tremendous force. Just as the black creature's fangs were about to make contact with the falcon, the bird suddenly vanished from its position. The falcon accelerated once more, evading the black creature's deadly strike. Ascending into the heavens, the falcon soared higher and higher, until, at a length of 7 or 8 meters, it appeared no larger than a pinky finger to the spectators below. In the next instant, the falcon plunged down from a height of a kilometer, its speed astonishing. It closed the distance to the black creature in an instant, and despite the latter's desperate attempts to evade, it was struck by an overwhelming force, sending it sprawling. The black creature, already disadvantaged in aerial combat and fatigued from the prior engagement, found itself increasingly worn down by the falcon's relentless aerial assaults. As its strength waned, the falcon seized the opportunity, deftly evading the black creature's line of sight before raking its sharp talon across the black creature's back, leaving a gaping, gruesome wound. From that moment on, the black creature was thoroughly outmatched, suffering multiple strikes, and soon becoming a patchwork of injuries, its fur soaked in blood. Observers from a distance noted the black creature's dire state with a sense of dismay. Was this not a one-sided beating? It seemed utterly incapable of retaliation. It was over. If it couldn't even contend with this foe, they were all doomed. Perhaps this beast was of a significantly higher rank, even reaching that terrifying Class A. Damn it. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. What was the point of fighting? In the face of impending disaster, everyone would fend for themselves. At that moment, another talon slashed across the black creature's skin, sending it sprawling once more. This time, the exhausted black creature failed to rise. Pain etched across its visage. It lay on the ground gasping for breath, the blood oozing from its wounds signifying the rapid decline of its life force. The peregrine falcon remained uncertain whether the black creature was feigning death, continuing to circle above in vigilant observation. Until the black creature fell utterly silent, the peregrine falcon descended, lowering its altitude and cautiously probing the situation. Then, it suddenly soared upwards. However, the expression on the black creature's face remained rigid, its body unresponsive, as if it were beyond the realm of the living. To the onlookers, the vast pool of blood on the ground was chilling. At this moment, not only the psychic beings, but also the exotic beasts present cast their gazes towards the black creature, for its fate determined whether they would continue their resistance. Observing this, the falcon maintained its vigilance. At their level, their intelligence was comparable to that of humans. To ascertain the truth, the falcon approached the black creature once more and, in a swift motion, raked its claws across the creature's back. The talons sliced through the skin, exposing white bones beneath, yet the black creature merely trembled slightly. Seeing this, the falcon finally relaxed its guard, stepping upon the black creature's body and letting out a triumphant cry. The flock of birds in the sky echoed in response. The anxiety that had gripped the hearts of the onlookers dissipated into despair. Chu Lan and his companions could hardly fathom the demise of the dog raised by the shopkeeper. The exotic beasts in the city of Nanjiang scattered upon witnessing their leader's death. Zhu Yi's expression grew grave as he stated, "It seems we must resort to urban warfare. The numerous buildings will provide us with cover." At this moment, Cheng Hua, hearing the mention of entering the city to confront the enemy, furrowed his brow and asked, "What about our base?" The Leihua base, being the closest, would undoubtedly become a target if the exotic beasts invaded the city. We must retreat. At this, Cheng Hua revealed a hint of unnoticeable tension, but nodded silently. Chen Gang looked at the black creature pinned beneath the falcon's talons, his expression complex. Suddenly, The falcon's triumphant cry morphed into a frantic shriek, prompting the retreating crowd to glance back in confusion. The black creature, which had appeared lifeless, had inexplicably risen from the dead, now pinning the sizable falcon beneath it. Despite the falcon's desperate attempts to flap its wings and escape the black creature's grip, the strength of avian creatures paled in comparison to that of terrestrial beasts. In that moment, the falcon's arrogance vanished, replaced with sheer panic. The dog was indeed a formidable creature, and its endurance was commendable. The black creature wasted no time, opening its gaping maw and savagely gnawing at the falcon's head. The falcon's defenses were not particularly exceptional, and it soon became unrecognizable, bloodied and mangled, until it ultimately succumbed to death. The black creature afforded the falcon no chance to feign death. It bit through the bird's head and extracted the crystal core to consume. The turn of events unfolded too rapidly for the onlookers to comprehend. Not only the exotic beasts, but even the psychics were caught off guard. The black creature, having lost so much blood, astonishingly revived and swiftly vanquished the beast king. The reason the black creature could endure for so long was primarily due to its recently awakened defensive ability. Fortunately, on the way, it had temporarily bolstered its defensive power to C-grade. Thus, when attacked by the falcon, its abilities concentrated on protecting vital arteries and organs, feigning severe injury, and ultimately launching a successful ambush when the falcon was unprepared. The flock of birds scattered in a frenzy, hastily fleeing towards the distant mountains. We held our ground. We prevailed. By heavens, we won. How exhilarating. The esteemed canine, you are my deity. Despite your peculiarities, how is it that your eyes appear to weep? The diverse array of gifted individuals erupted in triumphant cheers. The true heroes of this battle, the beast horde, discreetly returned to the urban expanse of Nanjing after pilfering a portion of crystal cores and flesh from the battlefield. Upon consuming the crystal cores, Heisei ascended to the high B-grade tier of abilities. Casting a glance towards the fleeing avian flock, Heisei departed the scene. As Heisei returned, Wang Yu affectionately stroked its blood-spattered head, casting a meaningful glance at the distant forest before taking his leave. Reward notification. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been distributed. The host's physical attributes have each increased by 150. Well done. Upon your return, enjoy a chicken leg. Woof. Chapter 85. A new wave at this moment. Beneath a pine tree in the distant forest stood a man adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles. His complexion was remarkably fair, surpassing that of the average individual. Sensing Wang Yu's gaze upon him, he chuckled with intrigue, pondering whether he had been discovered. This human is quite interesting, he mused, before vanishing without a trace. In the subterranean laboratory of the Thunderfire base, an elderly man with snow-white hair excitedly presented his experimental results. Before him, Cheng Huo wore a sinister smile, declaring that the time had come. Various factions, including the authorities, had sustained severe losses. Truly, fortune favored him. As for that shopkeeper, once I have cultivated my legion, not even the shopkeeper or Jesus himself will stand a chance. Meanwhile, in their dimly lit warehouse below, countless shadowy figures stood motionless. The conflict between humans and beasts had concluded, leaving both factions with significant casualties. However, the zombie faction, due to Wang Yu's influence, also relinquished the opportunity for opportunistic gains. In the aftermath, the gifted individuals of Nanjing, under the official system of labor distribution, assumed the role of victors, thoroughly scavenging the spoils of war from the battlefield. While some vitality had been restored, the diminishing number of gifted individuals remained a pressing concern. Early the next morning, having just finished breakfast, Wang Yu descended to the first floor, only to find the entrance surrounded by eager patrons awaiting his arrival. As the glass door swung open, the crowd surged into the shop, greeting Wang Yu with respect before embarking on their shopping endeavors. It was clear that Heisei and the store's merchandise had played pivotal roles during the recent conflict. Without the shopkeeper and the apocalyptic store, they would have surely faltered against the terrifying beast tide. The respect for Wang Yu was palpable among the crowd. Most visitors were drawn by the desire for the ability Awakening Potion. Following the significant losses sustained the previous day, various factions were in dire need of awakening ordinary individuals to replenish their ranks with fresh blood. Moreover, it appeared that numerous factions had acquired considerable crystal cores, leading to newfound financial confidence. The Awakening Potion, priced at 600 crystal coins, was being purchased in quantities of 30 or 40 vials. Among them, the official faction, suffering heavy casualties, had ordered the most, 100 vials, totaling 60,000 crystal coins. Following closely was the Thunderfire base, which procured 50 vials, along with an array of weapons, equipment, and potion scrolls. Wang Yu welcomed this development with enthusiasm, By the end of the day, his crystal coin balance had soared to an impressive 124,060. The replenishing stock has amassed a considerable sum of 112,060 crystal coins, indicating that the profits generated from this beast tide are quite impressive. To elevate the shop's level to a higher tier requires 10,000 crystal coins. As Wang Yu savored his dinner, he contemplated internally, though 10,000 crystal coins might seem a trifling amount to him at present, the cost of ascending levels would perpetually escalate. It is essential to note that the current shop level is merely at the intermediate D rank. The journey to elevate the shop to S rank is a formidable one. At that moment, Wang Yu seemed to recall something and, with a hint of concern, inquired, "If I complete the main quest, will the apocalyptic shop cease to exist?" Having grown accustomed to a life devoid of worries, relishing in comfort, he pondered how he could continue to live a carefree existence if the apocalyptic shop and system were to vanish. Fear not, for the apocalyptic shop system is irrevocably bound to the host's life. Unless the host meets their demise, it shall never disappear. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu nodded and could not resist pressing further. What then is the reward for the main quest? This time, the golden bar remained silent, only to respond after a brief pause, "I do not comprehend. Please rephrase your inquiry." Wang Yu mused to himself. It must either be an elixir to end the apocalypse or a spaceship to escape Blue Star. He resolved to accumulate more wealth for his future comfort. Gazing at the lavish spread of seafood delicacies before him, he reminded himself that he would need to procure daily necessities with crystal coins as well. In his previous life, his thoughts were solely focused on surviving the apocalypse. Now, he contemplated how to thrive. Golden bar, upgrade my shop to C rank. With an ample supply of crystal coins, Wang Yu ascended 2 tiers at once. Upgrade successful. 40,000 crystal coins have been automatically deducted, unlocking products, super crop seeds, and chemical fertilizer. Wang Yu felt no disdain for this development. Rather, a flicker of joy ignited within him. He understood that in the apocalypse, the value of these 2 items would undoubtedly rival that of firearms and sustenance. Moreover, the prefix super suggested that these crops were extraordinary. It seemed that these 2 items were complementary, and the fact that they were unlocked in 2 tiers hinted at a certain meticulousness. Host, these are evidently 2 distinct items. One contains numerous chemical elements, and it is challenging to elaborate further. Wang Yu promptly accessed the system shop and navigated to the section labeled crop seeds. The selection was abundant, classified into cash crops and food crops. Super crop seeds, seeds capable of thriving in various environments with exceptional vitality, maturing in a mere 7 days. Type, one-time use. Procurement cost, 30 crystal coins per bag, 300 G. Upon seeing this, Wang Yu was elated. In a world where food was scarce, crops that promised stable high yields with a maturation period of only 7 days were almost on par with the mutated rice of the Ziyang base. This would be a tremendous draw for any faction, especially when paired with chemical fertilizers to replenish the nutrients depleted from the soil. Thus, Wang Yu procured several shelves and purchased 300 bags of seeds along with 100 bags of fertilizer, filling them to the brim. He then inscribed the 2 newly unlocked products on the notice board at the entrance before heading upstairs to cleanse himself and retire for the night. However, this night was destined to be an insomniac one for certain individuals. In the depths of the night, shadows of indistinct forms roamed, neither human nor beast, neither corpse nor living. The only certainty was their remarkable strength. They launched surprise assaults on scattered factions, uprooting them completely, with none among the members spared, all taken captive. In a fleeting moment, all factions in Nanjing City, save for the Southern District, fell victim to these attacks, including the Ziyang base, though they stood as the sole force capable of withstanding the nocturnal onslaught. As dawn finally broke, a shroud of unease enveloped Nanjing City. The official summons echoed once more. The leaders of the surviving factions gathered again at the apocalyptic shop. Wang Yu, seated behind the counter, observed the wary expressions etched on everyone's faces. Naturally, he activated his eavesdropping mode. Damn it. Last night was anything but quiet. There were constant shouts from outside. I heard that people from other areas managed to escape. What happened? It seems a horde of monsters suddenly emerged, attacking numerous factions. Now, aside from the Southern District, only Ziyang and Leihua remain. Do you think that's why the officials summoned us so early? Could it be that the monsters are the aberrant beasts returning? Who knows? At this juncture, Jiang Zhang, the commander of the Ziyang base, swiftly approached Chenghua, his gaze sharp as if he sought to pierce through him. He coldly inquired, "Is it you, Leihua, who orchestrated this?" At this, the crowd turned their gaze toward Chenghua. Unfazed, he smiled dismissively. "What grounds do you have to accuse us? We could just as easily claim it was you. Who isn't aware that your base conducts experiments on living beings? These monsters could very well be your creations." Our base suffered an attack last night too. We are all in the same predicament. What right do you have to cast aspersions upon us? Cheng Hua spoke with an air of indignation, feigning innocence. None were privy to the true sequence of events from the previous night, and the audience was hesitant to voice opinions. Faced with two formidable factions, choosing the wrong side could yield dire consequences. Thus, the crowd opted to procure more defensive weapons against the monsters, for who could tell if they would be the next to suffer. Likewise, the newly released products piqued considerable interest. Shopkeeper, is everything stated here true? Yi Tian asked, excitement evident as he held a packet of rice seeds. These seeds can thrive in various environments and mature rapidly. They might finally resolve the food scarcity in this post-apocalyptic world. Indeed, Wang Yu replied swiftly, producing a bag of fertilizer from his space and promoting it vigorously. These fast-maturing rice plants will deplete the soil's nutrients, and this superior fertilizer I possess can remedy that. Now, for just 800 crystal coins, you can have a bag of seeds along with a bag of fertilizer. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Even Yi Tian, who was previously enthusiastic, now appeared hesitant. After all, cultivation requires land and labor, and the costs of farming in this apocalyptic era were exceedingly high. A bag of 300 grams of seeds may not necessarily yield a complete harvest. One cannot guarantee the quantity, and it is a one-time investment. Spending 800 crystal coins indeed seems rather extravagant. It would be wiser to purchase ready-made products from the store. Shopkeeper, I would like 10 of this package. Suddenly, a young man with a simple demeanor shouted loudly, drawing the attention of the crowd. Friends, let us speak honestly. When have the shopkeeper's goods ever disappointed us? Each item is worth far more than its price, and I believe that a higher cost often reflects a higher value. Upon hearing these words, the crowd experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, the shop's offerings had never let them down. The shopkeeper provides us with essential supplies at reasonable prices. I'll take 5, shouted another. There's an empty lot next to our base. I'll have 10. Yi Tian found this reasoning compelling and decided to join the fray, ordering a dozen for himself. Wang Yu couldn't contain his joy and swiftly assisted the others in processing their payments. Before long, everyone had made their purchases and arranged for someone to pick up the seeds and fertilizers. Then they set off toward the South River base. Halfway through their journey, Chu Lan, who had hesitated for some time, ultimately decided to return for the store's new products. If the yield was substantial, it could save a portion of their crystal core expenses for leveling up. She instructed the rest of her team to wait and turned back alone. Upon reaching the end of the apocalyptic store, she called out, Shopkeeper, I'll take a bag. However, she abruptly fell silent. Behind the counter, Wang Yu was holding several packs of cigarettes, handing them to a young man in front of him. The young man, beaming with a smile, extended his hands to receive them. Chu Lan squinted. Was that not the same affable youth who had spoken up earlier? Realization dawned upon her, and she couldn't help but twitch her lips. At the sound of her voice, both men turned in unison, and upon seeing Chu Lan return, their expressions froze in surprise. Wang Yu's hand, still outstretched, hung awkwardly in the air. The young man stood there, equally bewildered. An uncomfortable silence filled the air. After a moment, Wang Yu opened his mouth as if to say something, but Chu Lan turned and walked away, not granting him the opportunity to defend himself. Currently, the strength of the ability users in Jiangnan City has significantly declined, with zombies in the urban area stirring restlessly. At this critical juncture, we cannot allow infighting among ourselves. Zhu Yi, with his fingers interlaced before him, scanned the faces of everyone present with a piercing gaze, his tone commanding without anger. Therefore, in order to uncover the instigator of this matter, I hope everyone will cooperate with Captain Feng's investigation. As he spoke, a burly, dark-skinned man stepped forward and saluted the crowd. Cheng Hua's expression remained unchanged, but a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Zhu Yi then turned to Yi Tian and said, You are the leader of South City, correct? I ask you to offer shelter to the survivors who have fled from other areas and do your utmost to preserve the remaining strength of humanity. Yi Tian nodded solemnly. He had already contemplated this strategy of sheltering ability users to expand his influence amidst the chaos of other districts, aiming to become the largest civilian power in Jiangnan City, eclipsing the struggling Lei Hua and Ziyang. Meeting adjourned. As the crowd departed from the base, several individuals clad in military attire remained, among whom was Commander Feng. Given the urgency of the situation, they were compelled to set off immediately. Yi Tian, burdened with the task of addressing various matters concerning foreign supernatural beings, took his leave ahead of the others. At that moment, Cheng Hua suddenly remarked, Commander Feng, while other locations have been besieged by monstrous attacks, South City remains unscathed. I suspect there is something amiss with the forces there, and we should prioritize an investigation to unearth the mastermind behind these creatures. What do you mean? Are you insinuating that we at Tianhe are involved? It appeared that the Tianhe representatives were not immune to indignation, yet Commander Feng found Cheng He's concerns to hold merit, thus instructing the personnel from Tianhe to lead the way. As they were about to depart, Cheng He cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Zhang, saying, "Commander Jiang, be wary tonight. The monsters are particularly active." Jiang Zhang furrowed his brow at the comment. Presently, only their two factions remained in East City, and Xiang was undoubtedly a thorn in Thunderfire's side. If those monsters were indeed summoned by Thunderfire, their base would be in grave peril, given the formidable resilience and strength of those creatures. Thankfully, they had not fought to the death the previous night. Otherwise, Xiang base would have suffered catastrophic losses. The ramifications of a congregation of monsters at Xiang base were too dire to contemplate. At this juncture, he could only hope that the military would identify the true culprit. To err on the side of caution, Jiang Zhang returned to the apocalyptic store and ordered a substantial quantity of protective gear. Observing this, Wang Yu, who had gleaned much information through eavesdropping, understood the underlying reasons. However, a merchant is always adept at sensing opportunities amidst chaos. As he deftly inserted crystal nuclei into the exchange machine, he smiled and said, "Little Jiang, your base is on the brink of disaster." Jiang Zhang sighed deeply, a bitter smile gracing his lips, feeling utterly helpless. The enemy was hidden while they were exposed, rendering them vulnerable. But Wang Yu shifted the conversation, his eyes narrowing slightly, suggesting that knowing both oneself and one's enemy could provide a means to counter the threat. Jiang Zheng leaned closer to Wang Yu and inquired softly, "Pray tell, store manager, does this knowledge of the enemy include their weaknesses?" Wang Yu merely smiled silently, his fingers deftly pressing several digits on the card reader. Chapter 87. Night Raid. Jiang Zheng observed the 800 crystal coins displayed on the card reader, hesitating for a few seconds before resolutely swiping his payment card. The transaction was successful. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to relay all the information regarding the monsters that had been analyzed by the system. Previously, while he was in East City witnessing the beast tide, he had inadvertently sensed Thunderfire's secrets. Initially, he had thought it to be a new species, grotesque in appearance. However, system analysis revealed it to be a stitched monster. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zheng could not suppress a gasp. Humans combined with the genes of supernatural beasts and zombies. Although he was aware that Thunderfire was conducting inhumane experiments, he had not anticipated such a grotesque outcome. Is the information reliable? Absolutely. A falsehood would incur a tenfold penalty. Receiving this confirmation, Jiang Zheng's expression grew grave. The emergence of beastmen and zombies was not merely a simplistic equation of 1 + 1. One was a superhuman endowed with formidable physical prowess, while the other was a relentless entity that would not cease until its head was severed. Moreover, the hybrid creatures possessed the potential to inherit the power level of their progenitors. Thus, when the serum of a sea-level organism merges with a human base, this hybrid may also attain sea-level status. The magnitude of their power is truly terrifying, compounded by the unsettling fact that their numbers remain unknown, ranging from dozens to potentially hundreds. The mere thought of this sent a chill down Jiang Zheng's spine, plunging him into despair. However, it is crucial to understand that once their genes are altered, they cease to be human, devoid of any semblance of humanity, transforming into mere war machines under external control. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zheng was struck with clarity, promptly bowing in gratitude before hastily departing. The 800 crystal coins he spent were not in vain. Wang Yu, having reaped substantial profits, wore a satisfied expression, although a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. He hoped they wouldn't attempt the impossible. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to acquire another batch of crystal cores. In the derelict building, a man of delicate features, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, sat composedly at a dining table, with a knife and fork in hand. He elegantly consumed a piece of bloody meat from his plate, occasionally lifting a goblet filled with crimson liquid to savor its contents. His every movement mirrored that of an elite individual in a position of power, starkly contrasting with the dilapidated surroundings and the 3 zombies kneeling before him. The dwarf zombie recounted the events of recent days in detail, including matters regarding the apocalyptic store and Wang Yu. The man remained unresponsive until he learned that the apocalyptic store had extended an invitation to the zombies. This prompted him to recall the man who had spotted him from afar, who possessed a formidable beast of unparalleled strength. Should he wish to command the zombies to overrun the entirety of Nanjing City, this individual would undoubtedly represent an insurmountable obstacle. Intriguing. I must personally meet him. My king. There is a matter. The dwarf zombie hesitated before signaling to those behind him. Shortly thereafter, several subordinates brought forth a zombie. This particular zombie was exceptionally frenzied. Its eyes a fiery red as it struggled violently against its restraints, while 4 D-level zombies desperately clung to it, yet it appeared on the verge of breaking free. The prowess of this raging D-level zombie was evident. The Zombie King furrowed his brow, murmuring, "It carries our scent, yet also that of humanity." The dwarf quickly clarified. "It seems to have emerged from a human base, with dozens of them appearing, and last night they attacked numerous human factions. Another instance of infighting. How foolish these humans are." A peculiar smile crept upon the Zombie King's lips as he commanded, "Let them fight to their hard-ass content. This foolish race is on the brink of extinction. Currently, the beastly powers in Nanjing City are waning, and now even humans are turning against one another. Meanwhile, the zombies have remained in the shadows, developing quietly. Furthermore, during his last outing, he resolved the issue of the suburban zombies, preventing any incursions from external zombie threats into Nanjing. With external dangers eliminated and internal strife minimal, it won't be long before Nanjing is left with only their kind." Meanwhile, at the Thunderfire base, several high-ranking officials convened, plotting a grand conspiracy. Chenghua surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Doctor, how is the progress coming along?" A gaunt elder, his voice tinged with agitation, replied, "The production of the control drug requires a bit more time. We are still 2/3 short." Chenghua nodded, his gaze indifferent. "Our time is running short, and it is imperative that we complete this before the arrival of Colonel Feng, allowing us to extend our hospitality." Cheng Yuan, with a hint of concern, asked, "What if the authorities resort to using missiles? We have taken so many hostages, they would be hesitant to deploy such measures. Our primary concern should be the end-time store. With so many sea-level monsters at our disposal, should we truly fear a mere person and his dog?" Chenghua, opting for caution, shook his head. "Let us refrain from making a move against the end-time store for now. We must swiftly eliminate the Xiang base. There are thousands inside. A vital resource for expanding our legion. If we can successfully gene-modify them all, we shall fear nothing." As darkness enveloped the sky, there was still no word from Colonel Feng and his team, which left Qin Gang and others in a state of unease. Could something have gone awry? Surely not. After all, Colonel Feng is a sea-level esper, and the team he leads is formidable. Just then, Qin Gang's satellite phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, the anxious voice of Jiang Zheng came through. "Comrade Qin, the Xiang base is about to be attacked by monsters, orchestrated by the Leihua base. We request military support." At the end-time store, despite the late hour, numerous espers hurriedly purchased defensive items before hastily departing. Meanwhile, the Nanjing base on the opposite shore was also mobilizing, creating quite a commotion. As the crowd dispersed, silence enveloped the area, and it seemed a premature closing of the store was in order. Just then, a tall figure entered the store silently. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he surveyed the interior with a sense of wonder. His indifferent gaze soon met that of Wang Yu behind the counter. The lurking He Zi caught the scent and stood alert, growling lowly. Wang Yu recognized the individual before him and smiled. "Can I assist you with anything? Feel free to browse." With that, he gently patted He Zi's head, signaling him not to frighten the customer. Observing this scene, the Zombie King fell silent for a moment before stating, "I will just take a look around." Chapter 88. The cold gazing at the Zombie King, whose movements mirrored those of a human, Wang Yu maintained a composed demeanor, though internally he mused. So zombies can indeed enter the store. At this moment, Jin Tiao provided clarification. Lower-tier zombies lack consciousness and thus cannot perceive the store, but those of a higher rank may very well do so. Wang Yu nodded, contemplating whether even aberrant beasts could conduct business here, though their intelligence would likely be insufficient. Meanwhile, the Zombie King, appearing curious as he surveyed the surroundings, was internally filled with trepidation. A B-level high-tier aberrant beast showed no sign of defiance in the presence of this man. It seemed he needed to redefine his perception of the individual before him. A level, perhaps even higher. The Zombie King inwardly chastised himself for his hubris, having rashly ventured into a den of tigers and wolves, and now, having barely attained the B-level high-tier crystal core, he had unwittingly offered it up. Although this individual is engaged in commerce, he remains fundamentally human. The opportunity to effortlessly procure crystal cores would be an irresistible temptation for anyone. However, after a considerable duration, Wang Yu showed no inclination to resort to violence. It was then that the Zombie King recalled the words of the gnome zombie. Soon after, a handcart was pushed to the counter, laden with a mountain of fresh pork. Beyond the crystal cores, flesh and blood are the most delectable sustenance for zombies. The Zombie King meticulously examined the exchange list and produced several D-grade crystal cores for payment, all the while scrutinizing Wang Yu with caution. Observing Wang Yu's lack of response, the Zombie King breathed a sigh of relief and tentatively inquired, "Excuse me, are you human?" "Store manager?" Wang Yu, sensing the awkwardness in the question, retorted, "If I am not human, Then what are you? He continued. Why do you still wish to engage with us? This question struck at the heart of the matter. Wang Yu seized the opportunity to clarify his stance. I am indeed human, but I am also an unwavering merchant. Regardless of the turmoil outside, I remain indifferent. However, should anyone disturb the peace within my store or infringe upon the interests of a diligent merchant, the fleeting glimmer of murderous intent that crossed my mind would leave the zombie king in a chilling silence, too fearful to speak. After dragging 2 hefty bags of fresh pork from the store, the zombie king finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over him. Fortunately, Wang Yu had made his position clear, signifying that he no longer needed to tread carefully. The humans of Nanjiang had no longer any necessity to survive. The store manager was correct. They lacked any semblance of independent consciousness. Shu, keep it down. Outside the Xiang base, a multitude of monstrous beings had gathered, silently encircling the base and rendering it impenetrable. Under the inky night sky, pairs of blood-red eyes darted about. If illuminated by a spotlight, one would discover that these were, in fact, humans endowed with wings. The ground bore witness to zombies with horns sprouting from their heads and humans with tails trailing behind them, their expressions vacant, resembling mere automatons. At that moment, the Xiang base was shrouded in darkness, seemingly ensnared in a deep slumber, unaware of the impending danger. From a distance, Chenghua, observing through night vision goggles, couldn't help but smirk coldly. The future of Nanjiang will undoubtedly belong to us. Beside him stood only a handful of individuals, his sister Cheng Ming, their father Cheng Yuan, and a select few from the base's upper echelons. As for the others from the Leihua base, they had all transformed into gene beasts, reduced to mere tools of the living dead. An emaciated old man nearby clutched a square device, his excitement palpable as he murmured, "More experimental subjects, heh. Let them dismantle the Xiang base." Upon receiving Cheng Hua's command, the old man swiftly pressed a button with his frail fingers. Instantly, the antennae on the machine emitted invisible waves. In an instant, all the monsters surged towards the Xiang base, with the beastmen launching the first wave of attack, crashing into watchtowers, utility poles, and any structures that dared to rise above the ground. The vast ground forces effortlessly breached the cement walls surrounding the base, advancing with relentless vigor to unleash widespread devastation. Before long, Chenghua witnessed flames soaring high into the sky, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of destruction, and he nodded in satisfaction. However, despite the ground section of Xiang base being left in tatters, not a single soul was in sight. Were they all hiding underground? Cheng Yuan furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life. "Boss, a multitude has arrived at Xiang base. We need help." The transmission abruptly cut off. It was then that they realized the monumental error they had made by mobilizing their entire force. How dare they invade our base? Did they not fear the monsters? Moreover, the authorities had not confirmed that we were responsible for the creatures, so how could they be so certain? Cheng Hua's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Someone must have leaked information. What a clever strategy. Retreat. I will tear Jiangzheng to shreds." The monstrous army made its way back. Though the journey was not far, they were intermittently harassed by 1 or 2 speed-type superhumans, significantly delaying their progress. However, these gene beasts lacked intelligence and were easily outpaced by the speedsters, much to the annoyance of Cheng Hua and his group, who felt their anger escalating. When they finally arrived at the towering walls of Thunderfire Base, they were greeted by the faces of another group. Among them the very person Cheng Hua had been obsessing over, Jiangzheng. Cheng Hua let out a furious roar, wishing he could skin him alive. Yet, Jiangzheng gazed at the throng of monsters without a hint of panic, calmly stating, "You have lost, Cheng Hua. What nonsense. Do you think occupying our base means victory? Do you believe I lack the resolve to make sacrifices?" Cheng Hua retorted, "Take a good look at the monstrous legion behind me. Soon, they will embody your fate." No sooner had he spoken than a series of deafening cannon blasts erupted, illuminating the night sky with flares. As Cheng Hua and his companions stood momentarily stunned, a hidden heavy machine gun suddenly unleashed a torrent of fire, with bullets raining down upon them. The superhumans reacted swiftly, evading the onslaught in an instant. However, the old man was not so fortunate, as he was struck directly by several 127mm rounds, his frail body disintegrating in an instant. "The authorities have arrived, and there are superhumans from South City," Cheng Hua exclaimed, quickly searching for the machine controlling the monsters, but like the old man's remains, it lay in ruins. In an instant, several individuals found themselves at a loss, standing frozen in place. The controller was broken, and the multitude of monsters nearby were nothing more than scarecrows, ineffectual against the birds of prey. "Move, damn it! Move!" Cheng Hui shouted frantically, shaking the grotesque creature beside him in a frenzy. Once his capable subordinates, they were now mere cold tools, utterly unresponsive to Cheng Hui's increasingly frantic pleas. It has come to an end, destroyed in an instant. Chapter 89, Military District. In the office of a colossal military base, a dozen individuals clad in uniforms were seated, with an elderly man occupying the main seat. His gaunt shoulders adorned with 3 stars. Everyone has reviewed Commander Zhu's report, I presume? I would like to hear your thoughts. The potential of these items is sufficient to catalyze a nationwide victory. However, progress in our research has been stagnant. We cannot simply resort to purchasing them. In my opinion, we should summon the developers directly to collaborate with us. Not so fast, old Qian. Have you even read the report? It states that the developer remains unknown, with only the seller identified, and it also mentions that this seller is not easily dealt with. Regardless, we must interrogate them. They must cooperate with us. We are not in an era of peace. The entire nation of Hua is on the brink of peril. We cannot allow personal gains to overshadow the greater good of our country. I concur. Those factions are exceedingly arrogant, scarcely regarding the military anymore. They are formidable. A mere small city like Nanjing could thrive economically before the apocalypse, but now it is no longer feasible. Who knows what formidable adversaries may arise? It seems we need to convene another meeting. As the crowd collected crystal cores on the battlefield, Zhu Yi encountered Captain Feng, who had transformed into a monster. His once vibrant spirit now extinguished. Another farce, Zhu Yi reflected, a sense of melancholy washing over him as he personally extracted Captain Feng's crystal core. Chun Gang approached and inquired, Commander, what shall we do with the bodies of these monsters? We can only incinerate them, Zhu Yi replied, casting his gaze over the vast multitude of creatures. Subsequently, he sought out Jiang Zheng, who was bustling about, and asked how he had come to know about these monsters, which resembled marionettes, manipulated by unseen forces. It was the shopkeeper who informed me, but as you might guess, it comes at a cost, Jiang Zheng replied. Zhu Yi fell silent for a few moments, lamenting, is there anything in this world that the shopkeeper does not know? It seems to me that as long as you possess a crystal core, nothing is impossible at the shopkeeper's establishment. After this exchange, Jiang Zheng excused himself to continue overseeing the relocation efforts. Having used the entire Xiang base as bait, the base had suffered significant damage and could no longer serve as a residence. Fortuitously, they repurposed the entire Thunderfire as the new Xiang base. Currently, the most concentrated area of power in Nanjing was undoubtedly in the southern city, yet these factions were all reliant on the Tianhe base. Aside from the eastern city, which still retained the Xiang base, the northern and western cities had nearly transformed into true no-man's lands, becoming havens for zombies and monstrous beasts. Although there were intentions to consolidate forces at the Xiang base and move to the southern city, the scale of the undertaking was too vast to proceed. Freya, please serve a cup of hot tea to our 2 clients. Upon seeing Zhu Yi and Chen Gang, Wang Yu understood that business was at hand. Shopkeeper, during the last beast tide, the army equipped with your shop's weapons achieved numerous victories, drawing significant attention from higher-ups. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with anticipation. Is the higher command preparing for large-scale military outfitting? Zhu Yi smiled faintly, taking a sip of the warm tea, and replied, certainly, it won't be that swift. Wang Yu, Freya, come and take his tea away. This is meant for drinking. Wait, let me finish speaking. Zhu Yi hastily waved his hand, cradling the teacup in his embrace, and refrained from dancing around the subject with Wang Yu. The higher-ups truly place great importance on this matter, but as you know, it is rather complicated. They believe that a battalion should be assembled to conduct experiments in the heavily affected areas before large-scale deployment can take place. Although the intensity of the beast tide in Nanjing City is formidable, with even B-level advanced aberrations, the scale is still insufficient. The higher-ups opine that it may not be fully applicable to the entire military district, let alone nationwide. Furthermore, the military district must convene a special meeting, inviting leaders of A-level factions across Jiangnan province to deliberate together. At that time, your shop's merchandise will undoubtedly become widely known throughout the province. And perhaps all factions within the province will seek to equip themselves with your store's weaponry. What is an A-level faction? Wang Yu suddenly interjected, having never heard of such a classification in his previous life. Zhu Yi succinctly replied, it is a rating assigned by the authorities based on comprehensive strength. Akin to the 7 levels of abilities, an A-level faction is already a large-scale force. He paused momentarily. However, for various reasons, there is not a single A-level faction in Nanjing City. Even the largest, the Tianhe base, lacks one crucial element. The leader's ability must reach C-level high tier. Nonetheless, I have requested a special exception from the higher-ups to allow Yi Tian to participate. Wang Yu nodded. As the possessor of a system, Yi Tian possessed a multitude of abilities, warranting such an exception. After a brief contemplation, he murmured, "It seems there are still many strong individuals outside Nanjing City. Likely due to the chaos beyond, where everyone aspires to become a tyrant in these tumultuous times." Zhu Yi sighed softly, casting a glance at Wang Yu. Knowing that compared to other cities, Nanjing City remains relatively stable, largely due to this man and the entire end-of-the-world shop. Wang Yu pursed his lips, inquiring, "Does this mean I must personally visit the military district?" Hearing this, Zhu Yi nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "You know how chaotic it is outside. The leaders of the military district cannot afford to roam freely. We cannot have the highest commander of a military district seeking you out, otherwise. Others might think the leadership of Huagua has changed." "Understood," Wang Yu replied, treating it as an opportunity for a stroll. After all, having stayed cooped up in the shop for nearly a month, who wouldn't feel restless? This trip to the military district could also serve to intimidate and attract a wave of customers. Later, Chen Gang and Zhu Yi walked side by side on their way back. "Captain, what did the higher-ups say? They want to have a face-to-face meeting with the store manager and are making quite a fuss about it." Zhu Yi's gaze deepened as he revealed the truth. "Do you remember the samples we submitted?" It left the research lab of the military district utterly perplexed. Those scholars and doctors have been working tirelessly, racking their brains, unable to comprehend how these items were developed. However, their efficacy is beyond question. The military district desires large-scale deployment, and not just the military district. They wish for all ability users nationwide to be equipped. Purchasing one by one is certainly impractical. There aren't enough crystal cores. Therefore, they are seeking the store manager to develop the technology for these items. Upon hearing this, Chen Gang furrowed his brow slightly, aware that these technologies represented the core interests of the store manager, which were absolutely non-negotiable. Zhu Yi let out a bitter laugh and said, "I understand that the manager will not comply, but I am under constant pressure from above. There is no other option but to have them confront the manager directly." As he spoke, Zhu Yi displayed a worried expression, hoping that no conflict would arise. Observing this, Chen Gang offered reassurance, saying, "It's all right. The manager is a clever individual and will not act foolishly. My concern lies with those from the military district. I hope they do not make any rash decisions." The following day, a military green off-road vehicle came to a halt in front of the Apocalypse store. Shortly after, Wang Yu leisurely emerged from within, followed closely by He Zi. However, as he hung the notice of his departure, He Zi made his way outside. Wang Yu did not allow He Zi to accompany him, but instead called out to him from behind. "He Zi, I don't know when I'll be back. I've sealed off the restroom in the park. Try to eat less waste for the next couple of days." Woof woof. Upon witnessing this, the driver, Li Bing, promptly exited the vehicle and personally opened the door for Wang Yu. "Very considerate, young Li," Wang Yu remarked. The off-road vehicle sped away, leaving the city, with scarcely any zombies or aberrant beasts daring to obstruct their path. After nearly an hour of travel, they finally arrived at a dense bamboo forest and halted the vehicle. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had been waiting there for quite some time. It appeared to be Yi Tian's first experience in such grand circumstances, as he was dressed neatly, fully equipped, and burdened with numerous bags. Wang Yu, on the other hand, appeared relaxed, clad in home attire and fluffy slippers, resembling a vacationer. One could only commend the utility of spatial abilities. Subsequently, Li Bing led the two into the bamboo grove, navigating through several twists and turns until they arrived at a concealed, artificially constructed entrance. Li Bing produced a key, unlocking the heavy metal door, revealing a passageway barely wide enough for a single person. Wang Yu looked on in confusion, while Yi Tian, having formerly been affiliated with official matters, recognized that this was an underground metro constructed in secrecy by the authorities. This route interconnected various cities and was said to lead directly to the military district, serving as a primary mode of transportation in the apocalypse. Upon turning on the lights and descending the stairs, they soon reached a makeshift platform. After a short wait, a rumbling sound echoed as the metro arrived at the platform, the iron doors sliding open in response. Li Bing stood at attention, saluting the two, and solemnly stated, "There will be someone awaiting you on the other side. I wish you both a safe journey." Wang Yu nodded, stepping into the carriage first, with Yi Tian quickly following suit. Upon entering the carriage, the two immediately felt several piercing gazes fixated upon them, indicating that they were not the first stop. Inside the brightly lit carriage, numerous groups of 3 or 5 people were already seated. Additionally, several fully armed ability soldiers stood nearby, their expressions grave, with specialized weapons at the ready, suggesting they possessed the authority to act preemptively. Wang Yu stifled a yawn, casually walked to an empty seat, and began to rest his eyes. Yi Tian followed closely behind, but busied himself with incessantly analyzing the individuals in the carriage through his system. However, It became apparent that the levels of these individuals' supernatural abilities surpassed his own, with the majority being high-tier C grade, and some even reaching B grade. The train doors gradually closed, and it continued its smooth journey forward. At that moment, a group of 3 men and 2 women seated across from them had been casting malevolent glances since Wang Yu and his companion entered. Noticing that the duo consisted of only 2 individuals, they couldn't help but mock them. "Oh, isn't this once a first-tier city, Nanjing? How come there are only 2 A-grade forces here? We, whom you regard as country bumpkins, boast 5 A-grade forces ourselves. You are no match for us." One of them spat disdainfully. "Damn it. I am so tired of people from big cities. The looks they give me are all filled with contempt. Look at those 2 scrawny fellows. Their aura is so feeble, they must have just stepped into high-tier C grade. What's the point of their so-called development? When the nation is in peril, they will still have to rely on us. Did you see that pretty boy? He left home without even a weapon. What a pretentious wolf he is." Yi Tian's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized them, akin to a predator sizing up its prey. Though his supernatural ability level was inferior to theirs, he was confident in his capacity to eliminate any one of them given the number of abilities he possessed. Observing this, a tall and robust man stood up, nearly bumping his head against the train's ceiling, his fierce eyes glaring down at them. With disdain, he asked, "What are you staring at? Do you want to fight?" Yi Tian's eyes glinted with murderous intent, ready to rise, but was restrained by Wang Yu's firm grip. Yi Tian felt as if a mountain bore down upon his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Wang Yu's calm voice reached his ears. "They are trying to provoke you." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian surveyed his surroundings and suddenly realized, as the soldiers in the carriage turned to look, their gazes filled with an air of menace. The other passengers appeared to relish the spectacle, eager for trouble to unfold. "Do not provoke them," Wang Yu advised, patting Yi Tian's shoulder. Regaining his composure, Yi Tian nodded solemnly and expressed his gratitude with a glance at Wang Yu. In truth, Wang Yu's warning stemmed from a desire to avoid trouble for himself. As he had accompanied Yi Tian, should they be mistaken for accomplices, it would only complicate matters for him. Damn it, isn't this kid also reborn? Why does he still carry such arrogance? Perhaps he met his untimely demise in his previous life, never having experienced the harshness of society, Wang Yu mused inwardly. When the man realized his taunts had failed to provoke a reaction, he lost interest and contemptuously remarked, "Coward." The others could not help but join in with derisive laughter. Heeding Wang Yu's advice, Yi Tian decided to ignore them, following Wang Yu's example of closing his eyes to rest. However, at that moment, Wang Yu coughed twice. As Yi Tian pondered this, Wang Yu took a deep breath and exclaimed, "What are you little brats barking about? Have you all feasted on too much excrement? Spewing filth from your mouths? You lot are nothing but walnuts in need of a good thump, or cucumbers begging to be slapped. Who the hell do you think you are?" He continued, his ire unabated. After a few minutes, Wang Yu finally ceased his tirade, calmly retrieving a bottle of mineral water to take a generous gulp, then resumed his meditative state, as if nothing had transpired. Beside him, Yi Tian was somewhat astonished, raising a hand to form the gesture of 6, having grasped the situation. After a few moments, the onlookers finally reacted, and a spectator could not help but exclaim in admiration, "A professional mage." His eloquence flowed like a river, interspersed with coarse language, making even a rough and uncouth countryman like myself seem civilized by comparison. Meanwhile, the 5 individuals across from him were equally dumbfounded upon regaining their senses. Their faces turned ashen with fury, yet, restrained by the presence of the military, they dared not take action. They could only seethe and utter a warning. "You better watch yourself." Following this, the carriage fell into a hush, with many whispering amongst themselves, speculating on the military's intentions. As the train approached its next station, the passengers could no longer resist glancing toward the platform. When the doors swung open, only one figure stepped inside, clad in black garments, arms crossed, wielding a specially crafted long blade. Despite being the sole representative from the city, it signified the presence of a singular A-grade force. The gazes directed at him were filled with awe, fear, and envy, yet devoid of contempt or disdain, including those from the previously arrogant group. Even Yi Tian regarded him with profound respect. Noticing this, Wang Yu could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Who is this guy?" Chapter 91. Reluctant refusal. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian cast a surprised glance at Wang Yu and replied, "Luo Sheng, do you not recognize him?" Wang Yu shook his head, as someone who rarely ventured out. How could he be acquainted with someone from another city? He hails from the neighboring Shanbei city, renowned for his formidable strength and illustrious reputation. It is said that during his C-grade days, he single-handedly fought through thousands of zombies, including many of a higher level than himself, ultimately exhausting his blade, yet annihilating the vast horde. Thus, The people of our city refer to him as the god of slaughter. In the expansive Shanbei city, he is not merely one A-grade force, but the leader of all factions, and his influence has likely transcended A-grade status to S-grade. It is estimated that only Luo Sheng could unify the entirety of Shanbei city by sheer willpower, and he has since ascended to the B-grade level, a testament to his formidable prowess. As he spoke, Yi Tian's face illuminated with admiration. In fact, as an official, he had long heard of this individual in his past life, regarded as the unrivaled champion among grassroots forces. Of course, that might not hold true anymore. Wang Yu glanced at Luo Sheng's profile and nodded in agreement, acknowledging his impressive credentials. At that moment, the individual seated opposite could not help but scoff. You haven't even heard of the name God Luo? The people of Nanjing truly are a bunch of frogs in a well, limited in their perspective. They must be entirely out of touch with that level of existence. How pitiable. Uninformed, for a mere finger of his could easily end your life. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. In such a deep underground space, how can one still hear the barking of dogs? Truly peculiar. Luo Sheng paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd, instead casting a detached gaze around before finally fixing his attention on Yi Tian. His instinct told him that this individual was far more complex than he appeared. As for Wang Yu, who seemed as ordinary as anyone else, he felt a twinge of confusion but chose not to dwell on it. He then quietly took a seat in an adjacent vacant spot. The train halted at several stations, collecting a few waves of passengers before accelerating swiftly. Within the carriage, there were a total of 17 individuals. This implies that, excluding Wang Yu, the entire Jiangnan province is home to 16 A-grade factions, a force that ranks significantly on a national scale. After half an hour, the train finally arrived at its destination, the Jiangnan military district. As the doors opened, the soldiers in the carriage swiftly and orderly disembarked. The others also stood up to exit, revealing an exterior reminiscent of an underground city, with expansive spaces and towering buildings bustling with pedestrians. Were it not for the dim lighting, Wang Yu might have believed he had stepped back into a pre-apocalyptic society. At that moment, a woman clad in military attire approached with poise, smiling as she spoke. Greetings. The meeting arranged by our military district is scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. For today, we have prepared accommodations for you in the underground city adjacent to the military district, right here. Please take some time to rest. I will notify you all tomorrow to attend the meeting, so kindly follow me. With a gracious gesture, she invited them to proceed. As for meals, we will send them to your rooms. Should you wish to explore outside, please adhere strictly to the military district's regulations, or you will bear the consequences. The others, familiar with the protocol, voiced no objections and dutifully followed the female officer. Along the way, they frequently encountered patrols of soldiers, indicating the military district's stringent control over security. Passers-by cast glances at the group, but none lingered, as life here also necessitated currency. Upon receiving their keys, Wang Yu and Yi Tian prepared to return to their room. However, the female officer suddenly called out to them. Excuse me, are you the owner of the apocalyptic shop? She regarded the casually dressed youth with curiosity, smiling politely. Is there something you need? Wang Yu inquired. In a lowered voice, the officer replied, Our commander wishes to invite you to the conference room to discuss certain matters. I decline. Very well, please follow me. What? The officer, taken aback, stared incredulously at Wang Yu. An invitation from a top commander of the military district, a position held by only a select few nationwide, had been outright rejected by this individual. Sir, this is rather inappropriate. The officer's expression darkened. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, I've been on the subway for too long today and am feeling a bit fatigued. Besides, we're convening tomorrow anyway. We can discuss everything then. Please report back honestly. We'll be on our way. With that, he turned and walked away. Seeing this, Yi Tian felt a twinge of helplessness but could only follow suit, leaving the officer standing alone, her demeanor growing colder. The commander had been correct. These factions were indeed becoming increasingly audacious. The accommodations prepared by the military were rather rudimentary, featuring only 2 single beds and a bathroom. As for the plain fare provided by the military, Wang Yu had little interest. He directly purchased a box of chicken rice along with some cooked vegetables from the system shop. Instantly, the room was filled with the enticing aroma of the meal, evoking envy from Yi Tian, who found his own plate of food quite bland in comparison. Cough, shopkeeper, are you still conducting business? The dumplings remain at the same price. After a hearty meal, Wang Yu ambled out, toothpick in mouth. I shall take a stroll. With nothing to occupy him, Yi Tian swiftly followed suit. The bustling streets were alive with voices, flanked by numerous shops, all owned by non-official individuals, which piqued Wang Yu's curiosity. In such a time of scarcity, it seemed improbable that the authorities would distribute surplus supplies. Thus, he pondered the origin of their wares. Yi Tian, having once been an official, was well aware of the intricacies and explained to Wang Yu. Although they were merchants, each possessed their own teams of ability users. These merchants invested in these individuals, sending them out to seek resources, which were then sold in the underground market, or to hunt zombies and exotic beasts for crystal cores, sharing the profits subsequently. Wang Yu was taken aback by the notion that they could venture outside. Indeed, despite the stringent control of the military district, it appeared they also yearned to restore the society of the pre-apocalyptic era. Nodding in agreement, Wang Yu acknowledged this fact. Just then, a voice, dripping with provocation, pierced the air. "Oh, isn't this the pair of frail pups from Nanjing City? Be cautious out here, lest you find yourselves dragged into an alley for a beating." It was the same group from the train, including a man named Luo Shang. Yi Tian, wearing a disdainful expression, retorted, "Is that all you've got?" A burly man scoffed, "With military regulations in place, our words carry weight. Don't wait until the day I visit Nanjing City. You'll regret it." A short-haired woman chimed in with mockery. "Tai Jian, why bother with these two weaklings? They can only flap their gums." "Indeed. I believe Tai Jian could handle both of them easily," another added. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Why wait for later? We can test our mettle at the training arena right now." Chapter 92. The Duo Duel Arena. The training arena was a designated combat training ground for ability users, established to ensure that confrontations remained controlled and to prevent lethal encounters. High-ranking ability users oversaw the duels to maintain order. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng cast a curious glance at Yi Tian. The youth named Tai Jian raised an eyebrow, a mocking expression on his face. "So you wish to be beaten? I shall oblige. Rest assured, I will spare your lives." Feeling overconfident, Tai Jian suddenly pointed at Wang Yu, coldly declaring, "Let this kid join as well. I have a strong urge to teach him a lesson." It was evident he still harbored resentment over Wang Yu's display of power on the train. A two-on-two duel in the arena? Yi Tian turned to Wang Yu with a questioning gaze. Wang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "I have no objections." Hearing this, a smile crept onto Yi Tian's lips, while Tai Jian grinned widely, eagerly anticipating the chance to deal out some punishment to Wang Yu. The group approached a small, circular structure reminiscent of an arena. Even before entering, the sounds of battle echoed from within, punctuated by the roars of combat. Upon entering, Wang Yu beheld two individuals clad in military attire, engaged in close combat on the battleground. Nearby stood a middle-aged man with his hands clasped behind him, his expression grave as he intently observed the duel, seemingly poised to intervene at any moment. His ability level an astonishing B-grade intermediate. Scattered across the stands were a handful of spectators, predominantly soldiers in uniform, while a portion were also practitioners of supernatural abilities. After all, ordinary individuals have their own occupations. Who would come here to witness two men fight? If one were to watch, it would surely be for a woman. Or perhaps the prospect of gambling here promised substantial profits. The moment he sensed an opportunity, Wang Yu's professional instincts kicked in. As the duelists concluded their bout, Tai Jian turned to ask, "Who wishes to slap him? Who wants to join me in teaching these two insignificant pests a lesson?" A striking woman swiftly stepped forward. Her expression icy. "I shall instruct that loose-tongued individual on how to speak properly." Hearing this, Yi Tian smirked coldly. "If the shopkeeper intervenes, you two won't even know how you met your demise." The four of them entered the arena, and the serious middle-aged man immediately approached, stating solemnly, "You are all aware of the rules of our training ground. I shall reiterate, fight to the point, but do not kill. Otherwise, I will promptly intervene to prevent any casualties. Is that understood?" The three nodded in unison, while Wang Yu merely glanced at the man with indifference. At that moment, the two pairs of fighters distanced themselves. The man and woman opposite were eager to unleash their fury upon the two insignificant challengers before them. Observing this, Yi Tian scoffed and turned to discuss tactics with Wang Yu. "Shopkeeper, wait," he began, but Wang Yu patted Yi Tian on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, give it your all. I have faith in you." With that, he stepped back a few paces, retrieving a chair from his spatial pocket and leisurely seated himself. Yi Tian's expression froze as he slightly opened his mouth, feeling utterly perplexed. We are not in this together. I merely stated that I have no objections." Wang Yu smiled broadly. Just then, a whisper, audible only to Yi Tian, reached his ears. There was no mention of not using supernatural weapons and items against those two insignificant fools. "I believe in your capabilities." At these words, Yi Tian felt invigorated. Indeed, using weapons and scrolls, along with the amplification potion he had acquired yesterday, could turn the tide. With this thought, confidence surged within him, and his posture straightened. The corners of Wang Yu's mouth lifted slightly. Since his entrance, his abilities had detected a powerful practitioner hidden in the shadows of the training ground. undoubtedly one of the military's authoritative figures. Wang Yu's intent was to encourage Yi Tian to utilize his merchandise, defeating the two leaders of the A-grade faction in a battle. This would serve as a promotion for his goods. After all, those who could elevate their factions to A-grade were undoubtedly the cream of the crop among practitioners. If Yi Tian could triumph against the odds, people would inevitably think of the weapons and equipment in his possession. Upon witnessing Wang Yu conjure a chair seemingly out of thin air, Tai Jian couldn't help but erupt into uncontrollable laughter. It turned out to be a manifestation of spatial abilities. No wonder he had retreated to the back. It was quite the display of ineptitude. Fortunately, he was a fool. Otherwise, we would have been deprived of the opportunity to teach him a lesson. The woman, however, wore a look of disdain, convinced of her imminent victory. The scattered audience around them shook their heads in resignation, save for a solemn-looking middle-aged man in the corner, intently scrutinizing Wang Yu, attempting to see through him. Begin. With a commanding shout, the officials withdrew to the periphery of the dueling arena. Let us deal with this one first. In an instant, Tai Jian propelled himself forward with a powerful push from his right foot, swiftly closing the distance to Yi Tian. Hong Lian, cover me. The woman named Hong Lian immediately raised her hand, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards Yi Tian. The flames, interwoven with wind attributes, blazed with increasing intensity, forming a towering wall of fire. Unfazed, Yi Tian reacted swiftly, casting a defensive skill scroll. In the next moment, a robust steel wall materialized. When the fiery wall collided with it, a violent tremor reverberated through the arena. Suddenly, the steel wall buckled under the force, and with the next strike, it was punctured by a powerful blow. Tai Jian lunged forward, delivering a mighty punch that generated fierce gales around his fist. Even with his dual abilities of defense and strength, Yi Tian dared not confront it head-on and swiftly evaded. This punch captivated the audience in the stands, their eyes lighting up in awe. Clearly, there was still much to behold among the practitioners of supernatural abilities. As Yi Tian deftly dodged, he maintained his momentum, drawing his supernatural Tang Dao to counterattack, fully aware of the considerable inertia and lengthy recovery from Tai Jian's punch. However, just as he accelerated, a fiery arrow surged toward him, blindingly bright. Yi Tian furrowed his brows but did not evade. Instead, he activated his defensive ability for protection and then unleashed a swift slash aimed at Tai Jian's neck. Just as Yi Tian anticipated, the recovery from that punch was indeed prolonged. Despite Tai Jian's quick reflexes, Yi Tian's Tang Dao was already upon him, forcing him to hastily raise his arm to shield his vital areas while activating his defensive ability. Yet, Tai Jian underestimated the Tang Dao's might. The blade tore through his skin's defenses, leaving a shocking gash upon his arm, nearly severing the bone. He stifled a pained grunt, retreating hastily. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was struck by the fiery arrow, sent tumbling backward, and he staggered several steps before regaining his balance. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience erupted into cheers. Even the middle-aged man in the shadows marveled at the Tang Dao in Yi Tian's grasp. The fight was indeed captivating. However, the middle-aged man, serving as the referee, was drenched in sweat. Although he possessed both perception and defensive abilities, he dared not let his focus waver, fearing the dire consequences should a fatality occur. He had received a stern directive. If a life were lost, the martial arts arena would be facing confiscation. In response, the middle-aged man could only smile wryly, vowing never to entertain high-ranking supernatural beings again, barring a lucrative offer. Yi Tian's outer garment had been seared to reveal a large hole, exposing his defensive attire beneath. However, he was acutely aware that this clothing could not endure much longer. After this round, both Tai Jian and Hong Lian were taken aback, realizing that this young man was not to be underestimated. Witnessing their attacks being withstood so resolutely, Hong Lian's demeanor turned grave. Tai Jian, after all, he is a leader of an A-rank faction. We must take this seriously. If we lose a 2-on-1, how can we show our faces as leaders of a faction? Tai Jian tore a piece of fabric from his clothing to bandage the wound on his arm, responding in a low voice. All right. Yi Tian's expression was equally serious. While he was confident in a one-on-one scenario, facing two opponents posed a significant challenge. Observing the situation, Wang Yu, seated in a chair, slowly rose, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Was he about to intervene? Could the tide of battle shift? However, Wang Yu merely moved his chair back slightly, positioning it at the edge of the dueling arena to give them space. The crowd murmured in confusion. Subsequently, Wang Yu retrieved a cup of specially crafted milk tea from his spatial pocket. Without further ado, he began to savor it, eliciting a chorus of jeers from the audience. Yi Tian focused intently, then, without warning, surged towards Hong Lian with lightning speed, aiming to eliminate her first. Hong Lian reacted swiftly, unleashing a fiery attack that, while lacking in power, effectively hindered Yi Tian's momentum. This tactic proved effective, for the confines of the dueling arena restricted Yi Tian's mobility. Cautious from prior experience, he dared not charge through the wall of flames. Before long, he found himself entangled with Tai Jian, who had arrived to support Hong Lian. Yi Tian had intended to cut through and retreat swiftly, but Tai Jian unexpectedly escalated his defensive abilities to their utmost. The light blade could not inflict harm, prompting Yi Tian to prepare for a more forceful strike, only to be met with Hong Lian's timely fireball. As Yi Tian fell back, Tai Jian followed suit, delivering a barrage of heavy punches. Capitalizing on his speed advantage, Yi Tian dodged hastily. Tai Jian's strength was formidable, and his speed surpassed that of an average defensive supernatural being, compelling Yi Tian to avoid direct confrontation. Gradually, Yi Tian found himself at a disadvantage. His brow furrowed as he struggled to identify an opening. It was indeed a challenge to divert his focus against two opponents whose powers exceeded his own. Remaining in such a passive state would inevitably lead to his abilities being depleted by the duo. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian leaped into the air, creating distance, and then retrieved a vial of red potion from his pocket, consuming it in one swift motion. It was a type of enhancement potion. Seeing this, Tai Jian scoffed darkly. You don't honestly believe that drinking a single vial will turn the tide of battle, do you? Before he could finish, Yi Tian reached into his pocket, producing 5 or 6 more vials, consuming them one after another. As the potions took effect, Yi Tian's energy surged, and his attributes received a significant boost. Fixating his gaze on Tai Jian and Hong Lian, he charged forward with his blade, determined to resolve the conflict swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before Tai Jian, a swift and vicious strike coming his way. Tai Jian's pupils constricted as he quickly concentrated his abilities, raising his hand in defense. Damn it! A piercing pain surged through his mind, forcing an expletive from his lips. Tang Dao once again breached his defenses, this time penetrating even the hardest bone, the chilling blade embedding itself within. Had he not focused his powers for protection, he might have lost his arm. Yet, Tai Jian was no ordinary man. He bore the searing agony and retaliated with a powerful punch, opting for offense over defense. Yi Tian attempted to evade, but suddenly he was engulfed by intense heat, his every avenue for movement ensnared by the flames. Nevertheless, he chose to withstand the onslaught with his physical form. Creating distance, Yi Tian, unscathed, calmly extinguished a small flicker of fire on his clothing and advanced once more. This time, his intent was clear, to deliver a decisive blow. Observing Tai Jian's futile attempt to obstruct him, Yi Tian, prepared for the encounter, struck him back with a punch before cleaving through the fiery barrier before him. As Yi Tian approached, his eyes ablaze with determination, Hong Ling was utterly thrown into disarray, forgetting even to evade. The glimmering tip of the blade was alarmingly close, and without any defensive abilities, Hong Ling was surely doomed. However, at that moment, the anxious voice of the middle-aged man nearby finally reached Yi Tian's ears. Do not kill. The consequences will be dire. Realizing that this was not a battlefield, Yi Tian understood that taking a life would undoubtedly summon overwhelming trouble. He exerted all his strength to halt his momentum, struggling against the tremendous inertia. Yet, before he could regain his footing, Tai Jian launched a surprise attack from behind, delivering a punch to Yi Tian's unsuspecting back. The audience erupted in discontent. Even Wang Yu, who had no stake in the matter, frowned slightly. While I'm promoting, you come to ruin the show. Yi Tian let out a muffled grunt as he was sent flying several meters away, the pain radiating from his back. Just as he intended to heal his wounds with his abilities, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him like a tidal wave. Oh no, why so soon? Did I take too much of the medicine? Yi Tian collapsed weakly to the ground, unable to rise. Observing this, Luo Sheng on the stands shook his head slightly, while the middle-aged man marveled at the potency of the concoctions. It was astonishing that a low-tier ability user could briefly gain the upper hand in a 2-on-1 scenario. Moreover, it was evident to onlookers that, were it not for the referee's intervention, one of the two would surely have perished. Who was that person? Could it be the so-called shopkeeper? The middle-aged man pondered, recognizing the brilliance of the individual responsible for such creations, determined to keep him within reach. Tai Jian and Hong Ling simultaneously exhaled in relief, glad that they did not take advantage of the incapacitated Yi Tian. Instead, they turned their attention to Wang Yu, who sat sipping tea, as if he were a lamb poised for slaughter. Don't worry, your turn is coming soon. You must be getting restless. Let us help you stretch your muscles, they declared, striding toward Wang Yu with an imposing presence. Your mouth was quite adept at cursing. Why the silence now? With calm composure, Wang Yu finished his milk tea and offered a mild warning. You will meet your demise. Tai Jian laughed heartily. Let me see how you plan to accomplish that. As he spoke, he lunged to grasp Wang Yu by the collar, intending to lift him as one would a chick and strike him. In the distance, Yi Tian observed this scene with a faint, secretive smirk. Luo Sheng shook his head in disappointment, rising to depart. Suddenly, Chapter 94, casting a stone to attract a jade. Luo Sheng turned abruptly, astonished. For it was the first time in his life he had misjudged someone. The middle-aged observer in the shadows narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. A sudden surge of energy caused a shiver to ripple through the onlookers, all eyes drawn to the duel arena. There, they beheld Wang Yu, who had risen unbeknownst to them, while the previously arrogant Tai Jian had his entire head embedded in the cracked ground of the arena, as if forcefully driven into it by a mighty blow. Realizing that Tai Jian's aura had vanished, the judge in the arena stood in shock, unable to regain his composure. It was not that he had failed to intervene in time, but rather that he had not even seen Wang Yu's strike. Nor had he anticipated this sudden turn of events. At that moment, everyone gazed at Wang Yu with blank expressions. A C-level high-tier defensive ability user had been utterly defenseless. It turned out he possessed not only spatial abilities. The judge, regaining his senses, furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, but when he struck, I sensed no fluctuations of ability. Could it be that this is merely the strength of the body? Even Wang Yu himself was somewhat astonished. Pondering, is this the power derived from an additional 150 points? It seems the system's last reward was indeed formidable. With that thought, he effortlessly summoned Tai Jian's crystal core into his space, vowing not to let it go to waste. Hong Lian, stunned for a few seconds, quickly distanced herself from Wang Yu. Observing the lifeless Tai Jian, she coldly remarked, "What a treacherous individual, only capable of lurking in the shadows to launch sneak attacks." In response, Wang Yu nonchalantly replied, "I warned you all. Besides, you lack the standing to criticize me." He gestured toward Yi Tian's direction, adding, "If the fate of the righteous is such, then being a rogue indeed appears to be a worthy choice." With a disdainful snort, Hong Lian declared, "I shall see what else you can do apart from ambush." With that, she raised her hand and unleashed several towering walls of fire, charging directly at Wang Yu. She was convinced that he had only succeeded in striking the unprepared Tai Jian through a sneak attack. Once she remained vigilant, he would surely not stand a chance against her. As the walls of fire sealed off the space around Wang Yu, she couldn't help but scoff. A bit of movement wouldn't hurt. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind her, leaving Hong Lian momentarily stunned and unable to turn around. How could he? The judge beside her was about to intervene, but Wang Yu's fist seemed swifter, landing a blow that drove Hong Lian's head into the ground. Yet, her head was evidently not as solid as the earth, blood spattered in a gruesome display. Afterwards, he looked at the judge with an expression of calm, asking meaningfully, "What were you about to say?" The judge replied, "I think I want to retire." "You really do know how to keep things lively," Wang Yu mused, possessing powers of strength, speed, and spatial manipulation. Witnessing the grim fates of Hong Lian and Tai Jian, the crowd was once again astounded, for they had not comprehended how Wang Yu had instantaneously appeared behind Hong Lian. Even among speed-type supernatural beings, there exists a profound sense of unattainability. Is it truly the case that even a B-grade supernatural referee cannot halt such formidable strength? Remarkable, indeed. I pondered why he refrained from acting sooner. It appears he sought to provoke a reaction. Who is this individual? I have never heard of such a figure within the underground circles. He seems to be affiliated with those external forces, and it is utterly terrifying. The middle-aged man in the stands wore a grave expression and swiftly departed, instructing me to notify them immediately. This person is one we cannot afford to retain. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yu and his companion left the training arena, while the group accompanying Tai Jian, sensing the precarious situation, hastily retreated, leaving even the bodies behind. At that moment, Luo Sheng unexpectedly appeared in the path Wang Yu and his companion would take back to their room. "I am Luo Sheng from Anqi City. May I inquire your names?" The usually aloof Luo Sheng initiated the conversation. Yi Tian quickly interjected, "We hail from Nanjiang City. I am Yi Tian, and this is the store manager." Luo Sheng assumed that Wang Yu, with his inscrutable power, would disregard him. To his surprise, Wang Yu approached him, producing a piece of red paper and, with a smile, explained, "The Apocalypse store, located beside the lakeside park next to Nanjiang University. Are you interested in our merchandise? The enhancement potion Yi Tian had just used, along with the formidable Tang Dao, are both from our store, ample supply, and we guarantee authenticity." Luo Sheng was momentarily taken aback by this sudden display of professional enthusiasm and waved his hand, saying, "I do not have such intentions right now. I merely wish to make your acquaintance." Before he could finish, Wang Yu's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression turning cold as he replied, "Is there something of importance? If not, we shall take our leave." As he attempted to depart, Wang Yu quickly changed his tone, smiling as he began to introduce the products to Luo Sheng. Initially indifferent, he soon realized something was amiss, as the pamphlet contained an array of far-fetched claims. Observing Wang Yu's earnest demeanor, he accepted the flyer, saying, "Should I find a need, I will visit personally. May I inquire about the level of the store manager's supernatural abilities?" Luo Sheng was renowned for his prowess in the community, yet the sudden emergence of Wang Yu significantly bruised his pride as a martial enthusiast. It is important to note that his current achievements were attained through a tremendous investment of time and energy, far exceeding that of the average person. Why should this individual, who has remained in the relatively obscure Nanjiang city, surpass him? Wang Yu remained silent, unwilling to address the question. Luo Sheng then rephrased his inquiry. "If we were to engage in combat, what would my chances of victory be?" Wang Yu glanced at his data and bluntly replied, 0. Taken aback by the response, Luo Sheng bid farewell and departed. The following day, after breakfast, the female officer from the previous night arrived to gather everyone. Once all were assembled, she noticed the subtle expressions among them and the absence of 2 individuals. "Where are the others?" she inquired, furrowing her brow. The group exchanged glances, silence enveloping them as their eyes occasionally drifted towards a particular person. They all heard the rumors of a single punch that could obliterate a C-grade high-level ability user. So much so that even the B-grade ability practitioners in the martial arts arena were unable to intervene in time. Observing this, Wang Yu casually concocted a pretext, claiming that their overwhelming longing for home had rendered them sleepless through the night, thus deciding to return together. He then turned to the trio accompanying Tai Jianhong and smiled. "Why not ask our fellow travelers if that is not the case?" Startled, the 3 nodded vigorously in agreement, their heads bobbing like garlic being crushed. The female officer, witnessing their reaction, refrained from further commentary and led the group toward the military district. Chapter 95. The conference room. A man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses arrived at the foot of Beishan. He gazed upward, where a colossal cave loomed above the sheer cliffs. Despite the hundreds of meters separating them, the echoes of birdsong could still be faintly heard emanating from within the cavern, resembling the lament of a wife or the roar of an enemy. "What can humanity use to obstruct us?" he mused, before leaping into the air. The group boarded a heavily fortified transport vehicle, rendering the outside world invisible to them, save for Wang Yu, who possessed spatial perception. After nearly half an hour of travel, they sensed the vehicle gradually decelerating until it came to a complete halt. Upon disembarking, they beheld their surroundings, revealing a tightly secured environment, indicative of the military's stringent safety measures. Navigating through several checkpoints, elevators, and corridors, they finally arrived at a large conference room, awaiting further instructions in an atmosphere marked by an unspoken camaraderie. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, an elderly man observed the surveillance footage of the conference room with quiet intensity. A profound silence fell over the conference room, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop, until the entrance was disturbed by a cacophony of sounds, leading to the grand doors being pushed open. A battalion of fully armed soldiers, their expressions solemn, marched in unison to their designated positions. There were 20 ability soldiers, all of whom exceeded B-grade in prowess, with the commanding middle-aged officer reaching the terrifying threshold of low-level A-grade. This officer, adorned with the insignia of a general, bore an impassive demeanor, his gaze sharp and penetrating, as if capable of seeing through all facades, methodically scanning the assembly. These individuals undoubtedly represented the most elite forces within the military district, embodying the pinnacle of Jiangnan Province's military prowess. Each person here possessed strength that could dominate any territory, underscoring the formidable nature of the military. Before long, more sounds emanated from the entrance. "You will all heed my words. This matter requires careful consideration. He truly possesses something of value. There's a foolhardy individual who dares to challenge our entire military district." One voice declared, "Old Wu, you've become increasingly timid, always looking back and forth. If everyone were like you, we would never find a way out of this predicament. Just leave it to us." 5 individuals clad in military attire entered, most of them portly and appearing to be over 50, all holding the rank of Major General. Yet only one among them was an ability user. This individual was the middle-aged man who had lurked in the shadows of the martial arts arena the previous day, a B-grade mid-tier ability user. He cast a wary glance at Wang Yu, who was reclining in his chair, eyes closed in repose, feeling a twinge of unease within. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd promptly rose to pay their respects, yet Wang Yu remained seated, indifferent, standing out like a crane among chickens. Several high-ranking military officials immediately grasped the identity of this individual, feeling a surge of displeasure. After all, this person had audibly ignored the summons of the commander the previous day, a blatant display of disregard for the military district. Once seated, a man with exceedingly sparse hair spoke in a hoarse voice. As there are newcomers at this meeting, allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Yang Wen, the Chief of Staff of the Jiangnan Military District. As the commander is not suited to make an appearance, I shall preside over this meeting. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu silently nodded. The commander was likely an ordinary person, and in the chaotic end times, it was hardly feasible for him to appear casually. The fact that these superpowered soldiers willingly obeyed the commands of these seemingly frail officials, without attempting to carve out their own territories, spoke volumes of the effectiveness of the organization's ideological work. Yang Wen commenced with a barrage of rhetoric aimed at elevating the collective consciousness, urging unity and exclusion of outsiders, before finally delving into the main topic. Suddenly, a projection appeared behind Yang Wen, displaying a cold weapon with the words "superpowered weapon" inscribed beneath it. As confusion washed over the crowd, a bespectacled civilian stepped forward to elucidate the matter. Following this, skill scrolls, superpower potions, and awakening agents, among other items, appeared in succession, all seemingly products from an apocalyptic shop. Yi Tian's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Wang Yu, who remained unfazed, as tranquil as a still pond, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding spectacle. As the military began to explain these fantastical, even magical, items, astonishment rippled through the assembly. Could these be the fruits of research conducted by an official scientific team? The crowd could not suppress their exclamations of awe. If they possessed such items, combating the mutated beasts and zombies would surely be less arduous. Once the explanation concluded, Yang Wen cleared his throat and remarked, "As you can see, I need not elaborate on the functions of these items. However, our official channels lack the technology to develop them." This declaration sparked hushed whispers among the attendees. If there was no technology, did that not render it merely a flight of fancy? Yet, at this meeting, we have invited the inventors of these items. With their assistance, the mass production of these weapons and equipment will undoubtedly become a reality, enabling all factions in Jiangnan province to be equipped. At this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Incredible! The military truly is formidable. If we could mass-produce that awakening agent, wouldn't everyone have the potential to become a superpowered individual, transforming the populace into a formidable force? And with those potent seeds, the issue of food would surely be effectively resolved. Noticing the atmosphere, Yang Wen smiled subtly, turning to the expressionless Wang Yu, and inquired, "May I ask, store manager, if you have any questions, feel free to voice them." The crowd followed Yang Wen's gaze, falling into silence. Why was it directed at him? The military officials also turned their attention to Wang Yu. The implication of their actions was unmistakable. They sought to leverage the entire Jiangnan province's influence to pressure Wang Yu. Should he acquiesce, all would be well. However, if he refused, he would be seen as disregarding the provincial interests, acting selfishly against the collective will of the populace. At that moment, he had no choice in the matter. Wang Yu suddenly chuckled, slowly uttering 3 words, "I refuse." Upon hearing this, the senior executives present appeared as though they had swallowed a fly, their expressions exceedingly grim. However, the leaders of the various A-level factions surprisingly remained silent, opting for quietude. It was needless to say that those who had expressed themselves were now mere corpses, collected by the janitor of the martial arts arena. Yang Wen's gaze was sharp and cold, akin to a blade, as he spoke in a deep voice. "At this juncture, the nation and its people require your service. You lack the authority to refuse, otherwise, we shall be compelled to enforce compliance." As he finished, the extraordinary soldiers in the conference room stepped forward almost in unison, their march resonating with a synchronized rhythm, and the atmosphere grew tense and charged. The A-level ability user fixated his gaze firmly on Wang Yu, poised to take action against him at any moment. Wang Yu shrugged and remarked with a smile, "Is it truly just you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was already drenched in sweat, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles, his face adorned with a bitter smile. "You may not fear, but I am still here." Listening to Wang Yu's tone, brimming with disdain, the middle-aged A-level ability user narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. However, as he took just a single step, he froze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, he felt as though the very space around him had been locked, an overwhelming pressure rendering him breathless, as if taking another step would result in his demise. This sudden force left him astonished, his brow furrowed in confusion. He was Guorun, the only A-level ability user in Jiangnan province. Although his primary duty was to protect the military district and the commander, the number of beasts and zombies he had slain was incalculable. When had he ever faced such formidable pressure? Seeing that Guorun remained unresponsive, Yang Wen commanded, "Commander Gua, please escort the owner to a meeting." Before he could finish, Yang Wen felt a chill at his neck, followed by a sharp pain. Wang Yu had somehow teleported beside him, pressing a fruit knife against his throat. Wang Yu had no intention of killing an official. There was no necessity for such an act. The extraordinary individuals present were undoubtedly the backbone of the military district, particularly the A-level Goren. Their deaths would significantly weaken the military strength, consequently diminishing humanity's overall power. If a large-scale upheaval of beasts and zombies were to arise, Jiangnan might become a desolate wasteland. Moreover, such an outcome would exacerbate conflicts with the authorities. The death of Goren or Yangwen would only invite more officials down the line. Thus, troubles for his shop would multiply. And should he find himself on the official blacklist, who would dare to conduct business with him? Seeing this unfold, everyone was taken aback, unable to believe that Wang Yu dared to oppose the entire military district. The guards present, including Goren, refrained from making any rash movements, fearful that one wrong move could lead to the loss of the military chief. Yangwen's expression was flustered, yet his gaze remained resolute. Despite his anxiety, he questioned Wang Yu. Do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions? Unbeknownst to him, the elite forces of the entire military district were present, yet they found themselves unable to contend with Wang Yu, this inexplicable store manager whose true prowess remained a mystery. In an instant, the sharp pain at his neck vanished, and Wang Yu returned to his chair, smiling as he remarked, I noticed a mosquito on your neck just now, so I took the liberty of removing it. As he spoke, he brandished a fruit knife, and indeed, a tiny mosquito was impaled on its tip, dangling lifelessly. Goren was momentarily taken aback and hurried to position himself in front of Yangwen, wary of a potential second attack from Wang Yu. However, Yangwen silenced him with a glance, understanding that Wang Yu's action was a clear message. To eliminate him would be as easy as reaching into a pocket. At that moment, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Even the previously aloof high-ranking officials of the military district were compelled to pay heed. Yangwen fixed his gaze on Wang Yu and inquired, What exactly are your intentions? Wang Yu replied with a smile. It's merely a matter of harmonizing relations to generate wealth. He then produced a stack of flyers and requested Yi Tian to distribute them to the onlookers. Rising slowly, he cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. As you must have seen on the screen earlier, all those items are available for purchase in my store. And we have ample stock. The flyers contain the corresponding prices, descriptions, and the store's address. I look forward to your esteemed patronage. It dawned on the crowd that these goods could indeed be purchased with crystal cores, and the prices were quite reasonable. Nanjing City is rather far, one noted. Indeed, and current transportation is inconvenient. Purchasing items doesn't guarantee their return, another added. Finding the place is a challenge, considering the unfamiliarity and the absence of navigation. At this juncture, Wang Yu turned towards the reticent Yangwen, stating, I am solely responsible for selling products. I possess no production technology to assist in your research and development. Nor can I disclose the source of my goods. Isn't it true that your military district finds large-scale purchases to be costly? I can offer a discount specifically for the military, but there are conditions. Yangwen deliberated for a few moments before responding, Pray, enlighten us. A slight smile graced Wang Yu's lips as he replied, I hope the authorities will consider opening the military subway or establishing a dedicated line that connects various cities, facilitating easier access for everyone to visit my store. Once transportation issues are resolved, it would only be a matter of time before all provincial forces were equipped with extraordinary weaponry. The subway would also enhance intercity connections, enabling swift military response in the event of a massive beast tide in any region. At his words, the crowd shifted from confusion to astonishment, eventually gazing at Wang Yu with gratitude. He was willing to sacrifice his own interests for the convenience of others. What a remarkable display of generosity. Damn it, let him profit. Even if this store's goods are priced like those of an assassin, we will purchase them. What followed was a thunderous applause. Yangwen remarked, How has it come to this, with the masses now applying pressure on us? Nevertheless, Wang Yu's proposal was indeed constructive. The human factions of today must remain closely interconnected, and a convenient mode of transportation was indispensable, additionally strengthening the military district's control over localities. Now, let us discuss your discount. Wang Yu beamed as he addressed the leaders of the various factions, stating, We have some matters to discuss, so I kindly ask you all to take your leave. He exuded an air of authority, as if he were the master of the gathering. The crowd, understanding the irrelevance of the situation to their own interests, offered no objections. All goods will be available at a 10% discount, with no limits on quantity, Wang Yu announced. What? A 10% discount? That hardly seems reasonable. One voice protested. Indeed, the manpower and resources required for a subway project are no trifling matter. How about an 8% discount? It strikes the right balance and is a fortuitous number. Another added. Moreover, operating the tunnel boring machines is no easy feat. Even the earth element ability users from the military are occupied on the front lines. Yet, despite their entreaties of financial strain, Wang Yu remained steadfast, fully aware that the military's purchase volume was substantial, and the savings accrued from a 10% discount would be significant. They, too, recognized this. But these seasoned negotiators were determined to secure as many benefits for the military as possible. At that moment, a figure entered the room, swiftly whispering a few words into Yang Wen's ear. Yang Wen nodded and turned to Wang Yu, saying, "We agree to your shop's terms. But the quality of the goods must be guaranteed, no impurities or substandard materials, as these will be utilized on the battlefield." With a decisive handshake, Yang Wen declared, "We will finalize the order quantity and inform you shortly. As for the subway construction, we will require some time to prepare, but we will expedite the process. It is a pleasure to cooperate." Wang Yu was confident that the military would not slacken their efforts in this mutually beneficial endeavor. Upon exiting the conference room, he noticed that none of the faction leaders had departed. As he emerged, they promptly expressed their gratitude, clearly impressed by Wang Yu's principled demeanor. At that moment, Yi Tian's phone rang abruptly. "Boss, you must return at once. A zombie outbreak has erupted in Nanjing." Chapter 97. The zombie-tied the subway slowly approached the station, where Li Bing had been waiting patiently. As they made their way through the corridor, Yi Tian and Wang Yu parted ways. Wang Yu was escorted back to the shop by Li Bing, who, with a weary sigh, recounted the recent events. The long-dormant zombie hordes have begun to stir, launching attacks on human settlements. The factions in Nanjing have concentrated in the southern city, where it is relatively safer. However, the Xiang base, isolated in the eastern city, is far from tranquil. It has reportedly been besieged overnight by a throng of zombies, rendering escape impossible. As night falls, the zombie hordes commence their frenzied assault on the city. "Has the city fallen?" Wang Yu inquired. "Not yet, thankfully. We were able to deploy reinforcements early. Currently, 2 battalions and numerous ability users from various factions are stationed at the eastern front. My battalion will likely be called up tonight as well." Reconnaissance indicates that zombies are converging from both the eastern and western cities, and there are signs of movement among the beasts in the northern mountains. If the entire zombie population of Nanjing gathers, along with the beasts joining in, the already beleaguered Xiang will surely be decimated. Although our helicopters are working tirelessly around the clock, the sheer number of Xiang's personnel is overwhelming. I hope we can manage in time. Wang Yu nodded thoughtfully without uttering a word. Subsequently, Li Bing handed over the prepared order to Wang Yu and inquired softly, "These are the items we require. Might I ask, store manager, if we can collect them tomorrow?" Wang Yu cast a brief glance at the order and responded with a non-committal sound. Indeed, he could have provided the items immediately, but he remained silent to maintain discretion. As the off-road vehicle came to a steady halt at the entrance of the shop, Wang Yu unexpectedly offered Li Bing a piece of advice. Do not deploy all forces from the Nanjing base to the east city for reinforcement. Furthermore, ensure a strong defense at the rear. He then turned to leave, leaving it to them whether to heed his words. Wang Yu understood that the 3 high-level C-class zombies they had previously encountered were far beyond what the predominantly ordinary populace of Xiang could contend with, let alone the relentless assaults from the horde day and night. The prolonged siege was likely a ruse, a smoke screen intended to lure them away. Upon hearing this, Li Bing was momentarily taken aback, puzzled, but after a few seconds of hesitation, he resolved to follow Wang Yu's counsel. After all, it was Wang Yu's critical information that had previously averted a bloodbath. He needed to swiftly inform the regiment commander. There was undoubtedly wisdom in the store manager's words. As he disembarked, several individuals with special abilities were spotted seated at the entrance of the shop, seemingly waiting for Wang Yu to open the door. Upon seeing him approach, they quickly rose to greet him, their eyes betraying their excitement. "After waiting all morning, you have finally returned." Due to the siege on Xiang, most factions had joined the rescue efforts, partly due to collaboration with the authorities, which promised a substantial share of crystal cores post-conflict. Moreover, if the East City and Xiang fell, the South City would inevitably suffer, akin to the previous assaults by otherworldly beasts. In the struggle for survival, no human faction could remain unscathed. They were all representatives of their respective factions, sent to procure supplies, and had anxiously awaited Wang Yu's return all morning. Wang Yu leisurely opened the shop door, and they respectfully presented their orders to him. Since the quantities were modest, he promptly provided the available stock. Once the individuals departed, Wang Yu instructed Freya to prepare a simple meal of 5 small dishes for a casual repast. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared, drawn by the aroma. It was He Zi, who had mysteriously materialized at the entrance. He Zi, though silent, conveyed his intentions through action. He dashed into the shop, seized his food bowl, and promptly appeared at Wang Yu's feet, tilting his head and gazing up with eager eyes. Wang Yu chuckled. All right, I've raised a little glutton. With a hint of exasperation, he emptied the leftover food into Hazy's bowl. Eat up, but no chicken legs today. Hazy looked at the remnants in the bowl, somewhat perplexed, yet he displayed no signs of disdain, happily devouring the meal. After all, was this not far superior to the crystal cores outside? Wang Yu affectionately patted Hazy's head, smiling. I'll give you some legs tonight. Woof. At that moment, another individual unexpectedly entered the shop. Hazy, who was in the midst of his meal, swiftly raised his head and gulped down the food at light speed, eyeing the effeminate man before him with vigilance. The zombie cautiously glanced at Wang Yu. Upon noticing his lack of reaction or indication, it silently sighed in relief and inquired, "May I purchase something?" Wang Yu replied gently, "Feel free." Subsequently, the zombie procured a plethora of meat and a few intriguing trinkets before hastily departing. Observing this, Wang Yu smiled enigmatically. The purpose of its visit was merely to ascertain my attitude towards the unusual movements of the zombie horde since my return. However, my stance would hardly be superficial. With idle time on his hands, Wang Yu opened the long-awaited information panel. Store manager, Wang Yu strength, 418 speed, 478 defense, 200 store level, C grade low tier, 050000. Ability attribute, space ability level, S grade low tier, 035000. Crystal coin balance, 93477. Has the requirement of crystal coins for upgrading the store exceeded that for enhancing my abilities? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Yu summoned the gold bar. Bar, elevate the store level to mid-tier. I wish to see what treasures await this time. In a matter of seconds, the gold bar responded, upgrade successful. 50,000 crystal coins have been automatically deducted. Unlocked merchandise, entertainment, and leisure equipment. Go take a look at the product descriptions. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu opened the system store with an impassive expression, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. Here we go again. The inventory was abundant, a myriad of options available, including mahjong tables, arcade machines, basketball hoops, claw machines, and various card games. As night fell, like a vast black velvet curtain, it slowly descended upon the earth. The roar of chaos echoed through the heavens, casting an eerie and terrifying hue over the pitch-black sky. At that moment, the zombie horde at the Xiang base once again stirred restlessly, recklessly charging toward the steel-clad high walls. Simultaneously, a flare shot into the sky, illuminating the night as brightly as midday. Following this, a barrage of artillery shells arced through the air, landing in the heart of the densely packed zombies. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, limbs and flesh were sent flying, and the ability users stationed atop the walls launched their attacks, attempting to thwart the advancing zombie tide. However, despite the overwhelming numbers, the majority of zombies were of low rank. They could not even evade the bullets fired by ordinary humans, falling victim with a single shot. Chapter 98. The Unhinged Zombie King. Damn it. This bunch of zombies is both weak and reckless, attempting to unleash a zombie tide despite their frailty. Damn it. I could take on 10 of them. The volunteer force of ability users, already stationed on the periphery, began to clear the surrounding zombies to alleviate the pressure on Xiang. Though it was but a drop in the ocean. Report to the commander. The shells are nearly depleted. Why hasn't the 1st Battalion arrived? Plans have changed. I will remain at the base with the 1st Battalion. Have the bombers from the military district arrived? Not yet. Then hold your ground. If it becomes too overwhelming, send a few fast ones to lure a portion of the zombie horde away. Understood. Zhu Yi hung up the phone, his brow furrowed in concern as he murmured, "It shouldn't be this way. The bombers from the military district set off 2 hours ago. Why haven't they arrived yet?" Chen Gang's expression turned grave. He feared another assault from the aberrant beasts. Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals in the conference room fell into a heavy silence. If the remnants of the last aberrant beasts were to return and interfere, the situation in Dongsheng would swiftly become precarious. Chen Gang stroked his chin and suggested, "Perhaps we should have Li Bing lead a company to the front lines." Without hesitation, Li Bing replied, but the store manager emphasized the importance of the current situation. "If we do not reinforce the front lines, we risk a total collapse of our forces. Besides, with the regiment leader and my security team present, there should be no issues." Chen Gang interrupted sternly, cautioning, "If we blindly follow Wang Yu's predictions, we would be committing a fundamental error." Zhu Yi remained silent for a few moments before stating, "Prepare the 1st company. We shall wait a little longer." At that moment, several figures cloaked in the night stealthily approached the southern city. The leader, a man with fair skin and impeccably neat attire, stood in stark contrast to the 2 ragged zombies beside him. He was none other than the zombie king of Nanjing, originally named Zhou Shuming. Typically, higher-ranking zombies possess thoughts and appearances closer to that of humans. However, he was an anomaly. From the onset of his mutation, He exhibited intelligence far surpassing that of his kin, quickly realizing that the power of crystal cores outweighed mere flesh and blood. Thus, by scavenging for crystal cores, he distinguished himself among the horde, gaining a significant advantage and winning the race for supremacy in the zombie realm, effortlessly unifying Nanjing thereafter. In the following month, he resolved threats in the suburbs and around Nanjing while simultaneously elevating his own rank. Next on his agenda was to address internal strife, establishing dominance over Nanjing to gaze upon the world and control the entirety of Blue Star. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the sprawling Nanjing base. Outside, numerous patrolling soldiers could be seen, though most were mere foot soldiers. It seemed that Dongsheng had successfully drawn their attention, severing their escape routes and waiting for the zombies from the northern and western cities to encircle them, placing the lives of the abilities users in Dongsheng on a countdown. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Should we wait for the aberrant beasts? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuming shook his head, coldly commanding, "We go in directly and eliminate them all." The accompanying phantom and dwarf zombies moved in unison, eager to swiftly dispose of the small contingent outside. However, at that moment, illumination flares erupted from the walls, dispelling the darkness and exposing the three zombies to the harsh light. Following this was the piercing sound of alarms, echoing throughout the base. Phantom furrowed his brow, wondering if their plan had been discovered. Humans do possess some intelligence, the dwarf zombie muttered, yet showed no signs of panic. Shortly thereafter, several anti-aircraft machines atop the high walls zeroed in on them, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. In an instant, the three zombies vanished from their original positions, only to reappear atop the wall the next second. With hands transformed into blades, Phantom's speed was astonishing. The soldiers on the wall barely had time to react before he pierced one through the heart. The diminutive zombie, albeit small in stature, exhibited remarkable agility, darting through the crowd with the nimbleness of a monkey. Each individual it ascended was met with a precise incision to the carotid artery, sealing their grim fate. Meanwhile, the zombie king, Zhou Shuming, observed coldly from a distance. Before long, three middle-aged men, accompanied by over 100 ability users, finally arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Zhou Shuming, Chun Gang felt an unsettling foreboding and shouted for the ability users to retreat. He then turned to Zhou Shuming, his brow furrowed in concern. "It is not ordinary. Its level surpasses ours, likely at B rank, and it is probably the leader of all zombies in Nanjing City." Hearing the commotion, Yi Tian promptly gathered the other ability users and rushed to the scene. They had previously agreed that in the event of an assault on the Nanjing base, all remaining personnel must converge for support. Upon witnessing Zhou Shuming's data, Yi Tian's pupils constricted, as if confronting a formidable adversary. B rank mid-tier. Without hesitation, Yi Tian joined forces with Zhu Yi and the others to confront the three zombies. As most of the ability users had been drawn to the front lines, only the 4 C-rank ability users remained in South City. "The zombie king is ours to handle, Yi Tian, while the others provide us with cover," Zhu Yi declared decisively. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the zombie king, Zhou Shuming, suddenly surged forward, closing the distance to the 4 in an instant. Yi Tian's heart raced. Reacting swiftly, he drew his Tang Dao and executed a horizontal slash. Expecting the zombie king to evade, he was astonished when it charged directly into the blade, sent flying across the ground by the force of the strike. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of the zombie king's apparent lack of cunning. However, the phantom and the dwarf remained impassive, observing with an air of indifference. Moments later, the zombie king rose once more, revealing a grotesque gash in its abdomen from which blood gushed forth, staining its once pristine white shirt. Yet, it hesitated not, launching another assault. Faced with this direct charge, Yi Tian wasted no time in delivering another exploratory strike. As anticipated, the creature was once again sent sprawling, appearing woefully fragile, devoid of the menacing aura typical of a B-rank zombie. Noticing the fresh bloodstain on the zombie king's shirt, yet still witnessing its mindless advances, Zhu Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Regardless of its antics, we shall strike together and end this." The others nodded in agreement, retrieving their purchased ability weapons. Confronted with such a formidable foe, Yi Tian infused his Tang Dao with power, channeling 2/3 of his strength into it. Unbeknownst to them, the zombie king's speed and strength had subtly intensified compared to its previous attempts. As it lunged toward them, Zhu Yi shouted, "Attack!" The 4 unleashed their combined might. The impact was thunderous. The zombie king was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing against the high walls of the base, sending debris flying. As the dust settled, the zombie king lay lifelessly embedded in the stone wall, its garments tattered and drenched in blood. What folly was this? Had the zombie succumbed to despair? Yet, Yi Tian suddenly looked up, a tremor of fear lacing his voice. Its aura is surging. Chapter 99. Healing with vigor on the other side of East City, a fervent cry echoed. Charge, brothers. Let this horde of zombies perish once more. Kill. A young man stood at the rear of the formation, yet he unleashed a passionate roar. As the crowd engaged in a fierce struggle with the undead, he glanced around. Noticing no one was paying him heed. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily picked up a fallen crystal core from the ground. A little extra profit wouldn't he hurt? At that moment, a spectral hand rested upon his shoulder, startling him into a stiffened posture, fearing it was the commanding officer. He quickly stood upright, reporting, "I've spotted a wild crystal core lurking behind, preparing to strike." Upon uttering these words, he nearly slapped himself for his audacity. Turning around, he was met by the unfamiliar visage of a cloaked figure. "Hello, could you please direct me to Nanjiang University?" The others turned their gaze. Witnessing the grotesque sight of the zombie king, its body smeared with blood and dirt, wounds oozing as peculiar cells coagulated, while its bones emitted a chilling crackle. Following this, the zombie king, having endured a powerful strike from 4 individuals, seemed to resurrect without warning, slowly rising with blood-red eyes that pierced through the air, fixating coldly on the group. A palpable dread filled the atmosphere, instilling a sense of foreboding. What is happening? Was it not just on the brink of death? Chun Gang rifled through his memories, suddenly enlightened, and exclaimed, "It's a bloodthirsty zombie. I recall seeing it in the store manager's zombie compendium. It said that the more severely it is injured, the more blood it loses, the stronger it becomes." Goodness, does that mean we can never truly kill it? No. The caveat lies within its physical limits. In other words, our full-force attacks cannot eliminate it. Instead, they inadvertently enhance its body. However, this enhancement is not eternal. Once the enhancement period concludes, it will enter a weakened state, presenting us with the perfect opportunity to strike. Can we endure until it weakens? Yi Tian decisively produced several vials of enhancement potions, distributing them amongst the 3. Let us see whose enhancement lasts longer. The trio exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they consumed the potions, realizing that there were no alternatives other than to gamble everything. In the next instant, Zhou Shuming surged forth with a burst of speed. Propelled by the augmented strength and velocity granted by the potion, the ground beneath him cracked under the force of his advance. The others swiftly dodged, except for Li Bing, who was struck by the zombie king's fist. Boom. Li Bing was sent hurtling like a severed kite, propelled by the overwhelming force of the blow. Thankfully, his defensive abilities, protective attire, and the potion's effects mitigated the damage. He left a trail of blood in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhou Shuming's eyes. This blow had been delivered to an advanced C-class ability user, yet he still possessed some resilience. "Is this the effect of the store manager's potions? My psychic abilities shall shield you," he declared, as he noticed Yi Tian and Chun Gang approaching from both sides, prompting him to focus and prepare to retaliate with a powerful punch. However, at that moment, a wave of psychic disorientation swept over him. This rare ability caught Zhou Shuming off guard, leaving his mind momentarily blank as he helplessly witnessed Yi Tian's lethal blade and Chun Gang's powered punch striking his head. The ground, unable to withstand the force, cracked under the impact. Yi Tian's devastating blade struck Zhou Shuming's neck, failing to sever it outright, but merely slicing through skin and embedding itself slightly within the flesh. Chun Gang's punch sent his head twisting at an unnatural angle. His defenses had also been fortified before a second strike could be launched. Zhou Shuming regained his senses and was propelled away by the gust of wind that surged beside him. His gaze grew increasingly frigid, his aura intensifying further as he instantaneously appeared before Yi Tian. During the drug's effect, Yi Tian, unwilling to concede, retaliated with his blade against Zhou Shuming's fists. Yet the latter's hands were like iron, unyielding. The collision between the sharp blade and his fists reverberated painfully through Yi Tian's grasp. Thud! A punch struck Yi Tian in the abdomen, eliciting a muffled grunt. Despite the enhancements from his defensive abilities and attire, he felt as though his internal organs were being crushed together. Sensing movement behind him, Zhou Shuming attempted to evade, but another wave of mental disorientation struck him. Although Zhu Yi also possessed speed abilities, he refrained from engaging aggressively, opting instead to focus his powers on mental attributes. In such moments, confounding the Corpse King to create opportunities for Li Bing, Yi Tian, and Chun Gang to close in was the optimal strategy. As anticipated, Li Bing and Chun Gang simultaneously struck Zhou Shuming's back, propelling the dazed figure until it collided with the surrounding wall. Zhou Shuming, battered and bruised, maintained a cold demeanor, devoid of any emotion. While his aura continued to swell, resembling an insatiable abyss that could never be filled. Observing the situation, the dwarf zombie hastily beckoned for the shadow to advance. However, the forewarned ability soldiers swiftly surrounded them, although they were predominantly D and E rank. With some barely initiated as ability users, their numbers exceeded 100, equipped with superior weaponry, making it manageable to deal with 2 C-rank zombies. They would dismantle them one by one. In the next moment, Zhou Shuming narrowed his eyes and leaped into the air, aiming a punch towards the center of the 4 gathered individuals. The fierce wind from his punch clashed with the air, producing a whistling sound. Recognizing the futility of confronting such a blow head-on, the force swiftly scattered to evade. Boom! The ground erupted instantly, large chunks of rock and earth being thrust into the air, obstructing visibility. As Li Bing prepared to land, the stones before him suddenly exploded, and a fist was already upon him. Damn it! Why did it have to be me out of the 4? Before Li Bing could mount a defense, he was struck squarely in the head. Boom! This punch carried greater weight and swifter speed, sending Li Bing hurtling away like a flying arrow, crashing through the base's high wall, leaving no trace of movement behind. Seizing the moment, Yi Tian unleashed 2 swift slashes, leaving 2 crimson marks on the Corpse King's back. However, it bore little effect. Zhou Shuming pivoted and retaliated with a sweeping kick, sending Yi Tian tumbling back. Damn it, where does this guy's physical limit lie? The grievously wounded Corpse King grew increasingly ferocious, its momentum unstoppable. This indicated that in its death throes, it was at its most formidable, leaving them devoid of any glimmer of hope for victory. Even if they cornered it, they would still fall victim to its fleeting moment of unparalleled strength. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing bird call echoed through the night sky. The crowd looked up, illuminated by flares, to see a dozen strange avian beasts soaring through the air. Led by a colossal peregrine falcon, Yi Tian's lips quivered slightly, his tang knife slipping from his grasp as despair filled his gaze. Another B-level creature, the leading falcon, appeared to be a newly appointed leader, circling above the crowd while its gaze fixated on the doomsday shop across the way. At that moment, on the second floor of the shop, the curtains were drawn, and Heisey was lost in a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to the changes unfolding outside. Wang Yu sat alone behind the counter on the ground floor, quietly engrossed in a book on supernatural abilities, seemingly indifferent to the events transpiring before him. Finally, it has arrived, the gnome zombie murmured as it looked up, to obliterate human forces in one fell swoop. The king was willing to forge a blood alliance with the strange beasts, offering half the number of human crystal nuclei and the nemesis of its mate, Heisey. However, this was merely a ruse on the part of the king, a tactic to deceive the not-so-bright beasts. Even if the shopkeeper's dog were given multiple lives, it would still be insufficient to escape death. Once the human forces were annihilated, the strange beasts would lose their utility and could be discarded. The falcon suddenly emitted a sharp cry, and instantly, the avian creatures sprang into action, diving toward the crowd. Quick, get a few fast runners to activate the anti-aircraft guns. Zhu Yi, undeterred, immediately shouted commands. Zhou Shuming had no time to strategize with the beasts. Instead, he seized the opportunity during Zhu Yi's command to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, Chun Gang, who had been vigilant, rushed to intercept this lethal strike. However, Chun Gang was also struck by Zhou Shuming's sudden maneuver, spitting blood yet pressing forward to engage the formidable Corpse King in close combat. Pick up the knife. We leave the skies to you. Zhu Yi, enduring excruciating mental pain, bore the strain on his nervous system and unleashed another wave of mental disorientation, granting Chun Gang a fleeting opportunity to inflict damage. Yi Tian suddenly snapped back to reality, hastily retrieving the fallen Tang knife to regroup. We have not yet lost. As the giant falcon charged toward them at breakneck speed, Yi Tian gripped his Tang knife tightly, holding his breath and silencing his movements, drawing upon every ounce of his supernatural abilities. The knife emanated a faint glow, seemingly brimming with immense energy. The moment the falcon drew near, Yi Tian wielded the knife with both hands, executing a powerful horizontal strike. A fusion of strength and speed that collided with the falcon's massive claws poised to attack. The blade sliced through the falcon's skin, embedding itself in its foot bone. Yet it could not sever entirely. Even a non-defensive B-level beast possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. Moreover, Yi Tian was knocked down by the falcon's tremendous force, but fortunately, the falcon, in pain, took to the skies once more. On the other side, Zhou Shuming, once again wounded severely, unleashed a staggering force. Seizing the moment when Zhu Yi's spirit was waning, he delivered a swift punch. Zhu Yi hurriedly attempted to evade, yet was still struck on the arm. The impact shattered his arm, and the fierce gust of energy tore through his skin, revealing the horrifying sight of broken bones. with only a strip of flesh connecting the severed limb. The excruciating pain caused Zhu Yi to break out in cold sweat as he gritted his teeth and retreated to Chun Gang's side, observing the two struggling like dying ants. Zhou Shuming scoffed, finally breaking his silence. Do you not understand, foolish humans? I grow stronger with each battle. I am an insurmountable chasm for you. Your futile struggles only serve to amplify your own folly. In response to the Corpse King's taunt, Zhu Yi, instead of showing anger, smiled. You too are nearing your limits. Are you not? Zhou Shuming's expression turned even colder upon hearing this. Indeed, his body was bearing an immense strain. But you shall perish first, he coldly retorted. Then surged forward like a gust of wind, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them, delivering a hook punch that, augmented by his momentum, was utterly unstoppable. With no time to evade, Chun Gang raised his power-enhanced gauntlet. The two fists collided, generating a violent gust, but it was short-lived. A resounding explosion echoed as the gauntlet, insufficiently charged with power, detonated, sending Chun Gang flying like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing helplessly to the ground. The remaining power wielders suffered similarly grave injuries, yet fortunately, several anti-aircraft guns began firing in succession, inflicting considerable damage upon the relatively small horde of beasts. At this moment, Yi Tian felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, but thankfully he had not overindulged in drink, allowing him to retain his combat effectiveness. Observing the energetic and rapidly accelerating falcon, he realized that he could not continue in this manner. Thus, he set his sights on the falcon's wings. The wings were its support for flight and the source of its speed. Severing or severely injuring just one would disrupt its entire aerial maneuverability. Its combat capability would undoubtedly diminish, and the wings were far less resilient than its talons. In mere seconds, Yi Tian devised a strategy. He sheathed his Tang Dao at his waist and suddenly lay down on the ground. The falcon, agitated by its injured talon, soared high into the sky and then plunged directly toward the prone Yi Tian with astonishing speed, making it difficult for the eye to follow its descent. However, Yi Tian did not flinch, his gaze fixed intently on the rapidly enlarging falcon in his field of vision. From several thousand meters above, within mere seconds, the falcon was upon him, its fearsome talons poised to shred the area to pieces. At the critical moment, Yi Tian maximized his speed ability, rolling away from the lethal strike of the talons. Nevertheless, the tremendous force caused the ground within a 3-meter radius to crack and crumble. Yi Tian, caught in the blast, chose to endure the impact with his body. Then leveraging the force, he leaped upward, grasping the falcon's massive wing and successfully climbing onto its back. The inertia generated by the falcon's rapid descent, combined with its claws embedded in the cracked ground, hindered its ability to ascend swiftly. Yi Tian swiftly drew his Tang Dao and struck down with fierce intent. Success. However, he soon realized that his blade had struck the falcon's wing without inflicting any harm, not even parting the seemingly delicate feathers. Stunned, Yi Tian, in a fit of frustration, raised his sword and began to slash wildly, screaming in a frenzy, "No! No! Why is my power absent at such a critical moment?" Weakened and vulnerable, Yi Tian was easily cast aside, slumping despondently to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhu Yi and Chun Gang were also grievously injured, and as the effects of their medication waned, they lost their ability to resist. The falcon, with its keen gaze, instantly discerned Yi Tian's frailty and, without hesitation, lunged its beak towards his head. Had I arrived too late? At that moment, a flash of light caught Yi Tian's eye. Upon focusing, he beheld a man clad in black, wielding a blood-stained long knife, appearing beside him. With a swift motion, the falcon's head and body were severed, rolling to the ground in an instant. A swift kill, and B-class beast had barely registered the threat. Sensing a formidable presence, Zhou Shuming turned to look, his expression instantly turning grave, filled with apprehension and wariness. Chapter 101. The formidable Luo Sheng, the Xiang base in the East City, lay in ruins, riddled with destruction. As an increasing number of zombies clambered over the high walls, engaging in fierce combat with the guards, Jiang Zheng stood at the forefront, repeatedly clearing the zombies that breached the barricades, feeling his powers dwindling, his expression betraying a deepening despair. Others shared his sentiment, increasingly overwhelmed, as even armed civilians found themselves exhausted and out of ammunition. Yet, the onslaught of zombies continued unabated, as if there was no end to the massacre. Just as hope seemed extinguished, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies, and the zombies entering the base appeared to receive some command. Turning to flee towards the city's outskirts, the horde outside followed suit, retreating like a receding tide. Even when confronted by the arriving superhumans, they ignored them entirely, moving past without a glance. The cacophony gradually faded, and within 5 minutes, not a single living zombie remained, leaving behind a field of corpses and a disordered base. Witnessing this, the crowd was momentarily speechless. Had we been saved? Woohoo! We won. They fled. Cheers erupted among the people. Jiang Zheng exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet a contemplative look crossed his face. Seeing the young man in black, Zhu Yi and Chun Gang, who were collapsed on the ground, wore expressions of confusion. Where did this fellow come from? Is there such a figure in Nanjing City? Chun Gang shook his head, a hint of joy in his voice. No? But it's certain he's formidable. Zhu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, pondering. Could he be reinforcements sent from above? But we hadn't even had the chance to report on the Zombie King's situation. After the falcon was slain, the remaining wounded birds flapped their wings and fled. Zhou Shuming squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the young man in black. Outside the city, Luo Sheng's expression remained indifferent. He offered no reply, merely gripping his blade with both hands before abruptly vanishing from sight. Zhou Shuming's pupils contracted, and he swiftly leapt aside. Boom! In the next instant, the ground erupted from the impact, sending flying debris crashing into his face. Suddenly, from behind the curtain of shattered stones, a shadow sprang forth, accompanied by a chilling long knife. Zhou Shuming, caught off guard, could only hastily raise his arms in defense. The blade sliced into his arm bone, but fortunately, the weapon was of inferior quality and broke with a resounding snap. Nevertheless, the overwhelming force of the attack surged forth like a tempest, propelling the unsuspecting Zhou Shuming through a thick wall before he finally came to a halt. Luo Sheng glanced at the broken blade in his hand, curling his lip in disdain before casually discarding it onto the ground. I certainly need to invest in some enhanced weaponry. Emerging from the rubble, Zhou Shuming's perpetually cold demeanor showed a flicker of disturbance, though his breath continued to escalate. Could this be a zombie that grows stronger from being struck? A hint of curiosity glimmered in Luo Sheng's eyes. At that moment, the gnome and phantom appeared beside Zhou Shuming, ready to assist their king of the dead. Zhou Shuming was acutely aware of his deteriorating condition, yet he believed that once the million zombies from the northern and western cities arrived, they would undoubtedly annihilate the humans in one fell swoop. Confronted by 3 zombies, Luo Sheng exhibited no fear and charged towards them for close combat. Just then, a towering and robust zombie materialized on the battlefield. Zhou Shuming assumed that the Xiang base in the eastern city had fallen and that Titan had come to provide support. The outcome of a B-class mutant confronting a B-class ability user alongside 3 C-class zombies was all but predetermined. He watched as Luo Sheng let out a hearty laugh. Your crystal core will be mine. However, Titan brought unwelcome news. Your Majesty, the zombies from the neighboring Tonghu city have invaded our territory. They are aware of our conflict. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuming's brow furrowed. He realized that their plans had unraveled, having underestimated the humans' ability to see through their ruse. He was even more astonished that they could delay a B-class like himself for such an extended period, thereby granting the zombies from outside the city an opportunity to strike. In a moment of distraction, Zhou Shuming received another punch from Luo Sheng. Fully aware of his precarious situation, he unhesitatingly chose to retreat. Yet, Luo Sheng appeared unwilling to let him escape so easily and lunged forward to apprehend him. Suddenly, Zhou Shuming hurled a long object. In an instant, a towering wall of water manifested, crashing down upon everyone like a miniature tsunami. Although the damage was minimal, the bewildered Luo Sheng found himself momentarily disoriented. By the time the water wall dissipated, the 4 zombies had already made their escape. The first wave of the zombie tide in Nanjing City had quietly come to an end. Survivors, dragging their weary bodies, tirelessly began to clear the battlefield and collect crystal cores. Luo Sheng, what brings you here? Yi Tian inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yi and the others also looked astonished. They had long been aware of Luo Sheng's reputation. His influence and strength were among the most formidable in the realm of the common people, making him a focal point of interest for the military. However, how could the formidable and aloof Luo Sheng deliberately venture to Nanjing City? With a fleeting glance at them, Luo Sheng nonchalantly remarked, "The store manager sent me." Having said that, he turned and strode towards the Cross Lake Bridge. At his words, the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. It made sense. He had indeed saved the store manager. But old Zhu, did you catch what the Corpse King just threw? Yes, it was a skill scroll. Inside the shop, Wang Yu set down the psychic book in his hands, took a sip of hot tea, and nodded as he observed the calmness that enveloped the area. It was essential to protect the dwindling customer base, and the crystal cores left from the battlefield would eventually translate into consumer power. Therefore, as long as humanity was not extinguished, a modicum of warfare could be deemed beneficial. At that moment, Luo Sheng curiously entered the shop, gazing at Wang Yu behind the counter, and softly said, "Manager, about what you mentioned over the phone. After exchanging phone numbers last time, Wang Yu had called him in the afternoon, inviting him to Nanjing City with an offer of a classic 5 discount across the board. Although Luo Sheng had contemplated shopping at the apocalyptic store after perusing the flyer, such a modest offer might not have been sufficient to entice him to make the long journey. However, as a martial enthusiast, he held a profound reverence for the powerful. Having someone capable of overwhelming the military owe him a small favor was a rare opportunity he was eager to seize. Wang Yu raised his hand and said, "Feel free, but only for today." Hearing this, Luo Sheng produced a pre-prepared order and respectfully handed it to Wang Yu. Upon receiving it, Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. The supplies listed were enough to equip a small faction. The total came to 20,790 crystal coins, and after applying the 5 discount, it amounted to 19,750. A difference of 1,040 crystal coins. Although Wang Yu's purchasing and selling price ratio was typically 1 to 10, ensuring he would never incur a loss. This was not a trifling sum for someone who valued wealth dearly. Goodness, it seems you came well prepared. Chapter 102. The useless floating magnetic electric vehicle. Subsequently, still unsatisfied, Luo Sheng made his way toward the area of psychic weapons. After navigating through several shelves, his eyes lit up. The array of weapons displayed on the counter was both comprehensive and imbued with a sense of advanced technology, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Before long, Luo Sheng cautiously lifted a ring-headed blade, unsheathed it, and could not resist lightly touching its surface, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship. The blade was remarkably lightweight. Its material reminiscent of metal, yet not entirely metallic, and the edge was exceptionally sharp. Just a mere touch could easily slice through skin. The key aspect was that these psychic weapons could also harness psychic energy, allowing for a seamless integration of weapon and wielder. This was one of the primary objectives of his visit, to acquire an S-class psychic weapon. The steep price of 10,000 crystal coins did not deter Luo Sheng. He was acutely aware of the intrinsic value of a good weapon. In the face of defensive beasts or zombies, lacking a sharp instrument would make it exceedingly difficult to inflict substantial harm. Convinced of the merit of the ring-headed blade in his grasp, he approached the counter to settle the account. At this moment, Wang Yu had already secured the goods. Upon seeing Luo Sheng present yet another exorbitantly priced weapon, his expression darkened. Another 500 crystal coins gone. This lad shows no restraint whatsoever. Nevertheless, Wang Yu refrained from uttering much, remaining exceedingly courteous as he assisted in packing the goods into a spatial scroll, which he then handed over. The total amounted to 29,350 crystal coins, 29,250 for the goods, plus an additional 100 for the spatial scroll. Luo Sheng then glanced at the sky outside and the interior of the shop, expressing his desire to stay the night, as returning home from such a distance was evidently unfeasible. In response, Wang Yu merely smiled and unhesitatingly ushered him out. "The yard is ample. Feel free to sleep wherever you wish," he remarked, extinguishing the lights as he ascended the stairs, leaving Luo Sheng in disarray. The following day, after enduring a night of cold winds at the shop's entrance, Luo Sheng had vanished without a trace. The benefits of war once again became apparent. As numerous factions arrived with orders, the conflict had resulted in the depletion of weaponry, a reduction in the number of ability users, while the supply of crystal cores increased. Low-tier crystal cores had minimal impact on higher-level ability users, and fewer factions were able to utilize these cores for upgrades. Consequently, these cores transformed into purchasing power, allowing them to acquire weapons, equipment, and awakening agents for ability users. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Xiang base placed a substantial order, the majority of which consisted of awakening agents. The visitor was none other than an old classmate, Fang Yin, who had not been seen in quite some time. After hurriedly handing the order to Wang Yu, he departed, eager to reach the Tianhe base to discuss resettlement matters concerning Xiang base. This recent wave of corpses served as a stark reminder, highlighting that continuing to remain isolated in the East City would inevitably lead to their downfall due to delayed support against zombie incursions. Had it not been for the sudden retreat of the horde, or if they had been used as bait, they would have been devoured to the last morsel. Given that the base was already in shambles, riddled with wounds, they resolved to relocate to the South City for mutual support. Besides the official factions, Tianhe base had always been the dominant force, signifying their dependence on it, a reluctant but necessary choice. However, this decision would undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks. As the Apocalypse shop was located in South City, with the shopkeeper close at hand, providing a sense of security. It was said that the recent zombie wave was a clever ploy devised by the shopkeeper to draw the zombie king away, involving external powerhouses to safeguard the rear of South City. By the end of the day, Wang Yu's treasury had accumulated 137,803 crystal coins, gold bars, Upgrade the shop to sea-level high tier. Let us see what we can unlock, he commanded. The upgrade was successful, automatically deducting 50,000 crystal coins, leaving a balance of 87,803. New products unlocked included vehicles. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's interest waned. However, he felt a sense of assurance regarding future travels and proceeded to browse the system shop. The selection of vehicle types was abundant, with wholesale prices not exorbitant, merely a few thousand crystal coins, while retail prices inevitably soared into the tens of thousands. In this apocalyptic world, it was hard to believe anyone would spend such a fortune on a vehicle, especially with the abundance of cars lining the streets. At this moment, a novel term entered Wang Yu's field of vision, maglev train. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback and promptly clicked to explore further. The images displayed featured various models, strikingly distinct from contemporary vehicles, imbued with an aura of futurism. Astonishingly, these trains possessed no wheels. Maglev train. Introduction. Achieving a maximum speed of 350 meters per hour. With a controllable levitation height reaching up to 10 meters, the body is enveloped in highly efficient solar panels, equipped with global navigation and an intelligence system named Showdown, boasting a defense value of 5,000 and a capacity for 5 passengers. Type, non-disposable. Procurement price, 20,000 crystal coins. Wang Yu was momentarily dumbfounded, realizing there existed materials capable of generating levitation via magnetic repulsion. However, upon reflecting that this was a product of the system, it began to seem reasonable. Such cutting-edge technology was bound to be a commercial success. While Wang Yu felt a surge of excitement, a glance at the price swiftly dampened his spirits. The procurement price for a single unit was a staggering 20,000 crystal coins. Selling it would undoubtedly fetch at least 50,000 crystal coins. This price would make even the military lament, as purchasing it would only lead to dust gathering. This futuristic marvel was indeed alluring, yet lacked offensive capabilities. Despite its high defense value and the ability to ascend and evade zombie attacks, it remained prohibitively expensive and lacked cost-effectiveness. Nevertheless, he pondered the possibility of acquiring one for future travel. In the conference room of the Southern Jiang base, Zhu Yi was visibly enraged, slamming the document in his hand forcefully onto the desk as he cursed vehemently. He expressed his bewilderment at the organization's thinking. In this apocalyptic era, where survival was a struggle, why were they compelled to consider the fates of others? Chen Gang, somewhat perplexed, picked up the document. The Blue Star Friendly Mutual Assistance Treaty stated that, given the limited military capabilities of certain nations, which rendered them incapable of effectively protecting their populace from the threats posed by aberrant beasts and zombies, capable nations were to accept a portion of fleeing refugees, forbidding the indiscriminate slaughter of foreign refugees, collectively safeguarding the surviving human forces. Upon reading this, Chen Gang stroked his chin and sighed, acknowledging the unavoidable truth. We, as a great nation, have long advocated for the Blue Star human community before the apocalypse. Naturally, we must demonstrate our responsibility. This is a unique time. Today's circumstances are unlike those of the past. Who does not know that we are surrounded by smaller nations? When they come pouring in, they will undoubtedly act like parasites, draining our resources. Moreover, just as we manage to stabilize some order, chaos will ensue again. Our southern Jiang city, being coastal, will surely face numerous troubles. Chen Gang let out a slight sigh, expressing his hope that a large-scale influx of refugees would not occur. Damn it. Those in power seem to be devoid of common sense. Chapter 103. Wealth begins with infrastructure as evening descended. A serene horizon was abruptly interrupted by the appearance of several large warships, their flags fluttering gently in the breeze. The emblems were peculiar, featuring a white flag with a conspicuous drop of crimson, reminiscent of menstrual blood, at its center. Following the warships were over 100 fishing boats of various sizes, crowded with throngs of people, as if they yearned to cling to the propellers themselves. Searchlights illuminated the lengthy coastline ahead, prompting jubilant cheers from the crowds aboard the vessels, as they seemed to regard the distant shore as their own home. The restless movements caused the fishing boats to bob up and down, akin to an asthmatic old dog, struggling under the weight of its burden. All of them were citizens of the land of the rising sun, confronted by the sudden onset of an apocalyptic era. The officialdom of Japan was mired in corruption and incompetence, with the elite solely concerned about establishing their own sanctuaries for survival, utterly indifferent to the plight of the populace. This neglect resulted in widespread chaos, as formidable hordes of zombies and monstrous creatures surged forth. The already modest island nation found its living space further constricted, leaving its inhabitants with no choice but to flee to the sea. Given that the virus spread through the air, The vast, yet enigmatic ocean appeared to offer a rare semblance of safety. Even though some marine mammals had undergone mutations, most were relatively benign towards humans, posing little danger as long as one did not provoke these colossal beings. Nevertheless, the paramount issues of fuel and fresh water remained, as a considerable number of individuals still clung to life. Thus, they resorted to their most adept maneuver, shifting the crisis by appealing to humanitarian sentiments, handing over these bereaved souls to the international community and permitting them to seek temporary refuge in other nations. Inside the cabin of a large destroyer, Marshal Sanjong gazed silently at the coastline outside for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Is there a garrison in Jiangkou City?" "Yes," came the response. "But it certainly does not exceed a regiment. Let us not alert them prematurely. Have the samurai squad remain on standby for combat. Jiangkou City will soon be our territory." Understood. The following day, Wang Yu finally awaited the arrival of the military district's envoy, the same female officer who had previously hosted everyone. Her name was Qin Yu, a B-class low-tier psychic. Upon reuniting with Wang Yu and learning of his formidable prowess and the tales circulating within the military, Qin Yu felt a flicker of admiration blossom within her. In a world where fear reigned and strength commanded respect, who would not be drawn to a man who could provide a sense of security? Moreover, he was a being whose power eclipsed that of A-class psychics. He was, in essence, S-class. Wang Yu's unwavering gaze fixed upon her made Qin Yu's cheeks flush slightly. Perceiving her apparent naivety, he took the initiative to say, "I am willing." "I am willing," Qin Yu blurted out impulsively. Wang Yu was taken aback and pressed. "If you are willing, then offer it to me." Blushing, Qin Yu hesitated. "Isn't it a bit premature to offer it to you?" Wang Yu's expression darkened. "I was referring to the military district's orders." Qin Yu's face flushed visibly as she scrambled to retrieve a lengthy list of orders from her pocket, presenting it to Wang Yu. "I meant the orders as well." "How coincidental, haha?" Wang Yu hastily accepted the document, his gaze scanning the orders with the fervor of a lovesick fool encountering an alluring figure. Qin Yu could only watch in exasperation. The extensive list detailed an exorbitant array of psychic weaponry, totaling over 200 items, followed by 200 vials of potions, 150 offensive skill scrolls, and an innumerable quantity of firearms and ammunition. Wang Yu's mind whirled as he calculated the total: 210,683 crystal coins, with an astonishing discount of 10% graciously offered by the authorities. After deducting the procurement cost of 174 coins, his net profit from this transaction would amount to 169,440 crystal coins. This single order merely represents the tip of the iceberg for the military district's procurement. Future orders are certain to flow in ceaselessly. Wang Yu smiled contentedly and then inquired, "Have you commenced work on the subway project I requested?" His tone shifted to one of gravity. "Such a substantial order. Do you comprehend the extent of my concession? It has resulted in a significant loss of crystal coins for me." Qin Yu involuntarily twitched her lips, pondering. "Did you not seem quite pleased just moments ago?" Nevertheless, she respectfully replied, "The military district has gathered nearly 1,000 personnel and has begun construction. However, progress is excruciatingly slow. Building a subway in this post-apocalyptic world is no trivial endeavor." As she observed Wang Yu's expression, she continued, "The activities of zombies and mutated beasts constantly hinder our progress. When faced with territorial instincts, they will attack workers at any cost upon detecting human activity underground. Unfortunately, the military lacks adequate personnel to safeguard the construction, even with reinforcements. We cannot contend with the entirety of the zombie hordes. Moreover, the subway line we are constructing was actually built before the apocalypse for emergency purposes." She spoke nothing but the truth. This visit was not solely to submit the order, but also to gauge Wang Yu's attitude. Hoping he would understand the challenges faced and perhaps modify his demands or provide protection for the project as progress. After all, with his formidable prowess, merely standing there and exuding a hint of his aura could intimidate the entire horde of zombies. It baffled her why such a powerful figure would choose to remain in a corner, content to be a merchant merely supplying weaponry and equipment to others. This man before her was undeniably shrouded in mystery. After a lengthy pause, Wang Yu finally responded, "I understand. What is the route you are constructing?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu assumed Wang Yu was ready to intervene and promptly disclosed the construction plan. Wang Yu nodded, stating, "I comprehend. I will collect the goods tomorrow." This subway was crucial for expanding his customer base. The combined influence of the entire South River region demanded supplies that were no less than that of the official channels, if not exceeding them. Furthermore, with efficient transportation established, future profits would undoubtedly be consistent. What? Qin Yu could scarcely believe her ears. So much cargo can be collected tomorrow? Wang Yu remained composed, his demeanor indicating he was not jesting. "I will handle the protection of the subway construction. Ensure the project does not halt. As Qin Yu departed, Wang Yu nudged the languid black dog at his feet, signaling it was time to attend to business. The black dog stretched lazily, reluctantly rising to its feet while eyeing the howling winds outside. Wang Yu gazed out the window, his eyes as profound as the lake before him, and commanded, "I have a task for you. Fetch that zombie king from last time." Upon hearing this, the black dog yawned and vanished in a flash. Shortly thereafter, the beastly black dog returned to the shop, clutching something in its mouth. Wang Yu looked up and could not suppress a cough. There was Zhou Shuming, pitifully dangling by the collar from the black dog's jaws, evidently having been transported in such a manner. Zhou Shuming's face bore a grimace of bitterness, yet he seemed powerless to alter his predicament. "Master He, let us address the matter at hand. In the future, could my subordinates perhaps be allowed to withdraw momentarily?" Chapter 104, Abandonment. At this moment, the shop bustled with activity. Passers-by paid little heed to the pallid-skinned stranger, as the diminishing number of ability users had led to a surge of individuals awakening their powers through the use of awakening agents, making unfamiliar faces a commonplace occurrence. Wang Yu showed no hesitation in revealing the identity of the corpse king, gesturing for He Zi to set him down. After being released, Zhou Shuming cautiously surveyed his surroundings and couldn't help but voice his confusion. "Shopkeeper, are you not concerned about others discovering your dealings with our undead kin? There were witnesses who recognized my visage yesterday." In response, Wang Yu shrugged nonchalantly, imparting a profound sentiment. "In my establishment, there exist only patrons and non-patrons." Though this statement betrayed the merciless nature of a businessman, it stirred something within Zhou Shuming. Were the undead not a new breed evolved from the onslaught of a virus? The primal craving for flesh and blood exhibited by lower-tier zombies was merely their innate desire. Only upon reaching a certain threshold of evolution could they gain awareness sufficient to master such cravings. Must they then be deemed the eradicated faction? In the tumultuous waves of the apocalypse, which race was not fervently striving to survive? Amidst the rampant discrimination of the post-apocalyptic world, only Wang Yu treated all races with equality. "I am curious as to why the shopkeeper summoned me. If it lies within my capabilities, I shall not shy away from it." Upon hearing Zhou Shuming's earnest tone, Wang Yu was taken aback and proceeded to reveal his intentions. "What? You wish for me to unify the entire zombie faction of Jiangnan province?" Zhou Shuming could not suppress his exclamation, followed by a hint of bitterness. "That task is beyond my current abilities." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. "You are an intermediate B grade, yet as far as I know, the number of zombies within Jiangnan province who have reached your level can be counted on one hand. Logically, you zombies also value martial prowess. By eliminating a regional corpse king, you could ascend in status. Given your data strength, it should not be insurmountable." Zhou Shuming's expression brightened momentarily, but then he recalled something and sighed softly, explaining, "Merely eliminating one corpse king is insufficient. A grand-scale war is necessary to demonstrate to the surrounding zombie hordes that your faction is formidable enough to warrant their allegiance." Although the zombie horde of Nanjing City was vast, it lacked overall strength. This was the downside of sheer numbers, as crystal cores and flesh were woefully insufficient. Consequently, the lower-tier zombies found their levels stagnating. As the shopkeeper well understood, the disparities among levels were not merely additive. Furthermore, the human factions have now consolidated their forces, providing mutual support, leaving us at a loss on how to proceed. Additionally, following last night's defeat, the strength of the Nanjing City zombie horde has significantly diminished, leaving us with aspirations but lacking the means to act. At this juncture, Wang Yu, with a cheerful demeanor, produced a vial of enhancement potion and extended it towards Zhou Shuming. Upon receiving it, Zhou Shuming's gaze ignited with fervor. This was precisely the potion that Yi Tian had revealed yesterday. With this substance, the trio of Yi Tian, despite being only C grade, had managed to delay their adversaries for over an hour. This item greatly enhances the combat capabilities of the undead horde. If one can resolve the battle within the duration of its efficacy, sufficient prestige can be garnered in the hearts of the zombies. However, upon reflection, it shook its head. During its last visit, it had observed the pricing, 200 crystal coins per vial. Given the multitude of zombies, providing each individual with a vial was evidently a fantastical notion, especially considering that multiple cities in Jiangnan province were embroiled in warfare. Wang Yu accepted the steaming tea served by Freya and spoke slowly. "What if I could offer a discount?" Zhou Shuming abruptly raised his head, disbelief etched across his features. "A 10 discount, but upon completion of the task. You must assist me with a matter." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuming fell silent for a considerable time, awkwardly scratching his head. "Even so, our clan's reserves of crystal cores are rather limited." Wang Yu, however, retorted without hesitation, "No, you possess a considerable amount." Observing Zhou Shuming's puzzled expression, Wang Yu continued. As you mentioned, while there are numerous zombies in Nanjing City, they lack refinement. Thus, this vast number of low-tier undead constitutes your stockpile of crystal cores. Given their minimal utility, it would be more prudent to extract their final value directly. At this, Zhou Shuming's eyes widened in sudden realization, as he met Wang Yu's indifferent and profound gaze, devoid of any emotion. Moreover, you merely need to wield my potion to seize a city, allowing you to sustain your campaigns. The crystal cores from the low-tier zombies of that city can be utilized to procure the potions required for the next battle. Remember, you are the zombie king. Apart from you, anything can be reset. It dawned on Zhou Shuming that the true terror of the man before him did not lie solely in his formidable power, nor in the countless mysterious wares he possessed, nor in his ownership of a B-grade high-tier beast companion. Rather, it resided in his meticulous and cold-hearted calculations, the unfathomable depths of his mind, and his unwavering pursuit of profit. Noticing Zhou Shuming's indecision, Wang Yu did not press him further. Instead, he took a sip of his warm tea with an air of indifference. Yet, within his cold gaze, a fleeting glimmer of unperceived malice flickered. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Shuming suddenly bowed to Wang Yu, respectfully stating, "Thank you for your guidance. May I inquire about your conditions?" Wang Yu smiled with satisfaction, revealing the official plan to construct a subway, requesting that once a city is occupied, he manages the zombies to avoid any disruption to the subway construction in that area. Furthermore, he insisted that his products should not be employed against humans and urged proper control over the undead horde to prevent any unauthorized attacks on human factions. Zhou Shuming assured him there would be no issues, though concern creased his face. "What if humans choose to attack us during my conquest?" He continued. "In our endeavor to encroach upon Jiangnan province, we must start from the periphery. It is impossible to directly safeguard the construction of routes far from the city. Thus, time is of the essence. As for the officials, I shall notify them." Zhou Shuming nodded, uttered his farewells, and hastened back to eliminate zombies and obtain the cores. With the manager's assistance, even the ambition to unify the entire Blue Star's undead would not pose a significant challenge. As Zhou Shuming left with great enthusiasm, Wang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he murmured, "You ought to be grateful. It is your ambition that has saved you." Had Zhou Shuming declined, Wang Yu would have unhesitatingly struck him down. After all, he was merely a corpse king, and with its crystal core, any random zombie on the street could be nurtured into a corpse king. Subsequently, Wang Yu turned his gaze back to the black dog at his feet, who sensed an ominous premonition and twisted its neck to glance at Wang Yu, swallowing nervously. Their eyes met. The black dog attempted to flee, but was swiftly caught by Wang Yu, who seized it by the scruff of its neck. Wang Yu then produced several chicken legs, indiscriminately shoving them into the dog's mouth. "Let us not rush, my friend. We shall speak after you have eaten. You must be tired of being cooped up in here. I know of a place that is a tourist attraction, not far from here." Chapter 105. The B-class zombie tied at that moment, within a military base in Jiangkou City. A team was making their way towards the parking area. "Captain, are you truly heading to the port?" "Of course. I have heard that the Little Devils are nearly establishing a base there. How could I not go? Since they are avoiding a meeting with me, I shall seek them out, so they may understand who truly governs this territory. Refugees should maintain the dignity of their status. Then you ought to bring more people. The Japanese are notoriously cunning and treacherous. A single security company will suffice. It's just a small island, a mere speck on the map. They've even lost their own territory. What formidable talents could emerge from such a place? Moreover, they are currently dependent on others. They wouldn't dare confront the military. If they dare to challenge me, I shall ensure their obliteration." The following day, Qin Yu, who had stayed overnight at the Nanjing base, arrived at the designated time to collect her goods. Possessing a rare spatial ability herself, she retrieved a mountain of crystal cores from her space and handed them to Wang Yu. He first stored all of them within his own space before tossing them into the exchange machine. He then presented a black payment card to Qin Yu for her to swipe. "Beep. A total of 189,717 crystal coins. Please make your payment." Taken aback, Qin Yu asked, "Wasn't it 189,617 crystal coins? Why the extra 100? Wang Yu, with a smile, revealed a spatial scroll. "All the goods are in here. I've packaged everything for you. The 100 crystal coins for this scroll is separate. No need for thanks for such a trivial matter." Qin Yu, slightly speechless, thought to herself, "But I already have my own space. What a crafty merchant. Thank you for your unnecessary assistance." Payment successful. Current balance, 33 crystal coins. Wang Yu licked his lips, his smile radiant, as he handed over the scroll. He then broached the subject of the new magnetic levitation vehicles, hoping Qin Yu could inquire whether the affluent military had any interest in such. Upon hearing the price of 50,000 crystal coins per vehicle, Her expression momentarily faltered, and she merely replied, "I will report this to my superiors." Finally, Qin Yu inquired once more about the protection of the railway construction. Wang Yu chuckled softly and, as if nudging something with his foot, a black dog reluctantly emerged from behind the counter, its expression replete with reluctance. "You brought Haizi to the construction site, where it would temporarily safeguard the railway's construction. You need not concern yourselves with the disturbances posed by the zombies and aberrations. Your sole focus should be on the roadwork, as Haizi can handle the rest." Qin Yu paused, glancing at the unassuming Haizi, who was casting a disdainful sidelong glance at her. She exhibited a look of skepticism. Yet Wang Yu's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. Just before departing, Wang Yu made a remark that seemed utterly unrelated. "Recently, there has been a surge of zombie activity throughout Jiangnan province. However, they will not proactively attack human forces, so the military need not fret unnecessarily and may merely observe from a distance." Qin Yu felt a bit perplexed by Wang Yu's statement, pondering how he knew of the impending zombie activity. Nevertheless, Wang Yu was disinclined to elaborate further, simply instructing her to relay his exact words to the military district commander. Qin Yu nodded, then led Haizi away. As she exited, Wang Yu had yet to tally the crystal coins when Zhou Ming arrived, holding the spatial scroll he had purchased earlier. His eyes were bloodshot, and although his pristine white shirt remained unblemished, he emanated an unmistakable stench of blood. He eagerly presented the scroll to Wang Yu, requesting 500 bottles of enhancement potions. Wang Yu glanced at him, then inserted the 2,000 F-grade crystal nuclei from the scroll into the exchange machine and procured supplies directly from the system store. It seemed he had yet to adopt a sufficiently ruthless approach. However, that would soon change, for he would soon realize the enhancement these potions provided was akin to a tiger gaining wings. After all, once other cities were captured, the same method could be employed to acquire more crystal nuclei, surely yielding substantial orders. On the subway heading to the Jiangnan General Military District, situated in Pangshan City, Haizi lay languidly on the seat, eyes closed in repose. Opposite her, Qin Yu occasionally cast glances at Haizi, attempting to discern any unusual traits. However, Haizi's presence was unremarkable. Aside from being somewhat more robust than dogs prior to the apocalypse, it bore no other distinction. This caused her to furrow her brow, wondering if the store manager was deceiving her. Yet, the subway had its benefits for him, so he should not be so careless. After the train arrived at the station, Qin Yu resolved to first deposit the goods from the spatial scroll into the armory before reporting the matter of the black dog. Thus, she summoned her close friend via the intercom to keep an eye on Haizi. Upon seeing the black dog, the short-haired woman could not suppress a gasp of delight, exclaiming, "In this day and age, there are still dogs. How adorable." She immediately began to fondle Haizi. Qin Yu, exasperated, explained, "This is the pet of that exceptionally capable shopkeeper, said to be protecting the railway construction." The short-haired woman was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Haizi incredulously, unable to comprehend how such a small dog could withstand the horde of zombies outside. Qin Yu sighed softly, saying, "Watch over it. I need to report some matters to the military." With that, she turned and strode away purposefully. After depositing the goods from the spatial scroll into the armory and completing the registration, Qin Yu's intercom suddenly crackled to life. Calling Advisor Qin. The subway on Pingjia Street is under siege by a horde of zombies, classified as a B-level tide. We request support. We request support. Startled, Qin Yu swiftly activated her extraordinary abilities and raced towards the military headquarters, completely forgetting about the matter concerning Haizi. The authorities had classified both the zombie and beast hordes, with a C-grade designation given to any zombie outbreak exceeding 5 individuals or a horde surpassing 30,000, thus qualifying as B-grade. At that moment, a short-haired woman was making peculiar noises to amuse a dog, yet Haizi displayed an expression of disdain, rolling her eyes incessantly. It was difficult to discern who was truly being entertained. The woman suddenly seemed to recall something and retrieved a piece of nearly moldy bread from her possession, seemingly prepared to endure the pain of offering it to Haizi. However, when she raised her gaze once more, Haizi had mysteriously vanished without a trace. In the subway construction area of Pingjia Street, a multitude of workers stood in the deep trenches of the railway, their expressions tense as the menacing roars drew nearer, causing them to glance around in panic. They feared an abrupt surge of zombies, knowing they were utterly defenseless. The surroundings echoed with the sounds of gunfire, roars, and explosions, creating a hellish atmosphere as over 100 soldiers battled fiercely against the horde. They formed a formidable barrier with their bodies, resolutely preventing any zombies from breaching their defenses, determined to protect the workers below. Yet zombies infiltrated from all directions, overwhelming in their numbers. Squad leader, there are too many. We can barely hold them back. When will reinforcements arrive? If we can't hold them, then give your lives to stop them. We are soldiers. Even in death, we must die in front of the people. Chapter 106. Breaking the zombie horde. The relentless swarm of zombies showed no mercy. Once an individual was surrounded, it was as if a locust plague had descended, leaving nothing but bones in its wake. One by one, they fell, and the defensive line formed by the remaining soldiers rapidly shrank. Just as despair settled in, a shadow suddenly leapt into the horde. The surrounding zombies, caught off guard by the lightning-quick figure, had no time to redirect their attention. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves staring at their own tattered shoes, their heads severed and sent tumbling, only to be kicked about by the approaching zombies. Heisey darted through the horde at breathtaking speed, rendering the zombies incapable of reacting, causing chaos to erupt. Those at the center, witnessing the tumultuous scene of flying heads and severed limbs amidst the throng, mistakenly believed a powerful military figure had arrived, reigniting their fighting spirit as they valiantly engaged the horde once more. Where Heisey passed, a tempest of bloodshed ensued, the splattered crimson resembling swirling petals of rose blossoms cascading down. At that moment, a C-grade zombie at the forefront reacted, letting out a piercing roar before hastily retreating. However, it barely managed a few steps before its head was severed from its body. The remaining thousands of zombies, now leaderless, scattered in panic. Yet, numerous lesser zombies, driven solely by their insatiable hunger for flesh, mindlessly charged at Heisey. Yet, without exception, they were all hunted down one by one. As the battlefield grew sparse of zombies, the survivors finally discerned that their savior was, in fact, a black dog, its fur nearly drenched in blood. Moreover, its speed was astonishing, leaving the onlookers with only fleeting glimpses of its shadow. In but a few fleeting seconds, as the last zombie succumbed to the ground, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers exchanged glances, their survival from imminent death overshadowed by an even graver concern: the formidable creature before them. Akin to a deity of death, its prowess was not merely a matter of observation, for its movements were obscured. Yet the sheer force it wielded to vanquish tens of thousands of zombies, sending them fleeing in disarray, spoke volumes of its terrifying strength. No one could fathom its intentions. Amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, they feared not only the unpredictable human heart, but also the beasts that stood in the position of hunters. As the creature, known as Heisey, slowly turned its gaze upon them, an aura of dread enveloped the crowd. Their hearts raced, and they dared not breathe too loudly, lest they provoke this harbinger of death. Observing Heisey's deliberate approach, the group tensed, gripping their weapons tightly, their military attire already drenched in cold sweat. Yet, Heisey chose to recline upon a pile of rubble, seemingly indifferent to the terror it instilled in the observers. In that moment, the space felt frozen, time inching by as the bewildered onlookers remained paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, the sound of vehicles traversing the concrete road echoed in the distance. Reinforcements had arrived. Transport trucks, crushing the remnants of the fallen, came to a halt nearby. At this juncture, Wang Yu and her support team disembarked, their faces reflecting shock as they surveyed the sea of corpses. Wang Yu hurriedly approached Company Commander Pan He, incredulously inquiring, "Did you all truly achieve this?" Even an entire company of soldiers, all possessing abilities, accomplishing a grand-scale B-class zombie tide, was nothing short of remarkable. Pan He, his expression peculiar, cast a sidelong glance at Heisey. Following his gaze, Wang Yu finally noticed the creature lounging nonchalantly, its fur stained crimson and bits of flesh clinging to its maw. A moment of realization struck her. It was the storekeeper's dog that had salvaged this crisis. Subsequently, Pan He quietly relayed the events, growing increasingly anxious as he queried, "What should we do now?" "It refuses to leave." Wang Yu, with a gentle smile, reassured him, patting his shoulder. "Do not concern yourselves with it. The work must continue. The black dog belongs to the storekeeper, sent specifically to safeguard your construction efforts, while also serving as your overseer." Pan He's eyes widened in understanding, promptly urging the workers to expedite their tasks. With such a formidable beast as an overseer, the laborers would likely be too fearful to sleep at night. Singularly focused on maintaining progress. In an office within the Jiangnan Central Base, upon concluding Wang Yu's report concerning Heisey, Yang Wen expressed astonishment at the revelation of the storekeeper harboring such a powerful creature. Wang Yu nodded, affirming its immense lethality, capable of felling multitudes, rivaling even the strength of A-class abilities exhibited by Commander Gua. "At the very least, we need not worry about the safety of the subway construction." She then conveyed Wang Yu's words verbatim to Yang Wen, who furrowed his brow in concern. The entire Jiangnan region is experiencing a significant surge in zombie activity. Yet we are instructed not to intervene. What is the store manager truly plotting? A reconnaissance team must be established immediately to meticulously monitor recent zombie movements. And any developments should be reported without delay. Should we take action against the zombies? Notify the station troops in each city to remain vigilant and observe the situation. Furthermore, the procured weaponry should be adapted for the 23rd Regiment, then dispatched to the frontline disaster zones for training exercises to assess their efficacy. At this moment, the zombies in the entire Nanjing city are converging towards the eastern city, the tremors from the movement of 1 million zombies reverberating through the ground. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that a subset of advanced zombies clutches a test tube containing a pale red liquid. For zombies stand atop a height, surveying the army gathering below. Titan cradles the potion in his hands, utterly captivated, eager to taste it. Is this the enhancement serum? I wonder if it is palatable. The dwarf zombie cannot help but express concern. My liege, with our forces fully deployed, what if the zombies from the neighboring city take advantage of our absence? Zhou Shuming, with an indifferent gaze, replies, we will first secure Wushi, then return to annihilate them. The dwarf gazes at him deeply, contemplating. This move leaves no retreat for our king. Does this potion truly hold such potent power? Moments later, Zhou Shuming gestures grandly, leading the zombie army on an expedition towards Wushi. However, the zombie hordes in Wushi, already informed, are likewise assembling at the border, making a clash inevitable. The station troops of both cities regard this unusual movement with utmost seriousness. For should they suddenly pivot to assault human forces, it would be akin to a locust swarm, devastating in its wake. Yet, the military district has issued orders, do not interfere with the zombies' activities. Though the station troops are perplexed, they can only comply with the orders and bolster the defenses of their bases. Chapter 107. The disturbance of the Japanese report to the political commissar. A group has invaded. Many of our capable soldiers have been slain. What of the regiment leader? The leader has not returned since going to the port. Damn it. It must be that detestable group of Japanese causing this chaos. Quickly, recall the external teams and rally civilian forces to defend the base. Communications officer. Report to the military district that the Japanese are launching an assault on our station base and request reinforcements. Commissar. They are overwhelming us. We cannot hold. At this moment, Jiankou City is in utter disarray. As the military base there is besieged by a squad of assailants clad in black, resulting in the massacre of numerous capable individuals. Following this, tens of thousands of Japanese forces entrenched at the port suddenly launch an attack on the base, many among them being ordinary civilians, women, children, and even the elderly. Brainwashed by militarism, these individuals, devoid of personal consciousness, surge into the unprotected base through breaches in the high walls, resembling mindless zombies. Shortly thereafter, the external teams, along with various factions, hasten to the scene, but the banners atop the high walls have already changed. Witnessing the repugnant flag and the black-clad figures wielding Japanese swords atop the walls, the gathered populace erupts in furious exclamations. The wretched individuals, whom we have taken in despite past grievances, now repay our kindness with ingratitude. Truly, one cannot change their nature. In fury, the crowd cried out for vengeance against these intruders. After all these years, they dare to believe themselves formidable? Kill them. Hundreds, fueled by righteous indignation, surged forward, intent on expelling these usurpers from our land. At that moment, a corpulent figure leaped down from the towering wall. Thud! His massive frame crashed to the ground, sending dust spiraling into the air and causing the very earth to tremble. Following him, a throng of figures clad in black descended, their expressions icy and their gazes contemptuous. The leader, a robust man with a pronounced physique, exuded an aura of menace, his eyes glinting with a lethal intent. Fleeting insects, he sneered, do not resist futilely. Submit to the great Yamato Empire, or you shall find no reason to continue living. The crowd, unable to comprehend his tongue, paused in confusion, pondering the meaning behind his words. In response, they unleashed their abilities, a wave of power surging forth. The rotund figure merely scoffed, adopting a stance reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, then struck the ground with his fists. The sheer force caused the earth to fracture, sending shockwaves that toppled many to the ground. Without hesitation, he charged forward with alarming speed. The crowd hastily retaliated with their powers, shimmering ice spikes, searing flames, crackling lightning, and razor-sharp winds. Yet, the corpulent man remained unfazed, absorbing their assault with his formidable physique. As dozens of projectiles struck him, clouds of dust erupted. Boom! From the haze, the hefty figure barreled forth, crashing into the ranks of the astonished crowd, scattering them like leaves in a tempest. The foremost defensive abilities faltered, unable to evade his onslaught. With a sickening crunch, several seasoned defenders were reduced to mere fragments, blood misting the air as their bodies were sent flying. Those fortunate enough to evade his charge stood in stunned disbelief, frozen in place. Was this truly a human being? He resembled an armor-piercing projectile. A perceptive individual gasped, trembling as he uttered, a high-tier B-class, perhaps even an A-class ability user. The revelation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, particularly the leaders of various factions. In Jiangkou City, the most powerful among them was merely a nascent B-class, a far cry from contending with an A-class adversary. Only then did they grasp the gravity of their situation. They were confronting a nation, a country boasting millions before the apocalypse. Surely, it possessed at least one prodigious talent. Realizing the peril, the leader Wang Yu contemplated retreat, and others shared the same instinct. After a tense silence, the majority dispersed in a panic, fleeing in all directions. Yet, shadows emerged like specters, encircling them with ruthless precision. Anyone daring to break through would find their heads claimed by the glinting blades of the Yamato warriors. Hundreds were ensnared by a mere handful, the elite backbone of their military might. At this moment, the corpulent fellow spoke again, uttering a few more nonsensical words. As the crowd looked on in confusion, a man proficient in the language of the Japanese explained their intent: either submit and serve their great nation or face death. This proclamation immediately incited discontent among the majority. How dare they? To bow to those Japanese, only to be scolded by my father after my demise? Is this not a sheer humiliation? A soldier may be killed, but he must never be dishonored. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the throng, quietly approaching the corpulent man. It was their strongest warrior, the B-class ability user. Wang Yu. Wang Yu, you coward. How can you call yourself a B-class ability user when you are so afraid of death? You are nothing but a craven. The resentment surged within the crowd. Even Wang Yu, who embodied their greatest hope, chose to become a mere servant. And despair enveloped the hearts of the multitude in the face of overwhelming power and the terror of death. Still, several individuals silently stepped out of the ranks, advancing towards the Japanese. Damn it! A man roared, slashing down a would-be survivor with his blade, proclaiming, "Let us fight them." Kill. The remaining military squads, along with some powerful ability users, launched an assault on the Japanese surrounding them. Die. The corpulent man, witnessing the remaining fighters' defiance, bellowed in anger and plunged back into the fray. In a matter of moments, chaos ensued. The ground was strewn with the corpses of ability users, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. One man was cleaved in half by a Japanese blade. Using his bloodied hands, he clawed his way to Wang Yu's feet, his innards spilling onto the ground. With wide, furious eyes, he gazed up at Wang Yu before finally expelling a mouthful of blood and succumbing to death. Wang Yu felt a tumult of emotions, yet more than anything, he was grateful that his choice had preserved his life, albeit at the cost of his dignity. The corpulent man disdainfully kicked the corpse at his feet, declaring, "The Chinese are nothing but a bunch of useless fools." Thus, the ability users of Jiangkou City were nearly annihilated, and the remaining ordinary citizens were relegated to laborers, forced to construct bases for the Japanese under their oppression. News of the calamity reached the military district, prompting Yang Wen to convene an urgent meeting to discuss the matter. What is there to discuss? I propose a direct missile strike. Unleash firepower upon those damn Japanese. Strike? Jiangkou base is home to many ordinary citizens. What if we hit them by mistake? We must first ascertain the Japanese's concentrated positions. What then? We harbor them only to be bitten back. Hundreds of ability users. This indignation is unbearable. Report this to the organization, urging them to inform the international community, strictly control the refugees, and preferably annul the refugee hosting agreement. Have Zhu Yi from neighboring Nanjing survey the area, ascertain the Japanese's location, and then execute the strike. They cannot escape once they are on our territory. At that moment, the border between Wushi and Nanjing lay in ruins, a dismal sight, littered with the bodies of the undead, predominantly from the Wushi side. Majesty. The enhancement elixir provided by the shopkeeper is indeed remarkable. Every zombie that has consumed it becomes a formidable adversary, capable of facing 10 foes single-handedly. Indeed, with just the 500 undead who have ingested the potion, we could decisively rout the enemy. Zhou Shuming nodded, a glimmer of mirth in his eyes. Yet he soon adopted a stern demeanor and commanded, "Summon all zombies ranked below E-class in Wushi." The gnome nodded and inquired, "Shall we include those who have submitted?" "All of them. We must act swiftly," Zhou Shuming replied with an emotionless gaze. Hearing this, the gnome could only comply silently. It was aware that the king was utilizing the cores of their own kind to procure elixirs, yet the efficacy of the potions was undeniably immense, perfectly suited for the battlefield of the undead, able to subdue the entire horde in a single confrontation. The following day, within the apocalyptic shop, A slender woman with a sun-kissed complexion entered early in the morning, her figure enveloped in a voluminous trench coat. The shadowy figure could not resist casting a curious glance around the shop before producing a spatial scroll and a payment card, which she respectfully handed to Wang Yu. "Shopkeeper, Our Majesty requests 500 bottles of enhancement elixirs and 2 spatial scrolls." Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement, promptly retrieving the items, while urging Zhou Shuming to hasten the process. Beep, 180 crystal coins deducted from the payment card, current balance, 20 crystal coins. After receiving the goods, the shadowy figure took her leave in haste. Wang Yu glanced at his crystal coin balance, which had surged to an impressive 179 coins. It was time to indulge in a round of blind boxes. Gold bar. Elevate the shop's level to B class. Moments later, Wang Yu felt as if the tiles beneath his feet were shifting, the entire shop beginning its expansion. Soon, the shop ceased its growth, and the voice of the gold bar echoed, "Upgrade successful. 90,000 crystal coins automatically deducted. Current balance, 240, 179. Unlocked products, aviation vehicles." With an expressionless visage, Wang Yu opened the system store, expecting an array of items of little utility. Commercial airliners, private jets, and passenger helicopters, all at steep prices. If this were the world before the apocalypse, such acquisitions would have yielded substantial profits. But now, the situation was far from certain. Occasionally, 1 or 2 avian beasts appeared in the sky. Ordinary aircraft were prone to catastrophic failure mid-flight, and their noise would undoubtedly attract hordes of zombies upon landing. Moreover, how many ordinary individuals possess the skills to pilot an aircraft? Once stability is achieved, selling to the authorities could indeed be a viable option. Disappointed, Wang Yu resolved to try again, feeling quite affluent at present. Gold bar, elevate me to the mid-tier B class. Upgrade successful, 120,000 crystal coins automatically deducted. Current balance, 120. 170 crystal coins. Unlocked products, heavy military armaments. At these words, Wang Yu's eyes brightened. He immediately opened the system store. Unlike the previous offerings of rifles and grenades, this time, the heavy artillery included various models of tanks, armored vehicles, cannons, and rocket artillery, along with their corresponding munitions. This time, Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Such artillery and tanks would undoubtedly have sustained significant losses in the military's conflict against the monstrous undead. However, the current production costs remain exceedingly high, and it is rare for ordinary military districts to possess large-scale armament factories. The manufacturing of not only tanks and artillery, but also ammunition, is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Furthermore, the scarcity of technical personnel due to the viral outbreak has rendered large-scale rapid production unfeasible. The significance of heavy artillery is not akin to that of firearms and ammunition. In a world ravaged by superhumans, it is indispensable. It can inflict widespread, long-range devastation upon hordes of zombies and mutated beasts. Although it may not accurately target and eliminate high-level zombies and beasts, it proves immensely beneficial against the overwhelming numbers of zombie and beast swarms. As the apocalypse progresses, the depletion of stockpiled ammunition and weaponry only increases the value of heavy arms. Wang Yu has sensed a significant wave of business opportunities. Thus, he sauntered towards the newly expanded section of the shop, subtly adjusting the arrangement of nearby shelves to reveal a spacious area. He then procured a light tank from the system store, placing it prominently in this conspicuous spot. A light tank, devoid of ammunition, was acquired at a cost of 10,000 crystal coins, and he anticipated selling it for no less than 20,000 crystal coins. As for the ammunition, the standard procurement price is 50 crystal coins per box, with retail prices determined by caliber and type. After establishing the pricing, Wang Yu took the opportunity to update the notice board at the entrance. At that moment, a group of individuals approached the shop, led by Ling Shuolian and her companions, who had recently relocated to the South City. Having just established their new base, they were likely there to procure supplies. "Deputy Ling, what is that?" Ling Shuolian followed her subordinate's gaze and, through the bright glass, beheld a colossal steel beast standing prominently within the shop. Ling Shuolian was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief palpable as she hurried alongside her equally astonished companions to Wang Yu's side. "Shopkeeper, is that real?" Wang Yu glanced at her and, with a knowing smile, entered the shop, leaving behind the striking notice board. The crowd quickly gathered to inspect it, revealing an array of heavy weaponry that was utterly tantalizing. Despite its rather steep pricing, this signified that, with sufficient crystal cores, anyone could effortlessly assemble their own army. And look, there are anti-aircraft guns. With these, our base's aerial combat capabilities will undoubtedly be vastly enhanced. "This is akin to the official military," exclaimed Ling Shuolian. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly produced paper and pen, calculating the prices displayed. After making a phone call for confirmation, she excitedly entered the shop, presenting her order to Wang Yu at the counter. "Shopkeeper, do you have these in stock?" Wang Yu glanced over, swiftly confirming the inventory, and pointed towards the window. The group turned to see three 37mm anti-aircraft guns alongside several crates of ammunition suddenly appearing in the space outside the shop. They were momentarily stunned. Ling Shuoyan was the first to recover, promptly retrieving the prepared crystal cores for payment, totaling 50 for 169 crystal coins. The group then pushed the anti-aircraft guns as they departed, attracting considerable attention along the way. "Miss Ling, where did your base acquire these artillery pieces? Is the official military selling them?" "These are items from the apocalyptic shop." Chapter 109. Missiles in the city of Jiangkou. Tens of thousands of ordinary people braved the biting cold winds, laboring tirelessly on a vast construction site. Among them were men, women, and children, all clad in threadbare clothing. Within the expansive grounds of the site stood dozens of Japanese superhumans, brandishing their whips with an air of authority, vigilantly observing the workers. Any hint of laziness would inevitably lead to a brutal flogging, leaving the powerless laborers to seethe in silence. After all, the periphery of the construction site was lined with machine guns, their ominous barrels poised for action. At that moment, a reconnaissance drone swept across the sky. "Look, is that a military aircraft?" Yes. The military is here to rescue us. We are going to be saved. How wonderful. I'm utterly exhausted. Damn it. Blow those little Japanese to bits." However, concealed among the mountains and forests, anti-aircraft guns had already locked onto the drone. In an instant, a barrage of shells soared into the heavens, effectively sealing off the drone's escape route. A series of explosions erupted, and the drone was swiftly engulfed by a cloud of black smoke, with fragments of its wreckage scattering through the air. The flicker of hope that had just ignited in the hearts of the people was shattered, much like the drone itself. Observing the scene, a Japanese soldier scoffed and lashed his whip against the frail, hunched back of an elderly man nearby. "What are you all staring at? Don't even think about slacking off, or I'll have you all beaten to death. Your military is just as useless. They can't save you." Above the Jiangkou base, Marshal Mitsuyama gazed at the debris plummeting from the sky and inquired, "How many have we down today?" Reporting to the marshal, "That is the third one today. Our anti-aircraft guns took care of them immediately," replied a young officer in military attire, brimming with pride. "They are currently unable to ascertain our troop locations and would not dare to deploy large-scale weapons. Moreover, the situation in Huagua is dire. They lack the surplus forces to confront us. We can proceed with our developments unabated." Marshal Mitsuyama nodded, his gaze drifting towards the military base under construction. At that moment, a communications soldier approached, saluted, and reporting to the marshal, "A subway line under construction has been detected to the north, with only a handful of workers, and it is nearing Jiangkou City. Our forces attempted an assault, but were all killed by a powerful beast nearby." Upon hearing this, Mitsuyama furrowed his brow and muttered, "A powerful beast?" The young officer beside him was unusually agitated, asserting, "The Huagua people must be attempting to use the subway to secretly transport troops into Jiangkou City and launch a surprise attack on our base. We cannot allow their nefarious scheme to succeed. We must immediately dispatch someone to destroy it." Mitsuyama remained silent for a moment, then decisively commanded, "Immediately order the artillery battalion to obliterate the railway they are constructing and maintain strict vigilance to prevent any reconstruction. As for the nearby beast, do not provoke it. We are not yet prepared to engage with the beast horde. Simply destroying the railway will suffice." "Understood." At this juncture, an off-road vehicle stealthily entered Jiangkou City via a narrow pathway. "Captain, is it necessary for the military district to deploy 3 drones to conceal our movements?" You may not comprehend this, but 3 drones entered the river mouth from various directions, aiming to uncover the artillery positions concealed by the Japanese forces in the thicket. You understand the devastating power of such weaponry. Anti-aircraft guns positioned horizontally are akin to military tribunals. Time is of the essence, and our sole mission is to identify the location of the Japanese encampment. At present, apart from our southern city, there is a surge of zombie activity elsewhere, and the garrison in every city is on high alert, unable to spare any troops. It would be ideal to utilize a minimal number of missiles to inflict maximum casualties upon the Japanese. At that moment, Heisei lay leisurely on the railway tracks, having just dealt with a C-class zombie and repelled the horde, feeling secure for the time being. Suddenly, its fur bristled, and it sprang up, barking loudly at the workers engaged in construction. Startled by the raucous barking, the workers, believing they had incurred the wrath of the dog for their slow progress, hurriedly immersed themselves in their tasks. Little did they know that in the next instant, An onslaught of artillery shells descended upon them without warning. Boom! The explosions shook the very ground, causing the newly laid road behind them to collapse in a cascade of debris. Everyone sought refuge. But the deafening roar of the explosions quickly engulfed their cries of despair. After nearly 3 minutes of relentless bombardment, a stretch of railway extending 500 meters was utterly obliterated, engulfed in rubble. As the smoke began to dissipate, Heisey cautiously returned to the railway above, peering down to assess the situation. The relentless barges compelled even it to evade the onslaught. Below, the scene was one of carnage. With rivers of blood flowing and dismembered corpses strewn about, survivors wailing in agony, clutching their severed limbs. One individual lay half submerged in a pool of blood, intestines spilling out, desperately shouting into a communicator for assistance. In a mere 3 minutes, a battalion of 1,000 had dwindled to fewer than 100. Witnessing this, Heisey was consumed by rage, yet the shells originated from 12 kilometers away, leaving it unable to pinpoint the enemy's location. It could only remain in place, restless and agitated. The following day, Yang Wen received a directive from the organization, demanding that the southern military district swiftly eliminate the invading Japanese forces and rescue the hostages. Permission was granted to utilize missiles for strikes upon confirming their positions. Upon receiving this news, the already furious high command of the military district acted immediately, relaying the 2 locations of the Japanese troops, provided by Zhu Yi, to the rocket brigade for precise targeting. The mission to eradicate the remnants and rescue the hostages was entrusted to Zhu Yi's mixed regiment and the 24th Regiment from Anchi City, urging them to hasten to Jiangkou City. Following the missile strikes, they would advance decisively to annihilate the Japanese forces. Before long, a missile surged forth from the wooded hills, soaring skyward, soon followed by another. After nearly half an hour in flight, the missile finally approached the low altitude over Jiangkou City. The ground troops stood ready, their eyes fixed upon the swiftly flying missile and its long trail of smoke. They erupted in exhilaration, cheering joyously. Blast these damned Japanese to oblivion. Eradicate their nation and avenge our fallen comrades. Father, we must ensure the annihilation of these Japanese people. Did you witness that? Just when everyone thought the missile would strike, a cylindrical object suddenly emerged, colliding with the missile's side with precision and swiftness. Boom! The missile instantly detonated in midair, enveloped in a thick black mist. Shortly thereafter, the second missile met a similar fate, struck directly by the object that appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 110. The inept officials. The 2 missiles were instantly rendered non-existent, leaving only the dissipating black mist and the slowly descending fragments. Observing this, the crowd finally realized it was the Japanese missile interceptor. They were incredulous. How could these desperate Japanese, reduced to the status of lost souls in this apocalyptic world, possess such an accurate missile interception system? Zhu Yi, witnessing the 2 missiles yield merely a visual spectacle, could not contain his anguish and began to curse vehemently. Damn it, those cursed Japanese. Meanwhile, Chen Gang reported the situation to the military district, seeking further instructions. Soon, a command to hold position echoed through the communicator, compelling the troops to retreat. Without missile support, it would be exceedingly difficult for their insufficient forces to annihilate the enemy and rescue the captives. On the other side, Marshal Sanjiang, perched atop the high walls, leisurely admired the view in the sky, as though everything unfolded according to his expectations. Marshal, were those 2 missiles from Huagua? They were intercepted. Sanjiang nodded, expressing admiration for the latest missile interception system from Eagle Nation. The young man beside him could hardly contain his excitement, leaping and gesticulating as if struck by a bout of youthful exuberance. This is fantastic. Now we need not worry about the missile threats from Huagua. We can develop in peace. It would be ideal if those overconfident Huagua people launched a few more missiles, further depleting their own strength. After a moment of contemplation, Sanjiang commanded, quickly, establish checkpoints and fortifications on the main road entering Jiangkou. Ensure everything is completed today. The artillery units must be concealed near the famous mountains. Should any checkpoints detect enemy forces, they are to immediately notify the artillery for fire support. Understood. Meanwhile, the military district convened an emergency meeting once more. The Japanese interceptors had indeed become advanced. They must have procured them from their Eagle Nation allies. It was a tremendous waste to lose 2 missiles like that. Perhaps they should send someone to stealthily infiltrate Jiangkou City and destroy the Japanese interceptors as well. However, given the city's vastness, such an endeavor would be time-consuming. And who knew how many interceptors they possessed? If the next missile launch resulted in nothing more than a display of fireworks, it would render the expenditure of another missile utterly futile. Yet, they could not allow the Japanese to develop freely on their own turf. What should be done? With no personnel and missiles, bombing was out of the question, and it was reported that the Japanese had set up checkpoints on the roads. It seemed their only option was to seek assistance from other military districts that were relatively less stringent. However, it would take at least 2 days for reinforcements to reach Jiangkou City, during which they would undoubtedly encounter zombies and mutated beasts, further diminishing their forces. What could be done? They would have to wait, biding their time to gather more personnel before directly assaulting Jiangkou City. In the dismal aftermath of the apocalypse, had it not been for this wretched circumstance, the young Japanese would have perished countless times already. Within the confines of the apocalyptic shop, Wang Yu observed the meager resources of his faction, meticulously calculating even the purchase of a box of ammunition, and he could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. Engaging in trade with the military was undeniably more agreeable. In an effort to promote his goods, he promptly placed a call to the South River base, only to be greeted by a communications soldier. The soldier informed Wang Yu that both the commander and the political officer were on a mission and absent from the base. Additionally, he learned of the Japanese incursion into Jiangkou City. Wang Yu shook his head. If blame were to be assigned, it would be directed at the officials who had unwittingly welcomed the wolf into their midst, their benevolence misplaced in a time of chaos. Despite their own disarray, they still sought to shelter refugees. The higher-ups, too cowardly to inspect the dire conditions at the grassroots level, remained oblivious to the plight below. Akin to a well-fed man unaware of the hunger of the starving, perpetually engaging in foolish endeavors. Nevertheless, with the Japanese invasion unfolding, it was evident that the authorities would require substantial ammunition. The significance of his newly established heavy arms business was becoming apparent. Thus, Wang Yu retrieved the phone number left by Qin Yu. Soon, the call connected, and before the other party could speak, Wang Yu seized the initiative. Reciting a comprehensive list of all heavy weaponry available in his shop, including their prices, his rapid delivery rendered Qin Yu unable to interject. After 3 minutes, Wang Yu sipped his tea and inquired, "So what do you think? The prices are reasonable, and I guarantee authenticity. Does the military district have any needs?" However, a single question from Qin Yu left Wang Yu in stunned silence. "Do you have missiles for sale?" Wang Yu replied, "Are you out of your mind, my friend? Why not ask for nuclear warheads while you're at it?" "But yes, I do have missiles. One has already been launched into space. Should I feed you that?" Qin Yu sighed softly and briefly recounted the situation in Jiangkou City. Initially, Wang Yu had paid little heed, merely expressing outrage at the Japanese for their ingratitude, until he learned of their bombardment of the subway construction workers, which had stalled progress. At present, the military had no recourse against them. But once reinforcements from other military districts arrived in a few days, the Japanese threat would be decisively addressed. Given the considerable progress already made, it was impossible to alter the route on short notice, and with many workers tragically lost in the bombardments, a reassembly of the workforce would be necessary. Consequently, the subway construction project would have to be postponed. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, gravely asking, "How many days will this take?" After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end replied, "It will likely require about a week. After all, the Japanese are not entirely inept." "I cannot wait that long," Wang Yu declared, abruptly terminating the call, leaving Qin Yu with a look of helplessness. Wang Yu lit a cigarette, his gaze sharp and resolute. "Those damn Japanese. I have long harbored disdain for you, and now you dare to disrupt my means of livelihood. Time is money. The sooner the subway is operational, the sooner I can reap profits. Moreover, a week's delay is unacceptable. Since the military proves ineffective, I shall take matters into my own hands." The following day, after finishing breakfast, Wang Yu stepped out of his shop, once more hanging the notice of his departure on the door before exiting the small courtyard. In the next moment, a square vehicle, hovering in the air and devoid of wheels, materialized before him. Wang Yu slowly entered the vehicle, took his place in the driver's seat, and activated the autopilot. The maglev train gradually ascended to a height of 10 meters above the ground before abruptly accelerating, swiftly departing from Nanjing City. The train's maximum speed could reach an astonishing 350 kilometers per hour, and in less than half an hour, Wang Yu arrived at Jiangkou City. "Where is the location densely populated by the Japanese?" he murmured as he surveyed the large map. At that moment, a soldier stationed at a checkpoint noticed the hovering train. "Look, what is that? A UFO?" The squad members hastily looked up, beholding a peculiar, cube-like object suspended in the air. "It must be a new weapon developed by the Chinese. Shoot it down," the squad leader decisively commanded, launching a high-pressure water column in an attempt to bring it crashing down. However, when the formidable water column struck the maglev train, it appeared to lose its force, and the train remained utterly motionless. Chapter 111. Construction site. Next, projectiles struck the train, yet it continued to hover steadily in the air, showing not the slightest tremor. "What on earth is this?" one Japanese soldier began to inquire, only to collapse lifelessly. Following this, The others felt as if their strength had been instantly siphoned away. A sensation of powerlessness and suffocation overwhelming them as one after another fell to the ground, unaware of their demise. It seems I must activate my spatial perception and wander aimlessly, Wang Yu muttered, unfamiliar with the terrain. Golden bar, upgrade my ability by 1 tier. Just max it out for me. The upgrade would undoubtedly expand the range of his spatial perception and save him some time, especially since he was not lacking in crystal coins at present. Moments later, the voice of Golden Bar echoed, upgrade successful. 80,000 crystal coins have been automatically deducted. Current balance, 58 for 150 crystal coins. Instantly, Wang Yu felt as if he had merged with all surrounding entities, the chilling wind above, the gently swaying grass beneath his feet. And even the electrical transmission of the maglev train could not escape his awareness. Even without employing his perception ability, he could sense the movement of the wind and grass within a 200-meter radius, albeit less distinctly. Wang Yu promptly activated his spatial perception, which now extended to an astonishing 1,500 meters. This meant that within this range, he could retrieve objects from afar, teleport to places beyond his line of sight, and sever any object at will. His physical attributes had also seen a significant enhancement. And combined with the 150 points acquired from previous system tasks, his body now rivaled that of an ordinary B-grade exotic beast, with an extensive range of spatial perception. Locating the Japanese gathering point would no longer be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Subsequently, Wang Yu engaged manual control and began to meander through Jiangkou City. Although the train traveled at a rapid pace, it was not difficult for those on the ground to spot it. A few individuals stationed in bunkers noticed it. Xiaofu, do you see that? It must be a weapon manufactured by China. Quickly report to the main base. The train's moderate hovering altitude made it challenging for the anti-aircraft artillery hidden among the foliage to detect it, just as Wang Yu entered their line of sight. They had long been locked into spatial perception, and before they could load their shells to fire, they had already departed from this world. At this moment, a densely populated area entered Wang Yu's perceptual range. Curiously, there were only a handful of Japanese individuals present. Without further contemplation, Wang Yu drove the electric vehicle directly towards them. Meanwhile, the workers at the construction site were toiling under the oppressive heat, yet the winter chill occasionally swept through, cutting through their thin garments like a blade. Many had already succumbed to severe colds, but under the relentless pressure from the Japanese, they were unable to rest. Otherwise, they would face the brutality of the Japanese and the merciless clubs of traitors. As cement was being transported, a petite girl, weakened by a high fever and prolonged exhaustion, collapsed to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Get up and work. A patrolling Japanese officer approached immediately, reprimanding her in broken Chinese and rudely kicking the girl. The girl, pale and feeble, lifted her heavily dust-laden arm only to let it fall back down in defeat. She simply could not rise. The rat-faced Japanese man shouted furiously, "Stop pretending. Get up and work." He then raised his iron rod, threatening to strike. Witnessing this, the surrounding workers fell silent. The Japanese S-clubs had bent their spines, and those who dared to resist were thrown into heaps of corpses, devoured entirely. Suddenly, a similarly frail woman burst from the crowd, shielding the girl beneath her. Her face a mask of despair as she pleaded, "My daughter is truly ill. I beg you, let her return to the tent to rest." The man leered at her, his eyes filled with mockery, and replied, "Sure, if you strip naked in front of us and finish transporting the cement in her stead, she may return to the tent." The piles of cement loomed like mountains, and to transport them to the designated location, one would have to traverse a significant portion of the construction site. This meant that she would have to bear herself completely under the scrutinizing gaze of thousands, repeatedly hauling cement while braving the biting cold. The pressure on a woman, both physically and psychologically, was unimaginable. Yet, she merely glanced at her daughter in her arms and silently began to unfasten her clothing. She understood that if things continued in this manner, her overworked daughter would surely perish. The Japanese man, grinning lewdly, called over nearby companions to witness the spectacle. Shouting to the crowd, "Look over here. This shameless woman." His words were abruptly cut off. The man's expression shifted drastically, terror filling his eyes as he clutched his throat, stuttering in futile attempts to speak, yet no sound emerged. His companions looked on in confusion. In an instant, the man's face turned ashen, his frantic movements ceased. And with a sickening sound of flesh tearing, his head slowly fell to the ground, the severed edge remarkably smooth, as though cut by the most precise instrument known to man. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by this unforeseen turn of events. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. "Does anyone know where the headquarters of the Japanese is located?" As the crowd turned their heads, they beheld a young man who had seemingly appeared by their side unnoticed. Clad in clean and tidy casual attire, he bore no resemblance to someone from a construction site. At that moment, several nearby individuals finally realized it was this fellow who had orchestrated the chaos. "You scoundrel, go!" Before the words had fully escaped their lips, the man collapsed to the ground with a thud, his head rolling away. Mere seconds later, the once arrogant individuals were met with their demise, their fates grim and tragic. Witnessing this, the onlookers erupted in applause, some even rushing forward to desecrate the fallen. At this juncture, a woman who had nearly traversed the entire site in a state of undress hurriedly approached Wang Yu and bowed in gratitude. Wang Yu, with a subtle shake of his head, inquired, "Are you aware of the intentions of these individuals?" Just then, a piercing alarm abruptly interrupted his words. A sudden influx of over a dozen individuals with extraordinary abilities, all management personnel from the site, surged forth. Spotting Wang Yu, who stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, one of the individuals, speaking in halting Mandarin, declared, "You must be a soldier from Huagua. Surrender immediately. We have already alerted the nearby military. You cannot escape now." Despite their numerical advantage, the group dared not act recklessly against Wang Yu, who had boldly intruded and swiftly dispatched several of their comrades. Wang Yu responded with a knowing "oh," and, with a playful tone, remarked, "Are you referring to a camp over by Shishan? My apologies, I had already paid a visit there before arriving here." The crowd gasped in disbelief, for they knew that camp housed 70 or 80 elite individuals with extraordinary abilities. Impossible. He must be exaggerating. Wang Yu chuckled softly and initiated a spatial severance. To discern the truth, you need only inquire yourselves. With a series of gruesome sounds echoing, the heads of the assailants tumbled to the ground, accompanied by splattering blood. "How did he strike so swiftly?" one exclaimed in panic. "I don't know. We must flee." The remaining few, particularly those with speed-based abilities, dashed away. Yet, they could not escape the vast reach of Wang Yu's perception. Soon, each one met their end. To merely extract their cores would be too lenient. They must experience excruciating torment. Within a mere 2 minutes, every individual on the site had succumbed to their fate. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, rushing to Wang Yu's side, exclaiming, "Brother, you are formidable. You single-handedly vanquished so many. Are you here to rescue us? Wonderful. Could I have some food? I am starving. Where's the main force? Please, take us away from this wretched place. I cannot bear to stay another moment." As thousands gathered, upon hearing that official personnel had arrived, they surged forth, clamoring for assistance like a group of drowning souls spotting a floating plank. Observing the filthy throng encircling him, Wang Yu furrowed his brow, preparing to speak when, all at once, a slender steel needle appeared out of nowhere, hurtling towards him amidst the crowd. However, just as he was about to insert the steel needle into Wang Yu's head, it suddenly vanished without a trace. Wang Sheng, who had mingled with the crowd, was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his own failed assassination attempt. Unwilling to accept defeat, he contemplated a second try, but his gaze was ensnared by a pair of cold, hunter-like eyes fixed on him. Instantly, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss and swallowed hard. The person approaching was none other than that enigmatic store manager from the earlier meeting, which implied that this formidable figure was affiliated with the authorities. If he were discovered selling out his country for personal gain, he could very well face dire consequences. Thus, he decisively activated his speed-enhancing abilities and turned to flee. Yet, Wang Yu inexplicably appeared before him, as if conjured from thin air. Wang Sheng was certain this was not mere speed, but rather a form of teleportation. He opened his mouth to plead for mercy, but no sound emerged, and he found himself unable to breathe, as if a sharp blade were lodged firmly in his throat. Soon after, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The onlookers, witnessing Wang Sheng's fall, erupted in scornful exclamations. "Good riddance. Let this traitor meet his end." "Ha!" they spat, with some of the more capable individuals adding their contemptuous gestures. Observing the crowd's righteous indignation, Wang Yu sighed softly. It seemed he would have to seek out the headquarters of the invaders himself. He turned to leave, but at that moment, a slender young man rushed forward, grasping Wang Yu's arm and calling out loudly, "Where are you going? We are all waiting for your rescue." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to stare. Wang Yu disdainfully evaded the young man's grasp and replied coldly, "I am not affiliated with the authorities, nor did I come here specifically to save you." The crowd fell silent for a moment, realization dawning upon them. Yet, they seemed reluctant to give up, hastily encircling Wang Yu. "No, you must save us. We are being mercilessly oppressed by the invaders. Can't you see?" Another cried out. "Indeed, with your immense strength, it would be effortless for you to lead us to safety. You should help us. Otherwise, when the invaders return and discover the corpses here, they will not spare us. You will be held accountable if the authorities learn you stood idly by. With so many lives at stake, how can you live with yourself knowing you did nothing?" Wang Yu remained unperturbed, shaking his head in silence as he strode towards the exit. However, instead of parting to allow him passage, the crowd pressed in tighter, attempting to create a barrier to obstruct his departure. "If you have the skill, then just take us all." But before the young man could finish his sentence, his head burst open, blood splattering the faces of those nearby. Before the crowd could comprehend the situation, another individual met the same grisly fate, followed by 3, 4, and 5 more. Those who dared to impede Wang Yu's path found their brains splattered onto the ground. It was then that the spectators grasped the lethal nature of the man before them. He truly possessed the capability to carve a bloody path through them. In a flurry of panic, they hastily cleared a passage for him. In that instant, a mix of fear, resentment, jealousy, and complex emotions were cast upon Wang Yu. Yet Wang Yu remained composed, stepping over the fallen bodies beneath his feet, leisurely departing along the path cleared by the onlookers. Although he could have utilized spatial teleportation to escape, he preferred to impart a lesson to these ordinary individuals who imposed burdens on others and sought refuge in the strengths of others, for no other reason than to elevate his own spirits. At that moment, the woman whom Wang Yu had previously rescued approached him, bowing deeply before gesturing towards a distant mountain. "Thank you for saving us. Beyond that mountain lies the temporary base of the invaders, once known as the Junko base. We were driven from there." Wang Yu nodded and subsequently vanished from the crowd's sight. Within the confines of Junko base, Mitsushima gazed quietly at the vast expanse of the sky, a habit he had adopted since becoming the marshal of the invader nation. During moments of leisure, he would indulge in this form of relaxation. After arriving in Huagua, the time spent gazing at the heavens had inadvertently increased. At that moment, a young soldier in military attire approached slowly, aware of the marshal's concerns, and offered reassurance. "Your Excellency, rest assured, with the most advanced interception systems from Eagle Nation, the missiles from Huagua pose no threat to us." Mitsushima's expression grew somber as he muttered, "Old habits die hard. By the way, weren't you tasked with relocating the civilians? What brings you back?" A flicker of disdain crossed the youth's eyes as he respectfully replied, "I heard there was an intrusion at Junko, and I'm uncertain if they are affiliated with the Huagua military. To be safe, I have dispatched Koetian to eliminate the threat." Mitsushima nodded. Koetian was the portly Class A ability user. At that moment, Mitsushima appeared to notice something, his eyes narrowing as he fixated on the sky. A white cylindrical object was descending steadily from above, and judging by its trajectory, it was poised to land at the center of the base. "What is that?" Mitsushima murmured in astonishment. The young man, a perception-type ability user, also looked up in confusion and immediately spotted the object gliding down at a measured pace. Through his powers, he could clearly see that the pure white object bore a prominent red square, an emblem of a nation's flag. Chapter 113. "Comet's a missile." The youth exclaimed in utter shock, his voice trembling. Why? Why is there a missile? What about the interception system?" Mitsushima stood in stunned silence. Based on years of experience, he could ascertain that this was not a long-range launch, but rather an aerial drop. Yet they had not detected any aircraft or bombers in the vicinity. At that moment, they could only watch helplessly as the missile drew ever closer. "Marshal, take cover." The nearby guards hurriedly shielded the two as they raced downstairs. The nearly 4-meter-long missile hurtled towards the administrative building at free-fall speed. Meanwhile, at a distance, Wang Yu stood with his back to Junko base, extracting a cigarette from his pocket, followed by a windproof lighter, which he slowly ignited with a click. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, as the administrative building became the epicenter, with everything within a 50-meter radius instantly obliterated. Countless figures of the enemy were engulfed by the blinding flames, while the nearby buildings and towering walls succumbed to the tremendous force, collapsing with a thunderous roar. More terrifying was the administrative building's underground expanse, which rapidly began to cave in. Numerous adversaries were crushed beneath falling debris, and the pathways leading to the surface were obliterated by the explosion, leaving the survivors with only scant oxygen and hearts heavy with despair. The destructive power of the Huan nation's wave missile was equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of 1,000 pounds of TNT. In an instant, the Junko base had transformed into a desolate wasteland, echoing with cries of anguish, a scene of unimaginable horror. Some were suffocated by the thick black smoke, others crushed by stones, while yet others were pierced by lethal shards propelled by the shockwave. At the sight, one could scarcely find a single living soul unscathed. Those who were at the epicenter of the explosion, reduced to mere ash, were ironically the luckiest among them. Wang Yu, exhibiting an air of calmness, observed the chaos through his spatial perception. The Junko base was primarily inhabited by high-ranking officials of the enemy nation, supernatural beings, and their kin, while the common folk resided not far from this place. However, Within Wang Yu's spatial domain, there existed only a solitary missile. It was utterly impossible for him to expend resources in the system store to procure additional munitions. I truly am a benevolent soul, he mused as he discarded a cigarette, but, crushing it into the earth with his slipper, and contemplated departing, seeking to conceal his deeds. Unexpectedly, a swift-moving unit of dark-clad individuals surged forth, drawn by the sounds of the explosion. Upon witnessing the devastated base and the billowing black smoke, they were momentarily rendered speechless. What transpired? Has the base been destroyed? Damn it. It must be the work of those accursed Hua people. Why? My wife is still in the base. My beloved, no? Were it not for her, I would not have achieved what I have today. At that moment, Wang Yu caught the attention of the onlookers from a distance. Halt. Who are you? Initially intending to slip away unnoticed, Wang Yu paused, furrowing his brow. What nonsensical language are you speaking? Huaren. The crowd was taken aback for a moment, then rushed forward, intent on capturing Wang Yu. Damn it. He must be the one responsible. Kill him. Avenge our fallen kin. Die. Soon after, a corpulent figure of a dark-clad man arrived late to the scene. He was tasked with eliminating the intruding Hua individuals. Upon witnessing the devastation of the base, he momentarily faltered. Although he had anticipated some destruction, he had not expected such overwhelming devastation. Then, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a distant scene that made his pupils constrict, his eyes sharpening with intensity. He beheld a dozen subordinates, their heads severed, lifelessly sprawled upon the blood-soaked ground. Among them stood a well-dressed man. He must be the Hua individual who infiltrated us. He appears formidable. Thus, our base's plight must also be his handiwork. With that thought, the man stealthily approached Wang Yu, adopting a sumo stance before launching himself toward him. The ground trembled with each of his massive footfalls, resembling the strikes of two colossal hammers, leaving small craters in their wake. The massive figure resembled a flesh-and-blood war machine, charging forward with an overwhelming momentum, intent on turning the frail man before him into mere pulp. As the foremost warrior of the land of the rising sun, he possessed absolute confidence in his extraordinary abilities. Die, he roared. Yet, Wang Yu, endowed with spatial perception, could not have overlooked this A-grade crystal core ability user. However, he merely cast a cursory glance and chose to disregard him entirely. Kita's gaze was icy as he harnessed his powers to the utmost limit. At that moment, his steps faltered, and his corpulent body, propelled by immense inertia, tumbled uncontrollably in the muddy ground. Thus, Kita's flesh, mingled with dirt, clumsily rolled toward Wang Yu. Wang Yu walked directly towards the nearby maglev train, casually inspecting the dark red crystal core in his hand. Kita's body rolled past him, eventually coming to a slow halt. How could this happen? Meanwhile, Marshal Mikami struggled to emerge from the ruins, his right sleeve flapping in the chilling wind, as he surveyed the devastated base in stunned silence. Ultimately, he could only resign himself to collapse onto a pile of rubble. The land of the rising sun was annihilated. Returning to the post-apocalyptic shop, Wang Yu dialed Qin Yu's number once more. Manager, rest assured, reinforcements from other military districts are already en route. The subway repairs will not take long. Upon receiving Wang Yu's call again, Qin Yu assumed he was merely urging her to expedite matters and hurriedly explained. To her surprise, Wang Yu responded, "You can begin recruiting workers again now. Preparations for construction can commence." "But, manager, I have mentioned this numerous times," she protested. "The threat from the Japanese has essentially dissipated. It is time to commence work." "What do you mean?" Qin Yu was taken aback and couldn't help but probe further. Yet, all that met her ears was the busy signal. Confused, she was about to investigate when an enthusiastic messenger burst into her office. "Chief Qin, the Japanese have surrendered." "What?" Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief at the news. The messenger quickly clarified, "For reasons unknown. The Japanese commander has come to our military station with all surviving personnel to surrender voluntarily." "Why?" "It seems that someone bombed their base, resulting in the deaths of a significant portion of their forces, including one of their A-grade ability users." Only then did Qin Yu grasp the meaning behind Wang Yu's earlier words. Just yesterday, she had relayed this information to him, and today, the Japanese threat had been resolved. Undoubtedly, it was the work of the manager. After the initial shock, a faint smile crept onto her lips as she gazed through the glass into the distance. The manager was indeed a person of such caliber, acting with unfettered intent and wielding unparalleled power. Chapter 114, Planning of the Military District at this juncture. The two regiments stationed near Jiankou City had successfully reclaimed the area and were in the process of clearing the base. When did the military launch missiles? Why were we not informed? Zhu Yi murmured as he surveyed the ruined Jiankou base. Beside him, Chun Gang shook his head. It shouldn't have been missiles fired by the military district. Two had already been intercepted earlier. they wouldn't take the risk of launching again. Moreover, the personnel from the nearby military district have not received any information, and the uninformed reinforcements are still en route. If not the military, then who could it possibly be? Who possesses missiles? As they spoke, the two suddenly turned to each other, their expressions mirroring surprise as they exclaimed in unison, "It must be him." Chen Gang wore a complex expression, disbelief etched on his face, realizing that the missile from before had indeed been in the possession of the store manager. Zhu Yi gazed into the distant mountains and forests, noting that this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming fact was that the store manager could not only acquire high-speed missiles, but also quietly place them above the Jiangkou base. He then expressed a sense of relief, grateful that the store manager's allegiance lay with humanity. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. In the end, all the Japanese involved in the massacre in Jiangkou City were apprehended and imprisoned, while the mastermind, Mitsushima, was officially prosecuted for war crimes and sentenced to death. As for the remaining ordinary citizens from Japan, a refugee camp was established in Jiangkou City, closely monitored by the reinforcements dispatched to the area. As time passed, the Jiangnan military district received 3 reports. One detailed the achievements of the 23rd Regiment, equipped with extraordinary weaponry and numerous supplies from the Apocalypse store. In the heavily afflicted areas, the organization's special envoy was quite pleased with this development and promptly reported it to higher authorities. The second report addressed the cause of the zombie horde disturbances in Jiangnan province, likely attributed to a unified war among the zombies. The third report indicated that the Apocalypse store was selling its merchandise to the zombie horde. What are your thoughts on these matters? How could we possibly view it differently? That store manager is engaging in business with zombies. Can he still be considered human? I propose we eliminate him at all costs. Nonsense. Can we even contend with him? It is said that he single-handedly resolved the Japanese threat in Jiangkou City, able to both acquire and return missiles, truly extraordinary, while he actively addresses the Japanese menace. At least he is aligned with us, and you are all aware of his capabilities. At a minimum, he is S-class. Looking across the entirety of Huagua, is there even a second S-class being on Blue Star? We cannot allow him to continue his dealings with zombies. If they persist in their growth, humanity will ultimately face extinction. But have you not noticed? Ever since the zombie horde disturbances began, there has not been a significant zombie tide for quite some time. Perhaps it is due to his transactions with the store manager. So what? In a mountain, there cannot be 2 tigers. Blue Star can only have 1 species at the apex of the food chain. Can you guarantee that zombies won't eventually rise in power? Then we must enforce a blockade and sanctions to prevent customers from visiting. But what about those low-tier extraordinary individuals? Listening to the heated debate, the elders seated at the head of the table remained silent. At that moment, Yangwen spoke up. We are all aware of the utility of the Apocalypse store's products. They are undoubtedly essential, yet we must exercise caution. Since we cannot take action against him, we must focus on enhancing our own strength, bolstering the capabilities of our nation, and accelerating the outfitting of our people with weaponry. How do we resolve the funding issue? The elder suddenly inquired. Other regions are not significantly wealthier than we are. Firstly, if the organization intends to accommodate the entire military of Huagua, allowing them to procure through our preferential channel, which includes the store manager's promise of a 10% discount. Secondly, given that the strength of the zombies is on the rise, we could focus on the relatively weaker exotic beasts. Although there may be differences in the northwestern regions of Huagua, in the south, the power and number of these beasts may not be as formidable. It would be prudent to first address the beast problem in the south, and then gradually confront the challenges in the northwest. This strategy would not only allow us to consolidate our defensive lines, but also enable us to obtain crystal cores to enhance our capabilities. Our greatest advantage over the exotic beasts and zombies lies in being a unified, centralized nation. The zombies require warfare for unification, whereas we do not. Thus, we should take advantage of this period of their unification to develop ourselves and tackle the exotic beasts. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, someone suddenly raised a concern. The hide of the exotic beasts is tough, and dealing with them necessitates heavy artillery, which is currently difficult to produce. Most armor-piercing rounds designated for hunting these beasts have been diverted to the northwestern war zone, leaving very few behind. How can we resolve the beast problem? Yang Wen then smiled and produced an order, stating, "It's still the Doomsday Shop. They currently have heavy artillery for sale, tanks, heavy artillery, armored vehicles, and armor-piercing rounds in abundance, with reserves even surpassing those of the military." One person couldn't help but exclaim, "How on earth did he acquire that?" Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the group, as the unsettling implications of this situation were one of the reasons for their apprehension towards the store manager. No one could predict whether the manager might procure a nuclear weapon. The elder nodded decisively. Since there were no objections, they would proceed as Yang suggested. Within the Doomsday Shop, Wang Yu reclined on a massage chair, engrossed in the LCD television beside him, a bag of potato chips in hand, with a cup of milk tea resting on the counter. Meanwhile, the triumphant Heisey lounged contentedly at Wang Yu's feet, occasionally wagging his severed tail. Although the subway was not yet completed, thanks to Zhou Shuming's swift efforts, he had essentially secured the areas along the subway route, thereby safeguarding its construction. Suddenly, Heisey stood up, stretched lazily, and sauntered towards the store entrance. Observing this, Wang Yu cast a glance but said nothing, since returning from the subway construction site. Heisey had frequently ventured outside, and when questioned, remained silent. Shortly thereafter, a woman, tightly wrapped in a trench coat, hurried in. Her expression radiated joy. "Store manager, this is the last order." Wang Yu regarded her with a mild glance, accepting the order. It was merely the final order from Jiangnan province. After a brief inspection, he noted the modest quantity of potions and proceeded to make the purchase. Over the past few days, Zhou Shuming had delivered a total of 4 orders amounting to 180,000 crystal coins. Given that the zombie horde under Zhou's command was continuously expanding, the significance of the potions had diminished. However, if he aimed to unify the entire zombie horde across Huagua, or even the entire Blue Star, the demand for potions would markedly increase. Chapter 115, Exotic Beast Submission Agent. With the crystal cores harvested from the Japanese, Wang Yu currently possessed 232,487 crystal coins, signaling that it was time to open blind boxes. Gold bars, upgrade the shop. Gold bars, upgrade successful. A deduction of 150,000 crystal coins has been made, leaving a current balance of 82,487 crystal coins. Product description, Beast Obedience Agent. A remarkable item? Wang Yu felt a surge of joy. Typically, products with such novel names, unheard of before, possess the most significant efficacy. He opened the system store. Beast Obedience Agent. By injecting this substance into a beast's body, one can induce a brief state of unconsciousness. Upon awakening, the first living creature the beast sees has a certain probability of being obeyed. The weaker the beast, the higher the success rate, the less feral it is. The greater the likelihood of compliance. During the unconscious period, the beast can recover stamina. Type, single-use item, non-stacking. Cost price, 101, 520, 253, 035, 40 crystal coins. Upon seeing this, Wang Yu's eyes sparkled. Was this not akin to a pokeball? He perused the details briefly. The price of the obedience agents varied according to the level of the beast, though the differences were not substantial. There was a certain probability of subduing a beast, but the prices appeared reasonable, suggesting the chances of success were not excessively high. Furthermore, during the unconscious period, the beast could recuperate its stamina. This implied that should the attempt to subdue fail, one would need to engage in a confrontation with the beast once more to use the obedience agent again, and success was far from guaranteed. This posed a considerable challenge, both physically and mentally, to the captor. A slight misstep could result in dire consequences. Nonetheless, the allure of being able to tame beasts made this product quite enticing. Wait, weakening a beast could enhance the success rate. Could the obedience agent not be used in conjunction with a weakening agent? By daring to inject both into the beast, the likelihood of success would undoubtedly increase. However, the drawback was that if the attempt failed, the awakened beast would enter a heightened state due to the dissipating effects of the weakening agent, leading to a net loss. Most customers focused solely on the benefits of the strengthening agent, overlooking the potential of the weakening agent, which was equally, if not more, valuable. The weakening agent could not only diminish an opponent's strength, allowing one to strike them down during their weakened state, but could also be applied to oneself in advance. By inducing a weakened state beforehand, one could subsequently attain enhancement once the effects wore off, thereby sidestepping the side effects associated with the strengthening agent and the fatigue that often plagued the latter stages of combat. This approach effectively preempted the weakened phase, proving advantageous in ambushing foes and predicting their movements. Thus, Wang Yu unhesitatingly procured a considerable quantity of obedience agents, placing them within the glass counter. He also updated the signboard at the entrance, eagerly awaiting customers. The city of Nanjing had entered the new year, yet it lacked the usual festive spirit. Although everyone remained busy, they were not occupied with celebrating the new year, but rather with the struggle for survival and avoiding the relentless tide of time. With nothing pressing to attend to, Wang Yu elegantly affixed spring couplets and banners in front of his shop, injecting a hint of celebratory atmosphere into the desolate end times. After all, he was the most leisurely person in all of Blue Star. As noon approached, customers began to trickle into the store. Noticing the spring couplets adorning the entrance, they were reminded that a new year had indeed arrived, evoking a sense of nostalgia. as expected of the store manager. He still has the presence of mind to celebrate the new year. These past few days, the others have been troubled by the lack of zombie slaughters to obtain crystal cores. Fortunately, they have planted the supercrop seeds from the store, thus avoiding the dire straits of hunger, though this is not a sustainable solution. Fortunately, the authorities have just issued a notice that rewards will be given in varying quantities of crystal cores for slaying beasts of different levels. Most of the crowd had come for this purpose, to purchase some effective weaponry. Look over there. What is that? Upon hearing this, everyone converged to inspect the notice board at the entrance. Even Wang Yu couldn't resist turning his head to look, and he saw none other than the long-absent Chu Lan and her companions, with Bai Che, who had been speaking just moments before, being the one who stirred the excitement. Wang Yu nodded appreciatively. This boy had always been meticulous and kind-hearted, saving him quite a bit of money in finding hired help. After reading the announcement, the crowd couldn't help but feel exhilarated. The prospect of taming a beast that would heed one's commands was akin to gaining an additional shield, a piece of cannon fodder, or a laborer. Such a boon. The store manager is indeed keeping pace with current events. Just imagine riding out on a beast. What a sight that would be. Yet, these were secondary thoughts. If one could fortuitously capture a beast akin to Black Master, it would be a leap to success. Hey, buddy, dreaming in broad daylight? Someone quipped. If there were such powerful beasts, wouldn't we have already worn them down? I believe that even capturing 1 or 2 mutated cattle or horses would be commendable. They could serve as good laborers. Wang Yu interjected at the opportune moment. Upon hearing this, the crowd perked up, turning their attention to him with eager anticipation. In their minds, the store manager had always been a mentor in this apocalyptic world, his words akin to a priceless remedy. Thus, Wang Yu proceeded to elaborate, embellishing the synergistic effects of the weakening agents and obedience potions. At that time, my Blackie was captured using this method, he said, gazing upward with a reminiscent expression. Hearing this, Chu Lan could not help but roll her eyes. The store manager was at it again. The crowd, still skeptical, inquired, is it really true? More genuine than pearls, Wang Yu replied earnestly. The greed within the hearts of the crowd stirred, prompting them to act. Fortune favors the bold. Let us procure 5 A-grade obedience potions. We want 4 B-grade ones. Damn it, let us do it. I heard there's a powerful beast in Kaishan County. If we succeed, we'll take off right here. If we fail, we'll ascend directly. Seeing that many were interested, Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. Another formidable beast had emerged. However, coming from Kaishan County was somewhat reasonable, as that area had always been a hotspot for anomalous creatures. Regardless, Wang Yu did not dwell on it. What did it have to do with him? Not long after, Qin Yu, whom I had not seen for quite some time, stepped into the store, intent on purchasing armor-piercing ammunition. She also brought with her a piece of delightful news. The construction of the subway was now halfway complete, and it would be operational in no more than 3 to 4 days. Hearing this, Wang Yu merely smiled and nodded. He promptly prepared the 700 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition for Qin Yu and silently handed them to her. It was only after Qin Yu, perplexed, completed her card transaction that Wang Yu cleared his throat and informed her about the new beast subjugation agent. Chapter 116. The Awakening of the Zombies. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. She first glanced at the space scroll filled with armor-piercing ammunition in her hands, then looked at the smiling Wang Yu. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Wang Yu feigned annoyance as he tapped his head, lamenting that he had forgotten for a moment. You see how my memory is. Qin Yu thought to herself, enough of this. This cunning merchant must have been aware of the official policy in advance. However, if what he claimed was true, that it was possible to tame the beasts, then the utility of this item for the authorities was, without a doubt, significant. If they could indeed subjugate some of the beasts to combat the increasingly formidable zombies, it would be a rare commodity indeed. This approach would undoubtedly enhance humanity's strength more effectively than merely killing them and obtaining crystal cores. Reflecting on this, Qin Yu let out a slight sigh. Tucking her loose black hair behind her ear, her eyes gleaming with a hint of joy. It seemed that the military district was gearing up for another meeting. Holding the space scroll, Qin Yu did not leave immediately. Instead, she gazed earnestly at the mysterious man before her and inquired, may I ask, do you also engage in the business of zombies, shopkeeper? In response, Wang Yu did not conceal the truth, candidly confirming her suspicion. Qin Yu's expression turned complex. Clearly, the military was already aware. I know. Must it be this way? Wang Yu shrugged, his smile unwavering as he replied, you know, I only recognize profit. With a deep sigh, Qin Yu realized she could not sway him and turned to depart. The shopkeeper had already reached the pinnacle among the ability users. It was hard to fathom why he needed so many crystal cores. Yet, we must concede that without his post-apocalyptic shop, our situation would undoubtedly be far more dire. The next morning, Just as Wang Yu finished his breakfast and leisurely descended the stairs, he caught sight of 4 figures in the courtyard through the glass door. Raising an eyebrow, he opened the shop door at a relaxed pace and then returned to the massage chair behind the counter. Observing this, Zhou Shuming, accompanied by 3 subordinates, entered the shop. The Phantom had visited numerous times and was already accustomed to the shop's comfortable environment. Only the dwarf and Titan were looking around curiously, with Titan, from a distance, catching the enticing aroma wafting from the deli, causing him to drool. Zhou Shuming exchanged a glance with his companions, and the Phantom quickly seized the snakeskin bag from the dazed Titan, respectfully presenting it to Wang Yu. Zhou Shuming's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he remarked, "Thanks to the shopkeeper's assistance, we were able to unify the entire zombie faction in Jiangnan province so smoothly. This is a token of our respect. I hope you will accept it." Wang Yu cast a glance at Zhou Shuming, who had already reached B-level high tier, and noted that the snakeskin bag contained a total of 7 B-level crystal cores and a dozen C-level crystal cores. "What a significant gesture," Wang Yu remarked with a smile. "These crystal cores, once absorbed, will instantly elevate you to grade A. You must understand that within the entire nation of zombies, those who achieve grade A can be counted on 2 hands. Why bestow such a gift upon me? Moreover, our relationship is merely transactional. I sell you goods, and you assist me in safeguarding the construction of the subway." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuming solemnly shook his head. "If it weren't for the manager's guidance and that potion, we would not have unified Nanjing so swiftly, let alone dared to covet territories across the nation. Besides, with the manager's prowess, who could genuinely disrupt that subway?" Wang Yu cast a glance at him, nodding slightly, and replied nonchalantly, "Your awareness is commendable, yet the benefits outweigh the contributions. To accept favors is to be at a disadvantage. Let us forego these crystal cores." Zhou Shuming wished to say more, but was halted by a gesture from Wang Yu. At that moment, he could only feel admiration. Nearby, a diminutive zombie seized the opportunity, whispering to Wang Yu, with the manager's assistance, "Our kind will undoubtedly unify all of Huagua. In that case, our vast zombie population shall become your largest clientele, rendering the role of humans seemingly insignificant. Wouldn't you agree?" Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, fixating on them intently. The implication of the statement was clear. It suggested that they believed themselves capable of dealing with the human threat in Jiangnan province. Under Wang Yu's hawk-like gaze, the little zombie, though incapable of sweating, could not help but tremble. A moment's carelessness could spell the end of its undead existence. Yet, it could only chuckle inwardly, thinking that had it not been for the king's directive, even 100 lives would not embolden it to utter such foolish words. Zhou Shuming, observing Wang Yu's demeanor, could not suppress a nervous swallow. He was keen to gauge Wang Yu's attitude towards humanity, should Wang Yu oppose. He would certainly refrain from taking any rash actions against humans. The air around them seemed to thicken, with Wang Yu remaining silent, and the few zombies dared not make a sound. At that moment, a loud gulp from Titan shattered the silence. Everyone turned their heads, staring at him with bewilderment. Titan, sensing the unusual gazes, sheepishly scratched his head and said, "Please, continue." Gazing at Titan's grotesque visage and the drool pooling on the ground, Wang Yu displayed a look of disdain. "I would much prefer to conduct business with humans." In response, the Phantom kicked Titan in frustration. Zhou Shuming understood the underlying meaning and sighed, albeit with relief that Wang Yu did not resort to violence against the zombies. "Then, can we still purchase that enhancement potion?" Zhou Shuming cautiously inquired. The majority of zombies possessed low intelligence, and those like Zhou Shuming, whose intellect approached that of humans, were exceedingly rare. This resulted in their limited ability to acquire merely potions or food. Naturally, it was understandable that the manager would not wish for humanity to perish. Of course, why not profit? Wang Yu nodded in agreement. At that moment, the Phantom mustered the courage to ask, "But what if humans attack us without provocation?" "As long as they do not wipe us out entirely," Wang Yu replied. Upon hearing Wang Yu's response, several zombies secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, they ordered 500 bottles of enhanced serum and some meat, then swiftly departed. A few days later, the government's campaign against the otherworldly beasts was in full swing, and a retaliatory strike from the beasts was inevitable. Under the military's pressure, the beasts' living space was drastically reduced, forcing most of them to abandon their original territories, resulting in a mass migration of the otherworldly creatures. However, this also led to an increasing density of the beasts, forming groups, and with groups comes leadership. Once the scattered beast packs consolidated, their power would be formidable. Yet the miserly officials naively believed that increasing the density of the beasts would maximize the destructive power of their artillery. Little did they know, a cunning beast king was already in command. Chapter 117. Onward as days passed, with the introduction of the obedience serum and the unusual movements of the corpses, Many began to flock towards the gathering place of the beasts in Kaishan County. However, hunters often become prey themselves. The various powers of superhumans in South City once again congregated at the apocalyptic shop, but this time the instigator was not the government. Rather, it was Yi Tian, a leading figure among the civilian forces of South City. In no time, the shop was crowded with superhumans, their eyes glimmering with excitement. Perhaps due to the prospect of venturing far, or the thrill of hunting or subjugating the otherworldly beasts. Among them were also Chu Lan and others, appearing to have resolved their previous conflicts. For now, the entire force of South City was subordinate to Tianhe. If they failed to navigate the tides of fortune, their demise would be but a matter of time. There were also many unfamiliar faces among the crowd, likely fresh blood who had recently awakened through the serum. Brother Jia, do you think we really have a chance against the otherworldly beasts? Just half a month ago, we were nearly wiped out by them. One questioned. Why not? With so many superhumans, if we make good use of the manager's weakening and obedience serums, we might even be able to raise our own beast pack, another responded. Indeed, we are not fighting alone. Even if we fail to subjugate them, there are so many others to support us. You may not know, but my brother Yi Tian is a high-level superhuman with 5 abilities, comparable to a B-level, another added. True, if the otherworldly beasts were to invade South City now, they would surely face dire consequences. Moreover, there are numerous military forces near Kaishan County. If all else fails, we can always rely on the support of the military-civilian bond. Having government backing is indeed a comfort. We could follow the troops directly. It's a pity the subway hasn't opened yet. Otherwise, it would have gone straight to Kaishan County. I heard the subway was a project funded by the shop manager to facilitate shopping for people from other cities. Otherwise, do you think the military would expend so much effort and resources? Indeed, the manager is kind-hearted and not only possesses great strength, but is also quite handsome. If I were a woman, I certainly wouldn't be able to resist. Not to mention, even I, as a man, feel the same. At that moment, several charming female superhumans stood before the counter, some posing alluringly, others gazing seductively, yet all their attention was fixed upon that one man. Shop manager, how old are you? What type of woman do you prefer? Must she be your ideal type? Am I not good enough? Wang Yu remained fixated on the nearby LCD television, displaying no inclination to turn his head, effectively disregarding the group of women beside him. Upon witnessing this, the women exchanged awkward glances but dared not express a hint of discontent. They soon resolved to leave. At that moment, another strikingly beautiful woman entered the store, striding purposefully towards Wang Yu, prompting the others to halt and prepare to witness her embarrassment. To their surprise, Wang Yu suddenly turned his head, a warm and charming smile illuminating his face, a stark contrast to his previous indifference. The women were left perplexed, questioning what merit this individual possessed. Was it merely her attractive visage, elongated legs, and fair complexion? Even the hurried Qin Yu, who had just arrived, was momentarily taken aback. Yet she discerned that the store manager's smile was for the sake of the crystal core. With the subway now operational, it wouldn't be long before the entire Jiangnan faction would begin to visit. She then presented Wang Yu with the military district's order and implored, the military urgently requires supplies. Do you have any in stock? Wang Yu glanced at the items, which consisted merely of some obedience agents for exotic beasts and weakening potions. Quite unimpressive for what he had anticipated. However, this also highlighted the military's predicament on the exotic beast battlefield, where mere firepower could not wholly eradicate the threat. Nonetheless, Wang Yu feigned hesitation for a moment, acknowledging the stock was available, albeit primarily reserved for other factions. A substitution will incur an additional cost. Very well. We shall add an expedited fee of 400 crystal coins, plus a spatial scroll, totaling 17,680 crystal coins. After applying the discount, the total comes to 15,912 crystal coins. Please proceed with payment. Qin Yu, upon receiving the items, hastily departed. Shortly thereafter, as the supernatural beings began to gather, Yi Tian stepped into the store, nodding in acknowledgement to Wang Yu before instructing the several dozen supernatural beings he had brought to wait outside. He then purchased a selection of goods and left in a grand procession. Observing the departure of over 100 supernatural beings, Wang Yu muttered, "Where has Hazy gone to frolic now?" At this moment, within Kaishan County, thousands of exotic beasts congregated, their numbers so vast that even the military and zombies retreated from their onslaught. The encircling military forces continued to contract, inching ever closer to Kaishan County. Yi Tian's group navigated several trucks along the military's green corridor, heading directly to their destination. Accompanying them were soldiers from the 1st Battalion of the Nanjing base, along with Battalion Commander Li Bing and Instructor Zhao Xing. Not only they, but troops from various cities and civil supernatural beings were also converging towards that location. Many civilian factions sought to secure a share in this operation. "Old Li, I've heard there's a formidable beast king at the front lines," remarked one. Li Bing, however, seemed unfazed, responding that it was normal for a beast king to be found in areas with a high density of exotic beasts. Zhao Xing pursed his lips, his expression grave as he stated, "It is said to possess A-rank strength." Upon hearing this, not only Li Bing but even the supernatural soldiers in the transport vehicle who had been chatting animatedly fell silent. At that moment, an urgent voice crackled through the radio. "Calling nearby Allied forces. Calling nearby Allied forces. Our team is currently under siege by a formidable pack of beasts located west of Mount Foam. We urgently request reinforcements. I repeat, we urgently request reinforcements." The two exchanged glances, and Zhao Xing swiftly checked the navigation system. Mount Foam is merely 4 kilometers away. Li Bing decisively took action, pulling out the radio to command all vehicles, tanks, and artillery to immediately change course and support our allies. The artillery unit hastened to find suitable positions near Mount Foam, while tanks and armored vehicles followed my lead to provide assistance. Observing this, Yi Tian, who had been trailing behind, also closely followed suit. Before long, the convoy navigated the mountain road and arrived at the destination. However, they were perplexed to find an eerie silence surrounding them, devoid of any sounds of gunfire. The entire Mount Foam was terrifyingly still, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Upon their arrival, they were instantly taken aback by the scene before them. The once desolate fields were now a chaotic sight. Over 100 mangled bodies lay strewn across the ground. Blood flowed like rivers in the ditches. Dark craters marked the earth, and artillery barrels had been violently severed from their bases. Everything before them narrated a harrowing tale of a devastating blitzkrieg. Remarkably, it had taken them less than 10 minutes to reach this location after receiving the distress signal. The most alarming aspect was the utter absence of any beast corpses on the ravaged ground, indicating the overwhelming superiority of the beast horde. At that moment, a thunderous howl reverberated in their ears. Chapter 118, The Wolf Pack. What seemed to be a mere wolf's howl resonated painfully against their eardrums. From the dense, towering woods emerged a pack of over 20 enormous gray wolves, their eyes glinting with coldness and bloodlust, fixated on the convoy. The stains and blood on their bodies revealed that they were the assailants of our allies. Are they deliberately lying in wait to ambush us? Zhao Xing's face grew serious, his gaze flitting across the gray wolves. The weakest among them were classified as sea-level, with several B-level beasts also present. When his eyes fell upon a particularly slender gray wolf, his pupils dilated in shock. The wolf, sensing Zhao Xing's gaze, locked eyes with him. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Xing shuddered with fear and hurriedly nudged Li Bing beside him, stammering, "Such a powerful aura. It is the Beast King." Yi Tian, trailing behind, gasped upon seeing the Beast King's stats, exclaiming, "A level." The creature's eyes shimmered with an icy glare, tinged with arrogance and disdain, as if regarding mere lambs for slaughter. An aura of danger and malevolence enveloped it, sending chills down their spines. The last time he felt such an intensity was from the shopkeeper's dog. Yi Tian swiftly glanced backward, realizing they had been completely surrounded by the gray wolves. It appeared that escaping this time would be exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, Yi Tian felt a greater sense of composure than before. Through multiple encounters, Wang Yu's actions had subtly influenced him. He began to adopt the self-serving mindset of the shopkeeper. When a person possesses sufficient strength, their virtues are often scrutinized under a microscope and emulated by others. Naturally, the reborn Yi Tian was no exception. "Boss." Yi Tian raised his hand and said with a serious expression, "No one is permitted to disembark without my command." In the face of overwhelming power, he aimed to enable the military personnel to weaken the wolf pack, including the formidable Beast King, thereby maximizing their chances of survival and preserving their strength. With his advanced C-class abilities, he could confront B-class supernatural beings without difficulty. However, the disparity between ranks was as vast as a chasm, and the difference between A and B ranks was even more pronounced, especially when faced with a beast of such caliber. At this moment, the wolf pack remained unnaturally still before the imposing iron behemoths, cautious not to act rashly. Even the slender wolf king exhibited signs of impatience. Emitting a series of low growls, the entire pack of gray wolves was poised, ready to pounce and tear them apart at the wolf king's command. Just as the tension reached its zenith, the radio crackled to life, reporting, "Commander, the artillery is deployed and ready to fire." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Bing responded, "Fire." Simultaneously, the wolf king unleashed a deafening howl. However, before the pack could spring into action, they sensed the imminent approach of artillery shells. In the next moment, a cacophony erupted as precision-guided shells rained down, creating a wall of explosive fire around the convoy. Those wolves caught at the center of the bombardment seemed to vanish as if consumed by the overwhelming force, reduced to mere ash. Moments later, the earth trembled from the relentless explosions, gradually quieting, leaving behind only the smoke carried away by the cold wind and the craters that marred the ground. Li Bing's gaze remained fixed outside, desperately searching for any sign of the beasts, but there were no bodies or remnants to be found. As if the creatures had never existed, Zhao Xing furrowed his brow, incredulously asking, "Is our artillery truly so powerful?" Li Bing shook his head, equally perplexed. Only Yi Tian in the rear understood that the shells had not achieved their intended effect. The wolves had swiftly vacated the bombing zone just before the shell struck. Indeed, that pack of gray wolves were all speed-oriented beasts, and the Beast King was so swift that it eluded the naked eye. Just when everyone thought they were safe, the Wolf King's howl shattered the silence once more, and several figures emerged from the shadows. This time, however, the wolves charged forth without hesitation. Seeing this, several tanks repositioned their turrets, but the cumbersome machines struggled to target the agile creatures. Machine gunners. The tank hatches suddenly flew open, and a soldier emerged, hastily activating the heavy machine gun atop the turret. Yet, before he could even pull the trigger, a shadow lunged from the side and snatched him away. Before anyone could react, several wolves acting as vanguards had already closed in, seizing the thick barrels of the tanks in their jaws. A frenzied tearing ensued, and the once formidable cannon barrels crumpled under the wolves' powerful bites, rendering all the tanks utterly incapacitated in a matter of moments. It is evident that they possess considerable intelligence, understanding the threats that loom over them. "Everyone, disembark. Come this way." Upon witnessing the situation, Li Bing felt an ominous foreboding and shouted into the intercom before forcefully yanking open the car door. However, the pack of wolves would not grant them the chance to congregate. As soon as the individuals were exposed in the fields, the wolves initiated a relentless slaughter. In the face of overwhelming speed, the abilities of the on-site practitioners proved futile, yet the enhanced soldiers continued to pour out. "What shall we do, boss?" Seeing the dire circumstances, those inside the vehicle could no longer remain still. Noticing the vast disparity in power against the beast horde, Yi Tian furrowed his brow. Realizing that the less than 100 practitioners led by Li Bing were predominantly reliant on artillery. However, with the artillery rendered useless and the tanks incapacitated, they resembled a tiger stripped of its teeth, their strength inferior to that of the civilian forces. The beast slaughtered them as effortlessly as cutting vegetables, failing to diminish their strength in any meaningful way. Without support, their annihilation was merely seconds away. "Get out. Use that method." Yi Tian drew his A-grade weapon, the Tang Dao, and surged forward. He maximized his speed, swiftly reaching a C-grade beast, a gray wolf, which sensed the presence of a human and struck with a powerful paw. Yi Tian, unperturbed, leaped aside, then seized the opportunity created by the wolf's momentum to leap onto its broad back. Quickly, he drew 3 injection tubes from his pocket and simultaneously injected various weakening agents into the wolf's body. The effects manifested instantaneously. The gray wolf collapsed, panting heavily on the ground. Seeing this, Yi Tian felt a surge of joy. The effects were apparent so swiftly. He then retrieved a compliance agent from his belongings, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately stowed it away. Now was not the time for recklessness. He urged the approaching comrades, "Finish it off directly." Then he promptly sought out the next target. If the effects were fleeting, they still held a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the Wolf King, who had been observing the situation, now fixed its gaze on Yi Tian and his companions. Chapter 119. Grave support. After neutralizing one gray wolf, Yi Tian pursued another, employing the same method to inject it with the weakening agent. The reinforcements, taking advantage of the wolf's feebleness, did not hesitate to sever its head, dispatching a C-grade beast with remarkable ease. The Wolf King, sensing something amiss, cast a wary glance at the weakening agent in Yi Tian's hand before abruptly vanishing from sight. In the next moment, it appeared directly in front of Yi Tian, swiftly raising a sharp claw to strike. So fast, Yi Tian's pupils dilated, and before he could react, he was sent sprawling by a powerful blow. The impact hurled him back until he crashed into the dense forest, finally coming to a halt after breaking a camphor tree in half. Yi Tian's face turned pale. He felt as though his insides were in turmoil, and the area struck throbbed with searing pain. Upon looking down, he was alarmed to see 3 horrifying gashes on his body, the expensive protective garment completely torn apart by the wolf's claws. Had it not been for that outfit, his chest would have been laid bare. Seeing that the Wolf King did not follow, he hurriedly changed into a brand new set of defensive undergarments, then took out a bottle of speed-enhancing potion and consumed it in one gulp. As Yi Tian emerged from the dense forest wielding a Tang Dao, he beheld the Beast King charging into the crowd, as if entering a realm devoid of obstacles, commencing a savage massacre. Noticing that Yi Tian had emerged nearly unscathed, a flicker of surprise crossed the icy gaze of the Beast King. Subsequently, it abandoned the throng behind and turned to dash towards Yi Tian. Aware that he was the only one among them who posed even the slightest threat, albeit a minimal one. The Wolf King's speed was astonishing, traversing vast distances in an instant. However, Yi Tian, having also imbibed the speed-enhancing potion, was not entirely incapable of perceiving the Wolf King's velocity. As the Wolf King suddenly appeared before him, Yi Tian did not hesitate for a moment and struck out with a swift blow. Predictably, Yi Tian was sent flying once more, though not as disastrously as before. Despite being a speed-oriented beast, the foundational strength of the Grey Wolf was beyond Yi Tian's capacity to withstand. Yet, as Yi Tian soared through the air, the Wolf King accelerated once again, its massive claws glinting with a chilling light. In a rush, Yi Tian propelled a steel spike imbued with enhanced strength, but the Wolf King merely twisted its body, effortlessly evading the attack while maintaining its speed. Witnessing the claws approaching, Yi Tian hastily raised his blade to block, only to be sent flying once more. The Grey Wolf wasted no time, lunging forward again. It had refrained from pursuing earlier, believing that single strike could easily dispatch the human before it. Clearly, it had underestimated Yi Tian. In close-quarters combat, Yi Tian was entirely outmatched, and soon he was battered and bruised, his protective garments riddled with holes, blood seeping from numerous wounds. The disparity in their levels represented an insurmountable chasm. Had it not been for the simultaneous use of multiple abilities, he would not have lasted 5 exchanges. With a howl that echoed to the heavens, the Grey Wolf unleashed a deafening sound, causing Yi Tian to momentarily lose his focus, leaving him dazed for half a second. By the time he regained his senses, a paw larger than his face was hurtling towards him, and in that fleeting moment, he had lost all opportunity to evade. However, in a surprising turn, the wolf's paw shifted direction, its claws merely grazing Yi Tian's cheek, leaving 3 delicate trails of blood. The Wolf King had swiftly distanced itself, and in the next instant, a sharp blade whizzed through the air, traveling at an equally astonishing speed. It embedded itself into the ground before Yi Tian, precisely where the Wolf King had stood moments prior, the blade piercing deeply into the soil, revealing only a short hilt. This demonstrated both its sharpness and force. Yet, the cold weapon was infused with an incongruous sense of advanced technology, an extraordinary weapon from the shop. In the following second, a man clad in black suddenly appeared before Yi Tian. "Saved you again," he remarked. At this, Luo Sheng did not turn around but shrugged nonchalantly. "I came with the army to slay the beasts." As she spoke, several 85-style anti-aircraft machine guns unleashed torrents of fire, unleashing a barrage of 127mm caliber bullets directly at the pack of wolves besieging Li Bing and the others. Sensing danger, the wolf pack immediately scattered in different directions. Despite their remarkable speed, the proximity of each gray wolf made it challenging to disperse swiftly. A few unfortunate souls were struck by the barrage of bullets, with 2 C-class gray wolves, lacking in defense, being mercilessly pierced by the large projectiles, instantly turned into a sieve. Though gray wolves are swift, their defensive capabilities are lacking. If struck by a large caliber bullet, even survival would leave them severely injured. Upon witnessing the arrival of armored vehicles, tanks, and several transport trucks, Li Bing immediately understood that reinforcements had arrived, and he directed his comrades to launch a counterattack against the wolves. Several heavy machine guns incessantly sprayed fire at the pack, yet the results were minimal. Once in open terrain, the gray wolves accelerated dramatically. The gunners could hardly keep pace with their speed, resulting in a chaotic barrage. "Enough. Stop wasting ammunition. Get down there and eliminate these beasts," shouted the commander, who had come to assist, through his walkie-talkie. Subsequently, over 100 enhanced individuals disembarked from the transport trucks, tirelessly entering the battlefield. However, the commander gradually realized that they were not even in the same league as the Grey Wolves. Despite the numerous enhanced individuals, they struggled to inflict significant damage on the pack. A few speed-oriented enhancers barely managed to keep up, yet the disparity in strength was still evident. Consequently, the attackers suffered severe casualties. When he caught sight of a slender gray wolf, his expression changed in shock, having frequently roamed the front lines. He knew all too well that this was the new king of the beasts. Such a formidable creature could not be dealt with by just 1 or 2 battalions. Requesting immediate assistance. Requesting support. The Beast King is at Fengshan. Repeat, the Beast King is at Fengshan, attempting to cut off our retreat. Commander Lai Feng shouted into the walkie-talkie, delivering a powerful punch that repelled a similarly ranked beast. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng and Yi Tian were equally wary. refusing to let their guard down. Luo Sheng unsheathed his S-class ring-headed knife, gripping it with one hand as he gazed at the Beast King before him, eyes filled with combat fervor. "I've longed to test your strength, Beast King." Before he could finish his sentence, the Beast King suddenly appeared in front of Luo Sheng. With a clang, its sharp claws clashed violently against the ring-headed knife, sparking a dazzling display of light. Luo Sheng found his feet sinking slightly into the mud as he braced for the impact. He intended to retaliate with a punch, but the Wolf King was quicker, sending him flying through the air, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. As the Wolf King pursued, Luo Sheng, unyielding to the onslaught, sought to exchange blows with it. Observing this, the Wolf King's eyes flickered with disdain and mockery. A smile crept onto Luo Sheng's lips. In Chapter 120, the formidable Beast King, even the strong Luo Sheng was sent soaring by the Wolf King's claws, resembling a kite severed from its string, trailing a mist of blood in the air. Yet, the Wolf King, too, was struck by a blow. The narrow, ring-headed knife had pierced through its defenses, leaving a long, slender wound from which blood continued to flow. With a low growl, the Wolf King glanced back at its stinging injury, momentarily taken aback. The expression in Luo Sheng's eyes mirrored astonishment as he tore off his tattered defensive gear, subsequently retrieving a vial of enhancement elixir and consuming it in one gulp. Standing beside him, Yi Tian spoke in a grave tone, "The effects of my potion will last for a while longer. Do not engage recklessly. Let us strive to hold out until reinforcements arrive." However, emboldened by the speed boost, Luo Sheng dismissed the caution. Confident in his prowess as the foremost figure among the underground factions, he was of the same speed-oriented ilk and believed that, with his enhancements, he would not be outmatched. Despite facing an A-grade adversary, the Wolf King's gaze remained as piercing as ever. Yet he felt a surge of wariness upon observing the unusual weapons clutched by the duo. The real threat did not lie in their presence, but rather in the peculiar armaments they wielded. With a low growl, the Wolf King slowly crouched, fixating on the two, preparing to launch an assault. The atmosphere grew thick with an oppressive sense of impending doom, as if death loomed just moments away. Luo Sheng scoffed, brandishing his blade and charging forward, yet the Wolf King abruptly vanished from sight. Sensing a chilling aura behind him, Luo Sheng acted instinctively, slashing with his weapon without hesitation. To his surprise, the Wolf King chose to evade, leaving Luo Sheng's strike to cleave through empty air. The Wolf King reappeared behind him, and Luo Sheng hesitated, unable to retract his blade in time. A metallic tang filled his nostrils as a cold sensation crept along his nape. Fortunately, Yi Tian arrived just in time. The Wolf King, wary of Yi Tian's Tang Dao, opted to retreat, though this decision proved unwise, granting the two a moment to recover. The Wolf King seemed to sense something amiss, hesitating briefly before launching a sudden attack. In a flash, its vicious claws lunged toward them. It could move even faster. Luo Sheng's eyes widened in alarm as he hurriedly retreated. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had no time to evade and could only rely on his defensive abilities to withstand the blow. A thud echoed as Yi Tian hit the ground hard, pain radiating through his body, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. Yet, before he could catch his breath, he saw the gray wolf charging once more. Reacting swiftly, he invoked multiple abilities simultaneously. In an instant, towering iron walls rose up, firmly obstructing the path between them, rivaling the scale of skill scrolls from a post-apocalyptic marketplace. The Wolf King, in its accelerated state, wielded destructive power akin to the world's strongest spear. Yet Yi Tian's iron walls were not the mightiest shield. As the sound of the walls crumbling echoed ominously, Yi Tian's heart raced with trepidation. As anticipated, the final, heavy iron wall shattered, revealing the Wolf King's emotionless gaze. "Attack!" Yi Tian bellowed. Concealed above the iron walls, Luo Sheng leapt down with great speed. His circular-headed blade aimed at the Wolf King's slender form. Die! He unleashed his strength-enhanced ability, channeling maximum lethality into his strike, determined to deliver a fatal blow. However, just as the blade's tip neared the Wolf King's back, it accelerated once more, narrowly evading the lethal thrust by a mere centimeter. In retaliation, the Wolf King swatted Luo Sheng away effortlessly. As Luo Sheng anticipated a defensive maneuver with his blade, the Wolf King unexpectedly unleashed another mental assault. By the time Luo Sheng regained his composure, a lethal claw was already poised above his head. In that fleeting moment, he was jolted awake to the realization that the creature could extinguish a life in an instant. After entangling them for so long, it merely sought to observe two insignificant beings, like fish on a chopping board, struggling in their death throes to satiate its sadistic whims. This reflected an absolute confidence in its own prowess and a disdainful contempt for its prey, as if their lives and deaths were but a mere thought away. Yet now, having grown weary of its game and recognizing it had underestimated the duo's strength, it prepared to strike with lethal intent. However, a beast remains a beast. Luo Sheng was sent flying by a single swipe, fortunate that his defensive abilities spared him from a fatal blow, though his once pale visage was now a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. He and Yi Tian had exhausted the effects of their enhancement potions and had lost their combat capabilities. Just as the Wolf King was preparing to crush their skulls and claim their cores, it seemed to sense something and suddenly lifted its gaze. Soon after, a transport aircraft streaked across the sky, and dozens of paratroopers descended from above, accompanied by the rumble of transport vehicles in the vicinity. Instantly, the air was filled with the sounds of battle as reinforcements arrived in droves, comprising almost the entire strength of the Jiangnan military district, including several elite ability users from the ranks. Their sole objective was clear: to vanquish the Beast King and render the Beast Horde leaderless, thereby undermining their morale. 5 B-rank ability users, armed with specialized weapons, advanced towards the Wolf King, marking the vanguard of the military's elite forces, the first batch equipped with such weaponry. A middle-aged man pulled the weakened Yi Tian and Luo Sheng aside, stating, "You have done well. We shall take it from here." Leaning against a tree trunk, Yi Tian mustered his strength to caution. It moves swiftly and possesses mental attacks. The middle-aged man nodded and promptly joined his 4 companions to confront the Wolf King. The other arriving soldiers immediately engaged in battle, with nearly 500 ability users on the human side. Given the overwhelming numerical superiority, the tide of the conflict began to shift in favor of humanity, altering the dynamics of offense and defense. The Wolf King regarded the 5 ability users before it with a dismissive snort, but its expression shifted ever so slightly upon seeing them draw their specialized weapons. After a brief exchange of glances, 3 speed-oriented ability users launched the initial assault, while the remaining 2 provided ranged support. In an instant, the keen-sensed Wolf King leaped into the air, and moments later, several spikes erupted from the ground. The 2 speedsters had already reached its vicinity, encircling it. Subsequently, a wide net of flames surged towards the airborne Wolf King, aiming to restrict its movement. However, it remained unfazed, bracing itself against the onslaught. This illustrated the drawbacks of lacking shadow abilities. While dispersed projectiles lacked lethality, concentrated attacks struggled to precisely strike the swiftly moving Wolf King. One individual raised their specialized energy rifle and pulled the trigger. In that moment, a barrage of rapidly firing, flame-encased bullets hurtled towards the Wolf King. Sensing the unusual heat emanating from the projectiles, the Wolf King instinctively evaded their lethal trajectory. Due to the considerable distance, it proved challenging to achieve a direct hit. Nevertheless, the ability to inflict damage remained effective. Their role was merely to provide support and cover, while the true offensive capabilities lay with the 3 speed-oriented abilities. However, utilizing psychic weapons had a significant drawback: the rapid depletion of psychic energy, rendering prolonged combat unfeasible. Chapter 121. The decline of the Beast Horde. In the face of the assault from 5 individuals, the Wolf King moved with the grace of a swallow, evading attacks with absolute speed while maintaining its offensive momentum. The 3 B-class speed psychics gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, lacking the reinforcement potions that could bolster their strength. At that moment, the psychics present, having paid a painful price, managed to eliminate the remaining gray wolves, shifting their focus to the battle with the Wolf King. However, the disparity in power rendered them mere spectators, anxiously observing the dazzling battlefield, unable to fully comprehend the ferocity of an A-class Beast King's prowess. Indeed, these 5 B-class powerhouses were among the elite of our military district. If they could not subdue this creature, we might as well pack our belongings and return home. I find it quite precarious. The Wolf King's aura grew increasingly formidable and aggressive, in stark contrast to the declining momentum of the human warriors. What do you know? A mere D-class psychic should refrain from speaking, unable to even discern the shadow of a gray wolf. So what if we cannot defeat it? We have hundreds of psychics here. I refuse to believe we cannot outlast it. It is worth noting that the disparity in levels among psychics is not merely a matter of arithmetic for the Beast King. To eliminate us would be as simple as a game of elimination. The oppressive presence of the gray wolves was akin to that of the shopkeeper's black dog. The shopkeeper's black dog, although merely a high-tier B-class, stood as the Beast King of the entire Jiangnan province, far surpassing any mere pet. The Wolf King swatted a psychic aside, its eyes betraying a flicker of fatigue. Fortunately, the attacks from the 2 ranged psychics had finally ceased. With a fierce roar, the Wolf King charged at the downed psychic, who was stricken with terror and sought to cry out, but the other 2 were too far away. The already tattered defensive attire could not save him as the Wolf King's claw pierced his body. Gushing blood, he stained the Wolf King's forepaw crimson. Yet with all his remaining strength, he clutched the wolf's claw with one hand. With the other, he swiftly retrieved 3 grenades, gripping one with bloodied fingers as he yanked the pin. Taken aback by this sudden maneuver, the Wolf King sought to tear itself free, but it was too late. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the silence of the night like a bolt of lightning. The power of the 3 Type 82 grenades rivaled that of a cannonball. As the fiery brilliance subsided, the scene revealed a ground littered with flesh, the once noble Wolf King now appearing utterly disheveled. Its forepaw was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh obscuring the view of its substantial bone structure, while debris from the grenades adorned its face. For the first time, a flicker of fear crossed the Wolf King's visage as it gazed at the approaching two. Hesitating for a moment, it suddenly unleashed a chilling howl. Beware! It's a psychic attack. Upon witnessing the scene, the 2 individuals, already prepared, quickly covered their ears. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Wolf King had vanished, leaving only a few strands of gray fur dislodged by the grenade explosion. The moment it became clear that the Wolf King had fled, a chorus of victorious cheers erupted on the scene. However, leaning against a tree to recuperate, Yi Tian let out a deep sigh, his brow furrowed. He, along with Luo Sheng and 5 other enhanced individuals, had failed to detain the Beast King, and it had cost them the life of a B-class enhanced being just to drive it away. Had it not been for the Wolf King's trepidation, he was convinced that the toll would have been far more grievous. Thus concluded a climactic confrontation between humanity and the otherworldly beast. The following day, after a period of recovery, the various troops, seizing the opportunity presented by the disarray among the beast horde and the heightened morale of the soldiers, launched a full-scale assault on the beast population of Kaishan County. They commenced with artillery bombardments, followed by tanks, armored vehicles, and coordinated assaults by enhanced individuals. Most adhered to the organization's directives, attempting to capture rather than eliminate the creatures, especially under circumstances of level suppression. The objective was to convert the beast's power into a force favorable to humanity. While this approach did affect the pace of exterminating the beasts since that encounter, the Beast King had not been seen again. To be precise, not even a single gray wolf had been spotted. Faced with a beast horde devoid of their king, the military encountered no resistance, advancing with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, within the apocalyptic shop, numerous visitors from outside the city were examining the merchandise, unaware of the extent of the proprietor's formidable abilities. They only knew that he was someone whom the military regarded with caution. Wang Yu lounged leisurely in a massage chair, humming a tune, his smile unwavering. Over the past few days, orders from the frontline military and from various outsiders had poured in, filling his coffers to overflowing. His treasury now boasted a staggering balance of 457,880 crystal coins. Habitually, Wang Yu prepared to upgrade his shop, only to discover that its level had unexpectedly reached high tier B. This meant that with just 4 more upgrades, he could fulfill the mainline quest of elevating his shop to S tier. Remarkably, it had only been 3 to 4 months since the onset of the apocalypse. Had he truly accomplished this task ahead of schedule? Although it had been merely over 100 days, for him, a reincarnated individual, it felt as though 3 to 4 years had elapsed. There was no denying that the days had passed in leisurely comfort, but that was all that mattered. At that moment, the golden bar suddenly interjected, expressing astonishment at the host's speed and commercial acumen, which were nothing short of extraordinary. It declared that among all the systems it had encountered throughout its existence, the host was unparalleled, the most formidable of them all. The skills of deception and manipulation, the cunning of a seasoned fox, the miserly disposition, the principle of never acting without benefit, and the avaricious nature were all qualities that stood out. All right, enough of that. Let us leave it at that, shall we? Wang Yu quickly interjected, sensing the sudden shift in tone. If we can't speak properly, let us just say less. The golden bar emerged with profound significance, uttering that speed and brevity may not necessarily be advantageous. Wang Yu, perplexed and bewildered, questioned how such a rough path could accommodate a vehicle. However, the golden bar remained unresponsive, and Wang Yu did not dwell on it further. Before long, his fortune cat and joyous bird graced his establishment once again. Qin Yu entered with a notebook, but unlike their last encounter, she was accompanied by a middle-aged man with a square face. Noticing this, Wang Yu paid it no mind, rubbing his hands together with a cheerful demeanor, and said, "Hee hee. Welcome. Do you have another order this time?" Qin Yu rolled her eyes at his remark and proceeded to introduce the middle-aged man. "This is a special envoy from the organization, here regarding the procurement of weaponry and equipment from various military districts." A hint of exasperation colored her tone, as she explained that during these trying times, with a shortage of crystal cores, the nation was tightening its belt. Despite their military district having reported on the principles of the end-of-world shop, the organization evidently remained skeptical, particularly regarding Wang Yu's merchant principle of pursuing profit and his intent to supply combat goods and equipment to the military. Chapter 122. The astonished Zheng Chuang. The organization had taken note of the end-of-world shop, recognizing it as a lucrative opportunity. Wang Yu cast a glance at the stern-faced middle-aged man, perceiving his attributes clearly. He was, astonishingly, an A-grade ability user possessing defense and fire attributes, indicating a considerable status. It seemed that his purpose for visiting was not merely to discuss business. At that moment, the middle-aged man fixed his sharp gaze upon Wang Yu, remaining silent for an extended period as if attempting to see through him. Were it not for his status, Wang Yu might have entertained the notion that he was gay. Nevertheless, he donned a professional smile and inquired, "Might I ask, Mr. Big Client, if the organization requires anything? Our shop's offerings, in terms of quantity and quality, are beyond reproach, and we guarantee tenfold compensation for any counterfeit." Suddenly, the middle-aged man interrupted. Wang Yu, male, 182 centimeters tall, 66 kilograms in weight, 19 years of age. A regular second-year student at Nanjiang University. You have been orphaned since childhood, boast excellent academic performance, possess no criminal record, and have never engaged in business, exhibiting a reclusive nature. Yet, since the onset of this calamity, everything has transformed. You inexplicably opened a shop in an area that is not permitted for arbitrary development, as if it emerged overnight. Shortly after the disaster began, your social media disseminated information regarding the apocalypse, ability users, zombies, and crystal cores. You subsequently sold various sci-fi products for profit, including books on abilities that provided detailed insights into the apocalypse, even more comprehensive than our own. Furthermore, those products lack manufacturers, seemingly appearing out of thin air, and you have raised a formidable beast. Do you believe we will accept all of this? Can an ordinary orphan achieve such feats? So, who exactly are you? Where did everything come from? With a piercing gaze, he fixed his eyes on Wang Yu, attempting to detect any hint of anomaly. Startled by his words, Qin Yu beside him was taken aback. She had not anticipated that an exhaustive investigation against the store manager was already underway. So his name is Wang Yu, and at merely 19, he is not much older than I am. However, Wang Yu remained unperturbed, showing no signs of surprise. His smile unwavering. I am still who I am. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, evidently dissatisfied with Wang Yu's ambiguous response. Wang Yu retorted, "Is this truly significant?" The man, with a stern expression, replied, "Of course it is important. Do you think we would allow someone who poses a threat to the nation to operate freely?" Wang Yu shook his head, his gaze becoming indifferent, yet his smile persisted. No, amidst the chaos of the military, embroiled in an apocalyptic struggle, investigating an ordinary merchant who could benefit humanity and assist our armed forces is hardly paramount. You merely wish to exploit my obscure background, to leverage morality, even to use the absence of my business license as a means to suppress prices and compel my submission. Am I correct, Mr. Zheng? Upon hearing this, Zheng Chuang, the middle-aged man, was taken aback, staring incredulously at the youth before him. Undoubtedly, Wang Yu's assertions were accurate. His profound gaze penetrated all facades, his words akin to an invisible hand stripping away the organization's veil. However, I must inform you that this is impossible, Wang Yu stated, his smile fading, his demeanor becoming cold, each word deliberate. At this proclamation, Zheng Chuang's complexion turned ashen, and he questioned, "Do you know what you are saying?" Enraged and humiliated, he prepared to unleash the aura of an A-level superhuman to intimidate Wang Yu. Observing this, Qin Yu quickly stepped aside, distancing herself from Zheng Chuang, fearing that Wang Yu's wrath might bring collateral damage. Moments later, Zheng Jiang was astounded to discover that his powers seemed to vanish without a trace, remaining unresponsive. With a mocking glint in his eyes, Wang Yu remarked, "It appears you are the one who does not comprehend my words. Do you not understand human language? Perhaps I should have Qin Yu translate for you." Qin Yu puffed out her cheeks, unable to restrain herself, as if I have learned that. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she quickly fell silent. Zheng Chuang's expression grew increasingly grim, just as he attempted to speak. He found himself utterly unable to produce a sound. An invisible iron hand seemed to grip his throat, suffocating him in an instant. How can this be? His face flushed red as he instinctively collapsed to the ground, desperately clawing at his throat, yet that force was beyond his reach, causing his own hands to mar his neck with blood. Only then did he awaken to the terrifying power of the youth before him, panic overtaking his bloodshot eyes. Qin Yu's expression was complex. She parted her lips, yet chose silence. It was not until Zheng Chuang was on the brink of unconsciousness that Wang Yu finally released the middle-aged man responsible for the proceedings. Zheng Chuang coughed a few times, taking deep breaths of the shop's refreshing air. Once he fully recovered, Wang Yu, reclining in the massage chair, yawned and slowly began to speak. I welcome the purchase of supplies, but expecting to obtain them for free is utterly unrealistic. I offer a 10% discount to the military district, which you too can enjoy. For larger quantities, I could even provide a 20% discount. However, should you push an honest man to his limits, I cannot guarantee what actions he might take. You are aware, after all, that I have been alone since childhood, unencumbered by ties, and thus I tend to act without consideration for the consequences. Upon hearing this, Zheng Chuang nodded fervently, his eyes brightening with a hint of joy. After all, he had strived hard to secure some benefits for the organization, which was sufficient for him to justify his efforts. He quickly gestured to Qin Yu to present the prepared order to Wang Yu. Observing this, Wang Yu nodded appreciatively as he watched Qin Yu hand over the notebook. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. This is the order, Qin Yu smiled. Wang Yu hurriedly picked up the notebook and began to read through it meticulously, his smile blossoming. Zheng Chuang cautiously inquired, "Shopkeeper, do you truly have so many goods?" "This is the volume for several military districts." "Indeed, we have them all," Wang Yu replied cheerfully, his gaze fixed on the thick order that resembled a notebook, as if he had just tasted honey. "As long as the crystal cores are in place, the goods can be collected tomorrow." Zheng Chuang was somewhat incredulous. "So much stock can be ready by tomorrow? Our speed in collecting crystal cores can't match yours." After agreeing on a time, Zheng Chuang and his companion prepared to leave, but Wang Yu warmly invited them to share a meal before departing. While Qin Yu had no objections, Zheng Chuang, haunted by past shadows, politely declined and hurried away. On the road back to the military district, Zheng Chuang touched the bloodstains on his neck and couldn't help but exclaim, "The shopkeeper changes moods faster than a master of disguise." Chapter 123. Leveling up. As dusk approached and the last patron left the shop, Wang Yu retrieved the order and began to procure the requested items. With each page of the order book turned, 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. Wang Yu casually tossed the order book into the trash, stretched, and sighed. That was the most demanding task yet. After all, the volume of goods spanned several military districts, even nationwide, and the crystal coins expended for procurement amounted to around 70,000. However, he would receive the payment in just a few days, and after the discount, it would still amount to approximately 500,000 crystal coins. The organization is quite lucrative, he mused, a smile returning to his lips as he called out, "Freya, prepare extra dishes for dinner. I'm starving." At that moment, Hei Zi, who had been absent for a day, seemed to arrive at the sound of his voice. Stepping into the shop and circling around Wang Yu's feet, leaving behind a trail of muddy, blood-stained paw prints, a faint scent of blood wafted into the air, prompting Wang Yu to glance down. There stood Hei Zi, dirty and disheveled, with its once jet-black fur now stained crimson with blood, and 3 large claw marks marred its back. Although the blood had coagulated due to the powerful platelets of the exotic beast, it was still a shocking sight. Beep. Detecting contamination, the device chimed. Woof. Woof. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yu furrowed his brow, stroking his chin. Have you encountered a formidable adversary again? In the small city of Nanjing, could there truly exist a beast capable of cornering Haizi to such an extent? Nevertheless, it seemed a minor concern. First, let's have a meal. With Haizi's strength, not to mention its defensive abilities, facing an A-class beast would pose no challenge. Early the next morning, after Haizi had finished breakfast and recovered from its injuries, it was ready to head out once more. Observing this, Wang Yu swiftly seized it, administering a few injections of a weakening agent combined with spatial slicing into Haizi's body. Woof. The effects of the agent took hold almost instantly. Haizi's legs softened, collapsing onto the floor, struggling to raise its head, bewildered as it gazed at its master. Wang Yu gently moved it aside, patting its head, reassuring it that the muscle weakness was perfectly normal. Before long, as the effects of the drug wore off, Haizi sprang back up from the ground, feeling remarkably light and invigorated, an endless surge of strength coursing through it. Wang Yu leisurely reminded, remember to deal with your opponent before returning. Woof. In an instant, Haizi vanished from sight. A day later, Wang Yu finally encountered the 2 individuals he had been eagerly anticipating, the ones with the precious crystal cores. Zheng Chuang's weathered visage bore signs of fatigue, evidently having been busy over the past couple of days. Upon entering, he immediately inquired, have the goods been prepared, Mr. Shopkeeper? Of course, we await only your crystal cores, Wang Yu replied with a smile, producing 3 spatial scrolls and placing them before the 2. Qin Yu nodded and skillfully approached the exchange machine, depositing the mountain of crystal cores accumulated within. Zheng Chuang stared at the amount displayed on the card reader, momentarily taken aback, muttering, "This quantity seems incorrect, it can't be right. We've calculated it numerous times." However, Wang Yu simply swiped the payment card and explained, somewhat exasperated. "This is the cost for the 3 spatial scrolls. It's a shopkeeper's unwritten rule. When the quantity of goods increases, these little advantages become inevitable." Upon hearing this, Zheng Chuang twitched his lips, unable to suppress a glance at the grinning Wang Yu, who, despite being an immensely powerful S-class ability user, appeared to resemble a shrewd merchant. The shopkeeper's behavior was as enigmatic as his strength, leaving one perplexed. Ding. Payment successful. 525, 688 crystal coins credited, bringing the current balance to 894, 778 crystal cores. Listening to the melodious notification akin to heavenly music, Wang Yu felt elated, chuckling as he handed the 3 scrolls to the 2. "The timing is perfect. Why not enjoy a meal before you depart? My housekeeper's culinary skills are unparalleled." Zheng Chuang hesitated for a few seconds, his weary body finding rare relaxation in the comfortable environment, before nodding and replying with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness." It had been quite some time since he had indulged in such comforts. Given the shopkeeper's affluence, the lunch should be quite delightful. "How generous of you to treat us." "Shopkeeper, you are truly accommodating," Zheng Chuang remarked. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. It's no trouble." As he spoke, he retrieved a menu and presented it to the 2, asking what they would like to eat. "This stir-fried bull testicle dish is quite excellent. It nourishes and revitalizes. And it's only 40 crystal coins a serving." Upon hearing this, Zheng Chuang reached for the menu, but suddenly paused, his hand hovering in midair. "You're going to charge for it, brother?" "Zheng Chuang, is the information accurate within the Nanjing base?" Zhu Yi sat with her hands crossed on the table, her brow furrowed in concentration. The correspondent wore a serious expression as he handed over the documents, stating that our investigators had been observing for several days. And there was no mistake. Included were photographs we had taken. Zhu Yi examined the materials carefully before commanding with a solemn demeanor, "Immediately seal off that area. Do not allow anyone to approach. The base will enter a state of heightened readiness for the next few days." She continued, "Report to the military district that the missing gray wolves have established a presence in Nanjing City. The Beast King is likely lurking in the shadows. Urge the stationed troops in Kaishan County to gather swiftly in Nanjing City." Understood. Once the store was empty, Wang Yu summoned the gold bars to upgrade the shop. "How many levels does the host intend to upgrade this time?" After hesitating for a few seconds, Wang Yu replied, "Upgrade to the maximum. I want to reach level S. With the current balance of crystal cores, it should not be an issue." The upgrade required a total of 705,000 crystal coins. "Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade?" Wang Yu's gaze was resolute as he responded without hesitation, for he was focused on the ultimate reward of the main quest. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire shop began to expand and transform. Moments later, the apocalyptic shop reached its final form, now occupying an area larger than some major supermarkets. The bamboo grove of the park and the nearby flower beds had vanished completely. The exterior of the shop was adorned with several neatly shaped golden edges and adorned with labels from the apocalyptic shop, lending it a less monotonous appearance. Inside, the space had become significantly more spacious, prompting Wang Yu to readjust the spacing of the shelves and the positioning of the counters. Nonetheless, the overall aesthetic remained minimalist. At that moment, the voice of the gold bar chimed in. "Upgrade successful. 705,000 crystal coins have been automatically deducted. Current crystal coin balance, 189,778. Unlocked products, Guardian Robot, Heavy Naval Armaments, Heavy Air Force Armaments, Exotic Beast Eggs." Wang Yu was captivated by the 2 intriguing new products and was about to open the product descriptions when the voice of the gold bar echoed again. "The shop level has reached S. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, successfully becoming the S-level shop owner. Quest reward, Regional Virus Eliminator." Chapter 124, Virus Eliminator. Upon seeing these words, Wang Yu found himself momentarily stunned, remaining motionless for a long while. "Aren't you going to take a look?" The voice of the gold bar snapped him back to reality. He swallowed hard, his expression one of disbelief, and slowly opened the system shop. He immediately overlooked the other 4 new items and focused on the ultimate reward. Regional Virus Eliminator. Simply pour the agent at the center of the area requiring infection clearance. The agent will disperse through the air and, within 24 hours, will eliminate all viruses within the biological entities in that area without side effects, restoring them to their pre-infection state. Its effects will last for 3 days within that area, but it will not produce antibodies within the biological entities. Range, 300,000. Type, single use. Purchase price, 10,000 crystal coins. Indeed, it was a potion for clearing viruses. Wang Yu's expression grew increasingly complex. With the advent of such an item, did it not render the newly introduced products mere jest? A single cleansing agent boasts an effective range of 300,000 square kilometers, comparable to a province of moderate size. Even in the vast expanse of Huagua's largest territory, 6 such agents could resolve all troubles within a day. However, the procurement cost for one agent stands at 10,000 crystal coins, and with a pricing ratio of 10 to 1, it amounts to 100,000 crystal coins. Given that Huagua's land area spans a staggering 9,600,000 square kilometers, securing nationwide victory would require at least 32 cleansing agents, translating to 3,200,000 crystal coins. Even with Wang Yu's promised discount of 20%, the cost would still be 2,560,000 crystal coins. For the officials who had just expended considerable resources on military supplies, this is no trifling sum. In the short term, achieving a nationwide victory appears nearly impossible, and to ensure a smooth conclusion to the apocalypse, deployment must occur en masse. Should humanity's abilities wane by then, and should formidable aberrant beasts remain, the repercussions would be dire. For reasons unknown, Wang Yu found himself exhaling a quiet sigh of relief, feeling a strange sense of gratitude intertwined with melancholy. In his past life, having bowed and scraped at the bottom for 30 years, he had yearned for the apocalypse's end. Yet when that day arrived, he hesitated. He even pondered whether to make the virus-cleansing agent public. Perhaps it was due to newfound affluence, perhaps a sense of ease, perhaps an affinity for the taste of wealth, or perhaps a burgeoning strength. Whether the apocalypse persisted had become of little significance to him. Yet, could he reconcile this with the countless prayers he had whispered for the end of the apocalypse? The times he had starved to the point of consuming dirt and gnawing on tree bark, and the lives lost to the jaws of beasts. Wang Yu slowly extracted a cigarette, igniting it with his lighter. The flickering flame reminded him of the countless homes illuminated in the past, the vibrant nightlife that once was, and the dim yet warm, incandescent light of the orphanage he had known. His thoughts began to disperse with the smoke swirling in the air, until the cigarette burned down to his fingertips, the heat jolting him back to reality, leaving him momentarily speechless. Suddenly he asked, "Will my abilities vanish alongside the eradication of the virus?" Jin Tiao chuckled softly, responding, "The host's abilities are safeguarded by the bar, just like the bar itself. They shall never fade." Wang Yu nodded, subsequently closing the system page for the virus-cleansing agent. Other products also possessed their own allure for potential customers. To acquire crystal cores for purchasing the cleansing agents, the officials had only one avenue: hunting aberrant beasts and zombies. Although those zombies would revert to humanity under the agent's influence, the survival of the majority necessitated the sacrifice of a minority's interests. He glanced casually at the heavy air force and naval munitions, fighter jets, bombers, reconnaissance aircraft, destroyers, frigates, and even aircraft carriers. However, compared to the resilient and swift aberrant beasts, these outdated items from the pre-apocalypse era appeared of little utility. Thus, he shifted his gaze towards 2 other novel products. War Robot. Upon inputting the owner's information and activation, it will fully comply with the owner's commands, autonomously safeguarding the owner's safety. It features solar-powered automatic charging and an extended battery life, with the ability to independently select one specific attribute ability, albeit with values significantly lower than those of peers with similar abilities. Type: non-disposable FS level procurement price: 10, 20, 80, 150, 400, 600, 700 crystal coins. Wang Yu opened the icon and glanced casually. This war robot was relatively small, standing at only half the height of a security robot, and its statistics were rather disappointing, hovering around half that of an average peer with abilities. Its appealing aspects might lie in the self-selected ability and its cost-effectiveness. Although an S-level robot has a low ceiling, its floor is also not too low. The purpose of such a device might simply be to fill numbers and slightly enhance the margin for error in combat. Thus, Wang Yu proceeded to examine the next item. Beast Egg. Depending on the species and its level, hatching it yields a young beast of varying statistics. The level of the beast egg represents the upper limit of that beast's potential. The first individual that the beast sees upon hatching will automatically recognize them as its master. Type: disposable FS procurement price: 10, 50, 100, 500, 800, 1,000, 1,500 crystal coins. Furthermore, these beasts can be nurtured, and the price is quite reasonable. An S-level young beast costs merely 1,500 crystal coins. Wang Yu was somewhat taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He speculated that by the time the apocalypse concluded, the S-level beast would not have matured, and with these resources, it would be wiser to invest in his own upgrades. Although these 2 new products had enticing gimmicks, they paled in comparison to the speed at which he could upgrade, especially in the face of the virus eliminator. Perhaps it would be prudent not to disclose the information about the virus eliminator to the public. Wang Yu mused while stroking his chin with a mischievous glint in his eye. At that moment, the elite troops receiving orders were hastily making their way to Nanjing City to confront a highly dangerous A-level beast, leaving no room for complacency. Numerous factions, having received the news, were also converging towards Nanjing via the newly constructed subway, as there was always an audience eager to witness the unfolding drama. However, amidst the thronging subway, a burly middle-aged man stood in the center of the crowd, feeling suffocated by the crush of bodies. Damn it, had I known, I would have taken the military subway. Guo Ren could not help but grumble. Originally, as the commander of the military district's guard brigade, his duty was to protect the military base and the commander. However, due to the devastating toll from the previous campaign against the Beast King, he, as the only A-level ability wielder in the entire Jiangnan province, had to discreetly depart under directives from the higher-ups. Given that the recent corpse swarm had been relatively calm, it was not unreasonable for him to assist the front lines in swiftly resolving battles against the beasts. Chapter 125. Guo Ren. The following day, just as dawn broke, the various troops that had marched through the night arrived at the northern hills of Nanjing City, ready to initiate a lockdown. There were also many civilian factions trailing closely behind, including leaders from forces such as Yi Tian and Luo Sheng. After a meticulously woven web of arrangements, all soldiers and civilian factions were poised and ready for action. Li Bing found himself puzzled by the inaction of the troops. After such an extended period of waiting, what if the Wolf King sensed even the slightest disturbance? Beside him, Zhao Xing shook his head, his gaze fixated on the horizon. I have heard that the military is awaiting an individual, while the civilian forces are anticipating the military's artillery support. Who are we waiting for? An A-grade ability user. As he spoke, a fleeting figure zipped past, unnoticed by the onlookers, who merely felt a gentle breeze. Hurriedly arriving, Guo Ren made his way directly to the command center. Upon his arrival, a senior officer greeted him, initially intending to exchange pleasantries. However, Guo Ren preempted him, raising a hand and stating, "Let us commence without delay. I am pressed for time." I meant to use artillery to target those, but Guo Ren interrupted once more. "You are the commander of this operation. Proceed as you deem fit. I shall solely focus on eliminating the Wolf King." As he spoke, a glimmer of confidence shone in his deep, assured eyes. For he knew that upon absorbing the energy of the crystal core, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The middle-aged officer, repeatedly interrupted, displayed no sign of anger, quickly nodding in acquiescence. Once Guo Ren departed the command center, a nearby staff member could not contain their dissatisfaction, remarking, "Who does this commander think he is? Such arrogance. He doesn't even salute his superiors." Enough of that, the middle-aged officer replied with a tone of resignation. "He is the only A-grade ability user in the entire military district, a force unrivaled in strength. Not to mention, even our general must treat him with utmost courtesy." In this world where power reigned supreme, military rank held little weight. "All right. Swiftly inform the artillery units to commence fire coverage over the entire northern mountain and flush out the beasts." The communications officer complied immediately, but soon exclaimed in surprise, "Report. We are unable to contact the artillery units." The middle-aged officer furrowed his brow, about to instruct her to continue attempting contact when suddenly, a long, mournful wolf howl echoed throughout the northern mountain. "What on earth are the sentinels doing? This is dire. Alert all units to prepare for battle," he commanded anxiously, realizing the beasts were moving faster than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, a horde of gray wolves surged forth from the dense forest like a tempest, wreaking havoc upon the unsuspecting military camp. The previously dormant beasts in the northern mountain seemed to receive some form of command, pouring out and launching an assault on the ability users at the foot of the mountain. At this juncture, the civilian forces also had no choice but to engage in combat, resulting in chaos across the entire northern mountain position. However, under the leadership of various military commanders, a counterattack was quickly organized. Yet Guo Ren was not idle. Utilizing his ability to sense, he swiftly navigated through the vast forest, following the lingering scent of the Beast King. Upon reaching a dead end, the scent suddenly vanished. Frowning slightly, Guo Ren was about to expand his sensory range when a sudden chill brushed against the back of his neck. He sprang into action just as a gray shadow, sharp as a blade, lunged towards his previous standing position. Boom! The ground beneath him erupted, sending debris flying. Guo Ren leapt onto a massive stone, gazing down at the Wolf King before him, licking his lips in anticipation. "At last, I have found you." In the next moment, Guo Ren vanished from his position, for he possessed the ability of speed. In a blur, his arm transformed into a steel spike, hurtling towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King, undeterred, responded with his sharp claws, lunging forward without any intention of evading the steel spike. Just as their forms were about to collide, Guo Ren deftly sidestepped. For he lacked a defensive ability, an exchange of blows would undoubtedly result in severe injury. In midair, he maneuvered around the Wolf King's claws, aiming for a side attack. However, the Wolf King's reaction speed was equally matched to Guo Ren's, leaving him astounded and prompting him to focus intently. The two A-level combatants were evenly matched, akin to two finely honed blades, creating sparks with each rapid clash. Yet, the cunning Wolf King discerned Guo Ren's reluctance to engage directly, thus opting for an aggressive exchange of wounds. In an instant, Guo Ren found himself on the defensive. His frequent evasions drained more energy than the Wolf King's assaults. At this juncture, two B-level gray wolves arrived on the battlefield, joining the assault against Guo Ren. In a moment of carelessness, one of the B-level gray wolves struck him, sending him sprawling. Guo Ren barely regained his footing, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, realizing that this approach was unsustainable. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar, and in the moment of hesitation among the wolves, Guo Ren turned and fled. A low growl erupted from the Wolf King as he swiftly pursued, clearly drawn by the allure of an equally potent crystal core. The three wolves engaged in the chase, while Guo Ren maintained a steady pace, leading them to the military encampment before finally halting. The weary soldiers, who had just finished dealing with the beast horde and were clearing the battlefield, turned to witness the scene. Behind the formidable Esper, three gray wolves trailed, one of which was unmistakably the A-level Wolf King. The onlookers murmured in disbelief. Where did this live demon king come from? It's one thing to be overpowered. Why bring them here? This is a battle we cannot engage in. Moreover, they had just endured a brutal fight. Couldn't he see that? Guo Ren merely shrugged, retrieving a vial from his pocket. No need for you to intervene. Just stay back, he declared, consuming the enhancement potion in one swift motion. He had lured the beasts here, anticipating the period of vulnerability that followed the potion's effects, during which any creature could easily claim his life. Arriving at the encampment was a strategy to prevent beasts from ambushing him midway. As for the three gray wolves, even in his enhanced state, he would be a formidable opponent against any high-tier A-level creature, easily managing them. The Wolf King cast a wary glance at the vial discarded on the ground, a flicker of apprehension evident in its gaze. Just as the Wolf King seemed poised to retreat, a faint yet potent aura suddenly filled the air, invading his nostrils. With a fierce growl, the Wolf King's demeanor shifted abruptly, becoming aggressive as he charged towards Guo Ren. At that moment, Guo Ren remained still, feeling the surge of power welling within him like a fountain. It was only when the Wolf King's claws approached that he unleashed his speed. Suddenly, Guo Ren vanished from sight, leaving the Wolf King to swipe at empty air. As it pondered this perplexing turn of events, a faint scent of humanity wafted above it. Chapter 126. The disruption by Heisey. With a sudden hiss, a cloud of blood mist erupted. A sharp steel spike narrowly grazed the Wolf King's skin, and the momentum propelled the spike deeply into the earth. The immense force made it difficult for the Wolf King to control its strength. Seizing the moment, it endured the pain and awkwardly swiped out a claw, but Guo Ren reacted swiftly, employing a tempered block, which allowed the Wolf King to only push him back, creating some distance. Observing this, two nearby B-class gray wolves attempted to assist, but were met with a furious roar from the Wolf King, which sent them retreating. At that moment, it displayed the impetuousness of a brash youth, abandoning its usual composure. Nevertheless, Guo Ren was determined not to give the Wolf King another chance. He charged forward with great speed. The Wolf King sought to exploit Guo Ren's lower defense and trade injuries, but although Guo Ren's defense remained steadfast, his speed had surged to a new echelon. He deftly dodged the attacks with remarkable agility, launching a counteroffensive. After several exchanges, the Wolf King was left battered and bruised, with gruesome wounds marring its body, its gray fur stained crimson with blood. Yet, it persisted with relentless ferocity, attacking with a life-or-death resolve, though its efforts were largely ineffective. Meanwhile, more and more ability users concluded their battles and rushed to the scene. Yi Tian and Luo Sheng observed the one-sided conflict with profound sentiment. It seemed Guo Ren had indeed consumed a strengthening potion. Without such an enhancement, humanity would find it exceedingly difficult to rival these beasts. Before long, the once mighty Wolf King, now utterly spent, collapsed onto the ground. It struggled to rise, but its battered body had reached its limit. The two gray wolves, witnessing this, attempted to rush forward but barely took a few steps before the Wolf King, summoning its last reserves of strength, emitted a faint, mournful howl, filled with helplessness and despair. Hearing this, they hesitated, rooted in place. It was a command to retreat. However, Guo Ren paid them no mind. He leaped before the Wolf King, smirking as he declared, "Rest assured, none shall escape." With that, he raised the steel spike and thrust it towards the Wolf King's head with fierce determination. The Wolf King's gaze remained cold and disdainful, brimming with pride, yet devoid of fear, as if to convey that it had not accepted defeat. Just as the spike was on the verge of penetrating the Wolf King's skull, a shadow suddenly darted from the dense forest. Sensing the imminent threat, Guo Ren had no choice but to leap aside hastily. As the warm sun of early spring fully ascended, Wang Yu yawned and descended from the first floor. Due to the vastness of the store, he instantly teleported to the entrance. Although it was already 9 or 10 o'clock, the outside world seemed oddly desolate. In the past, the area would have been teeming with people. Wang Yu, uninterested in pondering the anomaly, pushed open the store's expansive glass door. The small courtyard in front, adorned with a lush lawn, had expanded alongside the store, now featuring several wooden tables and sunshades. He picked up the signboard in front of the door, hesitated for a few moments, and then labeled 4 new products. Afterward, he returned to the store and carved out a space among the widely spaced shelves. Subsequently, he arranged a few exotic beast eggs he had received for stock and finally took out a war robot, placing it aside and marking its price. The arms of the Air Force and Navy were far too large. Even with ample space in the store, one could not accommodate fighter jets or warships. Therefore, Wang Yu decided to purchase 2 military-themed Lego sets to serve as models, affixing armament labels upon them. Once he completed all these tasks, Wang Yu leisurely returned to the counter, comfortably settled into a massage chair, and sipped tea while watching a show, relishing the rare tranquility. After all, when the store became bustling with customers, the checkout line would be incessant, and with only himself to handle transactions, the pressure could be overwhelming. He pondered whether Freya could manage this position or if he should hire an employee and become a hands-off proprietor. Just then, his phone rang. Grandpa, your plump sheep is calling you." Upon glancing at the caller ID, Wang Yu saw it was Yi Tian calling. This was fortuitous, as he could also take the opportunity to promote the new products to this substantial client. "Hello." Before Wang Yu could finish, Yi Tian anxiously interrupted, "Manager, Hazy is fighting with Colonel Guo, and we can't intervene." Faced with the suddenly unleashed black dog, Guo Ren engaged it without hesitation, resulting in yet another swift confrontation that left the onlookers unable to clearly discern the action, let alone assist. It was a creature whose speed and lethality rivaled that of the Wolf King, and its defenses were even more formidable. A beast characterized by both speed and resilience. This was truly the king of beasts. Guo Ren furrowed his brow. Despite his astonishment, he remained composed in the face of the claws approaching him. Just as he finally timed his attack and thrust toward Hazy's torso, he discovered that his steel spike could only barely pierce the skin, failing to inflict any significant damage. Had he known these beasts would be so troublesome, he would have equipped himself with an extraordinary weapon. In the next instant, Guo Ren was sent flying, Hazy's claws leaving 3 bloody gashes on his chest, accompanied by an incessant, searing pain. However, Hazy did not pursue the attack. It merely stood in place, coldly observing Guo Ren. At that moment, the crowd finally saw the shadow clearly, with many recognizing it as the dog raised by the manager, leading to a flurry of discussions. "Isn't that the manager's dog? What is it doing here? I reckon it's here to protect its own. The real Beast King must be that black dog. Did you see? That person was able to subdue the gray wolf, but he couldn't do a thing against the black dog. The disparity in power is evident. After all, it was the manager's dog, raised on crystal cores. If the manager could raise me, becoming an S-class would be only a matter of time. Not bro, what are you, an E-class ability user, doing here? Raising you is less beneficial than raising a dog. Wait, are you saying that this black dog, which is even stronger than the Wolf King, is actually domesticated? Unbelievable. You think that any beast that comes to our Nanjing city must be treated like a dragon or tiger?" Upon witnessing the situation, Yi Tian hastily approached and leaned in beside Guo Ren, explaining, "Captain Guo, this black dog is kept by the shopkeeper. I strongly advise against provoking it." With his system, he could clearly discern the terrifying data associated with the creature. And what astonished him even more was that this black dog had already reached the classification of an A-grade beast, boasting an absurdly high defense value that clearly exceeded what one would expect from a speed-type beast. Upon hearing this, Guo Ren was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yi Tian with disbelief. Noticing Yi Tian's serious nod, Guo Ren's expression darkened. After all, he was the foremost individual in Jiangnan province. Despite having expended considerable stamina earlier, he was still in a state of enhancement. The thought that he could gain no advantage in combat against a mere black dog, especially one that was being cared for by a human, was disheartening. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he approached the black dog, stating in a deep voice, "Step aside. My target is not you. Let us coexist peacefully. However, the black dog simply sat down and cast a provocative glance at Gorun, the A-grade speed-type beast. Coupled with its B-grade defensive capabilities, created a formidable combination that was far from simple. Meanwhile, the Wolf King's stamina began to recover. With two B-grade gray wolves standing guard like knife-wielding sentinels on either side of it, Gorun furrowed his brow. He understood that if he did not take action now, once his enhancement duration expired and the Wolf King regained its strength, everyone present would surely meet with disaster. Yet, attempting to eliminate a gray wolf under the watchful eyes of two other beasts, relying solely on his own power, seemed an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 127. A Tale of Two Wolves. The black dog was there to protect the Wolf King. Would it extend the same protection to them? The answer was evidently no. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the over 100 observers, all possessing abilities, and an idea sparked within him. Gorun approached the crowd, surveying them with keen eyes. I am Gorun, the captain of the Jiangnan Military District's Guard Battalion, and an A-grade ability user. I require your assistance. At his words, the crowd collectively rolled their eyes, recalling that they had been told their involvement was unnecessary. If you can restrain that black dog for a maximum of 3 minutes, I will deal with the 3 gray wolves. Once the battle concludes, I assure you all present will receive a substantial reward. As he spoke, Gorun observed their reactions, initially expecting that over 100 individuals would readily agree to confront a single black dog. However, to his dismay, they exchanged glances without anyone stepping forward. Setting aside the dog's formidable strength, which was not inferior to an A-grade, it was still a beloved pet of the shopkeeper. Even 100 lives would not suffice to bargain for its safety. Yi Tian regarded Gorun with a bemused expression, appreciating his tactical acumen. Yet, it was evident that Gorun had also benefited from the trials of the apocalypse. Otherwise, he would not have attained his current rank. Seeing this, Gorun's brow slightly knitted in frustration. How could a group of 100 or 200 ability users be intimidated by a single beast? Had the men of this era lost all semblance of courage? If the Wolf King regained its strength and coordinated with the swift black dog, not a single person present would escape, and even more dire, the entire military district could descend into chaos. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent. Each person caught in a web of indecision. Gorun's reasoning was indeed sound. Suddenly, someone posed the question, what if it has no intention of attacking us? Indeed, your strength is formidable. If anyone were to be restrained, it would surely be the black dog. It would not dare to confront the shopkeeper's dog directly, instead choosing to manipulate us, employing a treacherous strategy. When trouble arises, who shall bear the responsibility? At this moment, the Wolf King suddenly rose, emitting a deep, rumbling growl, indicating that its strength had somewhat returned. In contrast, Gorun felt increasingly fatigued, aware that he could no longer afford to wait, and thus decided to alter his approach. He resolved to do everything in his power to contain the Wolf King. I shall hold the black dog at bay. It is a matter of life and death. Shall we seize the moment or wait until this beast grows stronger and decimates humanity? The choice is yours. With that, he charged fiercely toward the black dog. Gorun unleashed his ultimate abilities, moving with exceptional speed to reach the black dog in an instant. He then bellowed, quickly, slay the gray wolf. Whoever kills it shall claim the crystal core. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated. However, Luo Shang, brandishing his blade, was the first to step forward. It is merely a gray wolf. It will not incur the wrath of the shopkeeper. With that, he dashed toward the Wolf King. For Luo Shang, an A-class crystal core was a rare treasure, one that could not be overlooked. His words awakened the crowd and inspired them to follow suit. Driven by the allure of the crystal core, they rushed toward the Wolf King. Yet, as they approached the territory of the black dog, they instinctively took a detour. For none wished to confront such a powerful beast with formidable backing. Remarkably, the black dog remained still, merely observing as the throng surged toward the Wolf King. Meanwhile, Gorun remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the black dog, wary of any sudden attack. At that moment, Luo Shang led the charge toward the Wolf King, but the 2 gray wolves were quick to intercept him. They lunged forward, intent on tearing him to shreds, yet Luo Shang, having previously consumed a strengthening agent, showed no fear. Yi Tian, cover me, he shouted, propelling himself off the ground to deftly bypass the 2 gray wolves. Not far behind, Yi Tian activated his abilities, conjuring a solid steel wall that abruptly appeared to block the 2 gray wolves. On the other side of the wall, Luo Shang advanced toward the wounded Wolf King, though its injuries no longer bled. In the next moment, the Wolf King charged at an incredible speed, its previous superficial wounds having no impact on its velocity. Moments later, a loud crash echoed as Luo Shang was unexpectedly launched high into the air, soaring over the steel wall before crashing violently to the ground amidst the crowd. Meanwhile, the battle between the others and the two B-class gray wolves raged on, and upon witnessing Luo Sheng's abrupt retreat, they were taken aback. Yi Tian, too, was astonished by the swift recovery of the Wolf King. Before he could finish his thought, the gray figure darted past the steel wall and plunged into the throng. Chaos erupted among the crowd, as the gray wolf moved with such speed that most were caught off guard. In an instant, the air was filled with blood mist and the anguished cries of the fallen. Observing this, Guo Ren was taken aback. And just as he prepared to intervene against the Wolf King's relentless assault, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him. The efficacy of the potion had waned. Guo Ren's steps faltered, and he collapsed onto the ground, struggling to manage the timing of the elixir during his inaugural use. Meanwhile, Heisey glanced at the powerless A-grade crystal core, hesitating as if contemplating whether to claim it for himself. Unfortunately, the group tasked with encircling the Wolf King soon found themselves in peril, as the beast relentlessly harvested lives with astonishing speed. It chose to leave the two most formidable adversaries for last, intending to first eliminate some lesser threats. Suddenly, it halted, sensing something amiss, and raised its head to survey the surroundings. The others seized the opportunity to scatter in all directions. Amidst the crowd, a young man clad in sleepwear appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The Wolf King's acute instincts alerted it to the inherent danger this individual posed, far exceeding that of any human it had encountered before. Without hesitation, the Wolf King resolved to escape, yet before it could take a step, the young man abruptly materialized before it, blocking its path. With a congenial smile, he remarked, "What fortuitous luck to encounter a wild A-grade crystal core. Since no one else desires it, I shall take it." Woof! Heisey suddenly appeared at Wang Yu's feet, wagging its severed tail in excitement. It first rubbed against Wang Yu's pant leg before approaching the immobile Wolf King, affectionately licking its lips in a display of camaraderie. The Wolf King, however, dared not exhale, holding its tail tightly and bowing its head, crouching submissively. Its senses, far superior to those of ordinary beasts, allowed it to discern the vast chasm between itself and this human, who radiated an unmistakable aura of impending doom. In mere moments, it sensed that death was inevitable. From a distance, many onlookers exhaled in relief upon seeing the store manager, their expressions reflecting a sense of survival after a harrowing ordeal. Did the manager arrive upon sensing our danger? Love it, love it. Truly magnificent. Words are unnecessary. Who is this person? Is this truly the Wolf King? Appearing as meek as a subservient spouse? He is none other than the manager of the End Times shop, and that black dog is his pet. No wonder. I had heard whispers of him, but I never anticipated the manager to be so youthful, dare I say, even more youthful and handsome than I. Chapter 128. The Wolf King and Heisey. Seeing the affectionate interaction between Heisey and the Wolf King, Wang Yu seemed to grasp something profound. This slender wolf appeared to be the mate of our eldest daughter. Wang Yu approached, scrutinizing the gray wolf with a frigid gaze, akin to a stern father-in-law assessing his inept son-in-law. The Wolf King lowered its head further, devoid of any thoughts of resistance in the face of such overwhelming power. Wang Yu then pointed at the Wolf King, his expression filled with curiosity as he looked at Heisey. However, Heisey, oblivious to the nuances, joyfully circled around the Wolf King. The astute Wolf King, sensing Wang Yu's identity, obediently lay down, exposing its belly in a display of submission. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. The beast had recognized its master, and an A-grade beast king had bowed in deference. Was this the same Wolf King that had just moments ago slaughtered several foes in an instant? It can only be said that this beast possessed an astute understanding of its place in the world. Beside them, Guo Ren wore a face of disbelief, pondering how the disparity between individuals could be so vast. Luo Sheng could only smile wryly, pondering when he might catch a glimpse of the manager's retreating figure. Faced with the Wolf King's clumsy attempts at flattery, Wang Yu displayed a look of disdain and remarked to the foolish Heisey, "Your judgment is truly lacking." He then said little else, turning to present a flyer to Guo Ren. "This is a new product from the store. Take it back and show it to your advisor Yang. Make sure he examines it closely." Guo Ren nodded, tucking the flyer into his pocket. Recently, the military district had placed a sizable order, leaving little budget for further acquisitions in the near term. Presently, he had more pressing matters, prompting him to call out to Wang Yu. "Manager, can we handle this Wolf King? It has been specifically requested by higher-ups, and letting it go would leave us in a difficult position." Wang Yu nodded nonchalantly in response. "It was outmatched and killed by you. That is not my concern." Guo Ren retorted, "But your black dog is obstructing us, making it difficult to proceed." Wang Yu shrugged, "That is not my problem. You will need to negotiate with Heisey and persuade it to ease its stance." With that, Wang Yu abruptly vanished, leaving Guorun in a state of confusion. If negotiation were possible, would he need to utter such nonsense? After toiling all day, he had ended up with nothing but dirt on his clothes and a beating to boot. Within the military district, he was a figure of authority, yet outside, he found himself inferior even to a mere dog. Overcome by despair, Guorun turned away, exclaiming, "I'm heading back to the military district." He resembled a youth, untouched by the harshness of life, experiencing the bitter pangs of reality for the first time. After Wang Yu departed, Hazy also made its way homeward. The Wolf King surveyed the surrounding chaos and let out a mournful howl before following its last two kin. The other survivors, relieved, began to joyfully clear the battleground and gather their spoils. As for the supernatural beings who perished at the claws of the beasts, aside from their grieving families, no one else cared. At most, a few seconds of silence would be observed before eagerly collecting their crystal cores. Thus, the Jiangnan province would no longer witness large-scale beast tides. As the various factions returned to their cities, orderly lines of beasts trailed behind them, all influenced by the beast-taming agents, transformed into obedient tools for humanity. On the subway back to the military district, Guorun, bored and restless, recalled the flyer, which seemed to showcase the store's new products. He retrieved the crumpled flyer from his pocket and, upon seeing mentions of battleships, aircraft carriers, and beast eggs, felt unperturbed. There was nothing in the apocalyptic store that one could not find, only items one could not imagine. When he flipped the flyer to its reverse side, the emblem of another potion caught his eye. Just as he anticipated yet another peculiar concoction, his eyes widened in astonishment as he read aloud. Area Virus Elimination Agent. What the hell? The next day, in the aftermath of the assault on the beasts, the factions that stood to gain flocked to the apocalyptic store, finally looking forward to a proper meal after days of consuming compressed biscuits. My goodness, how has the store expanded so remarkably in just a few days? It appears the manager must have enlisted a considerable number of workers for this transformation, Zhang Yingjing exclaimed, gazing at the sprawling apocalyptic shop that nearly occupied half of the park. Liang Shu adjusted his glasses and remarked, "This scale can no longer be referred to as merely a shop. It seems the manager has indeed amassed a substantial fortune." With that, the group proceeded into the front yard. Upon arriving at the entrance, they encountered a large greyhound basking in the sun. Upon noticing their arrival, it merely cast a fleeting glance their way, yet that singular look left everyone feeling uneasy, a chill creeping up their spines. Zhang Yingjing chuckled awkwardly, remarking, "It seems that Black Master has been well fed during our absence, though he has changed remarkably. Have you lost your mind from consuming compressed biscuits? No matter how well fed, a dog cannot change its fur color," someone interjected. "It appears those biscuits have compressed his brain instead." At that moment, Liang Shu swallowed hard and quietly elucidated, "This is the Wolf King that attacked the convoy the other day, the Beast King of the entire Jiangnan province, possessing terrifying strength. Both official forces and our local factions have suffered greatly at its hands, yet it seems the manager has managed to tame it. Many in their camp, due to their lack of strength, did not participate in the recent beast eradication battle, including the one-armed Zhang Yingjing, which made their ignorance quite understandable." Upon hearing this, admiration filled Zhang Yingjing's eyes, but he quickly glanced at his empty sleeve, a bittersweet expression crossing his youthful face. "New products have arrived," a voice chimed, drawing everyone's attention to the notice board at the entrance. "Extraordinary. Beast eggs that can be nurtured into creatures. If I were to purchase an S-Class 1, wouldn't I'd be able to stride with confidence in the future?" One exclaimed, "Don't dream. You can barely sustain yourself, let alone nurture a beast using a crystal nucleus. This war machine seems promising. Its cost-performance ratio should be quite high. I'll buy one to try remote-controlled zombie extermination." With that, they entered the shop, nodding in acknowledgement to Wang Yu behind the counter, disregarding whether he acknowledged them in return. Greeting him upon entry and showing reverence to this unparalleled powerhouse had seemingly become a shared understanding among them. Wang Yu, however, did not publicly disclose the virus-cleansing agent. He only informed the authorities. The matter of ending the apocalypse seemed best left to the official channels, for the resources of local factions could scarcely compete with those of the government, likely unable to afford even a single vial of medicine. Moreover, the desire to end the apocalypse was not universally shared. Every era has its dissenters, particularly in a time rife with formidable warlords. Chapter 129. Zhou Shuming's resolved before long. Customers began to trickle in, and those at the counter started to line up for their transactions. However, the one manning the counter was not Wang Yu, but rather a swift, tireless two-dimensional robot. Having anticipated the need, Wang Yu had spent a bit of money the previous night to have Jintiao modify the programming of Freya, who was now fully capable of managing household chores and handling billing simultaneously. Furthermore, Freya's efficiency was unmatched by the languid Wang Yu. Wang Yu, reclining in a massage chair behind the counter, was engrossed in a show, serving as a formidable presence, all the while benefiting from the spacious expansion behind the counter. Throughout the day, Wang Yu remained largely inactive, indulging in a lifestyle where meals were served and garments were provided without effort. Although such existence felt rather wasteful, it also afforded a certain level of comfort. As evening descended, the vast store gradually emptied. Observing this, Wang Yu instructed Freya to prepare dinner while he assumed a temporary role at the counter. At that moment, a man clad in a white shirt, possessing a delicate visage, entered, accompanied by an unusually diminutive subordinate. Zhou Shuming wore a faint smile as he respectfully presented an order to Wang Yu, indicating that his campaign for unification was progressing smoothly. After all, it had only been 4 months since the apocalypse began, and the dominions of most zombie kings typically encompassed only 1 or 2 cities. Individuals like Zhou Shuming, who commanded an entire province of the undead, were exceedingly rare. Moreover, the general lack of intelligence among zombies contributed to their absence of rebelliousness, allowing the unification efforts to snowball. As the territories under a leader's command expanded, so too did the number of zombies, thereby augmenting the power of the zombie king. Having not seen Zhou Shuming for quite some time, Wang Yu noted that he had already attained Class A status, and it was likely that his influence had grown to encompass 2 provinces. Given this momentum, the complete unification of the zombies across Huagua seemed merely a matter of time. Yet, therein lay the gravest concern. Once the authorities made their decision, secured funding, and eradicated the virus, all their efforts would dissipate like smoke. The experiences gathered over these many days would ultimately dissolve into mere dreams or distant memories. Wang Yu, maintaining a composed demeanor, accepted the order, casting a cursory glance before proceeding to procure supplies from the system store. He ordered a total of 1,000 enhancement potions, which amounted to 180,000 crystal coins after discounts. With a successful transaction confirmed, he soon stored the prepared goods within a spatial scroll. Pausing momentarily, he resolved to disclose a particular matter and handed Zhou Shuming a flyer along with the scroll. Zhou Shuming instinctively accepted it. His brow furrowed in confusion as he examined the flyer. The bold red paper prominently featured a product that captured his attention: regional virus elimination agent. Zhou Shuming mumbled in shock, and a sudden apprehension surged within him. After perusing the product description, he lifted his gaze, his expression a tapestry of complexity, and tremulously inquired, "Is this truly real?" Wang Yu let out a soft sigh and nodded silently. Upon receiving this affirmation, Zhou Shuming's complexion drained of color as he regarded Wang Yu with a conflicted expression. If such a product were to come to the attention of the human military, they would undoubtedly employ it without hesitation, even at the cost of eliminating supernatural abilities. However, in this apocalyptic world, once the threats of zombies and mutated beasts were eradicated, the significance of such powers would diminish, rendering them inconsequential. The authorities would likely welcome the disappearance of these abilities, as it would facilitate better control over societal order. The diminutive subordinate stood nearby, equally bewildered. Zhou Shuming asked, almost in a daze, "Will we perish? Will we revert to our pre-apocalyptic state, becoming human once more? Am I still myself?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yu remained silent for a moment before responding slowly, "Perhaps, you will still be the same you." Zhou Shuming's expression turned somber as he nodded, then grasped the scroll and turned to depart. It instinctively grasped Wang Yu's implied meaning. The consciousness of these zombies was birthed from the virus and would inevitably dissipate with its eradication. Observing Zhou Shuming's retreating figure, Wang Yu sighed in resignation once more. There was no remedy. They did not belong to the world at large, having emerged from calamity, and would ultimately perish due to it. Coexistence was not a sustainable solution. With the gradual depletion of food resources, humanity's survival in this apocalyptic age hinged upon crystal cores and the extermination of zombies and mutated beasts. The struggle for living space, the primal hunger of lower-tier zombies for flesh, and the territorial instincts of the aberrant creatures were factors that could hardly be reconciled. "Your Majesty, what shall we do? If humanity engages in trade, our time may be short," Zhou Shuming remarked, his gaze icy as he regarded the scroll in his hand. "What else can we do?" "We must hasten to secure Jiangdong province," came the reply. "However, if that substance can eliminate us on such a large scale, is there still a necessity for a unified war?" The dwarf lamented. For these advanced zombies, who had developed their own consciousness, the eradication of the virus and the restoration of humanity equated to their own demise. Zhou Shuming, however, wore a grim expression and asserted with conviction, "Indeed, while the range of that extermination agent is vast, the territory of Huagua is even larger. To achieve complete eradication, it must be deployed all at once." The cost of the extermination agent is not trivial. Given the storekeeper's character, it would be impossible to expect it for free. Thus, the human authorities currently lack the capacity to conclude this matter swiftly. Moreover, if the virus is eradicated, their supernatural abilities will vanish as well. And the human authorities cannot afford to be unprepared against foreign forces. I believe that even if they possess a nationwide supply of the extermination agent, they would not deploy it immediately. Otherwise, it would grant foreign supernatural factions an opportunity. Isn't it merely a matter of time? Zhou Shuming shook his head, his gaze profound. Then let us deny them the chance to deploy it. If necessary, we must prepare to stand against the storekeeper. Yet the storekeeper is exceedingly powerful. Precisely why we must rally the strength of all zombies nationwide to seize a fleeting chance at survival. A message swiftly circulated through the organization, instantly causing an uproar among the upper echelons, who promptly ordered the information to be sealed. Subsequently, the highest-ranking generals from various military districts rushed to the Huagua General Military District for an urgent meeting. Upon their weary arrival, they hastily proceeded to the conference room, where the sole agenda was how to safely and swiftly conclude the apocalypse. Once again, that apocalyptic store, it never fails to surprise us every so often, one murmured. Before the apocalypse, I would have never believed in such a thing, another replied. This item must also be purchased with crystal cores, and at a steep price. I calculated it on the way here, and the sum is astronomical. Even as the apocalypse nears its end, they are still preoccupied with profit? Aren't they afraid of a collective reckoning once society stabilizes? Indeed, one must realize that this thing can not only eliminate zombies and aberrant beasts, but also strip away supernatural abilities. Without their powers, they would be left without leverage. Unfit to gamble. Chapter 130. Experiment. At that moment, 3 elderly figures, adorned with numerous medals of honor, entered the expansive conference room, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Upon noticing their presence, the crowd promptly fell silent and rose to their feet. As the 3 individuals settled comfortably into their seats, the assembled commanders gradually took their places. One of them, with a hoarse voice, spoke up, inviting everyone to share their thoughts freely. Yang Wen was the first to respond, suggesting that they should momentarily set aside the matter of accountability and focus solely on gathering crystal cores, deferring all other discussions until after the apocalypse had ended. I concur. We must first resolve the pressing issues at hand. After all, the strength of Wang Yu is beyond our capacity to handle, he remarked. However, concerns arose regarding their recent acquisition of a substantial stockpile of weaponry, which was still insufficient. It was proposed that they combat the aberrant beasts and zombies, exchanging food with civilian factions for additional crystal cores. Yet, it was crucial to keep the existence of the virus neutralizer a secret to avert any potential unrest. A suggestion was made to utilize their remaining ammunition in a concerted effort to swiftly obtain a large quantity of crystal cores. But another voiced a valid concern regarding national security post-crisis, questioning whether they could ensure that civilian and foreign entities would not covet their resources and incite chaos. Indeed, the threat posed by those with powers was no less significant than that of weapons and ammunition. It was proposed to inform other nations of the neutralizer's existence and, leveraging the safety of maritime routes, establish a rapid shipping lane to facilitate their purchase of the neutralizer. Only after ensuring the eradication of the virus in most countries should it be used nationwide. Agreed. Agreed. Notify the Pacific Temporary League Secretariat to convene an emergency meeting, was the consensus. The following day, Zheng Chuang hurried to the apocalyptic shop, purchasing a vial of the virus neutralizer with a considerable amount of crystal cores. He examined the pale green liquid in the test tube. It appeared rather unremarkable, to the untrained eye resembling a common ferrous sulfate solution. Remembering something, he hastily tucked it away in his pocket to avoid drawing attention. Once he confirmed that the coast was clear, he leaned toward Wang Yu and solemnly inquired, "Is the description of this neutralizer accurate in every detail?" Wang Yu lifted his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Our store has always adhered to the principle of honesty." Upon receiving affirmation, Zheng Chuang proceeded to ask whether the store's location could be disclosed to the entirety of Blue Star. Wang Yu squinted slightly, contemplating the underlying implication. "Are you suggesting a promotional effort on my behalf?" However, he dismissed the thought and nodded in agreement, welcoming the expansion of his customer base. Without further delay, Zheng Chuang departed in haste. The neutralizer was not delivered to the general headquarters, but was instead sent directly to the port of Jiangkou City. In the distance, the waters were crowded with various naval vessels, including an aircraft carrier and 3 nuclear submarines, underscoring the government's significant attention to the matter. Under military escort, Zheng Chuang drove to the designated location, handing over the neutralizer, securely stored in a coated case, to the designated recipient. Shortly thereafter, the formidable fleet began to depart. gradually vanishing beyond the horizon. As he watched the ship sail away, Zheng Chuang let out a sigh of relief. Being in a position of authority, he was acutely aware of the reasons behind such elaborate arrangements. At yesterday's League of Nations conference, China disclosed the details regarding the virus eradicator to all attending nations. However, as anticipated, this revelation immediately aroused suspicion among numerous countries, led by the hawkish nation. This nation fervently propagated the theory of a Chinese threat, asserting that the eradicator was a misnomer, likely to exacerbate regional chaos. They even insinuated that this unprecedented apocalypse was orchestrated by China itself, with the intention of diminishing global populations and aspiring to dominate the blue planet, displaying an utter lack of shame. Fortunately, China's diplomats defended their position with compelling arguments, securing an opportunity to demonstrate the efficacy of the eradicator. Consequently, under the leadership of the hawkish nation, a unanimous decision was reached among the nations to use the Philippines as a test subject, specifically targeting the most severely affected island in the region. Naturally, the Philippines was exempt from participation in this international meeting due to their preoccupation with issues such as aberrant beasts and zombies. This deployment operation garnered the attention of countries across the entire blue planet. The hawkish nation and several Western countries eagerly awaited to witness what they anticipated would be a spectacle of failure. One could only hope for miraculous results. A hint of concern flickered in Zheng Chuang's prominent brow and wide eyes. Before long, the fleet arrived at the designated location. Yang Wen, chief of staff of the Jiangnan military region, stood on the aircraft carrier's deck, clutching a briefcase. Gazing out over the vast expanse of ocean, he spotted numerous foreign warships of various sizes appearing on the horizon, steadily approaching and ultimately anchoring 2 to 3 nautical miles away. Subsequently, several helicopters began to depart for the Philippines, carrying photographers and reporters, most of whom were ordinary individuals devoid of supernatural abilities. Ignoring China's pleas for caution, other nations insisted on publicizing the eradicator's effects, determined to conduct live broadcasts from their countries to capture the moment of its activation. Simultaneously, many survivors across the blue planet sat by their radios, eager to ascertain whether this eradicator could indeed restore the infected. I've only seen such things in movies. We in the hawkish nation haven't developed anything like it. Why should we believe China? They remarked, it must be a hoax. If the eradicator is meant to kill the virus, it should also eliminate the zombies. Why would it revert them to their original state? This is nothing like the films. It's a farce. Has China stolen our technology? How despicable. If it's genuine, I'll buy 10 vials and liberate the nation discreetly. Is it real or fake? I've only just ascended to a B-level ability. Will this single dose nullify it? Of course, China was an exception. Due to Wang Yu's failure to inform the civilian supernatural practitioners and the information blockade imposed by China, the populace remained blissfully unaware of the situation. At this moment, a communications soldier hurried over, reporting, "Sir, the warships from various nations have assembled." Yang Wen nodded, then handed the briefcase to a nearby pilot, instructing, "Ensure you strike the target precisely. Completion of this mission is imperative." Minutes later, 3 fighter jets streaked through the sky, racing towards the distant Philippine island. Soon, as the jets flew overhead, those on the yachts and helicopters surrounding the island held their breath, waiting in anxious silence, uncertain of the passage of time. Only a solitary aircraft retraced its route, evidently having fallen prey to a bird attack. Soon after, commands echoed through their communicators. The operation by Huagua has succeeded, and you may now land on the island. Upon hearing this, the surrounding international journalists and camera operators were left in a state of bewilderment. They turned their gaze toward the distant coastline, where the waves continued to surge and the shore remained eerily silent, as if untouched by any change. Was this truly the conclusion? Chapter 131. Climbing the ladder of class with trepidation, the reporters from various nations disembarked, while the helicopter above chose to press on. Following the lens, they observed that the jungle beneath was dense. Despite being a habitat rich in biodiversity, it now lay in utter stillness, broken only by the whirring of the helicopter's rotors. Shortly thereafter, the helicopter arrived over a large city, yet it was still enveloped in an oppressive silence akin to death. The blonde, blue-eyed woman in the co-pilot seat furrowed her brow and instructed in a sharp tone, "Ascend higher and head toward the city center." The helicopter complied, and at last, the observers beheld a throng of zombies sprawled below, a sea of chaos visible from their aerial vantage. They wandered aimlessly, some drawn by the helicopter's noise, raising their heads to emit guttural roars. Far out at sea, several high-ranking officials from the Eagle Nation watched the unfolding scene on their screens, collectively exhaling sighs of relief, with some even smirking. Conversely, leaders from other countries shook their heads in disappointment. On board the helicopter, The ordinary news anchor let out a deep sigh, and with a sense of disillusionment, began to relay, "As you can see, this catastrophe. Wait, look below," someone shouted. The crowd hurriedly turned their heads just as a refreshing breeze swept through, gently caressing their faces, its fragrant essence invigorating their spirits. Below, the vast horde of zombies collapsed like wheat fields swaying in the wind. The gentle zephyr arrived silently, yet with an undeniable force. As the crowd was about to erupt in cheers, they suddenly remembered something, holding their breath as they fixated on the motionless mass of corpses below. Soon, the previously still horde began to stir, each one rising in succession and casting about in confusion. Through the high-definition camera, observers could discern the dazed expressions on their faces, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Their countenances, though somewhat vacant, no longer bore the frenzy or bloodlust. Witnessing this, many in front of their screens erupted in joyous cheers, embracing one another in celebration. The anchor promptly conveyed this exhilarating news to those still gathered around their radios. Just as depicted on the screen, the regional virus neutralizer, as advertised, indeed had the capability to restore the infected zombies. Meanwhile, the secretly embedded superhuman aboard the helicopter felt a wave of fatigue wash over them, attempting to activate their powers but to no avail. With a slight sigh, yet a hint of a smile gracing their lips, they reported the news back to headquarters. In this moment, joy and sorrow coexisted. On the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier, in a conference room, the high-ranking officials received the news in silence, quietly listening to the jubilant cheers emanating from outside. Evidently, they do not wish for this apocalyptic era to come to an end. The profits garnered from the weapons and ammunition they have sold over the past 100 days surpassed the total earnings from an entire year of warfare. Moreover, they have managed to clear a significant stockpile of outdated military arms from the Cold War at a commendable price. They do not relish the idea of living in obscurity underground for eternity. Rather, the fleeting profits they have amassed only serve to amplify their insatiable greed. Even if an end is to be reached, it shall not occur until they have fully satisfied their financial cravings. Not long after, a helicopter from the Eagle Nation, accompanied by a host of journalists from various countries, landed on the aircraft carrier of the Hua Nation. They were brimming with inquiries. As the chief of staff, Yang Wen was expected to address these reporters. However, having received directives from above, he was well prepared, responding only to questions deemed appropriate. The virus neutralizer is not a product of our official research. It originates from a private entrepreneur who possesses a solution capable of eradicating global viruses. We, the Hua Nation, impose no restrictions and welcome individuals from all nations to make purchases. The location is at the End Time store by the Lakeside Park in Nanjing, Jiangnan Province. Here is the price and exchange list. As he spoke, he produced the exchange list for all to see. Observing the crowd inching closer to capture the list on camera, Yang Wen displayed a knowing smile. This maneuver aimed to thwart certain nations from deliberately abstaining from acquiring the neutralizer for the benefit of a select few, thereby rallying the power of the masses. Once even a single individual returns home with the neutralizer, the implications are boundless. Simultaneously, high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation gazed at the exchange list on the large screen, their expressions darkened with regret. They lamented the decision to publicize the existence of the neutralizer and to inform their citizens, never anticipating that it would rest in the hands of a mere businessman, readily available for purchase. Furthermore, the Hua Nation's blatant transparency only served to hint at their underlying intentions. Yet, it seemed they were accustomed to burying their heads in the sand. Cut off the domestic signals. We must return home to deliberate on a course of action, stated a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. Subsequently, the Grand Fleet slowly departed, their frustration palpable, leaving behind even the reporters from the Eagle Nation. Within a colossal underground base of the Eagle Nation, several burly men sat gathered before a television, transfixed by the presentation on the virus neutralizer until the signal was abruptly severed, leaving them in stunned silence. A rugged man turned to a fierce-looking middle-aged individual and furrowed his brow, asking, "What shall we do, boss? Are we to let our hard-won power and the painstakingly acquired abilities come to such a dismal end?" At this, all eyes turned towards him. They were the most formidable firearms organization in the Eagle Nation, known as the Hunters. In the early days of the apocalypse, while others resorted to hammers, kitchen knives, and brooms to fend off the undead, they had already established a thriving survivor camp using firearms. They had even adopted crystal cores as currency, providing weaponry to others, allowing for credit and deferred payments. This has enabled their organization to develop rapidly, expanding step by step to a level where they can influence government decisions. The people of the Eagle Nation have also leveraged the firearms they provided to efficiently acquire crystal cores, thereby distancing themselves from other nations' supernatural beings. The members of the Hunter organization have profited immensely, each demonstrating formidable strength, often surpassing even the military in combat capability. The middle-aged man appeared calm, like a tranquil lake, and remarked lightly, "The government will take notice. Our task is to keep a close watch on our subordinates and prevent them from wandering off." As he spoke, a subtle smile crept onto his lips, tinged with mockery. "They boldly shared the address with us. I wonder if they believe we live in a civilized society or if they feel invincible," a young man suggested. "Let those nations that regard us with disdain impose a ban, preventing entry and exit from their countries. Otherwise, there will surely be many weaklings who are solely focused on ending the apocalypse." Good idea. Haha. The times create heroes. Without the apocalypse, many who ascended to power through their abilities would return to square one. Without their powers, many would either be overworked drones or aimless delinquents. And heaven has finally provided them with a ladder to climb. After tasting the sweetness of success, would they willingly have that ladder taken away? They would fight tooth and nail to cling to it. Chapter 132. The affable Wang Yu. As news spread, the entire blue planet was thrown into an uproar. With many beginning to stir restlessly, even the heavily censored Huagua felt the tremors of change. However, they only knew of the existence of a cleansing agent, unaware that it originated from the apocalyptic store. To their surprise, after the success of this experiment, very few countries proactively reached out to the Huagua authorities to purchase the cleansing agent. Instead, they retreated and withdrew. This made it clear to them that, following the brutal reality of the apocalypse, the class structures of most nations had undergone a significant transformation. Previously, the nation was controlled by the ruling elite and capitalists, but now it is dominated by a powerful collective of supernatural beings. Yet Huagua was different. Even ordinary individuals holding high positions, shaped by a long-standing red ideology, would not dissent. Thus, a single virus cleansing agent could cause foreign elites to tumble from their lofty perches, something they were loath to witness. Consequently, they would go to great lengths to oppose the cleansing agent and prohibit their citizens from ordering it. However, Huagua's policy of allowing free purchase of the cleansing agent would undoubtedly render their obstinacy fragile, inevitably leading to its collapse. The following day, Zheng Chuang, dressed in casual attire, strode into the apocalyptic store and approached Wang Yu, who was seated behind the counter. "Shopkeeper, may I have a word?" Zheng glanced at the long line of customers waiting at the counter. "Let us speak here," Wang Yu replied, his gaze fixed on the television, casually munching on chips. But here, Zheng's words were cut short as he noticed the sudden silence enveloping the store, where one could hear a pin drop. He turned to see that the customers at the counter still stood, some even engaged in conversation. However, Zheng Chuang could not discern their voices, as if an invisible wall separated them. He understood that this was the shopkeeper's influence and swallowed hard, reluctantly stating, "We wish to request the shopkeeper not to sell the virus cleansing agent to private citizens of Huagua." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu cast a brief, indifferent glance at Zheng Chuang, questioning, "Why should I?" Sensing a hint of danger, Zheng Chuang quickly bent forward, softly elaborating, "You see, just yesterday we helped promote your store extensively, making it widely known among the entire Blue Star populace. We even opened a green channel to allow and protect foreign individuals wishing to purchase the cleansing agent, ensuring a significant influx of customers in the future. Moreover, we can procure the necessary crystal cores for our organization to purchase the cleansing agent without relying on private forces. Furthermore, if the uninformed private individuals were to lose their abilities, it would be one thing, but if your powers were to vanish as well, would that not jeopardize your grand endeavors?" Wang Yu was well aware of the officials' intentions to sell the cleansing agent while intentionally neglecting its use, aiming to weaken foreign abilities and prolong Huagua's status as the last nation to emerge from the apocalypse. Initially, Wang Yu had no desire to engage, but upon hearing that the officials believed his abilities could also be eradicated by the cleansing agent, he pondered for a moment and then smiled faintly, saying, "No problem. What can our officials do about it?" Zheng Chuang, taken aback, exclaimed in astonishment, regarding Wang Yu with unfamiliar eyes. How could the shopkeepers so easily acquiesce to a matter that slightly jeopardized their interests? He had assumed that the officials would need to invest a substantial amount of crystal cores to achieve this. When had the shopkeeper become so agreeable? Did he truly share the concerns expressed by others that, after the apocalypse, the shopkeeper might fear repercussions from the organization for profiting from national calamities? If so, why would he still sell the virus cleansing agent as a commodity, enabling the Blue Star to end the apocalypse and lose their abilities? If it were him, possessing such unparalleled strength and endless resources, he would never allow the apocalypse to conclude. The shopkeeper's benevolence, unwilling to witness the suffering of the populace during the apocalypse, was naively believed to ensure that the officials would always regard him with respect. He would sooner believe that the national football team could win the World Cup. With the shopkeeper's cunning and self-serving nature, he was likely scheming for something far grander, for longer-lasting benefits. Is there anything else? Wang Yu's question pulled Zheng Chuang from his reverie. Zheng Chuang hastily waved his hand, saying, "No, nothing more." That was his cue to take his leave. With a sheepish smile, he bid farewell and departed. No sooner had he stepped out of the shop than a sudden voice echoed in his ear. "Overthinking will not serve you well." At this, Zheng Chuang froze, feeling as though he stood before Wang Yu, exposed and vulnerable, and quickened his pace to leave. It was not until the 5th day after the announcement, in the misty maritime expanse, that the silhouette of a large sailing ship gradually emerged. At this moment, at the port of Jiangkou City, the vigilant soldiers hastily directed the vessel to dock. They were responsible for receiving those who had traveled from afar to purchase the virus eradicator. The sailboat appeared somewhat antiquated, its outer shell severely oxidized, and the flag of the Eagle Nation aboard was stained with grime and blood. A few robust men disembarked from the vessel, but the leader, a gaunt black man with a weathered visage, stood apart. Each of them wielded a rifle, vigilantly observing the surrounding Chinese soldiers, none of whom possessed any special abilities. At that moment, a civil servant approached and exchanged a few words with them, subsequently taking down their details and arranging for a transport vehicle to accompany them. The black man gestured to his subordinates and first ventured into the cabin, emerging with a hefty snakeskin bag. Several burly men followed suit, pulling out various bags filled with crystal cores. Observing the bloodstains on the snakeskin bag, it became evident to all present how arduous it was for a group of ordinary individuals to amass such a quantity of crystal cores. The soldiers on site sighed softly, knowing that these individuals had risked their lives to confront the dire apocalypse. Thus, they voluntarily stepped forward to assist in unloading the cargo. A dozen unfamiliar men, unable to communicate verbally, exchanged nods of acknowledgement, their understanding transcending words. On the way to the store, a few men from the Eagle Nation dozed off amidst the jostling. Yet they clung tightly to their rifles, for it was their only reliance in this apocalyptic world. Only the black man remained alert, though the depths of his eyes revealed profound exhaustion. The civil servant could not help but whisper, "You are all ordinary people. How did you manage to gather so many crystal cores? You must know that a single eradicator costs 100,000 crystal coins." Chapter 133. The shock of the Eagle Nation. The middle-aged man with dark skin replied with a smile, "Our organization traversed 5 or 6 states, piecing together contributions from numerous factions, and even then, it is only enough to purchase one." He continued, "The abilities of some individuals are willing to assist in pooling resources. These are small-scale grassroots forces, all of us severely tormented by this cursed apocalypse, struggling to eat and sleep. Although crystal cores can be exchanged for supplies, food remains a scarce commodity, often unattainable even when available. Sometimes, those who control most food supplies can barter a moldy loaf of bread for 10 D-grade crystal cores. The impoverished cannot afford such prices. To obtain food, we are compelled to venture into zombie-infested desolate areas to scavenge for resources or hunt exotic beasts. For us, it is a perilous endeavor, and in the long run, we will inevitably face extinction, while the damned government and certain ability wielders only think of their own interests." As he spoke, the man named David struck the seat in frustration. In response, the Chinese man could only sigh softly, reflecting on the fortune of being born in a prosperous country. The transport vehicle sped along the official secure route in Jiangnan province. The zombies were engaged in a unifying war, and the exotic beasts had been nearly eradicated, ensuring an unobstructed journey. David could not help but inquire, "Has your country already overcome the apocalypse? Why is it so tranquil? With such a vast population and expansive territory, one would expect that the number of zombies and mutated beasts in China would be considerable." In his recollection, the level of danger should be on par with any other nation. The Chinese man chuckled and shook his head, his eyes brimming with reverence, which inevitably led to a discussion about the apocalyptic shop. He proceeded to succinctly explain the shopkeeper and the other wares of the apocalyptic store to David. David, astonished, exclaimed, "Is this what your China offers in terms of celestial beings and magical artifacts?" Meanwhile, a nearby burly white man wore a skeptical expression and retorted, "How could that be possible? If he were truly an S-class superhuman, he wouldn't be running a business. He would have already ascended to a position of leadership in the government." Before he could finish, David, the leader of the group, interjected sharply, "Shut your foul mouth." He then hastily apologized to the Chinese man, acknowledging that regardless of the truth, they were on foreign soil and it was prudent to remain humble. Soon, the transport vehicle came to a gentle halt, signaling that they had reached their destination. As they disembarked, the Chinese host suddenly cautioned them with a serious demeanor. Once inside the shop, Be sure to behave and avoid causing any trouble. We will make our purchases and leave." David nodded vigorously in agreement. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by the sight of an enormous building not far away, which surprised them greatly. The largest trading hub in the entire South Jiang province bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary supermarket. They had expected something far more fortified. Considering the potential threats of zombie and beast waves, this fragile structure could easily be flattened in an instant. Dragging their snakeskin bags, they entered the courtyard amidst the curious gazes of onlookers. Upon noticing two dogs basking leisurely in the sun, they could hardly contain their incredulity. In this post-apocalyptic world, someone still had the luxury to keep dogs, two of them, no less. Did they have an excess of food? Meanwhile, in Eagle Nation, dogs were nearly on the verge of extinction due to hunger. Indeed, merchants are the epitome of avaricious capitalists, even when feeding dogs. They fail to share surplus food with the impoverished. "Those dogs are fatter than I am," one remarked, incredulous that they were thriving while humans struggled. Even David, well-versed in the ways of the world, found himself momentarily at a loss. The receptionist cast a glance at them. Had he revealed that these were two A-class mutated beasts, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. "Let us proceed inside," he suggested. As they entered the store, dragging their crystal cores behind them, they were immediately enveloped by a medley of scents that invigorated their spirits. Their curiosity piqued. They surveyed their surroundings, noting that the floor and walls were spotless, and the shelves were immaculate, so different from their own filthy garments, which reeked faintly of mildew. Fortunately, the weather was still relatively mild. Otherwise, standing inside, one might wonder about the source of such odors. Behind the counter stood an anime character ringing up purchases, and to their astonishment, a line of patrons was orderly queuing before the register. Despite the entrance being right in front of them and the absence of security, they still chose to pay for their items. It was worth noting that even in pre-apocalyptic Eagle Nation, $0 purchases were commonplace, let alone in this supposedly chaotic world. As the crowd gazed at the dazzling array of goods on the shelves, their eyes remained transfixed. However, aware that they were on someone else's territory, they refrained from acting hastily in the presence of military personnel nearby. Meanwhile, the astute David turned his attention to the young man, lounging lazily in a massage chair behind the counter, a strong intuition suggesting that this individual was far from ordinary. The presence of so many superpowered beings remaining so composed was likely due to him. Possessing such an abundance of resources and wielding considerable deterrent power, this person either had formidable strength or significant backing. The patrons in the store regarded them with curious glances. The receptionist moved behind the counter and leaned in to whisper, "Mr. Store Manager, they are here to purchase cleaning agents." Wang Yu lifted his gaze, sensing the bulging bags filled with crystal cores, and nodded in satisfaction, instructing, "Let them queue at the back." The receptionist then conveyed the message to the group of individuals from the Eagle Nation, directing them to the rear of the line. Upon hearing this, one of them muttered with dissatisfaction, "With so many crystal cores, we should be allowed to check out right away." "Indeed, boss, we are pressed for time. We need to hurry back. If the military discovers our dock, it would spell trouble. With such a significant number of crystal cores, delaying the transaction was impractical and could invite unwanted attention." David concurred with their reasoning and turned to the receptionist, his expression reflecting a plea for leniency. As he spoke, he discreetly produced a D-grade crystal core from his pocket and attempted to hand it to the receptionist. However, she did not accept it, instead glancing toward Wang Yu, who preemptively spoke, "We must adhere to the rules." Although Wang Yu could not comprehend their language, he grasped their intent. The receptionist promptly nodded and shook her head at David and the others. Observing this, a Caucasian attempted to voice further objections, but was silenced by David. "Let it be. It won't take long. We'll queue up." With that, he dragged the heavy snakeskin bag and led the way to the end of the line. Despite their discontent, the others followed suit. They were merely ordinary individuals in a foreign land. If the store owner remained inflexible, they dared not jump the queue, especially with a dozen superpowered beings vigilantly watching from behind. Moreover, they bore the hopes of millions of ordinary citizens from the Eagle Nation and could not afford any missteps. Chapter 134. The grim fate of the Eagle Nation individuals. As the group reached the end of the line, frigid stares swept over them, prompting them to grip their rifles tightly and remain alert to their surroundings. They feared that the superpowered factions might become covetous and launch a sudden attack. Given the contents of their snakeskin bag could easily be guessed. Even with military personnel present, their unease persisted. After all, in the Eagle Nation, numerous organizations and factions had launched attacks on the military. Fortunately, their observers merely watched without making any moves. The receptionist reassured them with a smile, "Rest assured, no one dares to act here. Otherwise, it would be fatal." Due to the large number of patrons, the line stretched considerably, with most individuals shopping in groups, creating significant distances between factions. This distance also allowed the end of the line to stray far from the counter, obstructing the cashier's view. Among the queue, a burly white man named Carlo noticed that no one was paying attention to him. From a nearby shelf, he quietly took a box of chewing gum and swiftly concealed it in his pants pocket. Then, feigning nonchalance, he surveyed his surroundings, convinced that no one had noticed his actions. Shortly thereafter, the number of individuals ahead diminished, and at last, it was their turn. The attendant called upon everyone to produce their crystal cores, which were then tossed into the exchange machine until the last snakeskin bag was emptied. Suddenly, a payment card sprang forth, indicating a successful recharge, with a balance of 100 for 150 crystal coins. Upon hearing of the crystal coins being credited, Wang Yu retrieved a pre-prepared virus remover from his space and handed it to Freya for delivery. Ding! The payment was successful, automatically deducting 100,000 crystal coins, leaving a current balance of 450 coins. David quickly accepted the remover with both hands and, after scrutinizing it carefully to ensure it matched the one in the video, delicately placed it into a specially designed box. Subsequently, the group prepared to leave without delay, knowing that the faster they moved, the lesser the chance of being discovered by the Eagle Nation's military. As long as they successfully transported this item back home, all supernatural beings within a radius of 300,000 square kilometers would no longer pose a threat. Such a widespread virus eradication would be enough to make those gifted individuals flee in terror. However, before they could exit, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind, causing the group to freeze in place, as if pricked by a thorn. The attendant stiffly turned around and cautiously inquired, "Sir, is there something you need?" Wang Yu glanced at the crowd and, with a smile, said, "There is still an item that has not been paid for." Carlo, locked in Wang Yu's gaze, felt a twinge of guilt, yet upon seeing Wang Yu's amiable demeanor, he thought they would not take any drastic measures over a piece of gum. With that, he made the pivotal decision to maintain his facade. The attendant, initially taken aback, quickly turned to the others and demanded, "Who took something without paying?" David furrowed his brow, glaring at his subordinates, whose hands are so unclean. This is truly embarrassing. The group displayed expressions of confusion. "Boss, I swear to God, I didn't take anything." One protested. "Right? You were with us the whole time. You know that," another echoed. "On what grounds are we being accused? Is there surveillance?" Seeing the fervor of his companions, David turned to the attendant, frowning. "We genuinely haven't taken anything. Could it be that the manager has made a mistake?" As the leader of the organization, he trusted his subordinates and could not believe they would engage in such behavior. Wang Yu, however, did not respond, instead stating, "Either return the item or settle the payment." The attendant relayed Wang Yu's words to the group, inciting their discontent. "Have you no shame? We would never steal. Damn it, if one of my men were to steal, I would chop off their hand." Carlo interjected. David's brow remained tightly knitted. "Although we are from the Eagle Nation, we are not so despicable. You cannot slander us without evidence." Wang Yu shook his head in silence, merely gazing at Carlo with a calm intensity, clearly having lost all patience. Carlo, feeling the weight of Wang Yu's stare, feigned composure and declared with false bravado, "I didn't do anything. We're leaving." With that, he stepped forward, intending to depart. However, in the next instant, a sudden pft erupted, and a spray of blood filled the air, splattering the faces of those nearby. Carlo's head rolled onto the ground, his bewildered expression forever frozen in time, as if he had not comprehended the manner of his demise. Witnessing this, the onlookers fell into a hushed silence, their faces pale with terror as they regarded Wang Yu, scarcely daring to breathe. They had not anticipated that a mere suspicion would lead to murder. After all, they were customers. Did the Hua country offer no guarantee for their lives while they came to purchase cleaning agents? Beside them, the receptionist remained silent, not even daring to wipe the blood that stained her face. Yet, having completed his grim task, Wang Yu merely yawned, standing nonchalantly at the counter as if nothing had transpired. "Next," he said, instantly donning a cheerful smile to greet the next customer, while Freya picked up cleaning supplies to begin mopping the blood from the floor. As Carlo's lifeless body slumped to the ground, a pack of chewing gum tumbled out of his pocket. Upon witnessing this, the crowd suddenly grasped the situation, their expressions shifting to one of embarrassment. Realizing that Carlo had brought this upon himself, the surrounding Huan nationals observed with amusement, pointing and whispering. "Daring to steal without payment, not even Jesus could save you," they remarked. "Thieves are thieves, just like your ancestors." One onlooker mused, "I wondered why the manager would kill without cause. Turns out someone had a death wish." David quickly retrieved the gum from the floor and hurried to return it to the shelf, before returning to the counter and bowing apologetically to Wang Yu. Noticing Wang Yu's indifference, David felt a sense of relief wash over him. He promptly instructed the others to wrap the body in a burlap sack, and they swiftly exited, as if fleeing. On their way back, the citizens of the Eagle Nation were gripped by lingering dread, remaining silent and eager to escape this foreign land. In the days that followed, despite strict travel bans in most countries, many from various nations continued to arrive in Hua country. Numerous regions worldwide saw the complete eradication of the virus, becoming gathering places for ordinary people and low-level supernatural beings, and even establishing new nations and governments. Some even sprinkled cleaning agents directly in the makeshift government areas of affected nations, compelling governments to decisively eliminate the virus nationwide. Chapter 135. Taking sides. The truth could not remain hidden forever, as numerous regions eradicated the virus. The entire Hua nation learned of the cleaning agent's existence and its origin from a place known as the Apocalypse Store. In an instant, all survivors in Hua were divided in thought, as the recent calm amidst zombies and beasts led many to forget the harsh realities of the apocalypse. The weak yearned for the restoration of civilized society, seeking to eradicate the entrenched hierarchies within human hearts. Meanwhile, the strong retreat to their sheltered sanctuaries, ensconced within underground bases, reveling solely in the pleasures bestowed by their power. They have forgotten the vastness of the sky and land beyond, which rightfully belong to humanity. The authorities have released a proclamation, urging citizens to remain indoors and minimize casualties. They promise to procure a nationwide supply of virus eradication agents within a month, aiming to bring an end to the apocalypse. During this period, the organization will distribute food and supplies. However, the apocalypse has eroded the government's control over localities, undermining their authority. Indeed, at the onset of the apocalypse, when people felt most helpless, it was not divine intervention nor governmental assistance that ensured their survival, but rather their own strength and unique abilities. Consequently, in certain regions, factions unwilling to see the end of the apocalypse have even banded together to resist official policies, obstructing efforts to hunt down aberrant beasts and zombies for their cores. The local garrison finds itself in a state of helplessness, forced to either passively defend or imprison dissenters. Yet, subduing such a multitude of empowered individuals is no trifling matter. The use of weapons of mass destruction to exterminate them would undoubtedly yield more losses than gains. The times have changed, and there is now hope for an end to the apocalypse. The authorities will certainly strive to retain the population, preserving labor for post-disaster reconstruction, even if those who have perished to zombies may one day be restored to humanity. Nevertheless, this disaster has already claimed nearly a quarter of the national population, either through human predation for their cores or death at the jaws of aberrant beasts or zombies. For Hua to swiftly revive its economy, a substantial workforce is indispensable. Within the apocalyptic shop, a ragged line of individuals implored the manager, "Please, we beg you, sell us a bottle of the eradication agent at a low price. We promise to repay you later." However, Wang Yu merely shook his head, while he was amenable to the notion of the apocalypse concluding. He had no intention of extending assistance to humanity, as it bore him no advantage. "Our shop does not engage in credit, nor do we sell to civilians. Please leave." At this, one of the individuals attempted to voice a response, but just then, a van halted at the entrance. Suddenly, a group of men in black emerged and charged inside. Their intentions clear. They sought the few ordinary individuals who had stealthily arrived in Jiangnan province. Upon witnessing this, the ordinary people were seized by fear and rushed towards the interior of the shop. Yet, they could not match the speed of the empowered assailants, who wasted no time in brandishing their blades to execute the traitors. Just as the ominous blades were poised to descend upon them, they inexplicably froze, remaining immobile regardless of the force exerted by the assailants. In the midst of their confusion, a chilling voice resonated in their ears. "Fighting and killing are prohibited within the premises. Violators shall bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, the black-clad men exchanged glances, and after a moment's contemplation, the leader, maintaining a stoic demeanor, declared, "Let us depart. I refuse to believe they can remain here for eternity." With that, he led the way out. However, as he passed the counter, he suddenly surged forward, executing a lightning-fast horizontal strike aimed at Wang Yu's head. His long blade suddenly came to a halt, the immense inertia causing his palm to split, blood oozing forth. How could he have reacted in time? The man lifted his gaze, dazed, only to meet Wang Yu's cold, mocking eyes. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. In the next moment, his head slowly fell from his neck. Witnessing this, the other black-clad individuals, who were poised to strike, were left in a state of shock. Before they could even utter pleas for mercy, they all met their demise in an instant. At that moment, Yi Tian, just entering the room, shook his head in disbelief. surmising that these outsiders, unfamiliar with the store manager's prowess, had committed such folly. The ordinary individuals who had narrowly escaped death hurried over to express their gratitude before hastily departing. Upon seeing Yi Tian, Wang Yu's eyes lit up. He promptly handed him a flyer for the latest products, cheerfully inquiring, "This is the final new item. Is there anything you desire?" Yi Tian instinctively took it. Though he had no intention of purchasing anything, he glanced casually at the offerings. Some were indeed impressive, but with the apocalypse nearing its end, he wondered whether these goods would still hold value. Contemplating this, Yi Tian felt a surge of conflicting emotions. He had painstakingly unified the entirety of Nanjing City. Furthermore, his system thrived on the prolonged duration of the apocalypse, allowing his numerous abilities to gradually manifest. Yet, now that the end was approaching, he felt a profound sense of regret. Although his system would not vanish, his powers would. His visit to the shop was to gauge the store manager's stance. Yi Tian tentatively asked, "Might there be any benefits for you when the apocalypse concludes?" Noting Yi Tian's lack of purchasing intent, Wang Yu's expression grew subdued. He shrugged and replied, "A virus eradication agent costs 100,000 crystal coins." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, the eradication of viruses nationwide, even globally, relied on the agents from the apocalypse shop. The store manager seemed poised to respond further, yet he continued, "Sigh, lately. Why is it that no one has recognized the value of that exotic beast egg?" Yi Tian, somewhat at a loss, replied, "I'll buy a few." Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction, sipping his milk tea and asking, "Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Are you intent on assisting the authorities in ending the apocalypse?" Yi Tian, no longer hesitating, spoke directly. "It's merely business. They provide crystal cores, I supply goods. Their capabilities are their own concern." With a shift in tone, Wang Yu continued, "However, with the eradication agents in hand, this apocalypse will ultimately conclude. This is the inevitable course of history, albeit one I have imposed upon it. Considering our long-standing customer relationship, let me offer you a piece of advice. In these extraordinary times, ensure you align yourself properly. This is an opportunity." "Opportunity?" Yi Tian paused, taken aback. Wang Yu regarded him with a knowing look. "It is a chance to sustain your ambitions during the peaceful era that follows your apocalypse." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian instantly grasped Wang Yu's implication, his mind clearing as if a veil had been lifted. Indeed, he had become too fixated on the cutthroat environment of the apocalypse, forgetting that power also exists within civilized society. Those high-ranking officials surrounding him were merely individuals from a realm he had previously been unable to access due to his lack of connections. Now that I possess fleeting power, and since the apocalypse is destined to conclude, I might as well strive for a glimpse of the future. Chapter 136. The Hunter After Bowing in Gratitude. Yi Tian hurriedly departed. As evening approached, all customers gradually exited. When a man clad in a white shirt suddenly entered the empty store, it was none other than the long-absent corpse king, Zhou Shuming. He bore a cold demeanor, his eyes revealing a hint of hostility. Despite his pristine white shirt, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Wang Yu glanced at his information, noting that he had already reached the mid-level A rank, with all his statistics advancing remarkably. Evidently, he had been actively conquering territories these past few days. Zhou Shuming remained silent, merely handing over the order in his hand to Wang Yu. Wang Yu took it leisurely, casting a glance at the order, which astonishingly included over 2,000 enhancement potions, a substantial quantity of fresh meat, and even numerous attribute garments. He promptly prepared the goods, packing them into a spatial scroll, and entered a few digits on the card machine before handing it to Zhou Shuming. With a beep, the payment was successful, deducting 250 crystal coins from the card, leaving a balance of 50 crystal coins. Zhou Shuming took the scroll but did not leave immediately. He stood in place for a moment before speaking slowly. "Shopkeeper, this is our last order from the Corpse Clan, as well as the final battle to unify the Corpse Clan of Huagua." At these words, Wang Yu nodded calmly. The virus cleanser had already yielded substantial profits, supplemented by orders from both the military and civilians. Earning several million crystal coins before the end of the apocalypse should pose no challenge. Zhou Shuming's gaze suddenly shifted elsewhere. "Once the Corpse Clan is unified, we must contemplate survival. Even if we take necessary measures to halt the virus cleansing, those measures may prove detrimental to your store. To prevent the extinction of the Corpse Clan, they must sever the source of the virus cleanser." He understood that altering the shopkeeper's decision would be arduous and recognized the vast disparity in their strengths, yet he felt compelled to act. Wang Yu's expression remained unchanged. He shrugged indifferently, appearing utterly unconcerned. Zhou Shuming abruptly bowed deeply to Wang Yu, expressing gratitude for his aid in unifying the undead. With that, he turned to leave. As he departed, Wang Yu's indifferent voice echoed from behind. Are you prepared to face death in our confrontation? The only reason I refrain from crushing you now is my desire to uphold my own principles. Zhou Shuming paused momentarily but did not turn back, stating, I am grateful, but I assure you, this act shall be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. With that, he strode away. Wang Yu chuckled softly, remaining unconcerned. His earlier warning was merely a nod to the benefits Zhou Shuming had brought him, releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Meanwhile, within the hunter organization, a group of robust men gathered around a long conference table, accompanied by several middle-aged individuals in suits. Seated at the head of the table was a stout middle-aged man, clad in a vest, his bulging muscles resembling solid rock, exuding an air of destructive power. His name is Hill, hailing from the most illustrious family in the Eagle Nation, where his ancestors were esteemed government officials or highly influential arms dealers. In this apocalyptic era, he has risen to become the leader of the largest organization in the Eagle Nation and indeed the entire world. The Hunter organization's sphere of influence spans across 50 states within the Eagle Nation, comprising a population of over 100,000, with countless affiliated forces. The formidable men gathered in the conference room are all extraordinary individuals, each possessing abilities rated above Class A, standing as the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Eagle Nation, rivaling even the might of military superhumans. The few individuals clad in suits are high-ranking government officials and military commanders, summoned merely as observers. Indeed, they have been called upon. The Hunter organization, in the early days of the apocalypse, distributed firearms and organized survivor camps, establishing an influence and authority that surpasses that of the government, to the extent that even the president of the Eagle Nation must show them some respect. After all, in those early days of the apocalypse, it was not divine intervention or the government that could save you, but rather the extraordinary powers and the rifles they distributed. Why hasn't Tebow arrived? Hill inquired, scanning the room before hoarsely speaking. Someone had brought a virus-cleansing agent to the region of Arizona under his jurisdiction, resulting in the loss of his abilities, along with those of the extraordinary individuals in that area. He felt he couldn't face them. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, and Hill, his brow furrowed, eventually asked with a stern countenance, Have we captured anyone? We haven't been able to. The area is vast, and it is now populated by ordinary people who are quite hostile towards us. A hot-tempered middle-aged man with thick brows and large eyes slammed his fist on the table, directing his ire towards the government officials. How could you military personnel not monitor the port? You can't even keep an eye on a single ship? A young man frowned slightly in response, stating, The Eagle Nation has over 20,000 kilometers of coastline, and the terrain is complex. Do you expect a checkpoint every kilometer? What the hell are you saying? Bang! Hill slammed his palm down on the solid wooden table, creating a hole with the sheer force of his blow, sending splinters flying. This display of raw physical prowess, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, rendered everyone abruptly silent. Well, we cannot entirely blame the government. It is merely that some among the lower echelons of society are exceedingly discontent with their status, and there are many such individuals. What should we do then? If this continues, our abilities will be eradicated, and we will remain oblivious to it. At that moment, a young government official suddenly stood and proposed. Since the numbers are overwhelming, managing them is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. We could address the issue at its source, namely that place referred to as the Apocalypse Store. We too have considered taking action against that store, but the military of Hua Nation is not to be trifled with. If we attempt large-scale illegal entry, we would risk being obliterated by artillery. That's easy for you to say. Do you expect your military to assist us? However, we do have an opportunity to infiltrate. Although we cannot engage in direct conflict, we can divert the attention of the Hua military. In the chaos of the apocalypse, with their defenses weakened, you could advance unimpeded. Upon hearing this, Hill pondered for a moment. Indeed, it is feasible. However, should the border defenses of the Hua be lax and there exists a lack of familiarity with the terrain, the situation may become somewhat intricate. Furthermore, if certain civilian organizations were to relay information, an opportunity presented itself for a middle-aged man who hastily rose to contribute. Boss, I have a solution, he declared. On the Huagua's side, there are Chinese individuals who do not wish for the apocalypse to conclude, and it is said that they have already formed a substantial organization. They are quite resistant to the government, albeit lacking in strength, as is typical of East Asians. I believe we could collaborate with them from within. I have channels to contact them, and I am confident they would not refuse. Hilton's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he nodded in approval. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. With the guidance of the local natives, all challenges will be effortlessly surmounted. The next step was to deliberate over specific matters. What is there to discuss regarding a few Asians? We can simply eliminate them, came the response. Chapter 137. Borrowing a knife. The following morning, Wang Yu caught sight of the Nanjing base across the river, where tanks, artillery, and transport vehicles were continuously departing, seemingly heralding a significant event. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in combat attire hurriedly approached. It was Chen Gang, the political commissar of the Nanjing base. Upon entering, he immediately handed an order to Wang Yu and anxiously inquired, "Store manager, do you have any stock available?" Wang Yu glanced at the order, which consisted solely of artillery shells and ammunition, completely unrelated to abilities. He nodded while restocking and casually asked, "So, Xiao Gang, what is going on at your base?" "Oh, it's those wretched Americans again. They have commenced large-scale military exercises in the South China Sea, on a scale unprecedented in the past. The American military has dispatched numerous aircraft carrier groups, indicating a strong intent for conflict." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished by the suddenness of it all. "Our military is equally baffled. The entire nation has entered a state of heightened alert, and most stationed troops are being dispatched there. We are no exception. Damn it. I've longed to confront them." As he spoke, Wang Yu handed the scroll to Chen Gang, who swiftly completed the transaction and departed without delay. Observing Chen Gang's hurried exit, Wang Yu's expression turned peculiar. The young man appeared rather exhilarated. There must be something amiss. The Americans are making such a fuss, likely with ulterior motives. Nonetheless, he surmised that a genuine conflict would probably not materialize. At most, there would be discussions to resolve the issue. Moreover, even if a confrontation did arise, it would have little bearing on Wang Yu. After all, what could a mere arms dealer do? "Freya, pour me a cup of milk tea. I wish to indulge in a brief slumber." At that moment, a pair of eyes, concealed in the shadows, quietly observed the departing military. "It is time to act," the individual communicated through the intercom. Subsequently, the dense forest behind began to stir, as nearly 100 individuals with abilities emerged, led by a figure clad in black. Wielding a curved blade, his demeanor stern. These individuals belonged to a collective, comprising members from various locales and factions, united by their unwillingness to relinquish their powers. "Has Cheng Hu and the others reached their positions?" Luo Sheng inquired, her pale visage resembling eternal ice, her tone composed. Before the apocalypse, he was merely an ordinary young man, fond of apocalyptic tales, engrossed in video games, and reliant on his family for support, devoid of hope and lost in a world of fantasy. However, when the virus erupted, everything transformed. He became a wielder of extraordinary abilities. As power surged within him, he felt that destiny lay firmly in his grasp. In this new world, he was no longer a societal burden or a worthless individual, but rather an empowered being of limitless potential, as if he had stepped into an exhilarating game. Thus, he embarked on a relentless journey of leveling up, methodically carving his path to his current stature. Gradually, he developed a fondness for power, relishing the elevated perspective of authority and the meritocratic nature of this dystopia. He had no desire to return to that dim, cramped room, to be scrutinized by others, or to re-enter the intricate web of social troubles and pressures of civilized society. He longed to remain forever within this realm, where strength dictated everything. Therefore, he would not allow the apocalypse to conclude, even when facing the store manager. They hailed from Guangdong province, a bit far off, likely to arrive before afternoon. "Let us proceed to the designated location first." Their group lacked a leader. Everyone had come voluntarily upon receiving the news. One individual nodded, producing a spatial scroll, and made his way to the main road, revealing a convoy of over 20 large trucks, though he only summoned 7 of them. Subsequently, the group swiftly boarded the vehicles, navigating the official safe route toward Jiangkou City. After more than an hour, the trucks entered Jiangkou City without hindrance, subsequently meeting with several local abilities users. They arrived at a secluded dock, where dilapidated and rusted vessels lay scattered about, clearly abandoned long before the onset of the apocalypse. Without the guidance of locals, one would scarcely find this place, which fell outside military oversight, as many large docks had gone unattended due to the military's focus on the South China Sea. Nonetheless, for safety's sake, they opted for the least hazardous location, as discovery by military personnel could spell disaster for the incoming hunter organization, jeopardizing their plans of subterfuge. Before long, several trucks sped toward them, from which emerged a tall, resolute middle-aged man, accompanied by a striking woman with vibrant red hair. Both emanated an aura of A-class prowess, clearly dominators of their realm. The middle-aged man, wielding a large blade, approached directly, greeting Luo Sheng with a handshake and exclaiming, "I have long heard of the name of the divine Luo." Luo Sheng merely returned the handshake, then cast his gaze toward the vast expanse of the sea, remaining silent and lost in thought. Meanwhile, the woman studied Luo Sheng with keen interest. Chung Hu, unperturbed, mused aloud. Do you think our several hundred members stand a chance against the so-called S-class ability user, the store manager? Upon hearing this, Luo Xing shook his head. Likely not. The store manager's abilities were exceedingly peculiar, lethal yet invisible, with a gaze akin to a sharp blade capable of severing any head at will. Moreover, they possess remarkable physical prowess and may wield multiple extraordinary abilities. Upon hearing this, Chung Hu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Indeed, an S-class ability user with diverse powers is not to be underestimated, especially one capable of crafting such formidable weapons. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at the ability weapon on his back. It is certainly not impossible for the three of us A-class ability users, along with numerous elite ability users, to succeed. Do not measure our strength with your gaze, the woman retorted dismissively. Luo Sheng merely shot her a cold glance, choosing not to elaborate. Those from outside the province are merely a group of narrow-minded individuals. After all, an S-class user with multiple abilities, a creator of superlative goods, is a figure whom the military regards with caution, and unless witnessed firsthand, it is difficult for anyone to believe. Furthermore, the rationale behind collaborating with foreign organizations lies in several factors. 1. To add an extra layer of security. 2. To stab them in the back and seize their crystal cores. And 3. To weaken the strength of the Eagle Nation, thereby reducing the threat. Once we have borrowed the knife, resolved the end-of-world store, we will promptly inform the military and borrow the knife again, sending them to meet their most revered deity. This is indeed the apocalypse. They have arrived. Chapter 138. The formidable people of the Eagle Nation. At these words, the crowd turned to gaze, and there, on the horizon, appeared a number of large sailing vessels adorned with the flag of the Eagle Nation. Observing this, several locals began to clear the cluttered docks, making way for their arrival. As the sailboats docked, a middle-aged man with golden hair and sunglasses was the first to disembark, followed by 10 subordinates who followed suit. They were all tall and imposing, exuding an air of menace. Chung Hu, accompanied by a translator, hastened to approach the golden-haired man, extending a hand and awkwardly greeting him in faltering Eagle language. Hello, Mr. Hill. However, Hill, who towered over Chung Hu by half a head, merely cast a disdainful glance his way before coldly ignoring him and walking past. Chung Hu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, withdrew his hand, while the translator wore a displeased expression, ready to speak, but was silenced by Chung Hu's glance. Meanwhile, several subordinates rudely shoved past Chung Hu, mockingly stating, step aside, you're blocking our way off the ship. Others in the vicinity glared at them with indignation. The red-haired woman was no exception, spitting in disdain and exclaiming, what are these foreign devils posturing for? Nevertheless, Chung Hu maintained a smile, revealing no hint of anger. Yet his voice remained icy as he replied, it's fine, everyone be patient, we'll settle the score later. Luo Sheng regarded him with approval, nodding in acknowledgement. The moniker of Smiling Tiger truly suited him. Before long, all the Eagle Nation individuals had disembarked from their 10 or so vessels, though they numbered only around 50. Each was tall and exuded a fierce presence. Their innate physical attributes endowed them with superior statistics and lethality. At that moment, one of the Eagle Nation individuals suddenly called out and waved at them. Chung Hu reluctantly led the translator forward. Take us to that wretched shop and procure a few vehicles. We cannot possibly traverse on foot, commanded a middle-aged man as he dug at his ear. Through the interpreter's precise translation, Chung Hu observed the group of 50 and could not help but interject. The shopkeeper is formidable. I hear he is an S-class ability user and possesses 2 A-class beasts. Are we not somewhat lacking in numbers? After all, the Hunter organization boasts a manpower of over 100,000, with only this scant handful. Should we fail to contend with the end-of-world shop and attract the military's attention, our re-entry would be far more arduous. Upon hearing the translation, laughter erupted around him, with some even mimicking monkeys, prancing about in jest. Although Chung Hu could not comprehend their words, he felt their scorn and derision. It is merely an East Asian individual. What of an S-class? We need not even deploy all 50 of us. We are the strongest the organization has to offer. There is no one in Blue Star we cannot handle. Enough with the prattle. Take us there swiftly. I must return home for tomorrow's breakfast, he added, dismissively comparing himself to the novices before him. What purpose do you serve by bringing all these yellow monkeys? Surely, you are not merely delivering crystal cores to others? Witnessing their mocking demeanor, the crowd clenched their fists, seething with rage. Nonetheless, the Hunter organization's might was undeniable, with at least 20 or 30 A-class ability users within. Furthermore, it was rumored that Hill was an A-class high-tier ability user, just a step away from S-class. At that moment, the red-haired woman could no longer contain her indignation. In her province, she had always been a sovereign figure, Even the local garrison afforded her respect. She had never endured such an affront. With a steely expression, she approached the most boisterous American and fiercely uttered, "Go to hell." In an instant, she raised her hand and unleashed her ability, a bolt of lightning surging forth, propelling the youth backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers, while Luo Sheng could only rub his forehead, letting out a quiet sigh. Not far off, Hill frowned slightly, showing his displeasure. The woman, with a cold huff, disdainfully remarked, "You Americans are all the same." Before her words could fully escape, a figure darted past. The red-haired woman barely evaded the blow and was sent flying. A middle-aged man had struck, revealing himself as an A-class powerhouse, sneering at the woman who lay bloodied on the ground. Who cannot execute a sneak attack? A yellow monkey is still a yellow monkey. Struggling against the pain that twisted her insides, the woman painstakingly rose, her face smeared with dirt, appearing utterly disheveled. Infuriated, she launched another assault. A massive electric net laced with flames surged forward, the heat palpable even from several meters away. "Hurry, we are pressed for time," Hill's voice rang out. And the middle-aged man, no longer showing any mercy, swiftly evaded the electric net and charged towards the woman. Just as his fist was about to connect with her, another powerful electric net enveloped her, encasing her in a protective barrier. However, the middle-aged man did not retreat but advanced, launching a powerful punch that struck the electric fence, erupting into a fierce shower of sparks. Despite the current surging through his body, he persisted, the immense force shattering the barrier. With a resounding thud, his fist breached the confines of the electric net and collided with the unsuspecting woman, sending her flying once more. She could hardly fathom the audacity of this man, who seemed willing to exchange injury for injury, heedless of his own safety. This time, however, she did not rise. After a brief struggle on the ground, she succumbed to her injuries. The middle-aged man, gritting his teeth against the pain and gazing at his scorched arm, was momentarily taken aback. The onlookers, witnessing the overwhelming defeat, stood in stunned silence, deflated like punctured balloons. The citizens of the Eagle Nation could not resist a bout of derision, their jeers echoing in the air. Yet this time, a shared understanding kept them quiet. "Quickly, lead the way," Hill clapped his hands, disregarding the injuries of the man, his countenance stern. To reduce someone to such a state. How utterly pathetic. Cheng Hu, snapping back to reality, hurriedly summoned the cargo truck that had been prepared within the spatial scroll. As they retraced their route, after over an hour's drive, they arrived back at the checkpoint, which remained eerily deserted, undoubtedly a testament to the pressure exerted by the Eagle Nation's military. Upon reaching Lakeside Park, the most prominent building was immediately visible, and around 300 individuals disembarked, rendering the vast park somewhat crowded. Encountering shops that resembled brick houses, the crowd expressed their bewilderment. Before the cataclysm, Huagua was deemed safer than foreign lands. How was it that, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, Huagua still appeared more secure? It was worth the journey. With such an abundance of supplies, we shall not hold back. Does this person possess no sense of caution? Could it be a trap? Chapter 139. The power to change fate. Seeing the unguarded shop with its doors wide open, Hill was equally perplexed. Isn't there a saying in Huagua about wealth not being displayed openly? Even their hunter organization would never so brazenly showcase their supplies. Was it a show of formidable strength or sheer recklessness? At that moment, a young man stepped forward with a suggestion. "Boss, let us have this group of yellow monkeys step aside. We shall take all these supplies." Hill, surveying the myriad of goods within the shop, found merit in the proposal and nodded in agreement. They had 10 A-level ability users, alongside over a dozen B-level users, totaling more than 20 B-level abilities. This formidable assembly could easily contend with a small nation. Why fear a mere S-level ability user? Upon hearing the news of their waiting presence, Luo Sheng frowned. The strength of the shopkeeper cannot be matched by your 50 men. However, the young man turned on his heel, leaving no room for rebuttal. Luo Sheng, furrowing his brow, was about to pursue him but was halted by Cheng Hu. "Let them go first. We will observe from the back. Should the situation tilt overwhelmingly in their favor, we will intervene and ascertain the strength of that shopkeeper." Luo Sheng shook his head with a sigh. Do they have enough time to gauge the shopkeeper's capabilities? According to his analysis, although the store manager possesses formidable abilities, each strike can only incapacitate a limited number of foes. Thus, the most effective strategy against him would be to employ a tactic of overwhelming numbers. Even so, the manager's exceptional physical prowess could still inflict substantial casualties upon us, especially with a mere 50 individuals. Luo Sheng gestured towards the store, suggesting that they move closer to provide assistance at the earliest opportunity. With so many of us approaching, won't he notice? However, Luo Sheng shook his head, his gaze penetrating as he looked toward the shop, clearly aware of the situation. He then led the group forward. Cheng Hu, perplexed, wondered who had leaked the information and followed suit with the remaining individuals. Since the red-haired woman had perished at his hands, her subordinates had no choice but to heed Luo Sheng and Cheng Hu for the time being. To be honest, at that moment, Wang Yu was completely unaware of the impending events, his attention fixated on the LCD television, occasionally amused by the unfolding plot. A large bag of original flavored potato chips rested beside his right hand, while a cup of cola was held in his left. He felt no need to be vigilant. After all, he was within his invincible domain. What could possibly go wrong? The patrons inside the store noticed a large group of foreigners approaching, but thought nothing of it, assuming they were merely there to purchase virus eradication agents. However, upon entering, they raised their voices, shouting, "All you yellow monkeys get out, or you might get accidentally killed. And it won't be our fault." At this, the crowd regarded them with puzzled expressions. What were these foreigners babbling about? It seemed they wanted us to leave. Were they seeking death? No worries, just be more careful in the next life. If they die here, will they meet the king of hell, or God? Wang Yu's attention was drawn to the raucous shouts, and he turned to see a group of foreigners swaggering at the entrance, audaciously rummaging through the shelves as if they were in their own home. The group of Americans, noticing the patrons' indifference and their apparent eagerness for a spectacle, wore expressions of discontent. Very well, you chose this yourselves. With a keen gaze, Hill quickly spotted Wang Yu behind the counter and strode toward him. After a brief inspection of Wang Yu, who appeared no different from an ordinary person, he coldly inquired, "Hey kid, where's your store manager?" Wang Yu glanced at the values of the man in sunglasses, surprised to see he was an A-level high-tier individual, the highest-level ability user he had encountered aside from himself. Nevertheless, he seemed rather unremarkable. "I am the store manager. You must be here to purchase virus eradication agents. Please state how many you require directly. Also, if you are not buying anything, refrain from tampering with the shelves, as you will bear the consequences." Due to the language barrier, Hill frowned slightly. At that moment, a young American who had studied Chinese stepped forward to translate Wang Yu's words verbatim. Hearing this, Hill responded with a skeptical grunt, scrutinizing Wang Yu as he remarked, "Talking nonsense can get you killed. Hurry and call your manager out." Wang Yu now comprehended their intentions, his expression turning icy. If they were not there to make a purchase, they should kindly exit. Hill disdainfully curled his lip, declaring, "If you refuse to speak, I shall force him to come out." As he spoke, he swiftly extended his large hand, intending to lift Wang Yu from the massage chair. However, in the next moment, Hill sensed a wave of perilous energy, prompting an instinctive desire to evade. Yet, it felt as if the very space around him had been constricted, rendering him immobile. At that instant, he comprehended that before him stood a bona fide S-rank ability user, one whose strength was terrifyingly formidable. In a flash, Hill's eyes glazed over, and he collapsed to the ground, his sunglasses cast aside. Meanwhile, an ominous crimson crystal core had unexpectedly materialized in Wang Yu's hand. A-rank cores were red, and the darker the hue, the higher the rank. This one was evidently their leader's high-tier A-rank core. The onlookers exchanged glances between Hill's lifeless form and the crystal in Wang Yu's grasp, collectively struck dumb, unable to process the scene before them. An A-rank powerhouse had perished just like that? Wasn't it said that the East Asians were weaklings? Not only them, but everyone outside the shop stood in stunned silence. The disparity was unmistakable. The leader of the so-called largest force in the world, the Hunter organization, had met an inexplicable demise, without even the chance to flaunt his prowess. Surely, they deserved to witness a clash of titans. Observing this spectacle, a chill ran through the crowd, and they hesitated to advance, if Hill was no match. What hope did they have? In the eyes of most, returning to the underbelly of society post-apocalypse was preferable to dying a senseless death. In light of this, Luo Sheng promptly stepped forward, vocally analyzing the shopkeeper's weaknesses, and despite his usual reticence, delivered an impassioned speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, we stand here today at a pivotal juncture in our lives, not for profit, not for power, nor for ambition, but to alter our destinies. If anyone is content to live in obscurity, ground down by life until death, they are free to leave. But for those unwilling to accept mediocrity, join me. Let us wield our abilities to shatter the shackles of fate." Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt a surge of fervor. Indeed, they had come to defy destiny. "Damn it, hundreds of us. I refuse to believe we cannot overpower him alone. If I must sacrifice myself, please take care of my family and loved ones." Chapter 140. The tree wishes for calm, yet the wind does not cease. With a roar, hundreds surged forward, their fervent spirits seemingly on the verge of bursting through the store's entrance. The previously timid citizens of the Eagle Nation, witnessing the throng, found their courage and bellowed in unison. for revenge on our leader. A power-type A-rank ability user at the forefront let out a fierce cry, fists raised like hammers, and launched a brutal strike at Wang Yu. Given Hill's inexplicable death, they momentarily assumed that Wang Yu had engaged in a treacherous ambush. After all, what chance did an East Asian have to slay a formidable figure like Hill? Wang Yu, however, remained unfazed, casting a glance at the incessantly advancing Chinese ability users, and instantly grasped the situation, his gaze turning icy. At that moment, the airborne ability users, upon locking eyes with Wang Yu's piercing stare, felt an unsettling chill surge within them. In the next moment, he collided with an impenetrable wall, his soaring body abruptly suspended in midair. With a sickening thud, a bloodied head ascended amidst a cloud of crimson mist, and shortly thereafter, several inhabitants of the Eagle Nation, hastening towards their next life, met their untimely demise. They had barely registered their intent to strike when their heads were silently severed, their lifeless bodies collapsing onto the floor. The throng pressing forward remained oblivious, unaware that their abilities had been rendered ineffective. As the front line realized the peril and attempted a frantic retreat, those behind them continued to surge forward. They sought refuge amidst the shelves of the store, yet an invisible barrier firmly ensnared them within this confined slaughterhouse. A gruesome massacre had commenced. Why can't I escape? Run. Run now? Don't push, huh? Oh my God. In an instant, bright red blood splattered everywhere, the corpses before the counter accumulating like a mountain, while the floor became littered with heads bearing expressions of terror, rigidly lying in pools of blood. The dead fell in waves, with no one able to approach Wang Yu behind the counter. Those still outside the store, along with the onlookers, were struck pale at the sight of the gruesome carnage. Without hesitation, they turned to flee, but the wooden door in the courtyard suddenly slammed shut, remaining impervious to their frantic pounding and kicking. Above, a transparent wall loomed, as solid as a fortress. They could only collapse in despair upon the ground, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. At that moment, they noticed Luo Sheng, frozen in place, and a surge of anger welled up within them. Damn it, wasn't the target area supposed to be small? Weren't we supposed to engage in a war of attrition? Your analysis was spot on. In your next life, perhaps refrain from such insights. They kill us with the ease of drinking water, and here we are, wishing to defy destiny. Your analysis is truly a twist of fate, and we are indeed destined to be reborn. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng remained oblivious to their outcry, his gaze fixated on the hundreds being slaughtered, unable to discern a single weakness in Wang Yu. Where lay this man's limits? With such formidable strength, why did he not bring this apocalypse to an end? In the fleeting seconds of Luo Sheng's days, the remaining individuals who had accompanied them were all lost. The onlookers, initially drawn to the spectacle, turned away, fearing that continued observation would spoil their appetites for days. Wang Yu, however, appeared unperturbed, his expression unchanged. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Luo Sheng abruptly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Wang Yu's indifferent stare, a chilling aura causing him to struggle for breath. Yet, he exhibited no inclination to flee or plead for mercy. A trace of desolation surfaced on his pale face, his eyes seemingly resolute in their determination. He retrieved a fallen ringed knife from the ground and strode purposefully into the store, his gaze brimming with martial fervor as he fixed it upon Wang Yu. Come, let me experience the chasm that exists between us. His pace quickened, culminating in a furious sprint towards Wang Yu behind the counter. However, Luo Sheng felt his body growing increasingly heavy, his legs as if weighed down by lead, making each step a Herculean effort until he ultimately collapsed to the ground. Just before his consciousness faded, the corners of his mouth stiffly lifted in a semblance of a smile. After all, he had faced off against the proprietor of the peak of the unique abilities, which he considered a testament to his relentless pursuit of strength. Observing this, Wang Yu felt no stirrings of emotion. He merely shook his head, a phrase surfacing in his mind. It is indeed commendable to have the audacity to challenge me, but that is the extent of my commendation for you. Subsequently, Wang Yu collected the numerous corpses into his spatial dimension, casually excavating a pit in the park with his abilities, unceremoniously discarding them and filling the hole back in. All of this was executed through spatial perception and manipulation, while Wang Yu remained seated in his massage chair, utterly unmoving. Freya, come and clean up the bloodstains. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation, oblivious to the unfolding events, continued to bicker aboard their aircraft carrier with their Chinese counterparts, having delayed for so long that they mistakenly believed that Hill and his team had thoroughly dealt with the Doomsday Shop. In fact, our primary purpose for coming here is to retrieve 50 ability users who mistakenly wandered into China and became lost. We recently made contact with them and hope to have them returned. Once we do, we shall depart immediately. The individuals seated across the table murmured among themselves. clearly skeptical of this narrative, suspecting some ulterior motive. However, with both sides entrenched in a standoff, no one could find peace. The domestic situation could not afford to be without military presence, and the Eagle Nation could not prioritize its citizens. Thus, they notified the Chinese High Command, and upon receiving authorization, they permitted the Eagle Nation to dispatch landing ships to the beach to retrieve their ability users. Far to the north, in Jingbei City, Zhou Shuming gazed at the imposing walls in the distance and inquired, "Do you think they possess a cleansing agent?" Just moments ago, he had received word that the Eagle Nation was amassing troops in the South China Sea, seemingly preparing for war. While the majority of China's stationed forces were heading towards the coastal regions, leaving their interior vulnerable. Perhaps the zombies had not launched a large-scale assault on human territories for so long that it had lulled them into complacency. Nevertheless, Zhou Shuming intended to seize this opportunity to completely dismantle the organization, quietly mobilizing troops to the capital, Jingbei City. Given his low odds of victory against the proprietor, he might as well choose to obliterate the Chinese government and obstruct the dissemination of the virus cleansing agent, for the proprietor's nature would likely prevent him from intervening. He would rather confront an entire nation than face a doomsday shop. Despite the unified war, his 3 seasoned subordinates had all reached Grade A, and he had also recruited 10 Grade A zombies and over 100 Grade B zombies. His influence among the zombies across Blue Star could be deemed unparalleled. After a moment of hesitation, the dwarf replied, "To be on the safe side, let 2 or 3 Grade A zombies lead the assault alongside the zombies from the surrounding cities. You and the other zombies can lie in wait outside the cleansing agent's range to ambush the human reinforcements." Chapter 141. Wave after wave. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuming nodded. If the officials in Jingbei chose to perish alongside their allies, it would provide him with an escape route. After all, the scope of the virus eradication agents is exceedingly vast, and with a moment's inattention, they can vanish without a trace. In no time, the zombies surrounding Jingbei City began their inexorable march towards the official headquarters. Simultaneously, the landing ships of the Eagle Nation, under the vigilant supervision of the Hua Nation's Navy, successfully made landfall on a beach in Jiangkou City. "Contact Hill and inform him that we have arrived at the designated location. Instruct them to hasten their pace to prevent any potential reneging by the Hua," commanded an admiral. Previously, due to Hill's activities within Hua's territory, they were hesitant to use their communication devices for fear of detection by the Hua military. Shortly thereafter, a messenger delivered a report. "Sir, we are unable to establish contact with the hunters." The admiral furrowed his brow slightly. "Continue the attempts." "Sir, we still cannot reach them. The hunters are not responding." "Do not cease the efforts." Hearing this, the admiral's expression darkened as he murmured, "Could something have gone awry? It is implausible. Hill is leading this operation personally." Before long, the Hua Navy sent an urgent message, pressing them to accelerate their movements. As time slipped away, it became evident that the Hua military had issued an ultimatum. The Eagle Nation's forces had no choice but to prepare a narrative to present to the Hua military, claiming that 50 of their supernatural agents might have met with misfortune and requesting the dispatch of troops for their retrieval. Naturally, the Hua side flatly refused and sternly ordered the Eagle Nation's landing ships to depart immediately. Faced with the disappearance of 50 of their pinnacle combatants, the Eagle military, now in a state of desperation, reluctantly revealed the truth. Their agents had entered Hua's territory to procure virus eradication agents from the apocalyptic shop. Now, with communications severed, they implored the Hua military to send troops for their rescue, assuring their safety. Meanwhile, in his office, Yang Wan, chief of staff of the Jiangnan military district, upon seeing the phrase apocalyptic shop in the message, instantly grasped the situation. It appeared they were intent on destroying the virus eradication agents, a clearly misguided decision, considering the shopkeepers' formidable prowess. As for the 50 supernatural agents, they were likely already en route, yet on a path leading to the underworld. Observing this, a civilian staff member anxiously inquired, "Chief, the domestic forces must be stretched thin. We are being lured into a trap." Yang Wen merely waved his hand, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "They are merely walking into their own demise. We cannot intervene. Inform the Eagle Nation that their 50 supernatural agents, due to their provocations, have been slain by the local supernatural factions." Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They are among the strongest supernatural agents in the world. How could they be killed by Hua's forces? They must be lying. The military has surely learned of their intentions and ambushed them. No, even facing an ambush by the military, it is inconceivable that they would be entirely wiped out. They must merely be experiencing communication issues. At this moment, the highest commander aboard the aircraft carrier had no doubt that the Hunter organization would fail. Convinced that the Hua had anticipated their intentions and sought to ensnare the Hunters within their borders, He had received a stern directive from the upper echelons, mandating that at all costs, the 50 formidable combatants from the Eagle Nation must be safely retrieved. They were to be informed that should they refuse to comply, the Eagle side would resort to coercive measures, including artillery strikes against the forces of the Hua Nation. The commander, with a penetrating gaze and an expressionless, aged visage, intended to exert pressure on the Hua military, compelling them to acquiesce. However, the Hua military remained impervious to their tactics, responding only with 4 words: "If you wish to strike, then strike." Upon hearing this, the commander's countenance darkened, finding himself in a precarious predicament. At that tense moment, a communications officer suddenly rose, exclaiming with fervor, "We have a response. We have a response. Quickly, connect all communication devices." The commander promptly reacted, a look of relief crossing his face as he donned a headset, anxiously inquiring, calling Hunter, what are your current coordinates?" After a few seconds of cacophony through the earpiece, the noise subsided, revealing not the voice of Hill nor any member of the Hunter organization, but rather unfamiliar Mandarin phrases. Hello, what are they saying? Is this thing malfunctioning? Why is there no response? It shouldn't be this way." This was taken from the corpses of those foreign fellows, and they haven't been dead long. One voice lamented, "What bad luck, after digging for so long. We've only managed to retrieve this little. Well, at least we have a few walkie-talkies and plenty of C and D grade crystal cores. Is it easy to reap benefits right under the manager's nose?" Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone in the command room were filled with confusion. Where were the voices of the Hunter organization? At that moment, a civil officer proficient in Mandarin translated the communications. After listening, the command room fell into an eerie silence, as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. The commander slumped despondently in his chair, at a loss for words. This communication device had been carried by Hill, and if it had fallen into the hands of the Hua, only one outcome could be anticipated. They could hardly fathom that the Hua Nation possessed such formidable ability users, capable of effortlessly eliminating the upper echelons of the Hunter organization, especially the A-grade elite, Hill, the foremost power of the Eagle Nation. It was evident that within the borders of the Hua Nation, there must be S-grade ability users. What they had initially perceived as an opportunity to widen the chasm between the Eagle Nation and the Hua Nation in this apocalyptic era had turned out to be a grievous miscalculation, as the Hua were proving to be far more resilient. With such powerful entities in the Hua Nation, why would they choose to self-destruct and bring an end to the apocalypse? What justification was there for the Eagle to persist? "General, what should we do now?" "Mission failure. We shall return home." As the fluttering flag of the Eagle Nation gradually receded, disappearing beyond the horizon, Yang Wenkai let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there had been no conflict. Otherwise, the recently stabilized situation at home would have once again become dire. At that moment, another communications officer rushed in. "Chief, the Beijing North Base is under attack from a massive tide of corpses, requesting reinforcements from all major military districts." Yang Wenkai furrowed his brow slightly. Had not many troops been stationed near the Beijing North Base? The recent tide of corpses has reached a staggering scale of at least 1 million. All military forces have been mobilized for battle, yet manpower remains insufficient. Currently, troops from across the nation are hastening toward the northern capital, as the commander has ordered us to depart immediately. A million-level S-class beast tide. Yang Wen furrowed her brow, murmuring, "Could it be that the Horde has received word? This could spell trouble." Chapter 142. An unprecedented tide of corpses. The following day, several young men with broad faces and slanted eyes entered the apocalyptic shop. Their narrow, unworldly gazes brimmed with astonishment as they scrutinized their surroundings. "Brother Jinyu, look at all these supplies," exclaimed one. "How infuriating. Is this person a tycoon? With such abundant resources, they don't even consider aiding those in need, like us. How can a small nation like ours possess so much? It must have been stolen from our country. Shouldn't we demand that they return it to us without payment?" At this moment, a receptionist from Huagua, overhearing their comments, rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had already explained extensively during their ride that Confucius, Pandas, and the virus eradicator all belonged to Huagua. Yet, these individuals from the neighboring nation remained obstinate, accusing her of envy toward their culture and claiming that supernatural abilities had originated from their land. Their ignorance had reached a new zenith. If foolishness were graded, these individuals would be unrivaled. Bound by her duties and the decorum befitting a great nation like Huagua, she refrained from expressing her ire and opted for silence. Seeing that Wang Yu was napping behind the counter, she chose not to disturb him, requesting the group of visitors to wait a moment. However, this action incited their displeasure. "The customer is king. How can an employee sleep on the job when we are here to purchase goods?" One of them complained. "Why should we be made to wait? He should be awakened." Our time is invaluable. Is he deliberately avoiding us by sleeping, knowing we were coming? Another sneered. I knew these supplies were stolen from our country. How despicable. At this point, the leader of the group, wearing a stern expression, approached the counter and forcefully tapped it. Hey, wake up. Only then did Wang Yu slowly open his eyes at the sound, casting a fleeting glance at the intruder before shutting them again lazily, calling out, Freya, attend to the customers. The receptionist hurried forward, bowing slightly, and whispered in Wang Yu's ear, Sir, they are here to purchase the virus eradicator. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu stretched and rose slowly, retrieving a vial of the eradicator from the system and placing it on the counter. 100,000 crystal coins. The receptionist promptly translated this for the group. The visitors, wearing reluctant expressions, handed their bags to Wang Yu, then picked up the vial for inspection, preparing to leave. Wait a moment. However, the next instant, Wang Yu's cold voice rang out from behind them, sending a chill down their spines and prompting them to halt in their tracks. Turning back, Wang Yu smiled and remarked, These crystal nuclei are only worth a little over 50,000 crystal coins. It seems insufficient. The receptionist, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow and questioned the group of foreigners. Do you not know that a single cleansing agent costs 100,000 crystal coins? However, the foreigners remained unperturbed. What does it matter if we offer a discount? Your country stole our technology, which led to the creation of this virus cleansing agent. Is it unreasonable for us to collect some interest? They retorted. Indeed, much of this material was pilfered from our nation, and we have not held you accountable for it. Do you not proclaim yourselves a great nation, urging the end of this apocalypse? Yet you quibble over such trifles. Had it not been for our dissemination of abilities, your country would have long since faced extinction. The receptionist, hearing these words, shook her head in silence, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. For she recognized that the foreigners had provoked a formidable adversary. Return the cleansing agent and leave at once, she commanded. At this moment, Wang Yu's expression was devoid of emotion. Engaging in further dialogue with these fools was futile. The leader of the group scoffed, I refuse to believe. In the next instant, a heart-wrenching scream shattered the air. The arm of the leader, which had been clutching the cleansing agent, was severed entirely, vanishing along with the agent itself. He was now drenched in cold sweat, his face contorted in agony, clutching his blood-soaked stump, utterly stripped of his prior arrogance. Ah, my arm. No. The sight rendered the rest of the group frozen in shock. Before they could react, the leader was suddenly silenced. They only heard a dull thud as his head rolled to the ground, coming to rest at their feet. Oh, the foreigners scrambled toward the exit. But the glass doors of the shop seemed to have anticipated their flight, slamming shut. No, please don't kill me. We are citizens of your nation. If you slay us, our country will not let this go unpunished. Save us, Commander Liang. You must ensure our safety. Ah, my heavens. Wang Yu nonchalantly cleaned his ears, unimpressed, and unleashed his powers, swiftly dispatching the remaining lambs to slaughter. Throughout this, the receptionist made no attempt to intervene. Instead, she discreetly stepped aside. Relishing a moment of vengeance, Wang Yu reclaimed the virus cleansing agent, feeling rather pleased. Before their demise, he had cleverly transferred their crystal nuclei onto his card, thus acquiring 50,000 crystal coins without consequence. Next time, do not bring such fools into my establishment. They tarnish the floor. Meanwhile, outside the northern city of Jingbei, corpses littered the ground, blood pooling like rivers, with severed limbs and massive craters scattered about, the towering walls stained with blood, a scene of utter devastation. After a brief respite, the sounds of howling once again surged from all directions. The exhausted ability users, who had just established a defensive line, were compelled to muster their strength once more. In the next moment, artillery support rained down like a deluge, accurately striking the masses of corpses without the need for precise aiming. Due to the overwhelming presence of corpses, the surrounding area was entirely shrouded in their multitude. Despite extensive firepower covering the area, a significant number of zombies managed to breach the bombardment zone, launching frenzied attacks against the defensive line of the empowered individuals. Meanwhile, the higher echelons of the organization had been compelled to retreat to the underground sector of the northern Beijing base, where were the reinforcements from the various military districts. Our soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. They were trapped in the eastern river region, where relentless zombie assaults day and night inflicted substantial losses on the reinforcements. This war had been premeditated for a long time, manifesting as a nationwide zombie tide, raising questions about their unified coordination. It was feared that zombies across the nation had consolidated into a cohesive force. Upon hearing this, the attendees in the conference room fell into silence. For it was understood that the total count of zombies nationwide amounted to no less than 8 or 900 million. Were we left with no choice but to resort to that? Chapter 143. Progress Zheng Chuang, accompanied by several others, hastily arrived at the apocalyptic store and found Wang Yu, with whom they procured a vial of virus neutralizer. Yet, the challenge of safely transporting the neutralizer to northern Beijing loomed large. The group settled onto the sofas in the lounge, engaging in fervent discussions. Local troops could not penetrate the area, and escorting with fighter jets was not feasible, as the zombies lacked aerial combat capabilities. While the southern pest problem had been resolved, the northern regions still faced significant threats. If a few airborne creatures emerged mid-journey, not only would the issues surrounding northern Beijing remain unresolved, but the neutralizer could fall into the wrong hands, further undermining local abilities amidst a shortage of manpower. What about the military subway? The routes were too extensive. There was no direct subway to northern Beijing, and it was rumored that zombies had already sealed off various subway lines in the vicinity. If they detected that the escort was carrying the neutralizer, they would undoubtedly launch an all-out assault. Was it truly unattainable? Overhearing from behind the counter, Wang Yu seemed to sense an opportunity. He rose casually and strolled over to them, breaking the silence. This is quite manageable. Upon hearing this, the others turned in confusion, only to see Wang Yu smiling as he handed over a flyer displaying a maglev tram. After reviewing the product introduction, they remained puzzled, exchanging glances. One could not help but remind him, "But, Mr. Shopkeeper, while this vehicle is fast, it only flies 10 meters high. Many zombies could easily bring it down." Wang Yu, however, smiled and replied, "You may not be aware of the 5,000 defense value. To put it into perspective, the highest defense value of a class of defensive beast is merely 4,200. The group widened their eyes in astonishment. This iron box possessed formidable defense and rapid speed, perfectly suited to transport the virus neutralizer. However, the price. Zheng Chuang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Initially, this maglev was priced at 100,000 crystal coins. Now, seeing that the apocalypse is nearing its end, it is on sale for 50,000. As he spoke, Wang Yu feigned a look of deep sorrow. Hearing this, Zheng Chuang felt a twinge of temptation and, after making several confirmations via phone, ultimately decided to purchase the exorbitantly priced vehicle. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. After Zheng Chuang completed the card swipe, a square vehicle abruptly appeared outside the door. Should we invest in a set of leather cushions? Perhaps not, given the current promotional price. Above, a cube-shaped flying object sped through the low sky, while below lay a mass of corpses, howling in despair, yet utterly unable to reach the object soaring above them. At that moment, a shadowy figure, dark red in hue, leapt from the ground, scaling the roof of the swiftly moving electric vehicle. It crawled to the front windshield, peering down. Inside, Zheng Chuang was startled by the sudden appearance of a zombie's face, causing a shiver to run down his spine. The others were equally alarmed. They were acutely aware that below them was a dense throng of corpses. Should this creature falter and be shot down, their fates would surely lead them to reunite with departed loved ones. Due to the one-way transparency of the windshield, the shadow could not discern the scene inside. It only knew that no object could breach the line of undead. In the next moment, the figure's hands transformed into blades, and it began to unleash a frenzied assault on the iron block beneath it. However, the vehicle's soundproofing was impeccable. The occupants held their breath in silence. Only the sound of their own heavy breathing and the incongruous music playing in the background could be heard. The most painful thing is loving too late. Some sentiments linger. Has it departed? It shouldn't have. Yet why is there no sound? The shadow outside was rendered speechless, gazing at the vehicle which it had attacked relentlessly, yet bore no mark of damage. It was aware that it was a speed and lethality type of zombie, and its destructive power was a point of pride. Nonetheless, without hesitation, it leapt from the vehicle and approached Zhou Shuming, reporting the peculiar iron box. What are they transporting? Zhou Shuming pondered for a moment before murmuring, "It couldn't be a cleansing agent, could it?" As he spoke, his brow furrowed. The nearby dwarf concurred, anxiously stating, "It's highly likely. The reinforcements have been cut off, and the humans, knowing they are outnumbered, may opt for a scorched earth strategy. We must prevent that iron box from reaching its destination." Zhou Shuming shook his head. "The defenses of that thing are formidable. Even the shadow cannot breach them. Moreover, there is a chance those inside might release the cleansing agent prematurely, leaving us with nowhere to hide. This could very well be a decapitation operation, intentionally luring us out." At this, the horde of zombies fell silent. Clearly, this was not the outcome they desired. What shall we do? With that cleansing agent, humanity will be unstoppable. Perhaps we should hide, wait for 10 days or so, until the agent's residual effects dissipate, then emerge. Useless. Whatever we can conceive, humanity can as well. Their technology will expose us. Our doom is inevitable. Where do we go from here? The horde turned their gazes toward their king. Zhou Shuming looked into the distance. exhaling deeply, and declared, "Let the zombies at the Beijing North Base disperse. We shall proceed to the apocalypse shop." With that, he vanished from sight. And the remaining zombies had no choice but to follow. Before long, as Zheng Chuang arrived with the cleansing agent, the horde of corpses below dissipated without warning. Akin to the retreating tide upon a beach, all that remained was a battlefield littered with lifeless bodies, and the surviving humans erupted into jubilant cheers, as if they had vanquished the undead. Following a brief respite, an immediate order was issued from above to clear the battlefield, mandating that all individuals surrender the crystal cores collected from the fallen, with strict prohibitions against hoarding. This crisis increasingly made the high-ranking officials of Huaguo realize the necessity of swiftly concluding the apocalypse. In the wake of this battle, the countless crystal cores harvested from the deceased zombies, along with those from sacrificed personnel, inadvertently hastened the progression of the end times. Coupled with the recent loss of 50 capable individuals from the Eagle Nation, which struck a heavy blow to its leadership, the expanding zones of virus eradication worldwide decreased the demand for weaponry. In response to the outcry from its citizenry, the Eagle Nation's government found itself compelled to relax its policies. Observing this, other nations led by the Eagle Nation followed suit, adopting a lenient approach towards the virus cleansing agents, even proactively purchasing them. This calamity, which had persisted for 5 months, gradually began to recede from the annals of history. Minister Tang, what is the current status of the funds for purchasing the virus cleansing agents? Almost there, almost there. Chapter 144, The Ideal of Zombies. The following morning, as Wang Yu prepared to open the door, he noticed several ragged figures standing outside the window. Their pallid faces bore a resemblance to humanity, yet strayed from it. Standing in a neat row like errant schoolchildren awaiting reprimand, Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and opened the door to let them in. Recently, the store is running promotions. Feel free to see if there's anything you desire. Feigning ignorance of their intentions, Wang Yu leisurely made his way to the counter. The leader, Zhou Shuming, hesitated for a moment, ready to speak, but one of the zombies, sensing Wang Yu's unguarded demeanor, felt a murderous impulse arise. If only this human were eliminated, all problems would be resolved. In the next instant, the swift zombie appeared behind Wang Yu, its menacing claws aimed at his neck. Just as it was about to strike, its body seemed to be frozen in time, suspended in midair. Then, the suspended zombie suddenly emitted a blood-curdling scream, and shortly thereafter plummeted to the ground. Upon making contact with the floor, its form disintegrated as if scattered sand, each component severed with precision. The remaining zombies swallowed hard, feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Throughout it all, Wang Yu did not turn around, casually settling into a massage chair, exuding an air of indifference. The tranquil atmosphere persisted for several minutes. Wang Yu remained silent while the zombies were rendered mute with trepidation. Eventually, Zhou Shuming mustered his courage to speak. "The virus cleansing agent is your creation. You must surely understand its properties, its advantages and disadvantages. We do not wish to perish. Could the store manager possibly offer us a refuge? Rest assured, we will not impose upon you without recompense. We will provide you with as many crystal cores as you desire." Wang Yu lifted the teacup and took a sip of the steaming tea before he spoke softly. "My cleansing agent penetrates every nook and cranny, seamless in its approach. Once unleashed, the viruses in that area will find no refuge. Even if you hide within my shop, it will be futile." As the inevitability of their demise loomed, the pallid faces of the zombies were etched with despair. The dawn of humanity heralded their twilight. However, upon hearing his words, the zombies perked up with interest. There were indeed alternative methods to survive indirectly. What you cannot relinquish is the consciousness you have developed over the past 4 to 5 months. For you do not truly belong to these bodies. In simpler terms, your evolved consciousness is merely a manifestation of the virus, as long as you retain your awareness. You remain yourselves, and the bodies you inhabit are still theirs. Such candid and forthright remarks would likely have led to the demise of anyone else uttering them. Yet the zombies found no fault in Wang Yu's words, merely appearing bewildered. "If we leave these bodies, how can we preserve our consciousness?" Zhou Shuming could not resist inquiring. Wang Yu smiled, then stepped out from behind the counter, prompting the zombies to follow him until they reached an open area. There, he paused and retrieved a large device from his space, resembling a dental treatment chair, complete with a substantial computer alongside it. As he activated the machine, he explained, "This device can scan and store your consciousness in a unique space. You can input the world model you desire for this space, where you need not fear the disappearance of your awareness, nor experience pain or war, a utopia. As long as this device remains operational, your consciousness will endure, achieving a form of immortality." This product, discovered later by Wang Yu in the electronics section, possessed a distinctly sci-fi allure. Upon hearing this, The zombies exhibited a mix of understanding and longing. Zhou Shuming quickly inquired about the price. Each of you will need to contribute 10,000 crystal coins. The affordability of the price spurred the zombies into action. Within a mere few minutes, they returned to the shop, delivering bags filled with a substantial number of crystal cores to Wang Yu. And now, how do we utilize this device? Wang Yu cheerfully accepted the bags of crystal cores and explained, simply place the core of your consciousness, the crystal core, on the scanner of the device. The system will automatically save the consciousness from the core onto a USB drive and then transfer it to the computer. Who will be the first? The zombies exchanged glances. Hesitating. Extracting the crystal core meant risking death for Rebirth. If this product failed to function as the shopkeeper claimed, or if an accident occurred, they would face certain doom. At that moment, the Titan zombie, finally grasping Wang Yu's intent, excitedly stepped forward. I'll go first. How about it, Your Majesty? Zhou Shuming nodded without hesitation, ready to let it undergo the trial. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Titan beamed with joy and approached Wang Yu, naively exclaiming, I am ready, manager. Could you create a world filled with flesh and blood, one that I could never exhaust? Wang Yu nodded, his countenance warm with a gentle smile. No worries. It will be done swiftly. However, before he could finish, Titan's body suddenly lost its strength and collapsed heavily onto the ground. Concurrently, a bloodied crystal core materialized in Wang Yu's hand. Witnessing such a formidable Titan, so effortlessly stripped of its core by the manager, sent a shiver through the surrounding zombies. Fortunately, they refrained from attacking the manager, lest they find themselves oblivious to their own demise. Subsequently, under their watchful gaze, Wang Yu placed the crystal core on the scanner and proceeded to input the corresponding program on a nearby computer. In no time, the computer screen flickered, revealing a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with Titan's form gradually materializing. It surveyed its surroundings for a moment before erupting in exhilaration. It's real. It's real. I finally have a world of endless flesh to consume. With that, it dove headfirst into the blood and meat, feasting with abandon. The other zombies, filled with joy, turned their gaze towards Zhou Shuming, who wore a face of delight, encouraging them. You all go ahead. The zombies scrambled forward eagerly. Me first. I want a world filled with zombies. Ladies first, don't you understand? Soon, they each entered their ideal worlds, leaving Zhou Shuming as the last. Wang Yu turned to him and inquired, what about you? Zhou Shuming hesitated before bowing deeply, expressing gratitude. Thank you, manager, for treating us as esteemed guests. I, Zhou Shuming, shall forever remember your kindness. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's merely business, nothing to speak of. Now, articulate your desired world. I'm in a hurry for breakfast. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Shuming revealed his aspiration with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I wish for a world where humans, zombies, and alien beasts coexist without barriers, free from racial discrimination and conflict, living in harmony. Chapter 145. The curtain falls after bidding farewell to the dozen or so zombies. Wang Yu stretched lazily, retrieving the crystal core from the scanner and storing it away. Just then, a faint voice from the golden bar chimed in. The host need not extract their cores. A direct scan of the brain would suffice. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, Oh, is that so? You should have mentioned this earlier, you know. He continued, Moreover, I devoted considerable effort to assist them, even foregoing a meal. Is it not reasonable to accept a small tip? After all, they have no further use for it. Yet the truth remained that the host merely stood by, playing a part, while the program within the computer was entirely set by me. Wang Yu coughed twice, feigning ignorance to the bar's words, and returned to the counter. Freya, please bring out breakfast. I'm famished. Thereafter, the entire horde of zombies in Huagua found itself in a state of disarray, devoid of leadership, unable to form any substantial threat. Thus, a fortnight swiftly passed, characterized by mundane transactions, with no one undertaking the elaborate endeavor of purchasing extraordinary weaponry or equipment. As the curtain of the apocalypse gradually descends, the relentless wheel of history continues to turn. Aside from a few individuals seeking to purchase disinfectants, the majority rely on other nations, looking to the Chinese government for procurement. As governments worldwide have made their choices, one fateful noon, after the onset of the apocalypse, the largest order arrived, signifying that the virus had been eradicated in most regions of the globe. An armed force arrived at the storefront, with Zheng Chuang accompanied by several spatial ability users, among whom was the long-unseen Xin Yu. They entered the shop and presented their order to Wang Yu. Wang Yu took a cursory glance, and as expected, it was indeed a disinfectant potent enough to eliminate the virus nationwide. They had ordered a staggering 35 vials. The discount previously promised by the store manager was uncertain now. Of course, Wang Yu smiled, as nearly the entire region of Blue Star had depended on his disinfectant for eradication. In just a month, over 1 million vials had been sold, yielding an astounding profit approaching several hundred billion crystal coins. Achieving true financial freedom, one could hardly resist such a tantalizing 10-to-1 ratio. Before long, Wang Yu placed a spatial scroll in Zheng Chuang's hands. Zheng Chuang carefully accepted it, ensuring the scroll was safely stored in a box, and subsequently purchased several maglev vehicles. Following his previous experience, he deemed these vehicles to be the ideal means for deploying the disinfectant. The store manager is indeed trustworthy, he mused. With the payment successfully processed and a balance of 0 crystal coins, Zheng Chuang took the spatial scroll and observed Wang Yu's leisurely demeanor, hesitating to speak before ultimately turning to leave. However, Qin Yu lingered behind them. Noticing their departure, she swiftly approached the counter, her fair face betraying a hint of concern as she softly remarked, "Wang Yu, the organization will soon deploy the agents. During the recent natural disaster, those ability users who were at odds with the authorities have voluntarily confessed their wrongdoings." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu cast her a glance, feigning ignorance to her underlying message, and nonchalantly responded with a few indifferent murmurs. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu leaned closer to Wang Yu, her brow furrowed as she cautioned. Following the conclusion of this natural disaster, there will be a large-scale reckoning, which includes you. Once this apocalypse ends, the authorities will categorize the viral outbreak as a natural disaster. During this catastrophe, businessmen like you, who hoard vast resources and inflate prices for personal gain, will be scrutinized. Just as those who inflated protective equipment prices during the pandemic, the officials, championing a sense of justice, will not let them off lightly. Despite Wang Yu's role in hastening the disaster's end, the distinction between merit and fault remains clear. Hearing this, Wang Yu looked at her in surprise, maintaining an air of indifference as he jested. Is this something one can openly discuss? At this, Qin Yu felt a surge of frustration, wishing to drag him to the military district to confess. "I'm taking a risk to warn you, and you still don't seem to take it seriously." Wang Yu chuckled, extending the unopened milk tea in his hand towards her. Qin Yu instinctively took over, bewildered, yet she heard Wang Yu's voice, cold and piercing. Though not directed at her, it still sent chills down her spine. "If you seek accountability, let us see whether the military possesses the capability. Relay my message to them, and let them weigh their options carefully. After enduring the apocalypse, they must not falter at the dawn." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu paused momentarily, then quickly nodded, recognizing that he surely harbored some confidence in his assertion. For reasons unknown, she felt a quiet relief, despite being affiliated with the military. She hoped for this man's safety. She understood that without Wang Yu, this calamity would have remained an enigma, and those who value their lives, the higher-ups, seldom truly grasp the struggles of the lower classes. They ought to witness the hardships of the common folk, to see who illuminates the dark tunnel. Although the light-bearer shines solely for himself, his faint glow offers hope to those around him. "What? Are you not leaving? Do you wish to stay for a meal?" Qin Yu regained her composure, taking a sip of her milk tea, the long-forgotten flavor rushing to her taste buds, dissipating her melancholy. She shook her head and replied, "They have confiscated our crystals. I am currently without a penny." "No matter," she asked, somewhat surprised, "is it free?" Wang Yu, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "Of course not. Just consider it a credit for now." The following day, 5 maglev electric vehicles laden with disinfectants departed the military district, each heading towards different regions of the nation. Meanwhile, the military busied themselves, employing instruments to ensure no one could hide. A day swiftly passed, and those who had not seen the light of day for 5 months emerged onto the streets, rejoicing. The individuals who had reverted to humanity, after a brief period of confusion, felt as though they had awoken from a long dream. As various regions gradually revived, the military's efforts unfolded in earnest. They first distributed provisions to stabilize public morale, and then initiated a labor for relief program, rallying capable citizens to partake in the official reconstruction efforts. With the apocalypse drawing to a close, the process of accountability began to take shape. To this end, the organization convened an internal meeting to execute the corrupt officials who had survived the apocalypse through underhanded means. Subsequently, a public accountability meeting was held, focusing particularly on the apocalyptic shops, which became the focal point of this assembly. Chapter 146. Accountability. I propose that, as the natural disaster has concluded, the supernatural items from the apocalyptic shops, which cannot be utilized by us, should be reclaimed by the authorities. Otherwise, should they fall into the hands of others, they would undoubtedly become significant threats to societal stability. I second this notion. Weapons and equipment, which went unattended during the calamity, pose a grave danger in peaceful society. We must either close the apocalyptic shops or surrender the technology. Close the shops? They have threatened our battalion officers, inflated prices during the disaster, and their actions warrant execution. One voiced. Yet, we cannot eradicate them all. Without the virus disinfectants from the apocalyptic shops, we could not have ended this calamity. How dare you mention this advanced cleanser? Do you have any idea how many brave souls perished in the jaws of the undead and monstrous beasts as we gathered so many crystal cores? Even if there are merits, one cannot offset the sins. A reckoning must be made. I concur with old Yang's sentiment. There is no need to exacerbate our relationships. Moreover, it is due to the efforts of the end-time store that we have managed to quell the calamities, so let us consider it a mutual debt settled. Indeed, it was our people who instigated the troubles. But what are you all afraid of? If we allow this to go unchecked, will it not mean that our own can be slaughtered at will? How shall we establish our authority in the future? Yet, can the virus cleanser truly eliminate the storekeeper's powers? It feels as though it cannot be that simple. I refuse to believe he is a deity. It is the people's army that is invincible. I agree, we must not allow the ethos of the apocalypse to infiltrate our civilized society. I believe that restoring the economy should be our foremost priority. Naturally, the goods from the end-time store must be banned. As for the storekeeper, his crimes do not warrant death, but he should still be penalized. The building materials and weapons from the store are essential for our current needs. He should surrender the majority to assist in our reconstruction efforts. How can we restore the economy if we have not dealt with the calamities thoroughly? With much debate, it would be prudent to conduct a show of hands. Boss, why aren't those toys on your shelves for sale? Didn't I write it clearly? Those items are only suitable for individuals over 30. Wang Yu, seated behind the counter, casually responded while scratching his ear. Seriously, you want to let children play with a toy? Even if it's adult merchandise, it shouldn't be that restrictive. The individual left, visibly exasperated. Taking the child with him, Wang Yu could only shake his head in resignation. This was not the first inquiry of the day. Ever since the virus was eradicated across Huagua, the streets have finally regained some liveliness. In this post-apocalyptic era, his store, remarkably intact and well-stocked, has attracted a fair number of customers. Fortunately, the official reconstruction efforts require labor, and most people are occupied. Otherwise, complications would surely multiply. The currency issued by the authorities remains the former renminbi, and Wang Yu has diligently updated the product labels. The crystal cores are now a relic of the past, and he finds contentment in his leisurely business endeavors. After all, his crystal coins in the system store could last him several lifetimes. At least he need not worry about his livelihood, and the earnings will ensure a steady supply of goods for the store. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted past Wang Yu, heading straight for the door, only for the glass door to close rapidly. Bang! The individual fell painfully to the ground, a bag of bread slipping from their grasp. You haven't paid yet. My dear customer, the counter is right here. The person, getting up, scoffed defiantly. With so many supplies in your store, what's the harm in taking a bag of bread? And with prices so exorbitant, who can afford to pay? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's expression turned icy, and he replied coolly, put the item back and leave. The price of 50 yuan for a single bag of bread may seem exorbitant, especially in these extraordinary times where scarcity lends value to goods. Furthermore, the authorities have indeed allocated resources, albeit in limited quantities, ensuring that survival remains feasible. Upon hearing this, a man scoffed and arrogantly retorted, I won't stop selling. What can you do about it? If you have the courage, report me. But without a phone, I wonder how you'll manage. His bravado was abruptly silenced by the sickening sound of flesh being severed, as a spray of crimson erupted from his neck. In an instant, his head gradually slipped from his shoulders, thudding onto the floor. The onlookers in the shop were momentarily taken aback, while some longtime patrons were unfazed. The recently restored humans had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. Oh my God, a murder. Run for your lives. In response, Wang Yu made no attempt to intervene, instead reclining comfortably in a massage chair, closing his eyes to relish a moment of tranquility. Before long, a familiar figure entered the shop. Yi Tian, donned in formal attire, observed Freya diligently cleaning the bloodstains with a resigned smile. Store manager, could I trouble you for a pack of cigarettes? Wang Yu lifted his gaze and retrieved a pack, stating 150. Yi Tian silently paid him. Prior to the conclusion of the apocalypse, he had heeded Wang Yu's advice, collaborating with the authorities and gathering crystal cores, thus making significant contributions. Consequently, he secured a commendable position with the government as the chief of the Nanjing Public Security Bureau. After a brief moment, Yi Tian finally spoke. I've heard that higher-ups are planning to take action against you, and the implications are quite substantial. He sighed. With his abilities diminished, his influence had waned, rendering him incapable of preventing anything. At most, he might help Wang Yu suppress the recent murder case. I've been anticipating their move. Wang Yu replied nonchalantly, gazing out the window. Observing the blood on the floor, Yi Tian couldn't help but inquire, "May I ask about your abilities?" Wang Yu shrugged, offering no response. Meanwhile, a significant military presence was hastily advancing towards Nanjing. Having relinquished their powers, they reverted to wielding firearms. Tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery traversed the intersecting streets, drawing the attention of the masses. What is happening? Are we on the brink of war again? It seemed that the organization was initiating a purge of certain lawbreakers from the apocalypse. However, the scale of this operation was unprecedented, after all. With everyone stripped of their abilities, all were equal before the bullets. It appears to be aimed at the apocalyptic stores. Can even the formidable store manager evade the authorities' reckoning? I wonder if the manager's powers remain intact. Hard to say, considering it is their own cleansing agent. However, should the authorities insist on a purge, a single nuclear strike would be insurmountable. A sigh escaped him. Is the apocalyptic store destined to perish alongside the apocalypse? Chapter 147. The fish will die and the net will break. The following morning, the streets were unusually noisy as people left their homes in confusion. Under military escort, they departed from the residential area, relocating to a temporary camp 5 kilometers away. All non-combat personnel were evacuated in an orderly fashion. Hurry, as the crowd observed the tanks, armored vehicles, and the grave expressions on the soldiers' faces that nearly brushed past them. Their complaints dissipated into thin air. The heavy, densely packed clouds overhead further intensified the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. Battery 2 has been positioned. Please provide instructions. Standing by. The tank column has arrived at the designated location. Please advise. Standing by. The 27th Regiment has reached its destination. A light drizzle began to fall from the vast sky. Inside the store, an unusual emptiness prevailed, and Wang Yu could keenly sense the tension in the air. Yet, he remained quietly seated behind the counter, indifferent to the events unfolding outside. Through the glass, he could see the transport vehicles coming and going in the distance. With a serene demeanor, he held a cup of hot tea steadily in his right hand and rested his left hand on the glass counter, rhythmically tapping along to the store's music, seemingly relishing the rare tranquility within. Before long, a sudden stillness enveloped the surroundings. The metallic tide ceased its movement, and the cacophony of shouts gradually faded into silence. Grandfather, your fat sheep is on the phone." Wang Yu's ringtone shattered the calm. He glanced at the unfamiliar number and promptly pressed the call button. A muffled voice came through. "Mr. Wang Yu, this is Yang Wan, Chief of Staff of the Jiangnan Military District. We would like to invite you to a meeting at the military tent located 500 meters to the 3 o'clock direction from the store's main entrance." Wang Yu calmly sipped his tea and replied slowly, "You may come over." After a brief silence, the voice on the other end responded, "We have several high-ranking officials here." "I know, you may come over." However, before Yang Wan could respond further, Wang Yu ended the call. Listening to the busy tone coming from the communicator, the individuals inside the military tent expressed their dissatisfaction. "What does this mean?" We approached him in a calm manner, and he responds with such an attitude. "I suggest we open fire. Why waste words? With someone like him, we won't reach an agreement." Well, artillery shells won't do much to his peculiar building. He must be aware of that. So what now? Damn it. We'll go. I don't believe he can do anything to us. Thus, accompanied by 100 soldiers from the guard battalion, they proceeded to the entrance of the End Times store. Gazing at the imposing establishment, a solemn middle-aged man at the forefront hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. The large contingent of troops, to better respond to any sudden developments, collectively advanced 300 meters, with soldiers loading their weapons, ready for action. Upon entering the store, Yang Wan took the lead, finding Wang Yu leisurely engrossed in his phone. He couldn't help but remind him, "The high-ranking officials from the organization have arrived. Manager, take it easy. This is no longer the end of the world. As long as the attitude is sincere, it will be beneficial for everyone." Wang Yu lifted his eyelids slightly, casting a meaningful glance at him without uttering a word. Subsequently, a dozen fully armed soldiers took their positions beside the counter, their eyes fixed intently on Wang Yu, wary of any potentially dangerous movements he might make. They were all aware that the individual before them was not merely a fragile figure, but rather a formidable S-rank supernatural being. A sense of reverence filled their hearts for this ruthless savior of the apocalypse. Had it not been for him, humanity's fate would have remained shrouded in a veil of uncertainty. They could hardly fathom why such a benefactor would face the organization's reckoning. Yet, unbeknownst to them, it was precisely this awe surrounding the apocalyptic shop and its proprietor that inadvertently fueled the organization's murderous intent. They felt compelled to ensure the organization's absolute authority and the utmost respect it commanded. As a few middle-aged men in suits approached, Yang Wan hastily introduced, "This is Wang Yu, the proprietor of the apocalyptic shop, and this is Qianlei, the Chief Justice and Prosecutor General of Huagua. The leader of the group nodded and fixed his gaze upon the relaxed figure of Wang Yu, who merely acknowledged him with a slight nod, showing no intention of rising. Observing this, a glint of sharpness flickered in Qianlei's profound eyes, yet he chose not to elaborate, extending his hand instead. An assistant promptly handed over a document. Upon opening the file, Qianlei cleared his throat and began. Wang Yu, the proprietor of the apocalyptic shop, during the calamity, when the nation was in peril, failed to fulfill his civic duties, taking the opportunity to inflate prices, slaughter military officials, law enforcement, and civilians, and aiding the unification of zombies, among over 20 charges. Do you have any defense to offer? Hearing this, Wang Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Qianlei continued, however, in light of the apocalyptic shop providing procurement channels for the military, offering discounts, virus eradication agents, and addressing the threats posed by invaders, the organization has decided to exercise leniency. Nonetheless, all inventory of the apocalyptic shop must be surrendered to prevent misuse by the public, and Wang Yu shall refrain from any commercial activities henceforth. As Qianlei closed the folder, Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Do you have any objections to the organization's judgment? Qianlei replied with a serious demeanor. None, but I do not intend to comply. With that, Wang Yu's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening as he surveyed the crowd. They instinctively straightened, feeling as if his eyes were blades, and they mere fish awaiting slaughter. His powers had undoubtedly not diminished. After a moment of silence, Yang Wen furrowed his brow and cautioned, Wang Yu, the organization will not relent. Prolonging this standoff will only lead to your frustration, and the country will suffer. For the sake of the nation, let it go. We will arrange a comfortable position for you. Wang Yu took a sip of tea and shook his head once more. Qianlei, his brow furrowed, pressed with a grave countenance. Must it come to a point of mutual destruction? In response, Wang Yu scoffed dismissively, turning his attention to the distant troops. A cold voice pierced the air. The destruction of fish does not necessarily mean the net will break. Are you suggesting that our nation's full might cannot contend with you? Yang Wen's brow remained tightly knit, disbelief etched across his face. Wang Yu's words were audacious. After all, Huagua's comprehensive strength ranked second on the entire blue planet. After years of development and accumulation, the situation was not dire enough to be toppled by the cataclysm of the past 5 months. On the contrary, Wang Yu, an ordinary individual, had only progressed for a mere 5 months. By what right could he utter such bold claims? Chapter 148, the finale. Previously, the authorities of the apocalypse found themselves in a precarious position, leading to certain concessions, but now the end of the apocalypse had arrived. Surely, he could not genuinely believe that what he had witnessed represented the full extent of Huagua's capabilities. Observing Wang Yu's confident nod, even Qianlei couldn't help but muster the courage to scoff, branding his assertions as alarmist. In response, Wang Yu merely smiled knowingly, turning to Yang Wen and inquiring, Are you aware of my unique ability? Yang Wen shook his head, having studied and scrutinized for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. It was likely a very rare power. However, even if Wang Yu possessed formidable abilities, it would be exceedingly difficult to confront the entirety of Huagua alone. In truth, I am a spatial ability user, possessing solely this singular power. Spatial ability. That is preposterous, Yang Wen exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The capabilities of spatial powers were well known. Even with some offensive capabilities, it could not rival that of the store manager. Wang Yu contemptuously questioned, Your military only has B-class spatial ability users at most. Have you ever encountered an S-class? Upon hearing this, Yang Wen paused, his brows furrowing. Indeed, they had underestimated the potential of spatial ability users and allocated resources to other powers, leaving higher-tier spatial abilities unexplored. Moreover, Wang Yu was the only individual to have reached S-class during the apocalypse. How could they possibly know of it? When spatial abilities reach A-class, their potency experiences a significant surge, and at S-class, they become virtually invincible. High-tier S-class spatial ability users can extend their spatial perception across the globe, teleporting to any location on Blue Star at will, and can even manipulate objects from anywhere on the planet or wield their abilities with devastating force. This revelation left everyone present utterly astonished. Being able to teleport anywhere and destroy any object was indeed within the realm of spatial abilities. And the idea of such powers encompassing the entire Blue Star seemed excessively grandiose. How could this be possible? You must be exaggerating. Wang Yu chose not to respond, but continued. When I first opened the store, there were indeed materials regarding spatial abilities within the book section. However, to prevent you from discovering the existence of such powerful spatial abilities, I deliberately concealed these documents. Your ignorance is quite understandable. At this, the crowd fell into silence. Indeed, The Nanjing base had previously purchased an entire set of books from the Apocalypse shop, submitting them to the military research facility for verification. The information contained therein far surpassed the official records. Moreover, practical application had proven the accuracy of the data, save for the absence of spatial abilities. Initially, they believed such powers were too niche to be documented, only to discover that they had been intentionally hidden. An S-class spatial ability user. No wonder he could seize missiles. But what if he could do the same with nuclear weapons? This thought sent shivers through the crowd, causing them to reconsider their stance. If, as Wang Yu asserts, the situation is indeed as terrifying as he describes, then the destruction of a nation, or even the annihilation of the entire blue planet, would be but a trivial matter for him. Yang Wen furrowed his brow, eager to inquire further, yet was interrupted by Wang Yu's words. Now, I present you with two options. First, all the extraordinary goods related to the abilities of the apocalyptic world within my shop will no longer be available for sale to anyone. Furthermore, those arms will cease to be sold to the public. I shall contentedly operate my small shop and can discreetly provide your military with the desired weaponry. As you are aware, I possess an extensive array of the most advanced military hardware, aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and the like, available for purchase, provided you offer sufficient payment. Upon hearing this, the senior members of various organizations felt a stir of interest. It is well known that the weapons lost in the apocalypse cannot be quickly mass-produced or restored, leaving all nations at a similar disadvantage. If they could seize this opportunity to distance themselves from other countries, then Huahua could stand atop the pinnacle of the blue planet. At that moment, someone couldn't help but ask, what shall we use to purchase? We no longer possess any crystal cores. Wang Yu chuckled softly, declaring, in the future, you shall use whatever currency the entirety of Huahua employs for transactions. The price is negotiable. The wholesale prices from the system shop were quite reasonable. And with his own crystal coin reserves reaching hundreds of billions, he was left pondering how to exhaust them within his lifetime. As he spoke, Wang Yu's tone shifted to one of sharp intensity. The second option is that I will utterly obliterate your organization and subsequently install a new management, rendering the entire nation my puppet. The chilling and malevolent undertone of his words plunged the room into a frigid silence, evoking expressions of fear from those present as they gazed at Wang Yu's impassive face. Yang Wen and the others were equally unnerved by his merciless pronouncement. Qian Lei swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, may we consult with our superiors? Could you grant us 3 minutes? Very well, Wang Yu replied. The high-ranking officials hurriedly departed from the shop. Seeing that the situation was entirely within his control, Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction, confident that they would not dare gamble with the future of their nation. However, Yang Wen and the others chose to remain, seizing the opportunity to probe. Might the shopkeeper be aware that we are currently constructing a subway in the northwest region? Wang Yu cast him a sidelong glance, fully grasping the intent of this cunning old fox. With a smile, he replied, I know you have hemorrhoids. It has been a decade since you first complained. At this, Yang Wen's face flushed with embarrassment, and he resorted to coughing to mask his discomfort. Yet, Wang Yu's next statement left this middle-aged man trembling with fear. I am aware that the vicinity of Mozhang boasts a rather pleasant environment. Yang Wen stared at Wang Yu in disbelief, rendered speechless for an extended moment. It is crucial to note that the area around Mozhang is home to stored nuclear warheads, a matter of absolute secrecy, yet he was cognizant of this. At that instant, Yang Wen truly began to believe Wang Yu's assertions, engulfed by a wave of regret, wishing he had cultivated more spatial ability users. After a heated debate lasting a mere 3 minutes, they ultimately chose to compromise, just as Wang Yu had anticipated. Confronted with overwhelming strength, they were unwilling to take such a risk. Can we trust your promise? Yang Wen solemnly inquired. If Wang Yu, who is known for his unwavering pursuit of profit, were to clandestinely sell to the populace, it would indeed prove quite challenging. For, in truth, there is little that can be accomplished. Wang Yu's formidable abilities render him unparalleled in this realm. Of course, observing the tanks and armored vehicles gradually departing, Wang Yu exhibited no outward signs of disturbance. And after a lengthy pause, he finally exhaled deeply. Henceforth, it seems troubles will be scarce, and he need only engage in commerce, savoring the luxuries of this hard-won life. At this moment, the contemplative voice of the gold bar resonated, expressing admiration for the host's hyperbolic claims. Well then, since that is the case, let us disregard the recently purchased intelligence for the crystal coins. There is no room for negotiation. 1,000 crystal coins have already been automatically deducted. Ding. Welcome, boss. Why do all your products seem to lack any proper labels? Mind your own business. If you're not buying, then leave. Years later, a group of elementary school students gathered around the counter, curiously fixated on a litter of gray puppies whimpering on the floor. Wow, Uncle shopkeeper, could you give me one? I want one too. The handsome man seated behind the counter, clad in casual attire, leisurely read a book, a few goji berries floating in his cup of hot tea. He replied in a languid tone, the one who called me uncle cannot have one, but the others may. Oh, shopkeeper brother, why is your store named the Apocalypse Shop? Does that mean the world is coming to an end? No, I don't want the world to end. Otherwise, it would be like on TV, where everyone dies. And I haven't had the chance to grow up yet. What is there to fear? Ultraman will save us. Nonsense. It's the superheroes who are the strongest. Listening to the children's innocent debate, the man calmly sipped his tea, his gaze drifting toward the opposite shore. There, he observed what was once a military base, now transformed into an elementary school. Dinner is ready. A bright and pleasant voice rang out. The man acknowledged the call and rose to ascend the stairs. Shall you? It's not that I'm criticizing you, but being pregnant, let us leave this matter to Freya. The end.